In my past life, I gave all my glory to my twin brother and took the fall for all his mistakes, just to win my family's approval. In return, they watched coldly as I was tortured to death by kidnappers, all because they called me a jinx. Now, reborn, facing the same coercion, I write a letter of severance with my own blood. Everything that belongs to me, no one will ever take away again. My revenge begins with reclaiming the university recommendation that should have been mine. Slap. A crisp slap sent Chen Feng sprawling to the floor. His head hit the corner of a table, and blood streamed from his mouth. Chen Feng, you're the older brother. What's wrong with letting your younger brother have his way? An angry voice boomed. If you hadn't stolen so much nutrition, how could your brother be so frail and sickly? You're becoming more and more unruly. Struggling to his feet, Chen Feng saw his furious parents, his disappointed older sister Xiaoyan, his smirking second sister Xiaoqian, and behind his mother, his twin brother, Xiaoming, looking aggrieved. He was reborn, back to the moment of his first judgment by this family after transferring to their school. The cause was his first-place finish in a tri-school league, which earned him a spot in the city's physics competition. A good result there meant a direct recommendation to a top university. But his family unanimously decided he had cheated and were forcing him to withdraw and give the spot to Xiaoming. Countless humiliating memories flooded his mind. He and Xiaoming were twins. Just because Xiaoming was born frail, he became the family's sinner, the jinx who had stolen his brother's health. He was sent to the countryside to be raised by his grandmother and only brought back in his senior year. In this wealthy home, he lived in a storage room, wore patched-up old clothes, and survived on steamed buns and cold water, developing stomach problems at a young age. Meanwhile, Xiaoming had limited-edition sneakers, designer clothes, and a 30,000 yuan monthly allowance, enjoying all the love and affection. In his past life, he had desperately tried to please everyone to fit in. He gave Xiaoming his painstakingly crafted business proposals, helping him become a rising star in finance. He took the blame for Xiaoming's reckless driving, drug use, and assault on a police officer, ruining his own reputation. He thought this would earn his family's acceptance, but in the end, Xiaoming conspired with kidnappers to have him tortured to death, just to collect a ransom. He would never forget their indifferent, even disgusted, expressions when his ears, nose, and hands were cut off and sent to them. Why doesn't he just die? That damn son should have died long ago. His spirit lingered after death, witnessing Xiaoming, for his own selfish desires, set a fire that killed their parents and two sisters. How laughable, how tragic. The confusion in Chen Feng's eyes faded, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness and resolve. Reborn, he would live for himself. I don't know how you cheated to get first place, his mother said coldly, but you must give this spot to your brother. That's right, his older sister Xiaoyan said with a frosty expression. Withdraw voluntarily. The spot belongs to Mingming. How do you know I cheated? Chen Feng wiped the blood from his lips and retorted coldly. Does that even need investigating? His second sister Xiaoqian scoffed. How good can grades from the countryside be? Mingming has always been at the top in physics. Call your homeroom teacher right now, admit you cheated, and withdraw from the competition. His father, Xiao Yuanhe, gave the final ultimatum. Chen Feng stared at his father and shook his head lightly. Impossible. What did you say? The whole family was stunned. This son, who had always been submissive, dared to defy them today? I said, what's mine is mine, and no one can take it away. Chen Feng's voice was low but firm. What's yours? Without me raising you, you would have starved to death long ago. His father roared. Raise me? Chen Feng sneered. Search your conscience. Besides giving birth to me, have you ever cared for me for a single day? The villagers paid for my tuition, and kind people gave me their old clothes. In your house, I live in a storage room and earn my own living expenses. Since you gave me life but no nurturing, my dear father, why didn't you hold back then? You insolent whelp. His father, shaking with rage, raised his hand to strike again. This time, Chen Feng firmly caught his wrist. You think Xiaoming's frailty is my fault, that the family's near bankruptcy was the disaster I brought. But have you ever considered that I am also your son? Dad, Mom, don't blame brother, Xiaoming interjected at the right moment, tears welling in his eyes. I'll just not go to the competition. It's my fault for not doing well enough. His words once again solidified Chen Feng's crime of cheating. Look how sensible your brother is, his mother said, hugging Xiaoming tenderly before turning to scold Chen Feng. Vulgar and stubborn, how could our family have someone like you? What if I don't withdraw? Chen Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then get out of the Xiao family. I'll act as if I never had you as a son, his father said cruelly. Fine. Chen Feng smiled, but tears streamed down his face. He turned, went to his room, and came back with a pen and paper. In front of his stunned family, he bit his finger and wrote a letter in his own blood. The bond between me and the Xiao couple is shallow, the kinship weak. Therefore, from this day forth, our blood ties are severed, and all parental grace and love end here. Chun Feng. He pressed his bloody thumbprint on it and placed it before his parents. His voice was as cold as ice. Sign it, and we have nothing to do with each other anymore. You want to sever ties with us? The whole family was shocked. Fine. Chen Feng, you've grown wings. His father, laughing in fury, snatched the pen and signed his name. Don't you regret it? His mother signed without a moment's hesitation. Don't worry, I won't regret it. Chen Feng took back the blood letter, then swiftly wrote an IOU for 300,000 yuan, pressing his thumbprint on it as well. The debt of birth remains. I will repay you this money. From now on, we owe each other nothing. He picked up his shabby backpack and prepared to leave amidst his second sister's curses of get out. His older sister, Xian, hesitantly followed him to his room, a storage space without even a proper light. Seeing his patched-up clothes and worn-out shoes, she felt a pang of guilt for the first time. Are you really leaving? She asked, grabbing his arm. What else? Stay here and let you call me a jinx? Chen Feng shook her off and walked out. At the door, he paused and looked back at the only person in this family who had shown him a sliver of kindness. The Xiao Group is planning a marketing campaign for a Zhanghua wine. That wine is problematic. It's going to blow up soon. You don't need to worry about the company's affairs, Xiaoyan replied coldly. Chen Feng said no more and left. Late that night, Xiaoyan received a call from her assistant at the company. On a whim, she asked the assistant to send a few bottles of the Zhanghua wine for testing. Meanwhile, at school, a penniless Chen Feng was studying through his stomach pain when his deskmate, Sun Xian, handed him a warm glass of milk and some bread, saving him from his misery. In return, Chen Feng agreed to tutor her in physics. Just then, a classmate came to tell him the principal wanted to see him. I heard someone reported him for cheating in the physics league, a whisper came from behind. Sun Xian suddenly stood up and declared loudly, impossible. He wouldn't cheat. In the principal's office, Chen Feng's parents were vehemently accusing him of cheating, demanding his competition spot be revoked. Principal Li, I did not cheat, Chen Feng said calmly upon entering. They are framing me, because their son, Xiao Ming, didn't make it into the top 5, and the competition spot leads to a recommendation to a top university. Do I need evidence? How could someone who grew up in the countryside possibly test so well? His father countered, his face dark. Fine, Principal Li said to Chen Feng. Do you have proof that you didn't cheat? I don't need to prove my innocence. Chen Feng smiled. Principal Li, you are a renowned physics professor. Why don't you give me a few difficult problems to solve? He then glanced at Xiao Ming. Shall we take the test together? Forced by his parents, Xiao Ming had to agree. Principal Li printed out 3 extremely difficult problems. Chen Feng picked up a pen and finished them in just over 10 minutes. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, was sweating profusely, unable to write a single word. Principal Li took Chen Feng's paper, his brow furrowed at first, but then his eyes lit up as he looked at the last problem. He slapped his thigh. So that's how it's done. I see it now. What's wrong? Did he just scribble nonsense? His mother asked eagerly. No, Principal Li put down the paper, his eyes filled with admiration. These problems are all correct, and his solutions are more elegant than the standard answers. I believe Chen Feng did not cheat. Seeing their precious son on the verge of tears, the parents had no will to argue further. They shot Chen Feng a hateful glare and left with Xiao Ming. Not only did Principal Li clear Chen Feng's name, but he also personally funded him a monthly meal allowance of 1,000 yuan and awarded him a 3,000 yuan bonus from the school. The next evening, at the Xiao residence. What? You turned down the Zhanghua wine deal? Chen Feng's father was furious upon hearing the news. Our competitor took it overnight, their sales are skyrocketing, and we've suffered a huge loss. Dad, there's a problem with that wine. Xiao Yan presented the lab report. Chen Feng warned me. That insolent whelp again. What does a high school student know? Just then, the 315 Consumer Rights Gala on TV turned its spotlight onto the popular Zhanghua wine. According to inspections by relevant departments, the hormonal components in Zhanghua wine cause significant damage to human neurons. His father was stunned. He immediately realized this was a golden opportunity to crush their competitor and ordered Xiao Yan to go to the company and poach their clients. Dad, we owe this to Chen Feng. I hope he can come back, Xiao Yan said. Unless he comes back and apologizes, he can dream on. His father's face darkened once more. On Saturday, at the milk tea shop, Xiao Feng had to spend most of his Saturday and Sunday helping out at the milk tea shop. Dressed in the staff uniform, he skillfully packed the milk tea. Just as he was about to leave, a BMW 5 Series parked by the roadside. The car door opened, and the sharp-dressed Xiao Yan stepped out, calling out, Xiao Feng. Busy with his tasks, Xiao Feng looked up, saw her, and frowned slightly. What are you doing here? I came to find you. Xiao Yan stepped forward, glancing at the milk tea shop. Have you been working part-time at the milk tea shop all this time? Yes, what's wrong? Xiao Feng asked nonchalantly. You're in trouble. Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Yan frowned, speaking in a reprimanding tone. Working at a milk tea shop. Have you considered how others will view the Xiao family? So what? The biological son of the Xiao family working at a milk tea shop. Is that a disgrace to the Xiao family? Xiao Feng scoffed. Isn't it? Xiao Yan's frown deepened. I don't think there's anything shameful about earning a living with my own hands, and besides, I have no relationship with your Xiao family now. Xiao Feng continued his work as he spoke. If you've had enough of this, come back with me. Xiao Yan's expression was serious. Apologize to mom and dad and your brother, they will accept you back. Initially grateful to Xiao Feng for reminding her and averting a major crisis planned by the Xiao family, she felt a bit angry upon hearing Xiao Feng's stubborn tone. Xiao Yan, I misjudged you. I thought you would have a little bit of conscience compared to them. Xiao Feng laughed, but now I realize you're just like them. Xiao Feng, enough is enough. I've talked to dad, as long as you apologize, he will forgive you. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. If you admit your mistake and go home, you won't need to work at the milk tea shop anymore. Are you pitying me? Or are you just giving me charity? Xiao Feng stopped. Go home? Is there a place for me there? I've been here for half a year, and aside from tuition, I haven't spent a single penny of the Xiao family's money. Xiao Feng's monthly living expenses start at 30,000, and his clothes and shoes are all brand names. I'm also a high school student. Have you ever given me a single penny? Or do you think I don't need living expenses? No, Xiao Yan opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but suddenly didn't know how to start. Yes, they brought Xiao Feng home, but they only provided him with a place to stay. They forgot he was a student, he needed to live, he needed money for food. It's no wonder he worked here on weekends, no wonder he felt resentful. It really wasn't his fault. Even if you raise a dog, wouldn't the family give it bones? Xiao Feng's voice was a bit hoarse. Xiao Feng, maybe we didn't consider things carefully before. But that's all in the past. Xiao Feng calmed himself down. Come home with me now, apologize to the family. Why should I apologize to them? What relationship do we have? You could also think of it as me putting on a show for you, but starting today, please don't disturb my life. I don't want to see anyone from the Xiao family again. Xiao Feng. Xiao Yan felt a pain in her chest from anger. We are your family, you shouldn't have such hostility towards me. Family? I can't claim that, I'm just a disaster, right? They must have instilled this kind of thinking in you since childhood. Xiao Yan was furious. At the company, she was someone who had the final say. When did she become so humble in conversation? Only to be retorted? She looked up at the inside of the milk tea shop. Who is the manager? I am, what's wrong? The manager hurriedly ran out. Is it reasonable for you to hire students to work? Xiao Yan pointed at Xiao Feng. If this continues, I will report you to the Labor Bureau for hiring students. The manager was dumbfounded. First of all, I am an adult, not a child worker, it's legal. Secondly, if you want to force me into a corner with this method, and then come back to beg you. Xiao Feng took off his uniform and placed it on the table. There's really no need for that. Even if I end up begging on the streets for the rest of my life, I will never set foot back in the Xiao family. Xiao Feng, you really don't know what's good for you. Xiao Yan growled lowly, her anger palpable. After all, your parents gave you life and you can just cut ties so ruthlessly? Yes, they gave me life, so I've calculated that I owe them 300,000. Xiao Feng nodded. You're not here to ask for money, are you? Fine, give me a month's grace, and in a month I'll return the 300,000 to you. Alright, you said it. 1 month, 300,000. Xiao Yan laughed in fury. Do you think you are someone special? A high school student reduced to working part-time at a milk tea shop, and you dare say you can earn 300,000 in a month? Yes, I said it. 1 week, 300,000. Xiao Feng nodded. But before that, don't bother me again. Xiao Yan, fuming, got into her car and drove off. The store manager poked his head out and handed Xiao Feng 600 yuan. Xiao Chen, this woman doesn't seem easy to deal with. Our milk tea shop has thin margins. If we really get fined, we won't be able to handle it. This is your previous salary. I'm settling it all at once. Sorry about that. It's fine, manager, I really appreciate it. Xiao Feng said with a smile as he took the money. He had planned to quit after this weekend anyway, so this saved him the trouble. You're in your senior year, you should focus on your studies. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me, the manager said with a smile. Thank you, manager. Xiao Feng politely bowed. Manager, there are 10 cups of milk tea that need to be delivered to the 12th floor of Huaguang building across the street, and it's urgent. A staff member picked up the packed milk tea. The store can't spare anyone right now. The manager looked helplessly at Xiao Feng. It's fine, I'll go. Xiao Feng understood and smiled as he took the milk tea, crossed the street, and ran towards the office building. While taking a shortcut through Starbucks, a girl stood up and exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Feng? Sun Xian? Xiao Feng stopped. What are you doing here? I'm waiting for someone. Are you working, Xiao Feng? Sun Xian asked, blinking her watery eyes. Yes, delivering to the 12th floor here. Xiao Feng raised the milk tea in his hand. You promised to tutor me, Sun Xian said with a gentle smile. I forgot about that. Tomorrow, I'll be free tomorrow. Xiao Feng slapped his forehead.
Come on, let's add each other on WeChat and you better not stand me up. Sun Xian took out her phone.
Okay. Xiaofeng quickly took out his phone to add her on WeChat, then hurried off to
deliver the order.
Sun Xian watched his retreating figure with beautiful eyes, feeling a bit anxious and stamping her foot. She had originally wanted to invite him to dinner, but before she could gather her thoughts, he had already run off.
12th floor, Jingyan Decoration.
Jingyan is one of the top 3 decoration companies in Jiangcheng, with cutting-edge design concepts, specializing in the design and decoration of villas and luxury homes. The gold medal designers under its name likely charge over $1 million for each design project. Upon arriving at Jingyan, he distributed the milk tea to everyone. Just as he was about to leave, he heard an angry voice coming from the VIP room nearby.
I came to you, Jingyan.
I've spent $1 million on design fees, switched 3 designers, and made 6 revisions.
And yet not one of them satisfied me.
Are you sure your designers are all gold medal designers? At the same time, a voice filled with apology said, Mr.
Son, I'm sorry, we've put a lot of effort into designing your 3,000 square foot villa in Nanshan district. But Teacher Bai Wei is our best designer. You are still not satisfied? Nanshan villa? 3,000 square feet?
Xiaofeng's mind flashed back to a news story from his previous life. The news showcased the largest villa in Nanshan district and its decoration style. He was also well aware of the wealthy man's preferences, and he had studied decoration styles and feng shui directions in his spare time.
However, the decoration company was not the Jingyan decoration on this office building.
This villa was 3,000 square meters, worth over $1 billion, and the design fee would probably
be in the millions, right? Would Jingyan regret taking on such a big order?
He felt a stir in his heart and moved closer to the conference room. He saw the chief designer, Bai Wei, patiently communicating with an old man. Old Song, if you're
not satisfied, we can discuss it further. You have to believe that I am a professional. Professional my ass.
Old Song slammed his cup on the table. I could find a dog to scratch something on paper and it would be better than you. Bai Wei was speechless. As the chief designer, she was being insulted worse than a dog. If it were someone else, she would have snapped back long ago. But this particular client was different. He was Song Yunming, the president of the Flower Leaf Bank. A true financial magnate. She couldn't afford to offend him. The interior manager and designers desperately tried to say good things, pointing out the highlights on the large screen design, but the old man wouldn't listen to a word. This decoration is no good. It disrupts the feng shui. Just then, a voice came from the door. Everyone turned to see a high school-looking boy standing at the entrance of the conference room, wearing a uniform from a certain milk tea shop. Who are you?
What nonsense are you spouting? Get him out of here. The general manager of Jingyan was getting angry.
Old Song, I know a little about decoration, so I have some insights you might want to hear, Xiaofeng said with a smile.
Where did this kid come from? Has he even hit puberty?
Someone, throw him out, the general manager said angrily. This was ridiculous. A whole bunch of professional designers couldn't handle this old man, and what did a high school student
know?
Old Song, the location of the villa you chose, nestled by the mountains and water, represents wealth and power. Therefore, the front yard of the villa should be square in shape. This layout has ample yang energy, suitable for someone
destined to have noble assistance.
Xiaofeng ignored him and picked up a laser pointer, starting to point at the layout on the large screen.
What are you talking about? Our gold medal designers can't compare to you? Bai Wei was furious. Security, where are you?
Immediately, several security guards came in to escort Xiaofeng out. Xiaofeng had no choice but to put down the laser pointer. Unexpectedly, Song Yunming slapped his thigh. Wait, let this young man speak. Quick! Let him go. The manager hurriedly stopped the security guards. He then invited Xiaofeng into the conference room. Xiaofeng picked up the laser pointer and began to speak.
In terms of color, the villa's colors and decorations should align
with the auspicious directions of the 3, while also keeping the courtyard clean, avoiding excessive or cluttered plants, and preventing dampness on the ground.
The main entrance and the living room. The villa's main entrance should be located in the center or a favorable position, coordinating with the overall style and color scheme of the villa. He spoke for over half an hour, and Song Yunming listened intently, occasionally slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Good." The group of gold medal designers exchanged glances. The renovation concepts Xiaofeng mentioned opened their eyes to ideas they had never heard before. Bai Wei wanted to interrupt several times, but seeing how engaged Song Yunming was, she swallowed her thoughts. Everyone had one idea. As long as the client was happy, everything was fine.
Kitchen, front yard, backyard, road in front, landscaping layout. Xiaofeng spoke without pause.
Song Yunming nodded continuously,
extremely satisfied, and finally slapped his thigh. Incredible, it's almost exactly what I had in mind.
Old Song, are you satisfied with these ideas?
If you are, I can work overtime tonight to create the renderings and deliver them to you.
First thing tomorrow morning, Bai Wei asked anxiously. Just like this is the feeling I want.
Get the renderings done immediately, but it must be according to this young man's ideas, Song Yunming said, pointing at Xiaofeng.
Young man, what's your name? I'm Xiaofeng, Mr. Song.
I'm in high school and working part-time at a milk tea shop today, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Well, I've consulted more than just your company for the renovation. I've met with at least 10
top designers. Song Yunming laughed heartily. Only your ideas align with what I have in mind. You kid, not bad. I like you, he said, laughing as he left. Finally, the villa's renovation style was settled, and he felt quite pleased. Your name is Xiaofeng, right? Manager Jingyan quickly pulled Xiaofeng aside. Thank you so much. But you only mentioned 2/3 of the villa's layout, the rest. We'll discuss it in detail next, Xiaofeng pondered, considering how much consultation fee would be appropriate. Alright, teacher Bai, you can directly coordinate with this young man, the manager said joyfully. Hello, I'm Bai Wei. Please wait in my office for a moment, Bai Wei said. Xiaofeng nodded and was led to Bai Wei's office by her assistant. Taking out his phone, he noticed a message from Sun Xian on WeChat. What are you doing? It was a message from an hour ago. He had been too engrossed in conversation earlier to notice. Xiaofeng quickly replied. Unbeknownst to him, downstairs at the renovation company, Sun Xian was sitting bored in a stretched Bentley. Ding, a message from Xiaofeng came through on WeChat. She was delighted and quickly opened the app. Xiaofeng replied, I'm communicating with a difficult old man. She quickly responded, really? I'm also waiting for my grandfather. Has that difficult old man been dealt with? It's all sorted, Xiaofeng replied with a smiley face. Just then, Sun Yunning walked out, led by his assistant. The assistant opened the car door, and he got in. Grandpa, why did it take so long? Can we go home now? Sun Xian asked. We can go home now. I met an interesting young man today. He's also in high school, the old man said with a smile. After replying to Sun Xian's message, the office door opened. A surprised voice came through. Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? Looking up, he saw his second sister, Xian, standing in front of him with documents in hand. She had just graduated not long ago, majoring in design, and was interning at this company. Xiaofeng couldn't be bothered with her and glanced at his phone. Xiaofeng, are you not listening to me? Xiaoqian's anger flared up instantly as she stepped in front of him. I heard you, I just don't want to talk to you. Xiaofeng shot her a glance. I'm your sister, don't you have any manners? You really grew up in the countryside, with no upbringing at all, Xiaoqian huffed coldly. So what do you want? Xiaofeng asked patiently. I'm busy and don't have time for you. I'm asking you, what are you doing here? Xiaoqian's face turned serious. Are you here to find me? What would I want with you? Xiaofeng was baffled. He didn't even know Xiaoyan worked here. You regret it, wanting to find me to plead with mom and dad to let you go home? Xiaoqian sneered. She pointed at Xiaofeng. I'm telling you. That's impossible. Your thought process really opens my eyes, Xiaofeng said, looking at her as if she were a curiosity. Isn't it? Look, you're still wearing the milk tea shop uniform. Xiaoqian's gaze fell on his clothes. She immediately validated her thoughts. Having left the Xiao family, you can't get by at all, and now you want to come back? I'm telling you, it's too late. You, a crude country bumpkin, don't deserve to live with us. Is your Xiao family a wealthy family or a royal dynasty? Xiaofeng looked at her coldly. You should read more books, stop binging on CEO novels, and maybe visit a hospital to check your brain. Xiaoqian was about to explode with anger, pointing at him with a trembling hand. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Are you sure? Xiaofeng glanced at the documents in her hand. This is the information that Bai Wei asked her to prepare, specifically for Old Man Song's villa. Xian is just an intern here. She probably can only run errands and do some menial tasks, right? For sure, get lost. If you want to beg me to go home, forget it, just give up on that thought, Xiaoqian scolded. Xiaofeng stood up, turned around, and left, not caring about anyone else. As soon as Xiaofeng left, Bai Wei pushed the door open and saw that Xiaofeng was no longer in the office. She asked in confusion, who was here just now? Teacher Bai, I drove him away. This person. Xiaoqian was about to explain. What did you say? You drove him away? Bai Wei's face turned pale. Yes, I promise my personal matters won't affect the company in the future. You asked me to take notes. We can start now, Xiaoqian said with a smile. Xiaoqian, you better hurry up and find him, Bai Wei said anxiously. He is the designated person for our major client. I need to discuss the details with him and create the renderings. I don't care about your relationship with him or any grudges, but if he doesn't come back, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Bai, teacher Bai? Xiaoqian's face turned white. He's just a high school student. He doesn't understand renovations. How could our client? Shut up, go find him. If he doesn't come back, you don't need to come back either. Bai Wei hurriedly went out to chase after him. Teacher Bai, I didn't mean to, I really didn't know. I'll call him right away. Xiaoqian panicked, even though she didn't quite understand what was going on. But she knew that if Xiaofeng didn't come back, it would be a big problem. Jingyan is a big company. If she gets fired before her internship is over, her resume will have a black mark. How could she continue in the related industry? Design is her dream. She quickly ran out, took out her phone, and sent a WeChat message to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, come back quickly. The WeChat chat box showed a red dot. She was actually blocked? Xiaofeng, how dare you block me? She stomped her feet in anger and quickly dialed Xiaofeng's number, but she was also blocked. Bai Wei chased after him to the elevator and finally caught up with Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, wait a moment. She stopped him, panting, "I'm really sorry, that was just a new intern. Please come back with me." "Ms. Bai, I don't want to see that person," Xiaofeng said expressionlessly. "I'll find another intern to take notes. I'm begging you, your opinion is very important to us." Bai Wei clasped her hands together, almost kneeling to plead. "You have to know that Song Yunming's villa involves renovation funds of over 10 million. If they get this project, Jingyan will gain a huge reputation. After all, a 3,000 square meter villa plus Song Yunming is a great publicity stunt. If this project falls through, she could directly resign. Even the general manager would face consequences. I don't want to go back." Xiaofeng shook his head. He felt suffocated being around the Xiao family. "How about this? I'll give you a consultation fee of 30,000? Bai Wei blocked the elevator, afraid he would leave. Seeing that he was indifferent, she raised the offer. 50,000, Xiaofeng, this order is really important for our company. I'll organize my thoughts tonight and send them to you on WeChat, Xiaofeng said after thinking for a moment. He really didn't want to see Xiao Qian. Okay, I'll transfer the consultation fee to you right away." Bai Wei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly made the transfer, fearing Xiaofeng would change his mind. After confirming several times that he would send the details of the plan tonight, Bai Wei finally dared to let him go. Back in the office, she saw Xiao Qian looking pale and dazed, and a bunch of managers and executives were alarmed. How did it go? As soon as Bai Wei returned, the general manager quickly asked. He agreed to contact me later, Bai Wei said. It's fine. That's good. The group in the room breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Xiao Qian, do you know you almost ruined our big deal? Bai Wei scolded. If this contract with Old Song falls through because of you, can you bear the consequences? I'm sorry, teacher Bai, I didn't understand the situation, Xiao Qian said, lowering her head and mumbling. Alright, considering it's your first time, I won't expel you this time. You'll receive a warning and a company-wide reprimand, Bai Wei said seriously. That evening, at the Xiao family home, Xiao Qian was tearfully accusing in front of her family. Dad, Mom, big sister, Xiaofeng is such a jerk, sob. He somehow tricked the leaders of our company and got me a reprimand. I hate him, he's a disaster. I've been publicly criticized by the whole company. It's so humiliating, sob. This ungrateful child is getting more and more outrageous, Xiao father said, extremely angry. A wolf in sheep's clothing, we are his family. How could he do this? Xiao mother comforted Xiao Qian, wrapping her arms around her. Xiao Ming also quietly advised, sister, don't blame brother, he definitely didn't do it on purpose. Just like last time, he didn't mean to sell your Cartier bracelet. What did you say? He stole my limited edition Cartier bracelet? Xiao Qian exploded. Ah, no, sister, it wasn't brother. I didn't say anything. Xiao Ming feigned a flustered expression. It seemed he had accidentally let something slip. Mingming, did you already know he stole my bracelet? Xiao Qian grabbed his hand. What time is it and you're still covering for him? Sister, don't blame brother, he definitely didn't do it on purpose, maybe he has his reasons, Xiao Ming said in a half-hearted manner. He did it on purpose, a country bumpkin, a thief. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Xiao Qian shouted angrily. Mingming, do you have evidence that Xiao Feng stole your second sister's necklace? Xiao Yan suddenly asked. I saw it with my own eyes. He begged me not to tell anyone. Xiao Ming was taken aback. In the past he often framed Xiao Feng. Whatever he said was taken as truth. No one ever questioned it. But why was Xiao Yan asking this today? What do you mean, big sister? Mingming wouldn't frame him, would he? This country bumpkin's hands are definitely dirty. Before he came, our family was peaceful, but after he arrived, he broke your vase and stole my things. The more Xiao Qian spoke, the angrier she became. Thief, disaster, I won't let this go with him. Sister, please don't call the police. Xiao Ming added fuel to the fire. Call the police? Yes, I want to call the police. I want him to pay the price, Xiao Qian said angrily. It's all those bad habits he learned from that old woman in the countryside. Xiao mother glared at Xiao father. Your mother's teachings are really great. Xiao father fell silent because Xiao mother disliked his mother, leaving the old lady alone in the countryside with almost no contact. I'm not eating. You all go ahead, Xiao Yan said, feeling a bit frustrated. She always felt that things weren't like this, but she didn't believe Xiao Ming would lie, let alone think that he would frame Xiao Feng. Have you found that ungrateful child yet? Xiao father suddenly asked. I found him, Xiao Yan replied. Does he know he's wrong? If he doesn't apologize properly and admit his mistake, he shouldn't think about coming back. He doesn't even want to come back. Xiao Yan dropped a sentence, leaving Xiao father, who was stunned, and went upstairs alone. Back in her room, the more Xiao Yan thought about it, the more she felt something was off. Whether it was the vase being broken or the bracelet being stolen, it seemed to be only what Xiao Ming said. No one had substantial evidence proving that Xiao Feng did it. But how could such a well-behaved child as Xiao Ming possibly lie? She pondered for a moment, opened her computer, and connected to the home surveillance system. She began to scroll through the records from last month when the vase was broken. However, the surveillance footage from that day had been completely deleted. Clicking the mouse to rewind, suddenly, she stopped. She saw that on the day of the incident, Xiao Ming had entered her room. She hesitated for a moment, took out her phone, and sent a WeChat message. Junior, can you help me recover the data from the surveillance hard drive? The next day, Xiaofeng met up with Sun Xian to give her extra lessons. They met at a KFC. Sun Xian had her hair in 2 ponytails and was wearing a knee-length dress, looking sweet and cute. "I ordered you breakfast," Sun Xian said, handing over a cup of soy milk. "Is that really okay?" Xiaofeng felt a bit shy. The full breakfast at KFC costs nearly 30, which he usually wouldn't splurge on. "You're helping me with my studies, so it's only right I treat you to breakfast. Is there a problem? Hurry up and eat, and then we can start," Sun Xian said playfully, winking. "Then thank you," Xiaofeng said, no longer being polite, and began to eat. Meanwhile, Sun Xian rested her chin on her hand, her big, sparkling eyes hardly leaving Xiaofeng's figure. "You look even more handsome than before. He probably doesn't remember me anymore, right? How do I tell him who I am? I was only 8 back then, it's been 10 years. Sun Xian's mind was racing with thoughts. Just then, Xiaofeng looked up and caught her gaze, which was filled with emotion. "Ah." Sun Xian blushed unexpectedly and quickly averted her eyes. Xiaofeng found it strange. He sensed something unusual in the way Sun Xian was looking at him. They had only spent less than a year together in the previous life, and after that, they lost contact. It seemed they hadn't really talked much, and he didn't know her well. "I've finished eating, shall we start?" Xiaofeng said. "Okay, let's begin." Sun Xian's heart raced, still flustered from their earlier eye contact. She hurriedly opened her bag and took out her physics book and test papers. Xiaofeng took the paper she handed him. It was the key points from last week's exam. After analyzing the mistakes on it, he understood where Sun Xian was struggling. He began explaining example problems in that area. Sun Xian listened attentively, appearing very obedient, occasionally taking notes, and before they knew it, the whole afternoon had passed. Her grades were already good, and she was smart. She grasped the difficult points in physics quickly, and just like that, the morning slipped away unnoticed. "Alright, that's enough for now. Circle these questions and do them at home. If you have any questions, I'll explain them to you next week," Xiaofeng said, stretching. "Ah, okay." Seemingly surprised by how quickly time had passed, Sun Xian looked a bit shocked. "Thank you, Xiaofeng. The techniques you taught me are things I wouldn't have thought of on my own." "No need to thank me, we're deskmates," Xiaofeng said, reaching out to pat her head, seeing her adorable expression. Sun Xian's body trembled slightly, and a scene from 10 years ago flashed in her mind. A little boy patted her head. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." 10 years had flown by in a hurry, yet the boy in front of her had long forgotten her. "Xiaofeng, She gathered her courage, wanting to tell him the words she had kept hidden in her heart. But just then, an untimely voice interrupted. "Xiaofeng, so you're here?" Xiao Qian stood in front of Xiaofeng, her demeanor aggressive, as if she was there to settle a score. Sun Xian's gentle eyes instantly filled with hostility as she recognized the malice in that voice. "What do you want now?" Xiaofeng frowned, looking at the imposing Xiao Qian. "Isn't my Cartier bracelet the one you stole?" Xiao Qian said sharply. "What Cartier bracelet?" Xiaofeng was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. "The one my parents gave me for my birthday. I hardly ever wore it, and 2 months ago, it suddenly went missing for no reason. I don't know, I haven't seen it." Xiaofeng recalled. That bracelet, worth 80,000, had suddenly gone missing 2 months ago, and Xiao Qian had even suspected him. And after searching in his own room, he found nothing, and no one mentioned it again. Now suddenly bringing it up, it's probably that green tea brother of mine causing trouble again. "No one has come to the house besides you, who else could it be?" Xiao Qian sneered, her expression disdainful. "Country folks are just country folks, always. With dirty hands. What's wrong with being a country person? Do you have any evidence?" Sun Xian's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness. "If you don't have evidence, then it's slander. Who are you? What does it have to do with you?" Xiao Qian ignored Sun Xian and stared at Xiaofeng. "He's a man. If he has the guts to steal, he should have the guts to admit it." "I'll admit to what I took, but I haven't taken anything, so what do you want me to admit?" Xiaofeng said nonchalantly. "Xiaofeng, you really make people look down on you." Xiao Qian's disdain deepened on her face. "What Mom and Dad said is absolutely right. You're a disaster. You're not just a disaster, you're a calamity. Ever since you came to my house, all sorts of problems have arisen. Xiao Qian, if you have evidence, then call the police." Xiaofeng's expression darkened slightly. "But if you attack my character again, don't blame me for being rude." "Ha, character? You're making me laugh. Does someone like you even have character?" Xiao Qian laughed heartily. She held up her phone. "I'll give you one more chance to admit that you took the things and return them to me. I won't call the police. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it when you get to the police station. You're 18 now, you can be held criminally responsible. Call the police, right now." Xiaofeng took out his phone and dialed. "Are you coming or should I?" "You?" Xiao Qian was taken aback, not expecting Xiaofeng to be so tough. She steeled herself and dialed 110, reporting the incident. After hanging up, she said fiercely, "Just wait, it'll be too late to regret now." The police response was quick, as there happened to be officers nearby who had just finished handling a case. Due to the large amount involved, it was directly taken over by the criminal police. A 30-something criminal police officer came over and asked about the situation. Both sides held their ground and it was difficult to determine who was right, so they had to go to the police station to take statements. Xiao Feng, I'll go with you. Sun Xian grabbed Xiao Feng, who was about to get into the police car. It's fine, I'll clarify everything. You should go back, don't waste your time. Xiao Feng turned and smiled. But I'm afraid she'll bully you. Sun Xian shot a hostile glance at Xiao Qian. She can't bully me, don't worry. Xiao Feng reassured her and turned to leave. As the police car drove away, Sun Xian took out her phone and made a call. Uncle, my classmate is being falsely accused. His name is Xiao Feng, and he's being taken away by the people from the Linqi police station. The officer in charge is named Zhou Jun. I'm afraid my classmate will be bullied. Could you give him a heads up? At the police station, in the interrogation room. Xiao Feng had been to the police station more than once in his previous life, taking the blame for Xiaoming's drug use, street racing, and assaulting traffic police. He was all too familiar with the procedures here. Even the experienced officer Zhou Jun began to suspect that this kid might be a habitual offender. But when he pulled up his file, it was completely clean, with no criminal record. After taking the statements, Zhou Jun compared them and, based on his experience, immediately determined that Xiao Feng was wronged, while Xiao Qian's testimony was purely speculative. He then called both parties together and laid down the statements. Ms. Xiao, after our investigation, your bracelet was not stolen by your brother. There must be some misunderstanding or other reasons behind this. Not him? Impossible. How did you investigate? There's no one else in my house besides him. Xiao Qian couldn't believe it. He is your brother, Zhou Jun patiently explained. How can he be an outsider? Officer Zhou, aside from sharing the surname Xiao, I have no relation to the Xiao family, Xiao Feng corrected. I don't have a brother like him, a country bumpkin, rude and unreasonable, Xiao Qian said angrily. Enough. Zhou Jun frowned. Everything requires evidence. Right now, there is no evidence proving that your bracelet was stolen by your brother. Now you go back and wait. If there is any news, we will notify you. Is that it? It's over? Xiao Qian felt incredulous as she pointed at Xiao Feng. He is the thief. Aren't you going to arrest him? I said, everything requires evidence. Zhou Jun tapped the table. I don't know what misunderstanding exists between you and your brother. But he is your relative, your brother. You keep calling him a country bumpkin and unreasonable. Do you think that's appropriate? Xiao Qian glared at Xiao Feng. Then he is also a suspect. I demand that he be detained for 24 hours. And I request a search of his residence. Zhou Jun's brow furrowed again. By procedure, there was no problem, but Xiao Feng was innocent and detaining him for 24 hours was inappropriate. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression changed. It was the director calling. He quickly stepped out of the interrogation room to answer the phone. Old Zhou, do you have a student named Xiao Feng? The director asked. Yes, director, what's the matter? Zhou Jun asked, puzzled. The general administration called and asked us to look after him. If he's fine, let him go early, the director said. General administration? Zhou Jun's heart skipped a beat. Does this student have connections? The big boss, the head of the general administration, Director Song, personally called. Don't ask too many questions. Understood. Zhou Jun hung up the phone, feeling somewhat unsettled. This seemingly ordinary high school student had such a background? He then walked back into the interrogation room. The matter has been investigated, you can all leave now. I demand that he be detained. Xiao Qian shouted. First of all, detaining a suspect for 24 hours is for those identified as suspects by the police, not by you, Zhou Jun said sternly. If you continue to make a fuss, you are wasting police resources. You can go home now. Xiao Qian was taken aback. With no good options left, she had to relent. She warned Xiao Feng, this matter is not over. After Xiao Qian left, Zhou Jun personally escorted Xiao Feng out. Xiao Feng, you're in high school, right? Zhou Jun asked. Yes, Officer Zhou, Xiao Feng replied. If you encounter any problems at school, just call me. Zhou Jun provided his phone number. Okay, Officer Zhou, thank you. Xiao Feng noted down Zhou Jun's number. He glanced at Zhou Jun, hesitating to speak. After his rebirth, he remembered the events of his past life very clearly, as if heaven had given him a golden finger. He remembered Zhou Jun, the drug enforcement hero from his previous life who unfortunately encountered drug dealers. During a routine night inspection, he fought alone against the drug dealers and died in the line of duty. It seemed the date was just around now. What do you want to say? Zhou Jun asked with a smile. Officer Zhou, do you have any tasks tonight? Xiao Feng pondered for a moment. Yes, I'll be doing a routine inspection at the night venue later, Zhou Jun said. Why? Could you listen to me for a moment, Officer Zhou? Xiao Feng said. Wear your bulletproof vest and bring more people. It's just a night inspection, we're not going to catch drug dealers, so there's no need for bulletproof vests, right? Zhou Jun was slightly taken aback. I don't know how to explain it, Officer Zhou. If you trust me, just do as I say. Xiao Feng's expression was serious. It's best to treat this night inspection as if you're going after drug dealers.
Zhou Jun was momentarily stunned, wanting to ask more, but Xiao Feng had already left. He pondered for a moment, considering Xiao Feng's
identity, and decisively took out his phone.
Xiao Zhao, tonight's night inspection, bring more brothers, gear up, and wear bulletproof vests.
Okay, Captain Zhou, but we're just going to check out the night scene tonight. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Xiao Zhao replied. Bring it along, it's not very safe lately. Better safe than sorry, Zhou Jun said. Xiao Feng stepped outside and realized Sun Xian had been waiting for him all along. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Seeing him come out, Sun Xian let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Feng, are you okay? I'm fine. Why did you come along? Xiao Feng was taken aback. I was worried about you, so I came to wait, Sun Xian said. Thank you for worrying about me. A warm feeling inexplicably rose in Xiao Feng's heart. He always felt that this girl in front of him treated him differently, a feeling that had lingered since his previous life. But he wasn't sure why. Let me treat you to a meal since you waited for me for so long, Xiao Feng pondered. Sure. Sun Xian nodded repeatedly. Where are we going? To a good place you definitely haven't been to, Xiao Feng said with a smile. We'll take the bus there. Okay, Sun Xian nodded. The two ran to the bus stop, where Sun Xian spent a long time searching on her phone about how to take the bus. When they got on, she pulled out a 100 yuan bill to toss into the fare box. What are you doing? Xiao Feng was startled and quickly stopped her. I don't have any change, Sun Xian said shyly. Isn't there no one selling tickets? When was the last time you took a bus? Xiao Feng took out his phone and found the travel option on Alipay. You just need to scan this QR code. It's 1 yuan for the whole ride. I see. I didn't know. Sun Xian's face turned slightly red as she quickly pulled out Alipay, found the travel option, and scanned the code. They sat on the bus for 9 stops and arrived at the Wanjia Garden Antique Market. Next to the market was a bustling snack street, which started operating around 5 in the afternoon. Sun Xian seemed to have discovered a new world, with stinky tofu, spicy hot pot, oden, and grilled cold noodles. These were things she had never eaten before. Her family had private chefs, and they only ate specially prepared meals. Dining out was always at high-end restaurants, with steak and French escargot. This kind of street food, rich in local flavor, was truly her first experience. Xiao Feng, how did you find this place? This food is really delicious. Sun Xian's cheeks puffed out like a cute hamster as she enjoyed the tasty meatballs. I used to hand out flyers here and stumbled upon it, Xiao Feng said, taking out a tissue to wipe the sauce from the corner of her mouth. His movements were gentle and careful. Sun Xian was stunned, watching Xiao Feng's close profile, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Noticing her reddened cheeks, Xiao Feng realized that his actions seemed a bit too intimate. She was a youthful girl, surely shy, so he quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry, you were eating too quickly, so? No, it's fine. Although Sun Xian's face was red, she felt a small thrill of joy inside. She lifted her head. Xiao Feng, do you know anything about calligraphy and painting? I know a little. I've read some books on the subject. Xiao Feng nodded. In truth, he knew much more than just a little. In his previous life, to please his family, he had dabbled in various fields. Moreover, because his father loved calligraphy and painting, he had carefully selected a painting for his birthday. But in this life, the Xiao family didn't deserve his efforts to please them. Really? My grandfather's birthday is coming up, and he loves calligraphy and painting, Sun Xian said excitedly. Isn't this the Wanjia Garden Antique Market? Can you help me pick a piece? Of course, but the genuine works of famous artists might be a bit pricey, Xiao Feng said with a smile, and they're hard to come by. A little expensive is fine, as long as it's good. Sun Xian took his hand. I'm full now, let's hurry and go. Xiao Feng was pulled along by her warm, soft little hand, unable to resist, and the two made their way to the antique market. After asking about Grandpa Sun Xian's preferences, Xiao Feng took her to a calligraphy and painting shop. Calligraphy and painting are national treasures, especially in recent years. They have become increasingly sought after. Whether for hanging, decoration or for collection and appreciation, they are quite good. But there are also rules to follow. Buy hand-painted works, not printed ones, and if you can buy a name, don't buy from lesser-known artists. What do you mean by that? Sun Xian listened, seeming to understand but not quite. Better to buy a named piece of paper than an unnamed piece of cloth, Xiao Feng said with a smile. The market for calligraphy and painting is quite deep. Many paintings hanging as genuine works of ancient masters are mostly copies made by later generations. True antique calligraphy and paintings are actually hard to find in the antique market. Sun Xian nodded gently. The shopkeeper came over to greet them, but upon seeing they were students, he exchanged a few pleasantries and let them browse on their own. Half an hour later, Xiao Feng had taken her to 3 calligraphy and painting shops. Sun Xian was very patient. Although she pointed out several nice pieces, they were all dismissed by Xiao Feng. What the old man likes is definitely not this, trust me. After visiting a few more shops, Xiao Feng's gaze locked onto a particular piece. He looked up and asked, Boss, how much for this piece? The shopkeeper, seeing 2 students, casually replied, This is a genuine work by Wang Engshi, the Lungyan Sutra scroll, worth over 1 million. Boss, I'm sincerely buying. Let's talk about a real price, Xiaofeng said with a smile. How could there be so many genuine pieces in this world? The lowest is this number. The boss held up 5 fingers. 500,000. Ah. Sun Xian was startled. 500,000 wasn't expensive, but that was her allowance for 2 months. This number. Xiaofeng held up 3 fingers. 300,000? Fine. Fine, the boss nodded, thinking to himself if these 2 students could really come up with 300,000. 3,000, if that works, you can take it away. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng's words nearly made the boss spit blood. Young man, you can't bargain like this. This is a genuine work by Wang Engshi. Have you heard of Wang Engshi? The shopkeeper's expression was exaggerated. This piece of Lengyan Sutra is clearly a later copy, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Although it's not a genuine piece, the skill revealed in the strokes possesses a third of Wang Engshi's spirit, making it quite valuable for collection. Otherwise, a $30 printed version would be the same. The boss was in a dilemma. He shook his head. Too little, add a bit more. Boss, look at us, we are students, we don't have much money. Xiaofeng began to negotiate. This is a gift from my sister for our elder at home. Please give us a discount for her filial piety? After some back and forth, the boss reluctantly agreed. Xiaofeng, you're really impressive. Once outside, Sun Xian was very happy holding the calligraphy and painting. Go back and tell your grandpa. There's a universe in the characters, he will understand, Xiaofeng said with a smile. This piece of calligraphy was indeed genuine. He had actually noticed it early on. The genuine work was sandwiched between layers of Xian paper and then aged, a method used to protect valuable calligraphy and paintings during times of war. But Xiaofeng didn't know what the characters in that layer were, yet. Such a clever disguise must be worth a lot. It wasn't that Xiaofeng didn't want to take advantage of this. Rather, he wanted to repay Sun Xian for saving his life in the previous life. Okay, I'll go back and tell him, Sun Xian nodded happily. After leaving the antique market, it was already late. After parting ways with Sun Xian, Xiaofeng returned to his dormitory, looking at the 50,000 in his account. He recalled a few stocks from his past life. Now that he was 18, it was time to open a securities account and invest the money. In the early morning, Zhou Jun was temporarily assigned to the anti-prostitution office, responsible for inspecting nightclubs in a certain area. The nightlife scene has always been a hotspot for gambling, drugs, and vice, so the Municipal Bureau conducts crackdowns every so often. However, those who can operate nightclubs in Jiangchang are all well-connected individuals. As a result, a large portion of them receive news in advance and tend to keep a low profile during these crackdowns. Zhou Jun, accompanied by 5 or 6 criminal police officers, donned bulletproof vests and carried weapons, looking fully armed. Hey, Lao Zhou, your third squad is impressive, making routine checks so formal? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were going to bust a drug ring, a colleague joked. Feeling a bit unlucky lately? Better to be cautious, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. The night inspection began, and at a nightclub, the manager was introducing the situation in the establishment to Zhou Jun and the others. Zhou Jun, meanwhile, took a few subordinates to check the basement and private rooms. Everything was going smoothly until they reached an inconspicuous small private room, where Zhou Jun inexplicably stopped. What's going on here? Zhou Jun pointed at the room. The room was small, and there were some miscellaneous items piled outside. Captain Zhou, this is the staff lounge, there are no guests inside. Would you like to take a look? The manager said with a smile. Zhou Jun pushed the door open, but at that moment he caught a whiff of an unusual smell in the air. He forcefully opened the door and saw 3 men sitting on the sofa inside the room. They had several army green bags beside them, and the familiar scent wafting through the air was unmistakable. It was the acrid smell of burnt heroin, indicative of a method known as hot smoking. What are you doing? Police, raise your hands. Zhou Jun shouted while reaching for his waist. He assumed they were just a few junkies, but as he shouted, the men quickly reached for the bags beside them. The bags were bulging, and with Zhou Jun's experience, he instantly guessed they contained weapons. Not good, retreat. Zhou Jun yelled, quickly reaching for his gun. At the same time, the 3 men inside pulled out homemade guns, and gunfire erupted. Zhou Jun ducked to the ground and backed out. A few colleagues had already drawn their weapons and surrounded the area. He shouted, 3 homemade guns, be careful. Then he drew his pistol, disengaged the safety, and fired into the room. A fierce gun battle ensued. The homemade guns were not very powerful and were soon suppressed by Zhou Jun and his team. One colleague came over with a riot shield, and Zhou Jun and the others rushed in under its cover. A large number of armed police arrived at the scene. 1 drug dealer was dead, 1 injured, and 1 captured. It wasn't until these individuals were taken away that Zhou Jun sat down on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. Later, he learned that these drug dealers were originally there to make a deal but had run into the crackdown. They had been hiding out in the nightclub. But when their cravings hit, they started using right there in the private room, only to be caught red-handed by Zhou Jun and his team. If he hadn't been armed or wearing a bulletproof vest today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhou Jun couldn't help but think of Xiaofeng. He felt that Xiaofeng was definitely not an ordinary person. However, he soon felt relieved. Capturing drug dealers on site and seizing 30 kilograms of drugs would at least earn him a second-class merit. The deputy bureau chief's position was basically secured. The next day was Monday, and Xiao Feng took 2 hours off to open an account at a securities company. The process had been simplified. After submitting the documents, he quickly passed the review. Half an hour later, he completed the procedures, opened his phone, downloaded stock trading software, pre-selected a few stocks, and invested all his 50,000 yuan based on his memory, leaving the 3,000 yuan reward from the principal as living expenses. It would take time for the money to double in the stock market. For now, he still needed to find ways to make money. Fortunately, as someone who had crossed over, he possessed enough information, making it not difficult to earn money. Just as he was about to exit the lobby of the securities company, he ran into Shao Qian walking alongside a man. Li Mingyu, Shao Qian's suitor, was someone Xiao Feng had heard Shao Qian mention before. This guy was a full-time stock trader. Sun Xian, let me tell you, the stock of Northern Timber is going to soar in the future. I've already invested heavily. This time, I estimate the principal will at least triple. Once you open your account, invest in Northern Timber. Alright, Mingyu, I'll listen to you. Shao Qian was a bit excited. Recently, her expenses had been high, and she was short on cash, which was why she thought of Li Mingyu hoping to make some money in the stock market. Looking up, she saw Xiao Feng at the entrance of the trading hall, and her expression immediately darkened. She quickly walked over and asked, Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? Do I need to report to you where I am and what I'm doing? Xiao Feng was puzzled. Why was he running into members of the Xiao family everywhere? Xiao Feng. Xiao Qian was so angry she was stomping her feet. Don't get cocky, yesterday was just your luck. You better not let me catch you doing something wrong. Otherwise, I will definitely send you to the police station. I'll be waiting, Xiao Feng said, too lazy to deal with her, turning to leave as he still had to rush back to class. Xiao Qian, is this your brother? Li Mingyu curiously looked at Xiao Feng. He's the disaster star, Xiao Qian said resentfully. He stole my bracelet and won't even admit it. Xiao Qian. Xiao Feng, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. He said seriously to Xiao Qian, if you have evidence that I stole your bracelet, then call the police and have me arrested. If you don't have evidence and just go around slandering my character, be careful, I might just tear your mouth apart. Xiao Qian could hardly breathe. Xiao Feng was serious. In his previous life, he had been cautious around the Xiao family, especially Xiao Qian, who would apologize whenever she got angry. She had never seen Xiao Feng say something like, tear your mouth apart. After a moment, she finally reacted and screamed, Xiao Feng, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. I said, if you dare to go around slandering my character again, I will tear your mouth apart, Xiao Feng repeated bluntly. You, Li Mingyu, did you hear him insult me? Are you a wooden block? Xiao Qian was trembling with anger, pulling on Li Mingyu, hoping he would stand up for her. After all, he was her suitor, shouldn't he show some support in this situation? But Li Mingyu felt a bit awkward. He stammered, Sun Xian, your brother actually has a point. You have no evidence, you can't just wrongfully accuse him. I suggest you go back and look for it properly. Sometimes I do that too, I can't find something, but later I find it in a corner. Xiao Feng glanced at Li Mingyu. This guy seemed alright. In his previous life, Li Mingyu had pursued Xiao Qian desperately, but she always treated him as a backup. Eventually, he became disheartened and disappeared, even though he had a good eye for investments. Li Mingyu. Xiao Qian was almost furious to death. She couldn't believe her suitor was not standing up for her. Sun Xian, don't be angry, Li Mingyu said with an awkward smile. Seeing Xiao Qian getting angry, he quickly coaxed, let's go eat. I've reserved the best spot at the Sky Rotating restaurant. That spot is only held until 11:30. If we're late, we won't get it. Xiao Qian shot him a glare and reluctantly walked with him. Hey! Xiao Feng called out to Li Mingyu. What is it? Li Mingyu looked at Xiao Feng in confusion. Sell the stock of Northern Timber, Xiao Feng said. Why? I predict this stock is going to rise significantly in the next 2 weeks, Li Mingyu asked, puzzled. It won't rise. Northern Timber mainly produces mahogany furniture, Xiao Feng said. Their raw materials are mostly imported from Southeast Asia. In the past week, the raw material sources in Southeast Asia have suffered from an unprecedented pest infestation, leading to a shortage of many imported materials, so the stock will plummet. Who did you hear that from? Li Mingyu was taken aback. If this news was true, he really had to sell the stocks he held. A shortage of raw materials would affect production, and the stock price would surely take a hit. Do you really believe him? He's just a lousy high school student. Does he know anything about stock trading? Xiao Qian exclaimed angrily. You actually believe his nonsense? But, Li Mingyu wanted to ask about the situation. But what? Go back and invest all your money in Beifan wood industry right away, Xiao Qian shouted. Sun Xian, that's not okay. Li Mingyu was anxious. Investing isn't a gamble. Even if I have faith in Beifan wood industry, I can't put all my money in. That's just. Li Mingyu, which side are you on? Xiao Qian said angrily. If you don't listen to me, I won't talk to you anymore. Li Mingyu dared not speak. He liked Xiao Qian and was truly afraid she would ignore him.
Then just invest, and it would be best to take out a loan and invest everything, Xiaofeng sneered. Just don't cry later. If you're stubborn, then go ahead and invest. It's hard to persuade someone who's determined to fail. Xiao Qian was clearly trying to go against him. But it didn't matter. He wasn't reminding Xiao Qian. If she wanted to risk her fortune, then let her. It has nothing to do with you. Stay out of my sight from now on. Xiao Qian rolled her eyes and dragged the hesitant Li Mingyu away. Shrugging, Xiaofeng also took the bus to leave. After all, in his past life, Beifan wood industry's stock had plummeted due to pest infestations in Southeast Asia, and that was just a matter of days. Looking at Xiao Qian's attitude, not only did she want to invest all her money, but she also wanted to drag Li Mingyu along. If she wanted to ruin herself, that was one thing, but dragging others down with her? TSK, he hoped Li Mingyu could learn a lesson this time and wake up. Sun Xian, although Beifan wood industry is performing well, investing everything still carries risks. On the way back, Li Mingyu watched her unhesitatingly buy all the stocks of Beifan wood industry on her phone, feeling a bit anxious. He had been trading stocks full-time for several years and had a unique analysis of stock trends. Although he was optimistic about Lin's wood industry, going all in still posed risks. You, invest all your money in Beifan wood industry right now, Xiao Qian insisted. No way, that would be too risky, Li Mingyu instinctively refused. Besides, your brother's words. Do you really believe that a lousy high school student knows about stocks? If he really did, he wouldn't be working in a milk tea shop or stealing my bracelet. Mentioning Xiaofeng made Xiao Qian furious. She shouted, Li Mingyu, if you don't listen to me, we shouldn't meet again. Li Mingyu was in a dilemma. He knew Xiao Qian was just taking her brother's side out of spite. But he really liked Xiao Qian, and he was originally optimistic about Lin's wood industry. However, Xiaofeng's words made him hesitate. You actually believe Xiaofeng and don't want to stand by my side? Xiao Qian found it hard to believe. If that's the case, then we shouldn't meet again. Don't. Sun Xian, don't go. I'll listen to you. I'll buy all Lin's wood industry stocks. In the end, Li Mingyu surrendered. That's more like it. Come on, let's go eat. Xiao Qian turned her anger into joy and linked arms with Li Mingyu. As they left, back at school, after attending a class, during the break, Xiaofeng was buried in his book. Xiaofeng, someone is looking for you, a classmate called out as they passed by. They said it's your family? My family? Xiaofeng was a bit puzzled. What family did he have now? Stepping outside the school, he saw the familiar BMW 5 Series. Without thinking, it had to be Xiao Yan. What are you doing here? Xiaofeng frowned. As soon as she saw Xiaofeng, Xiao Yan felt a sense of unfamiliarity which made her furrow her brows. She had originally planned to have a good talk with Xiaofeng, but seeing him like this made her angry. What kind of attitude do you have towards your family? I'm your sister. Family? Sister? I can't accept that. Your only brother is Xiao Ming. Xiao Feng self-deprecatingly said, in your eyes, I'm just a disaster star. Xiaofeng, I came today to talk to you. Can you please speak properly? Xiao Yan's brows furrowed even tighter. What's there to talk about? We've severed ties. Xiaofeng felt somewhat baffled. What else do you want to discuss with me? Xiao Yan took a deep breath, trying hard to calm her heart. Let's have dinner. At home tonight. I have no home. That's your family. Don't drag me into it. Xiaofeng interrupted her. Xiao Yan looked at Xiaofeng quietly, and with a hint of exasperation, she said, Can you stop making a scene? Who's making a scene? Xiaofeng felt confused. I was doing just fine at school, and you had to come find me. Can't I just stay far away from your Xiao family? What? Do I have to go back and kneel on the ground begging your Xiao family, crying and shouting that I can't live without you? Xiaofeng. Xiao Yan raised her voice. We are family, just come home. We can let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones? Thank you to your whole family. I have already severed ties with that couple from the Xiao family. Now, aside from my surname, I have no relationship with you at all. I just want to study well and get into the university I desire. So please, don't come and disturb my life anymore, okay? Xiao Yan was left speechless by the rebuttal. After a moment of silence, she said, My blue and white porcelain wasn't broken by you, right? I broke it. I'm just a country bumpkin who has never seen such expensive things and accidentally broke it while playing in my room. Can you stop being so stubborn? Xiao Yan sighed. This is what your brother told you. No matter how I explained it back then, you wouldn't believe me. Xiao Feng sneered, in your eyes, I'm just a crude and unsophisticated country person. So now that I'm far away from you, your Xiao family has returned to peace. What do you want now? Xiao Yan had no words to respond. She knew Xiao Feng was upset and no amount of persuasion would help. She could only helplessly say, You're being stubborn now and can't speak properly. I'll come find you. Another day. This is a new pair of AJ shoes, a gift for you. Xiao Yan turned back to the car and took out a pair of shoes. Xiao Feng felt somewhat baffled. Why was she suddenly being so nice to him? What was going on? Oh no, could it be that the green tea, Xiao Ming, had kidney issues and they wanted to use him as a match for Xiao Ming's kidney? Thinking of this, Xiao Feng cautiously took 2 steps back, creating distance between them. In his previous life, he had witnessed all the tricks of the Xiao family. So this wasn't impossible, no matter what, protecting himself was the most
important thing. What are you doing? Xiaoyan was taken aback, looking at the wary Xiaofeng as she offered the shoes. These shoes are size 39, you. Size 39 is Xiaoming's size. I wear size 41. You bought these according to his foot size, just give them to him, right? Xiaofeng said coldly, do you have to bring them out to disgust me? That's not what I meant. I thought you and Xiao
Ming were the same size, Xiaoyan said, momentarily stunned. After all, they were twins and she assumed they were the same. But she forgot that Xiao Ming was frail and developed slower than his peers. In many aspects, he was much smaller than Xiaofeng. Seeing the indifference on Xiao Feng's face, she knew he misunderstood again. She wanted to explain but didn't know how, so she could only put the shoes back. Then I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan as living expenses. No need. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I can support myself. Xiaofeng was already losing patience. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyan could only sigh. If you have difficulties, remember to call me. You not bothering me is the biggest help. Xiaofeng glanced at her and turned to leave.
Xiaofeng.
Xiaoyan called out behind him, then took out a bag. She opened the bag to reveal a photo in a frame. It was the group photo taken on the first day Xiaofeng arrived at the Xiao family. What is it? Xiaofeng glanced at the photo. This photo had once been a treasure to him as it was the only picture he had with his parents, sister, and brother. But now, it no longer mattered. This photo was taken when you came back. You should keep it. Xiaoyan handed him the photo. I don't need it anymore, just throw it away. Xiaofeng shot her a glance and turned to leave.
Watching Xiaofeng's
retreating figure, Xiaoyan felt a sharp pang in her heart as if something important had been forcibly stripped from her soul. She held the photo in her hand, lost in thought for a long time. After another class, it was finally time for a break. Xiaofeng, let's go eat. The chubby boy at the next table, Su Dachui, called out while picking up his lunchbox. Su Dachui was boisterous and had become Xiaofeng's first friend since transferring here. I'm not going, I need to finish this problem, Xiaofeng replied. I'll wait for you. Su Dachui suppressed his hunger and waited for Xiaofeng. Just then, Sun Xian walked by with an exquisite lunchbox. She placed the lunchbox on the table, opened it, and revealed small compartments inside. There were 3 dishes and a soup. Xiaofeng, it's time to eat. Sun Xian took out 2 pairs of chopsticks and handed one to Xiaofeng. Eat? Xiaofeng was still lost in various formulas and didn't respond immediately. I can't get used to the school food, my mom brought this from home. Sun Xian blinked a couple of times. She made too much, and I can't finish it. Isn't that a bit too much? Xiaofeng scratched his head. The dishes looked very tempting: braised pork ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and seaweed soup with ribs. The cooking skills of Sun Xian's family's maid were no less than those of a 5-star hotel chef. You helped me with my studies, so it's only right that I repay you, Sun Xian insisted, shoving the chopsticks into his hands. Besides, my mom always prepares too much, it's really wasteful to throw it away. Well, okay then. Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment before accepting the chopsticks. Sun Xian's eyes curved like crescent moons as she took out the dishes, revealing a portion of rice underneath. The special wuchang rice was not available in stores. She only took a small scoop for herself and gave the rest to Xiaofeng. I seem to have been force-fed a bunch of dog food. Su Dachui clutched his chest, looking wounded. Li, you don't need to call Xiaofeng to eat together anymore. Sun Xian turned her head. Why? Are you going to steal my chinchin? Su Dachui feigned horror. My mom brings lunch every day, and I can't finish it. Sun Xian wore an innocent expression. Ah, my chinchin is going to abandon me. Su Dachui exaggeratedly stood up and ran off with his lunchbox. Song, this isn't very good, Xiaofeng said, feeling a bit embarrassed. You could ask your aunt to make less. Not a chance. From now on, I'll take care of your meals, Song Xian said as she sat down, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Let's eat. The fragrant ribs and the sweet and sour scrambled eggs with tomatoes were the best dishes Xiaofeng had ever tasted. As he finished the box, Song Xian thought she should prepare more for tomorrow. It would be best to get a bigger lunchbox, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough for her brother. Thank you, Song. Please ask your aunt not to prepare so much tomorrow. Xiaofeng offered to clean up the lunchbox. Okay, but my mom probably won't listen to me, Sun Xian said, blinking her big, watery eyes. By the way, did your grandfather like that painting? Xiaofeng asked. I haven't given it to him yet. I'll give it to him when I get home tonight, Sun Xian said. That night, at the Jiuzhou 5-star hotel. The hotel was bustling with activity, adorned with red carpets and lanterns. Today was the birthday of Song Yunming, the president of Huaya Bank, who had booked the entire hotel. The direct relatives of the Song family gathered together. As the birthday star, Song Yunming appeared very happy today. The table was piled high with gifts from the younger generation. As a junior, Song Xian also presented the painting she had chosen at the appropriate moment. Xian, what gift did you bring for your grandfather? A relative teased. It's a painting. I hope Grandpa likes it. Song Xian smiled sweetly.
Ha, let me see, Song Yunming said with a grin as he took the painting. Upon opening it, he immediately recognized it and said with a smile, not bad, not bad. It's a copy of Wang Engshi's Lotus Sutra Chut. Although it's a copy, the brushwork already possesses a third of Wang Engshi's spirit, making it quite valuable for collection. So it's not an original, Song Xian's cousin, Zhou exclaimed. Cousin, how could you give Grandpa a fake? This painting didn't cost much, did it? Not much, just 3,000 yuan, Song Xian replied. This cousin, Zhou, often provoked her, and she was getting quite annoyed. For Grandpa's birthday, you only gave a gift worth 3,000 yuan? The jar of Malfong I gave is worth 50 to 60,000. Although Zhou appeared harmless, she was always targeting Song Xian. Ha, it's not about the price of the gift, it's the thought that counts, Song Yunming laughed heartily. Xian, I really like it. As long as Grandpa likes it, Song Xian said with a smile. How can that be? Grandpa loves calligraphy and paintings, how could you give him a fake? Zhou persisted. Isn't it a bit stingy, cousin? Can't you bear to buy an original? Song Xian was very angry. Of course not, it's just that. At this point, she suddenly remembered what Xiaofeng had said when he bought the painting. She said, Grandpa, this painting was chosen for me by a classmate. He asked me to tell you that there is a universe within the characters. Oh, there's a universe, huh? Let me see, Song Yunming said as he put on his reading glasses and began to examine it seriously. He initially didn't want to dismiss his granddaughter's good intentions, but upon closer inspection, he immediately noticed something unusual. The thickness of the characters seemed extraordinary. He quickly spread the paper on the table. Quick, bring me my treasure pouch. The butler hurriedly brought over Song Yunming's treasure pouch. Song Yunming enjoyed tinkering with antiques and calligraphy, so he had his own set of tools. Upon careful examination, he realized that this piece of calligraphy seemed to be quite special. He had someone fetch clean water and gently sprayed it with a spray bottle. Old Song, could this possibly be a piece of calligraphy within calligraphy? The butler assisted from the side. Previously, he had accompanied Old Song to the market and bought a priceless piece of calligraphy. Seeing Old Song's demeanor, this piece seemed to hold deeper significance. Indeed, it is calligraphy within calligraphy. Old Song dampened the painting and carefully used tweezers to lift a layer of paper. Sure enough, hidden within the layers of characters was another piece of calligraphy. This is the Lotus Sutra copied by the late Qing dynasty calligrapher Wu Changshuo. Song Yunming picked up the calligraphy after removing a layer of paper, his expression excited. It really is Wu Changshuo's work. Congratulations, Old Song, the butler said joyfully. To think it's a good piece of calligraphy bought for just 3,000 yuan? How much is this piece worth? At least 400,000. Ah, Xian truly has a good eye. Minghui, you two really raised a wonderful daughter. In an instant, relatives showered her with praise, and Song Xian's parents beamed with pride. As Song Xian became the center of attention again, Zhou stomped her foot in anger and walked aside, refusing to speak. Xian, where did you buy this piece of calligraphy? Song Yunming asked. Grandpa, it's like this, Song Xian explained the process in detail. Your classmates are truly hidden talents. I used to think Dongfang High School was just an ordinary school. Old Song praised endlessly. If there's a chance, introduce that classmate of yours to me. Sure, Grandpa, Song Xian said happily. Do you like this character? I like it, I really like it. Ha, this is the best gift I've received today. Old Song laughed heartily. Song Xian's eyes curved into crescents. She was very happy today as well. During the break, while Xiaofeng was deeply engrossed in a math problem, a familiar voice rang out. Is my Qinchin in this class? Xiaofeng suddenly looked up, and through the window, a kind face came into view. A 70-year-old lady, with a head full of silver hair, though aged, was neatly dressed. Her top, though a bit faded, was impeccably clean. Grandma? Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise and joy, dropping his pen and rushing out of the classroom. Grandma was his only relative in this world. After moving to the Xiao family, he had only spoken to her on the phone once a week, and it had already been half a year since he last saw her. Gripping Grandma's hand tightly, Xiaofeng's eyes turned red. He choked out, Grandma, why did you come? I came to Jiangqing for a checkup, so I thought I'd come by to see you, Grandma was said, holding Xiaofeng's hand and looking him over. Finally, her wrinkled hand gently touched Xiaofeng's face. Qinchin, you've lost weight. Her face was filled with concern. Haven't you been well with your parents? Xiaofeng shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his face. Grandma, I'm doing well. Qinchin, Grandma bought you a pair of sneakers. Try them on and see if they fit. Grandma Wu set down her things and opened a shoebox. Inside was a pair of sneakers, not a big brand, worth at most 100 or 200 yuan. Xiaofeng nodded, took off his shoes, and put them on. They fit just right. Grandma, they fit perfectly. Xiaofeng jumped a few times, then linked arms with Grandma, revealing a genuine smile. He couldn't even be bothered to look at the AJ that Xiao Yan had given him yesterday. But the shoes from Grandma he treasured like a gem. The bond between him and Grandma was beyond measure. This was the first time in half a year that he smiled from the heart. As long as they fit, that's good. Qinchin, you should go to class now. Grandma just wanted to see you, and I need to get back to the countryside. Grandma Wu stood on her tiptoes, stroking Xiaofeng's head. Xiaofeng bent down, allowing her wrinkled hand to touch his head, just like when he was a child. Grandma, please don't go back to the countryside. Stay here and live with me. Xiaofeng held Grandma's hand.
That might not be possible. Grandma has no place to stay here.
Otherwise, I would really want to stay and take care of you. The
expression on Grandma Wu's face was also filled with reluctance.
Grandma, I can earn money now.
You can stay in a hotel for a while, and I'll take leave to rent a place. Xiaofeng said earnestly. I really miss the white flour buns you make, and I want to eat the shepherd's purse dumplings you dig up. Grandma, please don't go.
Xiaofeng was genuinely worried about Grandma. The reason he moved to Jiangchang was that Grandma was getting older and her health was poor.
Since Xiao's mother didn't like Grandma, even though the Xiao family had good living conditions, Grandma had always
been alone in the countryside.
Now that she was older, Xiaofeng wanted to keep her by his side to take care of her.
Grandma Wu, what brings you here? Sun Xian also ran over. Oh, I came to see Little Chen, and you are? Grandma Wu looked at Sun Xian in confusion. She didn't know Sun Xian, but how did this girl know her last name was Wu? I'm Chen's classmate. I've seen your photo in his album. Sun Xian quickly made up an excuse.
It had been 10 years since they last met, and Grandma Wu could no longer recognize her, especially since she was only 8 back then.
Now she has become a graceful young lady. Oh, hello there. Grandma Wu greeted with a smile.
Xiaofeng, it's a good idea to have Grandma Wu stay. I can help you find a house together, Sun Xian said. The wild vegetables Grandma Wu steams are so delicious, I want to eat them too.
You've had them? Xiaofeng asked, a bit puzzled. You said it yourself. You said Grandma Wu's steamed wild vegetables are especially tasty, and I want to try them. Sun Xian was startled, almost giving herself away.
Now she realized that if she let Xiaofeng know her identity too soon, he might not be able to
accept it.
So she decided to keep it a secret for now. She missed Grandma Wu's steamed wild vegetables too much after living with Xiaofeng for more than half a month when they were kids.
Grandma,
stay here, don't worry, I've grown up now. Xiaofeng took Grandma Wu's hand. If you stay, I can take care of you too.
Alright. Seeing Xiaofeng's sincere expression, Grandma Wu could only nod in agreement for now.
After arranging for Grandma to stay at a hotel during the afternoon gym class, Xiaofeng and Sun Xian asked for leave to find a place to live.
Xiaofeng, my uncle,
has a vacant house at Binhai International. They are abroad and want to find a reliable person to stay and help look after the house.
Sun Xian's eyes twinkled. How about we let Grandma stay there first? Binhai International?
That's a luxury residence. Xiaofeng was taken aback. Jiangchang is a second-tier city. Binhai International is a high-end community locally, with a house worth
tens of millions.
They don't want rent, they are looking for someone to help look after the house, Sun Xian said. Still no, first, it's too far in the new district, and second, it's too luxurious. Xiaofeng shook his head. Let's look for something near the school.
Do you have any requirements? Sun Xian rolled her eyes.
Close to the school, preferably in a bustling urban village. A courtyard house would be best. Grandma likes to grow vegetables and raise chickens and ducks. Xiaofeng thought for a moment.
Alright, let's see what we can find. Sun Xian made an excuse to go to the restroom and ran in to make a call.
Uncle Ming, help me buy a courtyard house in the urban village near Tongfang High School. It needs to be quick. Contact me after it's done.
After hanging
up, she ran out to look for houses with Xiaofeng. An hour passed quickly, and they looked at many houses, but none were quite right. Either they were too messy, or the rent was too high.
Xiaofeng,
I have a relative's friend who has a courtyard house in the urban village. It's currently vacant.
After receiving a message, Sun Xian smiled and said, I just asked someone, and the price is
particularly cheap, only 300 a month, with all utilities included.
How about we go take a look? Are there such cheap houses in the urban village?
Xiaofeng asked, somewhat puzzled. Although Tongfang High School is not in the city center, it is relatively close to the university town.
Even for a house in the urban village, the rent usually starts at over 2,000 a month. Yes, let's go, we'll check it out. Sun Xian grabbed his hand and ran over.
When they arrived at the courtyard, Uncle Ming from the Song family had already disguised himself as the homeowner. Although he was dressed plainly, he stood with his hands clasped in front of him, looking very polite. His demeanor was not quite right, and Sun Xian cleared her throat a couple of times. Only then did Uncle Ming realize and quickly put his hands behind his back. Uncle Ming smiled and said, my son is getting married and buying a house elsewhere, so the old house has been left vacant. Old houses need people to live in, otherwise they deteriorate quickly. If you find it satisfactory, just give a symbolic amount.
Uncle, we are very satisfied. If everything is fine, let's sign the
contract, Xiaofeng said after looking around. This place has a good exit and the yard is spacious, with no chaotic constructions nearby. Plus, there's a small vegetable market not far away, making it perfect for Grandma to live here.
Alright, you seem like a good kid, I'll give you a better deal. How about this, 2,000 a year? Uncle Ming waved his hand grandly. After signing the contract and paying a year's rent, Sun Xian quietly gave Uncle Ming an okay hand gesture. After thanking Sun Xian, he brought Grandma over. That afternoon, he asked the teacher for leave to help Grandma tidy up the yard. Grandma Wu was very efficient and the two of them worked hard for most of the day, transforming the yard completely. Chen Chen, sit down and take a break, Grandma Wu urged Xiaofeng to sit and poured him a glass of water. I'm fine, Grandma, I'm not tired, Xiaofeng said, taking a sip of water. Chen Chen, tell Grandma the truth, are they treating you badly? Grandma Wu suddenly asked. They naturally referred to Xiaofeng's parents. Xiaofeng's drinking motion froze, then he set the cup down, his expression unchanged. It's fine, Grandma, I'm used to it. Those two scoundrels, you're their son, how can they be so biased? Grandma Wu was a bit angry. I'm going to the Xiao family tomorrow. I want to ask your mom in person if you were really born after 10 months of pregnancy. Grandma. Xiaofeng held Grandma Wu's hand. No need to ask, I've already severed ties with them. I can support myself, as long as I have Grandma with me, I'm content. Grandma Wu, feeling heartbroken, pulled Xiaofeng into her embrace. Grandma will be with you, always. Just then, Grandma Wu suddenly furrowed her brows, pressing her hand against her chest, her expression pained. Grandma, what's wrong? Is your heart uncomfortable again? Xiaofeng was startled and quickly helped her sit down, pouring her a glass of water. Grandma's heart had been uncomfortable. In his previous life, she had passed away early because no one took care of her, so he was very worried now. It's nothing, just an old problem. A little rest will do, Grandma Wu said after drinking the water, her brows relaxing. Grandma, you rest a bit. I have a classmate whose elder also had insufficient blood supply to the heart, and he got better after taking traditional Chinese medicine. I have the prescription. I'll go out and get you some medicine now. After saying that, Xiaofeng hurriedly left. Not far from there was a chain pharmacy, Zhongjingtang. In his previous life, Grandma's sudden passing had left him feeling very guilty. He had also received a good prescription for treating the heart from a Taoist priest. Unfortunately, Grandma hadn't been able to use it, and now that he was reborn, he wouldn't allow her to leave early again. He took a shared bike outside and rushed to the nearest pharmacy. Following his memory, he wrote down the prescription and handed it to the staff to prepare the medicine. The staff's attitude was indifferent, her face stern as if someone owed her millions. Moreover, her demeanor was extremely perfunctory, just as she was about to pack up 6 doses of medicine. Xiaofeng frowned. Sister, you're missing a dose of Danshan. Because of his guilt towards Grandma, Xiaofeng remembered these medicines very clearly. This medicine was indeed missing a dose. If he hadn't caught it in time, would the staff have tried to fool him? What's missing? What do you know, kid? The staff, annoyed, was even too lazy to grab another dose. This is medicine, meant for people to take. Danshan is the most important ingredient. How can it be missing? Xiaofeng frowned. What if the patient has a problem with the medicine? Why are you such a busybody, kid? The staff pointed at Xiaofeng, speaking harshly. I've packed the medicine, it's just this, 500. This medicine was worth at most 100. The staff was deliberately making things difficult for Xiaofeng because he was just a child. First, the quantity of medicine is insufficient. You're missing a dose of Danshan, which is shortchanging me. Second, the prices of medicines are regulated. Your price is price gouging. Xiaofeng pointed at the computer of the Drug Supervision Bureau nearby. What do you think will happen if I call the Drug Supervision Bureau? The staff didn't expect this high school student to be so difficult. Shortchanging and price gouging. The penalties for these two offenses could easily reach tens of thousands. Thinking of the consequences, the staff obediently added a dose of Danshan to the medicine. Moreover, the price was recalculated to 150. Xiaofeng picked up the medicine and scanned the code to pay. He thought to himself that his wallet was running low again, having invested 50,000 in the stock market, leaving him with just 3,000 from the principal's reward. 2,000 had already gone to rent, and the stock market would take at least half a month to yield returns. It seemed he needed to find a way to earn some money. Just as he turned to leave, he caught sight of a tattered snakeskin bag in the corner by the store entrance, on top of which lay a dark object. A flash of inspiration struck him. In his previous life, a precious Chinese herbal medicine matched that lump in the corner. Purple stem Ganoderma, a rare item, considered a treasure in traditional Chinese medicine. Its value was equivalent to mountain ginseng, and in his last life, someone had offered a high price to purchase it as a medicinal catalyst. It seemed a pharmacy owner had acquired it and sold it for 500,000. The one in front of him was twice the size of what he remembered. How much for this Ganoderma? Xiaofeng pointed at it. 1,000, no bargaining, the clerk huffed, rolling her eyes. An old man had dug it up from the mountains, and the owner had bought it for 50. This high school student didn't know anything, and besides, items dug from the mountains could be priced higher. I'll take it for 800. Xiaofeng made a symbolic counteroffer. Scan the payment, you can take it. The clerk looked at Xiaofeng in surprise. Xiaofeng suppressed his glee, scanned the payment with his phone, and then asked for a plastic bag to put the Ganoderma in. The clerk behind him wore a mocking expression. Xiaofeng glanced at her. This store is yours, right? It's my husband's. What's it to you? The clerk still acted as if someone owed her 100,000. Let me give you some advice. Stop walking around with a long face. It'll bring bad luck and cause wealth to pass by your door without entering. The clerk's face hardened. Mind your own business. If you're not buying anything, just leave.
Xiaofeng turned to walk away, but unexpectedly he hadn't gone far when the pharmacy owner rushed back in. Hurry! He looked towards the corner where the Ganoderma was displayed. Where's the Ganoderma that was just here? The one bought for $50 this afternoon? Oh, a fool just bought it for 800, the clerk said smugly. 800? Who bought it? That's purple stem Ganoderma. The pharmacy owner slapped his thigh. I just saw someone in my friend's circle looking to buy it. As a medicinal catalyst, it's worth at least 300,000. You disaster, sold such an expensive item for just 800? Ah! The woman's previously proud face fell long, and she stammered, a high school-looking person bought it. He might not have gone far. Hurry, go chase him down and get the medicine back, quick. Chase? Where to chase? It's all your fault for always having a sour face. The pharmacy owner shouted angrily, you can't even catch the god of wealth when he comes. The woman, scolded, dared not retort. Compared to that, she was more upset about selling something worth tens of thousands for just 800. Hastily carrying the medicine home, Grandma was already busy preparing dinner. Xiaofeng started brewing the medicine, and by the time the meal was ready, the medicine was also done. Grandma, this medicine should be taken on an empty stomach. I prepared 2 bowls today. You drink one, and put the other in the fridge for tomorrow. Xiaofeng divided the medicine. Okay. Grandma Wu smiled as she took the medicine from Xiaofeng's hands. Go eat, I've made dinner. Alright, I haven't had Grandma's cooking in a long time. Xiaofeng was also very happy. Grandma's cooking was mostly farm-style dishes. Although the ingredients were ordinary, they were flavors he missed. The evening's dishes were stir-fried chili rings and cold seaweed salad, simple yet Xiaofeng enjoyed them immensely. After dinner, he reminded Grandma to contact him if she needed anything, then he left. While scrolling through a video app, he saw a purchase request for high-priced purple stem Ganoderma. After leaving, Xiaofeng called the number left in the message, and the other party provided an address. The address is a bar, and the person who collects the purple-stemmed Ganoderma is the bar owner, Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao is considered a relatively influential person in this area, managing the entire bar street, and the local thugs respectfully call him Brother Xiao when they see him. Due to the numerous deceitful phone calls he had received before, Chen Xiao had to be cautious. However, seeing that the other party seemed to be a high school student only deepened his confusion. Have the scam gangs become this bold now? Are high school students getting involved? But thinking of his mother's illness, he had to patiently ask, do you have what I need? I do. You can check the goods first, Xiaofeng said, taking out a plastic bag and placing the clean purple-stemmed Ganoderma on the table. Chen Xiao suddenly stood up, taking the Ganoderma from the table and examining it closely. This item matched almost exactly with the description given by the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but he was still a bit uncertain. For safety's sake, he turned and instructed, get old Zhao over here. A younger brother turned and left, while Chen Xiao lit a cigarette. Wait a moment, I'll have someone check the goods. Xiaofeng nodded. Checking the goods was normal. Nowadays, people have many tricks, and since Chen Xiao sent out the purchasing information, he had received countless calls from scammers. Chen Xiao asked Xiaofeng for his name and where he studied, then glanced at him. Don't overthink it. If your goods are real, I won't treat you poorly. Xiaofeng understood his meaning, which was that he was afraid he was a scammer. You use this herb as a medicinal guide, right? It's for treating lung diseases caused by a deficiency in both heart and essence? Xiaofeng asked. How? Do you know? Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback. This type of purple-stemmed Ganoderma is specifically for such lung diseases. I read about it in a book. Xiaofeng smiled. My mother has lung disease and needs this as a medicinal guide. Chen Xiao said, if what you provide is genuine, I will reward you handsomely. Moments later, a middle-aged man walked over. He was old Zhao. He picked up the Ganoderma, examined it, then pinched off a small piece and put it in his mouth. After a moment, he nodded at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Young man, this medicine is indeed what I was looking for. As we agreed before, I'll give you 500,000. How about a bank transfer? Okay, here's my account number. Xiaofeng provided his account number. Chen Xiao was a man of loyalty and never procrastinated in his work, immediately instructing the finance department to transfer the money to Xiaofeng. Moments later, the 500,000 arrived. Xiaofeng received the notification and put away his phone. Thanks. Send this young brother back, and here's my business card, Chen Xiao said, taking out a business card and handing it to Xiaofeng. I still have some influence around here. If anyone bullies you at school, just contact me. Thank you, Xiaofeng replied, feeling that Chen Xiao was quite loyal. He pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Chen, I have some advice. I don't know if I should say it or not. Xiaofeng knew that Chen Xiao had some reputation in the underworld. In his previous life, Chen Xiao had been set up during a negotiation and had his legs broken. After that, he became a cripple and completely disappeared from the scene. Seeing that he was quite loyal and also a filial son, Xiaofeng felt compelled to remind him. You can say it, Chen Xiao said, slightly taken aback. Mr. Chen, are you going to negotiate with someone? Is it about territory division? Xiaofeng asked. How do you know? Chen Xiao's brows furrowed. Indeed, he had a deadly rivalry with Zhang Hu from North Street. The two had clashed many times over territory issues and their relationship had reached an irreconcilable point. So, a big brother was stepping in to mediate tonight. I heard it through the grapevine. Xiaofeng smiled. Mr. Chen, be careful of the banquet at Hongmen. Chen Xiao's heart sank just as he wanted to ask more. Xiaofeng had already left. He sat down, poured himself a drink, and his expression turned somewhat gloomy. Zhang, who never played by the rules, he was like a mad dog. It is impossible to expect him to follow the rules of preaching. Even if a big brother with a high status in the underworld steps in, it probably wouldn't be reliable.
The Hongmen banquet? Is this kid reminding himself? But how does he know about these things?
After thinking it over, Chen Xiao felt that the situation was not simple, and he quickly instructed, hey, call a few more brothers tonight.
Just in case. Yes, Xiao Gu.
A younger brother turned to call for help. Chen Xiao did not expect that this matter would become the choice he would never regret in his life.
Zhang, whose mad dog indeed, brought people and weapons to ambush.
That night, a few words led to a disagreement and they started to show their weapons. Fortunately, Chen Xiao was also prepared, and neither side ended up
fighting, ultimately retreating.
Of course, that is a story for later. Meanwhile, the stock market had gone nearly crazy in the past few days. For 3 consecutive days, the wood industry listed companies, mainly dealing in mahogany furniture, were all in the red. 3 days of limit down, with a drop of over 35%. What was once a thriving stock market was now filled with whales. Li Mingyu, with dark circles under his eyes, had not groomed himself for days, his beard unkempt. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the declining stocks. Li Mingyu, you said this stock would double.
So why is it dropping like this now?
The sharp voice of Xiao Qian came from the phone. Now I'm losing so much, give me an explanation.
Xian, the stock market is inherently risky.
Li Mingyu's voice was hoarse. He had been forced by Xiao Qian to invest all his savings into Beifan wood industry. Originally, with the overseas sales of mahogany furniture skyrocketing, Beifan wood industry, which specialized in mahogany furniture, should have been thriving. But unfortunately, the important production area in Southeast Asia faced a once-in-a-century pest disaster. This led to a sharp decrease in raw materials for mahogany furniture, causing a backlog of orders for Beifan wood.
As a result, the stocks of Beifan wood and related industries plummeted. With 2 million in
capital, he was now down 700,000. A total loss, something that had never happened since he started trading stocks.
There's risk? What are you doing?
If you had no confidence, why did
you make me buy?
Xiao Qian was still furious. If you had let me ask your brother a few more questions back then, we wouldn't have lost so much.
Li Mingyu's voice suddenly rose. If it weren't for
you and your brother being stubborn and insisting on investing in Beifan wood, our losses wouldn't be so severe.
Li Mingyu.
Xiao Qian was almost about to explode with anger. She screamed, "What
do you mean? Are you trying to push all the responsibility onto me? A high school student is more professional than you. What use do I have for you? If you don't find a way, don't come to see me again. Then let's not meet."
A flicker of anger ignited in Li Mingyu's eyes.
What did you say?
Xiao Qian on the other end was instantly silenced.
I said, let's not see each other again. Li Mingyu repeated.
Xiao Qian, I'm tired. He hung up the phone and directly blocked all of Xiao Qian's contact information. After doing all this, he let out a long breath. After 3 years of being a doormat, this time he was awake. On the other side, Xiao Qian looked at the hung-up phone, her expression one of disbelief.
How dare you hang up on me? Li Mingyu, I really won't pay attention to you. She angrily dialed back.
But what came from the phone was a cold, prompt tone.
She had been blocked. Li Mingyu, you actually blocked me?
I hate you, Xiaofeng. It's all your fault. You're
just a jinx. Woo-woo, Li Mingyu, you're such a scumbag.
In the Xiao family, in front of her older sister and father, Xiao Qian cried loudly. She tearfully listed Xiaofeng's faults, blaming him for her investment failure. She even attributed the fact that her backup had blocked her to Xiaofeng.
Didn't Xiaofeng remind you that there would be problems with the raw materials for Beifan wood?
Xiao Yan was relatively calm. Every move in the industry could affect stock prices.
If you don't understand such a simple principle, what are you even trading stocks for? Sister, which side are you on?
Xiao Qian found it hard to believe. In her view, her sister should be on the same side as her. After all, Xiaofeng was an outsider in her eyes. Now her sister was actually analyzing things from the perspective of that disaster? I'm not on any side, I just think this matter isn't Xiaofeng's fault. Xiaoyan gently shook her head.
He's just a disaster. If he hadn't blurted
out that the shares would drop, I wouldn't have lost so much.
Xiao Qian retorted angrily, it's all his fault, and you're defending this disaster? Xian is right, Xiaofeng really has a mouth of a crow, Xiao father said with a grim expression. Ever since he came back, our Xiao family hasn't had a moment of peace. Dad.
Xiao Yan sighed, since Xiaofeng said that he must have some
insider information. Insider information? What insider information could he have?
A lousy high school student who only got first place in the league by cheating, Xiao Qian scolded.
He was the one
who reminded me not to take the advertising planning for the hidden flower wine. Xiaoyan looked at Xiao father. He also advised against buying the stocks that Sun Xian wanted to invest in.
Dad, don't you really feel that Xiao Feng is different from before? Xiao father was taken aback. Yes, Xiao Feng was different now.
The Xiao Feng who used to be cautious in front of his relatives
and sister was gone.
The Xiao Feng who used to be submissive and compliant with his family had disappeared. In his place was a mature, independent Xiao Feng with his own ideas. He was raised by grandma since birth. He craves more care. Xiaoyan's voice trembled slightly. He wants to integrate into the Xiao family and gain our recognition. He is cautious with us, afraid to defy us even a little, while we take all of this for granted. We forgot that he is only 18, he is the same age as Mingming.
Have we overlooked too much about him? Xiao father fell silent for a moment.
Indeed, over the years, they had neglected Xiao Feng, but even with a hint of guilt he was unwilling to show it. He just maintained a stern face. That ungrateful child must have suffered enough.
Outside, right?
Tell him that if he doesn't come back this weekend, I'll really treat him as if I never had this son. Dad, I've advised him several times, but he won't listen. Xiaoyan sighed.
Why? Don't you go talk to him? Me talk to him?
If he doesn't come back, then so be it. He might as well die out there. Xiao father exploded in anger and left in a huff.
Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, then picked up her phone. Junior, how's the recovery of the hard drive surveillance going?
It's almost done, just a bit more. Senior, please wait for me a couple more days.
Xiao Feng applied for a day student at school and went to his grandmother's place after evening self-study. Moreover, Grandma Wu sent him meals to school every day.
One noon, as Xiao Feng walked into the classroom with a bag, everyone rushed over with a loud cheer. The first to run up was Su Dachui, who blocked the crowd with his chubby body. He couldn't wait to say, Xiao Feng, what delicious food did Grandma
make again?
Hurry and share some with me. I'll trade you a chicken leg. Steamed locust flowers, along with vegetable shoots and green bean rib soup. Xiao Feng replied with a smile.
The farmhouse
dishes Grandma Wu made recently had conquered the stomachs of many classmates. After all, the food at school was often greasy and hard to swallow.
Some wealthier students bought KFC, but eating too much of that also became tiresome.
The farmhouse dishes Grandma Wu made felt like discovering a new world to them. Give it to me, I'll trade you for fried chicken. I have braised beef. My mom brought, I'll trade you. Everyone, don't rush, my grandma brought a lot today, so there's enough for everyone, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Ever since she learned that the children liked the meals she prepared, Grandma Wu had been making a lot more these days. Freshly picked locust flowers were mixed with noodles and steamed, then a sauce was made with garlic and soy sauce. The chive, an egg dish, was simply seasoned with salt. The dough was rolled thin, and the chive and egg filling was wrapped inside and steamed. This flavor was something the city kids had never experienced before, so they found it especially delicious.
Is there more?
Xiao Feng returned to her seat and saw Sun Xian's eager gaze. Yes, I saved some for you. Xiao Feng took out another chive dish.
Thank you.
Sun Xian's eyes lit up as she tossed her lunchbox to Xiao Feng. Take care of this for me.
It was still 3 dishes and a soup and a large portion of rice.
Today's dish was beef stew with potatoes, and the beef was air-freighted Wagyu.
There was also half an Australian lobster, steamed,
several large steamed oysters, and a bowl of squab soup. The ingredients on this menu must have cost thousands. You've been feeding me fat lately, Xiao Feng said with a wry smile, picking up her chopsticks to eat. You're too thin, you should eat something good to nourish yourself.
Sun Xian chuckled. Sun, what does your family do?
Xiao Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Although Sun Xian had not revealed her identity as the young lady of the Song family, she also tried to keep her attire ordinary. But the ingredients her mother brought every day were anything but ordinary, she could tell.
Just doing some loan business, Sun Xian said, her eyes darting. An ordinary family. Xiao Feng nodded and continued eating.
He could never have imagined that the so-called loan business referred to the Huaya Bank, valued at 500 billion.
He always felt that Sun Xian
was somewhat different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what made her so.
Is Xiao Feng in this class?
At that moment, a burly head poked in. With a buzz cut, wearing sunglasses, and a strong smell of tobacco, he had a tattoo on his arm. Although he was a student, he exuded a heavy social vibe. Zhao Yu from class 3, who had poor grades and was a school bully, had befriended a group of idle people from society, skipping class and fighting every day.
That's me, do you need something?
Xiao Feng stood up in confusion. He knew Zhao Yu, after all, he was a prominent figure in the school. Xiao Feng was the top scorer in the physics joint exam, and both were quite famous, but they had no intersection. Come out with me for a moment, Zhao Yu waved his hand. What do you want? Su Dachui rushed out, still holding the unfinished chive dish. He was a bit nervous and exuded hostility. This guy was loyal and thought Zhao Yu was looking for trouble with Xiao Feng. Don't worry, someone just wants to see him. Zhao Yu glanced at Su Dachui. It's fine, I'll just go out with him, Xiao Feng said.
Xiao Feng, can I go with you?
Sun Xian stood up, also uneasy about Xiao Feng. No need, if there's anything, I'll contact you, Xiao Feng smiled casually. Zhao Yu led Xiao Feng outside, and from a distance, they saw Chen Xiao with a few younger brothers at the school gate. Xiao Ge, I've brought the person, Zhao Yu said respectfully.
Xiao Feng. Chen Xiao extinguished his cigarette and walked over. Chen, is there something you need? Xiao Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. After meeting Chen Xiao that night, they hadn't had much interaction. Why was he looking for him now? Don't worry, I'm here today to specifically thank you, Chen Xiao said. My mother's condition has improved a lot. And thank you for your reminder that night. I see, no need to be polite, Chen. Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had never dealt with people from the underworld in his previous life, and being approached unexpectedly made him quite nervous. Zhao Yu, take Xiao Feng out for dinner tonight. It's on me. Chen Xiao patted Xiao Feng's shoulder. Also, you keep an eye on him at school. If there's anything you can't handle, just come to me. Got it, brother Xiao, don't worry. Zhao Yu felt a bit delighted. In his eyes, Chen Xiao was a big shot, and he never expected to get connected to him because of Xiao Feng. It seemed he needed to build a good relationship with Xiao Feng from now on. You ungrateful brat, do you dare to associate with people from society? Suddenly, Zhao's father appeared from the side, rushing over in anger. He then raised his hand and slapped Xiao Feng hard across the face. Caught off guard, Xiao Feng was struck on the face. Smack! Xiao Feng fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. You bastard, you're really embarrassing the Xiao family. I'll kill you. Zhao's father, still unsatisfied, angrily stepped forward to strike again. Stop him. Chen Xiao frowned, and the two younger brothers behind him stepped forward to block Zhao's father. What are you doing? Get out of the way. This is between me and my son. Zhao's father shouted, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly furious. Your dad? Chen Xiao pointed at Zhao's father and asked. Mr. Chen, this is my own business, I'll handle it myself. Xiao Feng struggled to stand up from the ground. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze cold. Chen Xiao nodded, signaling his two younger brothers to step back while he watched from the side. What do you have to say? If you don't kneel down and admit your mistake today, you won't have a son like me anymore. Zhao's father was still seething with anger. He had always been a rigid person, believing himself to be upright and just. He did not allow his children to mingle with idle people from society. Admit my mistake? What mistake? Xiao Feng said coldly. Look at you. Now, do you look like a student? Xiao Feng's voice was filled with anger. I sent you to school just so you could mess around with the delinquents out there? What are you talking about? Are you looking for a fight? Chen Xiao's younger brothers were displeased. Chen Xiao waved his hand, telling them to back off. He wanted to see how Xiao Feng would handle this. He always felt that Xiao Feng was extraordinary. After all, someone who could predict that he would run into trouble at night was definitely not an ordinary person. The younger brothers stepped back, casting warning glances at Zhao's father. What I look like has nothing to do with you, Xiao Feng said mockingly. Born and not raised, what gives you the right to say I'm your son? Idle people from society? Mr. Chen here has gone to great lengths to find medicine for his mother. Isn't that more noble than you neglecting your 70-year-old grandmother in the countryside? No one is born superior. As a father, you are unworthy, and as a son, you are even less so. With every word Xiao Feng spoke, Zhao's father's face turned paler. In the end, he was so furious that his face turned green. You bastard, I'll kill you. He raised his hand high again, ready to slap him once more. However, this time, his hand was tightly gripped by Xiao Feng with one hand. That slap could no longer fall. You dare to retaliate? Zhao's father looked incredulous. Xiao Feng was already 18, even taller than him by half a head. If Xiao Feng resisted, he wouldn't be able to touch him at all. We have severed our father-son relationship. I warn you again, don't lay a finger on me again. Xiao Feng's tone was slightly heavy. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Ungrateful brat, what do you want to do? Do you really want to hit me? Zhao's father shouted angrily. The authority of the head of the family was being challenged, and what he couldn't accept even more was that the one provoking him was his son, who had always been disregarded. This son, who had always been submissive and dared not defy him in the slightest, was now resisting and might even strike back. Xiao Feng pushed him away, causing Zhao's father to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. He looked at Xiao Feng in disbelief, his body trembling with anger. Unfilial son, you. Xiao Feng, what happened to your face? Who hit you? Sun Xian rushed over. Seeing half of Xiao Feng's face swollen and blood on his lips, she immediately exploded with rage. She took out her phone, ready to call for help, but Xiao Feng stopped her, thinking she was going to call the police. I'm fine, don't call the police. But your face is like this. Sun Xian's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. I don't care who he is, he has to pay the price. In that moment, as the daughter of the Song family, Sun Xian exuded an overwhelming aura. Even Chen Xiao, who had seen countless people in his daily life, trembled slightly. Xian. Xiao Feng stopped her. I'm really fine, let's leave it at that. But you're hurt. Sun Xian stared blankly, tears streaming down her face. The image of the boy who had been bullied to protect her appeared before her eyes. His nose was bleeding, and his lips were full of wounds. Yet he could still make funny faces to cheer her up. The 8-year-old her cried incessantly, saying, Brother, when I grow up, I will protect you. I won't let you get hurt again, and I won't let you be bullied. Now that she had grown up, she couldn't just stand by and watch him get hurt. My injuries are nothing. Xiao Feng forced a smile. Did you hit Xiao Feng? Give me an explanation, or else. Sun Xian pointed at Xiao Feng's father, her aura fully unleashed. There was no doubt that if Xiao Feng's father didn't provide a reasonable explanation, she could make him unwelcome in Jiangcheng in the next second. In fact, as the beloved granddaughter of Song Yunming, the head of the Song Group, she had the power to do so. The Xiao Group was merely a lonely boat in the sea, while the Song Group was an aircraft carrier in the ocean. She had the strength to completely wipe out the Xiao Group. The powerful aura made Xiao Feng's father, who had been in the business world for over 20 years, tremble slightly. But what followed was even more anger. He laughed in fury. Good, Xiao Feng, now you've got some skills, you can team up with others to threaten me. I'm not threatening you. Song Xian's tone was icy. You better give me a reasonable explanation and apologize to Xiao Feng. Me, apologize to him? Xiao Feng's father felt it was absurd. In this world, how could a father apologize to his son? Moreover, this son was the one he had never liked. Such a thing could never happen. Song Xian. Xiao Feng raised his voice slightly, stopping the tense Song Xian, and said softly, forget it. I can handle my own matters. He is my biological father, so this time, I won't hold it against him. He is your dad? Song Xian was taken aback. After parting ways with Xiao Feng back then, she had focused all her attention on him. She had never paid attention to his family, so she had no idea that the person in front of her was Xiao Feng's father. Once, but we've severed ties. Xiao Feng smiled. There won't be a next time, I promise. Only then did the aura around Song Xian slowly dissipate, and she transformed back into the gentle and shy girl. She took out a tissue and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of Xiao Feng's lips. With concern, she asked, does it hurt? I'll take you to the infirmary. Xiao Feng nodded and left with her. As they passed by Xiao Feng's father, he glanced at him indifferently. Xiao Yuanhe. From now on, you and the Xiao family should not disturb my life anymore. After leaving that sentence, Xiao Feng and Song Xian walked away together. You dare to call my name directly? Xiao Yuanhe was furious, but by the time he came to his senses, Xiao Feng had already left. You are his dad? Chen Xiao glanced at Xiao Feng's father. I am his father, so what? Xiao Feng's father raised his head. Not recognizing the treasure before your eyes, such a good son, yet you treat him like an enemy. Chen Xiao was somewhat speechless. He was certain that Xiao Feng was definitely not simple. But this father of his seemed to have some issues. With such a capable son, instead of treating him well, he made it seem like they were enemies. Chen Xiao left with his people, leaving Zhao's father standing there. He felt he had lost face in front of Xiao Feng. In the infirmary, the doctor prescribed some anti-swelling and pain relief medication for Xiao Feng. Song Xian brought an ice pack and carefully applied it to Xiao Feng's face. Is it feeling any better? Seeing Xiao Feng's face slightly swollen, her heart ached even more. Much better, I'm fine, don't worry, Xiao Feng said, somewhat shyly, wanting to take the ice pack from her hands. But Song Xian stubbornly continued to apply the cold compress. Why does your dad treat you like this? Song Xian asked, biting her lip. Because of prejudice, because they need a vent for their incompetence. Xiao Feng's voice was somewhat cold. But I've severed all ties with them. This is the last time. If there's a next time, I will definitely fight back. Song Xian nodded. She remembered the Xiao family. Anyone who dared to hit her brother, regardless of his status, she would not let it go. The way you looked just now. Xiao Feng suddenly recalled the scene of Song Xian unleashing her full aura. At that moment, she didn't seem like a 17-year-old girl at all. Her powerful presence was no less than that of an adult. It was like a cat with its fur bristled, desperately protecting its most important possession. Was I fierce? Song Xian's face turned red. No, you were very cute, Xiao Feng smiled. He said in a daze, you're the only one, besides my grandmother, who tries so hard to protect me when I'm hurt. Song Xian felt something blocking her chest. She couldn't imagine what kind of life Xiao Feng had lived over the years. Seeing Song Xian's eyes redden again, Xiao Feng quickly smiled to comfort her. It's okay, it's all over now. Please don't mention these things in front of my grandmother, I'm afraid she'll worry about me. Okay, I understand, Song Xian nodded. The injury from that punch wasn't too serious. After getting some painkillers and anti-inflammatory medication, he left the infirmary. During an afternoon elective class, when school ended in the evening, Xiao Feng was still tutoring Song Xian. Is Xiao Feng in this class? At that moment, a voice came from the doorway. Xiao Feng, someone is looking for you, a classmate in front called out to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng looked up in confusion, only to see that it was Li Mingyu. What do you want? Xiao Feng stepped out, somewhat puzzled. It had only been a few days, but Li Mingyu seemed like a different person. Previously, he was neat and tidy, very image-conscious. But now, Li Mingyu's eyes were sunken, his gaze vacant, and he hadn't shaved for days. He looked sickly, like a heavy smoker. Xiao Feng, I shouldn't have ignored your advice. Beifong Timber's stock has been on a continuous drop for 4 days. Li Mingyu took out a cigarette, wanting to smoke, but then realized it was school and put it away. The raw material import source encountered pest damage, leading to a reduction.
in supply, and Beifong Timber's export orders can't be fulfilled.
Xiaofeng looked at him sympathetically and said, so the stock plummeting was to be expected. I really regret not listening to
you. I've lost over 700,000 in principal these past few days. Li Mingyu's expression was pained, his eyes bloodshot.
So what do you want to do? Xiaofeng asked. I want to ask you, should I cut my losses and sell the stocks now, or hold on and wait for them to rebound?
Li Mingyu looked at Xiaofeng as if seeking rescue.
I'm just a high school student, you're a graduate from a prestigious school's finance department and you're asking me for advice?
Xiaofeng was somewhat surprised.
I believe you.
Li Mingyu said only 4 words.
You're different from others, an ordinary
high school student wouldn't understand stocks at all, nor would they have your keen insight, Li Mingyu said firmly. Since you say so, I advise you to cut your losses in time.
Xiaofeng said. Not just Beifong Timber, the entire mahogany furniture industry is facing a severe blow.
But mahogany furniture is clearly in high demand overseas, and the export rate has been skyrocketing. Li Mingyu's gaze was nearly desperate. According to my prediction, pest damage is just the first step, Xiaofeng said cryptically. A typhoon is approaching. As far as I know, a cargo ship loaded with mahogany furniture has already set sail.
If, due to the typhoon, something happens to that ship, what would it mean for the entire timber stock market? That would be a disaster. Li Mingyu was taken aback.
So sell it off in time, don't fixate on this stock, Xiaofeng said. That ship would sink in the next few days, and at that time, mahogany-listed companies would face
a real shock.
Okay, I'll sell right away.
Li Mingyu nodded heavily. Then he looked up. Xiaofeng, can you share some insider information with me? What insider information? Xiaofeng was taken aback. I mean, insider information about the stock market. I feel like your predictions about the market are very accurate.
I sold my stocks, and I have 1.2 million in capital.
Li Mingyu gritted his teeth. I want to ask you, where should I invest this capital? You really dare to ask?
Xiaofeng chuckled bitterly.
Does Li Mingyu really trust him this much? He would actually listen to a high school student. However, his intuition was not wrong. Xiaofeng was not just accurate in predicting the stock market.
In his previous life, several of his plans and predictions about the stock market had propelled the Xiao family to the top in Jiangcheng. In this rebirth, he had almost filled his luck meter, and Li Mingyu had indeed asked the right person.
The global economy
is in recession, and every industry is in a Great Depression, so there are basically no good places to invest, Xiaofeng said. But you can focus on precious metals, and then on biotechnology and
aerospace. I have a few stocks I can recommend to you.
Li Mingyu quickly took out a pen and seriously noted down Xiaofeng's first suggestion. However, the stocks Xiaofeng mentioned were all currently
experiencing significant declines. These stocks are dropping sharply, are you sure?
Li Mingyu was a bit puzzled. This is just my suggestion, whether to invest or not is up to you, Xiaofeng said lightly.
Li Mingyu gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decided to take a gamble. Thank you, Xiaofeng, I'll think it over carefully when I get back, Li Mingyu said. Then I'll head back to class. Xiaofeng waved his hand, glancing at Li Mingyu as he left. Your predictions about financial trends are very sharp. If you put your energy into this area, you will definitely achieve something in the future. Also, Shao Qian is not suitable for you. I know. Li Mingyu nodded heavily. How could he not know that Shao Qian was not suitable for him? Moreover, he also knew that in Shao Qian's eyes, he was just an expendable backup. He had spent too much on Qian, and her occasional emotional outbursts would sway his judgment. This time, he was determined to draw a clear line with Shao Qian in the future. With no women in his heart, he could draw his sword naturally. With Xiaofeng's guidance, Li Mingyu could quickly rise from the mire. With his abilities, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. When Xiaofeng returned to class, Sun Xian curiously asked, Xiaofeng, what did that person want from you? Just consulting about stocks, Xiaofeng smiled. You understand stocks? Sun Xian blinked.
A little, Xiaofeng smiled slightly.
My family has a loan company. Sun Xian emphasized the word loan particularly heavily. We lack an investment manager. I believe you can definitely handle it. Stop joking, have you finished the physics problems? Let me check.
Xiaofeng gently tapped her forehead.
He thought Sun Xian
was just kidding, unaware that the so-called loan company she mentioned was actually Jiangcheng Wan Yuan Capital Company. It specialized in investing in stocks, bonds, funds, and a series of financial
products, and was quite well known in Jiangcheng. This problem is too difficult, I can't do it.
Sun Xian bit the tip of her pen, furrowing her brows, looking quite adorable.
Come on, let me explain it to you.
Xiaofeng took out the paper and began to explain the physics exam from yesterday. Until the afternoon when school was over, Xiaofeng assigned her new homework.
Sun Xian
insisted on going back with him, so he had no choice but to take her to his grandmother's place. As soon as they arrived home, he sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. He saw his grandmother standing in the yard, her hands rubbing together incessantly, seemingly a bit nervous.
Grandma, what's wrong? Xiaofeng rushed into the yard.
Once inside, he noticed that Zhao's mother and Xiaoming were also in the yard.
Zhao's mother's expression was not pleasant. She wore exquisite makeup and expensive clothes. She pointed at Grandma Wu with her chin raised. What do you mean by living here? If this gets out, they'll say I'm deliberately making things difficult for you as the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, right? I think you're just trying to embarrass me on purpose. I didn't. Faced with this daughter-in-law, Grandma Wu felt a bit at a loss. This daughter-in-law came from a good background, her family was wealthy, and she had always looked down on her. Ever since marrying her son, she had hardly lived with them. Get back to the countryside immediately. Don't embarrass yourself here. Zhao's mother scolded. Grandma came to Zhengqing to live with me. What does that have to do with you? Xiaofeng stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Grandma Wu. Sun Xian, well aware of the peculiarities of Xiaofeng's family, pulled Grandma Wu aside to sit down. Xiaofeng? Zhao's mother, furious and looking for an outlet, became even angrier upon seeing Xiaofeng. I was wondering how your grandmother suddenly came to Jiangcheng. Turns out it was you. Who instigated this? What do you want? Do you want outsiders to laugh at our Xiao family? Stop talking about how great your Xiao family is. What kind of prestigious family are you? Xiaofeng said coldly. It's just a broken company you run, acting like the whole world is trying to curry favor with you. From the way you speak, one might think you're the matriarch of some powerful family. In Yanjing, Xiaofeng, you. Zhao's mother did not expect Xiaofeng to say such things. What's wrong with me? Grandma is not well, and there's no one to take care of her in the countryside. Xiaofeng said coldly, as a daughter-in-law, you have never cared for Grandma. Why do you have to interfere even when I want to take care of Grandma? If you don't want to take care of her, can't I? Xiaofeng, shut your mouth. Zhao's mother finally exploded. She pointed at Grandma Wu. Look, this is all you're doing. You deliberately taught him to go against me. Go against you? Are you overthinking it? Xiaofeng said, as long as you Xiao family members don't come here to show off your intelligence for no reason, I'll be grateful. Now that there's nothing going on, just leave. I can live well with Grandma. Xiaofeng, you. Zhao's mother turned pale with anger. She never expected that this son, who had always obeyed her, would turn out like this. Brother, how can you talk to Mom like that? Mom is also worried about you and Grandma. Xiao Ming chimed in, trying to mediate. You and Grandma should come back with us. Dad and Mom will forgive you. Can you just shut up? Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. This is not your place to speak. Xiao Ming looked at his mother with a pitiful expression. Mom, I just wanted to advise my brother. Xiaofeng. Indeed, Xiao Mu was falling for this green tea act. She shouted angrily, he is clearly your younger brother. What kind of tone are you using to speak to him? I don't have this sickly younger brother. Xiaofeng sneered, crying like a girl every day. I find it unlucky. Xiaofeng. Xiaomu was almost furious to the point of exploding. She pointed outside. Get out, you get out of here. Get it straight. This is my house. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. If anyone should be told to get out, it should be you. Now, immediately, get out of my house and don't come back again, or I won't be polite to you. What did you say? You want me to get out? Xiaomu looked incredulous. This was her son, who actually dared to say such words to her. That's right, get out. Xiaofeng pointed outside. Rude, unfilial, I shouldn't have given birth to you, Xiaofeng. Xiaomu exploded. Yes, you shouldn't have given birth to me. A person like you, who thinks so highly of herself, can only use words like rude and unfilial to insult others. Or should I teach you? Xiaofeng leaned closer to her, sneering. You should say, I shouldn't have gotten pregnant with this bastard, right? You. Xiaofeng, you. Xiaomu almost couldn't catch her breath, feeling faint. She never imagined that the son she gave birth to could utter such vulgar words. She came from a good background, so she had always looked down on her mother-in-law. She couldn't bring herself to say dirty words, but when it came to the filial piety between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she was utterly lacking. In Xiao Feng's words, it was hypocritical. Ha, indeed, you come from a scholarly family. Xiaofeng laughed. Even a word like bastard is too shameful for you to say? Let me give you a piece of advice. Stop crazily disturbing my life. Xiaofeng glanced at her. If I get serious, all of you from the Xiao family combined wouldn't be enough for me to deal with. Mom, let's go. Brother is really scary. Right now, I'm afraid he will hit us. Xiao Ming tugged at Xiao Mu's hand, speaking in a whiny tone. Moreover, this guy even squeezed out 2 drops of tears, looking truly pitiful. Okay, Xiao Feng, you're really something. Xiao Mu's face turned pale. From now on, you can live with this old woman. If you have the ability, never come back to the Xiao family. From the moment you all left the Xiao family, I had no intention of going back. Xiao Feng said coldly, it's you all from the Xiao family who are crazily bothering me. Let me make it clear again, I have severed ties with the Xiao family and will not return in the future. Okay, Mingming, let's go. Xiaomu turned and left. She was afraid that if she stayed here for another moment, she would be driven to a heart attack by Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng helped his grandmother into the room, while Sun Xian took a glance at Xiao Ming. This little brat, with a quick roll of his eyes, revealed a harmless smile. Hello, big sister, my name is Xiao Ming. I've heard of you, you are Xiao Feng's younger brother. Sun Xian nodded. Big sister, are you very close to my brother? Xiao Ming asked. Yes, we are very close. We eat together and go to school together. Song Xian nodded again. He even tutors me. Oh.
A hint of jealousy flickered in Xiao Ming's eyes.
Ever since he was little, anything
that belonged to Xiao Feng, he wanted to snatch away. Including those who had a good relationship with Xiao Feng, he would also try to cut in, aiming to completely isolate Xiao Feng.
He then smiled
awkwardly and said, "Big sister, actually my grades are also very good. I study at Yanqi High School."
When mentioning Yanqi High School, he was afraid that Song Xian hadn't heard of it. He added,
Yanqi High School is a prestigious school in Jiangcheng,
with tuition fees exceeding 200,000 every year.
And the educational resources there are the best, with the highest admission
rates to Tsinghua and Beida every year. Oh, really? Song Xian looked at him as if he were an idiot.
Her uncle was one of the school board members at Yanqi High School, and she was considering whether to expel this tea-sipping grandson. Seeing Song Xian rolling her eyes, Xiao Ming felt a surge of joy, thinking she was interested in him. So he continued to babble on, "Sister, my grades are
excellent, I can tutor you. Moreover, the one-on-one home tutor my dad hired is a master's graduate from a 985 university. If you need help in any subject, you can come to my house and study with me."
"No need, Xiao Feng's tutoring is just fine," Song Xian said quietly, watching this guy perform.
What status did Song Xian have? Did she lack educational resources?
She had transferred from
the international class at Yanqi High School just for Xiao Feng.
Besides, the private tutors her family hired were all experienced professors and retired scholars. As the young lady of the Song family,
Flower Leaf Bank, did she really need your little resources? What superiority did you, from a middle-class family, have? This grandson was showing off resources in front of her? Unbelievable, so annoying. Are you talking about my brother?
His physics grades are all from cheating. Mentioning this, Xiao Ming was somewhat indignant, but then he quickly put on a knowing expression and said, "But I know my brother didn't mean it. He just wanted to get good grades to make our parents happy. It's understandable that he broke the vase at home and stole my second sister's bracelet."
I don't blame him, really, I don't. Song Xian was amused by his anger. This little green tea, on the surface, didn't blame her brother. But in fact, he was spilling all of Xiao Feng's secrets without reservation.
Of course, all of this was just a pile of blame he was heaping on Xiao Feng.
"Xiao Ming, has anyone ever told you?" Song Xian said, "Those who spread rumors and speak ill of others behind their backs will end up in the hell of tongue-pulling.
Also, I hate people like you the most, who put on one face in front and another behind."
"Sister, I'm not like that. Xiao Ming
panicked, forcing out a few fake tears. "Besides, you're a man, 18 years old.
Always pretending to be pitiful and crying. Are you even a man? Xiao Feng is right. Being with someone like you brings bad luck, really bad luck."
After saying this, Song Xian didn't give Xiao Ming a chance to respond and turned to go inside. Xiao Ming stood there in a daze, momentarily unable to process
Song Xian's words.
He had used this tactic to win over so many girls before. A man like him, with a pout and a few tears, could instantly evoke a sense of protectiveness in others.
But this trick didn't work in front of Song Xian?
No, he was unwilling. Why should this beautiful sister be so nice to Xiao Feng? His face twisted. He wanted to take everything that belonged to Xiao Feng. The love of their parents could only be enjoyed by him alone, and his sisters could only be good to him. With such a beautiful sister by Xiao Feng's side, how could he deserve that?
Early romance? I'm going to report you for early romance. Grandma, are you okay?
Xiao Feng helped his grandmother sit down. He rushed over to pour her a glass of water. After all, his grandmother had a heart condition. Who knew what that shrew had said to upset her?
"I'm fine, Xiao Chun, don't worry about me."
After taking a sip of water, Grandma Wu affectionately held Xiao Feng's hand. "How have you been living?"
"In the Xiao family these past 6 months? They don't like you and treat you poorly. It's my fault. I shouldn't have sent you alone to the Xiao family." "Grandma, it's all in the past." Xiao Feng smiled and said, "From now on, we will live together.
I will take good care of you, earn a lot of money, and buy a big house for us to live in.
Let's just pretend we never had those relatives from the Xiao family." Grandma Wu nodded, tears streaming down her face again. "Grandma Wu, don't be sad.
I'll take care of you with Xiao Feng from now on."
Song Xian walked over. Okay, Xian, thank you so much." Grandma Wu held Song Xian's hand.
She really liked Song Xian, and the old lady had long seen through the little girl's thoughts.
"This girl probably likes my Chen Chen. Beautiful and kind, truly wonderful." "It's fine, Grandma Wu. Let's cook. I'll help you," Song Xian said with a smile. "Alright, what do you want to eat? I'll make it." Grandma Wu stood up. "Fried
eggplant, corn and sweet potato porridge,"
Song Xian said. "Okay, I'll go make it."
Grandma Wu stood up. "Chen, you keep Xian company for a while, I'll go cook."
"Xiao Feng, you little brother." Song Xian hesitated. "Very tea?"
Xiao Feng picked up her words.
Yes, very tea." Song Xian nodded repeatedly. "Did he tell you that I cheated on my exam? But it's not my fault. I just wanted to get my parents' attention."
"And did he tell you that I broke things at home and stole
things? But he doesn't blame me?"
Xiao Feng asked with a smile.
Xiao Feng, you really know your little brother too well." Song Xian was taken. aback, then burst into laughter. I know him too well. Xiao Feng sighed.
In the last life, this little brother was truly scheming.
In the end,
fearing that Xiao Feng would take everything from the Xiao family, he caused his own demise. Beneath his harmless appearance lay a heart full of
malice. I scolded him. Sun Xian stopped laughing.
Oh, he has a face that makes girls want to protect him. With just a little trick, he can
evoke empathy. Xiao Feng looked at Sun Xian in surprise. You weren't fooled by his appearance? What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Sun Xian shook her head. He's too pretentious, obviously fake. And people who are one way on the surface and another behind your back are really annoying.
Ha, he probably hasn't lost before, now he's probably hiding in his mom's arms crying.
Xiao Feng laughed. Woo woo. Mommy, that big sister is so fierce.
In the car, Xiao Ming was crying in Xiao mother's arms like a child of several hundred months.
I invited
her to our house to have my private tutor give her extra lessons. Not only did she refuse me, but she also said I would get my tongue cut out.
Woo woo, there's so much malice in this world. What did I do wrong? Be good, Ming Ming, don't cry. Xiao mother lovingly held Xiao Ming in her arms.
It's her who has no vision. We won't play with her. Your sister, you will be back soon, and you can play with her then.
Xiao Ming finally
wiped his tears and smiled. On Friday afternoon after school, Xiao Feng was still busy with the feast sent by Sun Xian's mother.
Sun Xian was eating the dishes sent by Xiao Feng's grandmother. The two fed each other while chatting and laughing. Xiao Feng, Teacher Su wants you to go to the office after you finish eating. A classmate ran over to say, okay, thanks. Is there something wrong, teacher? Xiao Feng asked. Well,
the classmate glanced at Sun Xian, scratching his head and said, it's not a big deal, you'll know when you get there.
Seeing the other person's hesitance, Xiao Feng was a bit puzzled.
However, he didn't think much of it and went to the office after finishing his meal. The homeroom teacher, Su Xiao, had been teaching at the high school since graduating, and at 28, her attire was somewhat serious due to her profession. When she saw Xiao Feng come in, she put down the lesson plan in her hand. Xiao
Feng, I wanted to talk to you about something today. Teacher Su, what's the matter?
Xiao Feng asked, confused. Recently, there have been some rumors in the class. Do
you know about them? Su Xiao said with a serious tone. Your grades are good, and this is an important time. You're a good candidate for Qingbei, you must not let some issues delay your studies. Teacher Su. Xiao Feng opened his mouth. What's going on?
Please don't beat around the bush, just tell me directly.
Someone said you are in a romantic relationship.
Su Xiao cleared her throat lightly.
Me? In a romantic relationship? With whom? Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. Who spread this rumor? Well, Su Xiao cleared her throat again. Someone reported it anonymously. And I also discreetly asked some classmates. Your relationship with classmate Sun Xian is indeed quite close. Teacher, that's not true.
Xiao Feng was at a loss for words.
I sit next to classmate Sun, and I'm helping her with physics tutoring. There's really nothing between us.
I don't know who started this rumor, but that person has bad intentions.
Is that so? If not, then that's good.
Su Xiao let out a sigh of relief, smiling as she said, it seems the teacher misunderstood. But your relationship with classmate Song is really good.
About that.
Xiao Feng didn't know how to respond.
Yes, his relationship with Sun Xian was indeed a bit close.
They sat together, studied together, ate together, and left school together. They were just short of going to the bathroom
together. So to outsiders, it might really seem like they had something going on, right? It's fine, the teacher has understood the situation.
Su Xiao took a sip of water. She smiled lightly. You can go back now, study hard, the mock exam is coming up soon, aim for a good score.
Thank you, Teacher Su, I will. Xiao Feng nodded. He turned to leave but thought for a moment and ran back. Teacher Su, what is it? Su Xiao asked. You really don't need to dress so formally.
Xiao Feng scratched his head and
said, the classmates have been discussing privately that if Teacher Su wore a dress and curled her hair, she would definitely look good. Su Xiao was caught off
guard and felt her face turn bright red from Xiao Feng's words. Being told this by a student made her feel quite embarrassed.
Teacher, I'm going back to the classroom. Xiao Feng bowed slightly and ran out.
Left behind, Su Xiao's face was still hot and her emotions took a long time to settle.
What did Teacher Su call you for? In the
classroom, Sun Xian had already packed up her lunchbox.
Nothing at all. Xiao Feng stammered. There must be something. Seeing his awkward demeanor, Sun Xian
felt that Xiao Feng was definitely hiding something from her.
Really nothing.
Xiao Feng was at a loss, not knowing how to answer.
If you won't say, then forget. It's. Sun Xian glared at Xiao Feng, then thought about going to ask Teacher Su herself.
There were only 2 classes on Friday afternoon, and then school was out.
Xiao Feng greeted Sun Xian and then quickly left.
He first went to the supermarket outside to buy a bunch of things, then looked back to see if anyone was watching him.
Once he confirmed that no one was paying attention, he turned and left.
He didn't go back to his grandmother's place but ran to the bus stop and got on a bus. Little did he know, his
sneaky actions were all seen by Sun Xian. What's he being so secretive about? Sun Xian frowned. Miss, shall we go home? The driver of the Song family respectfully opened the car door. Not yet, follow that bus. Song Xian pointed at the bus that was leaving. Hurry. Yes. The driver quickly took his seat and followed the bus. Hey, Uncle Lee, don't follow too closely. I'm afraid my classmates will see. But don't stay too far. What if we lose them? Fortunately, the driver was skilled, carefully following the Bentley until he saw Xiao Feng get off the bus. Uncle Lee, you can stop the car now. Song Xian hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt. Miss, where are you going? If you go home late, Mr. Song will worry, the driver called out. It's fine, I'll tell my dad, you don't need to follow me. Song Xian waved her hand, afraid of losing sight of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng got off the bus in the northern part of the city, and this place was relatively remote. Song Xian followed Xiao Feng to a Taoist temple. The temple had fallen into disrepair over the years, and the statues looked quite worn. The courtyard was spacious, but the incense burner was dilapidated, clearly indicating that it had been a long time since any worshippers had come to offer incense. Xiao Feng knocked on the door of the temple, and a little boy, about 8 or 9 years old, peeked out. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, he joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Xiao Feng is here, Brother Xiao Feng is here." He happily ran inside, followed by a group of children, who rushed to greet him. They surrounded Xiao Feng, hugging his legs and tugging at his clothes. "Don't make a fuss, or I'll fall over," Xiao Feng laughed, steadying a little boy who had climbed onto him. "Little tiger, don't be naughty, be careful not to fall. Grandpa, Brother Xiao Feng is here." It wasn't until an old Taoist priest appeared that the children finally climbed down from Xiao Feng. The old priest was in his 70s or 80s, although his robe was faded, it was spotless. He had his hair tied up in a bun and wore a kind expression. "Hee, Xiao Chen, you're here?" "Yes, master, I came to see you." Xiao Feng distributed the items he was holding to the group of children. Inside were pencils, erasers, and other school supplies. The children took the items and laughed as they left, while Xiao Feng picked up a broom and began to clean earnestly. The old priest sat down nearby, watching Xiao Feng sweep with a smile. The evening drum and morning bell, the setting sun, the fallen leaves under the phoenix tree, the sweeping youth, and the white-haired Taoist formed a beautiful picture. After finishing sweeping, Xiao Feng started to wipe the altar of the temple, diligently cleaning the place. A fated person has arrived. The temple squinted its eyes and looked towards the door. Following its gaze, Xiao Feng saw Song Xian standing therein, a daze under the setting sun. The sunlight shone from behind her, making her look almost breathtakingly beautiful. "Song Xian, what are you doing here?" Xiao Feng asked in surprise. "I saw you mysteriously at the school gate and didn't go home, so I just followed you," Song Xian said, somewhat at a loss. Looking around, she asked, "Xiao Feng, what's going on here?" "Come in, and I'll explain it to you slowly," Xiao Feng smiled. Under the setting sun, as Xiao Feng tidied up, he began to recount his story. "When I was 12, I had a high fever, and neither injections nor medicine worked. Even when I was taken to a top hospital in Jiangcheng, the doctors were helpless. At that time, my life was truly hanging by a thread. My grandmother, who was over 60, carried me to this temple. This Taoist priest's name is Su Ruo, and his secular name is Zheng Huaigu. He saved me with a dose of traditional Chinese medicine. Master is my lifesaver, so after I came to Jiangcheng, I make time to come here to help him and these children." Song Xian looked curiously at the dozen or so kids in the courtyard. They were both boys and girls, the older ones around 8 or 9, and the younger ones still learning to walk. "These children are all orphans, taken in by master," Xiao Feng said. "Some were abandoned by their parents due to disabilities at birth. Others were discarded by young, irresponsible parents right after they were born." "Ah." Song Xian looked at the children in the courtyard, feeling a twinge of compassion. "So this is an orphanage?" "No, this is just a Taoist temple, originally called Qingno Temple," Xiao Feng said. "But it's not very well known. How does the Taoist priest support these children?" Song Xian asked. "He sees patients, occasionally performs rituals for people, and receives donations from the community," Xiao Feng explained. "But surely the money isn't enough?" Song Xian looked around in confusion. Most of the children's clothes didn't fit properly. Fortunately, everyone was clean, except for the old priest, who looked frail, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. "Just barely." Xiao Feng said, "Master is doing his utmost to help them, and when I have the ability, I will also do my best to help." Song Xian nodded gently, feeling a hint of admiration for the emaciated Taoist priest. "I can have my uncle contact the media to help out here." "No, master won't do that." Xiao Feng shook his head. "Why not? There are still many kind-hearted people in society." Song Xian was puzzled. "Master said, Buddhism speaks of cause and effect, while Taoism speaks of bearing responsibility." Xiao Feng replied, he said, "In a person's life, it's better to change fate than to calculate it, and it's better to cultivate blessings than to seek them. So, for him and for these children, bearing the consequences is actually just a form of cultivation." As Xiao Feng spoke, he began to busy himself again. Song Xian nodded, half understanding. Watching Xiao Feng work, she felt a bit of joy, as she discovered another shining point about him. "Xiao Feng, next time you come here, call me, and I'll come help too."
I can manage on my own, you should focus on your studies, the mock
exam is coming up soon.
Xiaofeng gently flicked her nose. I won't delay my studies, I just want to contribute a little.
Song Xian protested. All right, Xiaofeng smiled. Slightly. Song Xian took a broom, sweeping the floor and wiping the tables, busy and happy.
The slightly older children came over to help, fetching water and washing the
mop.
Song Xian had never done this at home. These were tasks for the housekeeper, so she was a bit clumsy. Xiaofeng patiently taught her, showing her how to work more
efficiently.
Before they knew it, the afternoon had passed. He had bought some meat, tofu, and other ingredients when he arrived. There were also cabbages here, and he planned
to make a big stew. Does the Taoist priest not avoid meat? Song Xian asked.
Master is from the Zhengyi sect, so he doesn't avoid it, but for the sake of cultivation, he doesn't touch these things,
Xiaofeng said. But the children eat meat every day. Song Xian nodded, helping Xiaofeng cook.
The tofu was fried in the pot, shredded, the pork sliced, the vermicelli soaked in water, and the cabbage cleaned and chopped. The daylilies and dried tofu had long been soaked and cleaned. In a large pot, he added lard and sautéed the scallions, ginger, and garlic. He added the pork belly to stir fry, then added salt and soy sauce, tossing in the cabbage to stir fry. Finally, he added water, waiting for it to boil before adding the dried tofu and other ingredients. Soon, a large pot of fragrant stew was ready.
Wow, it smells so good. Song Xian could hardly contain her saliva.
When I was with my grandmother in the countryside, during banquets, the host would make this to entertain guests, Xiaofeng said with a smile. He served Song Xian a big bowl. Quick, try it.
Okay. Song Xian eagerly took the bowl.
After tasting a bite, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's so delicious, Xiaofeng.
I didn't know you could cook so well."
Xiaofeng smiled slightly, picking up a piece of paper to wipe the soup from the corner of her lips. His movements were gentle and careful, and Song Xian's gaze met his. For a moment, her heart raced like a startled deer. Xiaofeng was also taken aback. He was too close to her, and the scent of the girl made him lose his focus. In that instant, their eyes locked, and their worlds fell into an extraordinary silence, devoid of children's laughter and the rustling of the wind. In each other's worlds, there was only the other. Xiaofeng suddenly realized that in his previous life, he hadn't had much of a relationship with Song Xian. However, in this rebirth, this girl had barged into his world. He didn't know what this meant, but at that moment, he felt as if he had encountered the right person.
Brother, is the food ready?
A little boy suddenly burst in, breaking the spell of their world.
It's ready, we can eat now. Xiaofeng finally came back to his senses. Time to eat.
The little ones rushed over eagerly.
Have you all washed your hands? Sit down properly.
Xiaofeng smiled as he began to serve them.
Each person had a bowl of stew and
2 steamed buns, and the little ones ate heartily. The Taoist's dish was rather light, and he ate at a leisurely pace. After the meal, Xiaofeng cleaned up the bowls and
chopsticks until the little ones fell asleep.
Master, here is 30,000 yuan, you take it first, Xiaofeng said as he took out the money and handed it to the Taoist. Currently, the stock account had 500,000. He kept 50,000 for himself, gave grandma 20,000, and this 30,000 was to support the
temple.
In the future, money would come in continuously, and the temple's livelihood was not a problem. The Taoist nodded and accepted the money, then looked up at Xiaofeng
with deep eyes. Good, you've grown up.
You must remember, the way of immortality values life, and one must measure others without limits.
Master, what does that mean? Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback.
You will understand in the future, the Taoist chuckled.
Taoist, I don't have much change, I'll give it all to you.
Song Xian also took out the money she had on her. It wasn't much, only a few thousand. She hadn't brought her card today, otherwise, all her pocket money would have gone here.
Wuliang Shofu, the Taoist nodded gently, looking at Song Xian. You are a fated person, thank you.
No need to thank the Taoist, I'm classmates with Xiaofeng. His matters are my matters, Song Xian said.
After leaving the temple, it was completely dark. Classmate Song, should I take you home? Xiaofeng asked. No need, Xiaofeng, someone is here to pick me up. You should go back. Song Xian waved her hand.
After Xiaofeng left, Song Xian returned to the car. She picked up her phone and made a call.
Dad, I need some money. How much? Her father asked on the phone. Let's say 5 million for now. Song Xian thought for a moment. 5 million? Even though the Song family wasn't short on money, her father was taken aback. What do you need so much money for?
It's like this, Song Xian explained the situation with the temple.
Dad, that Taoist is really admirable. I want to help. Song Xian pouted. I'll look into this matter, leave it to me. Her father said, you focus on your studies, you're in your senior year now. I understand, Dad, you're the best. Song Xian smiled brightly, hung up the phone, and hurried home.
At the Xiao group, in the office,
Xiaoyan was handling a document when suddenly, her computer WeChat dinged with a message.
Upon opening it, she saw that her request to a college classmate to recover the hard drive had yielded results.
Senior Xiaoyan, the surveillance hard drive data you asked me to repair has been recovered. A junior from her university's computer science department messaged her. However, the hard drive was severely damaged, and since the date is too old, the new recordings have overwritten the original hard drive, so only a little has been recovered. Okay, thank you, Junior. I'll treat you to a meal another day. What's on the hard drive? Xiaoyan asked eagerly. Because of the blue and white porcelain vase incident, she had always harbored doubts. Everyone believed that Xiaofeng had broken it, but no one had any evidence to prove that it was Xiaofeng. The family only heard it from Xiaoming. Although her attitude towards Xiaofeng had changed, believing that he didn't break the vase, she was even less willing to think that her seemingly well-behaved brother Xiaoming was lying. So she asked her junior to help recover the data from the hard drive. A video was uploaded on WeChat. Xiaoyan couldn't wait to open the videos. The video showed the date, and Xiaoming sneaking into his own room. Moments later, the sound of the vase shattering came from inside the room. He then peeked out, looked around, and walked out. When Xiaoming came out, he was holding a bag. From the extent of the bag's damage, it was clear that it contained pieces of porcelain. After this point, the footage ended. Xiaoyan's face turned slightly pale, and even her hand holding the mouse trembled. No, it can't be. He wouldn't lie. How could he lie? Xiaoyan murmured to herself, how could he frame Xiaofeng? Why would he do this? Xiaoyan couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that her seemingly obedient brother was actually full of schemes. Why would he frame Xiaofeng? Was he afraid that Xiaofeng would take away the family's love for him? It must be so, it has to be so. He didn't do it on purpose. Xiaoming wasn't malicious, he wasn't that bad. Xiaoyan kept making excuses for Xiaoming in her mind and suddenly felt that he was somewhat justified. However, she forgot that when Xiaofeng was wronged, no one considered his feelings. Xiaoyan bit her lip, picked up the USB drive, plugged it into the computer, and copied the video. Then she stood up, grabbed her bag, and was about to go home. At this moment, Xiaoming was at home, along with their parents and sister. She needed to ask Xiaoming face to face why he did this. But after standing for a moment, she sat back down in despair. She was unwilling to admit that her obedient brother was such a person. Moreover, she couldn't bear to embarrass him in front of the family. After thinking for a long time, she gritted her teeth and locked the USB drive in her drawer. Then she cleared everything from the computer. She silently pondered, trying to think of a way that would satisfy both sides, allowing Xiaofeng to come home without making Xiaoming uncomfortable. Just then, she received a call from her father. Yan, come with me to discuss an investment. Okay, Dad, send me the location, and I'll be there right away. Xiaoyan stood up and grabbed her bag. Her father was working on a new project investment. This project was quite novel, and if successful, it would expand the Xiao Group's portfolio. Xiaofeng was at home helping grandma plant vegetables. A small piece of land in the yard had been independently divided. Seeds, fertilizers, and plastic film were all prepared. Another small area was fenced off, with a few chicks inside. This yard was perfect for Grandma Wu. The elderly lady couldn't sit still and loved to feed the chicks and plant vegetables. After a busy morning, the vegetables had been planted, watered, and covered with film. Chen, take a break. I'll handle this, Grandma Wu said, handing him a cup of water with concern. It's fine, Grandma, I'm not tired, Xiaofeng replied, taking the water and drinking it in one go. You still need to rest, Grandma Wu insisted, pulling him aside to take a break. Xiaofeng smiled, placed the cup on the table, and received a call from Bai Wei. Xiaofeng, do you have time now? Yes, Sister Bai, what do you need? Xiaofeng replied via WeChat. I want to treat you to a meal and ask you some questions. Bai Wei sent a smiley face. Sure, send me the location. Xiaofeng responded. Moments later, a location was sent over, and Xiaofeng stood up. Grandma, I'm going out for a bit. You don't need to worry about me for lunch. Okay, come back early, Grandma Wu said with a kind smile. He quickly took a shower, changed clothes, and rode off on a shared bike. Since it was just the two of them, Bai Wei and Xiaofeng sat in a booth. They ordered a few specialty dishes and chatted while eating. Bai Wei was, of course, asking about renovation issues. She found that Xiaofeng's thinking was very advanced, and his design ideas were quite innovative and bold. Sometimes he could even elevate her own thinking. She specifically took out a small notebook to jot down the key points Xiaofeng mentioned. Thank you, Xiaofeng. After filling several pages in her notebook, she smiled and said, your design ideas are always unique. Sister Bai, next time there might be a consultation fee, Xiaofeng joked. You're such a money lover, Bai Wei lightly tapped his head. Xiaofeng? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Xiaofeng turned around and saw Xiaoyan holding 2 bottles of wine and a document in her hand. Xiaofeng frowned. Encountering members of the Xiao family here made him feel unlucky. Are you also here for a meal? Xiaoyan's voice lacked its usual confidence, sounding less assertive than before. After all, she planned to help Xiaoming conceal the matter of framing Xiaofeng, and she felt a twinge of guilt. If I'm not here for a meal, am I here to stay at the hotel? Xiaofeng retorted. Can you not speak as if you've swallowed gunpowder? Xiaoyan was a bit irritated. Xiaofeng, who is this? Bai Wei asked. It's nothing, just a passerby, Xiaofeng replied curtly. I'm just accompanying Dad to sign a contract for the Vitality snack store, a new model. It will
Be over soon, and then we can go home together, Xiaoyan said after a pause. That's your family, it has nothing to do with me, Xiaofeng laughed.
Always talking about going home. What connection did the Xiao family have with him? Xiaofeng, stop being willful.
Just come home with me, and I'll explain everything to mom and dad, Xiaoyan
said, unusually patient.
First, I have nothing to do with the Xiao family.
I've said it many times, I don't want to repeat it. Second, I don't need to explain anything to them, so do you understand? If you do, go about your business,
Xiaofeng said impatiently. Xiaoyan furrowed her brows, about to say something when Xiaofeng glanced at
her again. Vitality Snacks? Are you going to invest in this? Xiaofeng recalled the chain company called Vitality Snacks.
It focused on high-end, new retail models, with
stores opening everywhere. They actually made money from franchise fees, leaving a mess in the end. There were countless similar retail chain franchises. This Vitality Snacks
was a company from Jiangcheng with a particularly impressive PPT and grand ambitions, but Xiaofeng remembered it was a scam group that disappeared after swindling a large sum of investors' money. The commotion at that time was quite significant, and it seemed the storm was brewing just these days.
Yes, is there a problem? Seeing that
Xiaofeng seemed to imply something, Xiaoyan became serious. She remembered the last time he warned her about the hidden flower wine. Her brother seemed to have a knack
for predicting things accurately.
Let me advise you, stay away from companies like this if you can, Xiaofeng said lightly.
Xiaofeng knew she wouldn't listen. The Xiao family would likely increase their investment due to his warning. Well, it would be even better when they lost everything. Why? Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly.
The Xiao Group had nearly finalized negotiations with the other party, just waiting to sign the contract.
Moreover, the offline distribution business model they proposed was very advanced. 60 stores in 3 years, going public in 5.
They also made significant concessions, with the Xiao Group preparing to invest 3 million for a 30%
stake.
If there was a problem, she needed to know what it was.
Why should I tell you? Xiaofeng shrugged. Xiaofeng.
Just as Xiaoyan was about to ask more,
her father's call came in. He asked if she had brought the contract, as he had been waiting in the private room for a long time. Dad, I ran into Xiaofeng. He says this project can't be invested in. Should we reconsider? Xiaoyan asked. You ran into that ungrateful child? Where? I'm coming over right now. On the other end of the line. Xiao father was furious. He hung up and came down from the private room on the second floor.
He didn't care that it was mealtime and that there were people all around. He pointed at Xiaofeng and shouted, "You ungrateful child, what are you doing here? Unless you kneel and apologize to us, don't even think about returning to the Xiao family."
Xiaofeng looked at Xiao father as if he were an idiot. Is this restaurant yours? Are you the only one allowed to eat here? I'm just here for a meal. Why can't you Xiao family members just leave me alone? Look at him, look at the attitude he's using to talk to me.
Xiao father pointed at Xiaofeng, his hand trembling.
Don't be so
agitated. We severed our father-son relationship long ago, Xiaofeng said.
I've repeated similar words countless times. If we run into each other on the street in the future, let's just pretend we don't know each other. What kind of attitude is that? I'm your father, am I supposed to just ignore you? Last time you were dealing with people from society, and this time you're randomly getting to know who? Zhao's father glared at Bai Wei, thinking she was not a proper girl. You hang out with all sorts of people every day. How can you learn anything good from that? Bai Wei frowned. She was a serious and well-known designer, yet someone was calling her a person of ill repute?
Sister Bai, I'm sorry, Xiaofeng apologized to Bai Wei.
Why don't you head back first? I'll handle this. Do you need me to help you call the police? Bai Wei asked. Although
she could tell from his tone that this lunatic was Xiaofeng's father, their father-son relationship didn't seem very good.
Moreover, he started off by indiscriminately cursing others without any reason. Was that a bit lacking in quality? No need. I'm sorry, Sister Bai.
I'll treat you to a meal another day to make it up to you,
Xiaofeng said apologetically.
You head back first, I'll take care of this.
Alright, but remember, next time it's your treat. Bai Wei blinked and turned to leave. Sir,
I'm just a child with no love from my parents. Xiaofeng's tone changed. After I was born, besides my grandmother, no one cared for me.
The ones who gave birth to me treated me worse than the neighbors.
Since they don't care, they might as well have never given birth to me. Why do they suddenly want to meddle in my life now?
You dare to talk back? Do you really want to make me furious? Zhao's father was irritable. He raised his hand, ready to strike Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was not willing to back down, either, and grabbed a stool from behind him. What are you doing? You dare to fight back? Zhao's father widened his eyes in disbelief.
Although Xiaofeng had defied him a
few times recently, it had never escalated to physical confrontation.
But seeing Xiaofeng holding the stool with a fierce expression still made him somewhat furious.
When did his son dare to lay hands on him? Just as he was about to explode, a voice came over. What's going on? Police. With the voice, Zhou Jun approached with several colleagues.
They were in plain clothes, flashing their credentials in front of the group.
Zhou Jun had been promoted to deputy chief of the sub-bureau due to his achievements in drug busts. He happened to be having lunch with a few colleagues when he ran into Xiaofeng. Seeing Xiaofeng holding the stool in a defensive posture, he stepped forward. "This is my son, look, police officer, he hangs out with all sorts of people every day. He's gone bad, look, he's about to hit me." Zhao's father seemed to have found a confidant. He pointed at Xiaofeng and listed a whole bunch of accusations against him. "Xiaofeng, put down what you have in your hands, let's resolve this," Zhou Jun said. "Officer Zhou, I was just defending myself." Xiaofeng pointed to a slightly swollen area on his chin. "Last time, this person slapped me in public at school, and my face is still swollen. Alright, this time I'm here. No one will touch you." Zhou Jun's expression darkened as he looked at Zhao's father with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Although Xiaofeng's injury had mostly healed, the swelling was still faintly visible. How hard had that slap been? What kind of father would hit his son so hard? Besides, he knew that Xiaofeng didn't get along with his family. Xiaofeng nodded and finally put down the stool in his hand. "So, what happened?" Zhou Jun pointed at Zhao's father. "I'm just a father taking care of my son, is that illegal?" Zhao's father said, somewhat displeased. "It's not illegal, but you need to consider the method. If you hit your son and injure him, he ends up in the hospital, and you go to jail." Zhou Jun spoke in a tone of admonishment. Besides, which parent doesn't wish for their child to succeed? If there's a misunderstanding between you and your child, can't you both just sit down and clarify it? "I don't have a son as rebellious as him," Zhao's father retorted angrily, pointing at Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and apologize to everyone in the family when you get home, and I might consider letting you return to the Xiao family. If you don't seize this opportunity well, don't ever set foot in the Xiao family again." "I don't want to repeat myself," Xiaofeng replied. "The proof of severing our relationship is also signed by you. Now I owe your Xiao family 300,000, which counts as a favor. Next week, I'll bring the money over to you. From now on, we owe each other nothing. If we meet on the street, just pretend we don't know each other." Fine, you've got guts." Zhao's father trembled with rage. Just then, a representative from the Yuanqi group who had been discussing investments in the private room came out and said, Yan, let's go, we have important matters to attend to." "Dad." Xiao Yan didn't move. "Xiaofeng just said that this company has problems, we can't invest." "What problems?" Zhao's father, still fuming from his earlier encounter with Xiaofeng, flared up again. "What does a high school student know? Xiaofeng, if there are any issues with the company, just tell your sister." Xiao Yan's tone softened. "No problems, it's an investment, what could possibly go wrong? At most, the money will just go down the drain," Xiaofeng said with a mocking expression. "Anyway, your Xiao family has plenty of money, throwing a few million away for fun is no big deal." "Shut up. Yan, what's wrong with you today? Do you really believe this bastard's nonsense?" Zhao's father's anger intensified. "I must invest in Yuanqi snacks today, I'm increasing the investment to 5 million. "Dad, can you not act on impulse?" Xiao Yan was taken aback. The Xiao family wasn't a wealthy clan, their company was quite ordinary, and they lived a middle-class life. The annual profit of Zhao's planning was only a few million, and most of the money was invested elsewhere. 5 million was nearly all the liquid funds on Zhao's books. If the investment went wrong and they couldn't get the money back, the Xiao group would face the risk of a broken capital chain. She knew her father was just taking out his frustration on Xiaofeng, but gambling with the future of the Xiao family was no joke. "Oh, Mr. Xiao really has good vision," the person in charge of Yuanqi company exclaimed with delight. "Our company operates both online and offline, with competitive operations, distribution, channels, and products. We plan to open 60 stores in 3 years, achieving a turnover of 50 million, and we will definitely go public within 5 years. For 5 million, I'll give President Xiao 45% of the shares. When we go public, you'll cash out and achieve financial freedom." Zhao's father was immediately swept away by the excitement, assuring the other party that they could sign the contract today and the investment funds would be in place right away. Xiao Feng's lips curled into a smirk. It was truly hard to advise someone who was determined to go to their doom. These people speaking in Minnan dialect were really skilled at deceiving others. Even someone like Zhao's father, who had been in business for decades, was caught up in it. Impressive. "Dad." Xiao Yan was still making one last effort. "Shut up," Zhao's father interrupted her directly. "The Xiao family is under my control. Now, you don't have the right to point fingers at me. Hand over the contract." Zhao's father maintained a stern face. Xiao Yan, helpless, had no choice but to hand over the contract she was holding. The group entered the private room, chatting and laughing, while Xiao Yan cast a deep glance at Xiao Feng. She wanted to apologize to Xiao Feng, to say she was sorry, but Xiao Feng had already left with Zhou Jun outside the restaurant. Zhou Jun lit a cigarette. As the captain of the criminal police, he had been under a lot of pressure over the years. So, he had a strong smoking habit, but then he thought about Xiao Feng being just a high school student and extinguished the cigarette. "Xiao Feng, I really have to thank you," Zhou Jun said with a smile. "Officer Zhou, thank me for what?" Xiao Feng smiled slightly. "It's your bravery and fearlessness that destroyed the drug den. You already know?" Zhou Jun was taken aback. "Ha, it's already in the news.
Xiaofeng said with a smile, although your name wasn't made public. I
No, it's definitely you. You brat. Zhou Jun laughed. I really have to thank you for the reminder on this matter. If I hadn't listened to you and brought my gear and bulletproof vest that night, I might have ended up in trouble.
Those guys are fierce. They showed up at the club with a shotgun and were using drugs despite the strict checks. Remembering that night, Zhou Jun still felt a lingering fear. Really, if it weren't for Xiaofeng's reminder, he would have been in serious trouble that night. After all, those people were ruthless and didn't flinch at the sight of the police. It's also because Officer Zhou is destined for good fortune, Xiaofeng said.
Alright, don't be so polite with me, it's all just empty talk.
Zhou Jun patted Xiaofeng's shoulder heavily. From now on, just call me brother.
Sure thing, Zhou Gu. Xiaofeng nodded. What's going on with you and your dad? Zhou Jun asked again. We've cut ties long ago. He's just my biological father. Xiaofeng shook his head. It seems this misunderstanding can't be resolved, but I think he doesn't seem to like you, Zhou Jun said.
They have another son, my twin brother, Xiaofeng smiled, so I guess I'm expendable.
What did you two argue about? Zhou Jun asked curiously. You said those investors had issues?
They do have problems, Xiaofeng said. Zhou Gu, if you have time,
keep a close eye on those people. I feel like they're likely to run away. What makes you feel that way? Zhou Jun's heart stirred.
If they were scamming investors,
it could involve economic crimes. Although he wasn't in economic investigation, if he could achieve something right after taking office, wouldn't that add a notable entry to his record? The PPT was too well done and the deception was too strong,
Xiaofeng said. Moreover, the promised return on investment is too high and there are too many
commitments. So I think there's something wrong. Alright then.
Zhou Jun lowered his head and pondered for a moment. I'll have my colleagues investigate those people's
backgrounds right away.
Zhou Gu, you need to be quick. These guys have been in Jiangqing for quite a while, registering a shell company.
Xiaofeng said. Today, once
the funds from the Xiao family arrive, they probably think they've made enough to run. Okay, Xiao Chun, you head back first. I'll call my colleagues immediately.
Zhou Jun realized the seriousness of the issue. If these people really ran off with the money, how many would be left with nothing? Regardless of the truth of the information,
he needed to investigate first. After all, he believed that Xiaofeng's words wouldn't be baseless.
Alright, Zhou Gu. Xiaofeng nodded and turned to catch the bus. After
what happened today, Xiaofeng felt even more distant from the Xiao family. He had enough money on hand these days and his 500,000 in the stock market had been hitting the limit up for a week straight. His earnings had already doubled and he planned to withdraw 300,000 to give to the Xiao family, completely
severing that relationship.
Even when he returned home, Xiao Fu was still seething with anger. This brat has really grown up and gotten bold. Now he even dares to lay hands
on me? I shouldn't have given birth to him.
Dad, Xiaofeng has been getting more and more arrogant lately. Xiao Qian gritted her teeth in anger. Where does he get his
confidence? We haven't even settled accounts for the things our family lost, not even the broken vase. Qian.
Xiao Yan interrupted her. Those things weren't
done by Xiaofeng. Sister, even now, are you still making excuses for him?
Xiao Qian found it hard to believe. The reason Xiaofeng dares to be so arrogant is because
you keep making excuses for him. That's not true.
Xiao Yan really didn't know how to respond. She had to change the subject. Dad, almost all of our company's liquid
funds are invested in this project.
If we can't hold on until next month for the payment, our company's cash flow will break, and the risk of doing this is too great. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve.
Zhao's father dismissed it. The Yuanqi snack project is very innovative.
The idea is also relatively ahead of its time. If we don't invest, there will be plenty of others who will. But Dad, the risk is really too high, Xiao Yan advised.
Stop talking, fearing wolves in front and tigers behind. When will you ever achieve great things?
Zhao's father tapped the table. I brought you into the company to train you so you can manage it for your brother in the future. He won't graduate for several more years.
How can I trust you to hand the company over to you like this?
Xiao Yan lowered her head, knowing that her father was not
listening to anything right now.
But after a moment of hesitation, she said, Dad, Xiaofeng thinks that company has problems.
What does Xiaofeng know? Xiao Qian said
dismissively. Don't bring up that health wine incident again. That was purely his luck. He's just a high school student and he passed his exams by cheating.
Then what? About your stocks?
If you had listened to Xiaofeng, you wouldn't be stuck in them now, Xiao Yan asked.
He's just a jinx, a harbinger of doom. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian's eyes turned red.
Now her hundreds of thousands were trapped in the stock market, unable to rise, and she couldn't bear to cut her losses.
The feeling was
unbearable. She had lost 2/3 of her principal. She blamed all of this on Xiaofeng, believing that if it weren't for his bad luck, she wouldn't be in this situation. Xiao Yan sighed. Indeed, once prejudice is formed, it cannot be changed. Alright, don't dwell on it anymore, Zhao's father said. This project was introduced by your uncle, Chen, and he invested a lot of money himself.
What relationship do I have with your uncle Chen? Is he going to deceive me? Once it goes public, we can cash out and achieve financial freedom in one go.
Zhao's father envisioned the future of financial freedom, filled with confidence in the project.
Just then, his phone rang. It was the uncle Chen he mentioned. Your uncle Chen is calling to ask for an update. Zhao's father answered the phone with a smile. Hello, old Chen, I signed the contract and transferred the funds this afternoon. This time I directly invested 5 million, acquiring 45% of their shares. Old Xiao, this is bad. The person in charge of that company is a fraud, they've run away. On the other end of the line, old Chen's anxious voice came through. Old Chen, you can't be joking with me like this. Zhao's father's smile instantly froze. What time is it? I have no mood to joke with you. That company has been soliciting investments and has defrauded nearly 100 million. Then this afternoon, when investors called them, they couldn't get through. When we got to the company, the doors were locked and all the computers had been cleared out. Are you serious? You're not joking? Zhao's father couldn't sit still. He suddenly stood up. I'm not joking. Hurry to the company. I've already called the police. The other party hung up after saying that. Dad, what's wrong? Xia Yan noticed her father's strange expression and quickly stood up to ask. They've run away. The contract we signed this afternoon, the funds we transferred, they've run away. Zhao's father let out a wail like a slaughtered pig, slapping his thigh and running out. Sister, what happened? Xiao Qian asked in surprise. The company Dad invested in this afternoon is a scam. Now they've fled. Xiao Yan quickly stood up, grabbed her bag. We invested 5 million. This is almost all of the company's liquid funds. Ah, God, what do we do? How did Xiao Feng get it right? That jinx of his. Xiao Qian also began to panic. Having grown accustomed to a life of comfort, if the company really goes bankrupt, her already modest life will only get worse. I'm going to the company right now to see if there's any chance of recovering the funds. If we can't get it back, our company's cash flow will be cut off. Xiao Yan hurriedly walked out. It was too late to talk about regrets now. She needed to think of a way to see if she could salvage the situation. Around 10 o'clock at night, Xiao Feng received a call from Zhou Jun. Even over the phone, Zhou Jun couldn't suppress his inner joy. Little brother, you're amazing. You said this afternoon that those people had issues, and it turns out they really did. They set up a shell company, made a good PPT, and started scamming for funds. They defrauded 100 million in Jiangshan, then fled in the afternoon. But my people caught them red-handed at the highway exit. Congratulations, brother Zhou, you've done a great job again. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. Did they manage to transfer the money out? Some of the money was transferred to overseas accounts, but most of it was intercepted. Zhou Jun laughed heartily, but the loss is minimal. Don't worry. As long as it was intercepted, those people really had the audacity. Who says otherwise? Alright, little brother, get some rest. I still need to cooperate with the Economic Investigation Department. Zhou Jun said with a smile, your family's money won't be less, but it will take some time. Okay, brother Zhou, you take care. Xiao Feng hung up the phone. In fact, he didn't care at all whether the Xiao family's money could be recovered. The money in the stock market could only be withdrawn on Monday, and by the time it was delivered to the Xiao family, he would have no connection with them anymore. The next day, on the weekend, Xiao Feng and Sun Xian had arranged to catch up on lessons. Xiao Feng, the Qingyan temple has received a donation, and that person also wants to renovate the temple and restore the deity's golden statue. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, Sun Xian immediately shared this good news. After she made the call, Sun's father quickly had someone investigate. They found that the Qingyo temple was indeed an orphanage. Moreover, it had been neglected for years, so they planned to inject capital immediately. And the children there will be supported by a large group covering tuition and living expenses. Really? Where did you get this news? Xiao Feng asked in surprise. This is just a little insider information. Sun Xian said, it said that the person providing the funds runs a bank. Business has been good these years, so they thought about doing something charitable. That's great. Master won't have to work hard anymore. Xiao Feng was delighted. Then he looked at Sun Xian with some confusion. Is this news reliable? It's reliable, don't worry. Do you not trust me? Sun Xian spread out her textbook. A few physics papers were laid out, and Xiao Feng took one, studying it seriously to find her weak points. Not bad, you've improved a lot compared to before. Xiao Feng nodded repeatedly at the scores on the paper. At this rate, in less than a month, your physics score will catch up. Thank you, it's because you taught me well. Sun Xian blinked, with her big, watery eyes looking at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, which school are you planning to apply to? Xingbei. Xiao Feng replied without hesitation, then asked in surprise, didn't I tell you before? Oh, let me confirm again. Sun Xian nodded, then I will also apply to Qingbei and we can go to school together. Seeing her serious expression was truly adorable. Xiao Feng couldn't help but gently poke her nose. Alright, we'll go to school together in the future. Hee hee, it's a promise, pinky swear. Sun Xian smiled brightly, extending her pinky. Xiao Feng extended his finger to hook hers, sealing the promise. The two spent the entire morning at KFC, and by around noon, they finally finished discussing the difficult points from the previous week. Alright, we've covered enough. I'll highlight a few key points, you can review them at home, and I'll check on Monday. Xiao Feng seriously took out the materials and highlighted a few key points. You look so serious, just like a teacher. Sun Xian rested her chin on her hand, her gaze toward Xiao Feng filled with admiration. Brother, you're here too. Just as the two were about to leave, a teasing voice rang out. Xiao Feng cursed under his breath. It seemed he could run into the Xiao family no matter where he was. Looking up, he saw Xiao Ming dressed in the same outfit as a basketball star. The bag behind him was signed by a certain NBA star, and he was holding a basketball in his arms. He flashed a friendly smile at Sun Xian, showing off what he thought was a sunny and handsome expression. Let's go, it's time to eat, Xiao Feng said as he packed his things, not glancing at Xiao Ming even once. Sister, you're here too? Xiao Ming leaned closer to greet Sun Xian. She maintained a stern face and nodded. Honestly, she didn't like Xiao Ming at all. He was too pretentious, but her upbringing wouldn't allow her to ignore someone greeting her. Mom signed me up for a basketball class with a dedicated coach. This class is a prestigious training program in Jiangcheng. I've heard that retired NBA stars come to help out. Xiao Ming raised the basketball in his hand. This basketball even has Yao Ming's autograph on it. Xiao Feng shot him a cold glance, as if looking at a clown. Seeing Xiao Feng's unfriendly gaze, Xiao Ming became even more smug. My parents really do favor me. Xiao Feng, let's go. This idiot is ruining my mood. Sun Xian pretended to gag. Really, this guy was like an elementary school student showing off his toys. He was as childish as they come. Alright, let's go, Xiao Feng nodded. Brother, don't go, Xiao Ming blocked Xiao Feng. Again, look, we haven't seen each other in a long time. It must be hard to eat in the cafeteria at school, right? How about I treat you to a meal? There's a Michelin restaurant next door. Dad got me a VIP card there, and the chefs are all Michelin 3-star chefs. The food is amazing. Xiao Ming, can you stop being so childish? Xiao Feng stared at him as if he were an idiot. Brother, why do you say that? I just wanted to share my joy with you. Xiao Ming looked hurt, his eyes slightly reddening. Don't you know that human joys and sorrows don't connect? Xiao Feng laughed. Maybe to you, the Xiao family is your kin, and sharing their kindness with me is just to provoke my jealousy. But don't forget, I've already severed all ties with the Xiao family. I only have one relative, and that's my grandmother. Your crazy boasting has no effect on me. On the contrary, I find you to be a pathetic clown. Xiao Ming was taken aback. While he was pretentious, when it came to substance, he was leagues behind Xiao Feng, who had lived 2 lives and understood human affairs deeply. Brother, how can you say that? I really wasn't boasting. Xiao Ming pretended to shed a few tears, then turned to Sun Xian. Sister, you're my brother's good friend, right? He usually doesn't speak so viciously. I don't blame him. Your name is Xiao Ming, right? Sun Xian could no longer hold back. She hadn't wanted to engage with him, but this guy kept jumping around, putting his face close for others to hit. Since that was the case, she saw no reason to be polite. Yes, sister, my name is Xiao Ming. You know my name? Xiao Ming was both surprised and delighted. You keep jumping around in front of me and Xiao Feng. I couldn't possibly not know you. Sun Xian said with a smile. Xiao Feng is right. You really are quite childish. You're quite a grown person, crying at the drop of a hat? Does that look manly? And that jersey you're wearing, it's really ugly. Take it off. Don't insult the NBA's star endorsement products. You. Xiao Ming gaped. He felt he had been expressing goodwill towards Sun Xian all along. He also felt he had never offended her. But why was she unleashing a tirade against him? Especially since he liked basketball but had poor physical fitness, so he had never even made it onto the school basketball team. He could only cling to his parents to spend a fortune on various NBA merchandise to show off. Now, being told by Sun Xian that his clothes were ugly truly hurt him. Xiao Feng, let's go. If we stay any longer, I'm going to throw up. Sun Xian grabbed Xiao Feng's hand. Miss, I can treat you to a meal. Xiao Ming seized the opportunity again. I'm a platinum member of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. I can take you out to eat. You've probably never been to a Michelin restaurant, right? It's really good. Sun Xian almost laughed. If it weren't for Xiao Feng being there, she would have slapped this guy silly. Michelin 3-star? Her grandfather could make a call and have a bunch of top Michelin chefs come to their house with their knives to cook. How could he say such trashy boasting? Classmate Xiao Ming, Sun Xian said with a smile, sometimes, when it comes to eating, it's not about what you eat. It's about who you eat with. Eating street food, spicy hot pot, or stinky tofu with Xiao Feng is delicious no matter what. But if I were with you, even if it were imported M12 grade Wagyu beef cooked by a Michelin 3-star chef, I would still feel nauseous. Xiao Ming's eyes widened in shock. His usual tricks were completely ineffective in front of Sun Xian. As Sun Xian pulled Xiao Feng away, he glanced back at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, don't say I didn't warn you. The Xiao family has been scammed. All the funds on the company's books have been frozen. So your company is facing the risk of a broken cash flow chain, and you might not be able to support your extravagant living expenses anymore. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Ming's expression changed. He was still unaware of the situation at home. He was like a flower growing in a greenhouse, indifferent to the surrounding matters. Believe it or not, Xiao Feng sneered and left with Sun Xian. Although the Xiao group's situation wouldn't lead to bankruptcy, the Xiao family's business was quite large, with significant investments. Once the cash flow chain broke, it would be enough to give them a hard time. Xiaoming didn't believe that the family's cash flow had broken, but when he checked his account, the monthly living allowance of 30,000 had indeed not arrived. He quickly dialed his mother's number. "Mom, why hasn't my living allowance arrived yet?" "Mingming, there's a bit of a problem with the company's cash flow, so your pocket money might be delayed. Don't worry, it will be sent to you in a few days." "No, I want it now." Xiaoming started shouting on the phone. "I have plans to go on an outing with my classmates. I still want to buy AJ. What about my money? Give it to me, right now." Okay, Mom will find a way. We'll find a way, right away, don't worry, son." Zhao's mother was immediately flustered. She hurriedly tried to soothe him over the phone, making promises, and in the end, had to sell some of her jewelry to scrape together 30,000 for Xiaoming. "Your brother is really annoying." After they left, Sun Xian frowned. "He just won't go away." Xiao Feng sighed helplessly. "I really want to stay away from those Xiao family people. I think they are deliberately trying to provoke you," Sun Xian said, looking Xiao Feng up and down. "What's wrong?" Xiao Feng looked at her in confusion. "You and your brother don't look alike at all," Sun Xian said. "Are you sure you're twins? How could it be fake?" Xiao Feng smiled bitterly. "He has a weak constitution, so he looks a bit frail." "Not really, even if he is frail and you are tall, you two really don't look alike at all." Sun Xian shook her head. "Alright, let's not get tangled up in this. Let's go eat," Xiao Feng said. "What do you want to eat?" "Street food," Sun Xian said without hesitation. The last time she went with Xiao Feng to Wanjia Garden, she felt unsatisfied. "It's far from Wanjia Garden here. Come on, I'll take you to another snack street," Xiao Feng said. "Okay," Sun Xian nodded happily. "Are we taking the bus?" "It's not far, just a few kilometers." "Let's grab a shared bike," Xiao Feng said. "Ah, I can't ride," Sun Xian said, a bit embarrassed. "You can't ride a bike?" Xiao Feng was somewhat surprised. "No, I can't." Sun Xian's voice was so low that only she could hear it. She was always driven around. When had she ever ridden a bike? But at her age, not being able to ride a bike was indeed a bit embarrassing. "Well, walking there is fine too, but it might take half an hour," Xiao Feng said helplessly. "It's okay, we can walk together." "I haven't shopped in a long time," Sun Xian said happily. So the two of them headed towards the snack street. They chatted and laughed along the way, having a great time. "Hey, Xiao Feng!" As soon as they entered the pedestrian street, someone called out. Xiao Feng turned around to see it was Su Dachui. He was waving at Xiao Feng and Sun Xian from a sausage stall. "Su Dachui?" Xiao Feng and Sun Xian ran over. "What are you doing here?" "This stall belongs to my mom. She has something to do today, so I'm here to check on it," Su Dachui said without hesitation. He wasn't embarrassed to run into classmates while working at a stall. His straightforward personality was quite refreshing. "Your sausages look really delicious," Sun Xian said, eyeing the shiny sausages, her mouth watering. Mainly because she was indeed hungry at that moment, her stomach was growling from the delicious smell. "Song, you really have good taste." "My sausages are not made from starch." Su Dachui quickly skewered a few with a stick. "These are freshly made by my mom every day, using fresh pork, not the garbage made from bone mud. I'll treat you guys." "Wow, this is really delicious, the texture is so strong." "Xiao Feng, you should try it." Sun Xian took a bite. Her eyes lit up and quickly offered another sausage to Xiao Feng's mouth. Xiao Feng took a bite and gave a thumbs up. "It really is good." Just then, Su Dachui was looking at the two with a curious gaze. He thought to himself that the rumors about them being in a relationship might not be unfounded. TSK, look at their closeness. At that moment, a lady from the neighboring stall pushed a half-person high trash can in front of Su Dachui's stall. It was noon, and there were plenty of people around. With the trash can blocking the way, who would still come to Su Dachui's stall? "Auntie, your stuff is blocking my stall," Su Dachui frowned. The neighboring stall also sold sausages, but they were made from starch. Not only were they not as tasty as Su Dachui's, but it was also known that the starch sausages were made from bone mud. So, this lady had almost no customers at noon. Seeing that Su Dachui's stall was bustling with customers, she was clearly looking for trouble. The lady had a dark expression, silent and busy with her own things. Su Dachui's temper flared up, and he moved the trash can aside. "Why are you moving my stuff? Who told you to touch my things?" Unexpectedly, the lady slammed her hand on the table and came over with her hands on her hips to pick a fight. She assumed Su Dachui was just a high school student, so she decided to bully him. "Are you even reasonable? With your trash can blocking my stall, how am I supposed to do business?" Su Dachui's face turned ugly. "Why did you move my stuff?" The lady entered battle mode. "What belongs to you? I'm telling you, go ask around this street who dares to go against me," the aunt said as she moved the trash can back, this time completely blocking it in front of Su Dachui's stall. "Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Su Dachui was furious. He kicked the trash can aside. "Try blocking me again. You little brat, how does your mother usually teach you? What do you think you are playing at with me?" The aunt pointed at Su Dachui and started cursing, and it was truly Unpleasant to hear.
Moreover, she dumped all the garbage she had cleaned out right in front of Sudachui's stall. Sudachui wasn't going to let her off easy either. He
Kicked over her stall. Well, now it was all over. There was no need to do business anymore. The ant was ready to tear someone apart.
Sudachui, tall and strong, was in the prime of his youth, and he picked up a weapon, ready to fight.
Dachui, don't be impulsive. Xiaofeng was startled and quickly stopped Sudachui. Sun Xian had never seen
such a scene and was momentarily dumbfounded. Once she regained her senses, she hurriedly tried to mediate, managing to hold back the furious Sudachui.
You little brat.
If you dare to smash my stall, I'll make sure you can't survive on this street anymore. The ant put her hands on her hips and made a harsh statement.
Fine, I'll wait for you. If I can still make a living here in the future, you'll be my grandson. Sudachui shouted back. The ant indeed had connections, the nephew from the snack street. Management office quickly arrived with a few people.
Xiaohu, look at this brat who smashed my stall, you have to stand up for me.
The ant rushed over. Ant, don't worry. I'll handle it. Zhou Xiuhu from the management office stepped forward. He frowned as he glanced at his aunt's stall, which was in shambles, and pointed at Sudachui. Did you smash this?
Yes, I did.
So what? Bullying people openly.
Sudachui, being a hothead, was not afraid of him at all.
You are disturbing the market order. Do you believe I can shut down your stall right now? You won't be able to survive here in the future. Zhou Xiuhu threatened, pointing at Sudachui. Who are you scaring? I paid the stall fee. Sudachui refused to back down. Dachui, don't escalate things, I'll handle it. Xiaofeng patted him. This kid was a hothead and didn't understand the ways of the world. Although the Snack Street Management Office wasn't a formal government agency, they had control over this little territory. If Sudachui's mother wanted to continue selling here in the future, she would indeed have to lower her head. Big brother, don't be angry, the young man is just impulsive.
Xiaofeng said with a smile.
Who are you?
Zhou Xiuhu didn't take Xiaofeng seriously at all.
Just a high school student, a kid of no significance, daring to cause trouble here? I'm his classmate. Today's incident is just a misunderstanding. Xiaofeng said, it's not a big deal, no need to make a fuss over it, right?
Oh, you're quite good with words.
Zhou Xiuhu gave Xiaofeng a deep look. Then he turned to the ant and asked, Ant, how do you want to handle this?
This brat smashed my stall and I couldn't do business at noon.
Today, this matter isn't over. The ant said defiantly, compensate me. Compensate? We'll accept the compensation. Xiaofeng nodded. Sudachui was indeed impulsive. Such
things could be settled with a bit of verbal sparring, but there was no need to smash stalls.
However, that ant was indeed infuriating. I want 30,000. Unexpectedly, the ant made a high demand, holding up 3 fingers. 30,000? Your broken things aren't even worth 300. Sudachui was furious. I said 30,000. Not a cent less, or you can forget about appearing on this street in the future. The ant stood her ground. Ant, 30,000 is a bit much. How about this? Your ingredients and materials are only worth a few hundred. I'll compensate you 1,000. How does that sound?
Xiaofeng said with a smile.
30,000, not a single cent less, or you can get lost. The ant snorted coldly. How can you be so unreasonable? Xiaofeng, stop talking and just call the police, Sun Xian said angrily.
No need to call the police. The nearby patrolling auxiliary police had already arrived. Zhou Xiuhu stepped forward enthusiastically to greet them, offering cigarettes, indicating that both sides were quite familiar with each other. Zhou Xiuhu embellished the story of what had happened here. A chubby auxiliary police officer pointed at Sudachui and said, if you break someone else's things, you have to compensate. Don't think just because you're a student you can do whatever you want, you're an adult now. He added. It seemed both sides knew each other, and this officer was clearly biased.
Compensate? We never said we wouldn't, but isn't asking for 30,000 a bit much? Xiaofeng asked.
Not too much, you affected their business.
How is 30,000 too much? The chubby auxiliary officer was clearly favoring the other party.
Also, if you smash someone else's stall, the amount is too large, and you could be sentenced.
You either pay up or come with me to the station. You're really something. Xiaofeng laughed in anger. Little brat, I already said, if you offend me, I won't let you stay here.
The ant's expression was smug, her head held high, as if she had the
upper hand.
Fine then, I'll make a call, Xiaofeng nodded. Since it had come to this, there was nothing more to discuss.
Looking for someone, right? Who doesn't know a few people?
He made a call to Zhou Jun, hoping he could help mediate the situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhou Jun heard what Xiaofeng had to say, he immediately said,
Little brother, wait a moment, I'm nearby and will be right over.
After hanging up, Xiaofeng reassured Sudachui, don't worry, it will be fine.
Xiaofeng, should I have my family come over to handle this? Sun Xian hesitated to say.
She didn't want to reveal her identity in front of Xiaofeng, fearing that he might think their
backgrounds were too different and distance himself from her in the future. It's fine, I've called someone, and they will handle it. Xiaofeng smiled at her. Wow, at such a young age, you already know how to call for help. The auxiliary officer laughed. I want to see what kind of people you can bring. Little brat, have you even hit puberty yet? Zhou Xiaohu also laughed. Kid, stop being stubborn. You either pay up or come with me to the station, the auxiliary officer said in a businesslike tone. By the time this gets to your school, they might expel you. My people haven't arrived yet, why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Feng shot him a glance. Calling for help? Do you really think you can summon the King of Heaven? The auxiliary officer laughed in anger. He pointed at Xiao Feng. I advise you not to waste time, it won't matter who comes. Today. If you don't cooperate, I'm going to handcuff you. This guy actually took out handcuffs and waved them in front of Xiao Feng. He thought that since Xiao Feng was just a kid, a little scare would suffice. But Xiao Feng completely ignored him. However, at that moment, a serious voice came over. Dong Chang, is it appropriate to just take out the handcuffs like that? The auxiliary officer was startled and quickly turned around to see Zhou Jun pushing through the crowd and walking in. Zhou Jun was in plain clothes today, but Dong Chang had worked with him before. Moreover, the police station in his jurisdiction was exactly under Zhou Jun's command. Oh, Captain Zhou, no. Chief Shou. Dong Chang's chubby face suddenly looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. Zhou Jun was now a rising star in the bureau, having caught drug offenders, promptly dismantled fraud rings, and intercepted nearly 100 million in cash. He had just been promoted to deputy chief of the bureau. How could a mere auxiliary officer not show respect upon seeing him? I'm asking you, what do you need the handcuffs for? Is it necessary to use them on a high school student? Zhou Jun's face was serious. With that kind of spirit, you should be dealing with thieves and criminals. Is it just to show off in front of the common people as a public servant? No, it's a misunderstanding, Chief Zhou, it's all a misunderstanding. Dong Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Little brother, are you okay? Zhou Jun looked at Xiao Feng. Don't worry, brother Zhou, I'm sorry to trouble you. Xiao Feng smiled. What are you talking about, trouble? It's nothing, Zhou Jun said with a grin. I'll handle this. He turned his head to look at the auntie. Is this stall yours? Yes, it's mine. The auntie had long put away her earlier arrogant demeanor. After all, her nephew had already reminded her that the person who came was a bureau-level official. Her nephew, a small-time management person from the snack street, had to treat someone like Dong Chang with respect. Someone like Zhou Jun, if nothing unexpected happened, would never have a chance to interact with her in his lifetime. You want 30,000 for this little bit? Are you extorting? Zhou Jun said seriously. Seeing that my brothers are high school students, you think you can bully them, right? No, that's not it, the auntie said with a forced smile. Her earlier arrogance completely vanished. Brothers? This seemingly unremarkable high school student could actually call Zhou Jun his brother? Who had she provoked? Director Zhou, it's my fault, I didn't handle it well. Dong Chang was drenched in cold sweat. He was utterly speechless, thinking that if he had known this kid had such a connection with Director Zhou, he would have said so earlier. Wasn't this just causing trouble? Alright, it's not a big deal. How much is this doll's stuff worth? Just take it. Zhou Jun pointed to the scattered items on the ground. It's not worth much. The raw materials and seasonings are only worth about 300 yuan, the auntie replied cautiously. Here's 300, I'll cover it. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jun pulled out several hundred yuan from his pocket and handed it over. No, Director Zhou, you can't pay for this. Zhou Xiaohu and Dong Chang were practically scared to death. How could they accept this money? I'm the one handling this matter, so take it, or else it will look like I'm using my power to bully others, Zhou Jun insisted, directly shoving the money into the auntie's hands. The auntie held the money, her smile becoming increasingly awkward. Alright, everyone disperse, Zhou Jun waved to the onlookers, then said to Zhou Xiaohu, get your relative a different stall, away from this young brother. Yes, Director Zhou, I'll arrange it. I'm sorry about today, Zhou Xiaohu nodded and bowed. Young man, in the future, don't be so impulsive when something happens. Luckily, nothing major happened today, otherwise, you really wouldn't be able to set up this stall. Zhou Jun couldn't help but give Su Dachui a lecture. Su Dachui repeatedly bowed his head in apology, secretly pleased that his brother had managed to connect with someone like Zhou Jun without saying a word. After this, who would dare to make things difficult for his mother in this snack street? Brother, just in time, I need to find you, Zhou Jun said with a smile. Shall we go out for a meal? Sure, Brother Zhou, let me tell my classmates. Xiao Feng turned to Sun Xian with a wry smile. I'll have to invite you another day. You go ahead, remember you owe me a meal. Sun Xian's eyes curved like crescent moons. She waved at Xiao Feng, watching him leave. She recognized that the Zhou Jun in front of her was the supervising officer from the last time Xiao Qian called the police. Xiao Feng had managed to get so close to Zhou Jun in such a short time. His abilities were impressive. Thinking of this, she felt even happier. Zhou Jun looked at Sun Xian with curiosity. He didn't know this girl, but he felt she looked somewhat familiar, as if she resembled a leader from the headquarters. Zhou Jun treated Xiao Feng to a meal, then said, "Little brother, thanks to you for helping out with these recent matters. When our bureau's top leader came to ask, I couldn't take credit. I told him about the things you reminded me of. He insisted on meeting you after We finish eating, you have to accompany me to the bureau to meet him. Director Zhou, you're putting me on the spot, Xiaofeng said with a bitter smile. Ha, it's fine. He probably just wants to commend you. Zhou Jun laughed heartily. He pondered for a moment, then asked, little brother, do you know Director Song from the headquarters? Headquarters? Director Song? I don't know him. Xiaofeng looked bewildered. He knew that the head of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau was surnamed Song, but he had no connection with him in either this life or the last. He didn't understand why Zhou Jun would ask that. You don't know him? Zhou Jun was also a bit surprised. The last time Xiaofeng was at the police station, Director Song had personally called to check on him. But Xiaofeng actually didn't know the man? However, looking at Xiaofeng, he seemed just like an ordinary high school student. There shouldn't be any connection with Director Song. There must be another reason. He recalled that the girl who had been standing next to Xiaofeng during the dispute earlier, Sun Xian, she had also gone to the police station with Xiaofeng last time. Now that he thought about it, the girl bore some resemblance to Director Song. By the way, what was your classmate's name just now? Zhou Jun asked. Su Dachui, we're very close, Xiaofeng said. The girl with me is named Sun Xian. I came to help her with her studies today. Zhou Jun secretly slapped his thigh, realizing it. They both had the surname Song, so that girl must definitely be related to Director Song. However, since she didn't mention it, she must want to hide her identity, and even if he figured it out, he couldn't say anything. Ah, so that's how it is. No worries, eat up quickly. After we finish, we'll go to the bureau for a bit, Zhou Jun said with a smile. When they arrived at the Linqi sub-bureau, the head, Xiao Jinghua, was already waiting. His attitude was very polite. He first invited Xiaofeng to take a seat and then personally poured him a glass of water. Thank you, Director Xiao. Xiaofeng quickly accepted the water. Xiao Chun, we should be the ones thanking you. Old Zhou said that the previous intelligence was all provided by you. Xiao Jinghua said with a smile, if it weren't for you, the people's property and safety would have been threatened. Director Xiao, this is my duty, Xiao. Feng spoke very formally. Moreover, all of this is thanks to you and Director Zhou. I just provided some clues. Oh, you're being modest, young people are really great. Xiao Jinghua said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaofeng felt it was time to leave. After all, someone of Xiao Jinghua's level was taking time out of his schedule to meet him. Alright then, Director Xiao, I won't disturb you any longer. Xiaofeng stood up. And let me congratulate you in advance, Director Xiao. Congratulations? What are you congratulating me for? Xiao Jinghua stared at Xiaofeng. Congratulations, Director Xiao, you're getting promoted, Xiaofeng said with a mysterious smile. In his memories from the last life, Xiao Jinghua had been promoted to the political commissar of the city bureau, and now seeing him glowing with joy, it was clear that this matter was already mostly settled. Oh, old Zhou, has this little brother heard some news? Xiao Jinghua looked at Zhou Jun in surprise. His promotion was nearly finalized, just waiting for an official order. Everyone in the bureau knew. Had Zhou Jun leaked this to Xiaofeng? I didn't say anything, old Xiao. Zhou Jun was also a bit surprised. He then smiled and said, old Xiao, my little brother is no ordinary person. When he speaks, it's like gold. If he says you're getting promoted, then you definitely are. I can read faces. In any case, Director Xiao, within 3 days, there will surely be good news coming your way. Xiaofeng laughed heartily, covering up. Good, old Zhou, see this little brother off for me. This is really interesting. Xiao Jinghua laughed heartily, in a great mood. Zhou Jun personally saw Xiaofeng out, and just as they reached the police station entrance, Xiaofeng ran into Xiao Yan. The Xiao family had been scammed out of 5 million, a huge amount. Moreover, this was all the funds on the Xiao group's books. Just 1 day apart, Xiao Yan was already anxious and on edge. She had come here today to file a case and take a statement. The good news was that most of the funds had been recovered, so the loss wasn't significant. Brother Zhou, you go ahead and get busy. I can go back by myself. Xiaofeng said with a smile to Zhou Jun. Alright, little brother, take your time on the way back. Just contact me directly if anything comes up. Zhou Jun waved goodbye to Xiaofeng with a smile. Xiaofeng. Xiao Yan hurriedly approached. Xiaofeng frowned and turned to the other side, trying to bypass Xiao Yan and leave. Xiaofeng, why are you ignoring me? Xiao Yan stepped forward and blocked Xiaofeng's path again. She bit her lip lightly, the blood vessels in her eyes reddening. We were deceived. That Yuanqi company is a fraud. They took all the money and left. We should have listened to you back then. So what? Xiaofeng glanced at Xiao Yan. Now the company's cash flow has broken down, and the Xiao family has invested too much money, which can't be recovered in a short time, Xiao Yan murmured. It seemed like she was talking to herself. Or perhaps looking for someone to confide in. What good does it do to tell me this? I warned you back then. Xiaofeng frowned. What difficulties the Xiao family faces has nothing to do with me. You are also a part of the family. Xiao Yan felt a bit wronged. When Xiaofeng was at home before, she always acted like the elder sister. But now, when she encountered difficulties and had no one to talk to, seeing Xiaofeng felt particularly comforting. So she wanted to share her troubles with Xiaofeng. But more than that, she hoped for Xiaofeng's help, even though he was just a high school student.
However, Xiaoyan no longer saw Xiaofeng merely as a high school student.
Compared to the weak Xiaoming, Xiaofeng seemed more capable of shouldering family responsibilities. You're thinking too much. I'm not.
Xiaofeng shook his head. Since
the moment I signed the letter to sever parental ties, I am no longer.
So whether the Xiao family was deceived or the cash flow has broken down, that's your business. Don't expect to tell me and find resonance here. At most, I can refrain from mocking you.
Xiaoyan's face paled, but she quickly steadied herself. I came today to see the supervising officer.
Fortunately, the money we were deceived of was intercepted before it was transferred out.
Isn't that good? Xiaofeng nodded nonchalantly.
But the funds are frozen and need investigation, and the company can't wait. 70 or 80 employees are waiting for their salaries.
The company's operations and the contracts signed all require money to function, Xiaoyan said anxiously. So what do you want me to do?
Xiaofeng turned his head to look at Xiaoyan.
I've been at the
police station since this morning and haven't even seen the supervising officer. You seem to be quite familiar with that director from earlier.
Xiaoyan looked at Xiaofeng expectantly, wanting to ask for his help. So I want to ask you to help me.
You're thinking too much. My relationship with others is just for show. Xiaofeng shook
his head. I can't help you. You should think of a way. Xiaofeng.
Xiaoyan stepped forward anxiously, her eyes slightly red. I am your sister. We should be family.
We should help each other. Just because of some misunderstandings, are you really going to watch the Xiao family sink into a quagmire? Even if we are not relatives, just ordinary friends, you wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, right?
Xiaoyan was genuinely emotional, regretting her previous attitude and realizing how dire the company's
situation was.
Seeing Xiaofeng unmoved, she slowly took out a photo from her bag. In the photo, there were 6 people, with Xiaofeng standing in the middle, smiling happily. Xiaofeng fell silent. Half a year ago, he had just returned to his parents and sisters. He thought he would no longer be like before, with only his grandmother loving him. There were his dad, mom, 2 sisters, and a younger brother who seemed very sensible. He could finally live with his family. That smile back then was a true smile. However, unexpectedly, half a year later, he wrote the letter to sever ties.
Blood ties are shallow, and kinship is lacking.
In the end, he severed ties with his biological
parents. Fate, indeed, plays tricks on people.
In 2 lifetimes, Xiaofeng thought he could let go of everything, but his nose couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Deep down, his yearning for familial love was ultimately too profound.
Xiaofeng, have you really forgotten how you looked on your first day back home? Xiaoyan's voice was choked with emotion.
I truly hope our family can be happy together. Xiaofeng took a deep breath. I once hoped our family could be happy together too, but it no
longer matters. I won't help the Xiao family because they don't deserve it. Xiaofeng turned and left.
Xiaoyan hurriedly ran up to stop him, handing him that photo. Xiaofeng paused for a moment, then took the photo before leaving. Watching Xiaofeng depart, Xiaoyan felt an emptiness inside. Just then, Zhou Jun walked out.
Xiaoyan's eyes lit up.
She knew Zhou Jun seemed to have a good relationship with Xiaofeng, so she rushed forward. Officer Zhou, hello, I'm Xiaoyan, Xiaofeng's sister.
Oh, what's the matter?
Zhou Jun looked at Xiaoyan.
Because of the Yuanqi company incident, our company's funding chain has been cut off.
Xiaoyan explained. I heard the people
have been caught?
Yes, they have been caught and are going through the process, Zhou Jun said.
The thing is, all our company's funds were scammed, and the process is too long, so we might not be able to turn things around.
I came to see the officer in charge, but I haven't been able to meet anyone. I just spoke with Xiaofeng. He asked me to find you. Xiaoyan silently prayed in her heart. She hoped her lie wouldn't be exposed, but she really had no other way.
I see.
Zhou Jun then seriously examined
Xiaoyan. The funds have been frozen, but the loss isn't significant.
Since it was Xiao Chen who sent you, I'll urge them to unfreeze a portion of the funds for your
Xiao family. Okay, thank you so much, Officer Zhou.
Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Zhou Jun with a hint of guilt.
On Monday, as soon as the class bell rang, Su Xiao stepped into the classroom. The moment she entered, the entire classroom erupted with excitement.
The usually plain and conservative Su Xiao had rarely put on
such exquisite makeup.
She wore a white shirt and a deep blue knee-length skirt. Her hair, usually tied up, was now straightened and draped over her shoulders. The black-rimmed glasses she usually wore were gone, replaced by contact lenses. Her overall demeanor had dramatically transformed, no longer the stiff image she usually portrayed. She looked like a sophisticated white-collar worker. The classroom was immediately filled with the sound of boys whistling and girls holding their faces with starry eyes. Teacher Su is so beautiful. Teacher, you should dress like this every day. I promise I won't skip class. Teacher has finally awakened. Let's see if class 3 comes to brag that their teacher is the school beauty. Quiet down. Su Xiao hadn't expected her casual makeover would elicit such a strong reaction from the students. She smiled and pressed her hands down. In today's Chinese class, you can be a bit unruly, but you must understand the knowledge points, no chaos, or else you'll see a strict and harsh version of me tomorrow. We will definitely study hard. I promise, we will absolutely work diligently. Teacher Su, if we perform well, do we get any rewards? What kind of rewards do you want?
Su Xiao asked. How about a driving test for Subject 3, a mischievous boy shouted. Yes, Subject 3, Subject 3. Quiet, let's see how you perform. Su Xiao didn't refuse, it seemed promising. The classroom erupted in cheers and then all the students obediently sat down to start the lesson. Teacher. Su, you've really opened up today, Sun Xian whispered. It was about time, Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Su Xiao had indeed taken his words to heart. This class was very successful. Class 1's average score was average, and there were many mischievous students. But in this class, everyone was surprisingly serious. Su Xiao would not easily skip Subject 3, assigning homework to be checked in the next Chinese class. If the work was done well, then she would consider it. During physical education class, Xiaofeng took another leave. He had cashed out 300,000 in the stock market, which was in a card, and he took this card to the Xiao family. In front of the Xiao family's villa, he rang the doorbell. The door was opened by Xiaoyan, who was both surprised and delighted to see Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, you're back? Without waiting for Xiaofeng to respond, she ran back inside. Dad, Mom, Xiaofeng is back. Soon after, both Xiao father and Xiao mother came out. A portion of the money from Xiao's company had already been recovered. Although it was only over 2 million, it was enough to alleviate the company's urgent needs. Xiao father also learned that the reason they could recover some funds so quickly was because of Xiaofeng. So this time, he surprisingly did not get angry. His gaze toward Xiaofeng was mixed with various emotions. Xiaofeng, come in quickly. Xiaoyan pulled Xiaofeng's hand and walked towards the villa. I'm not going in. Xiaofeng gently pulled his hand away from Xiaoyan. Aren't you going home? Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback. I came here today to return your money. Xiaofeng took out the bank card. He handed it to Xiaoyan. The password is 6 zeros. There's 300,000 inside. Alright, you've learned some skills. Xiao father's face darkened. Where did this money come from? Earned. Honestly, not a single cent is ill-gotten. Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. What do you mean by that? Returning the money means you want to completely sever ties with us? Xiao mother's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Otherwise? Xiaofeng said, I've returned the money, so we're clear from now on. Clear? Xiao mother's voice suddenly rose. You think it's that simple? What else do you want? Xiaofeng frowned. The money had been returned and his relationship with the Xiao family was completely severed. If the Xiao family members tried to push for more demands, he had no intention of indulging them. Let me tell you, Xiaofeng, you are my flesh and blood. Xiao mother pointed at Xiaofeng, struggling to contain her anger. Now I'm willing to give you a chance. As long as you sincerely apologize to everyone, we will consider accepting you back. Xiaofeng looked at Xiao mother, who came from a good background, still maintaining that high and mighty demeanor. He smiled. Apologize? If you apologize to me, I might consider forgiving you. What did you say? You forgive us? Xiao mother looked incredulous. Even though she knew Xiaofeng was different from before, she still couldn't accept this statement. When did this Xiaofeng, who used to carefully please everyone at home, become so tough? That's right, I forgive you. Xiaofeng raised his chin. If you apologize, in the future, if the Xiao family encounters difficulties, I might consider helping you based on our blood ties. Shut your mouth. Xiao mother trembled with anger. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted towards you. I shouldn't have let you come from the countryside. Otherwise, how would so many messy things happen in our family? Xiaofeng, apologize to your mother, now. Xiao father said in a deep voice. Is it this again? Xiaofeng felt somewhat speechless. I've already returned the money to you. You also signed the proof of severing the parent-child relationship. So I don't want to be entangled with you endlessly. Goodbye. As soon as Xiaofeng finished speaking, he was about to leave, but Xiao mother stepped forward to block him and said sternly, Xiaofeng, stop right there. What else do you want? Xiaofeng raised his eyelids. Apologize to us. Zhao's mother said angrily, don't think that just because you've made some money by luck, you can look down on us. We will always be your biological parents, always your elders. You gave birth to me but never raised me. What face do you have to say you are my elders? Xiaofeng found it ridiculous. What? Emphasis on blood relations? This couple was merely trying to regain their pathetic pride as parents because they were embarrassed by him. Xiaofeng, don't get carried away. Don't think that just because you helped us once, you can act recklessly, Zhao's father admonished. We haven't even settled the score for you breaking the vase and stealing your second sister's bracelet. Then go ahead and call the police. Xiaofeng laughed. If you're so sure I did it, just have them arrest me. Don't talk about saving face for me, and don't say I'm your biological son. You've never treated me as such. Dad, the vase incident wasn't Xiaofeng's fault. Xiaoyan couldn't help but speak up. She had video evidence proving Xiaofeng was innocent. Oh, brother's here. Why aren't you coming in? At that moment, Xiaoming peeked his head out. Xiaoyan quickly swallowed her words because she wanted to protect Xiaoming's feelings. She didn't want to believe that such a well-behaved Xiaoming could be a person full of malice. She wanted to find a chance to explain to her parents about Xiaoming because he was so sensitive and understanding. Being exposed in public would surely have a serious impact on him. Xiaofeng watched coldly as this troublemaker came out again.
Mom and Dad, I've already forgiven my brother for his past mistakes.
He's part of our family, can we let him come home? Mingming, look at his attitude, why are you speaking up for him?
Zhao's mother was still furious. She shot a cold glare at Xiaofeng. If you had half the understanding of your brother, our family wouldn't be in such a strained relationship. Indeed, different people have different natures. Compared to your brother, you're just trash.
Right, you never expected that after carrying him for 10 months, you'd give birth to trash, did you? Xiaofeng laughed in anger. No matter whether
you want to admit it or not, this trash was born from your belly. Xiaofeng, you, shut up. Zhao's mother stomped her foot in anger. How could such vulgar words be said?
In front of Xiaoming?
It's one thing to be trash yourself, but what if you lead Xiaoming astray?
Brother, why do you have such a big issue with me? What did I do wrong? I'll change, okay?
Xiaoming looked aggrieved.
Don't make Mom and Dad angry, okay?
Mingming, go inside quickly, don't talk to him, Zhao's mother said, pulling Xiaoming close.
This person is simply unreasonable, let's go.
That's right, the mock exam is coming up soon. You need to be in the top 30 in the city. Don't let this affect
your mood.
Zhao's father shot a fierce glare at Xiaofeng, and the three of them were about to go into the room.
Wait, give me back the IOU, Xiaofeng said.
300,000, it's settled. Give it to him, Zhao's father waved his hand. Zhao's mother went inside to find the IOU and tossed it to Xiaofeng, and the family of three
went inside. Xiaofeng couldn't be bothered with this family and turned to leave.
Xiaofeng, Xiayan called out to him.
Is there something else? Xiaofeng asked.
Yes. I'm sorry, Xiayan said softly.
What are you apologizing to me for? Xiaofeng was somewhat baffled.
Actually, I've investigated the vase incident. It has nothing to do with you, Xiaoyan said, lowering her head awkwardly.
Oh, it has nothing to do with me? So the vase just broke on its own? Xiaofeng sneered. Besides, no one would believe your baseless words, right?
I have evidence. I've restored the surveillance footage, and it was Xiaoming who broke the vase, Xiaoyan quickly explained.
As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized how could she say that in front of Xiaofeng?
After all, she hadn't found the right moment, knowing that Xiaofeng was innocent.
Do you mean you figured everything out? And there's video evidence? Xiaofeng turned around.
His face was somewhat heavy. Then why didn't you say anything in front
of your parents and younger brother just now? Xiaofeng, I'm sorry. Xiaoyan knew she was in the wrong.
I think Xiaoming has his reasons. He's not that kind of person. If I said it in front of everyone, he would lose face and be embarrassed. So I deserve to be wronged by them time and again?
Xiaoming's expression was somewhat angry.
Despite having lived two lives, he had experienced his family's bias countless times. However, when he heard Xiaoyan say this, he still felt a surge of rage.
So he needs face, but I don't? Xiaoming is family to you, and I'm just an illegitimate child?
No, that's not it. Xiaofeng, please let me explain,
Xiaoyan said, anxiously.
But when she opened her mouth, she didn't know how to explain. Yes, in the end, she was too biased. When she learned that everything was orchestrated by Xiaoming, she instantly concocted many reasons for him.
But what about Xiaofeng? Had she ever considered that he was only 18? He also needed family understanding and care. She hadn't even thought to consider things from Xiaofeng's perspective. How sad and heartbroken must he feel to be wronged and scolded by his family?
She hadn't thought of that. She only considered protecting Xiaoming's face without realizing that all of this was planned by Xiaoming.
That seemingly innocent and weak younger brother was never someone to underestimate. Xiaofeng quietly watched her, waiting for her explanation. However, Xiaoyan opened her mouth several times, ultimately only weakly uttering 3 words, I'm sorry.
The one who should be saying sorry is me. Xiaofeng laughed, feeling an immense chill in his heart. This sister, whom he thought had
some sense, turned out to be no different from those people.
It was his fault. He still held some hope for her. This time, he completely severed the string in his heart. Having lived 2 lives, he should have awakened long ago. He should keep his distance from the Xiao family and watch them walk step by step toward hell.
I shouldn't harbor
any illusions about anyone. I shouldn't. Xiaofeng laughed, tears glistening in his eyes.
Xiaofeng, I
will explain everything to Mom and Dad, and I'll handle things
with Xiaoming too.
Xiaoyan said in a somewhat negotiating tone. Give me some time. I will definitely think of a way that satisfies everyone.
The way you call a win-win situation is to consider Xiaoming's face? Xiaofeng nodded. Alright, I understand. You can understand, that's good.
Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Xiaofeng had come to terms with it. I can understand, after all, you are family.
Xiaofeng grinned.
As he spoke, he took out the family photo that Xiaoyan had
given him yesterday.
He examined the photo, and in the depths of his gaze, there seemed to be a hint of determination. He slowly raised his hand and held the family photo.
Hi, Xiaofeng, what are you doing?
Xiaoyan looked at him in shock. He raised the frame and smashed it hard onto the ground. Crash! The frame shattered into
pieces.
Xiaoyan suddenly looked up, incredulous as she stared at Xiaofeng.
This photo had once been Xiaofeng's most treasured possession.
He had placed it in the most
prominent spot on his desk, keeping it spotless.
He had once longed to be with his family, to integrate into the Xiao family.
Yet now he was smashing the very thing he once valued the most into pieces. Xiaoyan suddenly felt as if her heart had shattered along with the frame. At the moment the frame broke, several vague memories flickered through her consciousness. She didn't know whether these memories belonged to Xiaofeng or to her. All she saw was a body with severed hands and feet, ears cut off, and a blurred figure. It was as if she saw her former home engulfed in flames. She also saw a person who seemed to resemble Xiaoming, with a twisted face, laughing maniacally at a villa consumed by fire. These images flashed by, but they struck Xiaoyan's chest like a heavy hammer. Her heart felt as if it had been shattered into pieces. In her pain, she seemed to realize that the indistinct body was Xiaofeng. The burning villa, the heart-wrenching cries, were her own and her family's. The twisted, grotesque face, laughing at the villa, overlapped with Xiaoming's harmless visage. A sharp pain pierced her heart. She pressed her hand against her chest and looked at Xiaofeng in terror. Everything that had just happened felt like an illusion, almost like a dream, yet she felt it deeply. Xiaofeng reached out, taking a photo from the shattered frame. Then he tore down his own picture and heavily threw the family photo, now missing one person, onto the ground. He stopped speaking and strode away. From that moment on, he severed all ties with the Xiao family. Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng. Xiaoyan weakly called out to his back, but Xiaofeng ultimately did not turn back. She slowly bent down to pick up the family photo that was missing one person, and the pain in her heart magnified little by little. Tears fell from her eyes in large drops. Xiaofeng felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He had completely drawn a line with the Xiao family, and from now on, the sky was high and the sea was vast, allowing him to soar freely. In the future, he would focus solely on himself, making his life even more brilliant. When he returned to school, gym class had not yet ended. A group of people was gathered together, seemingly because a classmate had been injured. He turned his head to look around but did not see Song Xian. Xiaofeng's heart tightened. Could it be that Song Xian was hurt? He hurriedly rushed forward, pushing through the crowd. Sure enough, he saw Song Xian squatting on the ground, holding one foot, her expression pained. What happened? Xiaofeng asked as he approached. Xiaofeng, you finally made it. Sudachui sighed in relief upon seeing Xiaofeng. Song Xian twisted her ankle just now, and the gym teacher isn't here. Then hurry and take her to the infirmary, Xiaofeng said anxiously. We were waiting for you, Sudachui replied awkwardly. Waiting for me for what? I really can't believe you guys. Xiaofeng quickly helped Song Xian up. How do you feel? Does your foot still hurt? It hurts, Song Xian said, looking aggrieved. I'll help you. Xiaofeng tried to lift Song Xian, but as soon as her foot touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through her, causing tears to fall. Xiaofeng had no choice but to squat down and carry Song Xian on his back, running towards the infirmary. You two are a couple. If you don't come, others would feel embarrassed to help. Sudachui called out to their backs. Right, look at these two, so well matched. I'm suddenly a bit envious. The classmates murmured, having long categorized the two as a couple. It was clear that only Xiaofeng could take her to the infirmary. If someone else did, it would overshadow him. How do you feel? Does it hurt a lot? Did you hurt your bones? Xiaofeng asked as he hurriedly ran towards the infirmary with her on his back. It's a bit better now, Song Xian said, wrapping her arms around Xiaofeng's neck. She leaned against his back, feeling his sturdy frame and the scent of a teenage boy, making her feel a bit dizzy. How could you be so careless? Xiaofeng said, somewhat reproachfully. I didn't notice while jumping rope. It wasn't intentional, Song Xian replied, her face flushed. Hold on tight, I can barely carry you. You should lose some weight, Xiaofeng teased her. Indeed, at 168 centimeters, if Song Xian were a bit heavier, he really wouldn't be able to carry her. You're so annoying. Song Xian couldn't help but punch Xiaofeng lightly. But she knew this was just Xiaofeng's way of distracting her, making her feel less pain. Xiaofeng chuckled and finally ran to the infirmary, setting her down and calling for the doctor. The doctor examined Song Xian and then said, it's nothing serious, no bones are injured. Just apply some bruise ointment, and don't attend PE class this week. Be careful not to engage in any strenuous activities. The doctor handed over half a bottle of ointment and then went back to his work. Hearing this, Xiaofeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bent down, took off Song Xian's shoes. What are you doing, Xiaofeng? Song Xian instinctively shrank her feet. I'm applying the ointment for you, Xiaofeng said as he removed her socks. Then he grabbed her ankle, poured a little ointment into his palm, and gently rubbed it on her injured ankle. The moment his hand touched her foot, Xiaofeng's hand trembled slightly. Song Xian's feet were perfectly shaped, long and round, with fair and tender skin. Her smooth toes formed a perfect shape, exuding beauty. The thoughts of the young boy and girl were separated by a thin layer of paper, yet they couldn't touch. After a long while, Xiaofeng gritted his teeth to calm his racing heart and began to massage her. This way, the ointment would take effect faster. Song Xian bit her lip tightly, trying not to gasp. The soles of her feet were very sensitive, and with Xiaofeng holding her like this, gently and attentively massaging, it felt as if she were about to float away. While feeling shy, she also thoroughly enjoyed it. After all, this boy in front of her was someone she thought about every day. After applying the
Ointment. Xiaofeng carefully helped her put on her shoes and socks. When he looked up, he noticed that Sun Xian's face was frighteningly red.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiaofeng was startled. Then, instinctively, he reached out to check her forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? No, let's go back to the
classroom, Sun Xian said, trying to cover it up.
Can you walk?
If you can't, I can carry you, Xiaofeng asked with concern.
I can, just support me, no need to carry me. Sun Xian's face turned even redder.
She was really afraid that if he carried her again, she would completely fall for him.
Alright, let's go.
Xiaofeng supported her as
they left the infirmary.
As they stepped outside, they ran into Su Xiao, who had heard about Sun Xian's injury and had come over to check on her.
Sun Xian, how are you? Is your injury serious? Teacher Su, I'm fine.
The doctor has already given me ointment and I'll be fine after applying it a few times, Sun Xian said with a relaxed
smile. That's good to hear.
Be careful, Su Xiao said, stepping forward to support her other arm.
Thank you, Teacher Su, Sun Xian said obediently. It's nothing, Su.
Xiao smiled slightly. After all, Sun Xian's grades were also quite good. This Thursday is the first mock exam.
This time it's a citywide joint exam, very important. Both of you have excellent grades. You must not take it lightly this time. Don't worry, teacher.
Both Song and I will be fine, Xiaofeng smiled.
The few of them chatted.
As they walked, and when they reached the teaching building, a well-dressed and graceful female teacher walked towards them. Li Qing, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, was considered one of the prettiest among the female teachers. She also knew how to dress well, and the students privately referred to her as the school beauty. However, after Su Xiao awakened, with just a little bit of dressing up, Li Qing seemed to pale in comparison. Upon seeing Su Xiao, Li Qing pretended to come over to greet her.
Hello, Teacher Su.
Oh, it's you, Teacher Li. Hello,
Su Xiao replied with a smile. Oh, what happened to your student?
Seeing Su Xiao's elegant appearance, Li Qing felt a
twinge of jealousy.
After all, she used to be the favorite object of the unmarried male teachers at the school. Su Xiao had previously dressed rather conservatively, hardly
drawing any attention.
Now, with just a little bit of effort, her elegance had suddenly risen. Unmarried male teachers in the office immediately began to show her extra
attention.
I accidentally twisted my ankle during gym class, but it's nothing serious, Su Xiao replied. You need to be careful then, Li Qing assessed Su Xiao.
I mean, Su. Teacher, you're also a teacher. There are some things you need to pay attention to. What things? Su Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. As a teacher, you should be mindful of
your attire, Li Qing said in an instructive tone.
Don't dress too flamboyantly.
Today's students, especially the boys, are all full of vigor.
If you dress too provocatively, they won't have the mind to study.
Alright, let's go, Xiaofeng supported her as they left the infirmary. As they stepped outside, they ran into Su Xiao, who had
come to check on Sun Xian after hearing about her injury. Sun Xian, how are you? Is your injury serious? I'm fine, Su teacher.
The doctor has already prescribed some ointment. I'll be fine after applying it a few times, Sun Xian replied with a light smile.
That's good to hear.
Be careful, Su Xiao said, reaching out to support
her other arm. Thank you, Su teacher, Sun Xian said obediently.
No problem, Su Xiao smiled slightly. Sun Xian's grades were also quite good.
Teachers generally prefer
students with good grades, and she was no exception. However, the previous rumors might indeed be true. The two in front of her seemed to be a couple now.
Sigh, the worries
of the senior students are endless.
She then reminded them, this Thursday is the first mock exam. This time it's a citywide joint exam, very important. Both of you have good grades. You mustn't take it lightly this time. Don't worry, teacher. Song and I will be just fine, Xiaofeng smiled. The group chatted as they walked, and when they reached the teaching building, a well-dressed and elegant female teacher approached them. Sun Xian, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, was considered quite beautiful among the female teachers.
Moreover, she knew how to dress well, and the students privately referred to her as the school flower. However, after Su Xiao's awakening, even a little dressing up made Sun Xian seem less impressive. Upon seeing Su Xiao, Sun Xian pretended to come over to greet her. Hello, Teacher Su.
Oh, it's you, teacher.
Sunday hello, Su Xiao replied with a smile.
Oh, what happened to your student?
Seeing Su Xiao's elegant appearance, Sun Xian felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, she used to be the favorite object of the unmarried male teachers at the school. Su Xiao had previously dressed conservatively, hardly drawing any attention. Now, just a little bit of dressing up had elevated her presence. Immediately, some unmarried male teachers in the office began to show her extra attention.
I accidentally twisted my ankle
during gym class, but it's nothing serious, Su Xiao answered. You need to be careful then, Sun Xian assessed Su Xiao again.
I mean, Su teacher, you're also a teacher. There are some things you need to pay attention to. What things? Su Xiao asked, still puzzled.
As a teacher, you should be mindful of your attire, Sun Xian said in an
instructive tone. Don't dress too flamboyantly.
Today's students, especially the boys, are all full of vigor.
If you dress too provocatively, they won't have the mind to study.
Su Xiao's face instantly turned red. She realized Sun Xian was referring to her own attire as problematic. Before she could respond, Sun Xian continued aggressively. Moreover, teachers should have the demeanor of a teacher, otherwise, it sets a bad example and undermines teacher ethics.
You're right, Teacher Sunday. I'll pay attention. Su Xiao replied, feeling embarrassed. She had just graduated not long ago and wasn't good at scheming.
Unlike Sun Xian, who was in her 30s and had long been a
seasoned player in the office.
Furthermore, she prided herself on being a senior and always spoke in a lecturing tone.
I think Su teacher's outfit is fine. How does it relate to undermining teacher ethics?
Xiao Feng was displeased. Su Xiao was very responsible and had helped him quite a bit before.
Look at this old woman bullying her own teacher. He definitely won't sit idly by. Is this your student?
Sun Xiang raised her head, not even glancing at Xiao Feng.
How rude. Xiao Feng.
Su Xiao shot a glare at Xiao Feng, signaling him to avoid causing trouble. But Xiao Feng didn't care. Teacher Sun, we live in a society governed by law, with freedom of speech.
You're wrong. Am I not allowed to rebut for Teacher Su? What's wrong with Teacher Su's attire? Is it too revealing? Or is her skirt too short? If a long-sleeved shirt and a knee-length skirt are considered inappropriate, then what do you call your low-cut v-neck top?
Sun Xing didn't expect a student to be so aggressive.
Before she could
respond, Xiao Feng continued, besides, Teacher Su is in her 20s. She doesn't need to dress up deliberately. Her elegance is innate, unlike someone in their 30s. Who wouldn't dare step out without 2 pounds of makeup?
But Song Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Yes, this Teacher Sun, though she had a good foundation, was
indeed getting on in years.
Her skin couldn't compare to Teacher Su's, and it probably took her an hour to put on makeup every day, especially with the thick foundation and the overpowering perfume that made one dizzy.
Teacher Su, is this the student you raised? Sun Cheng's delicate face was almost twisted in anger.
Every word from Xiao Feng felt like a stab to her heart.
Sorry, Teacher Sun, he didn't mean it that way. Su Xiao panicked.
She quickly said to Xiao Feng, apologize to Teacher Sunday.
I didn't say anything wrong, Teacher Su. Just look at the thick layer on Teacher Sun's face.
Xiao Feng feigned innocence.
Xiao Feng.
Sun Qing's face was nearly green with rage. After all, she was a homeroom teacher and held great authority in Class 3. Especially in front of the students, she felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. After all, the students treated her with utmost respect. Sometimes, when she vented her emotions by scolding them, they would lower their heads and not dare to retort. She had never encountered a thorn like Xiao Feng before. I'm here, Teacher Sunday, Xiao Feng said with a smile, suddenly as if he had discovered a new continent.
Oh, Teacher Sun, your double eyelids don't look very natural.
But it's okay, it can be fixed. I know a plastic surgery clinic that does a great job.
Why don't you go have a look?
Sun Chang was completely stunned. Her double eyelids were indeed surgically done, but she had never told anyone. Moreover, people often praised her double eyelids as beautiful.
Now, being so blatantly exposed, how could she not be flabbergasted? Xiao Feng, what are you saying?
Teacher Sun's double eyelids are natural, you should stop.
Su Xiao
was nearly losing it, but on the surface, she still maintained a stern face, apologized to Teacher Sunday.
I misjudged. I'm sorry, Teacher Sunday. Xiao Feng then pretended to be innocent.
But your double eyelids could still use some work. They can't compare to our Teacher Su's, which are naturally beautiful.
Song Xian was about to burst.
Her face was flushed red. She realized that when Xiao Feng confronted someone, he was utterly unambiguous. He had managed to make the infamous Sun Qing speechless.
Teacher Su, your student has truly opened my eyes.
Sun Shine steadied herself and sneered. But this Xiao Feng, I've heard of him. He ranked first in physics at the last interschool
competition. He represented the school in the city physics competition?
Yes, Teacher Sun, Xiao Feng's grades are excellent, Su Xiao said with a smile.
Having an outstanding student brought her pride as a teacher.
But I've heard that your student achieved those grades through cheating.
Sun Qing scoffed. At such a young age, not learning properly? Can grades obtained through cheating deceive for a moment, or deceive for a lifetime? Teacher Sun, who told you that? Su Xiao's pretty face darkened. All the teachers in the school know about it. Do I need to hear it from someone?
Sun Qing disdainfully glanced at Xiao Feng.
I advise Teacher Su to clarify this
matter. He represents our Tongfang High School. If he really goes to the city physics competition and comes back with a 0, it will be our school's disgrace.
Teacher
Sun, if you have evidence proving that Xiao Feng cheated, please present it. Su Xiao was furious, stepping forward. If not, please apologize to Xiao Feng now.
Does this need evidence? The whole school knows.
Sun Xing didn't expect that the usually gentle Su Xiao would actually confront her for a student. But she relied on her seniority and pressed on. Even his biological parents have caused a scene at the school. I heard he has severed ties with his biological parents, right?
Someone who isn't even cared for by their own parents, how good can their character be?
Xiao Feng has indeed been reported for cheating, but the principal personally set the questions to
prove he didn't.
Su Xiao's face was serious. Moreover, Xiao Feng is helpful and diligent.
As for his character, as a teacher, I know better than anyone. Teacher Sun, don't just follow rumors. If you don't apologize, I will personally seek justice for him in front of the principal. You are insulting his character, my student's character. Is not something anyone can insult. Xiaofeng and Sun Xian were left speechless. God, is this really their usually gentle teacher who never argues with anyone? She was firing on all cylinders, her aura almost suffocating Sun Xian. Teacher Su, is it really necessary to make a scene in front of the principal for just one student? Sun Xian was also taken aback, her tone softening a bit. She hadn't expected the usually soft-spoken Su Xiao to get heated over a student. As for baseless accusations, they are an insult to my student's character and undermine his confidence. Sun Xian's tone was stiff. Now please apologize to my student. Alright, I admit I was wrong. Seeing that Su Xiao was serious, Sun Xian had no choice but to back down. She felt embarrassed and awkwardly said, this week the city will have a unified mock exam, so teacher Su should pay more attention. After all, there are only 6 classes in the 3rd year. It wouldn't be good if we end up at the bottom. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Sunday. I will pay attention, and you should too, Su Xiao replied. No need to worry, our class's Li Jianing was first in the whole school last time. Sun Chang smugly dropped that line and then left. Su Xiao finally let out a long sigh. If it weren't for Xiaofeng, she wouldn't want to argue with anyone. Teacher Su, you were amazing. Song Xian couldn't help but applaud. I've never seen you like this before. Yeah, Teacher Su, from now on, you're my boss. Xiaofeng gave a thumbs up. Alright, stop. I was so fierce just now, I must have ruined my image. Su Xiao's face turned red. Then her expression turned serious. Both of you have good grades, this time in the mock exam, you must make me proud. Don't worry, Teacher Su, this time Li Jianing from class 3 will be pushed out of the top 3, I guarantee it, Xiaofeng said confidently. Having transferred here for half a year, he had been holding back his strength, not for any other reason, but to maintain Xiaoming's face. Xiaoming told him that his grades were his parents' pride. If he did too well, his parents would be unhappy. So for the past 6 months he had been hiding his abilities, even in the last physics joint exam he accidentally came in first. From now on, he wouldn't hide his strength anymore. He, Xiaofeng, would make a stunning debut. Alright, you take Song back to the classroom, I'm going to the office. Su Xiao said. Okay. Xiaofeng supported Song Xian and walked to the staircase. Can you go up the stairs? Xiaofeng asked. I can, I think. I'll give it a try, Song Xian replied uncertainly. Class 3 of the senior year is on the 5th floor. Although her foot was better, climbing the stairs was still quite exhausting. Without further ado, Xiaofeng squatted down and carried her on his back, then started up the stairs. Ah, Xiaofeng, that's the 5th floor. Song Xian exclaimed in surprise, protesting, let me down quickly, I can go up by myself. Don't be stubborn. For the next few days, I'll carry you up and down the stairs, Xiaofeng said. But you really need to lose weight, you're too heavy. How annoying, Song Xian lightly punched Xiaofeng. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck and gently leaned against his back. A few strands of hair fell onto Xiaofeng's face, tickling him. The scent of youthful girlhood wafted over, and even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. After climbing 3 flights of stairs in one go, even with Xiaofeng's good physical condition, he had to stop and rest for a moment. Let me down, I can walk, Song Xian said, feeling a bit pained. It's fine, just catch your breath. Xiaofeng smiled and continued to carry her. Song Xian took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just like that, they made their way back to the classroom. When they opened the classroom door, the students inside stared wide-eyed at them. Soon, a wave of teasing sounds filled the room. These two, their relationship is confirmed. How nice, another couple in the class. In the afternoon after school, Xiaofeng received a call from Bai Wei. She asked if he had time, saying that the old man with the surname Song wanted to see him. Thinking it was about the details of the project, since he had taken 50,000 yuan in design fees from someone else, he definitely needed to follow through. He took a leave of absence from evening study and went to meet Bai Wei. The agreed meeting place was a very upscale tea house. The tea house had an ancient design, and the tea masters inside were all dressed in kipeos. After Xiaofeng arrived, he explained to the front desk about the reserved private room, and a waiter took him to the 3rd floor. Jiangcheng is called Jiangcheng because the Yangtze River flows through the city center. This tea house is located right by the riverside. In the evening, the private room facing the river offers a view of the river scenery. When he entered the room, besides Bai Wei, there were Song Yunming and an old man of similar age to him. The two were staring at a chessboard, puffing and glaring at each other. It was supposed to be a draw, but neither old man would give in. Old Zhang, you have to admit defeat this time, Song Yunming said, slapping the table. You win every time, what's wrong with letting me win once? No way, the other old man shook his head. I can't let you. That's the rule. Then let's just drag it out and see who can outlast whom, Song Yunming said defiantly. The old man in front of him was named Zhang Hongji, the owner of Jiangcheng's largest real estate company. Over 90% of the high-end villa projects in Jiangcheng were done by his company, Hongji Real Estate. The two old men had been friends for decades, acting like children together. Old Song, Xiaofeng is here, he's still in high school, and time is tight, what do you think? Bai Wei gently reminded. Oh, Xiaofeng, you're here? Sun Yunming waved his hand casually, sweeping the chessboard off the table with a crash. He smiled and said, come, sit down. Sun Yunming, you're cheating, you can't win, so you do this? Zhang Hongji said, a bit annoyed. What chess are we playing? My little Chen is here, didn't you also get a villa next to me? Isn't it about to be renovated? Sun Yunming pointed at Xiaofeng. My design concepts and layout all came from this young man. Don't you like it? I called you here for this. If you have any questions, hurry and ask. He's still studying. Old Song, are you serious? Zhang Hongji looked Xiaofeng up and down. Discovering that he was just a high school student, I couldn't help but feel puzzled. Are you sure the layout of your villa was proposed by him? Am I lying to you? Sun Yunming gestured for Chia Chen to sit down. Let me introduce you. This old man is Zhang Hongji, who develops villas and townhouses. If you have any needs in this area, look for him. He can give you a good deal. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Xiaofeng greeted respectfully. Yet, he felt a bit shaken. This old man was not simple at all. The head of Hongji Real Estate, the landmark buildings in Jiangcheng all came from their company. Moreover, they specialized in the development of villas and townhouses. Mentioning Hongji was synonymous with high-end representation. But then again, it made sense. With someone like Sun Yunming running a bank, how could his friends be anything less? Alright, young man, I heard from old Sun that his villa concept is based on your ideas? Zhang Hongji looked at Xiaofeng. I also have a villa, quite similar to this old man's. But the direction and orientation are a bit different. Can you take a look and give me some insights? Sure. Xiaofeng nodded. Bai Wei quickly handed her notebook to Xiaofeng and opened the drawings on it. Xiaofeng studied it earnestly. In his previous life, he had worked hard to learn various knowledge to please the Xiao family. He had dabbled in decoration and, in addition, his master from Qingniu Temple had taught him some feng shui knowledge. He couldn't compare to a professional, but assessing the orientation and feng shui of a house was no problem. Moreover, combining feng shui with decoration was something most designers couldn't achieve. After looking for more than 10 minutes, he already had a grasp of it. He smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, I've looked at the villa. Your house is not far from Old Song's, facing the front. The southern position belongs to the Zhuke direction, which is associated with fire in the five elements, so it translates to a strong fire in the south. People living in this house generally have a higher moral cultivation and a strong drive for progress. In the future, Hongji real estate will surely reach new heights. Good lad. Mr. Shang's eyes lit up. No wonder Old Song highly recommended you. Your words are indeed impressive. But saying these nice things is useless. You need to tell me how to decorate it. I need to be satisfied. Mr. Zhang is in the real estate business, so he must pay attention to feng shui. Xiaofeng said with a smile. Therefore, decoration should focus on concealing the wind and gathering energy. Corresponding to the 5 movements and 6 energies, none can be missing, especially in the Ming Tang area. Having too many artificial hills and floral decorations in the design is not advisable. Ming Tang should avoid clutter. It emphasizes emptiness. If too many things are designed, it will lead to an imbalance of yin and yang. Zhang Hongji was instantly captivated by Xiaofeng's theories. Bai Wei quickly took out her notebook, listening and taking notes. For a full half hour, Xiaofeng discussed all the orientations, layouts, and considerations of the villa, speaking until his mouth was dry. Zhang Hongji listened intently. In the end, he slapped his thigh. Incredible. No wonder Old Song recommended you. At such a young age, you have such unique insights. Then, Miss Bai, organize a plan based on what this young man said. Okay, Mr. Zhang, the design will be ready in 3 days, and I'll contact you then. Bai Wei smiled. Another set of several thousand square meters of villas, business worth millions was in her hands again. Xiaofeng was truly her lucky star. The company would definitely promote these 2 villas extensively, and her reputation would rise significantly. Alright, young man, no wonder Old Song said meeting you would be worth it. I've learned a lot. Zhang Hongji laughed heartily. You're still in school, right? Mr. Zhang, I'm still in my senior year. Xiaofeng nodded. That's rare. Zhang Hongji sighed. At such a young age, having such insights is not simple. You're overpraising me. I should get going if there's nothing else. Xiaofeng glanced at the time. It was getting late. Alright, young man, here's my business card. If you ever want to buy a villa or anything, don't forget to contact me. Zhang Hongji took out his personal business card and handed it to him. The president of Hongji Real Estate didn't just give his card to anyone. You old man, someone helped you, and you still want to profit from them? Sell it at cost, or I'll cut off your loan. Sun Yunming glared at him. Old man, you're ruthless. Don't worry, I can sell it at a loss if needed. Zhang Hongji said with a smile. Zhang Lao, is Hongji Real Estate recently bidding for a piece of land in the west? Xiaofeng asked. Yes, how did you know? Zhang Hongji was taken aback. I saw it in the news. The city government is auctioning off 9 commercial plots tomorrow. Xiaofeng said with a smile. Hongji Real Estate's development strategy is not hard to understand. It mainly focuses on the ecological livable area in the west. Oh, young man, you have a good eye.
Zhang Hongji seriously assessed Xiaofeng.
Hongji real estate primarily dealt with high-end properties focusing on the wellness and livable area in the west. Their development strategy indeed leaned towards the west. This time, for plot 16 in the west, Zhang Lao should definitely secure it. Xiaofeng continued. It's a must-have. Zhang Hongji nodded. I have a small suggestion. I wonder if Shan Lao would be willing to hear it?
Xiaofeng pondered for a moment before speaking.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Zhang Hongji looked at Xiaofeng in surprise.
He was considered a business tycoon, having navigated the market for decades. Moreover, every step of Hongji Group's development was well thought out. He was curious what unique insights this young man might have. Don't take plot 16, Xiaofeng said. Why not?
Zhang Hongji's gaze faltered. He was determined to secure this land, as it was a crucial part of their future development in the west.
Xiaofeng was suggesting he give it up?
Plot 16 is a land king, surrounded by a river, 2 lakes, and 3 parks. Its
development potential is indeed good,
Xiaofeng said, but the investment is also enormous.
Moreover, the west area is the site of a historically vanished ancient kingdom. When developing in the west before, Zhang Lao must have unearthed quite a few tombs, right?
Has Zhang Lao ever thought about what would happen if a large burial site were
discovered, causing a delay of 1 or 2 years in the project? A delay of 1 or 2 years?
Zhang Hongji nearly jumped.
He couldn't afford any delays. He had made
thorough preparations.
Once this land was auctioned, they would immediately enter a high turnover development phase.
They aimed to quickly recoup their funds, if there were
indeed delays. The developers wouldn't be able to recover their money and their financial situation would become precarious.
Young man, do you have any basis for what you're
saying?
Before bidding on this land, we had professional surveys done. Zhang Hongji stared at Xiaofeng.
Surveys aren't always 100% accurate, Xiaofeng explained. I read a book.
It mentioned a type of royal tomb from ancient times, sealed with sealing wax and oil, which could block detector signals.
Yes, he knew about this from his previous life.
When Hongji Group acquired a land king in the west for 26 billion, it caused quite a stir. However, when Hongji Group ambitiously began
construction, they unearthed the ruins of a royal residence from a historically vanished kingdom. Due to the immense development value, even leading enterprises had to halt operations.
Thus, for a full 3 years of excavation, Hongji real estate was nearly dragged down by this battle. They had invested so heavily in this land that their
financial chain was almost severed.
Now, seeing this old man, he felt he was decent and thought to remind him, hoping to establish a good relationship.
Zhang Hongji
fell silent. In fact, he had made a significant decision to invest heavily in this land. There were opposing voices around, but the board voted in favor. With Xiaofeng's mention, he suddenly felt a bit hesitant. Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. A high school student like me can't possibly compare to Zhang Lao's think tank.
Xiaofeng smiled. I'll head back now.
Zhang Lao, I'll also head back to organize my thoughts. You and Song Lao can continue your conversation.
Bai Wei also packed her things and left with Xiaofeng. Old Zhang? Seeing Zhang Hongji lost in thought, Song Yunming called out to him. Are you hesitating?
Yes, this young man may not be very old, but
he speaks with such maturity and is extremely knowledgeable about human affairs.
Old Hongji furrowed his brows, and from his insights on feng shui and layout, I feel he is not an ordinary person.
I feel the same way, Song Yunming nodded.
So let's take his words seriously. Zhang Hongji hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth.
I'll go back first and convene a board meeting. Old Song, let's have tea another day.
That evening, in the Hongji Group conference room, the lights were bright.
Shareholders and executives had all arrived. Zhang Hongji's 2 sons were also present. After 2 hours of meeting, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chairman, the surrounding
facilities of Plot 16 are complete, international schools, top-tier hospitals, and the subway. One shareholder stood up.
Moreover, the environment is excellent, with a
river, 2 lakes, and 3 parks.
Such a prime location won't come around again.
That's right, Dad, the eldest son chimed in. You can't doubt this piece of real estate.
Just because of a high school student's words.
Exactly, another executive added. There are many ancient tombs to the west, but we hired a professional surveying team. They used the most advanced instruments to survey that land. There definitely won't be any burial sites underneath. Zhang Hongji paced back and forth with his hands
behind his back.
His expression was also somewhat grave because he knew the crucial decision rested with him. He had navigated the business world for many years, building Hongji real estate from scratch to such a large scale, not by luck. It was his calm mind, analysis of the situation, and an innate sense of crisis. He felt that this land was too perfect. Aside from being expensive, it was nearly flawless. This in itself was abnormal because the land was too perfect. People often overlook potential risks in things that seem too good to be true. This land could probably be acquired for over 2 billion, but it would consume 80% of Hongji Group's cash flow. Once they entered, they had to turn it over quickly, otherwise, even a strong company like Hongji Group could face cash flow difficulties. If, as Xiaofeng said, there were indeed precious tombs beneath this land. Digging for 2 or 3 years would put Hongji Group in a huge predicament.
Now, raise your hands to vote.
Those in favor of continuing the development of Plot 16, please raise your hands. Zhang Hongji seemed to have made up his mind. He turned around, pressing his hands on the conference table, his gaze sweeping over the shareholders and executives. Without any hesitation, over 70% of the shareholders and executives raised their hands. Because this land was already on the line, it had to be pursued. Their preparations over the past 6 months could not go to waste. I understand, Zhang Hongji nodded lightly.
Chairman,
with 70% in favor, what do we do now? A shareholder looked at Zhang Hongji with a questioning gaze. I am the chairman of Hongji Group. Zhang Hongji stood up straight, his tone serious, and I hold veto power. Therefore, I announce that at tomorrow's auction, Hongji Group will withdraw from the bidding for Plot 16.
Dad.
His son was taken aback, wanting to say something.
Meeting adjourned.
Zhang Hongji waved his hand and turned to leave the office. The shareholders and executives exchanged glances and eventually left in small groups, helplessly.
What's wrong with the chairman? Didn't he have his sights set on this land before? Who knows?
The group has been gearing up to develop this land for the past 6 months.
Is a high school student's suggestion really that important? Ha!
The chairman is getting old. He
doesn't seem as decisive and driven as before. Rumors filled the entire company.
This time, the chairman's decision was met with dissatisfaction from shareholders and executives alike. After all, that land was the most perfect piece in the Western District, and losing it would mean it would never come around again.
Xiao Feng, let me treat you to a meal.
Bai Wei caught up with Xiao Feng and smiled. Thank you, you've helped me secure a big deal.
Sister Bai, you're too polite, but I am indeed a bit hungry. Xiao Feng's stomach had been growling for a while.
After talking for over an hour during his growth spurt, he was already quite empty. They found a rather upscale Western
restaurant, and considering Xiao Feng was a student, Bai Wei ordered 2 glasses of juice instead of red wine.
The ingredients at this restaurant were quite good, though the prices were relatively high. However, the Australian imported steak and fresh lobster, after being cooked by the chef, tasted excellent.
Xiao Feng, how much consulting fee do I owe you this time?
Bai Wei elegantly cut a piece of steak.
This time it's free.
Xiao Feng thought for a moment.
Free?
Bai Wei was a bit surprised. Oh, you little
money grubber, you can offer free consultations? But you need to help me with something. On Thursday afternoon, arrange for that Mr. Zhang to meet with me. Xiao Feng said after some thought, I have a bit of money and want to make an investment. That's no problem. Bai Wei nodded, curious as she asked, what do you plan to invest in? A piece of land. If I can persuade Mr. Zhang, I'll suggest you invest a little too.
Xiao Feng said with a smile. If he remembered correctly, at this time in his previous life, the business district project in the eastern area of Jiangcheng was about to be confirmed. A barren piece of land could be bought at a price that would multiply 5 times or more. But he didn't have the funds, so he could only persuade Zhang Hongji to bid while he followed along to invest a bit. He had said everything he needed to say today. If Zhang Hongji was a bit more rational, he wouldn't fall into the trap of Plot 16. As for the outcome, he would thank himself. Persuading him to invest in the eastern area shouldn't be difficult. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Looking forward to our cooperation. Bai Wei raised her glass of juice. She clinked glasses with Xiao Feng, and they both drank it down.
Oh, brother is here too.
A bothersome voice rang out, and Xiao Feng turned to look. Sure enough, he saw Xiao Ming's harmless-looking, yet extremely annoying face appear before him. Xiao Feng immediately lost his appetite. He threw down his cutlery. Sister Bai, let's finish up and leave.
I'm not hungry anymore.
Okay. Bai Wei glanced at Xiao Ming and continued eating. Brother, in a few days, there will be a mock exam in the city. I can rank in the top 30 this time, so my parents specially brought me out to celebrate in advance. Xiao Ming still wore a naive expression. Mom, Dad, and my sister are really too good to me.
That's indeed nice. Xiao Feng nodded.
In the end, this kid had shown no mercy when he burned his own parents and sister to death for a third-rate drug-addicted star.
Raising a dog would be better than raising this kid, right? Brother, let's eat together. We've reserved bluefin tuna. It's a top-notch ingredient you've definitely never tried before, right? Xiao Ming's invitation was merely a show-off.
Xiao Feng grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. First of all, I'm not your brother.
Secondly, I've already had it.
Furthermore, if you keep jumping around in front of me, I really will slap your face.
Xiao Feng, how can you talk to your brother like that? An angry voice came,
and the other 4 members of the Xiao family walked over. As soon as Zhao's father and mother arrived, they pulled Xiao Ming into their embrace. Meanwhile, this green tea princess pitifully complained, I just wanted to invite my brother to eat, but he's being mean to me.
Xiao Feng, your brother means well, why are you being so harsh? Zhao's mother said angrily, how can you be so ungrateful? I'm here happily eating, and he insists on coming over to make things uncomfortable. It's my fault? Xiao Feng shrugged, crying at the drop of a hat every day. With that gloomy face, did someone in your family die? The Xiao family was shocked. What did Xiao Feng mean by that? Was he cursing for the whole family to die?
Xiaofeng, shut your mouth and apologize to your brother immediately. Zhao's mother shouted angrily. He shouldn't come to bother me anymore, and I won't be idle looking for trouble with him either. Xiaofeng looked at the pitiful white lotus flower nestled in Zhao's mother's arms, feeling even more annoyed. Xiaofeng, let's go, Bai Wei said as she picked up her bag. She had seen Xiaofeng's family before. None of them were reasonable. Both times they had invited Xiaofeng for a meal, it ended unpleasantly. Next time, they should book a private room. Xiaofeng nodded and turned to leave. Stop right there, who told you to leave? Zhao's father pointed at Xiaofeng and shouted, what have you become? Do you still think you're a student? And who are you? Do you have the right to control me? Xiaofeng frowned. I don't believe you've turned against the heavens. I am your father, Zhao's father said with a stern face. Don't flatter yourself. Do you deserve it? Xiaofeng laughed. You? Zhao's father was furious. Normally, he would have slapped him by now. But right now, one of Xiaofeng's hands was gripping the chair, and his gaze was unfriendly. It seemed he was ready to fight back at any moment. Looking at Xiaofeng's stature, Zhao's father dismissed the thought. He could only glare at Xiaofeng, nearly exploding with anger. And Xiaoming, I warn you again, don't appear in front of me and disgust me. Otherwise, next time it won't just be a few harsh words. Only. Then did Xiaofeng release the chair in his hand. Sister Bai, let's go. Xiaoyan had not spoken a word from beginning to end. Her gaze had never left Xiaofeng's body. The moment the photo frame shattered that morning, countless fragmented memories flooded her mind. She had been in a daze all day. She didn't know where those memory fragments came from. She had thought of dreams and hallucinations, but she never imagined those things were events that would happen in the future. It wasn't until Xiaofeng left that she seemed to awaken from a dream. Where's Xiaofeng? Did Xiaofeng leave? Sister, what's wrong with you today? Shao Qian asked in confusion. That bastard left. With him around, our family couldn't even enjoy a meal. Clearly, we ordered your favorite dish for dinner today. Zhao's mother comforted Xiaoming in her arms. Only then did Xiaoming stop crying and smile. The family took their seats, and Xiaofeng first made a wish on a cake, then confidently said, this time, I will definitely make it into the top 30. My son is the best. That bastard Xiaofeng relies on cheating to pass exams. Zhao's father snorted coldly. I wonder how many points he can score this time. Sister, to celebrate my making it into the top 30, can you give me a gift? Xiaoming blinked. I have my eye on a pair of Cougar's roller skates, the celebrity collaboration edition. You have to buy them for me. Xiaoyan absent-mindedly responded to him. Her attention was not on this. Sister, then I'll take that as a yes. Xiaofeng said with a smile. I've liked those shoes for a long time. If you like them, then find a way to get them yourself, instead of acting cute and making others buy them for you. Xiaoyan suddenly spoke, her tone sharp, a stark contrast to her usual attitude towards Xiaoming. What? Xiaoming was stunned. Sister, why are you speaking so harshly? Shao Qian glared at Xiaoyan, equally confused. Usually, the eldest sister doted on Xiaoming second only to their parents. She would generally fulfill his requests and spoke with great patience. Today, her tone was filled with impatience. What was wrong with her? Xiaoming was also a bit bewildered. The eldest sister usually spoiled him the most. Had she taken the wrong medicine today? Mom and Dad, he said, his eyes reddening as he looked at Zhao's father and mother. Yan, what are you doing? Today is to celebrate your brother, Zhao's mother reproached. Besides, how much can a pair of shoes be worth? Right, not worth much, just a few thousand yuan. Xiaoyan was somewhat angry, but what else can he do besides just taking? He's still a child. Does he expect to earn money himself? Xiao's father was also displeased. Why are you speaking so harshly? He's already 18, he's an adult now. Xiaoyan's tone was a bit cold. Xiaofeng is his twin. Now Xiaofeng can be self-sufficient, even earning 300,000 to repay you for your nurturing. By leveraging his name, I can solve the company's urgent problems. Is it the same? Xiaofeng was just lucky. He's a wild child from the countryside. It's already impressive that he got lucky a few times. Does he expect to keep being lucky? Mentioning Xiaofeng made Xiao mother a bit angry. We will definitely be 100 times better than him when we grow up. Sister, Xiaoming pretended to be understanding. Don't be angry. I can just give up my roller skates. It must be my fault for not doing well and making you angry. The more Xiaoming spoke, the more aggrieved he became, his lips pouting as if tears were about to fall. Look, Xiaoming is sad. You should quickly apologize to him. Seeing her precious son like this made Xiao mother feel heartbroken. He's a man, he's 18 too. Usually, Xiaoyan would indulge this kind of talk, but this time she showed no mercy. Crying at the drop of a hat, if you keep indulging him like this, he will definitely become useless in the future. Xiaoming was stunned, and everyone else was also shocked. Usually, Xiaoyan didn't raise her voice when speaking to Xiaoming, but today, was she out of her mind? How could she say such harsh words? Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you today? What did your brother do to offend you? Xiao father's expression darkened. He didn't offend me, it's my own emotions that are off. Xiaoyan took a deep breath. She had been anxious all day, especially when she saw that twisted, hideous face in the fire overlapping with Xiaoming's face.
It made her even more upset. She needed to find out what had really happened. She grabbed her bag. I'm not eating, you all go ahead. I have something to do. She hurriedly left, leaving everyone staring at each other in confusion. Xiao Ming's expression was very aggrieved, but a flash of resentful malice crossed his eyes. The next day, at the land auction, the wealthy Hongji group unexpectedly did not bid for land this time. Zhang Hongji had no intention of bidding, he was just there to watch the excitement. Ultimately, that plot of land number 16 was bought by a competitor, Binhai Real Estate, for a staggering 2.6 billion. As the Land King was auctioned off, fireworks were released, and applause thundered. The post-auction banquet continued until 3 in the afternoon. Wang Chanda, the president of Binhai Real Estate, was beaming, clearly the star of the day, raising his glass and chatting away. When he walked up to Zhang Hongji, he smiled and said, "Old Zhang, you're too kind." Too kind about what? Zhang Hongji glanced at him, the son of his old rival, taking on the first battle of Binhai Real Estate. Securing the Land King, one must admit this battle was impressive. If it weren't for old Zhang not bidding, I fear I wouldn't have been able to get this. Land King, Wang Chanda said, growing more pleased with himself. But old Zhang, I heard you were determined to get this piece of land. What happened today? You can understand my old age, I couldn't compete, Zhang Hongji said with a smile. Oh, that's not true, old Zhang is just being modest. Wang Changda laughed heartily. I will develop this land seriously and strive to make it a landmark high-end property in Jiangcheng. Whenever, I'll reserve the best unit for you, old Zhang. Haha, opportunities are fleeting. This time, I won't let this opportunity slip away. Zhang Hongji snorted, somewhat displeased. After all, he was a senior, of the same generation as Wang Chanda's father. This kid flaunting his good fortune in front of him was a bit too arrogant. Just then, Wang Chanda's secretary rushed in anxiously. President Wang. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Chanda was somewhat displeased. Mr. Wang, just now an expert from the province came and surveyed that there might be a burial site under plot 16. The secretary took out a file to open it, but in his eagerness he dropped the file on the floor. How large is the burial site? Wang Chanda was startled, but forced himself to remain calm as he took the materials. Currently, there are no clear data, but according to reliable sources, this could be the tombs of nobles from a certain ancient kingdom that disappeared in history. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The excavation will be very difficult and requires precision. The preliminary estimate is that it will take 3 years. 3 years? Wang Chanda's face instantly turned pale, and the red wine in his hand nearly fell to the ground. They had spent 2.6 billion on the land, which had almost drained all the cash from the company's account. If they didn't quickly turn it into liquid assets, their company would definitely face a break in the cash flow. The risks involved were simply beyond what their company could bear. Zhang Hongji, who was nearby, listened to everything clearly. His eyelids twitched, and he broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that Xiao Feng was right. There really were burial sites beneath the land. And the scale was not small. If they acquired the land and left it idle for 3 years, the consequences were almost unimaginable. While feeling relieved, he also became curious about Xiao Feng. He sensed that this young man was not simple, and his future was immeasurable. The news that plot 16 might be left idle for 3 years quickly spread throughout the banquet. The discussions at the banquet changed instantly. Previously, there were rumors that the Hongji group had not participated in the land auction because Zhang Hongji was getting old and could no longer compete. Now, with the Land King facing 3 years of idleness, everyone understood that leaving it idle for 3 years could drag down Binhai Real Estate. Thus, opinions quickly shifted back in favor of the old man Zhang. Mr. Zhang didn't make a move. This was predicted long ago. TSK, impressive. The old ginger is still the spiciest. Old Zhang's vision is indeed top-notch. Little Wang, investment is not just about looking at the wind direction, it also requires opportunity. Zhang Hongji laughed heartily. You hurry back and see if there's a way to remedy this. I won't keep you company. As he spoke, he left with his driver. As soon as he got into the car, his son's call came in. Dad, there's a problem with plot 16. Luckily, your decision was made, otherwise, I already know, Zhang Hongji said. Head to the company immediately for a meeting. For several days, Sun Xian was carried upstairs by Xiao Feng after school and brought down in the same way. However, her injury was not serious, it was just a sprain, and she had already rested enough to feel much better. On Thursday, under her strong protest, Xiao Feng did not carry her upstairs. Instead, he followed closely behind her, carefully protecting her. He was afraid she might fall if she wasn't paying attention, and his gentle, caring demeanor made the girls on several floors swoon. See, I made it up without help? After climbing the last flight of stairs, Sun Xian looked at Xiao Feng with a victorious gaze. Very good, looks like you're almost recovered. Xiao Feng nodded. The mock exam starts today, Sun Xian said. Good luck. You too, good luck. Xiao Feng made a victory sign. After a day of tense exams, Xiao Feng felt he had performed quite well. Those who were reborn were favored by heaven with a solid
foundation, he could now read 10 lines of knowledge from the textbook at a glance. Plus, he had indeed been working hard in recent weeks, so he was confident he could secure a good ranking in the city. He received a message from Bai Wei saying that old Zhang had arranged to meet again, still at the same tea house. Xiao Feng tidied up and planned to head to the tea house. Xiao Feng, how did the exam go? Sun Xian bounced over from behind. Not bad, can you jump now? Your leg seems to be really better. Xiao Feng glanced at her leg. It's better, look. Sun Xian spread her arms and twirled gracefully. Her long dress barely reached her knees and her flowing hair left Xiao Feng dumbfounded. Little. Just then, Sun Xian's driver came to pick her up. As he approached, he swallowed the words miss and changed his tone. Xiaoyan. Sun Xian had repeatedly instructed him not to reveal her identity, especially in front of Xiao Feng. He had almost called her miss just now. Ah, my uncle is here to pick me up, Sun Xian said as she ran over to Xiao Feng. Where are you going? I can have my uncle give you a ride. No need, I can just take a shared bike over, Xiao Feng replied, glancing curiously at Sun Xian's uncle. And at the Bentley behind him, he felt a bit dazed. Sun Xian's uncle drives a Bentley? Moreover, it was a long version of the Bentley. He vaguely remembered that this Bentley Bentayga 4.0 TV8 extended luxury version was priced over 4 million. What kind of identity does an uncle who can afford a Bentley have? Sun Xian thought it was bad the driver had parked too close today, but she quickly reacted, my uncle drives for the boss. His boss is really nice. He knows my leg has been injured these days, so he sent him to pick me up. Oh, I see, Xiao Feng said, looking enlightened. Right, Xiao Yan, this is your classmate, the driver quickly chimed in. Yes, hello, Uncle Song, Xiao Feng greeted. Alright, shall we go? The driver said nervously, afraid something might be revealed. Goodbye, Xiao Feng, Sun Xian waved calmly. Goodbye, Xiao Feng scanned for a shared bike, hopped on, and left. The driver wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that nothing was exposed. Uncle Lee, park a bit farther next time, Sun Xian said, nearly scared to death. Yes, miss, I will pay attention in the future, the driver quickly replied. Let's go. Where's my grandfather? Sun Xian asked. Old Song went to the Lingjiang Xian tea house with old Zhang for something. I'll drop you home first and then pick him up, the driver said. No need, I'll go with you, it's on the way, and I'll wait for him. Sun Xian waved her hand and got into the car. It was still that room at the tea house by the river. The two old men in Bai Wei were already waiting there. Seeing Xiao Feng come in, Zhang Hongji quickly stood up and personally welcomed him. Xiao Feng, you're here, come sit. Here, this is the Mao Feng tea I brought from home. Are you studying hard? Ha, your grades must be excellent. Faced with Zhang Hongji's warm inquiries, Xiao Feng felt a bit flattered. Alright, don't scare the kid, Sun Yunming said with a smile. Xiao Feng, you really saved old Zhang's life this time. Old Zhang didn't bid on that lot 16, did he? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. No, thankfully you reminded us. Speaking of this, Zhang Hongji still felt a bit lucky. That lot was auctioned off by Binhai Real Estate for 2.6 billion. To be honest, that's not a cheap price. Even if it's a land king, there's a premium involved. Moreover, you were right, it turns out there are tomb clusters beneath that land, as discovered by provincial experts. Zhang Hongji continued excitedly. More importantly, the excavation precision requirements are extremely high. It won't be finished in less than 3 years. 3 years? Bai Wei was a bit surprised. Then, Binhai Real Estate must have invested all their money into this, right? If they don't quickly turn it around, wouldn't their cash flow be at risk? Who says otherwise? Zhang Hongji sighed, this time thanks to Xiao Feng, otherwise, our Hongji Real Estate would definitely have fallen into a quagmire. Ha, old Zhang is quite self-important, not many people can earn his recognition. Sun Yunming laughed heartily, gazing at Xiao Feng. He actually came this time to discuss with you which land in Jiangcheng has potential for appreciation. Yes, I currently have several billion on my account and there's no way I'm investing in the West District again, but the other areas don't have much potential either. Zhang Hongji wore a worried expression, so I have no clue about the next trend direction. Sister Bai, find a map of Zhang City on the computer. Xiao Feng looked at Bai Wei. Okay, just a moment. Bai Wei quickly searched for a high-definition map on the computer and then handed it to Xiao Feng. Old Zhang, old Song, look, this is the map of Zhang City. This area is the central urban area, with Mengshan to the north, which has limited potential, and to the south is the industrial zone, so the development trend is definitely not here. Xiao Feng pointed to the west. Currently, the west is designated as a health and wellness living area. But with nearly 8 million people in Zhang City, relying solely on a new West District is not enough. Moreover, Zhang City has been doing well in attracting investment in recent years, so what is still lacking? Business improvement. Zhang Hongji, being a real estate player, immediately spotted the issue. Exactly, the high-speed rail and airport are both to the east. Xiao Feng pointed to the location on the map. In the future, the East District will become a business improvement area. So in the future, the focus will develop in this direction. Xiao Feng highlighted several plots of land on the map. These plots have been up for auction, right?
38, 40, 51. Zhang Hongji recognized these plots at a glance. They were auctioned before, but due to their remote location and the lack of new district planning in the East District, they went unsold. If we secure these plots, it won't be long before the price increases at least fivefold, Xiao Feng said. Fivefold. Song Yunming and Zhang Hongji exchanged glances, both gasping in surprise. This kid really dares to say anything. East of the high-speed rail station is barren land. The land there has frequently gone unsold, and many developers have been left with useless plots. This kid actually sees potential in that area? So you mean, we should secure these plots? Zhang Hongji asked. Yes, and we need to act quickly. Xiao Feng nodded. The sooner, the better. Zhang Hongji furrowed his brow, clearly struggling to digest what Xiao Feng had just said. In his words, Xiao Feng was like a young calf not afraid of tigers, truly bold. He actually dared to invest in land that frequently went unsold? But Xiao Feng had his reasons for saying this. In his previous life, when the Jiangdong New District was established, the plots he marked were right at the center of the area. In the coming years, they would become the district's administrative and business centers, and if he could secure them, just selling the land would yield a fivefold return. It's too risky. After a long pause, Zhang Hongji finally exhaled. Let me think about it. Old Zhang, opportunities are fleeting. Xiao Feng took out a bank card. This is all my savings. 1 million from stock trading. I'll leave it with you, and if you decide, count me in. Xiao Feng had previously cashed out 300,000 to pay off the Xiao family's debts, but his stocks had been performing well, and he had regained his losses in just a few days. Now he was investing everything, because he knew that a big figure would soon come to Jiang City for research, and their arrival would accelerate the rapid development of the Jiang City New District. You're betting your entire fortune? Zhang Hongji found it hard to believe. This young man had quite the courage. What made him so confident about those barren plots? However, recalling the 16th plot that Xiao Feng had reminded him about, along with the extraordinary qualities he sensed in this young man, he felt it was necessary to consider this matter. Yes, Xiao Feng nodded. I also have 500,000, if old Zhang doesn't mind, I want to join in. Bai Wei also made up her mind. Good kid. Zhang Hongji laughed. So that's how we're playing it? Alright, I'll take the card and get back to you later. In that case, I also need to join in. Song Yunming thought for a moment. I'll invest 20% in these plots. What do you think, old Zhang? Think it over. You seem quite confident in this kid. Zhang Hongji laughed heartily. Alright, since that's the case, I'll take a gamble. 3 plots of land, worth $1 billion. Compared to the sky-high prices in the West District, this was indeed a bargain. The reason Zhang Hongji dared to gamble was that he sensed an extraordinary aura about Xiao Feng, one that was different from ordinary people. He decided to trust this young man one more time. After all, he had seen all kinds of storms over the decades. If it didn't work out, he could always start over. Grandpa, are you done talking? Just then, the door swung open, and Song Xian stormed in, somewhat displeased. However, as soon as she opened the door, she locked eyes with Xiao Feng, and her words abruptly halted as she asked. In surprise, Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? I'm discussing something. What about you? Xiao Feng looked at Song Xian in astonishment. I was looking for my grandpa, but I took the wrong door. Song Xian's eyes darted around, desperately signaling to Song Yunming. Hey, whose girl is this? Song Yunming feigned surprise. Your grandpa doesn't. Zhang Hongji's words trailed off as he noticed Song Yunming waving his hands repeatedly, and he quickly fell silent. You took the wrong door, young lady. There's an old man next door, you should go check there, Zhang Hongji said. Okay, I'm sorry for the disturbance. Song Xian quickly bowed and then retreated. Song Yunming breathed a sigh of relief. This girl was quite quirky and clearly knew Xiao Feng. Could she be Xiao Feng's classmate? He could understand if she didn't want to reveal her identity in front of a classmate. Alright, these plots of land have gone unsold and no one is interested. I'm heading back to a meeting today, and tomorrow I'll secure those plots, Zhang Hongji said, filled with determination as he stood up. Waiting for good news from you, old Zhang, Xiao Feng nodded. Kid, you're quite something. Zhang Hongji nodded at Xiao Feng. Just for your courage to bet everything you have with me, I'm willing to take a gamble. Xiao Feng being able to come up with $1 million didn't surprise him. After all, this young man exuded an extraordinary aura. Just for his willingness to bet everything, Zhang Hongji decided to join in on the gamble. Thank you for your trust, old Zhang. I promise you won't be disappointed. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. Alright, I'm off, Zhang Hongji said as he prepared to leave for the meeting. Song Yunming checked the time. It was about time for him to leave as well. Xiao Feng, do you know that girl? He asked, either intentionally or unintentionally. Yes, old Song, she's my classmate, and her last name is Song too, Xiao Feng replied, not noticing the unusual look in Song Yunming's eyes. Oh, what a coincidence. Song Yunming smiled, hinting, I have a granddaughter who is also in her senior year. That is indeed a coincidence. Xiao Feng didn't catch the underlying meaning in Song Yunming's words. He was in a hurry to return, so he bid farewell to Song Yunming and rode a shared bike home. As Song Yunming got into the car, he noticed that Song Xian seemed a bit distracted. Grandpa, did Xiaofeng leave? Sun Xian quickly asked. I didn't give anything away, did I? No, it went smoothly, Sun Yunming replied. The classmate you often mention is him?
Yes, Grandpa, it's him. Song Xian nodded shyly. He also helped by that calligraphy piece of yours last time.
This kid is quite impressive. Sun Yunming's expression grew a bit complex. Seeing his granddaughter's shy demeanor, he helplessly asked, do you like this boy? Ah, no, I don't. Sun Xian was taken aback, stammering to cover up.
But she was too nervous to finish her sentences, and in the end, she helplessly covered her face and fell silent.
Still saying no? Sun Yunming teased her. Have you confessed?
I'm still a student, a senior. Grandpa, please don't tease me. Song Xian wished she could find a hole to hide
in. You transferred here for him, didn't you? Sun Yunming asked. Yes. Sun Xian nodded. Did you know him before?
Song Yunming gazed at her.
When I was 8. He saved me. Sun Xian's expression grew complex. Are you talking about the time when you were kidnapped at the age of 8? Sun Yunming's expression stiffened. Yes. Sun Xian nodded gently.
She murmured, after I was kidnapped, you all called the police. It caused quite a stir, and later the kidnappers got scared and abandoned
me in the countryside.
At that time, I was thirsty, hungry, very bored, and also very scared. Later, it was Xiaofeng who found me on his way home from school.
I was so frightened that I couldn't even remember my family's contact information.
So, he took me home, and I lived with his grandmother in the countryside for more than half a
month.
So that's how it was. But why, when your family found you later and asked what happened, did you never mention it?
Sun Yunming furrowed his brows. At that time,
I didn't know who was behind it, and I was afraid of causing them trouble, so no matter who asked, I never mentioned the specific reasons.
Tears welled up in Sun Xian's eyes.
But I have been paying attention to him all these years. It wasn't until Xiaofeng transferred to school in Jiangcheng that I asked to transfer to the same school
as him. My dear granddaughter, I understand now.
Song Yunming quickly took out a tissue to wipe her tears.
But all these years, you have been unable to forget him. Is it because you are grateful for his saving grace, or do you like him? Song Yunming asked again. I don't know. I have always missed him and can't forget him. Song Xian shook her head gently.
I only know that being with him makes me very happy and gives me a sense of security.
Grandpa understands. Song Yunming sighed softly. Grandpa. Song Xian looked at Song Yunming with a somewhat pleading gaze.
She wasn't sure if her grandfather could understand her feelings.
After all, the Song family was
not an ordinary family, and she might not be able to make decisions about her lifelong matters.
You are an adult now.
It's normal to have your own feelings.
Song Yunming stroked her head.
But you must know, the Song family is not an ordinary family.
Xiaofeng is good, capable, and responsible. But right now,
he is too far from the Song
family, so I can't guarantee how far you two can go. Song Xian's gaze dimmed slightly. But Grandpa won't object to you dating him. After you graduate from high school,
you can boldly confess your feelings.
Really, Grandpa? Song Xian's eyes lit up. If he likes you too, I will give you 4 years.
You can be together for 4 years.
If,
after graduating from university, your feelings remain unchanged, then the Song family will conduct a formal assessment of him.
Why do we need an assessment? Song Xian suddenly felt a bit resentful.
You are the daughter of the Song family. The person who can marry you is destined not to be an ordinary person.
Song Yunming said, with a loving expression.
Grandpa doesn't want to see you become a pawn in a marriage alliance, but he also doesn't want you to marry someone mediocre.
Fortunately, the
talent and ability that Xiaofeng has shown are not something ordinary people can compare to, so you should have some confidence in him.
Song Xian nodded, somewhat understanding.
And she had already made up her mind. For the one she loves, she would do her utmost to help Xiaofeng grow.
Dad, the 3 plots of land in the east have been left unsold several times.
In the office of Hongji Group, Zhang Hongji's son, Zhang Wei, felt like his brain was not enough.
What has happened to his father recently? His
decisions seemed to be on a roller coaster, swinging wildly. He and the shareholders were struggling to keep up with his pace.
Giving up on Plot 16 was the right move, but this current decision was definitely a blunder. Who doesn't know that the Eastern District is a place where even birds wouldn't want to drop their droppings? Those 3 plots of land have been left unsold multiple times because there is simply no prospect there.
If our Hongji Group acquires those plots, it will definitely be a mess.
Because
those plots of land are not being valued by anyone. It's a good time to invest, Zhang Hongji said. Tomorrow, go to the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau to inquire and secure it as quickly as possible. The sooner, the better.
But Dad, why? Zhang Wei felt quite puzzled. It's still because that high school student said.
Those plots are going to appreciate, Zhang Hongji said confidently.
High school student? Is it the same one who advised us against bidding on Plot 16? Zhang Hongji felt a bitterness in his mouth.
He didn't know where that high school student came from, but the previous prediction about Plot 16 had indeed helped them a lot.
But how much information could a high school student possibly know? Could he really get lucky with his predictions once, let alone a second or third time? He didn't believe someone's luck could hold out like that. That's right, it's him, Zhang Hongji nodded. Old man, do you really believe a high school student's words? A young man fiddling with a Qing Dynasty snuff bottle leaned in. It was Zhang Hongji's grandson, Zhang Xian. Recently graduated from university, he was doing nothing but playing with antiques every day. If I don't believe him, should I believe you? He's 5 or 6 years younger than you, still in high school, and can make money on his own, Zhang Hongji said. Frustrated, if you had even a third of his ability, I wouldn't have to worry about the company's future. Zhang Xian shrank back, embarrassed and too afraid to speak. The more Zhang Hongji spoke, the angrier he became. They were all of similar age, yet his grandson was leagues behind that student. All he did was fiddle with antiques, while he had no interest in the vast family business of Hongji Group. Look at you, staying up late to the point of what? Your eye bags are as dark as a monster's. Zhang Hongji scolded, get out of my sight, just seeing you makes me feel blocked. Zhang Xian didn't dare to say a word, quickly tidying up the few pieces of Qing Dynasty porcelain he had just arranged, and left in a huff. Dad, the matter of bidding on the East District land is not trivial. Zhang Wei hesitated before saying, I should notify the executives and shareholders to hold a meeting. What meeting? I'm the boss of the company, I hold the most shares, I decide my own company's matters without needing their approval, Zhang Hongji decisively stated. It's settled then, tomorrow you personally go to the government and finalize this matter and transfer the money as soon as possible. Alright then, Zhang Wei sighed helplessly. His father had always been decisive and forceful, he had no way to change that. In the blink of an eye, the mock exam had ended, coinciding with the weekend. The results would be announced on Monday, and after the tense exams, everyone just wanted to sleep well and relax. On Saturday, he slept until the sun was high in the sky. Grandma had gone to the market, leaving some rice in the pot, corn and sweet potato porridge, pancakes. Xiaofeng drank a big bowl of porridge and nibbled on a few pancakes, feeling full. He took out his phone and saw a few messages, replying to each one. Just after finishing his replies, he received an unexpected call from Li Mingyu. Xiaofeng, you are truly amazing. I followed your advice and allocated my remaining funds. Not only have I recovered the lost principal, but my assets have also doubled. Li Mingyu's tone was filled with uncontainable joy. Previously, he had lost nearly half of his 2 million principal and he had felt like dying. He originally came from a rural background and didn't have a good family situation. Over the past 2 years, he had made money from stock trading, planning to buy a house and settle down in Zhangcheng. But he almost lost everything due to Xiao Yan's impulsiveness. Fortunately, with Xiao Feng's guidance, his stocks not only rebounded, but his principal doubled. Now he held 4 million in cash, feeling that his future was bright. Fortunately, the international situation is tense, continue to increase. Your holdings in precious metals, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Xiaofeng, let's meet. I want to consult you in person, Li Mingyu said gratefully. Sure, just name a place, Xiaofeng nodded. Li Mingyu suggested a location, and Xiaofeng tidied up and set off. When he saw Li Mingyu again, he noticed that his entire demeanor had improved significantly. He was completely different from the last time, now radiating vitality. He humbly sought advice from Xiaofeng, seriously taking out his notebook and diligently jotting down every word Xiaofeng said. Xiaofeng, I need to digest what you've told me first. Li Mingyu picked up his notebook as Xiaofeng analyzed the future stock market trends. He was overwhelmed with information. He couldn't process it all at once, but he believed that following Xiaofeng's advice would definitely be the right move. Xiaofeng, thank you. What you said is very helpful to me. Li Mingyu expressed his gratitude. I'll study it well when I get back and allocate my funds reasonably. Xiaofeng nodded, taking a sip of coffee. Have you ever thought about starting an investment company? Start a company? Li Mingyu was taken aback. He hadn't considered it at all. Yes, individual investors working alone can't match the efficiency of a team, Xiaofeng explained. You can hire professionals to work for you, analyze the stock market, and achieve greater returns. If I start a company, would you invest? Li Mingyu asked seriously. At that moment, he no longer viewed Xiaofeng as just a high school student. He regarded Xiaofeng as a mentor, even a partner. If you start a company, I can invest 2 million, Xiaofeng replied. Alright, I'll put in 3 million. Li Mingyu said, gritting his teeth. You invest 2 million, and I'll give you a 45% stake. That would be a loss for you, Xiaofeng said with a smile. This company will primarily rely on your investment insight, so in reality, I'm the one benefiting greatly. Li Mingyu shook his head. He sincerely said, you know, Xiaofeng, your investment insight is the best I've ever seen. Even seasoned financial experts can't compare to you, so with you on board, this company is bound to thrive. Then let's celebrate our happy collaboration. Xiaofeng raised his cup. In his previous life, Xiaofeng established a financial company for the Xiao family, and with his keen instincts, he made it a top player in the industry. In this life, he was ambitious. He wanted to build his own Xiao family, his own business empire. Li Mingyu was a good investor, his vision and execution perfectly aligned with Xiaofeng's requirements. That's why Xiaofeng chose him, believing that together they could look forward to a promising future.
The two clinked their coffee cups together, sparking the flames of their future. In the future, the star investment company they established would make a remarkable debut, encompassing stocks, bonds, and finance, firmly securing a top 3 position in the industry. Of course, that was a story for later. Cheers to our collaboration. Lee Mingyu felt extremely pleased. The two chatted for the entire morning about the company's development and details. Just as they were about to leave the cafe, they ran into Shao Qian. Xiao Feng. Shao Qian frowned upon seeing him. Ever since Xiao Feng started living with them, various troubles had plagued the Xiao family. This only solidified the notion of Xiao Feng being a disaster. Xiao Feng glanced at her, too lazy to engage. Xiao Feng, I'm going to register the company next week. Please provide your identification, Li Mingyu said. The shareholding ratio will be as we discussed, 45% for you. Alright, I'll transfer the funds to your account. On Monday, it's currently tied up in an investment, Xiao Feng replied. He had given the money to Zhang Hongji to buy land, which, barring any surprises, would yield a 5-fold return. He planned to invest 2 million and consider buying a house with the remaining funds. After finishing his words, Xiao Feng left, leaving Shao Qian with a look of disbelief. After Xiao Feng left, she said in disbelief, Li Mingyu, why did you block me? Are you going to start a company with Xiao Feng? I told you last time that we shouldn't meet again, and besides, we never had anything, Li Mingyu replied coldly. And yes, I'm going to start a company with Xiao Feng. What's wrong with that? Seeing his indifferent attitude, Shao Qian found it hard to accept. After all, Li Mingyu had pursued her before, but she looked down on his background. So she had always maintained a lofty attitude, and Li Mingyu had the potential to be a sycophant. But now, Li Mingyu was cold, almost like a stranger. He's just a student. Do you really trust him that much? Shao Qian suppressed her inner displeasure. Besides, what does he know? Aren't you afraid of losing everything by starting a company with him? Lose everything? Li Mingyu scoffed. I can responsibly tell you that Xiao Feng is one of the most talented investors I've ever met. He has investment talent? Even pigs can climb trees, Shao Qian sneered. You've really fallen to the level of mingling with a high school student. How embarrassing. What's wrong with being a high school student? Last time I easily listened to you, I lost 7 to 800,000 from my 2 million principal in the stock market. Li Mingyu glanced at her. A high school student managed to help me recover my losses and even double my principal. A high school student can earn money during such a stressful time in their senior year and come up with 2 million to start a company with me. That's 100 times better than someone like you, who graduated from college but still relies on their family. What? What did you say? Shao Qian was completely stunned. She knew Xiao Feng was making money, but she never expected him to be this capable. In just over half a month, since leaving the Xiao family, he could actually come up with 300,000 to pay back the Xiao family. And he could also take out 2 million to partner with Li Mingyu to start a company? Xiao Qian, I don't know why you have such a strong prejudice against Xiao Feng. Li Mingyu's tone softened slightly. But his future achievements will definitely be beyond your reach. From now on, Xiao Feng and I are friends and business partners, so I don't want to hear you slandering him. Li Mingyu, did your stocks really recover? Shao Qian steadied herself. Yes, if it weren't for Xiao Feng, I would probably have lost everything by now, Li Mingyu said. I don't know why your family doesn't like him, but you've really missed out on a genius. Li Mingyu. As he was about to leave, Shao Qian hurriedly called out to him, why are you ignoring me? We're not from the same world, Li Mingyu said wearily. Shao Qian, I've pursued you for 3 years. If you don't like me, you should have rejected me directly. We could have been friends. But you didn't reject me, yet you don't accept my pursuit, and I feel exhausted. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Li Mingyu. Shao Qian's voice lowered. Can we go back to how we were before? No need. I know people like you too well. You don't like me, but you also don't reject my pursuit. Li Mingyu said mercilessly, you just enjoy the feeling of being pursued. But my life shouldn't revolve around you. From now on, don't contact me. With a cold remark, Li Mingyu turned and walked away. Shao Qian stared blankly at Li Mingyu's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. In the afternoon, Sun Xian came directly to Xiao Feng's house for tutoring. A cool shed was set up in the yard, with a table underneath. On the table were various study materials, along with the mountain bean root tea that Grandma was specially brewed for the two of them. The tea, meant to dispel heat, was sweetened with rock sugar. A plump orange cat lazily basked in the sun nearby. A small yellow dog lay beside it. The entire yard felt extremely warm and inviting. Grandma Wu, in order not to disturb the two studying, brewed tea for them and then took the vegetable basket out the door. Xiao Feng, is Diju really a stray cat? Why is it so clingy? During their break, Sun Xian held the chubby Diju, stroking its head. Weighing 5 or 6 pounds, Diju lay comfortably in her arms, purring softly. Yeah, my grandma met it while buying vegetables, gave it some food, and it just lay at my grandma's feet, acting cute and affectionate, Xiao Feng said with a smile. So grandma brought it home. And Xiao Huang is also a stray dog from the market, very understanding, so she brought it back too. Grandma really has a big heart.
Song Xian patted Xiao Huang, who stood up wagging its tail, looking affectionate. I'm worried this little courtyard will turn into an animal shelter, Xiao Feng said with a wry smile. With so many little animals around, wouldn't that be even better? Song Xian said, with a giggle. After chatting for a while, Song Xian set Ju down and lowered her head. She said softly, Xiao Feng, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? College entrance exam, study at Qingda or Jingda, Xiao Feng replied. And then? Song Xian gazed into Xiao Feng's eyes, is there something you really want to do? Since her conversation with her grandfather, Song Xian had been carrying some worries. She hoped Xiao Feng would become stronger so that in the future, there would be less resistance between them. I want to make myself stronger, bigger, Xiao Feng said without hesitation. I won't let anyone bully me. Recalling the past life, it felt as if it had happened just yesterday. That humility, enduring everything in the Xiao family, trying every means to please them, obeying his parents, even not caring when they took away what belonged to him. Yet he could never truly integrate into their family. Having his ears and nose forcibly cut off, the pain from the hands chopped off by robbers still lingered. At that moment, his aura suddenly turned fierce. His inner demons quietly descended at that moment. Xiao Feng. Song Xian was taken aback. She had never seen Xiao Feng like this. He seemed like a cat that had suddenly bristled, as if sensing extreme danger to protect himself. His emotions became complex at that moment: anger, sadness, fear, seemingly trapped in a nightmare he couldn't escape. What had happened to him in the 10 years they hadn't seen each other? Why was he so on guard? They don't deserve my heartfelt treatment. The Xiao family doesn't deserve it, Xiao Feng said, clenching his fists tightly. I want to be myself. Again, I want to be strong. I want to live well. Xiao Feng, don't be afraid, I'm here, I will always be with you. Song Xian opened her arms and gently embraced him from behind. Just like 10 years ago, when that little boy had protected her behind him. The girl behind him, her warm body like jade, and his deadened heart was also wrapped in warmth. An unprecedented tenderness seemed to melt him at that moment. Xiao Feng suddenly woke up. The past was over. Everything that had happened before was in the past. He hesitated for a moment, trembling hands gently grasping Song Xian's hand. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Just then, a knock on the door startled the two awake. Song Xian jolted awake, quickly releasing Xiao Feng, her face flushed. Xiao also came to his senses, awkwardly scratching his head. Sorry, I just remembered some bad things. It's okay, go open the door, Song Xian said, almost unable to look Xiao Feng in the eye. While Xiao Feng opened the door, she hurriedly tidied her slightly messy hair. Thinking about her earlier actions, she felt she could hardly face Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng opened the door and was surprised to see Xiao Qian standing at the entrance. What are you doing here? Xiao Feng's mood instantly soured. Now he saw that even the dog of the Xiao family looked down on her, let alone these people. I came to see Grandma, and by the way, to see you. Xiao Qian raised the fruit in her hand. Inside were just a few oranges and apples, clearly bought on the way. They might be pretending, but there must be something real behind it. If you have something to say, say it. If not, just leave. Grandma isn't home. Xiao Feng's tone was stiff. Because Zhao's mother disliked Grandma, the Xiao family left the old lady in the countryside. The Xiao family lived in a villa, frequenting high-end places. But Grandma's home was just a few dilapidated tile-roofed houses that leaked whenever it rained. The Xiao family wore designer brands, while Grandma's clothes were nearly faded from washing. Moreover, Xiao Qian had always had a princess complex, and had always looked down on Grandma. Would she really be so kind as to visit Grandma? Anyway, Xiao Feng didn't believe it. Xiao Feng, I'm your sister. Why do you have such a big issue with me? Xiao Qian was somewhat angry. Sister? I can't afford that. Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Qian with disdain. When at home, this second sister was far less rational than the eldest. She could suspect everything was aimed at her, especially that inexplicably lost Cartier bracelet. To this day, she still believed the bracelet was stolen by her. Xiao Feng, I'm here now. Aren't you going to invite me in to sit? Xiao Qian's brows furrowed tightly. She had a bit of a spoiled temperament, and now she was speaking with patience. If it weren't for the fact that she had tied up so much money in the stock market, she would have thrown something and left. Bye now. Bang. Xiao Feng closed the door halfway. Either you say your purpose, or leave. I don't have time to waste with you. Xiao Feng, you. Xiao Qian's face turned red with anger, but she held it in. I bought a few stocks just like Li Mingyu's before, and now I'm stuck. I saw Li Mingyu today. He made a lot of money and said it was your recommendation. So you came for money? Xiao Feng looked at her with disdain. In her previous life, Xiao Qian was someone with high aspirations but low abilities. She had her heart set on design, but after graduating, she floundered in several design companies for years without achieving anything. Then she wanted to do livestream selling on Douyin, but it turned out a complete mess. She invested hundreds of thousands in the stock market and now was losing everything. If it weren't for this, would she really be so humble in speaking to him? I'm not here for money, I just want you to give me some advice. Xiao Qian's face flushed as she defended herself. I have no advice. If you must ask, then buy whichever stock is showing green. That's bottom fishing, Xiao Feng said with a chuckle. Can you be serious? Xiao Qian understood that Xiao Feng was mocking her. She frowned. Xiao Feng, let's not be angry. Okay? I came to find you on my own. How about you come home with me? Are you done?
Xiao Feng looked at her with mockery, then pointed outside. If you're done, then leave.
You. Xiao Qian's face turned pale.
She really wanted to turn around and leave, but thinking about her recent financial situation, she gritted her teeth and held on.
Xiao Feng, what do you want to do to talk properly? I can tell you, no.
Matter what, I can't talk nicely with you people from the Xiao family anymore. Xiao Feng gently shook his head.
Right now, you are just a stranger to me. To a stranger, this is my best attitude. Not kicking you out directly is already polite of me. To be honest, I do understand finance and stock trading.
I also partnered with Li Mingyu to start a company. This money was all earned from the stock market.
If you let
me invest your little money, I can get it back within a week and double it in 15 days.
I'm not bragging. I believe you really have that ability.
Xiao Qian was delighted. If it were before, she would have scoffed at Xiao Feng saying this. But now, Xiao Feng was different from before, and she believed he had that strength. Then, I'll put all my money here with you, and you help me. Before she could finish, Xiao Feng interrupted her. Why should I help you?
Are we that close? Xiao Feng.
Xiao Qian was nearly choked with anger.
She retorted, we're family, what's wrong with you helping me? So now that there's something to gain, we're family? What was I to you when you called me a disaster? Xiao Feng said coldly, is everyone in the Xiao family so mercenary? Xiao Feng.
Xiao Qian bit her lip and said softly, I was wrong.
Before, can I apologize to you? Stop sulking, no matter what, we are still family. Oh, Miss Xiao can also speak so humbly to others?
Xiao Feng seemed to discover a new continent.
But even when apologizing, is this the attitude you have? What do you want from me?
Xiao Qian was a bit anxious. She rarely showed such a sincere attitude. I apologize to you. Will you come home with me and help me, okay?
No, there's nothing to do, just go.
I can't get used to the fruits from the Xiao family. I'm afraid of indigestion. Xiao Feng said, slamming the other door shut with a bang, giving Xiao Qian no chance to react. After shutting Xiao Qian's face outside, Xiao Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Truly, out of sight, out of mind. Xiao Feng, is this your second sister? Sun Xian asked curiously. By blood relation, yes, but that's all we have left. Xiao Feng shrugged. Sun Xian knew about Xiao Feng's relationship with the Xiao family, and she nodded gently. Then she curiously asked, have you started a company? Yes, an investment
company, called Xingqian Capital, planning to engage in stocks, funds, and bonds.
Xiao Feng nodded slightly. You're amazing, becoming a boss before even graduating. Sun Xian's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Xiao Feng was ambitious, which reassured her. After all, her grandfather had told her to give Xiao Feng 4 years to grow. If after 4 years they were mutually attracted and Xiao Feng had achieved some success, then he would assess Xiao Feng to see if he was qualified to become a son-in-law of the Song family. To be honest, Sun Xian had thought a lot in the past few days. How to help Xiao Feng, even considering the possibility of eloping if things didn't work out. Now seeing Xiao Feng's ambition, she was genuinely happy. This is just the beginning. Xiao Feng smiled. He murmured, Xian, didn't you ask me if there's anything I want to do? Do you have any goals? Sun Xian nodded.
I want to establish a Xiao family, create a wealthy family of my own, Xiao Feng said solemnly.
He looked up at the sky. I want to ride the wind
and step into the heavens to see the peaks of snow and moon. I want to make this world, the mountains and rivers, the sun and moon, the stars and constellations, even better because I, Xiao Feng, exist. Xiao Feng gazed at her, silently engraving the last sentence in his heart. May I grant you my favoritism, to be generous for a lifetime. Sun Xian stared at Xiao Feng in front of her, her eyes gradually brightening. Years later, when she recalled this scene, her heart would still be unsettled. Even as time passed and years went by, she would never forget that young man who protected her behind him. Nor would she forget that sunny afternoon, this spirited youth. Xiao Feng, you can do it. Your wings are truly strong now. If you have the ability, never return to the Xiao family. Xiao Qian, locked outside, threw the fruit in her hand heavily to the ground, feeling unsatisfied, and stomped on the fruit a few times. Then she angrily left, but as soon as she turned around, she saw Xiao Yan in the corner. Xiao Yan was lost in thought, hiding in the corner, her expression hesitant. Sister, why are you here too? Xiao Qian was slightly taken aback. You came to find Xiao Feng too? Yes, Xiao Yan hesitantly nodded. She indeed came to find Xiao Feng, but she couldn't muster the courage. Don't go looking for him anymore. He made a bit of money and now he's floating, no longer caring about his family. Xiao Qian said angrily, Xiao Feng is just an ungrateful little man. He's ungrateful? Xiao Yan smiled bitterly, raising her head and saying with some melancholy, did we ever treat him like family before? What do you mean by that, sister? We brought him from the countryside, provided for his food and clothing, let him go to school, how is that not kindness? Xiao Qian was a bit frustrated. Ever since he came, our family has never been at peace. Xiao Yan stared blankly, slowly raising her head to look at Xiao Qian. His parents had him but left him in the countryside, seeing him only a few times a year. Bringing him home seemed like the greatest favor we could do for him. While
He was with us. Aside from a few meals, did we ever fulfill our responsibilities as older sisters? Sister. Xiao Qian was taken aback, desperately trying to recall. It seemed there was none. After Xiao Feng came to the house, she had various complaints. She even called him a disaster, while Xiao Feng had always been careful to please, receiving only endless disdain in return. Disaster, country bumpkin, rustic, these were the words she often hurled at Xiao Feng. The shoes he wears are cheap stuff from the countryside, patched up many times. He works part-time during school just to earn a little pocket money. Xiao Qian. If it were you, would you still have any hope for this family? Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat pained. But he can't break things in the house and not admit it, and steal things too, Xiao Qian stammered. These things were all done by Xiao Ming. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment. The vase was broken by Xiao Ming, deliberately framing Xiao Feng. The day your bracelet went missing, only Xiao Ming entered your room. How is that possible? Xiao Qian was dumbfounded. Sister, don't say things without evidence. I don't believe Xiao Ming did all this. I have evidence. I had someone recover the surveillance video. Xiao Yan's words silenced Xiao Qian. Why would Ming do this? He's a good kid. After a long time, Xiao Qian murmured, he must be afraid that Xiao Feng's arrival will take away his love, right? Yes. It must be that way. But he doesn't lack money, so why steal my bracelet? There must be another reason. Look, in the absence of evidence, we just take Xiao Ming's word for it and conclude that these things are what Xiao Feng relied on. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly, yet when we have evidence proving it was Xiao Ming, we desperately try to find ways to exonerate him. Xiao Qian, we have a bias against Xiao Feng. Always have. Xiao Yan's eyes were slightly red. He tries so hard to please us just to fit into the family that should have belonged to him. And we, even if we know he is innocent, we won't immediately clear his name, but instead think about how to save Xiao Ming's face. Sister. Xiao Qian was left speechless. Guilt? Perhaps just a little bit. She couldn't empathize with the grievances Xiao Feng suffered. But she knew that if someone wronged her, framed her, she would immediately go to war with them. Prejudice, blatant prejudice. And Xiao Yan took a deep breath. Xiao Ming's grades aren't as good as they seem. How is that possible? Xiao Qian found it hard to believe. He has excellent grades at school. I've investigated. He cheats on every exam or spends a lot of money to hire someone to take the test for him. Xiao Yan said he stole your bracelet to sell it just to maintain the image of his excellent grades. Xiao Qian fell silent, unable to accept that her obedient, understanding, and academically excellent younger brother was actually a scheming hypocrite hiding his true self behind a facade. No, it can't be. Xiao Ming isn't like that. She gritted her teeth. If he really is that kind of person, I won't let him off. If you don't believe me, we can investigate again. Xiao Yan raised her head, her expression resolute. All right, the exam results are about to come out. This time, let's see how he performs. Xiao Qian nodded, deciding to start with the results investigation. Although she could throw tantrums like a spoiled young lady, it didn't mean she was someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. If these matters were confirmed, she wouldn't spare Xiao Ming. In the evening, Grandma Wu returned, her basket filled to the brim with goods. From afar, she shouted, Xiao Qian, come help. Grandma, did you buy so many things? Xiao Feng hurried out upon hearing her. Seeing the mountain of items in Grandma Wu's basket, he rushed over to take it from her. Grandma Wu was also exhausted, sitting down in the yard to catch her breath. Grandma Wu, drink some water. Song Xian quickly poured a glass and handed it to her. Oh, thank you, Xian, you're so kind. Grandma Wu smiled as she accepted the water and took a few sips. Xiao Feng smiled wryly, wondering if the old lady had brought the entire market back with her. A pile of items, wild vegetables, ribs, various greens, and a bag of fresh little shrimp. Oh, the vegetables were cheap this afternoon. I accidentally bought too much. Grandma Wu stood up, showcasing her haul. It's fine, we can take our time eating. This is enough for a week. Xiao Feng chuckled. It's alright, Xian will come over for dinner next week. Plenty to go around, Grandma Wu said with a smile. Great, great. Song Xian beamed with joy. Xiao Feng let his grandmother rest while he went to handle the wild vegetables and greens. He removed the yellow leaves, while Song Xian chopped the greens with a knife. Then she happily ran off to feed the chicks. The chicks in the coop had grown quite big, and Song Xian, who had grown up in a wealthy family, loved nothing more than feeding the chickens and ducks. Xiao Qian, how's Xian doing? Grandma Wu took the opportunity to sit beside Xiao Feng during her break. Very well, why do you ask? Xiao Feng looked at Song Xian with some confusion. She was happily feeding the chickens, and he didn't understand why his grandmother was asking. Very well, just seize the opportunity. You're about to graduate and become an adult, Grandma Wu said, with a smile. It's time to consider finding a good wife. Grandma, what are you talking about? Xiao Feng was at a loss for words. Xian and I are just classmates. When he said the words classmates, he clearly lacked confidence. They ate together, studied together, and exercised together. They hardly spent a day apart on weekends. Was this really an ordinary classmate relationship? It wasn't. He knew that deep down. But right now, he subconsciously didn't want to think about it. Because he hadn't grown strong enough yet.
He was afraid that, having been reborn, many things had already changed in their course. Whether it was someone he loved or someone who loved him, without absolute certainty, he could only keep everything silently hidden in his heart. You were raised by your grandmother. Grandma Wu looked at Xiao Feng with affection, reaching out to stroke his head. I know what you're thinking. That girl has feelings for you, and you like her too. Chen Chen, your grandfather left early, and people from our generation didn't have the kind of love that lasts through thick and thin. Once bound, it's for a lifetime. Grandma Wu said softly, so I know best that youth is fleeting. You and she are in the most beautiful time of your lives. So you must seize the opportunity and leave no regrets for the future. Xiao Feng's heart was somewhat shaken. He never expected that his grandmother, who had been living in the countryside and could barely read, would be able to say such a thing. Grandma, I will seize the right moment. Xiao Feng raised his head and looked at the cheerful Sun Xian. It's just that the time isn't right yet. Yes, the time isn't right. Because he still needs to grow. If he were to break through this thin layer of paper too early, it might not be a good thing. A knock on the door interrupted the tranquility of the small courtyard. When he opened the door, he saw a young man he didn't recognize standing at the entrance. Hello, who are you looking for? Xiao Feng looked at the young man with some confusion. His attire and demeanor were not something an ordinary person could compare to, but his eye bags were dark, as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. Thus, he looked somewhat fierce, yet he stood at the door politely. Excuse me, are you Xiao Feng? Yes, I am Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded and asked with some confusion, who are you? Hello, I am Zhang Xiang, my grandfather is Zheng Hongji. The young man at the door said politely, my grandfather asked me to find you. Oh, so it's you. Xiao Feng suddenly realized and quickly invited Zheng Hongji in. Hey, Sun Xian, what are you doing here? As soon as Zhang Xiang entered, he saw Sun Xian feeding the chickens. In his impression, this little princess of the Song family had always been an ethereal presence, so how did she end up in this rundown courtyard feeding chickens? Do you know each other? Xiao Feng asked with some confusion. Ah, isn't my uncle a driver? His boss is Zhang Xiang's dad, so we've met before. Sun Xian desperately signaled to Zhang Xiang. Oh, right, my family's driver is her uncle. Zhang Xiang reacted quickly and followed Sun Xian's lead. I see now. Xiao Feng suddenly understood. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Zheng Hongji. Xiao Feng, did Zhang Xiang come to find you? Old Zhang asked. On the phone. He's here, old Zhang. Did you ask him to come find me for something? Xiao Feng asked, puzzled. It's nothing much. This kid has been doing nothing since graduating from university, just fiddling with antiques every day. Zheng Hongji said with disappointment. He doesn't want to get involved in the company at all. So I want him to interact with you more, to let him understand the gap between people and inspire his fighting spirit. You have to help me teach him well. Old Zhang, I'm just a student. How can I teach your young master? Xiao Feng said, amused and helpless. You are not an ordinary student. I had that piece of land taken down on Friday, and I'm waiting for your golden words to appreciate. Old Zhang said with a smile. After hanging up, Xiao Feng looked at Zhang Xiang helplessly. Should I call you young master Zhang? In his previous life, he had relied on his own talents to expand the Xiao family business, dedicating himself to work. He didn't have much interaction with these rich second-generation heirs, so he didn't know how to deal with them. Young master? What young master? My grandfather thinks highly of you, so we are brothers. Zhang Xiang waved his hand casually. Just call me by my name. Xiao Feng smiled. Zhang Xiang didn't have the air of a typical rich second-generation heir. In fact, Zhang Xiang loved antiques and spent every day in the antique street. He interacted with all kinds of people and was considered an alternative in the circle. Xiao Feng, I booked a room. A friend is coming back from Jingda. Shall we go chat? Zhang Xiang said. Xian can come along too. I'm fine with it. Sun Xian nodded. Then grandma, I won't be back tonight. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. After leaving the house, he got into Zhang Xiang's car. It was a 7 Series, although expensive, it wasn't too ostentatious. As soon as he got in the car, Xiao Feng noticed a copper coin placed in front of the car. It was a charm for warding off evil. At the same time, a bad aura rushed towards him, and Xiao Feng frowned, staring at the evil repelling coins. Brother, do you understand this? Zhang Xiang started the car, noticing Xiao Feng's gaze fixed on the coins, and couldn't help but say proudly, do you know the origin of this thing? Xiao Feng stared for a long time before retracting his gaze, taking a deep breath. This is not an ordinary talisman. It looks like an antique. It hasn't been unearthed for long, and there should be more than one of these evil repelling coins. Oh, not bad, brother. Zhang Xiang looked at Xiao Feng with some surprise. This thing was unearthed less than 3 months ago. I bought it from an antique dealer. Zhang Xiang said proudly. It's said to be a burial item of Empress Wu Diao from the Western Jin dynasty, found clutched in 2 hands when unearthed. I spent a lot of money to get it. The other one is hanging on my wrist. What do you think? As he spoke, he raised his hand, and indeed, another string of evil repelling coins hung from his wrist. Zhang Xiang, turn off the air conditioning. I'm a bit cold. Sun Xian in the back seat shrank her body. I didn't turn on the air conditioning, Zhang Xiang replied, puzzled. Maybe you're just underdressed?
Xiao Feng took a deep breath, a hint of unease washing over him. He knew that it wasn't just the cold. It was a chilling aura. These two strings of evil repelling coins were not auspicious. No wonder this guy's eyes were sunken, looking like a blue-faced beast. He was indeed affected. Zhang Xiao, have you felt unwell in the past few months? Xiao Feng asked. Not really, Zhang Ziang replied, somewhat confused. Just that I haven't been sleeping well, dreaming all night. All nightmares, bizarre and strange, and I wake up covered in sweat. Have you thought about what might be causing this? Xiao Feng's heart stirred, and his unease became more pronounced. It seemed he was right, this guy was indeed affected. Just weak health, I'll be fine after some rest, Zhang Ziang chuckled, not taking it seriously. Zhang Xiao, I advise you to get rid of these two evil repelling coins. Why? Zhang Ziang was taken aback. I worked hard to get them. You also said these are burial items of Empress Wu Diao. Have you heard the story of Empress Wu Diao? Xiao Feng asked. I haven't, I only know she was the second empress of Jin Wudi, Sima Yan. Zhang Ziang turned his head and asked, do you know? Tell me about it. Empress Wu Diao, Yang Ji, was favored by Jin Wudi. Xiao Feng said, after the emperor's death due to Yang Ji's father's abuse of power, the successor, Emperor Hui, was dissatisfied, leading to a rebellion, killing her father Yang Jun under the pretext of treason, and exterminating the Yang clan. Emperor Hui accused Empress Dowager Yang Ji and her father Yang Jun of conspiring to harm the state, claiming they could not honor the ancestral temple and were unworthy of the late emperor. He ordered the Empress Dowager's title to be demoted and exiled to Jinyong City. Later, Yang Ji was starved for 8 days and died of hunger at only 34 years old. This, Zhang Ziang was stunned, not expecting the owner of these evil repelling coins to have such a tragic fate. Fearing that she would complain to Jin Wudi in the afterlife, a talisman was affixed to her coffin and a spell was placed over her body to ward off evil. Her hands were placed on the evil repelling coins, sealing her soul within. Xiao Feng, please, stop talking, it's quite scary. Song Xian trembled. Of course, these are all unofficial historical accounts, but Zhang Xiao, these burial items, unearthed, are referred to as Mingqi. Being buried with the dead for hundreds of years without seeing the light of day can breed some bad auras, which can affect a person's fortune and even health. At this point, Zhang Ziang shivered, quickly pulling the car over to the side of the road. You seem to be right, ever since I bought this thing, I haven't had a single peaceful night's sleep. Zhang Ziang was genuinely scared. No wonder every time he drove recently he felt a chill drilling into his neck. What should I do? Throw it away? Zhang Ziang asked. I'm afraid that won't work. Xiao Feng shook his head. He had studied Taoist texts with his master at Qingniu Temple and learned some Taoist knowledge. He knew that once a person's fortune was affected, it was hard to change. So what should we do, Xiao Feng? Zhang Ziang's face turned pale with fear. Here's what you do, go to Qingniu Temple and find an old Taoist priest. He is my master. Xiao Feng said. He helps people with illnesses and performs rituals. You give this to him, and he will help you solve it. Alright, give me the address and I'll go tomorrow. Zhang Ziang sighed in relief and continued driving. Xiao Feng, does the Taoist really understand magic? Song Xian, in the back seat, asked curiously. She had been to Qingniu Temple with Xiao Feng to help out and felt that the Taoist was thin and bony, lacking the ethereal presence of the wise men depicted in movies. I don't know, but he looked like this when I met him. Xiao Feng said, it's been many years, and he hasn't changed. Oh, then he must be a high-level practitioner. Song Xian nodded seriously. After all, that Taoist had raised over a dozen orphans by himself, so he must be an extraordinary person. Upon arriving at their destination, a club, Zhang Zian, no longer a student, found the way of socializing a bit different. As soon as they entered, a surprised voice came from inside. Brother, what are you doing here? The voice, tinged with a hint of surprise, could only belong to his green tea brother, Xiaoming. Besides him, there was also a girl sitting in the private room. She was sitting very close to Xiaoming, and the two seemed quite intimate. Sumuyu, a year older than Xiao Feng, was currently a freshman at Jing University. In his previous life, this woman was an unforgettable white moonlight in his memory. In the 3rd year of middle school, she had come to Jiangchen with her grandmother for business. They encountered her after a car accident. She had lost too much blood, and due to her rare blood type, the blood bank didn't have her blood. Coincidentally, Xiaofeng's blood matched hers, so he donated a full 500 cc of blood to her. After the excessive blood draw, Xiaofeng turned pale and nearly fainted. Although he did a good deed without seeking recognition, it was just a fleeting glance at her. Yet, that fleeting moment made Xiaofeng fall for her. He thought he would never see her again, but unexpectedly, after moving in with the Xiao family, he encountered her several times. However, Xiaoming noticed Xiaofeng's interest in Su Muyu and crazily stirred up trouble between them, leading Su Muyu to develop a strong dislike for Xiaofeng. In his previous life, Xiaofeng pursued her madly, only to be met with endless ridicule. What qualifications do you have to pursue me? You're just a villain. If you were even 1/10 as excellent as Xiaoming, I wouldn't mind giving you a chance. Xiaofeng, someone like you doesn't deserve to be around me. The darkest memories of his past surged to the forefront of his mind in that instant.
Xiao Feng's hands felt a bit cold and Sun Xian looked at him in surprise.
She could clearly sense Xiao Feng's emotional fluctuations. She quietly reached out and held his hand.
Xiao Feng snapped back from the painful memories and sat down with her. Su Muyu came from an extraordinary background. The Su family was one of the prominent families in Jiangcheng. However, her relationship with Xiao Ming seemed quite good, which was puzzling given the vast differences between their families.
Ah, you know each other?
Then no need for introductions, Zhang Ziong said with a smile.
Miss Su, sorry to keep you waiting, this is Xiao Feng. Miss Su was the princess of our Jiangcheng Circle,
a physics genius at Jing University. She has already completed her freshman courses in just half a semester, and now she's back home to rest.
I know him, no need for introductions. Su Muyu's gaze was cold, even disdainful enough not to glance at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng didn't mind at all, having been reborn, he no
longer felt that he couldn't live without her. It was just that seeing her suddenly stirred some emotions within him. Moreover, her attitude towards herself has always been this way. After all, who knows how much bad-mouthing Xiao Ming has done in front of her.
Haha, is this the little brother you mentioned? Zhang Zian looked at Xiao Ming. Hello, brother, my name is Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming flashed an innocent smile. Alright, we're all friends here. I'll treat tonight, let's have fun. Zhang Zian chuckled nonchalantly. Being students, they didn't order alcohol, opting for drinks instead. Sun Xian and Su Muyu were both part
of the circle, but they had no intersection. Moreover, out of a woman's intuition, she felt that Xiao Feng and this Su Muyu must have some past together. Thus, she felt an inexplicable hostility towards Su Muyu. Xiao Ming leaned closer to Zhang Zian, trying every possible way to find a topic.
Sun Xian received a call from home and stepped out to answer it.
So, Xiao Feng and Su Muyu sat there in silence, facing
each other. Finally, Su Muyu broke the silence. Xiao Feng, have you severed ties with your family?
The topic was heavy right from the start, and her tone carried disdain and contempt.
Yeah, I have. Xiao Feng nodded slightly.
Su Muyu coldly said, someone who can just cut ties with their own parents, I wonder what kind of person that is. First of all, my life is my own, I don't need others pointing fingers at me. Secondly, everything has its cause and effect. If you don't understand the background, I advise you not to make judgments. Su Muyu was taken aback. She had been to the Xiao family and met Xiao Feng many times. In her impression, Xiao Feng would blush when he saw her. He had always been submissive to her cold words, never daring to retort. But after not seeing each other for half a year, how had he changed so much? There's nothing to understand. A person like you can only be described as cold-blooded. After a moment of shock, Su Muyu regained her lofty demeanor. Xiao Feng, you and Xiao Ming share the same mother, how can the
difference be so vast? If you had even a tenth of his understanding, you wouldn't have fallen to this point.
But for someone like you who doesn't recognize your own kin, it seems nothing matters.
Xiao Feng glanced at her. It was indeed still Su Muyu. The princess of the Jiangcheng Circle always spoke with that condescending tone. Then Miss Su, perhaps you should keep your distance from me, lest I, a cold-blooded person, tarnish your noble eyes.
Su Muyu frowned. Xiao Feng's sarcasm made her very uncomfortable.
Just then, Zhang Zian laughed. Muyu, this song is your specialty, come over and sing. Su Muyu ignored Xiao Feng and took the microphone to sing.
After finishing a song, Xiao Ming turned and ran over.
He handed a drink to Xiao Feng, saying, Brother, why aren't you joining in? Are you unhappy? Xiao Feng shot him a glance. Seeing the Xiao family's dog annoys me. Do you think I'd be happy with you prancing around in front of me? Brother, when will the misunderstanding with your family be resolved?
Xiao Ming said pitifully.
Then he smiled and asked, how did you do in this mock exam, brother?
I'm sure I can make it into the top 30 in the city, but your previous scores were all from cheating. I'm afraid you won't do well this
time either. Jumping, and then jumping some more.
Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Ming as if he were a clown, watching him chatter on. Brother, things that aren't yours will never truly belong to you. Don't you understand
this principle?
He said, playfully smiling at Xiao Feng. The meaning was clear. Everything in the Xiao family is mine. It has nothing to do with you. But no matter how much he provoked, Xiao Feng remained unresponsive. He kept a faint smile fixed on Xiao Ming the entire time. That gaze was as if he were looking at someone mentally challenged.
Xiao Feng's indifference completely infuriated Xiao Ming. The other
person's gaze seemed to see through everything about him. That raw feeling made him very uncomfortable. As he watched Su Muyu finish her song, he grabbed the drink in front of Xiao Feng and splashed it violently on his own face. With a startled cry, Xiao Ming jumped up abruptly. His tone was anxious, uneasy, and cautious. Brother, I'm sorry, I know you don't like me. I'll try to stay away from you in the future. But please don't hold a grudge against the family anymore. I'm really worried about you being out there alone.
Goodness, the tactics have escalated. Sure enough, Su Muyu stormed over, blocking Xiao Ming's path. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Then, with a tone full of concern, she asked, Xiao Ming, are you okay? Hurry and wipe it off. I'm fine, sister. Don't blame brother, he didn't mean it.
Xiao Ming looked aggrieved. He was just in a bad mood. I'll persuade him to go home later. After all, he lives alone. I'm quite worried about him.
Xiao Feng, can't you be a little understanding?
Su Muyu looked at Xiao Feng with a
Disappointed expression. Your brother is just worried about you, but how can you treat him like this? So you think I'm bullying him? Xiao Feng said. Isn't it? This is what I saw with my own eyes, is there any doubt? Sumuyu's expression was furious. Apologize, right now.
Sister, brother really didn't mean it. Please don't blame him. Xiaoming pretended to advise from the side.
But in reality, he was fanning the flames. I just mentioned grades earlier. He felt a sense of loss. Apologize. Sumuyu was even angrier, convinced that Xiao Feng was bullying Xiaoming. I think you're mistaken. Xiao Feng slowly stood up. He smiled and said, if I were bullying Xiaoming, I definitely wouldn't use such a low-end method as splashing him with a drink. I would do this instead. As he spoke, Xiaoming suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xiaoming's seemingly harmless but actually annoying face hard. Slap. Xiaoming stumbled back, retreating several steps. 5 bright red handprints immediately appeared on his pale face. He saw stars. Feeling dizzy, almost collapsing to the ground. The room fell silent. Zhang Ziyan gaped in shock at everything happening. Xiaoming was completely stunned. Xiao Feng actually made a move? This was the Xiao Feng who spoke cautiously in the Xiao family, afraid that a loud voice would upset the family. Now he actually dared to lay hands on Xiaoming, who was the apple of the family's eye. Xiao Feng, are you crazy? Su Mu Yu reacted, reaching out to push Xiao Feng away. Don't touch him. But just then, a figure flashed, and Sun Xian, who had just finished a phone call, pushed the door open and entered. She stood in front of Xiao Feng, coldly staring at Su Mu Yu. Su Mu Yu was taken aback. She had no connection with Sun Xian and didn't know her. At that moment, Zhang Ziyang hurried over to mediate. Hey, what's going on? We're all family. Let's not hurt our feelings. Xiaoming was seeing stars, his inner fury burning, but he had to put on a facade of being magnanimous and understanding. He twitched his mouth, his voice trembling. Sister Mu. You, please don't be angry, brother, didn't mean it. He already hit him, and you still defend him? Su Mu Yu was furious to the extreme. Xiao Feng wouldn't hit someone for no reason. If he hit him, then Xiao Ming must have deserved it. Sun Ziyan's tone was sharp. Then she grabbed one of Xiao Feng's hands, saying with some concern, Xiao Feng, are you okay? Did his face hurt your hand? Xiao Ming's face twitched. He made Xiao Feng's hand hurt with his face? This was too much bullying. Sister, let's go home. They're all bad people. Xiao Ming cried out in grievance. It's okay, Xiao Ming, I'll take you home now. Does it hurt? Su Mu Yu said with some pity. It hurts, but if my sister can put an ice pack on me, it won't hurt anymore. Xiao Ming said pitifully. Okay, I'll take you to get an ice pack. Su Mu Yu shot a fierce glare at Xiao Feng. Xiao Ming, this time, it's just a warning, I didn't hit you hard. Xiao Feng said, if you dare to jump around in front of me again, it won't be as simple as a slap. I mean what I say. Xiao Ming shivered. Xiao Feng's tone was cold, not like he was joking. He didn't even have the courage to respond, just reached out to pull Su Mu Yu, urging her to hurry up. Xiao Feng, if you dare to touch Xiao Ming again, I won't let you off. Su Mu Yu said coldly, he saved my life. If you go after him, you're going after the Su family. He saved your life? Xiao Feng was somewhat surprised. Several years ago, I had a car accident and lost too much blood. My life was in danger. It was Xiao Ming who drew 500 cc of blood to save me. If you don't bully him anymore, I won't let you off. After Su Mu Yu finished speaking, she pulled Xiao Ming and left, leaving Xiao Feng alone in a mess. He understood, everything was clear. No wonder the Su family, such a wealthy family, would have this kind of relationship with the Xiao family. It turns out that 3 years ago, after saving Su Mu Yu, Xiao Ming appeared and impersonated him. In this life and the next, Su Mu Yu has always treated Xiao Ming very well, even stepping in to protect him every time he got into trouble. It was for this reason. Xiao Ming had taken everything from him, even this. He was just a weakling, and he could only attend half a basketball class. How could he draw 500 cc of blood to save someone? However, Xiao Feng quickly let it go. A mistake was a mistake. It didn't matter anymore. For him, the most important person was Sun Xian, who had taken him to the hospital when he had a fever, saved his life, and cared for him meticulously. Besides her, there was his grandmother. Everyone else was unimportant to him. After leaving the private room, Su Mu Yu found an ice pack and personally applied it to Xiao Ming. She gently blew on his slightly swollen face and asked with concern, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore, sister. I'm really happy to have you taking care of me. Xiao Ming secretly rejoiced. He didn't expect that. Getting beaten would actually earn him more sympathy from Su Mu Yu. That slap was worth it. If it could win her sympathy and affection, then in the future he could use the Su family's influence to go further. Xiao Feng is really a jerk, a scumbag. Su Mu Yu said coldly, stay away from him in the future. If he dares to bully you again, tell me, and I won't let him off. Sister, brother is just sad. His relationship with our parents is so bad, and his grades aren't good. Xiao Ming had a look that showed he didn't blame Xiao Feng, so I really don't blame him. You're just too kind. Su Mu Yu said somewhat helplessly. What will you do if you're bullied in society later? Then sister, will you always protect me? Protect me for a lifetime. Xiao Ming took the opportunity to say, okay, I'll protect you for a lifetime. Su Mu Yu said, somewhat amused and exasperated.
But Xiaofeng had this face that could evoke a protective instinct in people. She couldn't help but pat his head and then sent him home. Xiao Ming had a triumphant smile on his face. A perfectly good gathering ended in unhappiness. Zhang Ziyan also felt a bit awkward. After sending Xiaofeng back, he kept apologizing, then drove Sun Xian home. In the future, if there's a gathering with Sumuyu, don't invite me and Xiaofeng, Sun Xian said with a stern face. Okay, I got it. Zhang Ziyan replied somewhat perfunctorily. The relationships among these people were indeed complicated, especially when it involved women. It was even more troublesome. He didn't want to get involved, but his perfunctory attitude made Sun Xian very unhappy. Is your attitude so perfunctory? Do you believe I can have my grandfather cut off your Zhang family's loan? Don't, auntie, can't I answer you seriously? Zhang Ziyan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I didn't even know these people were at odds. This aunt was fierce. The Zhang family had built their fortune on real estate, and which year didn't they borrow tens or hundreds of billions from Sun Xian's family bank? If this really led to the old man venting his anger on him, wouldn't he break his legs? Now you know? Sun Xian shot him a glare. I know now, don't worry, I will definitely not let them meet in the future. Zhang Ziyan nodded. That's more like it, Sun Xian said, somewhat reluctantly. By the way, Sun Xian, what's going on between you and Xiaofeng? Zhang Ziyan tentatively asked about their relationship, but seeing Sun Xian's unfriendly expression in the rearview mirror, he quickly added, alright, I know, I won't ask what I shouldn't. The next day was Monday and the results of the mock exam had been released. Xiaofeng was grappling with a math problem when Su Dachui rushed over, out of breath. Xiaofeng, hurry. What's wrong? Xiaofeng shot him a confused look. What big deal had this guy encountered now? It's out, the results are out, on the playground. Su Dachui took a breath before revealing the outcome. Oh, how did you do? Xiaofeng asked. Me? You don't need to inquire about my score. Don't you want to know how much you scored? Su Dachui replied. How much? Xiaofeng turned to look at him, still appearing unfazed. Aren't you even a little anxious to know the result? Su Dachui looked at Xiaofeng with frustration. Haven't you already checked for me? Xiaofeng said with a smile. I'm not telling you. Su Dachui huffed, turning to Sun Xian. Do you know how many points you scored? Oh, how many points? Sun Xian poked her head out from a pile of thick books. Her expression was almost as calm as Xiaofeng's, as if neither was in a hurry to know the results. You two are so in sync, huh? Su Dachui felt speechless. He helplessly said, alright, I surrender. Xiao Feng 688, first in the school, first in the city mock exam. Sun Xian, 670, second in the school, fifth in the city mock exam. Su Dachui finally dropped this bombshell. You know, you two have already become popular, the school's rising stars. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. This result was expected. After all, he was someone who had been reborn, naturally equipped with a bug. Plus, after coming back he could grasp textbook knowledge at a glance. But Sun Xian's comprehensive science score had improved quite a bit. Next time, she should keep it up, so they could stand side by side. Only fifth in the city, Sun Xian wasn't too satisfied with this score. Fifth. Tsinghua and Peking University are already waving at you. Su Dachui felt it was unbelievable. Was this the attitude of a genius? Beating over 40,000 candidates among 50,000 in the city, and she was still not satisfied. Next time, work harder, score a bit better. Sun Xian smiled slightly. Did you know, Sun Jianing from class 3, who scored first in the school last time, has been pushed out of the top 3? Su Dachui said proudly. Sun from class 3 is furious, cursing in class. And this time our class's average score has risen quite a bit. Third in the stage, just a little behind second. Then teacher Su must be overjoyed? Xiaofeng said with a smile. Isn't this time teacher Su going to fulfill her promise and do a subject 3 dance for us? Yes, absolutely. Su Dachui's eyes lit up. Just then, the class bell rang, and Su Xiao walked into the classroom in high heels, wearing a fashionable yet elegant new outfit. She had a joyful expression. This time, the class had produced 2 top students, the city's champion and 5th place. This was a spectacle that hadn't happened at Tongfang High School in nearly 5 years. The entire office was buzzing, all the teachers looking at him with envy. She had only graduated a few years ago, and this time she was going to make a big splash. Subject 3. Some students had already started to cheer. Su Xiao couldn't hide the smile on her face. She pressed her hands down to signal for silence. I think everyone knows the results, so I won't say much here. Our class's average score has improved significantly, and we also have classmates Xiaofeng and Sun Xian, who achieved top 5 in the city. Su Xiao put down the book in her hands. But everyone must not be complacent. Keep up the good work, and I will also fulfill my previous promise and dance subject 3 for everyone. A cheer erupted in the classroom as Su Xiao put down the music on her phone and swayed her body to the rhythm. Her figure twisted with the music, and no one expected that the usually reserved teacher Su had quite the dance moves. Charming yet unpretentious, it was completely natural. The students below applauded, moving their hands in sync with the music. The atmosphere
reached a peak, and dozens of students began to celebrate with Su Xiao. This class was destined to be unforgettable. After class, Sun Xian asked, Xiaofeng, which school are you choosing? Jing University. Xiaofeng pondered for a moment. That Su Muyu is a freshman in the physics department at Jing University. Sun Xian's gaze suddenly turned unfriendly. Being a woman herself, she could tell that Xiaofeng's relationship with that woman was definitely not ordinary. What are you thinking? Xiaofeng chuckled bitterly. Jing University has always been my dream. If I go there, it's definitely not for anyone. If I had to say it was for someone. Xiaofeng's expression suddenly became serious. Then it can only be for you. For me? Song Xian was both surprised and delighted. From Xiaofeng's words, she read another meaning. Just as she was savoring the implications of his words, someone outside shouted through the window, Xiaofeng, someone is looking for you. The delicate moment was interrupted again, and Xiaofeng stood up, saying, I'll go check it out first. Watching Xiaofeng hurriedly leave, Song Xian's heart raced. She quickly sat down, her emotions taking a long time to settle. On the playground, Xiaofeng met the person looking for him. To his surprise, it was Sun Xian, the homeroom teacher of class 3. Yes, the same Sun Xian who had mocked Xiaofeng for cheating a few days ago and was chased by Su Xiao to apologize. Today, Sun Xian still wore exquisite makeup and dressed with great poise. Teacher Sun, are you looking for me? Xiaofeng asked, somewhat surprised. Although he had clashed with Sun Xian, she was still a teacher at the school. He had to maintain the necessary politeness, otherwise, it would give others a chance to say that Su Xiao's students lacked upbringing. Yes, Xiaofeng, you did really well on this exam, and I formally apologize for what happened before, Sun Xian said with a smile. Oh, it's nothing, I didn't take it to heart, Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Looking at Sun Xian, he sensed that it was definitely not just a simple apology. She must have other matters to discuss. Xiaofeng had heard that her class, which had previously ranked first in the grade, had now been pushed out of the top 3. Sun Xian had been furious in class, scolding them harshly. It's like this, Xiaofeng. Sun Xian didn't beat around the bush. Your class has a weak foundation and has been dragging behind the entire grade. Moreover, your teacher Su just graduated not long ago and lacks experience in teaching and management. So, Xiaofeng sneered inwardly. He understood now, this woman was trying to poach him to class 3. I have been in this profession for over 10 years, and have been recognized as an excellent teacher for several consecutive years. My teaching experience and class management skills are far superior to your teacher Su's, so I would like to invite you to transfer to our class 3. As expected, she was poaching. Xiaofeng felt nothing but disdain for such people. On the surface, he was polite to you, but behind your back, he would stab you in the back without a second thought. Yet he still courteously said, thank you for your kindness, teacher Sun, but I'm quite happy in my current class. Xiaofeng, if you have any concerns, just tell the teacher, Sun Xing thought. Xiao Duo had reservations. You don't need to worry about the transfer, as long as you agree, I'll talk to the principal about the rest. Sorry, teacher Sun, I don't have any concerns, I just don't want to transfer. Xiaofeng couldn't be bothered to waste words with her and stated his reason directly. Don't want to come over? Xiaofeng, can you tell me why? Sun Chang was taken aback. She was quite the heartthrob at school. Dealing with a student should be a piece of cake, right? Today, she had even dressed up carefully to persuade Xiaofeng. After all, she had used all her tricks to poach top students from other classes. But Xiaofeng actually rejected her without a second thought? First, teacher Su treats me very well, I don't want to leave. Second, the atmosphere in our class is great, there's no scheming or backstabbing. Third, Xiaofeng shot a deep glance at Sunshine. The makeup on teacher Sun's face is really too thick, didn't I remind you last time? Wearing too much foundation can affect your facial features, and over time it can lead to blackheads. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, teacher Sunday. Without waiting for her to react, Xiaofeng quickly turned and ran off, leaving Sunshine alone in a state of confusion. By the time she regained her senses, Xiaofeng had already disappeared without a trace. Xiaofeng. Sun Xing stomped her feet in anger. Xiaofeng, big brother. A phone call came in after school in the afternoon. Before she could figure out who it was, the other party directly called her big brother. I really admire you to the core, no wonder the old man wants me to learn more from you. You really are a god of predictions, please accept my knee. Zhang Ziong? After a long pause, Xiaofeng asked uncertainly. The voice sounded like Zhang Ziong's, but what was he on about this afternoon? Ah, it's me. I've made up my mind, from now on, I'll stick with you, you're my big brother. Zhang Ziong couldn't hide his excitement. Wait, what's going on, brother? Xiaofeng was a bit puzzled. What was wrong with this guy? Did that set of 5 imperial coins mess with his mind? You probably don't know yet, right? This morning, a leader from Yanjing made a decision to spearhead the development of the eastern district of Jiangchang. Zhang Ziong exclaimed excitedly, the 3 plots of land you had my grandpa bid on last week have skyrocketed. They've at least multiplied 5 times, and the new district is entering the planning stage. All the land is sealed off, waiting to be auctioned after the plans are finalized. Now our Hongji real estate is really making a name for itself. My old man received over a dozen calls this morning, all asking if he had any insider information. This matter? I thought something was up. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this guy wasn't losing his mind, that was good. Isn't this a big deal, Xiaofeng? My grandpa is hosting a banquet tonight. You must come. I'll pick you up then. Back in the classroom, Sun Xian leaned over. Is someone trying to poach you? How did you know? Xiaofeng looked at Sun Xian in surprise. Is it Sun Mieju from class 3? Sun Xian's eyebrows arched, her eyes full of laughter. Yes, she came looking for you too, right? Xiaofeng smiled. She was looking for me even before the public list came out, asking me to join their class. Sun Xian said, and she even said a bunch of bad things about Teacher Su. What did she say? That Teacher Su is young, lacks teaching experience, and behaves inappropriately? How dare she say that about Teacher Su? Didn't you scold her? Xiaofeng was furious. Although he hadn't been here long, he had a deep respect for Su Xiao, because whether in the last life or now, she can bear the responsibility of a teacher. That old woman, Sun Xian, actually dared to say that about Teacher Su? I scolded her, without any dirty words. Her face turned pale. Sun Xian chuckled. What about you? I sarcastically criticized her, and when I left, I didn't look at her. I guess her expression wasn't very good either. Xiaofeng chuckled. Perfect. The two exchanged a knowing high five. In the evening, Zhang Ziang drove over to pick up Xiaofeng again. He brought a lot of supplements for Grandma Wu when he came here. The supplements he brought were not the kind of intelligence tax that one doesn't accept gifts during the holidays. They were proper bird's nest and dried abalone, and these few boxes of gifts must be worth tens of thousands. Grandma Wu immediately returned half a box of free-range eggs, which she had bought at the market. Pulling Xiaofeng along, they headed north to the city. I can see your spirit is much better today. Xiaofeng glanced at Zhang Ziang. This guy must have gone to Qingyo Temple to find his master, otherwise, he wouldn't look so good. Previously, he had 2 big bags under his eyes, bloodshot eyes, and looked like a green-faced beast. Now he was radiant, a complete spirited young man. Xiaofeng, speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Zhang Ziang perked up. Your master is truly amazing. I said you introduced me, and then explained my purpose. He looked up at me and told me to kneel before the 3 pure ones. He waved a whisk over my head a few times, and my spirit improved. Do you think this Taoist is a master? Does he understand magic? I don't know about that, but he saved my life and is also very skilled in medicine. Xiaofeng laughed. When you meet him, you should burn incense in gratitude. By the way, he also said I have heavy Yin energy and wrote me a talisman on the spot, which I'd been wearing ever since. Zhang Ziang pulled out a silk pouch from around his neck, which contained the talisman. What about your anti-evil coins? Xiaofeng asked. They were buried in the incense ashes by the Taoist. He said I could take them back in half a month. Zhang Ziang said with lingering fear, how could I dare to take that? Before I left, I donated a sum for the temple's repairs. Xiaofeng nodded. His master was indeed not an ordinary person. By the way, Xiaofeng, do you understand antiques? Zhang Ziang became a bit excited at the mention. Xiaofeng could tell the origin of those 2 anti-evil coins at a glance, and he could explain the anecdotes behind them, so he must understand these things. I know a little, Xiaofeng replied. Great. I'll have to consult you when I buy things in the future. Zhang Ziang clapped his thigh. They arrived at the Kaifeng Grand Hotel in Jiangchang. The entrance was laid with a red carpet decorated with balloons, and everywhere was filled with festive cheer. There was also a banner hanging, congratulations to the young Master Xiao for being among the top 30 in the city. Is there a banquet at the hotel today? Xiaofeng was taken aback. Yes, I heard it's for a family with the surname Xiao, whose son ranked in the top 30 in the city in the mock exam. Zhang Ziang said, they're hosting a banquet here. It has nothing to do with us, we're in the VIP box on the top floor. Hurry up, my grandfather is waiting. Xiaofeng smiled. Could it be that Xiao Ming was hosting a celebration banquet here? If so, that would be interesting. Upon reaching the top floor, in the largest box, he saw Zhang Hongji and Sun Yunming, the 2 old men, already waiting. Ah, Xiao Chen, you're here. Please, take a seat. Zhang Hongji warmly greeted Xiaofeng, shaking his hand. Then he pulled him to sit beside him. The warmth of his welcome made even Zhang Ziang, his own grandson, feel envious. What status does the old man have? Even when the mayor of Jiangchang comes, he might not stand up to greet him. It seems he really likes Xiaofeng. Old Zhang, by the looks of it, you must have some great news, Xiaofeng said with a smile. You brat, still pretending to be confused. Sun Yunming laughed and scolded. Ever since he learned about Xiaofeng's identity and his granddaughter's true feelings, he had been secretly paying attention to Xiaofeng. He looked at the kid with fondness. If he really had a connection with Sun Xian, he wouldn't mind secretly giving him a hand. However, there would definitely be many tests, and those could be dealt with slowly later. Old Sun, if I take the initiative to mention these things, it would seem like I'm trying to take credit. Xiaofeng chuckled. Alright, old Zhang, just tell me, how many times has this piece of land appreciated? Sun Yunming said. With a smile, what's the specific situation? Come, sit down, let's eat and chat. Zhang Hongji had the dishes brought out and opened a bottle of red wine.
Xiao Feng could actually hold his liquor, but since he was still a high school student, he declined and opted for a soft drink. Old Son, you have no idea, the situation in the East District is just a series of coincidences. Zhang Hongji poured 2 glasses of wine. Originally, Jiang Cheng intended to develop the East District and establish a high-speed rail business area. But due to disagreements within the government, some believed the development cycle was too long and the investment too large. Rather than establishing a new business area, it would be better to focus efforts on the Western health and wellness area. Yes, I've heard about these matters. Song. Yunming nodded, but why has it suddenly been approved this time? The higher-ups came to Jiangcheng for research. One of them is the youngest among the 5 members of the State Council. Zhang Hongji raised his glass and clinked it. The youngest one? After the last representative assembly, with the personnel changes, could it be someone with the surname Xiao? Song Yunming quickly understood. That's right, it's someone with the surname Xiao. Coincidentally, he shares the same surname as Xiao Feng. Zhang Hongji's face was glowing. No wonder the country advocates for younger officials. This Xiao committee member is in his 40s and very ambitious. He initiated the push to expand Jiangcheng's planning map, bringing Jiangcheng into the radiation range of Yanjing. To provide support for Jiangcheng's development, a high-speed rail will also be built in the future, allowing direct access to Yanjing in an hour and a half. The new district was established under this fortunate coincidence, catching everyone off guard. No wonder, old Shang, meeting Xiao Feng has really brought you good fortune. Song Yunming looked at Xiao Feng with piercing eyes. Xiao Chun, you were so certain that the East District would appreciate. Do you have some insider information? Old Song, I'm just a high school student. How could I have any insider information? Xiao Feng forced a smile. Insider information? He was someone who had been reborn. The establishment of the high-speed rail business district was a done deal. It couldn't be wrong. Then how could you be so sure? Song Yunming asked again. Jiangcheng is not far from Yanjing, and the country conducts macroeconomic adjustments every 5 years. Xiao Feng said, they are vigorously developing the economy around the Beijing area, so Jiangcheng's development is to be expected. Impressive, really impressive. Zhang Hongji said, standing up to toast Xiao Feng again, the value of this land has multiplied 5 or 6 times. Xiao Feng, what do you want to do with the money you invested with me? I plan to develop these 3 pieces of land, but the cycle might be long. Old Zhang, just cash it out for me. Xiao Feng said, for now, I want to try doing something else. Alright, you invest 1 million with me. The current value of the land has multiplied 6 times. Zhang Hongji said, I'll give you 7 million. The extra million is a consulting fee. Don't refuse it, you deserve it. Okay, I won't refuse, thank you, old Zhang. Xiao Feng raised his tea in place of wine and clinked glasses with him. Xiao Feng, from now on, I'll stick with you. Zhang Xian was also deeply impressed. He toasted Xiao Feng and downed it in one go. You should learn more from Xiao Feng in the future. Don't just fiddle with antiques every day. Can that stuff be eaten? Old Zhang said, exasperated. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Zhang Xian nodded repeatedly. Old Zhang had the finance department transfer 7 million to Xiao Feng. The bank card number started with a 7. Xiao Feng felt a bit more at ease. He would transfer 2 million back to Li Mingyu to invest in the new company. The remaining 5 million should be invested in the stock market first. Then, he would wait for the right opportunity. The reborn him wouldn't be foolish enough to buy lottery tickets. It's like playing rock paper scissors. If the other person makes the first move, how can you play? The road must be walked slowly. In his previous life, he managed to make the Xiao family a top player in Jiangcheng through his own efforts. In this life, with memories in tow, he believes he will go even further. After dinner, the 2 old men were drunk. The driver took them home while Zhang Xian went to the front desk to settle the bill. It was now 8 in the evening, not too late. Xiao Feng came downstairs and saw that the hotel was still bustling with activity. At this point, he had already confirmed that the banquet was being hosted by Xiao Ming. This was because the guy's photo was displayed at the entrance, and the Xiao family had invited all their relatives and friends, making quite a commotion. Those who didn't know would think some wealthy heir had just topped the provincial exams. Xiao Feng sneered. With his fabricated grades, Xiao Ming really dared to boast. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back by Xiao Yan, who was on the phone. Xiao Feng, wait a moment. Xiao Feng was initially going to leave, but she chased after him and firmly grabbed his arm. What is it? Xiao Feng stopped. There's a banquet at home today, and since you're here, why not join us for a meal? Xiao Yan's tone was very sincere. I also hope we can clear up the misunderstandings between us. There are no misunderstandings between us. That's your prejudice, so it doesn't matter whether it's cleared or not. Xiao Feng glanced at the enlarged photo of Xiao Ming. Besides, this banquet is for the young master of the Xiao family. What business do I, an outsider, have in this celebration? Am I just looking for trouble? No, Xiao Feng, it's really not like that. I wanted to contact you, but you blocked me, Xiao Yan hurriedly explained. What happened before was my fault, and I apologize to you. Also, your second sister knows she was wrong too. What good does knowing wrong do? Don't you still have to consider Xiao Ming's face? Xiao Feng said sarcastically. What?
If we can't hold back at the banquet and embarrass Xiaoming, wouldn't you all be heartbroken? Xiao Feng.
Seeing his expression, Xiaoyan felt a pang in her heart.
She knew that the former Xiao Feng had
trusted her deeply. Because she was the most rational among the Xiao family, he remembered her kindness when she suggested taking a family photo. But the current Xiao Feng no longer trusted her at all.
I know. It was our fault before, Xiao Feng, I'm sorry. Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Come in with me. I'll find Mom and Dad and clarify this matter in front of you, okay? Clarifying or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Xiao Feng shook his head. I don't want to disturb your family's happy moment. Lest you say again that I can't even let you hold a banquet in peace. Xiao Feng, can you please not leave? Xiaoyan reached out
to pull him. But at that moment, Xiao Feng froze as a cold, almost ethereal face appeared before him. Sumu Yu, her gaze swept over Xiao Feng coldly. Then, as if she saw nothing, she ignored him while Xiaoming
held her hand, happily chatting about something. Xiao Feng suddenly felt a surge of unwillingness. Why?
In his previous life, he had built the Xiao family's empire, and the credit was all Xiaoming's.
Because he had become a top player, his parents, living a wealthy life, mocked him with cold words.
The people he saved could continue to live carefree because of him. Yet she looked down on him because of a few words
from others. They were the ones in the wrong, not him. Why should he run away? What right did that malicious green tea, Xiaoming, have to enjoy all of this so happily? Oh, brother?
At that moment, Xiaoming
also spotted Xiao Feng.
It seemed he had forgotten the incident from the day before when Xiao Feng had slapped him hard.
He ran over happily. Brother, you're here too. I was just thinking of calling you. As
he spoke, he proudly pointed to his enlarged photo. Look, I ranked in the top 30 in the city. Mom and Dad went through so much trouble to throw me a celebration banquet. I feel a bit embarrassed.
They
really care about you. Xiao Feng smiled, thinking he wouldn't hold back any longer. Yes, but brother, you need to be more understanding and obedient. Then Mom and Dad will like you too. Xiaoming chuckled.
You should come to the celebration too. It would mean a lot to me to have your blessing. Is that convenient?
The smile on Xiao Feng's face gradually widened.
What's inconvenient about it? We're all family, Xiao Ming said. If you come, Mom and Dad will definitely be very happy.
Even though you didn't do well this time, you're still their child.
Xiao Feng, please don't leave, okay? Xiaoyan walked over, her face full of hope. Alright, I won't leave. I'll go in and join Xiaoming's celebration banquet.
The smile on Xiao Feng's face grew even more intense. I'm really happy for him.
That's great.
I'll go tell Mom and
Dad.
Xiaoming ran out, beaming with joy. But in his heart, he was maliciously plotting how to make Xiao Feng lose face in front of friends and family.
Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief and walked into the banquet hall.
Only Sumuyu's face looked slightly heavy. After all, last time, Xiao Feng had hit her beloved younger brother. Moreover, she felt that Xiao Feng seemed a bit off. He wasn't just there to congratulate
Xiaoming.
Xiao Feng, I warn you, behave yourself at the banquet, Sumuyu warned coldly.
How am I not behaving?
Xiao Feng replied, feigning surprise. My family invited me with great enthusiasm, so I came.
After all, we are family. I'm really happy that Xiaoming did so well. So, isn't it right for me to bless my brother for his good results?
Sumuyu found it hard to refute. Every word Xiao Feng said was perfectly reasonable. But she truly felt that Xiao Feng's intentions were not pure, and after thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure out why. So, she could only glare at Xiao Feng, giving him a warning look.
Before walking inside, the Xiao family's celebration banquet was indeed grand.
They had invited almost all their friends and relatives in Zhangchang.
Moreover, many of Xiao Mu's relatives also came. The banquet
was of high standards, with lobster, king crab, and fresh seafood, each table costing tens of thousands. This clearly showed that Xiao father and Xiao mother particularly favored Xiaoming. At this moment, Xiao Ming was nestled beside his parents, greeting various relatives. To rank in the top 30 in the city was indeed impressive. At least the top-tier universities were already beckoning him.
Many relatives envied
Xiao father and Xiao mother for having such a smart son, and they couldn't help but scold their own children for being so unambitious. Xiaoming's face was beaming with an incredibly happy smile. This truly marked the peak of his life.
Brother, you came?
Just then, Xiaoming spotted Xiao Feng.
He immediately ran over, grabbing Xiao Feng's hand and bringing him to the relatives. Mom and Dad, my brother is also here to wish me good results. Xiao father and Xiao mother were taken aback.
They hadn't expected Xiao Feng to come. However, Xiao Feng was no longer the same Xiao Feng as before.
He could earn money now, run a company, so their attitude towards him was no longer as disdainful as before. Oh, is this Xiao Feng?
You've grown so tall, a relative exclaimed. Look, you're a head taller than your brother.
Yeah, it's been
so many years since we last met. Back then, I could still hold you in my arms. The relatives looked at Xiao Feng in amazement, coming over to greet him, and Xiao Feng responded to each one.
Xiao Feng, your brother did so well. Your results must be good too, right? A relative asked with a smile.
His grades are average. Xiao father glanced at Xiao Feng, not directly saying that Xiao Feng's grades were obtained through cheating, but the hint of disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Clearly, my family's Ming's grades are not something everyone can compare to. Xiao mother spoke up. Xiao Feng, if you could change your
attitude and apologize to the family, we would treat you equally.
It seemed she misunderstood, thinking that her and her husband's banquet for Xiao Ming made Xiao Feng envious.
He came this time, yearning for his parents' love. You think too much.
I didn't come back to apologize to you. Xiao Feng's smile gradually widened.
What did you say? The couple was taken aback.
I simply came to congratulate my brother, Xiao Feng continued. After all, he did so well on his exam, truly bringing honor to the Xiao family. Thank you, brother, Xiao Ming said with a mischievous grin.
The next second, he loudly declared, the matter
of brother cheating on the exam is in the past. As long as brother sincerely repents, mom and dad will forgive you. This guy was doing it on purpose, loudly throwing dirt on Xiao Feng in front of all the relatives. Sure enough, his shout attracted all the relatives' attention.
Xiao Feng actually cheated? Is that true? Is there any doubt?
I heard his parents say before that not only did he cheat, but he also had
dirty hands. Same mother, how can the two be so different?
Exactly, how does he have the face to come here today? The relatives pointed and whispered at Xiao Feng, making him seem like a truly irredeemable person.
Xiao Feng wasn't angry. He smiled and asked,
Xiao Ming, what score did you get this time? 650 points, I still have room for improvement, Xiao Ming said proudly. How much did you score in math and
science? Xiao Feng asked again.
These are my strong subjects, almost full marks. I only got one multiple choice question wrong.
Xiao Ming's expression became even more smug. So that means you got almost all the difficult questions right, right? Xiao Feng's smile grew wider.
Yes, I got almost all of them right. Xiao Ming nodded heavily, not hiding the pride on his face at all.
This is this year's math problem. Since
you got it right, why don't you teach me, right here?
Xiao Feng pulled out his phone and found the electronic version of the exam paper. He located the hardest and highest scoring math problem. Xiao
Ming was instantly dumbfounded. His grades were actually just above average. He couldn't even make it into the top 30, let alone the top 3,000. The reason his grades were so good was that he had bought high-tech glasses, coordinating with people outside during the exam to achieve good results. Moreover, his previous grades were either from cheating or having someone else take the exam for him. Having lived 2 lives, Xiao Feng truly understood Xiao Ming's little tricks too well. And with his talent, even if he had done this math problem once, he wouldn't be able to do it again. After all, complex formulas and
algorithms can't be mastered just by rote memorization.
Yes, cousin, I also participated in this mock exam, and I can't do this problem either, even though the teacher has explained it several times.
Since you did so well, why don't you explain it to us?
A child from a relative's family spoke up. Yes, show us your skills, so Xiao Feng can be convinced.
Don't tell me you suddenly can't do it again. It's the original question, not changed at all.
As Xiao Feng spoke, he pulled out a few more electronic exam papers.
This is the physics exam point, and this is chemistry.
I heard you got full marks in English, so why don't you recite the speaking part from this paper again? Xiao Feng laid out the exam papers in front of Xiao Ming as if he were showcasing treasures. He had a habit of reviewing. After an exam, he would go over the questions again. He would look at where the mistakes were and why they were wrong. This is the mindset of a top student. However, for Xiao Ming, it was as if his life was at stake.
Xiao Feng, what do you mean? What are you trying to do?
Zhao's mother shouted angrily. Today is your brother's big day. Do you have to cause trouble at this moment?
I'm just asking Xiao Ming a question. Isn't that considered causing trouble?
Xiao Feng shrugged his shoulders. Isn't that right, everyone?
Yes, Xiao Feng is just asking a question. Go ahead, we want to hear it too.
Several relatives around Xiao Feng's age also gathered around. Because they had been lectured by their parents all the way to this miserable banquet, hearing how other people's children were so exceptional, how smart Xiao Ming was. They felt their own children were so foolish. If they had even half of Xiao Ming's intelligence, they would be burning incense in gratitude. Now that someone was making things difficult for Xiao Ming, if they didn't join in the ruckus, it would be an insult to their ears, which were almost calloused from listening. Son, explain it to them on the spot, share your experience. Seeing the atmosphere heating up, Zhao's father immediately encouraged
Xiao Ming.
After all, this was a great opportunity for his son to shine, and he planned to record the video and post it online to show off. Xiaoyan and Xiaoqian stared intently at Xiao Ming, watching for his next move. The two sisters had investigated Xiao Ming's grades but had found nothing. She had even hired someone to look into this mock exam, but no issues had surfaced. This time, it was a test to see if Xiao Ming could withstand the pressure. Deep down, they hoped Xiao Ming could solve these problems. They really didn't want their obedient little brother to be someone full of schemes. Xiao Ming struggled to pick up the pen, his hand trembled, and his face turned pale. He didn't understand these questions at all. Although he had cheated and written them down during the exam, he had long forgotten. Now, being asked to write them again, he simply couldn't do it. Xiao Ming, write it down, I'm waiting. Xiao Feng encouraged from the side. Look, this is such a great opportunity to shine. Don't you want to give your parents a reason to be proud? Xiao Ming raised his head, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. Then his hand began to shake uncontrollably and he looked utterly lost.
Ming Ming, what's wrong? Zhao's mother noticed something
Was off with her son and quickly asked with concern.
Mom, I feel unwell, I have a headache, my hand is shaking uncontrollably. Xiaoming's face was filled with terror. Am I going to die? My health
has never been good since I was little.
Great, pretending to be sick.
Xiaofeng sneered. Well, last time it was nerves, this time you're just pretending to be sick.
Shut up. Zhao's father quickly
supported Xiaoming. Ming Ming has never been healthy and it's all because of you. Look at you, over 6 feet tall and he's barely over 5 feet.
If you hadn't taken away so many nutrients, how could he be like this? Get out, you get out.
Zhao's mother suddenly screamed. Seeing Xiaoming like this made her heart ache, reminding her of how frail he had been since childhood.
Aren't you leaving? Zhao's father shouted.
If you have the ability, then get a good ranking. If you don't embarrass me here.
Embarrass you? Don't think too much of it. Xiaofeng sneered.
A mere 29th place obtained through cheating is
worth making a fuss over? Anyone who doesn't know would think some rich heir got the top score in the province. Shut up. You have no right to say that.
You cheated in your own exam and no one can save you. Zhao's father scolded angrily. We take pride in Ming Ming while you will forever be our disgrace.
Is that so?
Then Xiao Yuanhe, you probably don't even know the name of the person who got first place in the
citywide exam, do you?
Xiaofeng said with a cold smile.
What's the name?
Zhao's father asked, somewhat puzzled.
It's Xiaofeng.
The smile on Xiaofeng's face began to widen.
What? It's Xiaofeng? It can't be him, right? A relative was taken aback. How is that possible? It's just a coincidence of names. Cousin, are you in class 1 of the senior 3 at Tongfang High School?
Suddenly, a relative's child
exclaimed.
Xiaofeng from class 1 of senior 3 at Tongfang High School is the top scorer in our city's unified exam. That's right, I am Xiaofeng from class 1 of senior 3 at Tongfang High School.
Xiaofeng nodded slightly. He turned around and coldly scanned the crowd. The top scorer in the city's unified exam, with a score of 693, is me. What did you say? How is that possible? Zhao's father and mother widened their eyes, looking at Xiaofeng in shock. Surprised? Hard to believe? Xiaofeng was quite pleased with everyone's reaction.
He laughed and pointed at Xiaoming. In the last physics exam, I came in first and participated in the city physics competition. Because I pushed him out of the top 5, he went to the principal to report me for cheating. In front of you and the principal, I proved myself.
In
the last physics exam set by the principal, he played dumb. This time he pretended to be sick.
What about next time? Pretend to be dead? Xiaofeng, what did you just say? You said you came in first in the city's mock exam?
Zhao's mother held her breath, her face filled with disbelief.
As parents, who doesn't wish for their child to succeed? The reason they spoiled Xiaoming was partly because he could act cute, and partly because of his good grades.
Xiaoming also knew how to manipulate his parents' mindset, doing everything he could to make his grades look good. But whether he cheated or had someone else take the exam, for him, he only managed to get into the top 30. Yet this Xiaofeng, who grew up in the countryside, actually scored first in the city.
Do you want to call my homeroom teacher to confirm? Xiaofeng quickly realized, oh, no need, you don't even have my homeroom teacher's number.
Yes, these parents didn't care about Xiaofeng at all. They had only been to the school once. How could they possibly know the homeroom
teacher's number? You did so well, why didn't you tell us? Zhao's father was also stunned.
Initially, he instinctively thought Xiaoming was cheating again, but thinking back to how confident Xiaofeng was in front of the principal last time, it formed a huge contrast with Xiaoming.
That confidence couldn't just be faked. Why should I tell you? Are we that close? Xiaofeng shrugged. He then glanced at Xiaoming. Xiaoming, show us what you've got. He leaned closer to Xiaoming and sneered. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to flaunt these fake grades. Why isn't Xiaoming saying anything? Could it be that what Xiaofeng said is true?
Dad, you always praise him, but I've always thought he was fake.
Now he's been exposed, right? Top 30 in the city.
The discussions in the room gradually became harsh. The children of these relatives finally vented their frustrations. In the current situation, anyone with a bit of common sense could see that something was off with Xiaoming. His performance on the exam was simply too poor. His grades were definitely questionable. Ignoring a genuinely top-scoring son and instead favoring this fraudulent one, the Xiao family must be blind.
Xiaoming, don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Muyu stepped forward. Can you tell everyone what's going on?
Even now, Su Muyu was unwilling to believe that Xiaofeng was a fraud. She was still trying to help Xiaoming save face.
Sister Su, Xiao Ming stammered, unable to speak.
Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground.
Xiaoming. Su Muyu was startled and quickly supported him. Ming, what's wrong? Call an ambulance. Only then
did Zhao's father and mother panic, frantically calling for an ambulance, and the scene instantly descended into chaos.
Eventually, the ambulance arrived, and Xiaoming was taken away. The meticulously prepared
celebration feast came to a complete end in this manner. Zhao's father and mother still cared for their son and followed him to the hospital.
Xiao Yan took Xiao Qian around to apologize to relatives. Su Muyu's cold gaze swept over Xiao Feng as she spoke. Xiao Feng, do you think this is fun? Not fun at all, to be honest, it's quite boring, Xiao Feng shrugged. But he keeps accusing me of cheating on the exam, and I can't even clarify? You can clarify, but why does it have to be in this way? Su Muyu's brows furrowed tightly. Then tell me, what way should I use? Xiao Feng leaned closer to Su Muyu. I'm not like you. Always considering his feelings. If I'm unhappy, I naturally need to vent. Why should I hold it in? Su Muyu's cold gaze swept over Xiao Feng, finally locking onto his eyes. Xiao Feng met her gaze calmly. Neither humble nor arrogant. The once humble Xiao Feng was nowhere to be seen. In his place was a Xiao Feng who lived for himself in every aspect. You've changed, you really disappoint me. Su Muyu looked away, her tone carrying a hint of weariness. I used to think you would gradually become more sensible, like Xiao Ming. But look at you now, do you even resemble an older brother? First of all, your disappointment has no effect on me, Xiao Feng replied flatly. I am who I am, I will do what I want, like what I like, and I won't compromise myself to please anyone. Secondly, older brother? Xiao Feng found it amusing. I was born just a few seconds earlier than him. Just because of those few seconds, all the love from our parents and relatives is concentrated on him. And I am scorned and seen as a disaster. Miss Su, have you ever thought about whether this is fair to me? Su Muyu was left speechless. She raised her head and seriously examined Xiao Feng. She needed to re-evaluate the Xiao Feng before her. Miss Su, he is clearly awake. At that moment, Zhao's mother's call came through. He hasn't said a word, and we are very worried about him. He usually listens to you the most. Can you come and see him? Okay, I'll be right there. Su Muyu hung up the phone, not sparing Xiao Feng another glance, and walked away. Xiao Feng stared at Su Muyu's retreating figure, smiled, and turned to leave gracefully. He would no longer feel heartache. For such a woman, it was only at this moment that he truly let go. Xingqian Capital was officially established. Xiao Feng invested 2 million, holding a 45% stake. Li Mingyu invested 3 million, holding 50%. The remaining 5% of the shares were temporarily left vacant for future senior management of the company. Of course, as the company grew and more funds were injected, the shares would be diluted. After Li Mingyu registered the company, he began to get busy with site selection, renting, and hiring. Xiao Feng reinvested the 5 million he had in the stock market, waiting for the next opportunity. Tuesday was his grandmother's birthday. Xiao Feng took leave early in the afternoon to go home, tied on an apron, and began to get busy. He planned to prepare a sumptuous meal by killing chickens and fish. His grandmother had taken care of him for 18 years, now it was time for him to show his filial piety. Su Dachui and Song Xian also came over to celebrate Grandma Wu's birthday. Song Xian carried chicken wings in both hands, while Xiao Feng was sharpening a kitchen knife on the side. A large red rooster struggled in Song Xian's hands, clucking loudly. Xiao Feng, are you really going to kill it? Song Xian was so scared she didn't dare to open her eyes. Of course, the atmosphere has been set, so we have to do it. Xiao Feng sharpened the knife, feeling it was about time. This chicken was a free-range one bought from a stall outside the market. He forgot to take it to the market to be slaughtered, so now he had to do it himself. Song Xian was a wealthy young lady. When had she ever killed a chicken? The rooster struggled in her hands, clucking loudly, and with her sharp scream, it broke free and ran away. Ah, Xiaofeng, it ran away. Quick, catch it. Xiaofeng hurriedly put down the kitchen knife and went after the chicken. Su Dachui, who was in the middle of gutting fish, also set down what he was doing and chased after it. In the end, Xiaofeng pinned the rooster to the ground, holding the sharpened knife and measuring it against its neck. Come on, help me hold it down. Xiaofeng, not being very skilled, had to ask for help from Song Xian, who was trembling as she held the chicken, a bit frightened. Xiaofeng, can we not kill it? It looks so pitiful. Feeling the rooster struggle in her hands, she added with a pitiful tone, we have enough vegetables to eat. It won't matter if we lose one. Then, not killing it? Xiaofeng scratched his head. Alright, let's keep it. Good. Song Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The moment she loosened her grip, the rooster suddenly lunged at her and pecked her hand hard. With a scream, a large red mark appeared on her fair hand. The pain made her gasp. Are you okay? Xiaofeng was startled, quickly holding down the escaping chicken and then looking at her hand with concern. It hurts. Tears welled up in Song Xian's eyes. She shouted, kill it. I'll hold it down. No, give me the knife, I'll do it. Xiaofeng looked at Song Xian in frustration. How did this woman suddenly become so bold? After a bit of a struggle, a table full of dishes was finally ready. As Grandma Wu stepped into the house, a firework went off with a bang. Immediately, Xiaofeng placed a crown on Grandma Wu's head and Song Xian came out holding a cake. Grandma, happy birthday. Xiaofeng said with a smile. You child, you scared me. Grandma Wu looked at Xiaofeng helplessly. Then she smiled and welcomed Song Xian. Thank you, Xian, for coming to celebrate my birthday. Grandma, you are Xiaofeng's grandmother, and also our grandmother. Su Dachui sweetly chimed in. It's only right for us to celebrate your birthday. This child, so sweet-tongued. Grandma Wu smiled widely. Grandma, let's go inside. The food is all ready. Xiaofeng pulled Grandma Wu inside. The table was filled with a sumptuous feast, and in his previous life, Xiaofeng had learned to cook well to please Su Muyu. Chen, when did you learn to cook? Grandma Wu asked in surprise. The level of the dishes on the table was so good that it could rival that of a professional chef. I learned secretly, Grandma, this is my gift to you. Xiaofeng took out a box. Opening the box revealed a pair of lightweight shoes. Good, my Chin has grown up and can buy shoes for Grandma now. Grandma Wu said, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Xiaofeng had lived with her since he was a baby, growing from a child held in her arms to a tall adult now standing at 185 centimeters. The bond between the two was truly beyond words. Grandma Wu, this is my gift. Su Dachui presented a few health supplements. Thank you, Grandma Wu said with a smile. I have one too. Sun Xian's gift was a bit more extravagant. A bucket of premium dendrobium, a top-notch supplement that is beneficial for health when added to porridge or soup. Thank you, everyone. Grandma Wu smiled broadly. The elderly lady had never celebrated a birthday before. This was her first time, and it was with her beloved grandson and his classmates, which made her very happy. They lit the candles and sang the birthday song. Xiaofeng said, Grandma, make a wish. Okay. Grandma Wu, with a serious expression, clenched her hands and closed her eyes, silently making a wish like she had seen on TV. Then everyone blew out the candles together. What did you wish for, Grandma? Xiaofeng asked. Isn't it said that if you say it out loud, it won't come true? Grandma Wu replied with a playful tone. Others may not be effective, but Grandma will definitely be. Sun Xian chuckled. My wish is that the few little ones who came to celebrate my birthday today can grow up safely and then find someone they like, living happily for a lifetime. Grandma Wu smiled, her gaze falling on Xiaofeng and Sun Xian. The two were momentarily stunned, involuntarily looking at each other. Their eyes met, and then they both turned away as if shocked by an electric current. The atmosphere became subtle at that moment. Su Dachui covered his eyes and looked around as if searching for something. What are you looking for, Dachui? Xiaofeng asked. I'm looking for dog food. I want to stuff my mouth with some, Su Dachui replied. Alright, time to eat, Grandma Wu said with a smile. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. I'll go open the door, Xiaofeng said, running out to open the yard's big gate. The moment he opened the door, he was taken aback to see Xiao father standing at the entrance, holding some fruit. What are you doing here? Xiaofeng's tone was filled with displeasure. The Xiao family just wouldn't stop, would they? I came to see your grandma, Xiao father said, raising the items in his hand. More roadside fruit. After marrying, Xiao Yuanha had left grandma at home and never cared for her. Over the years, he hadn't even gone back to see her once. Now he could remember his old mother. It was grandma's birthday, and Xiaofeng didn't want to make things too awkward, so he stepped aside to let him in. Xiao father walked in but didn't rush. Instead, he looked at Xiaofeng deeply. Your brother is fine. Don't worry. Worry? Are you mistaken? Xiaofeng was somewhat baffled. This was just small talk. Why would he worry about Xiaoming? That green tea was just pretending to be sick to avoid things. Everyone could see that, except for this couple? I just went to your school. Xiao father hesitated before saying, I also asked your teacher about your grades. You really got first in the city. So, are you here to see my grandma or to talk about this nonsense? Xiaofeng said coldly. If you're here to see my grandma, then hurry up and leave after that. If you're here to talk nonsense, then there's no need. I can't be bothered to listen. Xiao father was unusually calm today. Even when Xiaofeng impatiently retorted, he could still speak in a composed manner. His temper had always been bad, especially towards Xiaofeng. He would lash out at the slightest inconvenience. I just came to see how you're doing as well. Xiao father looked around the courtyard. It was tidy, but certainly not as clean and bright as his villa. You live here? I live with grandma. Even if I lived under a bridge, I would still feel like it's a palace, Xiaofeng said coldly. You should go home. Xiao father looked at Xiaofeng, his expression complex as he said, go back with your grandma. At least the house is a villa, enough to live in. What do you mean by that? Xiaofeng looked at Xiao father warily. Had Xiao Yuanha changed his ways today? I mean nothing, I'm just worried you might not be living well outside, Xiao father explained. Then you're overthinking it. I'm living just fine. Xiaofeng sneered. No one calls me a disaster, no one schemes against me, and I don't have to be careful to please anyone. So if you're fine, just leave. You're not welcome here, Xiaofeng pointed outside. Mom! Xiao father didn't leave. He saw Grandma Wu coming out and hurried to greet her. What are you doing here? Grandma Wu was angry upon seeing Xiao father. What did you say when you took Xiaochen away? You said Xiaochen was your own son, that you would treat him well. But he was kicked out by you within half a year? Grandma Xiao was very angry. Thinking of how helpless and isolated Xiaofeng looked when he was driven away, she trembled as she said, he's still a child. He's also your son. Why are you so cruel to him? Mom, that's not it. Zhao's father wanted to explain further. Grandma, it's your birthday today. Don't be angry. Cheer up. Xiaofeng stepped forward to support his grandmother. It's all in the past. There's no point in bringing it up again. Let's just focus on being happy in the future. Let's go inside. Grandma Wu nodded, glaring at Zhao's father, ignoring him thereafter. Mom, I brought you some fruit. Zhao's father quickly handed over the fruit he was holding. I won't eat it, I can't digest it. Let your wife eat it when you get home. Grandma Xiao angrily shook off his hand and strode into the house. Zhao's father felt helpless. After getting married, he had moved out to live separately from his mother. Moreover, he hadn't visited the elderly woman in years, all because of Zhao's mother's strong personality and her discord with his mother-in-law. Over the years, he hadn't fulfilled his filial duties at all. Watching his son's back, he felt a mix of emotions. He never expected his usually carefree son to perform so well academically. Now he wanted to try to mend his relationship with Xiao Feng, but it seemed a bit too late. Xiao Ming lay in the hospital for a day before going home. He had undergone a thorough examination, but nothing was found. He just lay in bed, staring blankly, feeling weak and powerless. The doctor consulted for a long time and then helplessly said to Zhao's mother, "Why don't you consider transferring to a psychiatrist?" Psychiatrist? My son isn't a mental patient. Zhao's mother immediately became agitated. That's not what I mean you should check if your son has depression or something. The doctor explained, because his physical health is excellent, there are no issues. So staying here is pointless. After the doctor finished speaking, he left, leaving Zhao's mother alone in a daze. Mom, I'm fine now, let's go home. At that moment, Xiaoming suddenly spoke up from the hospital bed. Really, you're fine? You scared Mom to death. Zhao's mother was overjoyed and rushed over. I'm fine, it's my fault, I let you down. Xiaoming carefully apologized. He knew that pretending to be sick in the hospital was pointless. Fortunately, he hadn't slipped up and his parents still loved him. Xiao Feng couldn't threaten his position. Just then, Zhao's father returned. Zhao's mother quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "How is it? Does he agree to go home?" "Still not okay, he holds a lot of resentment towards me." Zhao's father shook his head. "I didn't expect his grades to be so excellent, why would he hide his results?" Zhao's mother was anxious. "He's our child too. I carried him for 10 months and went through so much to give birth to him." "Don't rush, take it slow," Zhao's father said. "Try to ease the relationship with Xiao Feng. Lower your voice, don't let Ming hear, or he might feel a gap." Zhao's father said. Tiredly, "I have to go meet with the catering giant, the Han Dynasty, to discuss a contract. The company's business has been declining too sharply lately." On the hospital bed, Xiao Ming listened to his parents' quiet discussion, and a sense of crisis surged within him. His gaze gradually turned resentful, and his expression became fierce. "Xiao Feng, everything in the Xiao family is mine alone, you can't take it away." After school in the afternoon, Xiao Feng took the bus to the Wanjie Garden Antique Market. Zhang Xiang now greatly admired Xiao Feng. Especially after the incident with the talisman money, he truly regarded Xiao Feng as his older brother. Today, Zhang Xiang had arranged to acquire a piece of blue and white porcelain but wasn't quite sure about it, so he asked Xiao Feng to come and take a look. Xiao Feng. At that moment, a girl by the roadside waved at him. "Zhang Jiejia? What are you doing here?" Xiao Feng stopped in his tracks. This is his classmate from the second class next door. They had participated in club activities together before. "I'm helping my mom deliver a cake," Zhang Jiejia said with a light smile. Zhang Jiejia looked sunny and loved to laugh. Her family owned a cake shop. Xiao Feng wasn't very familiar with her, and after chatting for a bit, he waved his hand. "Jiejia, someone is waiting for me. I have to go, goodbye." "Hey, Xiao Feng," Zhang Jiejia called out to him, "your grades are so good, can you help me with some tutoring? Come to my house, we can be in a room alone, no one will disturb us." Xiao Feng's heart skipped a beat. Having lived 2 lives, this little girl's intentions were all too clear. Alone in a room? Wouldn't something happen? He awkwardly smiled. "Sorry, Jiejia, I might not have the time." "Well, I can come to your house too," Zhang Jiejia persisted. Let's talk about it later, I'm leaving now," Xiao Feng said dismissively and hurried away. Ever since he ranked first in the city, the number of girls wanting to chat with him inexplicably increased. Because of this, Sun Xian was sulking. There was nothing to be done, he was just too handsome and too good at his studies. Just as he turned and walked a few steps, a gasp came from behind. Xiao Feng turned to see Zhang Jiejia, pushing a shared bicycle, staring in shock at a suitcase that had fallen on the ground. The suitcase was tipped over, and a few pieces of porcelain had fallen out. A burly man accompanied by 2 scruffy-looking thugs rushed out immediately. "Oh no! My Yuan Qingwa!" The burly man slapped his thigh, looking both heartbroken and furious. "I just spent over 200,000 on that, and you broke it?" I didn't mean to, I didn't see the suitcase there," Zhang Jiejia stammered. She was a bit clever, but facing a tattooed thug and 2 punks, she was already scared out of her wits. "Where are your parents? Call them to come over," the burly man said menacingly. "You broke my antique, you have to pay." "I really didn't mean to, I didn't see the suitcase at all." Zhang Jiejia's face turned pale with fear. "Stop talking nonsense, call your parents to come over," the burly man growled. "You broke a $200,000 antique, you can't leave without paying." "What's going on?" Xiao Feng hurried back. "Xiao Feng," Zhang Jiejia was on the verge of tears, "I rode a bike back, but didn't see the suitcase here." "Kid, who are you to her?"
The burly man glared at Xiao Feng. I'm her classmate. If there's something to say, just say it to me. Xiao Feng stepped in front of Zhong Jia. What is it? My vase was worth 200,000 and she broke it. The burly man pointed at the suitcase lying on the ground. Yuan Qingwa, a genuine antique.
This kind of scam wasn't new.
Train stations and antique markets were the most common places for it. If you didn't see it and bumped into it and the vase shattered, the other party would immediately come out to extort you.
Call the police?
Sorry, the vase inside was indeed an antique. They could also provide legitimate invoices. After all, there were no set prices for antiques and they would demand a hefty sum.
Xiao Feng, what should I do? I really didn't mean
to. Zhong Jia cried anxiously. Stop pretending to be pitiful, call your parents to come and pay, or you won't be able to leave, one of the thugs threatened as he reached for Zhong Jia.
Let's talk it
out, don't get physical, Xiao Feng blocked him with his hand.
Oh, kid, trying to be a hero?
The punk sized up Xiao Feng and stubbed out his cigarette. I warn you not to meddle.
Xiao Feng, should I not call the police?
Zhong Jia wiped her tears. She had already realized the situation was wrong. Call the police, immediately call the police, and have it appraised. The burly man pointed.
Calling the police
won't help, let me handle it, Xiao Feng smiled. He turned his head and said, friends, look at us, we are both students, how could we possibly come up with so much money?
How about you change your target?
Change what target?
Are you saying we're trying to scam you?
The big man cursed loudly. You little brat, dare to talk nonsense again and I'll tear your mouth apart.
How about this? I have 3,000 yuan.
Here, although it's not much, but it should cover your costs.
Xiao Feng smiled and reached out to take out the money.
These antiques used for scamming were mostly worthless. 3,000 yuan was more than
enough. Are you trying to send me off like a beggar? The big man swatted the money out of Xiao Feng's hand.
He pointed at Xiao Feng fiercely and said, call your parents over, if there's not 200,000. Today, I'll break your legs.
Does it have to be like this?
Xiao Feng felt helpless and took out his phone. Alright then, I'll make a call. As he spoke, he flipped through his contacts. Xiao Feng, I'll call my mom, Zhong Jia said with tears in her eyes. Xiao Feng remembered that she came from a single-parent family, and her mother ran a cake shop, which was quite tough. So he smiled and said, don't worry,
classmate Zhong, I can handle this.
He then called Zhang Xian, who frequented the antique market at Wanjia Garden and was well connected there.
Chen Ge, are you here? Why can't I see you? Zhang Xiang had
really acknowledged Xiao Feng as his older brother. I'm at the entrance of Wanjia Garden. I've run into some trouble here. Xiao Feng recounted the situation to Zhang Xiang.
What? Who the hell is bullying my brother?
Xiao Feng, wait for me, I'll be right over.
Zhang Xiang was furious upon hearing this. He was well known in the area and had dealings with all sorts of people. His presence was more effective than the
police. After hanging up, he grabbed a few buddies and rushed over.
Oh, calling for help?
The big man looked at Xiao Feng with disdain. Even if you call the King of Heaven today, it won't help.
You should ask around. Do you know who Lu Zi is? Lu Zi, you're the one scamming here, right?
Zhang Xiang hurriedly arrived with a group of people.
Oh, young Master Zhang.
Lu Zi, who had been looking fierce, immediately smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum upon seeing Zhang Xiang. He hurried over.
Young Master Zhang, what brings you here?
Facing his ingratiating demeanor, Zhang Xiang showed no courtesy. He swatted the cigarette Lu Zi offered away and said with a stern face, you're scamming again. Young Master Zhang, this isn't scamming, this is just our work, Lu Zi said with a bitter face. People are getting smarter these days. My brothers and I have been lurking here for a week and haven't encountered a single one. It's not easy.
Shut your mouth. Do you know who this is?
My brother. I have to call him brother when I see him. Zhang Xiang pointed at Xiao Feng.
You don't want to mix in this area anymore? How dare you set your sights on my brother?
Oh,
young Master Zhang, this is a big misunderstanding.
Lu Zi was taken aback, not expecting this high school student to know Zhang Xiang. I'm sorry, really sorry. Lu Zi bent over to apologize to Xiao Feng. Brother, if I had known you knew young Master Zhang, we wouldn't have dared to mess with you.
Is Xiao Feng alright? Zhang Xiang ran over to Xiao Feng and asked.
I'm fine, this is my classmate. The little girl didn't know better and fell into their trap.
Xiao Feng
pointed at the somewhat stunned Zhong Jia, single-parent family, and these guys opened their mouths asking for 200,000. It's too much.
200,000? You really dare to ask for that? Zhang Xiang was furious.
He had invested a lot in shops on Antique Street. Moreover, he often hung out here. To put it bluntly, this territory was under his protection. He couldn't care less about others, but when it came to Xiao Feng, he couldn't just stand by.
Young Master Zhang, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Zi forced a smile. Misunderstanding your mother. From today on, get out of Wanjia Garden.
Zhang Xiang's expression darkened slightly. If you dare to come here with your gang to scam people again, I'll break your legs.
I mean what I say. Zhang Xiao, this. Lu Zi's face showed difficulty.
They specialized in shady dealings, and the Wanjiayuan area was filled with all sorts of people. Their connections were here. So whether it was scamming or pickpocketing, they were quite adept at it. If they had to change locations, everything would have to start over.
Get lost. Zhang Xian's face turned stern, showing no mercy. Helpless, Lu Zi could only leave with his two little brothers, their heads hanging low. There was no way around it. Zhang Xiang had money, and he was the grandson of Zhang Hongji, the real estate tycoon. He truly had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, and they were just small-time players who couldn't afford to provoke him. After driving those few people away, Zhang Xiang finally showed a hint of a smile. Xiaofeng, let's go, I've been waiting for you. Wait for me. A moment. Xiaofeng turned and walked over to Zhong Jieja. Classmate Zhong, you should go back now, it's all fine. Okay, thank you, Xiaofeng. Zhong Jieja wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, looking pitiful. It's nothing, we're all classmates, let's go. Xiaofeng waved his hand, then left with Zhang Xiang. Watching Xiaofeng's departing figure, Zhong Jieja's gaze lingered for a long time. In the largest antique shop in Wanjiayuan, several people were already waiting there. Among them was a man with a small mustache wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was holding a folding fan and wore a jade ring from the Qianlong era on his finger. His attire looked quite impressive. He was the seller for today. Young Master Zhang is back? Has the appraiser you invited arrived? The man with gold-rimmed glasses spoke with a strong Minnan accent. He's here, he's here. Let me introduce you, this is my brother Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiang pointed at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng nodded at everyone present, then took a seat with Zhang Xiang. Young Master Zhang, is this the appraiser you invited? The speaker was the shop owner, Shi Ming, who looked at Xiaofeng with a sense of disbelief. Xiaofeng was 185 centimeters tall, appearing quite tall and strong. But he still had a hint of youthful innocence on his face, clearly a high school student. Zhang Xiang called a high school student to appraise porcelain for him? That's right, this is my brother, and he's here to appraise for me today. Zhang Xiang nodded. Then he said, brother, this is the shop owner Shi Ming. This gentleman with glasses is his friend, Mr. Wang, who specializes in antiques. Today I want to buy a Song Dynasty porcelain piece from Mr. Wang. You can take a look. I can only say I'll help you take a look, but I can't guarantee I can be of much help. Xiaofeng replied. That's fine, just take a look. Mr. Wang, please bring it out. Zhang Xiang turned to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang waved his hand, and one of his subordinates took out a box. Inside the box was a palm-sized porcelain bowl wrapped in foam. Carefully, they took the bowl out and placed it on the table. Everyone, look, this Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Blaze Tea Bowl is a newly unearthed item. Mr. Wang introduced in Mandarin, which was not too fluent. The starting price is 20 million, no bargaining. Young Master Zhang, please. Xiaofeng, quickly help me take a look. Zhang Xiang turned to Xiaofeng. Young Master Zhang, we've been partners for many years. I've appraised this item before, and it's definitely authentic. Shi Ming spoke up. He said somewhat displeased, what, you don't trust me? It's not that I don't trust you, Manager Shi, but I feel something is off. Zhang Xiang shook his head. What's off? Why don't you say it? Mr. Wang spoke with a heavy accent. Fake ones pay triple. He exchanged a knowing glance with Manager Wang, both of them sharing an understanding. That's right, I've known Manager Wang for many years. He has an excellent reputation in the antique circle. Shi Ming said again, don't worry, you won't go wrong. Xiaofeng, why don't you say something? Zhang Xiang, unable to make up his mind, turned to look at Xiaofeng. He couldn't see any problems with the porcelain, but his intuition told him that things were not simple. Xiaofeng could tell from the exchanged glances between Boss Wang and Shi Ming that these two were setting a trap for Zhang Xiang. After all, someone like Zhang Xiang, the son of a real estate mogul, was wealthy, inexperienced, and loved to play. As long as they produced a convincing high imitation, there was a good chance they could fool him into willingly parting with his money. Shi Ming and Boss Wang secretly sneered. This piece of porcelain was a high imitation forged by professionals. If experts could hardly distinguish its authenticity, what made Zhang Xiang think that Xiaofeng, a high school student, could tell the difference? Oh, this little brother seems to be a professional. Come, tell me if there's a problem with this bowl, Boss Wang said, looking at Xiaofeng. Alright, I'll say a few words, but Boss Wang, I'm just a student, so please, don't mind if I'm wrong, Xiaofeng replied with a smile. No problem, go ahead. Boss Wang waved his hand generously, convinced that a student wouldn't say anything profound. Ru Kiln, the sky blue blaze is renowned throughout history. The ancients believed that sky blue was precious, powder blue was fashionable, and sky blue was extremely rare, known as, after the rain, the sky clears and the clouds break. Xiao Feng pointed at the bowl on the table. This Ru Kiln sky blue tea bowl, in terms of color and appearance, can indeed be considered a fine piece. See, this little brother has said so. Zhang Gongzi, what are you hesitating for? Boss Wang slapped the table and praised Xiaofeng. Little brother, good eye. So it can be accepted? Zhang Xiang was delighted. I haven't finished speaking yet, why the rush? Xiaofeng interrupted him and continued, but this bowl lacks a certain charm. The moment he said it lacked charm, both Boss Wang and Shi Ming's expressions changed slightly. Those in the industry knew that lacking charm meant it was a fake. Kid, Boss Wang's face darkened. Are you saying my item lacks charm? I've traveled far and wide for many years, and no one has ever dared to say my goods are not good. Boss Wang, let's
Talk facts, Xiaofeng smiled. This treasure of yours has a glaze that is too bright. And genuine kiln pieces, having been buried for so long, have a warm and tranquil color.
Zhang Ziong finally reacted, incredulously saying, Xiaofeng, are you saying this antique is a replica? Xiaofeng was speechless. He had already made it clear, yet Zhang Ziong still didn't understand? With his level of knowledge, he was trying to play with antiques. Wasn't he just asking to be scammed? The craftsmanship is good. If it were a few thousand yuan item, it would still be nice for collection, Xiaofeng added. I see, so it means it's fake? Zhang Ziong suddenly realized. His expression darkened. Boss, sure, you repeatedly emphasized that this boss wine wouldn't have any fakes. And you strongly recommended it. What's going on now? It's a
misunderstanding, brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Shi Ming's attitude took a sharp turn.
The antique business is inherently murky. No one can guarantee it's 100% authentic, right? Moreover, Boss Wang has always had a good reputation.
There, all the responsibility was pushed onto Boss Wang, and seeing that Xiaofeng was not someone easy to fool, Boss Wang immediately laughed heartily. Zhang Gongzi, just a
joke, don't be angry.
A joke worth tens of millions, you really dare to make it? Zhang Ziong slammed his hand heavily on the table. He reacted quickly, soon realizing that this was a scheme set up by Shi Ming,
in collusion with Boss Wang.
After all, someone like him, a wealthy second generation, was practically a walking cash cow.
Zhang Xiao, don't be angry, come sit down and have some tea, let's talk slowly. Boss
Wang still has good things here, Shi Ming said with a smile on his face.
Boss, sure, I won't have tea, I need to go back. Zhang Zion laughed in anger. It seems that the door to your Gufangzhai is not easy to enter. I'd better come less often in the future. Zhang Xiao was joking.
The door of Gufangzhai is always open for you. Boss Wang's heart skipped a beat, and his scalp tingled. With Zhang Ziong saying that,
he must be extremely angry. The Zhang family is not to be trifled with. They are in real estate, and what connections do they not have? If this person is angry today, he won't be able to survive in Wanjiayuan in the future. Alright, brother, we're leaving.
Zhang Ziong called Xiaofeng to leave together. Just before stepping out, he turned his head and said, Boss, sure, let's change the place tomorrow.
I don't plan to rent this house anymore. Don't. Zhang Xiao.
Shi Ming was taken aback and hurriedly chased after him, but Zhang Ziong got in the car and drove away. Shi Ming was so anxious he was stamping his feet. Wanjiayuan was developed by Hongji Real Estate. The streets were lined with three-story Huizhou-style buildings, and he had been renting this place for 7 or 8 years. One word from Zhang Ziong could really make him close down. This time, it seemed he had messed up. You bastard, you've scammed me a lot over the years. On the way back, Zhang Ziong was still cursing.
Don't take it too much to heart. With someone like you, a rich second generation who is both inexperienced and loves to play, aren't you just wearing the label of a fat sheep on your head?
Xiaofeng said mercilessly. Brother, ease up on the criticism.
Zhang Ziong felt embarrassed. Forget it, who doesn't have some hobbies?
Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly. You, as a rich second generation, grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth. Having such hobbies is normal, but if you treat your hobbies as a career, that's also possible.
Yeah, I'll treat it as a career. Zhang Zion's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. Your two antique shops only deal in antiques. The model is too singular. Xiaofeng said, why not make a change, establish a company, create a brand, and extend into jewelry and gold projects?
In the coming years, gold is a big trend. Combining gold with antiques, launching a marketing campaign, the future prospects are immeasurable.
Xiaoyu, tell me more specifically. Zhang Ziong immediately became interested. On the way back, Xiaofeng talked about the future development from his previous life. The new business concepts and models instantly attracted Zhang Ziong.
He had a natural talent for business, but these years he had been obsessed with antiques, which had wasted his potential. In the future, he would definitely achieve something great. Finally arriving at his doorstep, Zhang Ziong stopped the car. Xiaofeng, the concepts you mentioned are too novel. I'll sort out my thoughts later, and when the new company is established, I'll bring you in as a shareholder. Also, there's an auction at Wanjiayuan building in a while, you must come.
I'll come if I have time, but I'm in my senior year, brother. I have to prepare for the college entrance exam.
Xiaofeng said with a wry smile.
With your academic prowess, it won't matter if you delay a day or two. Zhang Ziong chuckled and turned to leave. The next morning, Sun Xian was waiting in the classroom with the breakfast she prepared for Xiaofeng. With Grandma Wu around, Xiaofeng didn't need to worry about breakfast. However, the
early tea snacks made by the family's chef were indeed quite good, and Xiaofeng liked them very much. So every morning, she would pack a little to bring to Xiaofeng. Even the bento used for packing was heart-shaped. And today she made some new-style pastries, believing Xiaofeng would definitely like them.
Excuse me, is Xiaofeng sitting in this seat?
At that moment, a girl's voice came from the window.
Zhang Jiajia, holding a breakfast, leaned her head out to ask Sun Xian, what do you want? Out of instinct, Sun Xian quickly became alert. Ever since Xiaofeng ranked first in the school, more girls had started to approach him.
I'm from the class next door. My name is Zhang Jiajia.
Zhang Jiajia smiled and said, I brought him some breakfast. Can you help me put it on his desk? Her sweet voice carried a hint of a lisp, confirming with her gaze it was the type that boys liked. Moreover, she was taking the initiative to be friendly. Sun Xian instantly became alert. He's not here right now, and he only comes to school after eating. It's fine, if he doesn't eat it, just throw it away, leave it on his desk, Zhong Jia said with a smile. Helpless, Sun Xian took the breakfast from her hands and placed it on Xiao Feng's desk. She glared at the breakfast, and to her surprise, there was even a heart-shaped greeting card on top. Thank you, classmate, Zhong Jia thanked Sun Xian and then happily ran off. Sun Xian took a few deep breaths, trying hard to calm her racing heart. Looking at the pink heart card, she suppressed the urge to open it. Her upbringing wouldn't allow her to do that. 5 minutes later, Xiao Feng arrived, and those 5 minutes felt like torture for her. Good morning, Xiao Feng greeted enthusiastically, looking in a good mood. Not so early, class is about to start, Sun Xian replied sullenly. Then I'll come earlier. Tomorrow, Xiao Feng said, taken aback. He felt that Sun Xian's mood was off. Turning his head, he noticed the breakfast on the desk and exclaimed, oh, there's breakfast. It's from Long Fuji's soup dumplings. I heard you have to queue to buy them. He casually picked up a dumpling, took a bite, and then offered one to Sun Xian. Try it, it's quite delicious. Xiao Feng. Sun Xian didn't take it, her teeth clenched as she glared at him. How could this guy eat it? He was actually eating breakfast sent by another woman? What's wrong? The dumplings are really good, you should have one too, Xiao Feng said, holding the dumpling out to her. Sun Xian didn't take it, and at the same time, Xiao Feng sensed a hint of resentment coming from her, and that look in her eyes was almost piercing. What's wrong with you? Xiao Feng asked, a bit flustered, looking at her in confusion. Nothing, the breakfast was sent to you by someone from the next class, a beauty, Sun Xian said, emphasizing her tone. She even left you a message. It's a heart-shaped card, pink, you know. This is. Xiao Feng choked on a bite of dumpling, his face turning red as he swallowed hard. He coughed and gulped down some water to recover. I thought it was brought by you, Xiao Feng said, feeling a bit embarrassed. There was just a thin layer of glass between him and Sun Xian that hadn't been broken yet. Plus, he was used to her bringing him snacks every day, so he didn't expect such a big misunderstanding today. Looking at the breakfast on the desk, he felt it was a bit too hot to handle. Aren't you going to see what the card says? The beauty from the next class. Zhong Jia, send it to you, Sun Xian said, unable to hold back a laugh at Xiao Feng's reaction. Zhong Jia? Xiao Feng realized, wasn't that the girl he bumped into yesterday at Wanjia Garden? Yes, the admirer of the great talent Xiao. It really seems like there are more and more of them, Sun Xian said with annoyance. Well, I'm not familiar with her, Xiao Feng explained awkwardly. We just ran into each other yesterday. Alright, stop explaining, why don't you check what she wrote for you? Sun Xian urged. Xiao Feng didn't dare to look anymore and turned to see Su Dachui walking over casually. He tossed the breakfast he was holding to Su Dachui. Dachui, you haven't had breakfast, right? Here, take this. My brother. Su Dachui caught the breakfast, his eyes wide with surprise. He picked up a dumpling and devoured it in one bite. It's still from Long Fuji, really delicious. This guy was so moved he was almost in tears. Xiao Feng, you don't know, I always thought people only eat 2 meals a day, because my mom never made me breakfast. Xiao Feng was at a loss for words. From now on, if there's breakfast on my desk, just take it and eat it, no need to be polite. Okay, brother, I'll remember this kindness, Su Dachui nodded, touched. Then he saw the pink greeting card, raised an eyebrow, picked it up, and read aloud, Xiao Feng, you need to eat breakfast on time. Zhong Jia? Sun Xian's gossiping instincts were satisfied, and she rolled her eyes. Xiao Feng, someone sent you breakfast, and I ate it? Su Dachui sensed something was off. It's fine, I've already eaten. Xiao Feng quickly said, don't feel burdened. If there are any snacks or breakfast in the future, you can handle it for me. I believe this little problem won't be a challenge for you, okay? Okay. Su Dachui accepted his good brother's request with ease. Xiao Feng, have you eaten breakfast? I asked your deskmate to put it on your table. A message came through on WeChat, accompanied by a smiley face. Xiao Feng felt helpless. They had participated in club activities together before and exchanged WeChat contacts. He replied with an emoji. Thank you, classmate Zhong, but my grandma makes breakfast for me every morning, so I'm full, you don't need to bring me any more. It's fine, you can eat at school. My mom's cake is really delicious, I'll bring it for you at noon, Zhong Jia replied. Xiao Feng pressed his forehead in exasperation. Sometimes being too handsome was a hassle. Seeing Sun Xian still pouting, Xiao Feng tentatively asked, did you bring me some noodles today? You've already eaten buns, what else do you want? Sun Xian said irritably. The buns aren't good, I still prefer what you bring. Xiao Feng said cautiously. I brought some. Only then did Sun Xian smile and take out the lunchbox. Opening the lunchbox, it contained char siu buns and osmanthus cake. Xiao Feng grabbed a char siu bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Is it good? Delicious, really delicious. Xiao Feng nodded. Then from now on, you can only eat what I bring you. Okay, anything others bring, I'll give to Su Dachui. Xiao Feng nodded. Brother, at that moment, a voice came over. That annoying voice.
Xiao Feng looked up sharply to see Xiao Ming standing at the classroom door.
What are you doing here? Xiao Feng watched Xiao Ming warily. His younger brother was never one to be underestimated. Previously at the banquet, he had embarrassed Xiao Ming, and this guy was probably here to regain his face, right? Especially before class?
Brother, I'm here to apologize to you today, in front of all your classmates. Xiao Ming maintained that pitiful tone.
Plus, he had a face that could easily evoke a protective instinct. His arrival also sparked discussions among the classmates. Xiao Feng has a younger brother? He's quite handsome, just a bit short and skinny.
I heard they are twins.
Ah, really? They look too different. What are you apologizing for?
Xiao Feng's brows furrowed. He was sure Xiao Ming was here to stir up trouble.
I didn't know you scored first in the exam. If I had known earlier, you would have been the star of yesterday's celebration.
Xiao Ming pretended to wipe away a tear. Brother, just go home.
Mom and Dad are doing this for your own good. Even if you're angry with them, you can't sever ties with them, right?
There was a moment of silence in the classroom, and then discussions erupted.
Ah, Xiao Feng actually severed ties with his parents? Why? I don't know. Even if he's angry with them, it shouldn't come to this. Classmates looked at Xiao Feng with various expressions. Some were confused, some were puzzled, and some were disdainful.
Because at this age, while students might be rebellious, no one would rebel to the
point of severing parental ties, right?
They raised you, after all.
Brother, I know you don't like me.
Xiao Ming continued to wipe his tears. I promise you, if you go home, I will leave. Xiao Ming's current appearance is like that of a younger brother who has been bullied for the sake of the family. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng has become the biggest source of instability in the family.
I know my grades aren't as good as yours, so I promise not to compete with you anymore, okay? In an instant, Xiao Feng became the little tyrant at home, relying on his grades to act recklessly.
And Xiao Ming became the understanding younger brother,
who compromised for the family. How can Xiao Feng be like this? Just because he has good grades doesn't mean he can bully his brother.
Exactly, I hate people like that,
always wanting to take all of Mom
and Dad's love, just like my brother who competes with me for everything.
Heh, what does it matter if you have good grades? You have to learn to be a decent person first. Are you done? Xiao Feng looked up at Xiao Ming.
Well, the tactics have changed again. He accused his own misdeeds in front of his classmates while he became the victim.
I've finished speaking, brother. Come home with me and repair your relationship
with Mom and Dad. Xiao Ming said understandingly, after all, they gave you life. Xiao Ming, since you said that, let's debate this in front of all my classmates.
Xiao Feng sneered. What you mean to say is that I bully you at home and take away all of Mom and Dad's love, right?
You say I'm rebellious, that I go against our parents, and that I've severed ties with them, right? Xiao Ming didn't speak, looking pitifully at Xiao Feng, but he tacitly agreed.
Yes, that was exactly what he meant. Alright, then let me calculate this with you today.
Xiao Feng said, we are twins.
After our parents gave birth to us, you were weaker and sickly. Your parents thought I took too many nutrients in the womb, so they pampered you since childhood. Do you admit to this?
No, brother, don't say that.
Mom and Dad treat you very well. Xiao Ming shook his head desperately. Treat me very well? Xiao Feng laughed, pointing at Xiao Ming. That sports outfit you're wearing, it must cost 20,000, right? Those shoes you're wearing are AJ.
Worth several thousand, and you also have an NBA star-signed basketball at home, plus a Trek butterfly bicycle.
You can't deny that, can you? Look at what I'm wearing.
This shirt was bought at a street stall
last week for 120.
Xiao Feng extended his foot. These shoes were bought by Grandma, and they cost less than 200. Oh, the previous shoes were worn for several years and patched up multiple times, to the point that they cracked during a basketball class, and all the classmates know about it.
I know about that.
Xiao Feng's previous shoes were very old. Grandma only bought these recently.
Su Dazhu said.
Right, last time Xiao Ming brought a basketball to class and boasted that it was the same model as an NBA star's.
Sun Xian also testified. You guys. Xiao Ming was dumbfounded. He had
prepared all the lines but forgot to change into ordinary clothes, and he didn't expect Xiao Feng's classmates to defend him so fiercely.
Yeah, look at his clothes. TSK, I begged my dad for a long time and he still wouldn't buy them.
These shoes are not something an average family can afford.
If his parents really treated him badly, how could they bear to buy them? The classmates weren't fools and quickly caught on.
Because they didn't like me, I was sent to my grandmother's house in the countryside right after I was born, and she raised me. The Xiao family ignored me completely. My tuition and living expenses were
all covered by Grandma's farming and contributions from the neighbors. Xiao Feng continued. Because I ranked first in the physics competition and pushed you down the list, your parents forced me to admit that.
I cheated to give up my spot in the competition 2 months later for you.
I refused.
Your father slapped me hard, and it was then that I decided to sever ties with him. You witnessed this with your own
eyes. The declaration of severing parental ties has your parents' signatures. Do you dare to deny it? You've splashed dirt on me more than once, saying I broke the eldest sister's vase and stole the second sister's bracelet. Isn't your goal to drive me away? Now, just as you wished, I've left the Xiao family, but you still won't let me go? What do you want? Xiao Ming panicked. He was really panicking. He could see the disdainful looks from all his classmates, and the murmurs were getting louder. This person is really shameless. Does he want to take the competition ranking too? That's a competition that can directly guarantee admission to Qingbei. People like this have too many schemes, coming and pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. I said, Xiaofeng is usually so nice, even sharing the dishes his grandmother made. With us, how could he be as despicable as Xiaoming says? Xiaoming was completely dumbfounded. Things were not going as he had expected. He wanted to fabricate Xiaofeng's misdeeds and say them in front of the whole class, to ruin his reputation and then be isolated. But he didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Not only did it not harm Xiaofeng, but it also trapped him instead. Xiaoming, just wash up and go to sleep. Xiaofeng exhaled. He let out all the dissatisfaction he had been holding inside, feeling relieved. You scored 650 in the mock exam, ranked 29. I don't need to explain how you got that score. During the college entrance examination, it won't be so easy to fool people. You better be careful. That was my real score. Xiaoming was furious. What he cared about most was his grades, because as long as his grades were good, he was a good child in his parents' eyes. That way, he could be a bit more reckless and ask for more. That's why he was willing to go to great lengths to cheat and find someone to take the exam for him. Real score? That night I asked you to explain the paper. Why didn't you? Xiaofeng sneered. I wasn't feeling well that day. I can explain all the questions in front of you now. Xiaoming clenched his fists. He had prepared well. He had memorized all the questions from that paper. This time he wanted to prove to Xiaofeng that his grades were real. Alright, this paper was distributed yesterday. The difficulty and question types are similar to the mock math exam. Xiaofeng casually picked up a paper from the desk. Why don't you explain the last big question to the class? Xiaoming was once again dumbfounded. He roared in anger. Xiaofeng, why aren't you playing by the rules? Oh, ranked 29th in the city? Not bad. This question has no difficulty. Come on, let our top student explain it. Some classmates started to cheer, and Xiaoming's face turned purple and blue. He really didn't know how to get off the stage. He had pretended to be foolish before. Pretended to be sick last time? What excuse could he find this time? Just as he was in a tight spot, the class bell rang. The bell saved his life. He deeply bowed. Sorry, I wasted everyone's time. Then hurry up and leave, someone said disdainfully. Are you waiting to be kicked out? Amidst the mocking voices, Xiaoming fled in embarrassment. Failing to steal the chicken only to lose the rice made him very unwilling. Xiaofeng, I won't let this go so easily, I promise. Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly, the resentment in his eyes showing no signs of concealment. Xiaofeng, are you not doing well at home? Sun Xian's voice was small, her eyes filled with pity. It's fine, it's all. In the past, Xiaofeng smiled. He originally didn't want to talk about his past in public, but he was forced to. Sun Xian was so sad that she kept wiping her tears. She secretly decided to treat Xiaofeng well in the future to make up for the grievances he had suffered over the years. At noon, Xiaofeng habitually took Sun Xian's lunchbox. Today's dishes were particularly rich, and they looked and smelled great. Xiaofeng was really afraid that his mouth would get spoiled. What if he couldn't get used to eating other food in the future? Let grandma stop sending lunch in the future. It's too hard for her, Sun Xian said, grabbing a wrap. I'll just ask my mom to make a bit more for lunch. By the way, didn't your aunt find it strange that your appetite has increased so much? Xiaofeng asked. No, she just finds it odd that I eat so much and don't gain weight, Sun Xian replied with a giggle. Xiaofeng. A clipped voice came from the window. Sun Xian's mood instantly soured. She turned her head and, sure enough, saw Zhong Jia standing outside the window holding a small cake. Zhong, classmate, what are you doing here? Xiaofeng was taken aback and stood up. This is a cake my mom made. It's for you, Zhong Jia said happily. Zhong, classmate, I've already eaten, and I don't eat sweets, Xiaofeng said, forcing himself. Is that so? But my mom uses only real cream for the cake, and the ingredients are very special. Zhong Jia said seriously, you should try it. If you don't like it, I won't bring it next time. Xiaofeng felt helpless. He thought that if he didn't take it today, Zhong Jia might not leave. He had no choice but to take the cake from Zhong Jia's hands. Zhong Jia's eyes curved into a smile, like a crescent moon. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng turned his head and saw Su Dachui running in. He raised the small cake in his hand. Dachui. What's up, Xiaofeng? Su Dachui ran over excitedly. Is there more food? Yes, this cake is from Zhong, classmate. I can't finish it, and it will spoil if left too long. Xiaofeng said seriously. We can't waste it. You take care of it for me. Ah, no problem. Thank you, Zhong, classmate. Su Dachui reached out to take the cake and thanked Zhong Jia. Then he opened his mouth wide and took a third of it. In one bite. You. Zhong Jia's face turned green. This cake was carefully chosen by her, specifically for Xiaofeng. How could it be half-eaten by this fat guy in one bite? Ah, Zhong, classmate, thank you for the cake. Su Dachui took another big bite. Zhong Jia's heart was bleeding. She wanted to scream hysterically, Fatty, give me back my cake. But thinking about maintaining her sweet and lovely lady image in front of Xiaofeng, she held it in. She forced a smile on her face. No need to thank me, but this cake is for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng has already eaten, and he often has girls bringing him snacks, Su Dachui said, rolling his eyes. Also, Song classmate brings him lunch every day, so you don't have to worry about him not having anything to eat. Zhong Jiajia was taken aback and turned to look at Song Xian. Song Xian smiled sweetly. Yes, Zhong classmate, you don't need to bring him anything in the future. Then, eating the same thing too often can get boring. I'll bring Xiaofeng something different. Zhong Jiajia pouted. She wouldn't give up so easily. After all, it's normal for someone as outstanding and handsome as Xiaofeng to have many girls chasing after him. The dishes my mom makes every day aren't important. Song Xian threw out another bombshell. Your mom makes them? Xiaofeng, I can cook too. I'll make some for you tomorrow, Zhong Jiajia said, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. She finally found the other party's weakness. Without waiting for Xiaofeng to react, she bounced away. This really isn't my fault. Xiaofeng looked nervously at Song Xian. The latter shot him a fierce look, making it clear, dare to take a bite and see what happens. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and turned his gaze to Su Dachui. The meaning was clear, bro, only you can save me now. Don't worry, from now on, any meals Zhong classmate brings will be on me. Su Dachui patted his chest and promised. Just as they were about to eat, a classmate leaned over. Xiaofeng, someone is looking for you. They say it's your sister. My sister? Xiaofeng frowned. Another member of the Xiao family? Yes, she seems to be in a hurry. You should go check it out. You eat first, I'll handle something. Xiaofeng put down his chopsticks and walked out. Downstairs, he indeed saw Xiao Yan under the teaching building, occasionally replying to messages, her expression anxious, as if something urgent was happening. What are you doing here? Xiaofeng frowned. Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me anymore? Xiaofeng, I came to find you because I need your help, Xiao Yan said somewhat awkwardly. You need me to help? Xiaofeng was a bit taken aback. In his memory, his elder sister was quite capable. Even without him, she could manage the Xiao group. Moreover, she rarely asked for help. What was going on this time? It's like this, the sales champion Lian secured a big deal, everyone was happy, and we had a meal together at noon. Xiao Yan explained softly, but everyone drank a bit too much and got into a conflict when we went out. Lian lost control for a moment and smashed a bottle over someone's head. So what does this have to do with me? Xiaofeng felt incredulous. The Xiao family's company had been performing poorly these past 2 years. He knew that Lian, in his previous life, had relied on his good performance to make all sorts of demands. Later, he was sentenced to 6 months for injuring someone. But this didn't seem to concern him, right? You are quite familiar with that officer. Zhou, he's now the deputy director and can speak on behalf of the Lingxi branch, Xiao Yan said with a pleading look, so please help, the company will pay to get him out. Then you've got the wrong person. I've only met him a few times, Xiaofeng directly refused. Besides, even if the Xiao family goes bankrupt, it has nothing to do with me. Xiaofeng, I really have no other way. Lian just signed a big deal. If he gets detained, the deal will be lost. And he's the sales champion. If something happens to him, a third of the company's orders will be in trouble. Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat anxious. The company was going through a tough time, having been scammed and a large portion of funds frozen. And with orders declining, they had finally secured a big deal, and now trouble arose before the contract was even finalized. So, hurry up and help get him out. Xiao Feng's gaze was like he was looking at a stranger. What use do you have for me? Oh right, isn't your brother Xiao Ming quite smart? You often praise him as a genius, who will definitely succeed in the future. So go find him. He's just a student. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Am I not a student? Xiao Feng retorted. This question left Xiao Yan speechless. Yes, Xiao Feng was also just a student, but the abilities he displayed were already capable of standing on their own. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming was always vying for attention and playing the victim. I've made it very clear from the moment we severed our parent-child relationship, we are no longer family, Xiao Feng said. So don't come to school to disturb me anymore, or I will curse. Xiao Feng dropped such a blunt remark and then turned to leave. Xiao Yan stared blankly at Xiao Feng's back. She gritted her teeth and decided to use Xiao Feng's name to find Zhou Jun. Although this felt a bit wrong, she had no other choice now. She could explain to Xiao Feng later when the opportunity arose. When Xiao Feng returned to the classroom, Song Xian finally opened the lunchbox. It was still made by the Song family's private kitchen, with sweet and sour pork, stir-fried vegetables, steamed pork, and a few large shrimp. Xiao Feng didn't let his grandmother bring him lunch anymore. Although the school wasn't far from where he lived, it was quite a hassle to do it every day. Song Xian also had the meals sent from home increased in portion, so there was enough for both of them. What's wrong? You came back looking a bit gloomy, Song Xian said as she saw Xiao Feng eating with his head down. It's nothing, just feel a bit annoyed that the Xiao family keeps bothering me, Xiao Feng replied. Then just ignore them and eat. Song Xian smiled sweetly and handed the peeled shrimp in her hand to Xiao Feng. Thank you. Xiao Feng reached out to take it. Just open your mouth, Song Xian said, pulling her hand back. Xiao Feng was a bit dumbfounded. Feeding him the peeled shrimp? Wasn't that something only couples did? What are you waiting for? Open your mouth, Song Xian said, a little displeased. Xiaofeng had no choice but to open his mouth, allowing her to feed him the shrimp. Click. A sound of a photo being taken echoed. Xiaofeng glared at Sudachui, who was grinning with his phone in hand. This photo is too beautiful. I'll send it to you later, Sudachui said. Xiao Yan arrived at the police station, claiming to be Xiaofeng's sister, and successfully met with Zhou Jun. Director Zhou, this is the situation. We will pay the compensation and accept the penalty. Xiao Yan explained the circumstances. Clearly, we just asked that you don't detain him, okay? I already asked, Zhou Jun said, putting down the landline phone on the desk. His brows furrowed. The other party is seriously injured. The legal standard for minor injuries has already reached the threshold for criminal charges, so this matter might be a bit complicated. Did Xiaofeng send you to find me? Yes, Director Zhou, my brother is in class at school and can't come. He asked me to find you, Xiao Yan said, her expression a bit flustered. After all, she had successfully resolved the Xiao Group's financial issues using this tactic last time. Now, trying the same trick again, but Zhou Jun was not so easily fooled. Just by looking at Xiao Yan's expression, he knew something was off. Your colleague was too heavy-handed. This has already reached the criminal standard. Now we can only actively compensate and seek the other party's understanding. The court might grant a suspended sentence. Director Zhou, please think of a way. The other party is adamant about not settling. Xiao Yan said anxiously. Wait a moment, I'll check on the victim's situation, Zhou Jun said, standing up and walking outside the office. However, he did not contact the victim but called Xiaofeng instead. Little brother, your sister has come to see me, Zhou Jun relayed the situation. She went to see you? Xiaofeng was taken aback, and upon realizing that Xiao Yan was using his name to ask Zhou Jun for help, he couldn't help but get angry. Brother Zhou, don't listen to her. She is indeed my sister by blood, but I severed ties with the Xiao family a month ago. From now on, if anyone from the Xiao family comes to you, using my name, you must ignore them. I see, okay, little brother, I understand, Zhou Jun said, his brows relaxing. If it were really Xiaofeng asking, he would definitely help. He would mediate, lower his stance, and personally speak to the victim to smooth things over. But since this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Chun, he wouldn't get involved. Back in the office, Xiao Yan quickly stood up. Director Zhou, how did it go? Zhou Jun's face was serious as he adopted an official tone. I just asked about this matter. The other party is adamant about not settling, so there's nothing we can do. You should try to negotiate with the family. But Director Zhou, Xiao Yan was anxious. Alright, I have a meeting soon, you should head back. Zhou Jun waved his hand. Xiao Yan had no choice but to nod lightly and step out. After school in the evening, Zhang Ziong came to find Xiaofeng again. Xiaofeng, you don't need to eat tonight. My friend's flagship restaurant is opening in a few days, and they're doing a tasting tonight. Zhang Zion said excitedly, so let's go together? I've already eaten. Xiaofeng hesitated. Yes, there was a delayed class during dinner, and Song Zian's family had sent an extra meal, so he was still full. I'm taking you to expand your network. It's not just about eating. Zhang Ziong rolled his eyes, pulling Xiaofeng into the car without giving him a chance to refuse. My buddy set up a feast just for me tonight. You can't miss it. Xiaofeng had no choice but to say, fine, I must be home by 9. No problem, let's go. Zhang Ziong pulled Xiaofeng into the car. In the center of Jiang City, next to the most bustling commercial area, there is an extremely lavish restaurant. The Great Han Dynasty, with its imposing entrance and stone lions flanking the door. The exterior is adorned with precious stone cladding, all of which highlights the ambition of the restaurant's owner. Great Han Dynasty? The most famous dining establishment in Jiang City? Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback. Yes, the owner is Li Yongyuan, my buddy, Zhang Ziong chuckled. Xiaofeng's expression turned serious. The Great Han Dynasty has 16 branches in Jiang City. This flagship store was founded by Li Yongyuan, who aspired to set a benchmark in the local dining industry, with the ultimate goal of going public. But he remembered that in his previous life, on the day the flagship store opened, it was bustling with guests. However, that day ended in tragedy due to a gas explosion, resulting in the deaths of over 10 people. Li Yongyuan, who was on the rise in his career, was arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison. When he was released, he was already in his early 30s, but had a head full of white hair, and he subsequently vanished from the public eye. He also recalled that the explosion was caused by improper construction at the main pipeline interface. Zhang Ziong, you finally made it. At that moment, a young man in his mid-20s walked out. He enthusiastically gave Zhang Ziong a bear hug. It's really hard to get you here, young Master Zhang. Of course, if it weren't for you setting up a tasting banquet for me tonight, I wouldn't have come, Zhang Ziong chuckled. After they embraced, he pointed to Xiaofeng beside him. This is my buddy, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, this is Li Yongyuan, a young and accomplished boss. Hello, I've heard about you from Zion, Li Yongyuan said with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, Mr. Li, Xiaofeng replied politely. What Mr. or not? We're all friends. Here. I heard from Zion that the 3 plots of land his family just bought were all your suggestions. Li Yongyuan gave a thumbs up. Impressive, come on, let's go inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a luxurious hall.
The decor was extravagant, with just the crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling costing several million.
Moreover, young female waitstaff dressed in kipayos bowed to welcome them.
So, this time I'm really aiming for an IPO, Lee Young-yuan said proudly. In 3 years, I want to open 66 branches and in 5 years go public.
You've got this, not bad.
Zhang Ziang gave a thumbs up.
Come on, little brother, let's go in, Lee Young-yuan said with a smile.
Xiaofeng nodded. Just as he was about to enter, a person squeezed in from the entrance. It was none other than Xiaofeng's father, who, dressed in formal attire, disregarded the security guard's obstruction. Mr. Lee, just give me a few minutes.
Your company needs a good planning and promotion strategy. Our Zhao's planning is top-notch in the industry. You can take a look at my proposal. Xiaofeng was taken aback. Xiao Yuanhao was out here running business himself?
It made sense, as he came from a sales background.
Now that their company's sales champion had been arrested, their performance had plummeted. If he didn't personally come out to run business, how could he support Xiao Ming's extravagant lifestyle? Li Yangyuan glanced at Xiao Feng's father but didn't respond at all. With the new store opening, especially the flagship store, the people involved in the renovation and marketing had been crowding at the entrance these days. Especially with the new store promotion planning. The coordination of 16 stores involved marketing costs of over 10 million. But the Great Han Dynasty aimed to build a brand image, and they had a dedicated planning team, so they didn't need these people. Oh, Xiaofeng?
This is my son. My son knows you're Mr. Li. Don't stop me. Xiao Feng's father, upon seeing Xiaofeng standing next to Li Yongyuan, suddenly perked up. He broke free from the security guard,
holding him back and rushed to Li Yongyuan's side, revealing a flattering smile. Mr. Li, you know Xiaochen? You mean Xiaofeng? Is this your dad? Li Yongyuan looked at Xiaofeng in surprise. If this really was Xiao Feng's dad, he had to give him some face.
Xiaochun, I was just about to go to school to see you. I didn't expect you to come here.
Zhao's father looked at Xiaofeng eagerly, hoping that Xiaofeng could
give him some face in this situation.
Him?
Xiaofeng glanced at his father and shook his head, saying, no, he's an imposter.
You? The smile on Zhao's father's face instantly froze. He said, somewhat
exasperated, Xiaofeng, stop throwing a tantrum.
Once I'm done with my work, we can have a good talk. Your mother wants you to come home too, so don't try to get close to me.
Xiaofeng said with disdain.
We don't have that kind of relationship. Xiao Ming is your good son.
Your son is so outstanding. If you need something, go find him. Don't come to me.
Xiaofeng. Even though he was furious inside, Zhao's father had to suppress his anger. We are family.
If there were any misunderstandings in the past, we can sit down and explain them slowly.
Family? There's no need to make it so awkward. Besides, I am your father. What kind of attitude do you have towards me? I'm just giving you back 1% of the attitude you used to have towards me. Is that too much for you to handle? Xiaofeng sneered. We have no misunderstandings, and there's no need to explain.
You don't need to try to build a relationship with me. We aren't close.
Xiaofeng, what's going on? Li Yangyuan asked, somewhat confused. It's nothing, President Li.
My biological father has severed our parent-child relationship, Xiaofeng explained with a faint smile.
Let's go. I see now, Li Yangyuan said, suddenly enlightened.
He waved his hand and said, have him leave, and from now on, chase away anyone lurking at the entrance for me. If I encounter this situation again, the security captain will be dismissed.
Do you understand? Yes, President Li, I understand. One subordinate quickly called for security to escort Xiao Yuanha out. Zhao's father's expression was filled with anger and unwillingness, but he was helpless. Li Yangyuan led the two of them to one of the
largest private rooms. The room was over 100 square meters, and the design was exquisite. A large table was already set with more than a dozen dishes.
Look, these are all new dishes created by chefs I invited from Lu Province, Li Yangyuan said proudly, and I even had the big shots from the Chef Association personally guide them. They are all signature dishes. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Ziong was also unreserved, picking up his chopsticks and calling out to Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng, come try this. What is this? He picked up a piece of the dish closest to him and put it in his mouth. Is this large intestine? Yes. It's Tongfu's explosive intestine. Stir-fried over high heat to retain its tenderness and crispness, flavored with red oil, and garnished with scallions and green and red peppers, Li Yongyuan introduced. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Ziong nodded repeatedly, the saltiness and sweetness are just right. I wouldn't have known this was large intestine if I hadn't tasted it. Xiaofeng, you should try it too. It is indeed quite delicious, Xiaofeng nodded. But President Li, there's a problem. What problem? Li Yongyuan asked humbly. That large intestine was cleaned too thoroughly, Xiaofeng said. You need to retain a bit of the flavor. Doing it this way will make it even more unique. Xiaofeng was a foodie and had studied cuisine extensively in his previous life. Although he wasn't picky, he could discern the flavors of dishes with precision. I see, Li Yongyuan slapped his thigh. I thought this dish was delicious, but it lacked a bit of charm. Now I know the reason. I need to write this down and have the kitchen improve it. As he spoke, he quickly took out a notebook and jotted this down. Then he ran over to Xiao Feng, rotating a large dish in front of him. Come on, brother, try this dish. Yu Xiao Longjin, made from the bone marrow. Extracted from the spine of a 7-year-old Russian sturgeon. Special organic scallions, sautéed with seasonings to release red oil, boiled and then combined with the dragon tendons, seasoned with a suitable amount of salt and sugar. Xiao Feng picked up his chopsticks and took a piece to taste. The saltiness and freshness are just right, this dish has no flaws. After tasting it, Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately said, however, Mr. Li, you can definitely create a lighter version of this dish. The dragon tendons dish was a tribute during the Qing dynasty, enjoyed by the emperor. The flavor is certainly on the lighter side. While braised dishes taste good, they are heavier and lack the essence of health preservation. Good idea. Li Yongyuan's eyes lit up and he quickly noted down the suggestion. Next, Xiao Feng tasted 7 or 8 dishes. See cucumber and abalone, matsutake, and yellow croaker. The Han dynasty truly deserves its reputation as the top in Huaxia cuisine, with top-notch ingredients and chefs, making Xiao Feng marvel. In his previous life, if it weren't for a gas leak that caused an explosion, Li Yongyuan would have undoubtedly been a successful restaurateur. He could have even promoted high-end Huaxia dining culture worldwide. Thank you, brother. Li Yongyuan filled an entire page with notes. Xiang also needs to thank you for introducing this little brother. Ha, my old man wouldn't recommend anyone wrong. Zhang Xiang chuckled. Alright, I'll have someone improve these dishes tomorrow, and then I'll invite you all back to taste them. Li Yongyuan smiled. Come on, eat to your heart's content. Yongyuan, have you contacted home? After the meal, Li Yongyuan asked. I did, and it's still the same. Li Yongyuan said, the old man said that if I fail this time, I should honestly go home and get married, inheriting the family business. TSK, then you better work hard, or you'll have to go home and inherit a fortune. Zhang Xiang chuckled. Brother Li, when is the opening? Xiao Feng thought the timing was right and decided to remind Li Yongyuan. The opening is in 3 days, you must come, brother Xiao. Li Yongyuan smiled. 3 days? Xiao Feng's brows furrowed tightly. What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Zhang Xiang was taken aback. Brother Li, I have something to remind you about. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Go ahead, brother. Li Yongyuan said boldly. Just say it, we're all brothers here. Brother Li, looking at your face, although it has a prosperous color, your brows are slightly furrowed, forming a subtle shape. Xiao Feng said, in physiognomy, this indicates a sharp change in the life palace, and since you're in the restaurant business, the 5 elements are dominated by fire. So, Xiao Feng said, gently shaking his head, I'm afraid there might be a disaster. Disaster? Li Yongyuan's face changed dramatically, but he quickly composed himself and smiled. Brother, you can read faces too? Don't say that. Xiao Feng has a master, a Taoist from Qingyo Temple. Mentioning this, Zhang Xiang got excited. You don't know. His master is truly remarkable. Is that so? Tell me more. Li Yongyuan became interested. I wasn't into antiques, but I accidentally got 2 strings of talisman coins, which are funerary objects. Zhang Xiang said, you don't know, during that time, I dreamt all night and couldn't sleep well. My health deteriorated, and luckily I met Xiao Feng, who reminded me that there was a problem with the things I had. Then, he introduced me to that Taoist at Qingyo Temple. Guess what happened? How did it get resolved? Li Yongyuan was even more intrigued. That Taoist, over 80 years old, swept me with a whisk a few times, and I immediately felt better. Zhang Xiang said mysteriously, that I slept soundly until dawn, able to eat and sleep well. Look at how good I feel now. Is it really that powerful? Li Yongyuan was surprised. Zhang Xiang didn't seem to be joking. Could it be that Xiao Feng really had some extraordinary abilities? So you must take Brother Zhao's words seriously. Don't be careless, this is your entire fortune at stake. Zhang Xiang said. Brother Xiao, can you elaborate on what's going on? Li Yongyuan became serious. I can only say that there might be a disaster happening to Mr. Li. Since your industry is associated with fire and the 5 elements, you should take a look in the kitchen. Xiao Feng organized his thoughts, trying to explain as clearly as possible without exposing himself. Otherwise, if they found out he had been reborn, wouldn't he be captured for dissection and research? That's right, your house is newly renovated. Check the gas pipes and everything, just in case, Zhang Xiang said. Alright, brothers, let's go. Check the kitchen. Li Yongyuan immediately stood up. The group made their way to the kitchen, which had not yet opened for business, and all the equipment was new. Aside from a few dishes they had just tested, there was hardly any smell of oil smoke in the room. Moreover, the kitchen was bright and odorless, having already been ventilated. They carefully inspected the gas pipes and even called in the construction team to join them. After a thorough check, everything met the construction standards. Everything seems fine, Li Yongyuan said, somewhat puzzled. The problem shouldn't be here, right? Not quite. Zhang Xiang suddenly frowned. You guys take a closer sniff, there's a faint smell in the kitchen. Upon hearing Zhang Xiang, the others immediately took a deep breath, trying to discern the scent in the air. Sure enough, there was a faint smell of mercaptan in the air. Xiao Feng had actually noticed it earlier, but he couldn't say it outright. If the others truly couldn't detect it, he was just giving a hint. It's the smell of mercaptan, Xiaofeng said. It's the odorant added to natural gas so that leaks can be detected promptly. There's definitely a problem. Li Yongyuan's face changed dramatically. Li, I'll call the engineering team over immediately to investigate the issue. The project manager's face turned pale. This was the kitchen, after all, not to mention, there would be dozens of chefs and workers in there. If there was an explosion due to a gas leak, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would also be held accountable for the project they were responsible for. Notify everyone, the opening will be delayed by a week. Li Yongyuan steadied himself and instructed the person behind him. Yes, Li, I'll go inform them. The manager knew the seriousness of the situation and hurried off. Xiaofeng, thank you so much, Li Yongyuan said earnestly. If it weren't for your reminder, if something really happened, the consequences would be dire. I'm just glad we found the problem. I was merely making a casual remark. No need to be polite, Li Ge, Xiaofeng smiled. Alright, once this matter is settled, I'll make sure to thank you properly. Li Yongyuan nodded heavily. Subsequent inspections revealed that the main pipeline connection was loose. Fortunately, the gas that leaked during the cooking test was minimal and no major issues occurred. Otherwise, if an explosion happened, it would be a matter of life and death. When Xiaofeng was leaving, Zhao's father was still at the door, not having left. Upon seeing Xiaofeng, he hurried over. Xiaofeng, I'll go drive. Zheng Ziang glanced at Zhao's father and turned to head to the car. What else do you want? Xiaofeng frowned tightly. Were all the Xiao family this shameless? Tomorrow is the weekend. Would you come home for a meal? Zhao's father organized his words. Your mother will cook your favorite dishes. It's been a long time since our family sat down for a meal together. Is that so? Then tell me, what is my favorite dish? Xiaofeng asked, looking up. It's Zhao's father was left speechless by the question. You don't even know what I like to eat, yet you want to make my favorite dishes? Xiaofeng laughed. Her best dishes are fish-flavored shredded pork, bone soup, braised ribs. These are all dishes Xiaoming likes. Your favorite program is the sports channel because Xiaoming likes basketball. I've been living with you for half a year now, and you know nothing about my preferences. Of course, you don't care at all. Since that's the case, why are you still bothering me now? Xiaofeng, I know we neglected your feelings in the past, but we will change from now on. Can you come home with us? Zhao's father softened his tone. Sure. Xiaofeng looked up. Really? Zhao's father was delighted. Kick Xiaoming out of the house. If I'm here, he can't be. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. Can you do that? Well, Zhao's father was taken aback. He didn't expect Xiaofeng to make such a request. He's your brother. Don't talk to me with such nonsense. It's meaningless, and I don't want to hear it. Xiaofeng shot him a cold glance. Your precious son will always be your heart's darling. If it weren't for the value you see in me now, would you be speaking to me so humbly? With my current attitude, if it were the old you, you'd probably have slapped me already, right? Zhao's father was left speechless. He still wanted to make one last effort, but at that moment, Zheng Ziang drove over. Xiaofeng ignored him, opened the car door, and got in. The car drove away, leaving only a taillight behind. On Saturday morning, Xiaofeng and Sun Xian agreed to meet at Swan Lake in the south of the city. Swan Lake is a bit far from the city center. It's an ecological reserve. Also with them was Su Dachui, who set up a grill, brought charcoal, and had his homemade sausages and some chicken wings, acting as the barbecue master. Ah, Xiaofeng, I can't control the direction, help me. Sun Xian, who had just learned to ride a bike, swerved and crashed to the side. Xiaofeng reacted quickly and rushed forward to steady the handlebars. Ah, you scared me to death. Sun Xian patted her chest. Use both hands. With some strength, look ahead and don't keep staring at your feet, Xiaofeng corrected her. I'll try again, don't let go, stay with me. Sun Xian cautiously got back on the bike. Look forward, keep your eyes ahead. Xiaofeng held onto the back seat, jogging alongside while correcting her. Su Dachui had already lit the charcoal while grilling. He sighed. Why did I come here to be your third wheel? He thought about inviting another classmate next time, either a boy or a girl. A third wheel can't do it alone. It's not just boring, but also having to endure being force-fed dog food is unbearable. Half an hour passed, and Sun Xian finally managed to ride somewhat steadily. She was also sweating profusely, putting the bike aside and running over to Su Dachui. Is it ready? Wow, it smells so good. It's done, you can eat now, Su Dachui said, skewering a sausage with a bamboo stick. Dachui, your sausages are really delicious. Sun Xian gave a thumbs up. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll inherit the family business. Su Dachui chuckled. I can't get into college, so you two keep it up. Inheriting the family business isn't a bad thing, Xiaofeng said. You can create a brand later. Ha, sounds good, Su Dachui nodded. I'm going to buy some water, you guys eat first. Xiaofeng stood up and said. Swan Lake is somewhat remote, with only a small convenience store far away. He rode his bike to the store. Just after buying water, he turned around and saw Xiaoming, dressed in sportswear and carrying a badminton racket, walking over. Xiaofeng frowned. Is the world this small? How come I see people from the Xiao family wherever I go?
He didn't want to run into him and turn to leave, but sharp-eyed Xiao Ming had already spotted him.
Brother, you're here to have fun too.
The overly familiar tone made Xiao Feng feel nauseous. He ignored him and tried to leave, but Xiao Ming stepped forward to block
his way.
Brother, why are you ignoring me? I'm your brother, how can you do this?
Step aside. Xiao Feng's face darkened as he sidestepped to leave.
Brother, don't be like this, Xiao Ming insisted, following him.
We had misunderstandings before, we can clear them up. There's nothing to explain. If you really want an
explanation, then fine, jump into the lake. Xiao Feng pointed towards the water. Xiao Ming was like a duck out of water, terrified of it.
Not to mention swimming, he wouldn't even dare to fill the bathtub too much.
Brother, you know I can't swim, Xiao Ming said, feeling wronged. But if you're willing to listen to my
explanation, I'll do whatever you want. Can you stop with the nonsense? Xiao Feng could no longer tolerate it. This kid had an innocent look, but he didn't know how many people he had deceived.
Only he, who had been reborn, knew how cruel Xiao Ming's methods were.
To be with a drug-addicted, promiscuous star, he even went
so far as to burn his own family alive.
The darkness within such a person was simply unbearable to look at. Xiao Feng.
Xiao Ming's face gradually turned sinister. He raised his head, staring intently at Xiao Feng's face, not hiding the hatred in his heart at all. Xiao Feng, before you showed up, I was actually living
quite well.
Xiao Ming's lips curled into a cold smile.
But ever since you came, many things of mine have been taken away. The love of my parents and sisters.
Even half of the Xiao family's assets, all have to be shared with you. Why should that be? Xiao Ming gritted his teeth, looking as if he wanted to chew Xiao Feng
to pieces.
You were living just fine in the countryside. Why come here to fight me for these things?
Why didn't you die in the countryside? Why not die?
Exactly.
That's the real you. Xiao Feng sneered.
Clearly a vicious wolf.
Why pretend to be a little white rabbit? Xiao Ming, since we've laid everything out, I won't hide anything from you. The little things of the Xiao family, and your parents, they're all yours. I have no intention of fighting you for them. So stay away
from me in the future, and I promise not to set foot in the Xiao family again.
But, Xiao Feng's gaze suddenly turned icy at that moment. If you dare to have any other thoughts, dare to harm anyone around me, I will make you die.
The cold voice was like it came from hell, causing Xiao Ming to shudder involuntarily. No matter how sinister Xiao Ming was, he was still only 18. But Xiao Feng was different. Having lived 2 lives, he had pleased others and been abandoned
by them. Moreover, when he was brutally killed by kidnappers, the piercing pain he felt was something he could never forget.
Deep within him lay a sharp knife, and when he or those around him were harmed, he would not hesitate to take it out and stab the other person. The two stared at each other, faint sparks flying between
them. Xiao Ming. Just then, Su Muyu's voice came from afar.
At the moment he heard her voice, Xiao Ming's expression suddenly turned harmless. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Feng, a smile creeping onto his lips.
You like Su Muyu, don't you? Before Xiao Feng could respond, he took 2 steps back. Then I can tell you, she is mine.
Xiao Feng furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing what Xiao Ming was about to do. Sure enough, before Xiao Feng could react, Xiao Ming suddenly stepped
back 2 paces and exclaimed, "Brother, I can't swim."
Plop! He plunged headfirst into the icy lake, struggling desperately as his body sank into the water.
Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Su Muyu's angry voice came from behind.
She didn't have time to settle accounts with Xiao Feng, rushing to the lake's edge and
diving in without hesitation.
Su Muyu was an excellent swimmer. She dragged Xiao Ming to the shore. Xiao Ming coughed violently, having swallowed a lot of water. Su Muyu turned him over and helped him expel the water.
Wow!
Xiao Ming spat out a large mouthful of water and then lay weakly on the grass, gasping heavily.
How are you? Su Muyu, soaked to the skin, asked with concern. Sister Su, I'm fine.
Xiao Ming grabbed her hand tightly. Don't blame my brother, he didn't push
me on purpose. Sure enough, Su Muyu was furious upon hearing this.
She stood up abruptly and walked towards Xiao Feng.
The eldest daughter of the Su family was
an academic achiever and a third-degree black belt. She suddenly kicked off her shoes and rushed a few steps to stand in front of Xiao Feng.
She then slapped him hard across the face.
Xiao Feng quickly stepped back, avoiding the slap.
Su Muyu looked incredulous, seemingly not expecting Xiao Feng to dodge. She then
lunged forward again, grabbing Xiao Feng's hand, trying to pin him down. Xiao Feng didn't hold back either. He twisted his arm forcefully, sending her stumbling back
several steps.
A third-degree black belt is still no match for a man's strength. Moreover, Xiao Feng was tall and strong. If he fought back, Su Muyu wouldn't stand
a chance.
If you come any closer, I won't hold back, Xiao Feng warned.
Xiao Feng, are you even human? Su Muyu panted slightly. You know Xiao Ming can't swim. Do you want him to die? Isn't it better if he dies? Xiao Feng shrugged.
He couldn't be bothered to argue, or perhaps he just looked down on it. Xiao Ming only had this little trick left. The old Xiao Feng would have cared and retreated, but not anymore. Because on the Xiao family side, there wasn't a single person he
cared about.
He's your brother, how can you be so cruel? Su Muyu looked at Xiao Feng as if she had just met him. She remembered that the previous Xiao Feng wasn't like this. He would blush when he saw her and stutter when he spoke. He would share his good things with her, like a handmade star. She knew he liked her. It was precisely because of this that she appeared even more superior in front of Xiaofeng. Therefore, when she slapped Xiaofeng just now, she didn't hold back at all. But what she didn't expect was that Xiaofeng would dodge and even fight back. Yes, I'm that cruel, after all, in Xiaoming's eyes, I'm the villain. Xiaofeng laughed, walking up to Xiaoming and feigning concern. Xiaoming, are you okay? Xiaoming was a tough guy, clearly terrified of water, yet he jumped into the lake to frame Xiaofeng. However, Xiaofeng didn't care, he would just play the role of the villain. I'm fine, brother. I know you didn't mean it, you were just too emotional, Xiaoming said, pretending to be understanding. Oh, then you got it wrong. Xiaofeng shrugged, actually, I did it on purpose. A sharp glint flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes, and suddenly, he kicked out hard. Splash! Xiaoming screamed as he was kicked back into the water. Xiaoming, Sumu, you felt dazed. Has Xiaofeng gone mad? She shouted and was about to jump into the water, trying to pull Xiaoming out. Miss Su, don't be hasty, Xiaofeng reached out to stop. Horror. Since he dared to jump into the lake himself just now, it means he can swim. Why don't we see if he can climb back up by himself? He'll drown, move aside. Sumu pushed Xiaofeng away and then jumped into the lake with a splash, pulling Xiaoming up. Xiaoming gasped for air violently, lying on the ground and spitting out water. Xiaofeng. Sumu was furious, getting up to find trouble with Xiaofeng. Quick, take a look at your good brother, Xiaofeng said. His body is so weak, falling into the water twice, won't he catch a cold? Sumu was taken aback, turning to look, and sure enough, Xiaoming was shivering uncontrollably. His lips were slightly purple, and he looked unwell. This time it wasn't an act, he had a weak constitution and was often sick. It was still spring, and it would be strange if he didn't get sick after falling into the water. Xiaoming, hurry back and change your clothes. Sumu truly couldn't care less about Xiaofeng anymore. She helped Xiaoming up, shot a fierce glare at Xiaofeng, and then left. How boring. Next time you perform, just take a knife and cut your thigh. That would be thrilling. Xiaofeng shouted at their retreating figures. Xiaoming shivered. In the end, he didn't dare to look back and left, trembling, with Sumu's support. Xiaofeng shrugged and turned back. However, when he returned to the picnic spot, he sensed that the atmosphere was off. Sun Xian was looking at Xiaofeng with a blank expression, and there was an extra person at the campsite. Zheng Jiajia. Xiaofeng, you're back? My grandma's house is nearby. I ran into Su Tonxue when I came to play, and only then did I find out you were here too. Zheng Jiajia ran over excitedly upon seeing Xiaofeng. I even made some dishes. You should try my cooking. Come to play, bring food? What a coincidence. Xiaofeng felt that this was definitely not that simple. He glanced at Su Dechue, who wore a guilty expression. Great, Su Dechue had just posted on social media, tagging the location and including a selfie with him. Zheng Jiajia must have seen it. Classmate Zheng, I just ate a lot of grilled sausages, so I'm not hungry right now, Xiaofeng said, patting his stomach. Thanks, but we are about to head back. Don't. I just got here, Zheng Jiajia said enthusiastically. You should try the dishes I made, I'm a great cook. Xiaofeng looked troubled. He had promised Sun Xian that he would only eat her food. Moreover, this girl clearly had a crush on him. Eating her food? Xiaofeng didn't want to die yet. He grabbed the playing dead Su Dechue on the ground. Dechue, you can eat, come on, don't let classmate Zheng's good intentions go to waste. Su Dechue was at a loss. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he felt embarrassed to eat. After all, the girl had worked hard to make the food and come over just for Xiaofeng. But there was no way out. He had brought this upon himself, so he had to brace himself and accept it. Classmate Zheng, Xiaofeng's taste is the same as mine. I can eat for him, that works too. Zheng Jiajia shot Su Dechue a murderous look. It was this fat guy who had eaten the cake she made for Xiaofeng last time. Now he wanted to eat the dishes she made for Xiaofeng? Alright, everyone together. After all, classmate Zheng means well, Song Ziyin said, noticing the awkwardness between the two men. She could only sigh helplessly. Right, I prepared a lot, let's all eat together. Zheng Jiajia finally relaxed. I'll go grill chicken wings and add some dishes. Su Dechue breathed a sigh of relief. They had come out today primarily for a barbecue and had brought plenty of ingredients. I'll help. Xiaofeng quickly followed him. Only the two girls were left at the scene. Although they both appeared polite on the surface, the tension in the air was palpable. Dechue, do you have a girl you like? Xiaofeng asked while grilling wings. Nope, my dream is just to eat, and then sleep. Su Dechue shook his head, focused on grilling the chicken wings. Dechue, you can't think like that, Xiaofeng said seriously. The gender ratio in China is imbalanced. In the future, 30 million men will be single. If you don't seize the opportunity, you might end up single. But we're still in school now, Su Dechue said, taken aback. Does studying have anything to do with you? After you finish school, I'll help you make money, Xiaofeng said. You absolutely cannot fall behind at the starting line. Okay, but I don't have a girl I like. Su Dechue scratched his head. What about classmate Zheng Jiajia? What do you think? Xiaofeng asked.
quietly. Ah, she's quite pretty. The cake she brought is delicious, and her voice is nice too. Su Dechue's face instantly turned red. Go for it, Xiao Feng encouraged without hesitation. Don't, she has a crush on you. Su Dechue was not fooled. Brother, you can see it too. I and classmate Song. Xiao Feng hesitated. So can you help me out? Look at Zhong Jieja, she's both beautiful and gentle. You won't find a girl like her even with a lantern. If you don't put in more effort, you won't have a chance. Take advantage of the time before graduation, go for it. Okay, Su Dachui gritted his teeth. For the happiness of my brother, I'm all in. After saying that, he really put down the half-cooked food in his hand and ran over. Classmate Zhong, thank you so much. Today happens to be my birthday, and I'm inviting everyone to go sing tonight, Su Dachui said. Ah, sing? Zhong Jieja looked a bit troubled. She was a good girl and had never returned home later than 10 at night. It's fine, we'll just have some fun for a while and we'll be back by 8 or 9 at the latest. Xiao Feng is going too, Su Dachui gestured to Xiao Feng who was walking over. Right, I'm going too, Xiao Feng nodded repeatedly. Then, okay, Zhong Jieja nodded. Great, classmate Song, you should come along too? Su Dachui said. If you all are going, then I will definitely go, Sun Xian nodded. By the way, is it your birthday today? Xiao Feng asked. Ahem, my birthday in the Gregorian calendar is today, but we celebrate according to the lunar calendar. Su Dachui cleared his throat. Why do we have to go sing? That place isn't suitable for us, Xiao Feng said. It's fine, I have a cousin who works at a bar, it's guaranteed to be safe. Besides, we're just going to sing, not drink, Su Dachui said with a smile. After they finished eating and tidied up, they agreed on a meeting place for the evening. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they met on the bar street. Su Dachui even changed into a different outfit and styled his hair. Although he was a bit chubby, he had a good foundation. And with this dressing up, he instantly transformed into a spirited young man. Everyone is here, let's go, my cousin has already arranged everything for me. Su Dachui led the way. They went to a bar called Maple Leaf, where Su Dachui contacted his cousin. His cousin was the manager there and had arranged a room for him. Don't stay out too late, or I won't be able to explain to your mom. Sure, no problem, cousin, we'll just have some fun for a while. Your classmates are all of age, right? His cousin still seemed a bit worried. They're all of age, all over 18, Su Dachui said. Do you want to see my ID? That's enough, the bar has been strict lately. If there are any under 18, it will cause trouble. His cousin reminded him a few more times before turning to leave. A group of students naturally wouldn't drink alcohol and ordered a bunch of sparkling water. Come on, it's time to sing. Jieja, what song do you like? I'll get it for you. Su Dachui turned to ask. I'm fine with anything, but what's most important is what Xiao Feng likes. Zhong Jieja shyly glanced at Xiao Feng. I don't really sing well, you all sing, I'll just listen. Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly. I don't sing well either, classmate Zhong. I was discussing problems with Xiao Feng. You all sing. Sun Xian smiled slightly and pulled Xiao Feng to her side. Being all women, Zhong Jieja certainly understood Sun Xian's meaning. She smiled shyly. Then I'll sing a song first. She chose Madame Cici. Oh, you like this song too? What a coincidence, I like it as well. Su Dachui unhesitatingly picked up a microphone and handed one to Zhong Jieja. Shall we sing together? Okay. Zhong Jieja hesitated for a moment, seeing that Xiao Feng really wasn't in the mood to sing, so she took the microphone. As the melody began, the two held the mic and started singing along to the rhythm. As soon as Su Dachui opened his mouth, everyone was stunned. On the cliff above the river, the flowers bloom and waning's grass see, who hung the moon in the sky, illuminating the words I want to say into the sea. His deep and uncontrollable bass voice could actually rival the original singer. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Wow, this guy actually has such a talent for singing? Zhong Jieja unexpectedly glanced at Su Dachui. She hadn't anticipated that Su Dachui could sing so beautifully. Accompanied by the melody, she began to sing, crossing the endless mountains, crossing the boundless seas, if hope still remains, spring always brings flowers to bloom. Wow, the original singer. Xiao Feng was also taken aback. Zhong Jieja's voice was quite good, capturing the essence of Linghua's style. Su Dachui looked at Zhong Jieja in surprise, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. He clapped repeatedly, indicating that she sang very well. So the two sang together, quickly reaching a climax. The woman. Mountains connect to the mountains beyond. The moonlight spills over the sound of rushing water. Is there anyone who can tell me? But the heavens are calling you. After a song, even Song Xian couldn't help but applaud. So beautiful, you sing even better than the original. I feel like I've found a kindred spirit. Jieja, I toast to you. Su Dachui's eyes sparkled as he raised a glass of sparkling water. Thank you, you sing really well too. Zhong Jieja shyly raised her glass of sparkling water. Seeing this scene, Xiao Feng knew it was a done deal. If before Su Dachui was pushed into the situation, this time he was willingly pursuing Zhong Jieja. After all, everyone was about to graduate, and many would confess their feelings before graduation. It was just a matter of timing. Come on, let's all drink together. Xiao Feng saw the atmosphere was lively and raised his glass. 4 bottles of sparkling water clinked together, and they cheered in unison. Although it wasn't alcohol, the atmosphere was right. And after a few bottles of sparkling water, the group felt less awkward. In any case, they were having a great time. But just then, the door to the private room opened, and a serious voice came through. Can minors enter a bar? Come out. The police are conducting a surprise inspection. The lights in the room turned on, revealing a police officer standing at the door with several others. The leading man, in his 30s, wore a stern expression. Come out, go to the hall. Captain Wu, my nephew is inside. He's over 18, and all his classmates are over 18 too. Su Dachui's cousin smiled apologetically. Don't give me that. Useless talk. These few clearly look like students. Captain Wu's face darkened. Someone reported that your bar allows minors to enter. Notify your boss, and shut down for half a month for rectification. Captain Wu, let's talk this over. They are really adults. Su Dachui's cousin was taken aback. Half a month of closure, how much would that cost? Call your boss. You can't handle today's matter. Captain Wu showed no mercy. Helpless, Su Dachui's cousin had to call the boss. Officer, we are all over 18. Xiao Feng stepped forward and said, we came here just to sing, and the bar didn't sell us any alcohol. We're only drinking sparkling water. This doesn't count as a violation, does it? Isn't a half-month closure a bit too harsh? Oh, you dare to argue with the police? Captain Wu shot a surprised glance at Xiao Feng. He pointed at Xiao Feng, his face serious. Do you believe I'll notify your school and parents? Having been a police officer for over a decade, he knew that students feared nothing more than having their school and parents notified. In the past, he had often used this tactic on rebellious kids, and it worked every time. Sure enough, as soon as he said it, Zhong Jia and Su Dachui looked visibly flustered. Sun Xian, however, was unfazed. After all, she came from a wealthy family. Not only was she unafraid, but she stepped forward. First, we didn't fight or cause a disturbance. Second, we didn't drink alcohol or violate any rules. Why notify our parents? We are 18, we are adults now. When did the law say adults can't come to a bar to sing? You few, take out your IDs for registration, and then you'll be taken to the station for a urine test. Captain Wu's face turned stern. Also, notify their parents to come to the station to pick them up. Song Xian was angry and was about to retort when Xiao Feng stopped her. I'll handle this. Officer, we were just singing, we didn't do anything illegal. Take them away. A urine test seems inappropriate, right? Ha, who knows if you were doing drugs inside? Team leader Wu snorted coldly. This is the normal procedure I need to follow. What's your problem? He had an air of someone who could handle them. Just then, the bar owner arrived. It was none other than Chen Xiao, who had met Xiao Feng before. He walked in and saw Xiao Feng, slightly taken aback. Xiao Feng? President Chen. Xiao Feng nodded at him. What's going on? Chen Xiao turned to ask Su Dachui's cousin. It's like this, President Chen. My cousin and a few classmates came to have fun, and someone reported that the bar was hosting minors. Su Dachui's cousin had a worried expression, and they want to take my cousin and a few classmates for a urine test and notify their families. They just came to sing, didn't even order alcohol, just a few bottles of sparkling water. Isn't that unnecessary? Alright, I understand, I'll handle it. Chen Xiao knew the situation well. This bar was his, and he managed the entire bar street. However, a bar had recently opened across the street, seemingly with some connections. The fire department, industry and commerce, and police came to check frequently, making it impossible to do business. Moreover, this team leader Wu seemed to have some familial ties with the other side. It was indeed difficult to deal with someone who held a grudge. Team leader Wu, long time no see, let's have a meal together. Sometime. Chen Xiao said with a smile, I know this young brother, he helped me before. And those kids just came to sing. It shouldn't be a violation, right? Don't try to use connections with me, we don't have that kind of relationship. Team leader Wu warned Chen Xiao. You let minors in here, and you'll be shut down. For half a month, not a day less. Team leader Wu, I'm running a legitimate business. This isn't appropriate, is it? Chen Xiao's expression darkened. I'm also following the rules. If you're not satisfied, you can file a complaint against me. Team leader Wu pointed to his badge. Chen Xiao took a deep breath. He did have connections in the underworld. But the common people shouldn't fight against the officials, especially when the other party was a police officer. Worst case, this bar would just close down in the future. Take them to the station, make a record. Team leader Wu turned and pointed at Xiao Feng and the others. Officer, do we really have to go to the police station? Xiao Feng frowned. This back and forth plus making a record would take several hours. And notifying the school and parents, although it wasn't a big deal, was still troublesome. He could see that team leader Wu was deliberately causing trouble. I can responsibly tell you. You must go and notify the school. Parents must come to pick them up. Not a single step can be missed. Team leader Wu turned back and said sternly. Alright then, I'll make a call. Xiao Feng smiled. Sure, go ahead. Team leader Wu looked indifferent. He didn't believe a high school student could pull any strings. Xiao Feng picked up his phone. Brother Zhou, it's Xiao Feng. Xiaofeng, huh, I was just thinking of contacting you to go out for a meal. What's up, do you have something? Zhou Jun's hearty laughter came from the other end of the line. It's like this, Brother Zhou, I'm at a relative's bar singing with a few classmates. And a colleague of yours came and said we're minors, insisting on taking us to the police station. We were just singing, it shouldn't be such a big deal, you see. Give him the phone. Zhou Jun understood. Officer, take this call. Xiaofeng handed over the phone. It won't help who you call today. Team leader Wu sneered. He didn't believe Xiaofeng could find any strong connections. I'm Zhou Jun from the Jianxi Sub-Bureau. May I ask which sub-bureau you are from? As soon as he answered the phone, Zhou Jun's voice came through. Zhou Bureau? Team leader Wu's smile instantly froze. Wu Changyong. Zhou Jun also recognized the other person's voice. Yes, it's me, Director Zhou. Wu Changyong's sweat beads instantly began to flow down his face. He had just been transferred to the Linxi branch. He was taking over Zhou Jun's previous position. Zhou Jun was his direct superior, and he never expected that a routine inspection involving troublesome high school students would have such a connection with Zhou Jun. Moreover, the other party referred to Zhou Jun as Brother Zhou? How close must they be? Standing opposite you is a little brother of mine. I know his character well, Zhou Jun said somewhat unhappily. Besides, what's the big deal? About a few students singing at a relative's bar? Do we really need to go through a whole set of procedures for this? Yes, Director Zhou, I didn't consider it thoroughly, Wu Changyong quickly replied. I'll send them home right now. By the way, why have you been going to the bar for routine inspections so often lately? Has the city assigned you tasks? Zhou Jun continued. I know your relative runs a bar, but don't overdo it. Wearing this police uniform is meant for you to do real work for the people. It's not for you to take advantage of your position to do other things. I understand, Director Zhou, I will definitely reflect seriously when I get back. Wu Changyong was taken aback, cold sweat immediately breaking out on his back. It turned out that the things he had been doing were known to his superiors. This time, Zhou Jun was giving him a hint, a warning. If he continued down this path, it wouldn't just be a simple warning. After hanging up, he quickly returned the phone with both hands. So, this little brother knows Director Zhou? You see, the flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. So can I leave with my classmates now? Xiaofeng asked. You can leave. I'll have someone drive you home. Safety is important, Wu Changyong said with a smile, his attitude completely different from before. No need, we can go back by ourselves, Xiaofeng turned and said. Chen, we're leaving first. Okay. Xiaofeng, I still haven't properly thanked you for last time. I'll treat you to a meal later, Chen Xiao said with a smile. From Wu Changyong's drastically different attitude, it was clear that the connection Xiaofeng had was not trivial. Moreover, Xiaofeng had just mentioned playing at a relative's bar. If Wu Changyong had any sense, he wouldn't come here for inspections so frequently in the future. My uncle is here to pick me up. Should I take everyone back first? Sun Xian asked. No need, you should head back quickly. My home isn't far from here, Xiaofeng signaled to Sun Xian. The implication was to give Su Dachui and Zhong Jie some space. Sun Xian immediately understood, giggling as she waved goodbye to everyone and then quickly left. Dachui, you take Zhong classmate home. I'll head back first, Xiaofeng said, looking at Su Dachui. Su Dachui immediately gave Xiaofeng an okay gesture and then took the initiative to escort Zhong Jie home. Xiaofeng smiled. Su Dachui and Zhong Jie seemed to have common topics to talk about. Plus, this guy was humorous, so there should be a chance. Xiaofeng didn't stay for lunch and ran back to school. It was a crucial time for the third year of high school, and although his reading speed felt like it was on cheat mode after being reborn, he still wanted to spend more time at school. This long-lost student life was truly rare. When he rushed back, it just happened to be mealtime. Sun Xian, beaming with joy, took out her lunchbox and began to serve herself. But at that moment, a timid voice came from the window. Sun classmate, Xiaofeng. With a very distinctive tone, Sun Xian's smile froze, and she turned to look. Sure enough, Zhong Jie was standing at the window holding a small cake. Xiaofeng felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that Sun Xian's mood had soured in an instant. But there was no way around it. Things had to be resolved, right? He turned his head and forced a smile, saying, Zhong classmate, is there something you need? Is Su Dachui here? Unexpectedly, Zhong Jie's question left Xiaofeng stunned. He quickly reacted. He went to the restroom. He'll be back soon. Is the cake you're holding for him? Leave it to me, I'll give it to him later. Thank you. He said he really likes the cake I brought, so I made sure to bring him one today. Only then did Zhong Jie smile brightly. His grilled sausages are quite tasty too. He'll bring some for you another day. Xiaofeng took the cake. Thanks again, goodbye. Zhong Jie left with a beaming smile. Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief, secretly pleased in his heart. Su Dachui is quite something. Just a few days, and he's already changed Zhong Jie's attitude? Is this for Su Dachui? Sun Xian looked incredulous. Yeah, Dachui is quite something, Xiaofeng said proudly. Luckily, he had pushed Su Dachui forward in time, and thankfully, Zhong Jie only felt grateful towards him and hadn't completely fallen for him. Now that she had found someone with shared interests, Su Dachui wouldn't have to follow him and Sun Xian around like a third wheel anymore. Just then, Su Dachui came running in happily. Cake, Xiaofeng, my cake, here it is. Xiaofeng waved the cake in his hand and joked, what if I want to eat it too? You? Su Dachui hugged the cake tightly. I'll buy you one later, but this one is off limits. Forget friends for the sake of beauty. Xiaofeng gave Su Dachui a harsh critique. After class in the afternoon, Bai Wei contacted Xiaofeng. She said the final draft of the plan for the two old men was ready and invited him to take a look. Xiaofeng was quite satisfied with his design, so he called his grandmother to report, then headed to Bai Wei's company. In the conference room, Bai Wei was presenting the design plan on a slideshow. These designs integrated multiple elements, blending feng shui and classical styles into one. Song Yunming and Zhang Hongji listened with great satisfaction. The two old men had been friends for many years. They bought houses nearby, so the decoration style had to be similar. It was said that they even bought a plot of land for a grave, wanting to be buried together in death. Ah, good, this plan is it, let's finalize it. In the office, Zhang Hongji looked at the images rolling on the big screen, appearing very pleased. He turned to ask, Old Song, what do you think? I think it's pretty good too, don't worry, Xiaofeng is personally overseeing it, it can't go wrong, he's your lucky star. Song Yunming chuckled. Alright then, we'll go with this plan, sign the contract and start work immediately. Zhang Hongji made the decision on the spot. Old Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll go get the contract for you now. Bai Wei said with a smile. With Zhang Hongji's plan settled, she truly felt relieved. Xiaofeng, the plots of land you had us buy have been planned for a shopping mall and office buildings. Taking advantage of the downtime, Zhang Hongji smiled and said, they will be developed within 5 years. By then, the landmark buildings in the East District will come from our Hongji group. You are our great contributor. Then congratulations in advance, old Zhang. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Xiaofeng, do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Hongji suddenly asked. Ah, no, not yet, I'm still in my senior year of high school, old Zhang. Xiaofeng was taken aback. What a pity, I don't have a granddaughter, otherwise, I would definitely want you as my grandson-in-law, Zhang Hongji muttered to himself. Xiaofeng was at a loss for words. Why don't you have your sons hurry up and have one? Ah, you little rascal, old Zhang laughed heartily. I tell you, don't even think about Xiaofeng, Song Yunming said seriously. Why not? Zhang Hongji asked. Don't ask why, just know it's not allowed, Song Yunming huffed. He found himself liking Xiaofeng more and more. This old man Zhang Hongji wanted to compete with him over everything. Thankfully, he didn't have a granddaughter, otherwise, Xian would have another competitor. Although there was quite a gap between Xiaofeng and his preferred choice, the more he looked at this kid, the more he liked him. Just then, Xiao Qian came over with a water jug, refilling water for everyone in the conference room. She was still an intern, as her internship period had not yet ended. Usually, she just took meeting minutes and served tea. She cast a complex glance at Xiaofeng, wanting to speak to him, but Xiaofeng was engrossed in conversation with two old men, completely ignoring her. A pang shot through Xiao Qian's heart. The person before her was her younger brother. He used to listen to her attentively and went to great lengths to please her, seeking her approval. But unfortunately, she hadn't cherished that well. However, now he had become an existence that was beyond her reach. Old Zhang. Here's the contract. Bai Wei walked in. Xiao Qian finished pouring the water and stood in the meeting room without leaving. Do you have something to do? Bai Wei looked at her curiously. Teacher Bai, I'm staying here to see if there's anything I can help with, Xiao Qian said. No, you don't need to help. If there's something, I'll call Xiaoli over. You can go about your business, Bai Wei said lightly. She knew the relationship between Xiaofeng and Xiao Qian, as well as some matters concerning the Xiao family, so she sent Xiao Qian away. Alright, teacher Bai. Xiao Qian had no choice but to nod and walk out. Zhang Hongji signed the contract. I'll have the finance department transfer the funds, and you can start work as soon as possible. Okay, old Zhang, please rest assured, Bai Wei said with a smile. Next, we need to discuss some details about the furniture layout with the two of you. Alright, Xiao Qian, thank you. You can head back first, and we'll talk later, Song Yunming said with a smile. Okay, I'll head back now. Xiaofeng nodded and left the meeting room. Xiaofeng. Before he could get to the elevator, Xiao Qian ran over. What do you want? Xiaofeng frowned. Having ignored her in the meeting room, didn't she understand what that meant? I want to talk to you, Xiao Qian said, blocking the elevator door with her body. In a tone of an elder, she said, I'm your sister, and we share the Xiao surname. I think our relationship shouldn't have reached this point. May I ask? Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Qian with a face full of indifference. Where did you pop out from? Xiaofeng, you. Xiao Qian couldn't help but clench her fists. But she quickly relaxed, her expression calming down. If you think this can vent your anger, you can scold me all you want. The previous matter was my fault. Wait, what was your fault? Xiaofeng asked, frowning. I lost that bracelet, and without any evidence, I suspected it was you. This matter was my fault, and I apologize to you. Xiao Qian rarely lowered her proud head. So, are you asking me for something? Xiaofeng's lips curled into a smirk, his face full of mockery. What did you say? Xiao Qian felt stung by his words. Yes, she needed something from Xiaofeng, otherwise, even if she felt a bit guilty towards him, she wouldn't show it. However, Xiaofeng saw right through her, which made her feel uncomfortable. I know your Xiao family too well, Xiaofeng said lightly. Everyone is the same, no one gets up early without profit. Maybe you feel a bit guilty towards me, but if you didn't need something from me, you wouldn't apologize for that little guilt. You wouldn't lower your self-proclaimed noble head so easily, would you? Xiaofeng. Xiao Qian exclaimed as if her tail had been stepped on. Can you not be like this? We are all family, we share blood ties. If something happens, the only ones who can help you in the end are your own family. Then I really thank you, I don't need your help. I've already written a blood letter, signed by the couple Xiao Yuanhe. The mockery on Xiao Feng's face became even more apparent, almost completely unmasked. Isn't it better for everyone to be strangers from now on? Xiao Qian was so angry that she couldn't speak. She gritted her teeth. Xiaofeng, I do need your help. Seeing that, Xiaofeng remained silent, only showing a hint of mockery. She suppressed the impulse to turn and leave. I've been at this renovation company for over 2 months. I've been assisting the top designer, even serving tea and doing some simple record keeping. So what? Xiaofeng asked. Your design ideas have gained the approval of Mr. Song and Mr. Zhang, which shows you have exceptional talent, so I'd like to ask you to introduce me to some high-end clients. Xiao Qian said. If I can secure a big deal by the end of the month, my internship will end, and I can become a full-time employee, which would give me the opportunity to interact with various clients. Without waiting for Xiaofeng to respond, Chen spoke. In a pleading tone, you know my dream is to be a designer. I graduated from a prestigious university with a degree in design. I should be pursuing my dreams, not just serving tea and water here. So what does that have to do with me? Xiaofeng ruthlessly shattered her fantasy. You think that because you have a high degree and graduated from a famous school, staying in this company is burying your talent? Then why don't you switch jobs? Why not? Because you know, Jingyan is a big company and you need to have a work history here. On one hand, you want a work history, and on the other, you feel that interning here is beneath you? Honestly, people like you, who have a princess complex but no princess fate, are really rare. Xiaofeng, shut up. Xiao Qian was furious. She never expected Xiaofeng could belittle her so thoroughly. Let me finish. Xiaofeng sneered. Besides, what does your situation have to do with me? What are you telling me this for? To gain my sympathy? Sorry, I won't sympathize with you. I'll just laugh at your high aspirations and low abilities. Not only will I not sympathize with you, but I'll also kick you when you're down. Do you believe that? Starting tomorrow, you won't even be able to be the assistant to the top designer? Xiaofeng, what do you want? Xiao Qian suddenly looked up. Sister, bye. Xiaofeng directly took out her phone and dialed Bai Wei's number. There's someone named Xiao Qian here who is quite dissatisfied with her work situation. She thinks she's talented, but you guys at Jingyan only let her do record keeping, which is somewhat beneath her. Glancing at the pale-faced Xiao Qian, Xiaofeng continued, yes, she's bothering me again. If I come here next time and she's still around, I'll just turn and leave. After hanging up, Xiaofeng ignored the extremely pale Xiao Qian and turned to enter the elevator. Ding! A message about personnel changes was sent out in the company group. Starting tomorrow, Xiao Qian will be responsible for logistics and will no longer accompany the top designer on fieldwork. Meeting minutes will be taken over by Xiao Li. Xiaofeng. Xiao Qian was so angry she stomped her feet. She really regretted seeking out Xiaofeng. After venting on Xiao Qian, Xiaofeng felt particularly good. After going downstairs, she met Sun Xian in the cafe below. What are you doing here? Xiaofeng asked in surprise. Waiting for someone, Sun Xian said with a bright smile. Waiting for whom? I seem to have run into you here several times. Xiaofeng was somewhat puzzled. Do you have relatives working here? Sort of. Sun Xian changed the subject. Xiaofeng, I'm so hungry. Let's go eat something at the mall. Sure, I'll treat you. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. After eating her mother's cooking every day, he felt a bit embarrassed. Moreover, those ingredients were top-notch. What do you want to eat? The two strolled to the mall. I want to eat spicy hot pot and boiled meat slices. Sun Xian thought for a moment and quickly listed several dishes. Oh, they're all heavy-flavored dishes. I didn't expect you to like this kind of food. Xiaofeng laughed. Alright, I'll take you to eat. Thank you, tablemate, let's go. Sun Xian cheered with delight. The housekeeper at her home cooked dishes that were rather bland, while she preferred strong flavors. After holding back for a long time, she finally seized the opportunity. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the mall. Just as they entered the mall, there was a loud crash. Immediately, a commotion erupted behind them. The glass shattered, it hit someone, and there's a child. Quick, call an ambulance. The mall security rushed towards the entrance, which quickly filled with people. Someone's hurt, go check it out. Xiaofeng and Sun Xian were startled and hurried towards the scene of the accident. They saw an 8 or 9-year-old boy struck by a piece of falling glass. A shard the size of a palm was embedded in his shoulder, and the ground was covered in blood. A crowd gathered to watch, but no one dared to step forward. Oh my god, this is serious. Where are the adults? The adult isn't here. He came out alone to buy something. Has anyone called an ambulance? Yes, but it's rush hour. It might take some time. Is there a doctor? He's losing so much blood. If it doesn't stop, he could go into shock.
The onlookers were anxious, but more were just standing by, pointing and taking photos with their phones, yet no one dared to step in. After all, the boy was already unconscious and had injured a major artery, blood flowing uncontrollably. If someone intervened and something happened to the boy later, the family would surely cause a scene. Sometimes, it's not fair to blame people for being indifferent. The cost of doing the right thing is just too high. Xiaofeng, what should we do? He's losing so much blood, Sun Xian exclaimed, shocked. Xiaofeng quickly took off his jacket and rushed forward to cover the boy with it. Then he tore off a piece of his shirt and pressed it against the wound. This piece of glass is embedded in the wound and has hit a major artery. It can't be easily removed, Xiaofeng said, his brow furrowed. What should we do? I'll call an ambulance, Sun Xian said anxiously. The hospital isn't far from here. If the ambulance can't make it, the best option is to take him there ourselves. Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. He bent down and picked up the boy. Sun Xian, hold pressure on his wound. We're taking him to the hospital now. Okay. Sun Xian looked at the boy's bleeding wound. Despite feeling terrified, she gritted her teeth and pressed her hand against the piece of fabric Xiaofeng had torn off. Xiaofeng carefully held the boy and rushed outside. I've already called. Someone will be here soon. You just need to head towards the hospital, a kind-hearted person reminded them. Xiaofeng nodded in thanks and ran towards the hospital with the boy. Sun Xian followed closely behind, pressing on the boy's wound with her hands. Her hands were covered in blood, and although the flowing blood made her feel cold inside, she persevered. Fortunately, after running a few hundred meters towards the hospital, medical staff had come out with a stretcher. They took the boy and placed him on the stretcher, stopping the bleeding while heading towards the hospital. Xiaofeng, feeling uneasy, followed them. Just as they reached the emergency room on the first floor, Sumuyu and Xiaoming approached them. Xiaofeng? Sumuyu frowned. Because Xiaofeng had pushed Xiaoming into the lake, he had developed a fever. She had accompanied Xiaoming to the hospital for a checkup and medication. Xiaofeng glanced at the two but said nothing, just following the medical staff into the emergency room. All the way, he kept calling the boy's name, trying to wake him from his slumber. Sumuyu frowned and followed behind. Finally, when they reached the emergency room door, the boy woke up. He struggled to call out, "Brother, don't be afraid, the doctor is here," Xiaofeng shouted loudly. "Hold on, you'll be okay." Sumuyu, who was following behind him, trembled slightly, looking at Xiaofeng in disbelief. "Hold on, you'll be fine." This voice was so familiar. 3 years ago, she had a car accident and fell into a coma. In the haze, a voice lingered in her ear. A familiar voice, familiar words, which had once given her immense encouragement when she was on the brink of death. This voice had pulled her back from the edge of life several times. She woke up after 3 full days of unconsciousness, and the person by her side was Xiaoming. She also learned that Xiaoming had donated blood for her, and she instinctively believed that it was Xiaoming who saved her. The voice that had awakened her countless times in her half-asleep state was also Xiaoming's voice. But when she heard Xiaofeng encouraging the little boy, it felt so familiar again. The little boy was pushed into the emergency room, and only then did Xiaofeng sit down on the steps, breathing slightly heavily. He was too nervous. After all, it was a living life at stake, and any delay could mean death. Sun Xian nestled beside him, also breathing nervously. Xiaofeng smiled and reached out to tug at her hair. "Good job. That bloody scene earlier would scare any girl, right?" But Sun Xian managed to overcome her fear and helped him bring the little boy here. It was like racing against death. Looking at the bloodstains on both her and Xiaofeng, Sun Xian forced a smile that was more painful than crying. "Xiaofeng, my hands are shaking." "It's okay, it'll be fine soon." Xiaofeng held her hand. "Brother, you're so dirty." Xiaoming piped up from the side, sounding a bit sarcastic. "If you don't want to get slapped, shut up." Xiaofeng shot him a cold glance. This weakling must have caught a cold after falling into the water last time, right? Sick like this and still can't keep his mouth clean? How did he not drown? "Sister Su, let's go, I'm feeling faint from the blood." Xiaoming pretended to be weak again. Sumuyu had so many questions she wanted to ask Xiaofeng, but she didn't know where to start. Just then, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor hurried out. "This little boy has lost too much blood and needs a transfusion. He has type AB blood, and there's a shortage of AB blood in the blood bank." "Who has type AB blood?" "Type AB blood is too rare, accounting for only about 7% of the population nationwide. Moreover, the blood bank had been in crisis for years, so there was simply no AB blood available now." "I have type AB blood, take mine." Xiaofeng stood up. "Okay, follow me." The doctor quickly led Xiaofeng inside. Sumuyu remained silent, glancing at Xiaoming. She also had type AB blood. Moreover, according to Xiaoming, the person who had donated blood for her was him, so he should also be type AB blood. But now, Xiaoming stood aside, completely indifferent. This was not quite like the enthusiastic person Xiaoming had described when she woke up that day. "Sister Su, I should also go donate blood. I'm type AB too." Just then, Xiaoming stammered, but he looked so sickly that after just a few steps, he was dizzy and sweating.
You shouldn't go, your body is weak and you just had a fever. Donating blood now would be too much for you. Sumu felt a bit relieved. She didn't know that after hearing her words, Xiaoming secretly let out a huge sigh of relief. He almost revealed himself. Moments later, Xiaofeng came out of the emergency room. His face was a bit pale and he walked unsteadily. Xiaofeng, are you okay? Sun Xian rushed over to support him. I'm fine. Xiaofeng forced to smile. I'll go get you some milk. Sun Xian helped him sit down and dashed out. Xiaofeng sat on the steps to rest, and after a moment of silence, Sumu asked, you also have type AB blood? Xiaofeng closed his eyes and didn't answer, just nodded slightly. Seeing Xiaofeng's face pale to a frightening degree, Sumu asked, are you okay? It's fine, I won't die. Xiaofeng shook his head. Last time he had his blood drawn, he was pale and seeing stars. His body had become weak and it took him over half a month to recover. He had always been in good health, so it was strange that he felt so weak after the blood draw. He wasn't sure what was going on. Sumuyu's concern for Xiaofeng caught Xiaoming's attention. He glared at Xiaofeng with venomous eyes, wishing he could flay him alive. Just then, the emergency room door opened again. We don't have enough blood, we need at least 200 more milliliters. Is there anyone with type AB blood? Xiaofeng frowned and leaned against the pillar to stand up. How about I draw some more? Are you trying to kill yourself? You just had 400 cubic centimeters drawn. The doctor was taken aback and scolded. Sit down and rest, I'll go ask again. Xiaoming stood there in a daze, even feeling Su Muyu's gaze shift to him. He had no choice but to feign illness again. I feel so dizzy. Su Muyu sighed, her expression revealing a hint of disappointment. She stepped forward and rolled up her sleeves. Draw from me, I also have type AB blood. Alright, follow me, the doctor said, relieved, leading her inside. Xiaofeng unexpectedly glanced at Su Muyu. In 2 lifetimes, he had loved this woman to the point of madness, yet he had never truly understood her. To him, Su Muyu was a princess in the Jiangqing circle. High above, untouched by the mundane world, she was proud and aloof. But he never expected that someone like her would willingly draw her blood for a boy she didn't even know. As soon as Su Muyu went in, Sun Xian returned with milk. After drinking the milk, Xiaofeng felt a bit better. Seeing the worry on Sun Xian's face, he smiled and said, I'm fine, don't worry. Just a little dizzy, probably from the blood draw. Are you really okay? Sun Xian still looked worried. I'm fine, look. Xiaofeng intended to flex his bicep to show off. However, the moment he raised his arm, he noticed a purplish bruise at the site of his wound. The mark wasn't very obvious, only the size of a baby's fist. Surrounding the mark were several blue veins, as if leeches were burrowing into his muscle to suck his blood. He was instantly stunned. 3 years ago, after a blood draw, he had also discovered this mark. He had thought it was due to the blood draw causing the blood vessels to constrict, but today it seemed otherwise. This mark resembled some kind of symbol. Moreover, whenever he felt weak, that spot on his arm would faintly turn blue. What's wrong? Seeing Xiaofeng in a daze, Sun Xian asked with concern. It's nothing, let's go back. Xiaofeng retracted his arm and forced a relaxed smile. He didn't dwell on the mark, he would ask his master later, he should know what was going on. Sun Xian sighed in relief, gently nodding, and left with Xiaofeng. At the Xiao family, Xiaoming suddenly let out a shriek while taking a shower. What's wrong, Ming Ming? Xiao father and Xiao mother were startled and rushed to the bathroom. They saw Xiaoming with his upper body bare, looking terrified at a mark the size of a baby's fist on his arm. The mark was raised, as if deeply embedded in his body. It was identical to the mark on Xiaofeng, just oriented differently. Xiaoming's was facing up, while Xiaofeng's was facing down. Mom, what's wrong with my arm? Am I going to die? Xiaoming cried out in terror. Xiao father and Xiao mother were momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances. Xiao father quickly reassured him, Ming Ming, you don't need to be afraid, this thing is protecting you. Protecting me? Xiaoming asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. Yes, it's protecting you. Don't worry, your body will get better soon. Zhao's father comforted her for a while, then the two of them stepped out. Did it work? After exiting, Zhao's father felt both joy and worry. It seems so, thank heaven, it finally worked. Zhao's mother muttered, bless my Mingming, may she be healthy. But, will Xiaofeng's health get worse? Zhao's father expressed some concern. I don't care. I just want Mingming to be well. At that moment, Zhao's mother's previously gentle face turned fierce. She breathed heavily, her voice hoarse. I just want Mingming to be well. The lives and deaths of others have nothing to do with me. Why worry about that ungrateful white-eyed wolf? As long as Mingming is fine, that's enough. Don't get agitated, he will get better. Zhao's father was taken aback and quickly helped her sit down. The next day, during physical education class, after playing basketball for a while, Xiaofeng began to feel a bit fatigued. He tossed the basketball to a classmate and sat down to rest. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? You're usually the most active in PE class, Su Dachui asked, with concern as he ran over, dropping the basketball he was holding. Are you feeling unwell? He reached out to check Xiaofeng's forehead. Do you have a fever? I don't have a Fever, stop worrying about me unnecessarily. Xiaofeng pushed his hand away. Then why do you look a bit off? Is something bothering you? Su Dachui was genuinely concerned for him. No, I'm very strong, it's just because of the blood draw yesterday. Xiaofeng perked up. Don't mind me, go practice your ball. Look at all this muscle. If you don't practice more, you won't be able to shed it. How will you chase girls then? You're right, I'm going to work out right now. Upon hearing this, Su Dachui stood up as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Xiaofeng, are you still feeling fatigued? Sun Xian ran over and sat beside Xiaofeng. A bit fatigued, but it's not a big deal, it was the same last time I had too much blood drawn, Xiaofeng said casually, don't worry about me. You know this, yet you still had so much blood drawn yesterday? Sun Xian felt increasingly heartbroken. But I can't just watch that child die, Xiaofeng smiled, it's fine, a few days of rest will do. You're really too kind, Sun Xian said, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Xiaofeng, murmuring. Patting her head, Xiaofeng smiled, go move around, cherish PE class. Sun Xian nodded and ran off. Just then, someone called out. Xiaofeng, someone is looking for you. As Xiaofeng wondered who would be looking for him during PE class, he unexpectedly turned to see Su Muyu at the edge of the playground. What do you want from me? Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. Why was Su Muyu, who should be with her good brother Xiaoming, looking for him at school? I want to talk to you. Su Muyu's face still bore that distant expression. However, there was a hint of something unusual in her eyes. Confusion, misunderstanding, or perhaps struggle. If you have something to say, just say it. Xiaofeng leaned against a piece of sports equipment. Here? Su Muyu frowned. What else? Find a fancy cafe? Stir coffee while you whisper sweet nothings to me? Xiaofeng grinned. No need, someone like me isn't that refined. If you have something to say, just say it. I still have class. You moved in with Xiaoming 6 months ago? Su Muyu's expression became unusually serious. That's right, you were there on the first day I went to the Xiao family, Xiaofeng replied casually, as Xiaoming's carrying big sister, you know all about the Xiao family. Then I want to ask you, Su Muyu lowered her head, before this, have we met? Xiaofeng stared at Su Muyu, and she raised her head, looking directly into his eyes. He didn't understand why Su Muyu would ask such a question. We have met, Xiaofeng replied with 2 words. Really? Where did we meet? Su Muyu's breath quickened. The answer she longed for, yet hoped was not true, seemed to be within reach. Forget it, in the dream? Xiaofeng looked up at the sky, seemingly deep in thought. Xiaofeng, can you be serious for once? Su Muyu was a bit angry. I am serious. You are the esteemed daughter of the Su family, a princess recognized by everyone in the Jiangqing circle. And I am just a country bumpkin abandoned by my parents, raised by my grandmother since childhood. If it weren't for the kindness of the Xiao family, allowing me to enjoy half a year of wealth and luxury, we might never have met in this lifetime, wouldn't you agree? Xiaofeng's tone was flat, laced with mockery, instantly infuriating. Su Muyu. Xiaofeng, you don't have to speak in such a sarcastic tone. I just want to confirm a few things. Now I've confirmed that person is not you because he is kind and upright. And you are just a despicable little man. Su Muyu turned and walked away, almost wanting to laugh. She felt she must be going crazy. Why would she doubt that? The person who saved her back then was Xiaofeng? This guy was filled with hostility towards everyone. The kind, gentle, and understanding Xiaoming was the one who saved her back. Then, watching Su Muyu leave without looking back, Xiaofeng shrugged indifferently. He knew that when she donated blood yesterday, Su Muyu had already begun to suspect. But she was conflicted. She was afraid that she had misplaced her feelings all these years. After all, she had always regarded Xiaoming as her savior, nurturing him all this time. And she was unwilling to believe that Xiaoming was that despicable person impersonating someone else. Otherwise, with her status, she could easily uncover the truth of that year. He also didn't want to argue. Firstly, he had long lost the passionate feelings he once had for Su Muyu in his previous life. Moreover, if he tried to explain, she probably wouldn't believe him anyway. Why bother? These people were truly boring. After school in the evening, Xiaofeng went alone to the Qingniu temple. With the donations from the Song family and the attention of many social figures, the Qingniu temple was currently under renovation. Moreover, the incense offerings had become prosperous, and the Taoist priest no longer kept the temple doors closed all day. Instead, he welcomed worshippers from all sides and set up a consultation table to pray for blessings and treat illnesses. He had also changed out of his tattered robe, which had been patched and sewn multiple times. In its place was a brand new green robe. Additionally, he wore a mixed yuan scarf on his head. The so-called mixed yuan scarf is one of the 9 scarves and 3 crowns in Taoism. He also wore a pair of small sunglasses, giving him a more mischievous air. Upon seeing the mark on Xiaofeng's arm, he sighed softly. He casually took a bowl of water, lightly waved his right hand over the bowl a few times, and finally formed a Taoist seal. Then, holding the bowl in one hand, he sprinkled a bit of water from the bowl onto Xiaofeng's arm. Fortune and misfortune have no door, only people summon them. As the water splashed onto Xiaofeng's arm, he immediately felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Moreover, the mark seemed to have faded significantly. After returning, rest for 3 days, and this thing will disappear, but the karma binding you may not be so easily resolved. Master, what is happening to me? Xiaofeng asked in confusion. Do you really need to ask for the reason? The Taoist priest took out 3 incense sticks, knelt before the 3 pure ones, and then inserted them in front of the altar. I want to know the reason, Xiaofeng nodded, feeling that it was his life and he needed to understand the cause. After all, he had already lived 2 lives, he needed to clarify what had happened to him. You will understand in the future, but now is not the time, the Taoist priest gently shook his head. Remember, do not let yourself get hurt in the future and do not lose too much blood. Because once you are injured or lose too much blood, that is when you are at your most vulnerable, and at that time they will have the opportunity. Xiaofeng listened, somewhat confused. He didn't know who the Taoist was referring to, but having known his master for so many years, he understood that his master always had his reasons for doing things. Since his master didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask further. Leaving the Taoist temple, Xiaofeng encountered Xiaoming at the door. The guy looked a bit pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. However, he seemed to be in much better spirits than before. Brother, I came specifically to see you. Upon seeing Xiaofeng, Xiaoming smiled innocently. Just say what you have to say and get lost afterward, Xiaofeng said coldly. Seeing your face makes me feel unlucky. Brother. Xiaoming put on a pitiful expression again. There's no one here. Don't act like you've been through something terrible. It's disgusting to look at. Xiaofeng's face darkened. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, Xiaoming's expression began to twist. Xiaofeng, why did you take what belongs to me? Xiaoming questioned. What did I take from you? Xiaofeng was baffled. He never understood where Xiaoming's hatred for him came from. He always thought this guy was just a malicious person, but now it seemed there must be something else that made him hate him. Sister Su came to find you today, right? Xiaoming was trembling all over. From this, it was clear that his hatred was very intense. Yes, she did. What about it? Xiaofeng asked again. She is mine. Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly. I'm going to marry her in the future. Everything from the Su family is destined to be mine. Do you know? Xiaofeng, you shouldn't have appeared. You shouldn't have been born. If it weren't for you, I could enjoy everything alone, but because of your existence, everything has become uncertain. It's all your fault. Xiaoming's face twisted in rage, and even from a distance, Xiaofeng could feel his hatred. Ah yes, this world should revolve around you. You are the center of the world, no, the universe, Xiaofeng grinned. He said with a hint of sarcasm, everyone who encounters you in this world should make way for you. But, to say something heart-wrenching, if Sumu could really fall for someone like you, even a sow would climb a tree. She treats me very well, she has always been protecting me. Xiaoming said angrily. That's because she doesn't know the truth. If she knew you weren't even type AB blood, her life-saving benefactor whom she has cared for 3 years, turns out to be a fraud, can you guess how she would react? You. Xiaoming was left dumbfounded. This was his secret. How did Xiaofeng know? Well, he was also mistakenly thought to be Sumuyu's life-saving benefactor by the Su family due to a twist of fate. And once he learned that the other party was the young lady of the Su family, he unhesitatingly impersonated that life-saving benefactor. But how did Xiaofeng find out about this? In my eyes, you are almost like a transparent person, Xiaofeng said, slapping his face a few times and grinning. There's really no secret at all. I've warned you many times. Next time, I won't warn you again. Although the slaps weren't hard, they were extremely humiliating. Xiaoming's lips turned white with anger, but he didn't dare to retort. Are you not going to fight back? Xiaofeng grinned. You really are a waste. Sometimes I really doubt whether we have the same parents. Alright, get lost. If you dare to slander me again, I won't be polite. Xiaofeng sneered and then turned to leave, leaving Xiao Ming alone on the spot, trembling with anger. When he got home, his grandmother had already prepared a pot of old hen soup. She served a large bowl of chicken soup to Xiaofeng, placing it in front of him. Look at you, your face is all pale. Have you forgotten that you lost half your life after giving blood to someone else? Grandma Wu said, a bit worried about Xiaofeng. Why did you give blood to someone again this time? That little boy's condition was quite critical. If I hadn't given him blood, he probably wouldn't have made it, Xiaofeng replied, taking a sip of the chicken soup, which tasted extremely delicious. Did you go see the Taoist priest? What did he say? Grandma Wu asked. He said some incomprehensible things that I didn't quite understand, but he sprinkled some water on the mark on my wrist, and now I feel much better, Xiaofeng said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal that the mark on his arm had faded significantly. His master was definitely a hidden expert. He should know what that symbol on Xiaofeng's arm was. But since he didn't say anything, there must be a reason for it, and Xiaofeng couldn't force himself to ask. After finishing a bowl of chicken soup and just putting the bowl down, Zhang Ziang drove over again. Grandma Wu, I'm taking Xiaofeng to an event. We'll be back a bit late tonight. Zhang Ziang called out to Grandma Wu. Where are you taking him again? The college. Entrance exams are coming up soon. Grandma Wu stepped out. She was still holding a bowl of chicken soup and smiling as she said, come back early, Xiao Zhang. How about having a bowl of soup before you go? I won't have any more, Grandma Wu. I'm taking Xiaofeng with me, Zhang Ziang said, pulling Xiaofeng along without giving him a chance to refuse. Where are we going again? Xiaofeng asked, feeling both amused and helpless. Zhang Ziang really didn't treat him like a high school student. While his classmates were studying late into the night until 1 or 2 in the morning, he was out partying every night? He still had the college entrance exams to prepare for. Xiaofeng, there's an auction event tonight with a lot of good stuff. You have to come with me, Zhang Ziang insisted, shoving him into the car. What kind of event? An antique auction? Xiaofeng asked. Yes. It's a pretty high-end event hosted by Xingda International Auction Company, and the items there are top-notch, Zhang Ziang said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Feng's heart stirred, and he felt a bit of anticipation. He knew that Xingda International Auction Company Limited was one of the top 10 auction houses in China. It mainly dealt with cultural relics and artworks, and it was a highly influential brand in the auction industry. They handled antique auctions, collection identification, and appraisal services. Although they weren't the number one in the industry, they had an excellent reputation because any item authenticated by them was a safe bet. Moreover, there was a big opportunity waiting to be seized at tonight's auction. An inconspicuous item contained hidden treasures. It was bought for 50,000, but inside were 2 jade walnuts that sold for 10 million. This was a chance not to be missed. Tonight would be a great opportunity to make a fortune. The venue was set in the banquet hall of a 5-star hotel. Although it was called an auction site, it was more like a banquet. After all, the people invited were all part of the upper echelons of Jiangcheng society. Soft music played at the banquet, and many well-dressed individuals raised their glasses, chatting and laughing. Zion, you're here too? As soon as they arrived, a middle-aged man with a bit of a paunch greeted them. With a smile. Oh, Mr. Wu, you're here to join the fun too? Zhang Ziang exclaimed, reaching out to shake hands with the boss. Ha, I had nothing to do, so I came to join the excitement. Boss Wu laughed heartily. Let me introduce you, this is Xiaofeng, my brother, Zhang Ziang introduced. This is Wu Zitsong, Mr. Wu, you've heard of him, right? The retail king of Jiangcheng, Mr. Wu, of course, I've heard of him. Xiaofeng felt a slight stir in his heart and greeted the other party. This Wu Zitsong had a nickname, Wu Bancheng. He owned the Century Wanjia supermarket chain, which was spread all over Jiangcheng with a total of 63 stores. Moreover, he had bought a piece of land in a bustling area of the city center and built the Century Wanjia Mall. A large commercial complex covering 600,000 square meters. It is the largest commercial center in Jiangcheng. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he developed a tumor, and by the time it was discovered, it was already in the late stages. He passed away at the age of 45. Alright, your little brother is still in school, right? Is he also interested in antiques? Wu Zitsong said with a smile. Wu Gu, this isn't my little brother, this is my older brother. Zhang Ziang said seriously. Don't be fooled by his studies, his eye for things is top-notch. If it weren't for my brother, I would have been swindled by those scoundrels at Wanjia Garden last time. Really? Not bad, young man. Later, I want to pick out a couple of good items too. You have to help me screen them. Wu Zone, my judgment may not be perfect, but since we're all friends, if you trust me, I can take a look, Xiaofeng said humbly. Alright, let's go, sit over here, Wu Zitsong said with a smile, leading the two to a seat. Wu Gu, you don't look too well. Do you usually get checkups? Xiaofeng pondered and asked. He needed to remind Wu Zitsong, after all, early detection of tumors can lead to early treatment. Yes, I had a checkup 6 months ago, Wu Zitsong said nonchalantly. But aside from fatty liver, there were no other major issues. Wu Gu is recognized as the god of wine in the circle, his health is top-notch. Zhang Zian laughed heartily. Xiaofeng, once you graduate, I have to teach you how to drink. Xiaofeng could drink. In his previous life, he had almost exhausted himself socializing for the sake of the Xiao family's business. By the time he was in his 30s, he had already developed a host of health issues. After being reborn, he had to take care of his body. Wu Gu, I have a few pieces of advice. I don't know if I should say them. Xiaofeng pondered for a moment. Brother, go ahead, I'm listening, Wu Zitsong said, his personality straightforward, not underestimating Xiaofeng because of his age. Wu Gu, I see that your face looks a bit thin, and your cheeks are flushed. Especially the right cheek, which is more pronounced in terms of facial features. The right cheek corresponds to the lungs. Generally speaking, this situation indicates excessive lung fire, but I feel that the redness in your right cheek is somewhat abnormal. So, if you have time, I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup, especially for your lungs, Xiaofeng said. Is that so? Alright, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup later. Thank you, brother, Wu Zitsong responded. Seeing his somewhat perfunctory attitude, Xiaofeng knew he hadn't taken it to heart. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only help him to this extent. If the other party truly didn't heed the warning, then it was up to fate. Just then, Zhang Ziang said seriously, Wu Gui, you must not take Xiaofeng's words lightly. I'm telling you, he has a master who is particularly powerful. He can exorcise evil and pray for blessings. Xiaofeng has truly inherited his master's teachings. The cursed coins I bought before almost cost me my life. And the gas leak at Li Yuan's new store was also something Xiao Feng warned me about. Brother, you have this kind of ability? Wu Zitsong looked at Xiao Feng in surprise. He hadn't taken it seriously at first, but seeing Zhang Ziong so earnest, he couldn't help but pay attention to the matter. I have quite a few abilities, let me tell you about the land my family has. Zhang Ziong became excited at the mention of this. The auction has started, you can talk to Wu Gu another day, Xiao Feng interrupted him. Right now. He was practically Zhang Ziong's idol. If he let him continue, he could go on for hours without tiring. Alright, Wu Gu, let's first watch the auction, and I'll tell you more. Later, Zhang Ziong said, somewhat reluctantly. Oh, Zhang Ziong, you're here too? At that moment, a young man in his 20s walked over with a girl who had a popular internet celebrity look. Zhou Zhenghua, the young master of Tianyi real estate, was in a competitive relationship with Zhang Ziong. Zhou Zhenghua? If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Wherever you are, the level of the place drops. Zhang Ziong glanced disdainfully at the other person. Zhang Ziong, I know why you're here this time. Unfortunately, my target is the same as yours. Zhou Zhenghua said smugly, not at all angry. I advise you to give up. This Buddha statue is mine. You're so confident before it even starts? Zhang Ziong shot a glance at the woman beside him. Take it easy, Zhou Zhenghua. Don't end up dead because of a woman one day. The two glared at each other fiercely before parting ways. After taking a seat, Zhang Ziong picked up a small booklet, opened it, and pointed to a Buddha statue, saying, Xiao Feng, there's a gilded bronze Buddha statue at today's auction. This piece is from the Ming Xuanna period. I want it. The old man's birthday is coming up, and I want to give it to him. Alright, make sure to take a good look. When we come out later, Xiao Feng nodded. Qing, Shenlong Blue and White Moon Vase, starting bid 3 million. The host began to call out the prices, and since there were foreigners at the auction, she introduced the jade vase in English as well. The crowd was bustling, and those interested in the item were whispering to each other. Xiao Feng, what do you think of this? Zhang Ziong asked. The moon vase originated in the Ming Hangwu period, with the Yongxian period being the most prosperous. Xiao Feng examined the item closely. It was popular during the Ming and Qing dynasties and highly regarded by emperors. This piece has a delicate and pure body, with a white glaze slightly tinged with blue. The wall features blue and white plum blossom patterns, floral and bird motifs depicting magpies perched on blooming plum branches, symbolizing magpies ascending the plum tree, with the design being expansive and bold. It's considered a fine piece among blue and white porcelain. You could get it for around 6 million if you close your eyes. As soon as this was said, Wu Zitsong raised his paddle without hesitation. Bids started coming in, and after several rounds of competition, the price had soared to over 5,800,000. Wu Gu, the price is about right, any higher and it won't be worth it, Zhang Ziong reminded. I'm buying this for collection, not to make money, Wu Zitsong chuckled. 6 million. Mr. Wu bid 6 million, is there anyone willing to go higher? The host smiled, 6 million for the first time, 6 million for the second time, third time, sold. Congratulations, Mr. Wu, on acquiring your desired item. As the gavel fell, applause erupted in the room, and Wu Zitsong stood up, waving to everyone. Next came several rounds of intense bidding, and finally, it was time for the gilded Buddha statue that Zhang Ziong had been longing for. Gilded bronze Buddha statue, starting bid 2,600,000. The host introduced the statue's background and then awaited the bidding. Xiao Feng, what do you think? Zhang Ziong turned to ask. This Buddha statue. Xiao Feng stared at the statue, appearing deep in thought. The memories from his previous life were very clear. This statue had ultimately sold for 12 million. However, the rich second generation who bought it later discovered it was a counterfeit when gifting it to his grandfather for his birthday. A modern replica, perfectly restored to match the original, but aged artificially. Although it had some collectible value, it could be acquired for a maximum of 100,000, and it had cost quite a few laughs back then. Could that unfortunate soul be Zhang Ziong? What do you think? Seeing Zhou Zhenghua had already placed a bid, Zhang Ziong was anxious. He and Zhou Zhenghua were not on good terms, and with both targeting the same item, he was determined to have the statue. If it were really taken by the other party, wouldn't he always be at a disadvantage afterward? Zhang Ziong, take a closer look. Xiao Feng pointed at the statue under the lights. Although this statue looks old, like an antique, the lotus pedestal beneath the statue is too bright in color. Moreover, the surface is smooth, the copper material is evenly distributed, and the sculpture is overly clear. What, brother, are you saying this thing isn't genuine? Wu Zitsong caught on to Xiao Feng's implication. Is it a replica? How is that possible? Xiao Feng, you need to see clearly. Zhang Ziong was taken aback. This is from Shengde International Auction Company. Their appraisals are very professional. How could they be wrong? Everyone can make mistakes, and besides, this bronze statue is so realistic that you can't tell it's a replica without professional tools. Xiao Feng shook his head. So, you should give up on this item. Zhang Ziong was in a daze. He had inquired for a long time for the old man's birthday. He never expected this thing to be fake. I bid 3 million. Zhou Zhenghua had already raised his paddle. This gentleman Bids 3 million, is there a higher bid? No way. Zhang Ziang gritted his teeth. Even if I don't want it, I can't let Zhou Zhenggui get it easily. So he raised his paddle. I bid 5 million. 5 million. Everyone turned to look. It's not that they couldn't raise the bid, but that's not how bidding works. Nearly doubling the price in one go is ridiculous. 5,500,000. Zhou Zhenggui shot a cold glance at Zhang Ziang and raised his paddle. 7 million. Zhang Ziang directly raised the bid. 7,500,000. Zhou Zhenggui calmly raised his paddle. He always added 50,000 more than Zhang Ziang. 9 million. Zhang Ziang continued to raise the bid. After all, he didn't plan to win, he just wanted to annoy Zhou Zhenggui. The two sides gritted their teeth and competed, and after a moment, the price had soared to 11 million. Xiaofeng nudged Zhang Ziang, signaling that it was about time. Zhang Ziang chuckled. He understood his opponent's character, so he added another 50,000. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhang has raised the bid to 11,500,000. Do you want to continue? The host asked. Yes, I bid 12 million. Zhou Zhenggui trembled as he gritted his teeth and raised his paddle. He believed that Zhang Ziang had reached his limit. After all, this guy hadn't raised the bid by 2 million like before. Alright, this item is yours now. Zhang Ziang spread his hands. Congratulations, Zhou Zhenggui, you won it. Congratulations to Mr. Zhou for winning the bronze gilded statue at the price of 12 million. The host hammered the gavel. Applause erupted again as Zhou Zhenggui stood up, proudly waving to those around him. After the auction was successful, he immediately transferred the money, fearing any unexpected incidents. Ha, Zhang Ziang, haven't you always been competing with me? Why aren't you competing this time? Zhou Zhenggui hugged the statue, feeling very pleased. Competing is still necessary, but only a fool would spend 12 million on a fake statue. Zhang Ziang attacked mercilessly. What did you say? Fake statue? Are you crazy? This is from Xingda International, how could it be fake? Zhou Zhenggui sneered. You're just jealous of me. Jealous of you? Please take a look. In the mirror, do you even deserve it? Zhang Ziang laughed. Xiaofeng, you talk to him. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the auction house, and many curious people gathered around, including the appraisal experts from Xingda International. After all, Xingda International had always had a good reputation, a living advertisement in the industry. If they really auctioned off a fake item, it would significantly impact their credibility. Young man, you say this item is fake. Do you have any evidence? An expert questioned. He was the chief appraiser of the statue, and his name was on the appraisal certificate. If this turned out to be fake, how would he continue in this field? No, I just said it casually. Xingda Group has always had a good reputation, and their appraisal team is professional. Xiaofeng smiled humbly. I must have misjudged. It's not good to hit someone in the face. Saying this in person is inappropriate. At the same time, he felt that this old man, at his age, should still have some dignity. Let me tell you, young man, you can't just say anything. The old man snorted. I've been appraising antiques from the Ming and Qing dynasties for over 20 years, and I've never made a mistake. Do you know how much loss your casual words could bring to our company? Can you afford to compensate for our losses? A high school student should at least have some basic manners. The old man's tone was stiff, as if he were lecturing. Xiaofeng felt a bit displeased. He was trying to give the old man face, but now he was being disrespected. Of course, I'm not speaking recklessly. I definitely wouldn't jump to conclusions without solid evidence, Xiaofeng said calmly. What evidence do you have? If you can't present it today, don't even think about leaving. The old man became agitated. The methods for faking bronze artifacts are limited, Xiaofeng explained. Rust planting, rust adhesion, melting, and electroplating. The goal is to make the surface of the bronze appear aged, giving it a more ancient look. This bronze statue has a bright color, and the facial expression is overly detailed. Although it looks like old bronze, it is actually a modern imitation. Shut up. What does a high school student know? The old man was angry. I'm a professional. If I can make mistakes, does that mean our Xingda International team can make mistakes too? Let me tell you, if you don't provide a reasonable explanation for today's incident, I will sue you for defamation. Where did this high school student come from? Does he understand antiques? The fearless young calf is not afraid of the tiger. The chief appraiser of this item is Old Chang, a well-known expert in the industry, and several artifacts in the Forbidden City have been appraised by him. The old man has a bad temper. This kid is in trouble this time. Listening to the discussions around him, Xiaofeng remained calm. Then Old Chang, what is your basis for appraisal? Copper rust. Copper artifacts oxidize underground, producing a type of green rust. We have used professional equipment to appraise these items, and the green rust can be traced back to the Ming Xuanda period. The old man spoke passionately. So this item cannot be fake. Old sir, have you forgotten? There is another method for faking copper artifacts called rust transplantation, Xiaofeng said. This involves transplanting the rust from an ancient bronze artifact onto the surface of the imitation and then using the melting method to burn the prepared mineral materials onto the surface of the bronze.
Finally, chemicals like acid and alkaline salts are applied to the surface and it is buried in the ground to create a fake. 2. Authenticated is actually quite simple. Soak it in an acidic solution for 5 minutes, then wipe it with a soft towel and the faux aging will disappear. If you don't believe me, just try it with white vinegar. Go, get some white vinegar. Before the old man could respond, Zhou Zhanghua, with a grim expression, ordered someone to fetch the vinegar. He felt that Xiao Feng's words were convincing, the fake might indeed be real. He couldn't have spent 12 million yuan on something without knowing, could he? Soon, the white vinegar was brought over, a large basin of it placed on the table. A crowd of people craned their necks to watch, and Zhou Zhanghua didn't dare to soak the entire statue. He only dipped one corner. After 5 minutes, he took the statue out and wiped it with a towel. The area that was wiped instantly looked brand new, the level of polishing and grinding clearly indicated it was a modern piece. It really is fake. Even old Cheng has made a mistake this time. Not only did he make a mistake, but the entire Dishing International has made a mistake. This is a big joke. 12 million yuan for a fake? Don't talk nonsense. There are no fakes in antiques. It can only be said that it was misjudged. The crowd erupted in discussion. Where is your company's person in charge? Come out and give me an explanation. Damn it. Zhou Zhanghua was furious. The old man surnamed Chang was also dumbfounded. This incident happening in front of so many guests had a huge impact on their company. But it was too late to say anything now. They needed to think of a way to manage the public relations. What explanation do you want? If your own judgment is lacking, don't blame others. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. Zhou Zhanghua, consider this a lesson. Bought with money, just be more careful next time. You knew this was fake all along? Zhou Zhanghua glared at Zhang Xian. Of course, my brother told me not to buy this. Zhang Xian said, even more pleased with himself. Then why did you bid against me? Zhou Zhanghua shouted angrily. How else could I make you bleed a little? Don't be so stingy. Over 10 million is nothing for your company. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. Zhou Zhanghua gritted his teeth in anger but had no way to deal with Zhang Xian. The auction continued, but the enthusiasm for bidding was clearly not as high as before. A series of items went unsold, and Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to have Zhang Xian bid on a statue of Buddha. Since no one else was bidding, it was almost bought at the starting price. Finally, to Xiaofeng's anticipation, a piece of Ming Dynasty ancient jade, a white jade boy statue, was put up for auction. White jade boy bringing blessings, starting price 50,000, the host introduced. This boy statue is from the Ming Dynasty, symbolizing blessings, and is a top-quality gift among the nobility of that era. This boy is incomplete, only half a body and one arm. Who would want it? Zhang Xiang said. Looks like this auction by Dishing Group is coming to an end. The transaction volume is low, over 100 million. In the past, Dishing's auctions wouldn't go below 3 to 500 million. Wu Zitsong said. Xiaofeng stared intently at the boy statue, confirming it matched what he had seen in the news from his previous life. The host called for bids 3 times in a row, but no one raised their price. She felt a bit helpless. After all, the previous Buddha statue was such a ripoff, and it seemed this auction was about to end. Just as she was about to change the item, a voice came out. 50,000, I want it. There was a moment of silence in the room, and then everyone turned to look at Xiaofeng. Hey, this young man wants to buy this item. Could there be something special about it? What could it be? This piece is damaged, otherwise, it wouldn't start at 50,000. Just buying it for fun? Heh, a high school student, spending family money without a care. You want it? The host looked at Xiaofeng in surprise. Yes, I want it. Xiaofeng nodded. Is there anyone else bidding? 50,000 once, twice, 3 times, sold. With the heavy fall of the gavel, the item became Xiaofeng's. Zhang Xiang, your little brother's taste. Isn't that great, is it? Zhou Zhanghua sneered. Bidding on a damaged item? Well, he's just a high school student. This is all he can afford, Zhou Zhanghua continued. Shut up. Zhang Xiang had no mood to deal with Zhou Zhanghua. He believed that since Xiaofeng had bid on this item, there must be a reason. Xiaofeng, I know you wouldn't make a losing deal. Of course not, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Stop keeping me in suspense. Quickly tell me what's special about this damaged boy statue. Xiaofeng smiled slightly and gently tapped the boy statue on the table. With a crack, the boy statue completely split open. Hey, 50,000 bucks just to break it, Zhou Zhanghua sneered. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore, because after the palm-sized boy statue cracked open, Xiaofeng took out 2 walnuts from inside. Carved from white jade, they were bright in color and looked like monkey brains. From the reign of Emperor Tianqi, a pair of mutton-fat jade walnuts. Xiaofeng held up the 2 walnuts. Starting price 8 million, auction on site. The room fell silent again, and after a moment, shocked voices erupted. This is actually mutton-fat jade walnuts? From the Tianqi reign, could it be an item from Emperor Mingxi? Heavens, if it is, that would be a huge profit. Xiaofeng, sell this to me. I love playing with walnuts. Wu Zitsong grabbed Xiaofeng, his eyes shining. Don't rush, Wu Ge, since we're at the auction, why not have someone authenticate it? Xiaofeng smiled slightly and looked at the expert panel assessing the antiques. Are you gentlemen interested? Come, since you found a treasure at our auction site, let us appraise it for free.
One of the experts showed interest. The walnuts were sent to the appraisal team.
The experts discussed for a while and then reached a conclusion. These 2 walnuts are carved from sheep fat jade.
The dating suggests they are artifacts from the reign of the Ming Emperor Tianqi. Moreover, the quality is pure, with a mineral content reaching 99%, and the waterhead is sufficient. Given the royal seal on them, it is clear that these 2 walnuts belong to Zhu Youjiao, the Ming Emperor Shizong. The carpenter Emperor Zhu Youjiao was historically noted for his love of carpentry, particularly for carving walnuts. These 2 walnuts were crafted by renowned artisans at the request of a frontier minister and presented to Zhu Youjiao. So, gentlemen, how much are these walnuts worth? Xiao Feng asked.
What you mentioned earlier, around 8 million, is appropriate. At auction, they could fetch at least 10 million, one expert replied.
10 million, many people on site reacted.
Brother, 10 million, I'll take it. Wu Zitsong was genuinely worried that this item would fall into someone else's hands.
Alright, Wu Ge.
Then I'll sell it to you, Xiao Feng smiled.
Thank you, brother. Give me your account, and I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you. Wu Zitsong sighed in relief. After providing the account, the money was quickly transferred.
Xiao Feng had previously made $1 million from the stock market on top of the 5 million, bringing his total to
17 million.
He was still far from his goal and needed to work harder. After the auction ended, Wu Zitsong, satisfied with his purchase, hugged his items.
Little brother, thank you so much today. I haven't spent money so freely in a long time, Wu Zitsong said with a smile. Come over for tea sometime.
Sure, Wu Gu, but remember what I suggested. You really should see a doctor, Xiao Feng reminded him.
Don't worry, brother, I will definitely go, Wu Zitsong nodded seriously. Although they had only interacted for one evening, he no longer regarded Xiao Feng as an ordinary high school student. The things he reminded him about were truly worth considering. It wasn't late, and Zhang Xian drove Xiao Feng home.
Not bad, Xiao Feng. Finding such a big treasure in the antique world isn't easy.
You made 10 million right off the bat. Honestly, I'm a bit envious.
Just luck. Xiao Feng smiled slightly.
By the way, you're an adult now, why not get a car? Zhang Xiang asked.
I don't have a license, Xiao Feng shrugged.
That's a small matter, leave it to me.
You can learn to drive, and later give me your photo ID information and I'll help you get it sorted. Zhang Xian waved his hand. I can take the test anytime, just help me.
Find a connection to speed things up.
Xiao Feng could drive, he just didn't have time to take the test now. Zhang Xian should have good connections, so getting a license and a
car wouldn't be a problem. No problem, just wait for my news. Zhang Xian pressed the accelerator.
Another week came to an end, and in the afternoon, after the exams, students
gradually left the school. Xiao Feng, I want to go to the amusement park. Sun Xian blocked Xiao Feng. Amusement park? What's so fun about that place?
Xiao Feng was puzzled.
I don't care, I've been under too much pressure from studying lately.
I want to ride roller coasters and the swinging pendulum, Sun Xian insisted.
Alright, I'll go with you. But do you really want to ride the roller coaster? You need a certain mental fortitude for that. I want to play.
I need to relieve stress, Sun Xian nodded firmly.
Okay, I'll
let my grandma know, Xiao Feng agreed. Sun Xian then picked up her phone and called the driver. Uncle Li, I'm going to the amusement park, just wait for me there.
Miss,
the amusement park is too crowded and chaotic. Mr. Song has instructed me otherwise, Uncle Li said, somewhat troubled. Their young lady had been kidnapped before, so now she was
always picked up and dropped off by car.
The amusement park was too crowded, and he was afraid something might happen.
Uncle Li, I'll tell my dad later, don't worry. Sun Xian hung up the phone.
At that moment, Xiao Feng also arrived, and she happily squeezed onto the bus with him to the amusement park. The amusement park in Jiangchang had night sessions, and when they went in the afternoon, the sun was setting, neither too hot nor too cold, just right. Amidst the rumbling sounds mixed with screams, the roller coaster whizzed
overhead. Xiao Feng, I want to play, Sun Xian said excitedly. The amusement park had an all-access ticket, and since there weren't many people, Xiao Feng took Sun Xian to line up. However, when it was their turn, Sun Xian clearly seemed a bit nervous. Xiao Feng, how about we wait for the next round? Are you scared? Xiao Feng turned to look at her.
I'm not scared, just a little nervous, Sun Xian said, shrinking back a bit. You're scared, Xiao Feng chuckled, seeing her swallow hard and twist the
hem of her clothes. It's okay, I'm here with you, come on, I'll protect you. Xiao Feng pulled her onto the roller coaster. Xiao Feng fixed in place, Sun Xian trembled. I regret it, I want to get off.
It's already secured, you can't get off now, Xiao Feng said.
Give me your hand. Sun Xian grabbed Xiao Feng's hand.
Her fingertips were icy, and her palms were sweaty. Don't be nervous, it will be over soon, Xiao Feng reassured her.
Actually,
I'm a bit afraid of heights, Sun Xian pouted, almost in tears.
You're afraid of heights and you dragged me to do this?
Xiao Feng was astonished. I just wanted to overcome my fear, Sun Xian said pitifully.
It's okay, it will be over soon.
Xiao Feng held her hand firmly. The clouds are heavy, but the heart is far. No matter the difficulties ahead, after this, it will be sunny, and besides, I'm here to protect
you. I'm here to protect you. Sun Xian's mind flashed back to 10 years ago, to that determined little boy.
His steadfast gaze overlapped with Xiao Feng's eyes.
In that moment, she seemed to really not be so afraid anymore.
As the bell rang, the roller coaster began to move. From a slow start to a rapid acceleration,
screams erupted as the roller coaster
soared through the air. Turning, flipping, pausing in midair, it constantly stirred the heart.
A few minutes felt like an entire century.
When they got off the roller coaster,
Sun Xian's legs felt weak.
She could barely walk down, half leaning on Xiao Feng. After getting down, she plopped onto the grass, her heart racing.
Are you okay? Xiao Feng asked with concern.
I'm fine, Sun Xian regained her composure, steadying herself. Actually, it was quite fun.
Right?
Once you overcome the first time, it gets easier, Xiao Feng said with a smile. I want to play again. Sun Xian stubbornly stood up. Let's try something else, like the drop tower or the swinging pendulum, Xiao Feng said.
Seriously?
For the next hour or so, the two of them tried every ride the amusement park had to offer. After getting tired, they lay on the grass, basking in the setting sun, feeling
quite content.
Xiao Feng, I had a really great time today, Sun Xian said, her eyes curved in a sweet smile. Me too, I haven't relaxed like this in a long time, Xiao Feng replied with a smile. Xiao Feng, there's something I want to tell you. Sun Xian sat up as if she had made up her mind. Xiao Feng didn't remember her, perhaps because she had
changed so much.
After all, when Xiao Feng first found her, she was all dirty. Now she was 18, already a graceful young lady. So it was normal for Xiao Feng not to recognize her. But she wanted Xiao Feng to know who she was. She also wanted him to know that all these years she had been paying attention to him.
What is it?
Xiao Feng sat up straight.
Actually, Sun Xian paused here, suddenly furrowing her brow.
She had just been having too much fun, and now her throat was hoarse and uncomfortable.
Wait a moment.
I'll go get you some water. Xiao Feng stood up, patted his backside, and headed to the convenience store.
Sun Xian watched his retreating figure, stamping her foot in frustration. Just as she was about to gather her emotions, he ran off again.
Xiao Feng reached the convenience store and bought 2 bottles of water.
Xiao Feng?
To his surprise, as soon as he turned around, he bumped into Xiao Yan. She was holding 2 bottles of water, and upon seeing Xiao Feng, she seemed quite excited.
Are you here to play at the amusement park? Too, she hurriedly approached him.
Xiao Feng didn't want to engage with her, merely nodding slightly before turning to leave.
Xiao Feng, can you at least talk to me? Xiao Yan
stepped forward to block his path.
What is there to talk about? You have your parents, sister, and brother at home, can't they keep you company? Xiao Feng's tone was somewhat indifferent.
I was actually planning to find you at school these past few days. I bought you a lot of things. Xiao Yan seemed eager to prove her concern for Xiao Feng, pulling out her phone to show her orders. Indeed, she had bought a lot of items, clothes, shoes, and even a hiking backpack. I want to clear up the misunderstandings between us. Can you
please not be like this? Xiao Yan's tone was almost pleading. I've been dreaming about you every day. Will you forgive me?
Yes, ever since Xiao Feng had unhesitatingly smashed that family photo, her consciousness had been filled with many things. A raging fire, its face obscured but with a terrifying visage.
And that body with its feet chopped off and
ears severed. She was in despair, wanting to understand whether this was a nightmare or something else, but she had no clues. She could only rely on her intuition to seek answers. Her intuition pointed to Xiao Feng. She felt that as long as she found him, everything would become clear.
Forgive?
I can't afford that, just don't bother me anymore, Xiao Feng
scoffed coldly and turned to leave.
Brother. He turned to see Xiao Ming.
The guy looked pleasantly surprised. You're here to play too? That's great. Mom and Dad brought me here to have fun, let's go together.
As he spoke, he affectionately grabbed Xiao Feng's hand.
Let go.
Xiao Feng shot him a cold glance.
Brother, don't be like this, I know you
feel guilty about pushing me into the water last time, Xiao Ming said with a look of understanding.
But I really don't blame you. We're family, shouldn't we live together harmoniously from now on?
Xiao Feng sneered. Have you forgotten my warning last time?
What?
Xiao Ming looked at him, puzzled.
If you provoke me again, I won't hold back, Xiao Feng said with a grim expression.
Brother, please don't be like this. I won't make you angry anymore. If you really don't like me, you can hit or scold me. I slap. Before Xiao Ming could finish his act, Xiao Feng slapped him hard across the face. The blow left him stunned, and he instinctively looked at Xiao Yan. This time, Xiao Feng was genuinely hitting his own brother. His usually protective older sister wouldn't just stand by. However, to his utter disbelief, Xiao Yan stood aside, her expression cold.
Brother, if you think hitting me will make you feel better, then go ahead, Xiao Ming said, covering his face and squeezing out a few tears. After you hit me, we can go home together. Ah.
Before he could finish, Xiao Feng slapped him again. Then, with a fierce kick, he knocked Xiao Ming to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks.
Acting tough, huh? You thought I wouldn't hit you? Fine, I'll give you what you want. Always playing the victim, seeking sympathy. Do you have any shame? Useless piece of trash. I really don't. Understand what those people see in you. Do you like your weak body? Do you like that you haven't grown taller? Do you like pretending to be innocent? After a fierce beating, Xiao Ming cried out for his parents. This time, his tears were genuine as he wiped them away, hiding the resentment deep in his eyes. Having vented his anger, Xiao Feng glanced at the indifferent Xiao Yan, somewhat surprised. I just beat him up. I saw. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He asked for it himself. Both Xiao Feng and Xiao Ming turned to look at Xiao Yan. Xiao Feng's expression was a mix of surprise and confusion. Shouldn't this woman be standing up for Xiao Ming? Meanwhile, Xiao Ming wore a face of disbelief. Usually, aside from their parents, his eldest sister was the one who cared for him the most. Yet today, her attitude was completely unexpected. Was she implying that he deserved it? Sister. Xiao Ming stammered, unable to find the words. Don't play the victim. Xiao Feng wouldn't push you into the lake for no reason, Xiao Yan said, her expression showing some annoyance. In other words, even if he did push you, he has his own reasons. Sister, how can you? Xiao Ming looked utterly incredulous. He couldn't believe these words were coming from Xiao Yan's mouth. Since Xiao Feng doesn't like you, you shouldn't appear in front of him anymore. Don't you know that it's hard to control your emotions when you dislike someone? Xiao Yan continued. Xiao Ming was left speechless, lowering his head and walking away in defeat. However, the resentment in his eyes was unmistakable. Xiao Ming was definitely going to complain to their parents, but Xiao Yan didn't care. After he left, her gaze gradually softened. Xiao Feng, I will change, please forgive me? Don't be so insincere. Xiao Feng's face darkened slightly. A person who has completely given up on their family cannot be moved by Xiao Feng's small act of kindness. After all, in his past life, he had poured everything into trying to fit in with them. But in the end, he received such a result. Xiao Feng, I am sincere. Xiao Yan's voice trembled slightly. Come home with me, okay? This photo. She quickly took out a photo from her bag. It was still the family portrait. Although the original had been torn by Xiao Feng, the digital copy remained. She found it in her camera and had it printed again. You carry this around with you? Xiao Feng was slightly taken aback. Yes, I developed this photo last week. I carry it with me. Xiao Yan nodded. I wanted to give it to you when I met you. Xiao Yan, have you heard the saying? Xiao Feng smiled. Late love is worth less than grass. The most important thing in this world is family, but the most worthless thing is also family. I was raised by my grandmother, who treated me well, but there were many things she couldn't give me, like the care of parents and siblings. So I once longed to be part of your family and gain your approval. But now, nothing matters to me anymore. Xiao Feng raised his head, looking directly into her eyes. So, stop trying to move me with family ties. I, Xiao Feng, am an orphan, growing up relying on my grandmother. He shot a deep glance at Xiao Yan, took a few steps back, and turned to leave. Xiao Yan watched his retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Feng, I know I was wrong. I really know. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. Memories, fragmented like shards, flooded back into her mind. It was still that incomplete corpse. It was still the burning Xiao family villa. It was still that twisted, hideous face, eyes filled with resentment, laughing maniacally at the raging fire. She let out a painful cry. Crouching down and tightly covering her head, her face contorted in agony. Amidst the flames, she strained to see through the firelight, desperately trying to make out that blurred, distorted face. However, the more she focused, the more the piercing pain in her mind became apparent. Sister, are you okay? Suddenly, a soft voice rang in her ear. At the same time, a hand patted her shoulder. It was Xiao Ming, looking at Xiao Yan with concern, his face full of worry. Xiao Yan abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with Xiao Ming. The gaze filled with resentment in her mind overlapped with Xiao Ming's eyes. A shiver ran through Xiao Yan's heart. She suddenly stood up, shaking off Xiao Ming's hand as if electrocuted. At the same time, she shouted, Stay away from me, don't touch me. Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you? Your brother is just worried about you. What's bothering you? Came the dissatisfied voice of Zhao's father. Just now, Xiao Feng hit your brother. Why didn't you stop him? What's wrong with you? Zhao's mother pulled the frightened Xiao Ming closer, looking at Xiao Yan with displeasure. Sister, what's wrong? Xiao Qian hurriedly stepped forward to grab her hand. Xiao Yan's hands were icy cold, her face pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Qian, quickly take your sister to the hospital. What's going on? Only then did Zhao's mother realize something was wrong. Okay, sister, let's go to the hospital. Xiao Qian nodded, taking hold of Xiao Yan's hand. I'll go with my sister, Xiao Ming said enthusiastically. No need, just you and Xiao Qian can go with me. Xiao Yan took a deep breath. She tried hard to calm her racing heart. The fleeting moments in her consciousness, those eyes filled with resentment, looked too much like Xiao Ming's. She didn't know what was happening, but instinctively wanted to distance herself from Xiao Ming. Upon reaching the entrance of the amusement park, her tense heart finally relaxed. She bent down, gasping for breath. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xiao Qian asked, worry etched on her face. Xiao Yan remained silent, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Xian, we were wrong, we were all wrong.
She collapsed into Xiao Qian's arms, crying uncontrollably. Xiao Feng ran back to hand water to Song Xian, even carefully unscrewing the bottle cap for her.
By the way, is there something you want to tell me? Xiao Feng asked. After calming down for a while, Song Xian felt that it wasn't the right time to discuss those matters. She cleared her throat. It's nothing. Really nothing? Xiao Feng was somewhat surprised. She had been so serious just a moment ago, and now she was saying it was nothing? Ah, really nothing. It's getting dark, let's go home. Song Xian quickly stood up, trying to mask her inner embarrassment. Why did you take so long just now?
I ran into the Xiao family again. Xiao Feng shrugged helplessly. They really are like a lingering ghost.
After the college entrance examination, we won't run into them anymore. We'll change cities for school. Song Xian smiled lightly. By then, we'll go together. Xiao Feng glanced at her. Something in Song Xian's heart seemed to be stirred.
Her face flushed. She shyly lowered her head. Okay, we'll go together.
The next day, Saturday,
Xiao Feng had a habit of waking up early. He ran 3,000 meters in the small park, then returned home to shower and change clothes. He had been feeling much better these past few days, and he followed the Taoist's advice, avoiding
injury and blood loss.
When he ran to the kitchen to help Grandma make breakfast, he discovered that Grandma Wu had already prepared the meal. There was a note saying she had gone to dance in the square and that there was food in the pot for Xiao Feng to eat by himself. Xiao Feng smiled. He had worried that Grandma might not adapt to living hereafter,
suddenly moving from the countryside.
But it seemed he had overthought it.
Grandma was very accustomed to life here, dancing in the square morning and evening, cooking for herself.
Then I went to the market, or just hung out in the park with a group of peers. After having a bowl of corn porridge and a few vegetable boxes, Xiao Feng brushed his teeth. Just as he was about to head out, a loud noise erupted at the door.
Immediately, a booming voice called out, Xiao Feng, are you there?
Recognizing the voice, it was Wu Zitsong, and Xiao Feng hurried to open the door. Sure enough, he saw Wu Zitsong and Zhang Xiang standing at the entrance. Wu good, Xiang, what brings you here? Xiao Feng asked, somewhat puzzled.
It was still not yet 8 o'clock, and Zhang Xiang, who usually indulged in pleasures, was up this early?
Brother, I'm here to thank you, Wu Zitsong said, grabbing Xiao Feng's hand. He was very excited. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have really been in trouble this time. What happened, Wu Gu? Xiao Feng looked confused. Wu Gu listened to your advice and went to the hospital for a checkup yesterday, Zhang Xiang said. You were right, there are nodules on my lungs and the risk of cancer is quite high. Is that true? Xiao Feng feigned surprise. Are you okay, Wu Gu?
I'm fine, really fine.
The doctor suggested monitoring it and rechecking in 6 months.
If it gets bigger, they'll
just remove it, Wu Zitsong said, still shaken. I consulted an expert and he said it's not a big deal, it's mainly a lifestyle issue. You know, I used to drink half a gin of liquor
every day and smoke several packs. If I continued like that without restraint, I would really be needing my great-grandfather soon.
It's not that serious, Wu Gu. You really need to quit smoking and drinking from now on, Xiao Feng said.
After the surgery, you can still live like a normal person. Yeah, where's your grandma?
I brought her some gifts,
Wu Zitsong said as he opened the trunk of his big G. He pulled out a large pile of gifts.
Sea cucumbers, bird's nest, abalone, and cordyceps. Just one of these gifts would cost
an ordinary person's several months' salary.
Wu good, you're too kind, Xiao Feng exclaimed, quickly declining. Brother, don't push it away. I can't repay you for saving my life. This
is just my token of appreciation.
Without waiting for a response, Wu Zitsong placed the various gift boxes in the yard. Xiao Feng had no choice but to nod.
Then thank you, Wu Gu.
Thank what? You are my lifesaver. If anyone should be thanking, it's me thanking you. Wu Zitsong waved his hand grandly. Come on, brother, today I must treat you well. All right, let me tell my grandma, Xiao Feng said, calling his grandma to inform her before following the two out. Wu Zitsong drove a G500 with a V8 engine, worth over 3 million.
In the market.
Men love cars, no matter what stage they are in. Looking at the AMG package on this car, Xiao Feng couldn't help but glance a few more times. Hey, brother, do you like
this car?
Wu Zitsong waved his hand. It's yours. No, Wu Gu, I'm still a student, and I don't have a driver's license yet. Xiao Feng was startled.
Wu Zitsong was truly generous. Giving away a car worth 3 million just like that?
Well, when you get your license, I'll give it to you. Seriously, Wu Zitsong said earnestly.
We'll talk about it.
Then, Xiao Feng smiled and got into the car with him.
The three of them went to Li Yang Yuan's flagship store of the Han Dynasty. After Xiao Feng's reminder last time, the store
had undergone several rounds of renovations, eliminating all safety hazards.
However, with all the fuss, Li Yang Yuan had lost the mood for marketing.
So, the flagship store of the
Han Dynasty quietly opened. Xiao Feng, you're here? Li Yang Yuan came over from a distance.
He warmly extended his hands and shook hands with Xiao Feng.
I've been so busy these
days, I was planning to treat you to a meal once things settled down.
Since you're here today, this meal is on me.
No, brother. Wu Zitsong said, I'm not doing it anymore.
Today is my treat, you can come another day. Ha, alright, Wu Ge, I won't argue with you today, I'll treat you another time, Li Yongyuan laughed heartily. The Han Dynasty's most luxurious private room, occupying over 100 square meters. The dishes were specialties and Li Yongyuan personally accompanied them. Moreover, Li Yongyuan had specially brought out 2 bottles of treasured Feitian Mutai. Yongyuan, such good wine, just the 2 of us drinking it is a waste, Zhang Ziyang said. Xiaofeng is a high school student. I can understand him not drinking, but what about Wu Gu? Wu Banchang, the one who can drink all over Jiangcheng without rivals, isn't drinking? Li Yongyuan laughed. I've quit. Wu Zitsong quickly waved his hand. From now on, I need to quit smoking and drinking, so don't waste these good wines. Oh, Wu Gu, this isn't your style, how can you just say you're quitting? Zhang Zion looked a bit surprised. It's not that I want to quit, but reality doesn't allow it. I had a checkup yesterday, lung nodules, tumors, and there's a possibility of cancer. Wu Zitsong said with a bitter smile, so I can't bear the nickname Wu Bancheng anymore. How did it turn into a tumor? Is it serious? Li Yongyuan was also taken aback. The expert said to observe for 6 months, and if it doesn't work out, we can just cut it out. Wu Zitsong smiled. It's nothing serious, but I really can't touch smoking and drinking anymore. Well then, it seems today's good wine is not meant for Wu Go, Li Yongyuan said with some regret. Alright, drinking is harmful to health, let's just have a simple meal today, Wu Zitsong said with a smile. Let's toast to brother Xiao with tea instead of wine, he's my lifesaver. Speaking of which, I also need to toast brother Xiao, he's also my lifesaver. Li Yongyuan was not to be outdone. You two brothers, I feel a bit embarrassed to be called your peer. Xiaofeng quickly stood up. I'm still in high school, and when I enter society, I can't avoid needing help from a few brothers. In his previous life, Xiaofeng worked hard to socialize for the Xiao family's company. Skilled in the ways of the world, these few in front of him were not considered top-tier wealthy families in Jiangcheng, but they were definitely prominent figures, especially Li Yongyuan, who seemed to have connections in Yanjing. Moreover, these few were generous and worth befriending. Brother, you're really too polite. If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word, I'll take care of it in no time. Wu Zitsong patted Xiaofeng's shoulder, signaling him to sit down. Zhang Ziang and the others were already acquaintances, and after a few exchanges, the atmosphere immediately became lively. After a hearty meal, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Just as they were about to leave, Li Yongyuan smiled and said, Gentlemen, today I have a themed exhibition and sale for Bazhentang. Are you sure you don't want to join in the fun? Is it the Bazhentang opened by the Yi family, the traditional Chinese medicine family? Many of the Beijing-branded traditional medicines are their authorized formulas? Xiaofeng asked. Yes, Xiaofeng, you've heard of it too? Li Yongyuan asked. How could I not have heard of the name Bazhentang? It's said that the traditional medicines they sell on the market are just ordinary goods. Xiaofeng said, their Guoxian traditional medicinal materials are all treasures, like Ganoderma and century-old ginseng, but these treasures are extremely rare and only auctioned in specific occasions. Exactly. Li Yongyuan slapped his thigh. Their Guoxian-level traditional medicines are only auctioned in high-end venues. Today, there's an auction happening right in our Han Dynasty's banquet hall, starting at 2 in the afternoon. Then we must go join in the fun. It's said that these traditional medicines are truly treasures that money can't buy. Zhang Ziang also became interested, not to mention, I have a relative who bought a century-old wild mountain ginseng from Bazhentang a few years ago. His father was already critically ill, the doctors had given up, but after chewing a piece of mountain ginseng, he managed to hold on for 3 days and nights. Then we must go join in the fun. Wu Zitsong's eyes lit up. The few of them quickly reached an agreement and hurried to the Baizhen Hall exhibition at the banquet. This high-end auction house primarily focuses on health preservation. Moreover, it specifically targets the upper social class of Jiangcheng, so an invitation is required for entry. Of course, these issues were nothing for Li Yongyuan. He managed to get 4 invitations. There weren't many people at the venue, with a dozen or so display cabinets of various sizes. The cabinets showcased a variety of precious medicinal materials. Goodness, ginseng, deer antler, ganoderma, and wild ginseng, which are usually quite rare, were commonplace here. Additionally, there were Tianshan snow lotus, snow frog, western region Buddha's hand ginseng, and top-grade cordyceps. The entire room was filled with a strong medicinal aroma. The national treasures in Baizhen Hall truly deserve to be the top existence in Huaxia. The displayed rare traditional Chinese medicine is indeed more precious than gold. Brothers, take a look first. I'll chat with the organizers. Li Yongyuan greeted them and then left. Xiaofeng, do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Zhang Ziang and Wu Zitsong turned to look at Xiaofeng in unison. Because now, in their eyes, Xiaofeng was an omnipotent being. I have a little understanding. Xiaofeng nodded. Great, looks like we came to the right place. Today, do you see anything worth buying? The two were delighted. With Xiaofeng around, they were sure to find good stuff today. Let's take a look first. Xiaofeng lightly coughed. Was he revealing too much? The two chuckled and began to look around. Xiaofeng also wandered inside, searching for memories about this Baizhen Hall auction. Xiaofeng, what are you doing here?
At that moment, a familiar voice came over. Sumu Yu, with the pride and disdain belonging to Jiangqing's upper circle, looked down at Xiao Feng. The princess of Jiangchang was never short of followers. For instance, today, a young man in his 20s was following her. Mu Yu, running into an acquaintance? The other party glanced at Xiao Feng, exuding an air of arrogance. Not really an acquaintance. Sumu Yu shifted her gaze. What are you here for? Is Baishan Hall run by your family? Xiao Feng countered, am I not allowed to appear at the auction? It's not that you can't, but today is the National Treasure Auction. Ordinary people don't have the qualifications to enter. The young man behind Sumu Yu snorted. Since I'm here, it means I have the qualifications, Xiao Feng said lightly. Shall I take out the invitation for you to see? No need for that, Mu Yu. Today's 300-year-old wild ginseng is a rare find. The young man no longer paid attention to Xiao Feng. If it can be auctioned off as a gift to old master Shin and Yanjing, your Shin family's industry will have hope of entering Yanjing. Wild ginseng? Shin family? Xiao Feng's mind cleared up. He remembered. He almost forgot this crucial point from his previous life. Baishan Hall auctioned national treasure-level traditional Chinese medicine in Jiangchang, and one of the 300-year-old wild ginseng was the highlight product. Later, it was bought by the young lady of the Su family for 20 million as a congratulatory gift for old master Shin in Yanjing. This was to facilitate the Su family's industry layout in Yanjing, but who would have thought that at the auction of the reputable Baishan Hall, a fake wild ginseng, artificially cultivated, was actually auctioned off. The consequences were predictable. The cooperation between both parties collapsed, and the Su family's dream of entering Yanjing shattered. Sumu Yu gently nodded, glancing at Xiao Feng. I heard you bullied Xiao Ming again? Did you fight with him? You got it wrong. Xiao Feng shook his head. I didn't bully him, I just simply gave him a beating. And we didn't fight, he was just unilaterally beaten. Xiao Feng, why do you always have to go against him? You are brothers, close ones. Sumu Yu's expression was somewhat angry. Do you know that after I pushed him into the water that time, he had a high fever that night? As an older brother, why do you always bully him? He has a fever? Serves him right. Xiao Feng grinned. Xiao Feng, you. Sumu Yu's chest heaved, clearly infuriated. Miss Su, I'm curious why you protect Xiao Ming so much. What do you see in him? Just because he has a face that looks pitiful? Xiao Feng laughed. You are the esteemed daughter of the Su family, and he is far beneath you in status and position. Because he is my savior, he saved my life and donated blood for me. Sumu Yu's voice turned cold. I've warned you more than once. Ha, it's fine, you can warn me as many times as you want, I never took it seriously. Xiao Feng shrugged and leaned closer to Sumu Yu. You really don't understand Xiao Ming. He's not as harmless as he seems. If you get too close to him, sooner or later, you and your Su family will be swallowed by him. What Xiao Feng said was not an exaggeration. In her previous life, Sumu Yu's ending was not good. She was the princess of the upper class in Jiang City, a guaranteed student at Jing University, and after graduation, she entered the Academy of Science with her exceptional talent in physics, with a bright future ahead. However, Xiao Ming, in order to control her and obtain everything from the Su family, did not hesitate to make her addicted to drugs. One evening, in the throes of addiction, she chose to jump off a building, ending her life. Her fate was not much better than Xiao Feng's. Yet this fool still naively believed that Xiao Ming was someone who needed her care for a lifetime? Xiao Feng, just take care of yourself and don't slander others. Sumu Yu didn't take in a single word. Slander him? Does he deserve it? Xiao Feng sneered. By the way, do you really think the person who donated blood to him was him? If it wasn't him, then who? Was it you? Sumu Yu was furious. That's right, it was me. Do you believe it? Xiao Feng shrugged. Don't try to get my attention this way, it won't work. Sumu Yu scoffed. Attract your attention? Sorry, I'm not that free. Xiao Feng shook his head. Xiao Feng, look. The grand finale product is here, a 300-year-old wild ginseng. At that moment, Wu Zitsong ran over excitedly. I want a bid on it, this is a rare treasure. Indeed, the grand finale product was displayed, and the host was introducing the wild ginseng, which was as thick as a child's arm. Today's grand finale product is this 300-year-old wild ginseng, weighing 1 pound and 6 ounces, dug from the cliffs of the Changbai mountain forest. Starting bid, 13 million. Xiao Feng, what do you think? Zhang Ziyan also came over to ask. I read in a medicinal text that wild ginseng is medicinal at 7 years, and a treasure at 15. Xiao Feng said, its medicinal effect is a precious tonic for nourishing the yin and yang of the 5 organs. It can also strengthen the body and dispel evil. If this is truly 300 years old wild ginseng, it is indeed something rare. So, should we bid? Wu Zitsong's eyes sparkled with excitement. For someone with a fortune in the billions, money was just a number. Especially since he might undergo surgery, he thinks using this precious medicine for recovery will definitely have good effects. Before Xiao Feng could respond, Sumu Yu had already glanced at a few people and raised her bidding card without hesitation. 13 million, I bid. Xiao Feng? Zhang Ziyan signaled to Xiao Feng, waiting for him to speak. I said, if it's real, I'd buy this vintage wild ginseng for 20 million without a second thought.
Xiao Feng said, but this ginseng being auctioned is a no-go, it's artificially cultivated. Artificially cultivated? Zhang Xiang and Wu Zitsong instantly looked as if they had been doused with cold water. Yes. Xiao Feng nodded, it's grown using a mold planting method with a plant similar to wild ginseng, yam, as the mother plant. Then the wild ginseng vine is grafted onto it and implanted into the mold. After forming, it is carved in. The grafting method is faked to make it resemble wild ginseng, profiting immensely. Xiao Feng's voice was not loud. After all, this was the venue of Baishan Hall. If he said it out loud, it would be suspected of causing a scene, and he wouldn't do something that would offend people. Wow! Baishan Hall can play this trick too? Zhang Xian was astonished. They must have been fooled as well. Xiao Feng shook his head. The ginseng was made too realistically. If he hadn't known the truth beforehand and seen the process of ginseng forgery, he wouldn't have been able to speak so confidently. Fortunately, I came with you today, or I would have wasted tens of millions again. Wu Zitsong also realized. Others were bidding, but on the side, Su Muyu heard Xiao Feng's words clearly. She sneered, Xiao Feng, do you think you're being childish? Me? Childish? Xiao Feng couldn't help but laugh. How did I provoke you again? You whispering these things in my ear is just to get my attention, isn't it? Su Muyu coldly laughed. Do you think I would listen to you? Su Muyu had always known that Xiao Feng liked her, even though their interactions were few. But over the past 6 months, every time she visited the Xiao family, Xiao Feng's cautious demeanor revealed his inner thoughts. So she stubbornly believed that Xiao Feng distancing himself from her and ignoring her was merely a means to attract her attention. Luckily, Xiao Feng didn't know her true thoughts, otherwise, she would really want to throw up. Xiao Feng looked at Su Muyu with a gaze as if she were a peculiar specimen. First of all, what I said wasn't meant for you. Secondly, this is a public place, I have the right to speak, and you have the right not to listen. If you don't want to hear it, please cover your ears. I come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. I've been dealing with various herbs since I was 6. How could I not tell if this ginseng is real? A young man on the side sneered. Yes, he came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, and he was here today to oversee things for Su Muyu. No matter how you looked at it, this ginseng appeared genuine. Xiao Feng's words were simply laughable. You have your opinion, and I have mine. Xiao Feng shrugged. If you think it's real, then be my guest. Muyu, don't worry about bidding, Lin Feng said confidently. With this quality and size, it's been preserved for at least 300 years. I've heard that the old man from the Shen family loves to collect such treasures. Just bid and send it over, and it will be done. 20 million. Su Muyu raised her paddle. This shout immediately startled everyone bidding. People at the auction site turned their heads and began to discuss. Which young lady is this? She's so generous, raising the bid by millions? Hey, don't you know? It's Su Muyu, the young lady of the Su family. Wow, so it's her. No wonder she has such a cold and noble aura. The Su family is a genuine wealthy family. If she is determined to buy, no one can compete. Of course, there were also people from out of town who didn't believe in this and raised their paddles to bid against Su Muyu. After several rounds of bidding, the price of the ginseng had risen to 35 million. Seeing Su Muyu holding her paddle without any pressure, the other party clearly hesitated. After estimating the value of the ginseng in their wallet, they simply gave up on this round of bidding. Congratulations, Miss Su, for winning this king of ginseng at the price of 35 million. The host was the first to applaud, and the venue erupted with thunderous applause. Su Muyu smiled, walked forward, and reached out to take the king of ginseng. Miss Su, this wild mountain ginseng is conservatively estimated to be 300 years old. This is a king of ginseng that hasn't appeared in decades. The person in charge came out. After our national treasure level medicine is auctioned off, we will follow up on the after sales, usage, and effects and send them to you. Su Muyu nodded and handed the king of ginseng to Lin Feng. After the main event was auctioned off, Xiao Feng took Zhang Xiang and Wu Zitsong around, and both of them bought some items, marking the near end of this auction. When leaving the auction, I ran into Su Muyu again. She seemed to want to talk to Xiao Feng, who stopped and spoke before she could. I know what you want to say. It's just a warning for me not to bully Xiao Ming anymore. Since you know, then you should understand what to do in the future. Su Muyu said coldly. Understood. Then please tell Xiao Ming not to appear in front of me again, or I'll hit him every time I see him. Xiao Feng, you. Su Muyu was enraged. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to use means against you? Why wouldn't you dare? You, Miss Su, are notorious for being ruthless to your own kin. Xiao Feng sneered. But I, Xiao Feng, am not afraid of anyone. I don't seek trouble, but I won't let others bully me or dump their mess on me. If he dares to provoke me, I will retaliate. You have your means, and I have mine. If you, Miss Su, don't believe it, we can give it a try. Xiao Feng's tone was incredibly sharp. Even Su Muyu was momentarily taken aback by him. After delivering his harsh words, Xiao Feng turned to leave. But after a few steps, he turned back. Miss Su, you truly are a daughter of a wealthy family. 35 million for a single ginseng. Ha ha ha. After finishing, Xiao Feng laughed heartily and left. Su Muyu coldly stared at Xiao Feng's back, speechless. Just then, her phone Rang. It was her father calling. Dad, it's done. I've successfully bid for this ginseng king. Sumu took a moment to calm herself. Good.
Old Shin is returning to Jiangqing to pay respects to his ancestors and may stay here for a few days.
Su's father said. Prepare for it, we'll deliver this ginseng king to Old Shin tonight. Okay, Dad. Sumu nodded. If it weren't for the industrial upgrades in Yanjing, we wouldn't have this opportunity.
If we can gain the Shin family's support, our Su family can establish a foothold.
In Yanjing, we must seize this opportunity.
After hanging up, Lin Fong happened to come over with the ginseng king.
Lin Fong, you sure this ginseng is fine? Sumu asked, feeling uneasy. Muyu, what kind of question is that? Lin Fong seemed insulted.
Lin Fong come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. I've dealt with Chinese herbs since I was a child.
Do you think I lack this little insight? No, I trust you.
Sumu replied somewhat absent-mindedly. She kept thinking about Xiao Feng's words. Damn it. Why did she care so much about that jerk's words?
You don't really believe that high school student's words, do you? Lin Fong finally noticed.
Don't worry, Lin Fong, from a prestigious family of traditional Chinese medicine, have been familiar with various herbs since
I was 6. Do you think I would misjudge? Don't worry, go ahead. Alright, I'll treat you to dinner when I finish my business. Sumu nodded.
That evening, in the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng,
Sumu and her father met with the head of the Shin family, Shin Tianfeng.
The Su family had been entrenched in Jiangcheng for many years, intending to expand their business into
Yanjing. Just in time for some industrial upgrades in Yanjing, there were some vacancies. But Yanjing is not Jiangcheng. Without the Shin family's support, they would likely be wasting their efforts. So this is your family's daughter, right? Not bad, quite. A talented young lady.
Old Shin laughed heartily. My grandson Shinjin is about the same age as Muyu.
They're both young people.
They should interact more when they have the chance.
That would be great, Old Shin. It's truly an honor for her to meet your son. Su's father laughed. Muyu, you're studying in Yanjing. You should visit Old Shin's home more often in the future. Old Shin, I hope you won't find it bothersome when I come to visit.
A strange glint flashed in Su Muyu's eyes but was quickly concealed.
Being intelligent, she could easily catch the matchmaking intent in Old Shin's words. But she wasn't too fond of it. First, she was unwilling to enter a marriage of convenience for profit, and second, that young Master Shinjin was said to be not quite normal. However, now that the Su family needed the Shin family, she could only force a smile.
Muyu, didn't you bid on a ginseng king at the Guizhen meeting in
the 8 diagnosis hall today?
Quickly take it out and let Old Shin appraise it, Mr. Shin urged.
Ginseng king? Really? Old Shin's eyes lit up. Quick, let me see.
Old Shin had a fondness for rare treasures, especially ancient medicinal herbs, which he was well known
for in Yanjing.
Old Shin, this is a wild ginseng harvested from the cliffs of Changbai Mountain, approximately 300 years old, weighing 1 jin and 6 taels. Sumuyu quickly presented the ginseng king.
Knowing that Grandpa Shen likes to collect these things, I put in a lot of effort to win it.
Thank you, Muyu. That's very thoughtful of you, Old Shin said as he took the ginseng king, eagerly opening the packaging. He then took out a magnifying glass and a wolf hairbrush, carefully examining it.
Seeing that
Old Shin truly appreciated these items, Su father and Sumuyu exchanged a glance in sight in relief.
The skin is old and yellow, with brownish hues, and the cross-section is dense and firm. It truly is from Changbai Mountain, Old Shin praised as he inspected it. This weight and size, saying it's 300 years old is an understatement. Muyu, you really are thoughtful. I'm glad you
like it, Grandpa Shin. Sumuyu smiled lightly.
Like it? I love it. Old Shin laughed, pulling out a slicing knife. He carefully cut
off a piece and placed it in his mouth, savoring the flavor. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly, and he spat out the ginseng slice.
Grandpa Shin, what's wrong? Sumuyu's heart skipped a beat, sensing something ominous.
Old Shin remained silent, examining it closely.
Before casually asking, Muyu, how much did you spend on this ginseng? 35 million, Sumuyu replied. Is there something wrong, Grandpa Shin? No, it's quite good. Old Shin waved his hand repeatedly. He smiled and said, you are thoughtful. I enjoy
collecting rare medicinal herbs. I've seen too many like musk, deer antler, and cordyceps snow lotus.
With advancements in technology, the level of counterfeiting is also getting higher. Old Shin, does this mean Muyu bought a fake? Su father was taken aback.
No, please stay for dinner, Old Shin said, putting away his tools with a smile.
Staying for dinner was actually a polite way of asking them to leave, and both father and daughter knew it was time to go.
They quickly bid farewell and stepped outside, where
Su father's face immediately darkened. Muyu, is there a problem with the ginseng you bought?
It was from the Guizhen level auction at the 8 treasure hall, and Lin Fong was overseeing it, so it shouldn't be a problem. Sumuyu frowned slightly.
Old Shin's reaction clearly shows he is unhappy. Su father was somewhat angry. We had been negotiating well, catering to their preferences. If the
ginseng was fine, the deal would have been practically settled.
But now,
Before he could finish, the Shin family's butler rushed out.
Excuse me, please hold on. Butler Chen, is there something wrong?
Su's father quickly stopped.
This ginseng king, please take
it back, Mr. Shin, the butler said, taking out a box that contained the very ginseng Su Muyu had bid on.
Does old Shin not like it? Su's father's heart sank.
Not at all, Mr. Shin, and Miss Su's intentions are appreciated, the butler smiled.
But he mentioned
that his teeth aren't good and he might not be able to chew this ginseng, so please take it back. Su's father's face twitched slightly. As he took the ginseng, feeling extremely awkward, Su Muyu felt even more embarrassed. Indeed, she had bought a fake.
Old Shen had not
exposed it on the spot, which was already saving face. But the Su family had lost significant face, and the cooperation was likely to
be difficult to negotiate now.
I'm really sorry, Muyu is young and couldn't tell the difference, Su's father said awkwardly.
I'll go to apologize to Old Shin another day. No need, Old Shin will be paying respects to his ancestors tomorrow and then returning to
Beijing, the butler said, leaving with a dismissive remark. The hearts of the Su father and daughter sank. The implication was clear,
but collaboration was likely hopeless.
Su's father angrily got into the car, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, his mood calming
slightly. Dad, I'm sorry for disappointing you, Su Muyu said, feeling very guilty. Do you know how rare this opportunity is?
Su's father slammed his hand down. If we could unite with the Shin family, the Su family would have a chance to soar and become a
prestigious family.
But because of your mistake, the Su family's dream of becoming a noble family is shattered, and we can only remain a
nouveau riche in this small Jiang city. You have disappointed me too much.
I'm sorry, Dad, I'll find a way to make it right.
Su Muyu bit her lip.
Yes, the Su family was a wealthy family in Jiang City, but compared to the prestigious families in places like
Yanjing and Jiling, they were just nouveau riche. The gap between the two sides was like summer insects unable to speak of ice. Because of her mistake this time, the Su family was likely to miss this opportunity. She couldn't help but think of Xiaofeng, that damn bastard, who had noticed the problem right away.
If he had reminded her a few more times, it wouldn't have escalated to this point.
There are still opportunities, it depends on whether you are willing.
Su glanced at her and instructed the driver to start the car.
Su Muyu's heart sank further. Was she ultimately going to have to walk the path of a marriage alliance? In the morning, before the preparatory bell rang, students trickled into the school.
Sun Xian had the driver stop far away, then rode a bicycle to the entrance. Ever since she learned to ride a bike from Xiaofeng, she had grown fond of the sport. Just as she reached the entrance, Xiaofeng also
walked over.
Xiaofeng, she put down her bicycle and rushed over. Good morning, Xiaofeng smiled slightly.
Noticing that Sun Xian was holding a bag, he curiously asked, "What's that for?"
I won't tell you. Sun Xian quickly tightened her grip on the bag. It was a scarf she had knitted for Xiaofeng. Although it was ugly and not suitable for the season, it was made by her own hands. But she hadn't figured out how to give it to Xiaofeng yet.
So mysterious? Xiaofeng became even more curious. Just let me take a quick look. No, don't. Sun Xian held the bag tightly, afraid Xiaofeng would sneak a peek.
Alright, I won't look, Xiaofeng said,
helplessly, wondering what it could be. You'll know later, but you can't see it now. Seeing that he no longer insisted, Sun Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, got it, we need to get to class, hurry up, Xiaofeng said with a smile.
Just as they were about
to enter the school gate, a woman suddenly rushed over. She was holding a basin of water and splashed it towards Xiaofeng.
Xiaofeng,
you pervert! How dare you peek at my daughter while she was bathing? Xiaofeng and Sun Xian were walking side by side, and this
basin of water was sure to drench them both.
In a critical moment, Xiaofeng turned and shielded Sun Xian behind him, and the entire basin of cold water splashed all over him. Sun Xian was almost scared silly, and once she regained her senses, she exclaimed, Xiaofeng,
are you okay?
I'm fine. Xiaofeng's expression darkened as he shook the water off and looked at the woman.
The woman appeared
to be in her 40s, heavily made up, and reeked of cheap perfume. Behind her was a girl in the same uniform as the high school,
who was still wiping her tears.
It was the peak time for students heading to school, and the heavily made-up woman's loud voice attracted
the attention of all the classmates. Everyone, forgetting they might be late, began to gossip about the scene. Isn't that Zhao Mengmeng from class 5 of the senior year? What happened?
She said that someone peeped at her while she was taking a shower in the bathhouse yesterday, and now she's brought her mother to demand an explanation.
Who is such a pervert? Xiaofeng?
No way, Xiaofeng has
such good grades.
Good grades have nothing to do with character. Xiaofeng's expression darkened. He had gone straight home after
school yesterday and hadn't lingered at school at all.
There are boarding students at the school, and the boys and girls bathhouses
are separate. Such incidents have happened before.
But Zhao Mengmeng and her mother are definitely being manipulated to deflect blame
onto him. Auntie, everything needs evidence. If you slander someone without proof, that's against the law. Who slandered you? You're Xiaofeng, right?
The top student in your school, even participating in the physics competition in half a month, guaranteed admission
to Qingbei. Am I wrong? The heavily made-up woman stood with her hands on her hips. You're not wrong, but I don't even know your daughter. You're directly throwing dirt on me and ruining my reputation. I will hold you accountable. You little brat, you want to hold me accountable? I haven't even settled the score with you for peeping at my daughter while she was showering. The woman jumped up, looking very much like a shrew. She doesn't have a father. It's not easy for me to raise a child alone. I worked hard to raise my daughter, and now this beast has peeped at her. As she spoke, she began to cry loudly, sitting down on the ground, pounding her thigh and wailing, "Is there no law anymore? Just because you have good grades, you can do whatever you want? Today you peeped at a girl showering. Who knows if tomorrow you'll directly harm a girl? My daughter is a pure young lady. How will she face the world after this gets out?" More and more people gathered. High school students had never seen such a scene, especially with the single mother persona. The onlookers instantly felt sympathy for her. I didn't expect Xiaofeng to be such a person. I used to think well of him. Exactly, a wolf in sheep's clothing. We should keep our distance from him. Auntie, I think this must be a misunderstanding. Sun Xian finally reacted. Xiaofeng is not that kind of person, and besides, he didn't even stay at school yesterday. How could he have peeped at your daughter showering? Shut up, you're in cahoots with him. The woman pointed at Sun Xian and scolded fiercely. Sun Xian, don't get involved. Go back to the classroom. I'll handle this myself. Xiaofeng pulled her back. Just then, Principal Li Jin and several school leaders hurried over. Disperse, everyone disperse. Class is about to start. Don't crowd around. Sun Xian felt a bit worried, but thinking of Xiaofeng's abilities, she believed he could handle it. If it really came to it, she would use the Song family's resources. She glanced at Xiaofeng with a worried expression. Xiaofeng smiled back, signaling her that everything was fine, and only then did she feel relieved to leave. The head teacher, along with the security, dispersed the crowd, and Li Jin stepped forward. Xiaofeng, what happened? Principal Li, I was splashed with a bucket of water during class today, and the other party accused me of peeping at girls showering in front of all my classmates. Xiaofeng was not flustered at all, having been reborn. If he couldn't handle this little situation, then he truly lived like a dog in both lives. Which class is this student from? I think this is a misunderstanding. Xiaofeng didn't even stay at school. How could he have peeped at you showering? Li Jin said. I think there must be a misunderstanding. Don't worry, we will definitely get to the bottom of this. Are you trying to cover for him? I know he has good grades. All of you teachers value him. The woman said fiercely, if you dare to cover for him, I will immediately expose him to the media. No, let's go to the office and talk. Li Jin waved his hand quickly. If reporters got involved, things would get serious. He needed to figure out what was going on. Although he believed Xiaofeng, the other party, was aggressive, and mishandling this could affect Xiaofeng for a lifetime. I'm not going to the office. Who knows if you will threaten us? I'll handle this right here in front of the passers-by, the woman screamed. Her cries had already attracted a crowd of onlookers, parents picking up students, and passers-by who gathered around. Alright, Xiaofeng, why don't you tell us your side of the story? Li Jin trusted Xiaofeng. He believed that a person with a clean conscience had nothing to fear, so he decided to address the matter publicly. I left school after classes yesterday, around 6:10, Xiaofeng said. The surveillance at the entrance should be able to confirm that. I don't know this student at all, and I certainly don't know this woman. The accusation of peeping at girls while they bathe is slander. Were you with anyone when you left school? Who were you with after leaving? Li Jin asked again. I left school with my classmates Sun Xian and Su Chui. After getting home, I helped my grandmother cook, then studied, and went to bed at 9 o'clock, during which my grandmother was with me the whole time. Can you have your grandmother come to the school? Li Jin inquired. No, Xiaofeng replied resolutely, raising his head. My grandmother has a heart condition, and this woman's outburst will affect her. Besides, I can handle this little matter myself. Can I make a phone call? Sure, go ahead, Li Jin nodded. Seeing Xiaofeng's confident demeanor, he felt a bit more at ease. After all, this was a promising student from Qingbei, likely to be recommended for further studies. If this incident affected him, Tongfang High School would lose a top student. Xiaofeng glanced at the woman and stepped aside to make the call. Meanwhile, Zhao Mengmeng was crying continuously, and the woman kept cursing. After finishing the call, Xiaofeng returned. I've made the call. Zhao Mengmeng, I don't know you. You and your mother are slandering M, but you need to be clear about one thing: your actions have constituted defamation, and they have had a significant impact on me. If the police uncover the truth, proving my innocence, I will hold you legally accountable. Xiaofeng's expression was serious. Today's incident was likely the work of Xiaoming. Well, this kid has finally started. Who are you trying to scare? Go ahead and call the police. I want to have you arrested, you scoundrel. The woman clearly lacked confidence now, but she still held her ground, immediately throwing a tantrum. Everyone, look. The school favors students with good grades. My daughter has suffered such great injustice, and no one is taking charge? She plopped down on the ground, wailing, why is my life so bitter? I worked so hard to raise my daughter and yet I can't protect her. Woo woo, just let me die. I really owe Meng Meng an apology. Humans tend to empathize with the weak, and this woman's long, half-true performance instantly garnered sympathy from the crowd. A group of people pointed and whispered, and some even cast unfriendly glances at Xiaofeng. Just then, several cars drove over. The leading car was a Mercedes E-Class, and the person who got out was Chen Xiao, accompanied by a few underlings. That woman is Zhang Yuan, stop her, don't let her leave. Chen Xiao spotted the woman from a distance and waved his subordinates over. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, the woman's face instantly turned pale. She turned to leave but was blocked by Chen Xiao's subordinates. Chen Xiao was, of course, called over by Xiaofeng. He looked at the woman, who exuded a sense of debauchery, and thought she didn't seem like a respectable woman. Chen Xiao was well connected in the area. He ran a bar and knew people from all walks of life, so he inquired about her background. Having helped Chen Xiao a few times, he naturally paid attention to Xiaofeng's matters. As soon as Chen Xiao heard Zhao Mengming's name, he immediately said he knew the mother and daughter, so he rushed over with his men. What do you want? What are you going to do? Zhang Yuan panicked. The two men grabbed her and brought her in front of Chen Xiao. Zhang Yuan, when are you planning to pay back the money you borrowed? Chen Xiao said with a stern face. How many times have you tried to avoid me? Do you really think you can escape? Mr. Chen, Brother Qiao, give me a few more days. I'll pay you back as soon as I have the money. Zhang Yuan was almost scared stiff. The reason she had dared to throw a fit earlier was that she knew the school staff wouldn't dare to do anything to her. But this person in front of her was different. He ran a bar and was well-versed in the ways of society. If she didn't behave, he might really beat her up. No more delays. Chen Xiao shook his head. You used drugs and borrowed money from us after losing at gambling. How long do you plan to drag this out? Chen Xiao's words shocked everyone. Who would have thought that this woman, who had just been crying and lamenting her struggles as a single mother raising her daughter, would actually be a gambler and a drug addict? Don't say that. Zhang Yuan panicked, pleading softly, Brother Qiao, please give me some face, I will definitely pay you back. No? Look at what you have on your wrist. Chen Xiao grabbed her wrist and rolled up her sleeve. There, on her arm, were countless needle marks. The onlookers were astonished. While it was true that people sympathized with the weak, they loathed drug addicts even more, as such individuals had no moral integrity. For money, they could do anything. You slander a high school student. For money? I'm giving you a chance to clarify things. Did you take money from someone else to frame Xiaofeng? Chen Xiao said in a deep voice. No, I really didn't. He's just a scoundrel. Zhang Yuan still held her ground. Alright, your daughter is named Zhao Mengmeng, right? Chen Xiao didn't let up. Last month, she used someone else's ID to sneak into the bar and stole someone else's watch. Moreover, you even scammed a guest's money. These things, you taught her, right? Zhao Mengming's face turned pale, and the onlookers erupted in outrage, discussing fervently. How shameless. Using drugs herself and inciting her daughter to steal and deceive? What can't an addict do? It's a pity that this girl has gone astray at such a young age. The boy she falsely accused was the top scorer in the last citywide exam. Someone must be behind this. How despicable. Is she trying to ruin someone's life? Call the police. This child is a genius who should be guaranteed admission to Qingbei. The crowd grew angrier. Who doesn't have a child? If your own child is both smart and outstanding but is framed and accused of peeping, what would you do? Moreover, the accuser is just a petty thief. Putting on a pitiful act to gain sympathy, this mother-daughter duo is truly theatrical. Mom, let's go quickly, I'm scared. Zhao Mengmeng finally panicked. She tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve. No need, Brother Zhou, you go ahead with your work, I can manage on my own. I'm not that delicate. Xiaofeng smiled. After leaving the police station, he finally saw a few messages from Sun Xian on WeChat. She was very worried about him, and Xiaofeng quickly replied, telling her he was fine and to not worry. He went to the hospital and had a simple checkup. Xiaofeng was certain that the person who framed him was definitely Xiao Ming, but he never showed his face. This guy was always careful and cautious in his actions, just like in his previous life. He disguised himself well, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive everyone with that harmless face in his last life. It was impossible to find out, but he was doing the initial investigation, while Xiaofeng had 15, so they could take their time. Xiaofeng? At that moment, Xiao Qian appeared in front of Xiaofeng, holding in 4 drip. She stared blankly at him, momentarily lost in thought. Xiaofeng was speechless. How could he run into them everywhere? Without responding, he turned to leave. Xiaofeng, my sister is sick, you should go see her, Xiao Qian called out. Xiaofeng stopped in his tracks. Xiao Qian breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to catch up. My sister has been having nightmares for the past few days and her mental state isn't right. The checkup didn't reveal anything, but I think she has some emotional baggage. She feels guilty about the past. Can you go see her? I can't. Whether she's sick or not has nothing to do with me, so stop bothering me. Xiaofeng took a step back, creating distance between him and Xiao Qian. But Xiao Qian wanted to say
something, but Xiao Feng turned and walked away, not giving her a chance to speak. Xiao Qian stomped her feet in frustration and ran
To the 4 room.
Sis, I saw Xiao Feng, he's too much, he. Xiao Qian didn't finish her sentence, but Xiao Yan's previously vacant eyes suddenly sparkled with life. She jumped up, yanked out her 4-line, and dashed out. Sis, hey! Xiao Qian stomped her feet in
Anxiety, ultimately chasing after her. Xiao Feng, wait for me.
Xiao Yan chased after him frantically, blocking his path to prevent him
from leaving.
She was panting heavily from running too fast, her hair a mess. Moreover, her hand, from which she had pulled the 4-line, was bruised and bleeding. Yet, she paid no mind to it. She grabbed Xiao Feng's hand, her eyes reddening, as if she had a lot to say to him but couldn't find the words.
What are you doing? Xiao Feng, somewhat bewildered, shook her hand off. Xiao Yan's current mental state seemed a bit off.
In the past, she had always been a competent white-collar worker, managing the company with precision. But now, she seemed a bit unhinged. Xiao Feng, please, don't go. Xiao Yan forced a smile. I have something to tell you.
But I don't want to listen.
Xiao Feng took a step back, maintaining his distance. In the past, he had felt grateful for Xiao Qian's unintentional
kindness. But now, that remaining goodwill had vanished after she chose to protect Xiao Ming's reputation instead of clearing his name once she learned the truth.
After all, they were family. Xiao Feng was always an outsider. So whether she was crazy or not, it had
nothing to do with him anymore. Xiao Feng, I was wrong.
Xiao Yan stood up straight, her nails digging into her palm.
No, you were not wrong, I was.
Xiao Feng shook his head. I should have stayed honestly in the countryside. I shouldn't have competed with Xiao
Ming. Xiao Yan, I'm begging you, treat me like a stranger from now on, okay? You all think I'm a hindrance now that I'm keeping my distance. Is it still not enough? What do you want me to do?
As he spoke, Xiao Feng pressed his hands together and bowed. Stay
away from me, thanks.
He turned to leave, no longer giving Xiao Yan any chance to speak. Staring blankly at Xiao Feng's retreating figure, Xiao Yan's tears streamed down her face.
Sis, you can't keep going like this. Xiao Qian ran over and tightly hugged Xiao Yan,
pressing down on her bruised hand caused by the blood loss.
But we were wrong, we owe him an apology, Xiao Yan cried.
Sis, making mistakes means we need to change, but not in this way, Xiao Qian said seriously. You've already apologized to him in a subservient
manner, and you've nearly driven yourself to madness. Has it worked? So what should we do? Xiao Yan asked. It's not wrong to
exchange sincerity for sincerity, but our feelings aren't that cheap, Xiao Qian said. We need to touch his heart, but it doesn't have
to be this way.
We should get his attention and let him know we're changing.
Even the hardest-hearted person can be moved. If you keep going like this, you'll go crazy. Xiao Yan fell silent. Yes, she couldn't keep this up.
The company still needed her to manage, and this family needed her support. If she continued to be so anxious, she would lose even more.
I understand now, Sun Xian, and I know what to do.
Xiao Yan steadied herself. She lifted her head. So starting today, we will pick ourselves up again. In the past, we neglected him far too much. We know his preferences and empathize with his joys and sorrows.
Okay. Xiao Qian sighed in relief. Xiao Yan finally understood.
When Xiao Feng returned to school, it was already the last class of the morning.
Xiao Feng, how's it going? Sun Xian asked with concern. I've figured it out.
Zhao Mengmeng's mother is a drug addict and she borrowed high-interest loans from society that she can't pay back, Xiao Feng said. Someone approached her, urging her and her daughter to ruin my reputation and get
me expelled.
That's despicable. I know Zhao Mengmeng, she's a notorious little hoodlum, Sudachui said angrily.
Do they have no shame? They'll do anything for money? So who is behind her actions? Sun Xian focused on the key issue. The person behind the scenes is the most despicable.
I don't know, Xiao Feng smiled. After all, I did too well on my last exam, so it's normal for someone
to feel jealous. Will the police investigate? Sun Xian asked. They will.
Zhao Mengmeng doesn't even know who is using her, she only knows to get paid for her actions, Xiao Feng said. The police will conduct an investigation, and I believe the truth will come to light. Sun Xian nodded. She had already decided that if the police were to be perfunctory, she would directly pressure her uncle.
Xiao Feng, how will Zhao Mengmeng be dealt with? Su Dachui asked with concern.
Her mother will be sent to a rehabilitation center.
And how to handle the rest is up to the police.
As for Zhao Mengmeng, I want her to publicly apologize, clarify the truth, and have the school expel her, Xiao Feng said.
Won't that be too lenient on her? She's an adult and should bear legal responsibility, Sun Xian said, somewhat frustrated.
The truth is more important than anything else, Xiao Feng smiled.
This is my condition for forgiving her, otherwise, I would send her in. After the first class in the afternoon, the entire school held an emergency meeting. Regarding the Zhao Mengmeng incident, the school conducted follow-up communications.
At the meeting, Zhao Mengmeng tearfully apologized to Xiao
Feng and was subsequently expelled, leaving the school within a day.
Xiao Feng, I really know I was wrong. I didn't mean to frame you. Zhao Mengmeng found Xiao Feng after school, crying sorrowfully.
I beg you to spare my mom, please forgive me, and don't let the school expel me. I'm only 18, if the school doesn't want me, I'll go down the wrong path and my life will be ruined. She cried loudly, blocking Xiaofeng on the way home, attracting the attention of all the classmates who gathered to watch. Understandably, it was moral coercion. Xiaofeng stopped Zhao Mengmeng. First of all, your mother was sent to a drug rehabilitation center for her own good. She uses drugs, gambles, and colluded with you to personally attack me, causing defamation. The court will prosecute her according to the law, and that's beyond my control. Moreover, at 18, you are already an adult. You should take responsibility for your actions. The school expelled you, so go find a proper job and learn a skill. You can still live well in the future. Whether you go astray or not is your own decision. It has nothing to do with me. But I'm a girl. My parents divorced early, and he doesn't care about me at all. What will I do after being expelled? Shouldn't you, as a boy, be a bit more magnanimous? Zhao Mengmeng was not giving up. She cried even louder, her demeanor almost identical to her mother's. Crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang herself. Women's privileges. So your parents divorced, your mother uses drugs and gambles, and teaching you to deceive is my fault? Xiaofeng remained unmoved. Moral coercion? Do you think I'm easy to bully? No, this has nothing to do with me. Why do you blame your miserable life on me? Zhao Mengmeng, you are an adult now. If you keep pestering me, do you believe I can send you to jail? Zhao Mengmeng was stunned. She believed Xiaofeng was definitely not joking. She also didn't understand why her usual tactics, which had always worked before, were completely ineffective in front of Xiaofeng. Giving her a warning glance, Xiaofeng turned and left. The onlooking classmates pointed and whispered as they dispersed. Only Zhao Mengmeng remained, squatting on the ground, crying heartbrokenly. Just as she was about to go home, she turned the corner and saw a brand new Porsche. This Panamera was a fully equipped version, with a beautifully selected rear wing and wheels. Su Muyu was leaning against the Porsche at an angle. Her expression remained cold, exuding an air of being above the mundane world. Coincidentally, she was blocking Xiaofeng's path. What do you want? Xiaofeng looked at Su Muyu. Sure enough, after being reborn, a butterfly effect had occurred. In his previous life, he had hardly seen Su Muyu a few times while studying. Now, he could encounter her from time to time, especially since her demeanor today seemed to be for him. Xiaofeng, one should be merciful. That girl is your classmate and only 18. Su Muyu immediately condemned him in a lofty tone. There's no need to go to extremes. What does this have to do with you? Are you saying that because she tried to ruin my life, I should repay her with kindness? Xiaofeng felt it was somewhat unbelievable. Was this Su Muyu's worldview? She already knows she was wrong, and she's been through a lot. Do you really need to be like this? Su Muyu frowned. If you're wrong, you have to pay the price. Her suffering is caused by her parents. Can I be blamed for that? Xiaofeng said coldly. If she had succeeded this time, have you thought about what I would face? The overwhelming public opinion would crush me, online violence would force me to drop out, and I would be scolded to the point of not being able to lift my head. My whole life would be ruined by her. What should I do? But now the matter has been clarified, hasn't it? Su Muyu argued. She's just a girl. Do you know what she would face if she got expelled from school? I don't know, nor do I want to know. What she faces depends on her choices. Xiaofeng found it somewhat absurd and laughable. Miss Su, is this your worldview? I thought that coming from a wealthy family, you would have a correct perspective on the rights and wrongs of this world, but now I realize I was wrong. Thank you for once again making me see you in a new light. Su Muyu frowned, taking a deep breath to change the subject. Xiaofeng, the ginseng king I bought is fake. Yeah, it's just a piece of radish. You give a piece of radish to the old man of the Shin family, can he even bite into it? Xiaofeng didn't hide his mockery at all. Xiaofeng. Su Muyu's eyes turned red, gritting her teeth in anger. It turned out that Xiaofeng had known about the ginseng king's problem all along. You knew there was a problem with the ginseng king, didn't you? Yeah, I was talking to my friend, and you were listening on the side. Xiaofeng shrugged. But you won't forget what kind of face you had back then, right? Was I trying to get your attention? This way made you feel disgusted, didn't it? Why can't you just talk to me seriously? Su Muyu's eyes were slightly red. Do you know? Because of this ginseng king, the Su family lost a great opportunity. Strange, are we that familiar? Why should I talk to you? Xiaofeng smirked. I desperately explained to you, and then you mocked me with that face of yours that looked like it was cut off from desire? I'm not that cheap, Miss Su. You said it yourself, we're not from the same world. Xiaofeng, why have you become like this? Su Muyu took a deep breath. You weren't like this before. What was I like before? Xiaofeng felt a stir in his heart. After being reborn, his relationship with Su Muyu hadn't reached the level of a lovesick fool from his previous life. They had only met a few times, and at that moment he felt insecure and didn't dare to reveal his true thoughts to her. What did she mean by saying that? If it were before, no matter what request I made, you would find a way to satisfy it, right? Su Muyu said. Ah, was I like that before? Xiao Feng found it hard to believe. He understood now. It turned out this woman had known from the start that she liked him. But in his previous life, before graduating from university, she had always maintained a relationship with him that was almost like strangers. Moreover, when he pursued her in his past life, she neither rejected nor accepted him, just kept him hanging. It turned out she liked that feeling of being cherished. Right, but what have you turned into now? You've become so indifferent. Sumuyu's eyes were slightly red, and her expression seemed a bit sad. Xiaofeng felt somewhat baffled. Why should I care about you? Are we that close? Xiaofeng, I'm really troubled right now, you know? Sumuyu shook her head, wanting to find someone to confide in. But for some reason, she didn't go to the understanding Xiaoming, but instead found Xiaofeng. Despite still holding some resentment towards him, she couldn't help but want to talk to someone. Because of this incident, the cooperation between the Su family and the Shin family has completely lost hope. If the Su family can't break through, it will stop here. Sumuyu murmured, I don't know what to do. If you really want to talk, go find your good brother. Xiaoming, look, he's over there. Xiaofeng pointed to Xiaoming in the distance. Xiaoming was holding a blue cat, standing far away and not coming over, with a sinister expression, not knowing what he was thinking. When he saw Xiaofeng pointing at him, he immediately put on a harmless smile. Sumuyu turned to take a look but didn't go over immediately. Xiaofeng, let's find a cafe to sit down and talk. I'm not interested. Xiaofeng shook his head. Go find your good brother Xiaoming. I need to go home. Xiaofeng, I don't know what to do. I want to salvage the situation with the Shin family, but I have no clue. Sumuyu called out to Xiaofeng. Actually, you still have a chance. Hearing this, Xiaofeng turned back, reminding her with a kind expression, don't you know you have advantages? You have a way? Sumuyu was delighted. Yeah, I said, use your own advantages. Xiaofeng wore a mischievous smile. I know that old Master Shin has a grandson, about your age. You mean Shin Jin? Sumuyu's expression froze, then her face turned angry. Are you suggesting I should marry him? Of course, isn't that the best solution? Shin Jin is just a simple big boy who will treat you well. Besides, the Shin family is a prestigious family. Xiaofeng earnestly began to analyze for Sumu. If you marry into the Shin family, the Su family will have a bright future. Do you know that Shin Jin's IQ is only that of an 8-year-old? He had a high fever when he was young, which damaged his brain. Sumu. You clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. This was also why she resisted so much when old Master Shin suggested she spend more time with Shin Jin. This old Master Shin was looking for a granddaughter-in-law for himself. But she, Sumuyu, was the princess of Jiangcheng, and last year she was directly admitted to Beijing University as one of the top 3 in the province. In just 1 year of school, she completed 3 years of coursework and joined a research project on fusion physics. With such talent, was she really expected to marry a fool with the IQ of an 8-year-old? That's why I say he's simple. Xiaofeng's smile grew wider. In fact, in his previous life, Shin Jin was a genius. But he was too smart, and heaven was jealous of exceptional talent. A fever left his IQ stuck at 8 years old. After recovering, his stunning performance quickly made him the target of all families in the Beijing circle. Even if we take a step back, marrying Shin Jin, who has the IQ of an 8-year-old, would still be better than being driven to suicide by drug addiction caused by Xiaoming, right? Xiaofeng. Sumuyu was almost furious. She knew Xiaofeng was mocking her. Isn't it true? He will only make you happy, won't be fickle, and will treat you well for life. Isn't that good? Ha 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 ha. After Xiaofeng finished speaking, he laughed recklessly and then left, leaving Sumuyu fuming with anger. Staring blankly at Xiaofeng's departure, Sumuyu felt a pang in her heart. Xiaofeng's words were simply heart-wrenching. Proud as she was, did she really have no other path to take? She was Sumuyu, not a dog that sells herself for profit and begs for pity. Sister Su, did he make you angry again? It wasn't until Xiaofeng left that Xiaoming dared to step forward. It's nothing. Sumuyu took a deep breath and forced a smile. As long as it's nothing, Sister Su, do you think this little cat is cute? Xiaoming raised the blue cat in his hand. The chubby British short hair was very adorable. Xiaoming understood girls' feelings well. No girl could refuse such a small animal. Moreover, he had a lot of love for small animals, which showed his kindness. Cute, Sumuyu said somewhat absent-mindedly. Then I'll give it to you, and you must take good care of it. Xiaoming's smile grew wider. It's like our child. Xiaoming, I'm going to Yanjing in a while, and I might not have time to take care of it. He hadn't finished his sentence before Sumuyu interrupted him. I have some things to do in the next few days and might be busy, so take care of yourself. Sumuyu took a deep breath, then got into the car and drove away. Only Xiaoming was left at the scene, staring blankly at Sumuyu's departure, his expression one of disbelief. This was the first time Sumuyu had rejected him. Thinking back to how anxious Sumuyu had looked earlier, his heart sank. No, it can't be. She won't like Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng is so malicious, and I'm so kind? She must be going through something, that's why she's in a bad mood. Xiaoming kept comforting himself, but his face grew more and more twisted, and even his hands began to tremble. Xiaofeng, why do you have to live? He growled softly, his throat emitting a terrible roar. Why do you have to compete with me? You should die, you deserve to die.
His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in rage, and the little cat in his arms seemed to sense the danger, struggling to break free.
Are you leaving too? You're just a pet I bought, your life belongs to me.
Xiaoming suddenly tightened his grip around the kitten's neck, squeezing it mercilessly.
The kitten let out a painful yowl, its body curling up as it struggled.
Its sharp claws tore into Xiaoming's arm, driving him into a frenzy.
He clutched the kitten's neck tightly, using all his strength. The kitten's struggles gradually weakened, and eventually, its limbs went stiff, hanging limply.
Xiaoming gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. It took him a while to regain his composure. Looking at the kitten he had choked to death, he felt no guilt. Instead, there was a sense of release within him. He took out his phone, trembling as he sent a message to Sumuyu. Sister Su, when I was chasing you, the kitten broke free from my arms and got hit by a car. I feel terrible right now. I don't know what to do. As soon as the message was sent, Sumuyu called him immediately, her tone anxious. Xiaoming, are you okay? I'm fine, but Mimi is gone. Sister Su, it's all my fault for being useless. I plan to go back and take good care of it. Xiaoming cried out loud. Don't cry, I'm coming back right away. I'm sorry, I was in a bad mood earlier. Let's bury the kitten together, okay? Okay, Sister Su, I'll wait for you. Xiaoming sniffled. After hanging up, a smirk of triumph appeared on his face. Glancing at the already cold kitten, he felt that this death didn't seem like an accident. Then he grabbed the kitten's limbs, lifted it high, and slammed it down onto the ground. Once, twice, until the kitten, which had just died, was bleeding from its mouth and nose, and only then did he stop. Xiaofeng returned home and, before entering, heard laughter and chatter coming from the yard. He was puzzled. He and his grandmother didn't have any acquaintances here. Who would come to visit? Pushing the door open, he was taken aback to see Xiaoyan and Xiaoqian there. They had brought vegetables and were washing them with his grandmother, chatting and laughing together, looking quite harmonious. Xiaofeng is back, Xiaoyan said, her earlier dazed expression from the hospital gone. She eagerly stepped forward, reaching for the book in Xiaofeng's hand. What are you doing here? Xiaofeng took a step back, warily eyeing Xiaoyan. Was this girl sick or something? He had kept his distance from them, so why were they still haunting him? We're here to see Grandma, Xiaoqian replied. Grandma isn't just yours, we can come to see her too, right? Fine, changing tactics. Xiaofeng understood what the two sisters meant. He greeted his grandmother, and then went straight into the house. He picked up a book and started reading, ignoring the sounds outside. Xiaofeng. Xiaoyan walked in. Don't come here anymore. Xiaofeng put down the book. I know what you want, but you are not welcome here. I know I've hurt you deeply in the past, so I don't expect you to forgive me right away, Xiaoyan smiled. But we will come here whenever we have time from now on. Grandma isn't just yours, she's our grandma too. Get out, I don't want to see you. Xiaofeng glanced at Xiaoyan with a blank expression. Xiaoyan was taken aback, then retreated, and to avoid disturbing Xiaofeng while he read, the laughter outside ceased. Finally, it was time for dinner, and Xiaofeng served himself a bowl of rice. Xiaoyan placed a chicken leg on his plate and served him a bowl of soup. Xiaofeng set the chicken leg aside, then scooped some vegetables into his bowl and went into the room to eat. Xiaoyan sighed helplessly, but she didn't say anything, forcing a smile as she invited her grandmother to eat. Fortunately, neither of the sisters were idle. After finishing their meal, they left. Only then did Xiaofeng come out to help his grandmother clear the table. Chen Shan, don't you like them coming over? Grandma Wu took the bowl and chopsticks from his hands. Xiaofeng shook his head. Grandma, you know how they treated me before. Alright, I know, Grandma Wu nodded. You've been wronged these past 6 months. Grandma knows you're feeling upset, so I won't help them persuade you. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Thank you, Grandma. Xiaofeng felt a lump in his throat, nearly shedding tears. Indeed, in this world, the one who cared for him the most was still his grandmother. No matter what he was doing or the occasion, she always understood him. Alright, go read your book. I'll take care of these things, Grandma Wu said, patting his head. That evening, after reading for a while, he pulled out a physics exam paper and dove into it. The physics competition was about to start, and he didn't have much time left. This competition was quite important for him. If all went well, he would secure a recommendation spot at Tsinghua University and Peking University. But during this time, he couldn't be sure that that bastard Xiaoming wouldn't cause him trouble. Xiaofeng had no time to deal with Xiaoming right now. After all, that guy was really good at pretending. Just as his mind was filled with various formulas, Sun Xian sent a message. Xiaofeng, are you free for a video call? Xiaofeng immediately picked up his phone, called back, and placed it on the table, chatting while solving problems. Aren't you asleep yet? Not yet. What are you doing? Sun Xian looked petite and charming on the video. Solving problems, Xiaofeng replied with 2 words. The physics competition is coming up soon. I need to recharge. Ah, yes, time flies, Sun Xian sighed. If nothing unexpected happens this time, you'll get a recommendation. I'll be waiting for you at Peking University. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Definitely, Sun Xian laughed. So, do you have something to do? After finishing a page of problems, Xiaofeng finally looked at Sun Xian. Seeing her in the video, Xiaofeng
couldn't help but be taken aback. The room Sun Xian was in was quite large. Moreover, the furnishings and layout looked like those of a wealthy family. Nothing, just bored and wanted to chat with you. Sun Xian's voice was a bit lazy. Where are you? From the background behind you, I wouldn't know and think you're a young lady from a rich family, Xiaofeng asked curiously. Indeed, although only a bit of the background wall was visible behind Sun Xian, Xiaofeng could tell at a glance that the design was different. Generally, only large houses like villas would have such background walls. Plus, the desk she was sitting at seemed to be in her bedroom. Coupled with the expensive chandelier on the ceiling, Xiaofeng suddenly felt that Sun Xian's background was extraordinary. I'm not at home right now. I went to my aunt's house today. She runs a business and just bought a villa. Sun Xian responded a bit flustered. Really? Xiaofeng looked skeptical. Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie to you? Sun Xian pretended to be calm. Then your aunt's place is really nice. Xiaofeng smiled and didn't delve deeper into the matter. I have a question about a problem. Can you explain it to me? Sun Xian quickly switched the camera to the secondary one. She pointed to a big question on the paper, asking Xiaofeng for help. This one, you do it like this. Xiaofeng glanced at it and began explaining the problem to Sun Xian. Once he started explaining, he became fully immersed, completely forgetting about the luxurious villa where Sun Xian lived. After finishing explaining the problem to Sun Xian, Li Mingyu's call came in. The company that the two invested in has opened and is gradually getting on track, and Li Mingyu's talent is also gradually showing. He manages the company in an orderly manner, and today he called mainly to report the recent situation to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, the initial investment was mainly in stocks, and according to your suggestion, I have allocated the company's funds and the results are quite good so far. Li Mingyu said, but previously, the company heavily invested in gold and precious metals, and the prices have risen too high, so I plan to withdraw some funds. That's fine, it's time to change tracks. Xiaofeng nodded, pondering for a moment. He said, I'll visit the company tomorrow and introduce you to a few friends. Sure. You are the major shareholder, and the position of vice president is yours. You haven't been here since the company opened. Li Mingyu laughed. What time will you come tomorrow? Around noon, we can have lunch together. Then, Xiaofeng replied, I'll wait for you. In the morning, there were fewer cultural classes and it was now a review stage. For that knowledge, Xiaofeng was already very familiar, so he took a leave during the third period and went to the company. The company is located in the Ring City area, which used to be a village. Later, as the urban area expanded, this place was designated as a new urban area. It is governed by a street office. As this area is actively attracting investment, with low rents and a series of preferential policies. Although the company is not very large, it is bustling with activity. Li Mingyu had worked before, so he knew that a boss's grand plans are not as practical as giving money. His company does not require meaningless overtime, and the commission is among the highest in the industry, so the employees are very motivated. On his first visit to the company, in the office, Xiaofeng smiled and said, Not bad, you really have the potential to be a big boss. With a genius like you guiding me, I do have the potential to be a big boss, Li Mingyu joked. Then, he became serious and said, Xiaofeng, I have withdrawn some funds from the heavy metals and I have a preliminary plan for the next investment direction. He took out a plan. These are the key areas we will invest in. The future, take a look and give some suggestions. Xiaofeng took the plan, looked at it for a moment, then pondered. The general direction is correct, and it catches the trend, but the investment cycle is too long. Then tell me, where should we invest? My friend has arrived, let's talk together. Xiaofeng received a call from Zhang Ziang, who, along with Li Yangyuan and Wu Zitsong, had already arrived downstairs. After making introductions, the few of them sat down in the reception room. Brother, you are really impressive, starting a company at such a young age. Wu Zitsong exclaimed, when I was your age, I was still a problem student. I skipped classes to go online and got a good beating from my dad. Ha, Wu Ge, you have a talent for business. Who in Jiangqing's business can compare to you? Xiaofeng laughed heartily. Alright, no more flattery, brother. You will go further than I will in the future. You're only 18. Wu Zitsong also laughed. Okay, let's stop flattering each other. The reason I called you all here today is for a project. I want to see if you're interested. Xiaofeng said with a smile. If it's about making money, of course, I'm interested. Xiaofeng, hurry up and tell us. Zhang Ziyan's eyes lit up. In the future stock market, there may be a wave of turbulence. Xiaofeng said, next, investing heavily in the stock market will bring surprises. Xiaofeng, are you recommending stocks? I've invested in a few over the years, and the returns have been decent. Li Yangyuan became interested. Tell us, which project should we invest in next? Zhang Yuan Chip. Xiaofeng revealed a name. What did you say? Zhang Yuan Chip? Both Li Mingyu and Li Yangyuan, who played the stock market, were directly shocked. Xiaofeng, you didn't get it wrong, did you? Li Mingyu almost choked, putting down his cup. It's been almost 3 years, and due to the sanctions on chips from Europe and America, this company's stock has almost hit rock bottom. Yes, and this company is a small-scale one. Although there were previous reports about them developing chips, they were all low-end and low precision. Li Yangyuan also expressed some confusion. So their company's survival is a problem. Is buying their stock reliable? What if they develop high-precision chips that can meet the performance needs of mid to high-end domestic smartphones? Xiao Feng asked with a smile.
Indeed, this company is above average in size, but it pales in comparison to the well-known tech giants in the country. Yet, it was precisely this inconspicuous company that announced the development of mid to high-end smartphone chips just as its stock was on the verge of delisting. They can meet the demands of high-end smartphones in the country and have already achieved independent mass production.
The timing caught everyone off guard in just a few days. Impossible.
Li Yangyuan shook his head. They simply don't have the funds for research and development, and their R&D personnel are insufficient in the field of high-end chips, while the domestic market isn't completely blank. If we want to achieve independent R&D and mass production, it would be a few major companies.
What if a country is secretly supporting them?
Xiao Feng smiled slightly.
The country. Why would it support a small factory?
Zhang Ziang also saw the problem.
A public show of support while secretly backing a small company. Xiao Feng took a sip of tea. I see.
Li Mingyu slapped his thigh. On the surface, the country supports a few major companies to attract international attention. Behind the scenes, they support an obscure small company so no one will cause trouble.
Exactly, that's the idea. I have 15
million on hand and I'll invest it all. Our company will also heavily invest in this stock. Xiao Feng said, this stock, along with related peripheral industries, will surge within a week. If you guys are interested, you
can invest a bit.
I don't understand stocks, but I trust Brother Xiao. Wu Zitsong waved his hand. I currently have 50 million. I'll leave it to Brother Xiao to manage.
I'm in. I have 30 million. Zhang Ziong
gritted his teeth. He might not trust others, but he had to trust Xiao Feng.
That won't do. If you all invest and it really surges, won't I lose out? Li Yongyuan said with a smile. I also have 30 million. I'm investing.
Mingyu, over 120 million in funds. I'm leaving it all to you.
Do you have confidence?
Xiao Feng looked at Li Mingyu.
Yes. Li Mingyu's expression was excited. He had been trading stocks for
many years, but this was the first time he was handling such a large amount of capital. Moreover, with Xiao Feng's divine assistance, he believed that turning over this more than 100 million would not be a problem. Thank you, brothers, for your trust. I'll treat everyone to lunch today. Don't fight over it, Xiao Feng said with a smile. They found a nice hotel, and at noon, Xiao Feng and a few others hurried over.
President Chen, you have to believe that we are professionals. Our company's planning team has many classic cases. Please consider it. In the hotel lobby, Zhao's father was chasing after a CEO, smiling broadly as he recommended his planning proposal.
The owner of a local chain supermarket, Chen He. Since the sales champion of the Xiao family company had gone in, Xiao Yuanha had to personally run the business. However, the market competition was fierce, and the innovation capability of Zhao's planning was insufficient. Coupled with a lack of price advantage, they faced repeated setbacks. Old Xiao, Chen He, who was being pursued by Zhao's father, finally stopped in.
Annoyance.
We've been friends for many years, and I was reluctant to refuse you before, but your company's planning and marketing proposals, while not terrible, still lack innovation compared to a few emerging marketing
companies.
Moreover, your prices are higher than others. The physical retail environment is tough, and the market is shrinking. Any of my supermarkets might change owners one day. So, I'm really sorry, but there's
nothing I can do.
Old Chen, we can negotiate on the price, but you should take a look at our offerings. There must be a marketing approach you like.
If it really doesn't work, we can change it. Zhao's father had chapped lips from talking too much, half from being busy and half from being anxious.
After years of not running business, he had been waking up early and working late, but the results were minimal. The company's business had nearly halved, and continuing like this was not a solution. Alright, you can leave your proposal with me, and I'll get back to you later, Chen Xiao said, feeling helpless. He had no choice but to accept the proposal and responded perfunctorily. Okay, Mr. Chen, please do me a favor. Zhao's father quickly handed over the proposal. Although he could see Chen Xiao's lack of enthusiasm, he had no other option but to leave it to fate. Just then, Xiao Feng and Wu Zitsong arrived, chatting and laughing.
Mr. Wu. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. Wu Zitsong was the big boss of retail supermarkets in Jiangcheng.
He owned a large commercial complex of 600,000 square feet, and they had met at an industry exchange conference before. His dozen or so small supermarkets might still be looking for a lifeline through Wu Zitsong's investment. He eagerly approached, extending both hands.
Mr. Wu, long time no see. Oh, Mr. Chen, hello, Wu Zitsong responded.
Mr. Wu, I was just thinking of paying you a visit.
Is today convenient?
My treat, Chen Xiao said, forcing a smile. As a small business owner, it was not easy to invite a big shot like Wu Zitsong to dinner. He couldn't even get in line. Today was a chance he couldn't miss. Today? Old Chen, I can't today. My little brother is treating me to dinner. Let's do it another day, Wu Zitsong said with a smile, introducing Xiao Feng, my little brother.
Xiao, Mr. Xiao, hello. Chen Xiao was taken aback.
Although Xiao Feng looked like a high school student, anyone who was called
A little brother by Wu Zitson was certainly not an ordinary person. He quickly extended his hands. Chen Xiao. Hello, Xiao Feng smiled. This is Zhang Ziong, the young master of Hongji Real Estate, and this is Li Yongyuan, the boss of the Great Han Dynasty. This is my little brother's business partner, Li Mingyu. Wu Zitong introduced one by one.
Chen Xiao was astonished. Hongji Real Estate and the Great Han Dynasty were
both household names in Jiangcheng.
The two giants in real estate and catering were here at the same time. This was indeed a rare opportunity. He hurriedly handed out his business cards, knowing that he wouldn't be able
to squeeze into this gathering even if he tried. Well, Mr. Wu, since today isn't convenient, let's definitely have a meal together another day. Chen Xiao laughed. Alright then, Mr. Chen, let's head up, Wu Zitsong said with a smile, and he went up to the private room with Xiao Feng and the others. Old Chen, Zhao's father, who had been hiding in the corner, finally came out. That Xiao Feng just now is my son. Your son? Chen Chao was taken aback.
He had been pondering who Xiao Feng was, a high school student who could know so many business bigwigs in Jiangcheng. Zhao's father's words shocked him. Yes, my son, Zhao's father said seriously. Can
a son be mistaken for someone else? Old Xiao, you have two children, one of whom has been in the countryside, right? Chen Chao became serious.
Yes, he just came to stay with us recently, Zhao's father said proudly. My son ranked first in the citywide unified mock exam recently.
And he's particularly good at physics.
He's going to participate in a physics competition soon, aiming for a ranking that would guarantee him admission
to Tsinghua or Peking University. So outstanding?
Chen Xiao was astonished. Don't lie to me.
Old Chen, can a son be mistaken?
Here, take a look. Zhao's father pulled out his phone and found a family photo.
It was
the electronic version of the photo that Xiao Feng had torn up. He enlarged the picture. Look closely, it's our family of 5.
Wow, really?
Chen Xiao's attitude changed instantly. Old Xiao, your son is incredible. Everyone he just had dinner with are big shots.
And he has his own company? How old is he?
18, still in high school. Zhao's father felt a great sense of pride. My 2 children, one more excellent than the
other. Then why was he in the countryside all this time? Chen Xiao raised a question.
Well, the fortune teller said he had to be raised in poverty until he turned 18, otherwise he wouldn't be able to suppress the wealth and nobility within him. Zhao's father casually told a lie.
Old Xiao, why didn't you mention you have such an outstanding son earlier? Chen Xiao's attitude changed immediately. Ah, the child is independent in
character. We, as parents, can't hold him back, Zhao's father pretended to say.
Is he very familiar with General Wu? Chen Xiao probed. Familiar?
Of course. They call each other brothers. How could they not be familiar? Zhao's father said with a serious face. Then old Xiao, send over the contract later and we'll sign it right away, Chen Xiao said decisively. But you promise me, if there's a chance, let your son introduce me to General
Wu. No problem, that's a small matter. I'll have him arrange a dinner with General Wu.
That's nothing, Zhao's father waved his hand, indicating it was no issue at all.
Great, then we can talk, Chen Xiao said joyfully.
If he could connect with Wu Zitsong, his supermarkets would be saved. After all, with the name Century Wanjia attached, his product prices could rise. After sending Chen Xiao off, Zhao's father finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the only family photo on his phone with a complex expression, now regretting not taking more pictures with Xiao Feng. Otherwise, with these photos, he could have avoided a lot of trouble.
After dining with a few people, Xiao Feng hurried back to school.
There was a lunch break at noon, and just as he arrived at the school gate, someone approached him. Lin Feng, a descendant of the Lin family, known for
traditional Chinese medicine.
The Lin family is also a prominent figure among the 12 major schools of traditional Chinese medicine.
Last time at the Guoxian auction at the 8th Diagnosis Hall, Xiao Feng had a brief encounter with him.
Now, Lin Feng had long lost the arrogance he had at the auction.
He seemed to be waiting for Xiao Feng and ran over when he saw him. Xiao Feng, I'm Lin Feng. Is it convenient to talk? What's the matter?
Xiao Feng glanced at him, somewhat puzzled. This guy had a good relationship with Su Muyu and came from a well-established family.
As a descendant of the Lin family, his grandfather was a master in Jiangqing's medical
field, known as the King of Medicine. This guy had been studying medicine since elementary school and was quite talented, even earning the title of Little King of Medicine.
However, last time he was pulled by Su Muyu to identify the king of ginseng, and he ended up making a mistake. I want to ask, how did you figure out that the ginseng was problematic at the Guoxian auction?
Lin Feng was eager to know how Xiao Feng had discerned it. He was unwilling to accept it. He had started learning medicine at 6 and could identify various Chinese herbs by 8. If he made a mistake in identification, his grandfather would mercilessly hit him with a ruler. As a result, he had almost developed a muscle memory for various herbs. But last time, he misidentified the ginseng, causing a huge loss for the Su family.
Although the Su family apologized afterward at the 8th Diagnosis
Hall and voluntarily refunded over 30 million, the collaboration between the Su and Xian families had already fallen through. After returning home, his grandfather made him kneel in the ancestral hall all night in
repentance.
As a healer, identifying herbs was the most basic skill in traditional Chinese medicine. If he could misidentify a medicine today, it could lead to a patient's death tomorrow.
I remember saying at the time,
That there are countless ways to counterfeit now. It was you who didn't listen, Xiaofeng said somewhat helplessly. But I carefully examined that ginseng, and unless you slice it and taste it, you can't tell from the surface. Lin Feng was not willing to give up. You didn't taste it at the time, you just looked at it from a distance. How could you tell it was fake? Does that matter? Xiaofeng countered. It matters a lot to me, Lin Feng said seriously. Because I am a healer, identifying medicines is fundamental. So I want to ask you, how did you figure it out? No comment. Xiaofeng really couldn't think of how to round off this sentence, so he could only shrug his shoulders and spit out these 4 words. Xiaofeng. Lin Feng was anxious. I'm begging you, okay? Even if you beg me, it won't help. Xiaofeng said with a wry smile, this is experience. It can only be understood, not explained, alright? Xiaofeng understood some basic medical principles in pharmacology, having not received love from his family in his previous life. The person he liked ignored him completely. And even the honors he worked hard to earn became someone else's wedding dress. In his spare time, he enjoyed going to Qingniuguan to listen to his master lecture on the Tao, sitting there for an entire day. He had read quite a few medical and Taoist texts from his master's collection. He understood some, but couldn't claim to be professional. Moreover, he already knew in advance that this ginseng king had issues, but how could he say that? Should he tell Lin Feng that he was reborn? It would be strange if he wasn't considered a lunatic. Then teach me, I can be your disciple, Lin Feng said eagerly. Lin Feng was a natural healer and had a great thirst for this knowledge. If Xiaofeng didn't agree, he was afraid Lin Feng would bother him every day. I really can't teach you, Xiaofeng said helplessly, but I can recommend you to my master. He's a Taoist at Qingniuguan. Just go find him and explain your intentions, and he will teach you. Really? Thank you so much. Lin Feng was overjoyed, got Xiaofeng's contact information, and arranged a time to go to Qingniuguan together. Before leaving, as soon as Xiaofeng returned to the classroom, Sun Xian said, Xiaofeng, Zhao Mengmeng is looking for you again. She's back again? Xiaofeng frowned slightly. Where is she? The security guard has escorted her out. I feel like she will come back. She won't give up until she achieves her goal. Sun Xian said, if you don't pursue this matter, she might even slander you further. Let her do it. The bigger the fuss, the better. Only then will the person behind the scenes surface, Xiaofeng sneered. In fact, not pursuing Zhao Mengmeng's responsibility was just a long line to catch a big fish, because he understood Xiao Meng's tactics too well. After Zhao Mengmeng hit a wall a few times, he would have someone contact her. If he was not mistaken, he would use online public opinion to create a stir, aiming to tarnish his own reputation. As long as he revealed a hint of a clue, Xiaofeng could follow the trail and take him down. The conflict between men and women is quite severe now, Sun Xian said worriedly. If she finds a reporter and uses the internet and media to create hype, the consequences could be hard to control. Don't worry, I stand firm and am not afraid of shadows, Xiaofeng shrugged. He actually hoped she would come sooner. Sun Xian rested her chin on her hand, infatuated, loving her brother's confidence. Zhao Mengmeng, not seeing Xiaofeng, was instead escorted out by the school's security. Now, she helplessly squatted on the ground, covering her face and crying. Regret? Maybe just a little. But more than that was her resentment towards Xiaofeng. I've admitted my mistakes and apologized to you. Why won't you let me go? I'm a girl, Xiaofeng. Why can't you give in to me? Aren't you a man? Just as she was crying sadly, someone patted her shoulder. Then a tissue was handed over. Zhao Mengmeng looked up and saw a young man wearing a baseball cap handing her a tissue. Zhao Mengmeng? This person directly called out her name. I am, who are you? Zhao Mengmeng quickly stood up, looking at the person in front of her with some caution. The young man wore a baseball cap, carried a messenger bag, and held a DSLR camera. In his hand, his outfit looked somewhat like that of a paparazzo. I'm Zhang Liang from Changjiang Cultural Media. The man said as he handed over a business card, I saw the video of you and your mother online and felt you have great potential. So I want to create some topics and turn you into an internet celebrity. The video that caused a stir at school has already been uploaded online, but it hasn't spread widely. What topic are we creating? Zhao Mengmeng's expression was somewhat puzzled, and thinking of her mother, her eyes couldn't help but redden. This is too easy. Think about it. Xiaofeng is the top scorer in the city's unified exam, peeping at girls while they bathe, and a single mother demanding an explanation ends up being criminally detained. Zhang Liang said excitedly, these topics, once hyped up, are all hot news. But that's not the truth. We have already been exposed. Zhao Mengmeng lowered her head. Mengmeng, you have to remember, there are plenty of clueless onlookers online. Zhang Liang smiled proudly. What they care about is not the truth, but the excitement. As long as we hype it up a bit, they will follow our intended narrative. Don't you hate Xiaofeng? Don't you want to become an internet celebrity with millions of fans? As long as you agree, I can package you as a celebrity right away. Not only can you take revenge, but you can also drive luxury cars and buy designer bags in the future. Under Zhang Liang's persuasion, Zhao Mengmeng was tempted. Yes, internet celebrities online are all glamorous, feasting on seafood, flaunting designer bags and jewelry, driving luxury cars and living in villas. She blurted out, I want you to help me.
Alright, let's go. Now to my company, my team will immediately create some tailored topics for you. Zhang Liang nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Mengmeng nodded and followed Zhang Liang out. During this time, Zhang Liang opened WeChat and sent a message to someone named Xiao Ming. Thank you for the clues you provided. This is a topic that will grab attention. Xiao Feng, I want to go to the zoo. After school, Song Xian clung to Xiao Feng again. Aren't you going to your aunt's house? Xiao Feng was a bit puzzled. You've been enjoying yourself lately. First the amusement park, now the zoo. With the college entrance exam approaching, I don't want to put too much pressure on myself. Song Xian chuckled. If you're too tense, you'll snap. Besides, you're already someone who will be recommended for admission, so you have the time to accompany me. Alright, I hope your mouth is blessed, and I can get recommended successfully? Xiao Feng nodded. So you agree? Yay, let's ride our bikes there. Song Xian said as she ran off to scan a bike. Xiao Feng helplessly thought that ever since he taught Song Xian how to ride a bike, she seemed to have fallen in love with the sport. However, it was also time for him to get a vehicle. He had just taken the second driving test a few days ago and would go get his license as soon as it arrived. As he watched Song Xian ride off on the bike, Uncle Li, who was hiding in the corner, turned to a few men in black suits and said, "The young lady instructed us not to follow. Li Gu, President Song wants us to secretly protect the young lady. She keeps shaking us off. What should we do?" One of the men in black said worriedly. Old Song instructed that as long as the young lady is with Xiao Feng, we don't need to worry. Alright, let's go guard the entrance of the zoo for now. Uncle Li said, "Don't let the young lady find us." At the city zoo, Song Xian was as cheerful as a little deer, bouncing along, looking at elephants, riding horses, and feeding llamas. However, the llama she fed, having not received any carrots, spat water at her. Xiao Feng followed her, and seeing her so happy, a smile crept onto his lips. Suddenly, he remembered that in his previous life, after being killed by robbers, his body was discarded in the wilderness. His so-called relatives didn't even come to collect his body. His corpse was placed in a cold morgue until a woman in a black veil came to take him away and then buried him. She wore black and had a white flower, following the customs of a wife bidding farewell to her husband. That woman was incredibly elegant, with a hint of melancholy in her brows. After Xiao Feng was reborn, he remembered everyone and everything, but his impression of that woman was extremely vague. I can't remember her appearance, only her pair of melancholic eyes. He didn't know if that woman was Song Xian. It probably wasn't, but who else could it be? Monkey, Xiao Feng, let's go to Monkey Mountain to see the monkeys. Song Xian's voice pulled him back from his memories. Okay. Xiao Feng nodded and followed her to Monkey Mountain. Song Xian took some bananas to feed the monkeys. Just then, a teasing voice rang out, "Sister Sue, look at that monkey, it's so cute." Xiao Ming? Turning his head, he saw that indeed, Xiao Ming and Su Muyu were also by Monkey Mountain. Xiao Ming was dressed in sportswear, looking sunny and handsome. He also spotted Xiao Feng and wanted to greet him, but then he put on a scared expression. "Sister Sue, I saw my brother. I want to say hi, but I'm afraid he hates me." Sumuyu glanced over and saw Xiao Feng, a hint of resentment bubbling up in her chest. "Then just ignore him, pretend you didn't see him." Unlike her previous emotions, which were filled with disgust towards Xiao Feng, this time she seemed to be throwing a little tantrum because she felt Xiao Feng should take the initiative to talk to her. Xiao Feng revealed a playful smile and turned to feed the monkeys with Song Xian, pretending he didn't see her. "Xiao Feng, why is that monkey holding a rope?" Song Xian asked, pointing at a big monkey. The big monkey saw the banana in Song Xian's hand, raised the rope it was holding, and ran over, staring at the banana. Just as Song Xian was about to feed it, Xiao Feng stopped her. "Don't feed that monkey." "Why not?" Song Xian asked, puzzled. "Sister, that thing in the monkey's hand is called a monkey rope," Xiao Ming said teasingly. "Do you know where monkey ropes come from?" "Xiao Feng, what is a monkey rope?" Song Xian ignored him and turned to ask Xiao Feng. Before Xiao Feng could explain, Xiao Ming walked over. "This monkey rope is actually a little monkey. Some little monkeys are weak and die shortly after being born. The monkey mother is very sad and can't bear to part with the little monkey, so she carries it with her. Over time, the little monkey's body becomes dry and shriveled, like a rope. This monkey has lost its child, it's so pitiful." As Xiao Ming spoke, he tossed a banana over, and the monkey dragging the rope reached out to grab it. "Is it really like that?" Song Xian's eyes turned red. "This monkey is too pitiful. Yes, we should take care of it." Xiao Ming felt pleased with his successful persona. However, Xiao Feng's words ruthlessly slapped him in the face. "It's true that monkey ropes are little monkeys, but not all little monkeys die from illness." Xiao Feng said coldly, "Monkeys are clever yet cruel animals because they find that monkeys dragging monkey ropes receive special attention. So some strong monkeys in the troop will snatch the little monkeys from their mothers, cruelly biting them to death or throwing them to the ground, then dragging them around. They pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy, so tourists will feed them more." Ah! Song Xian's expression changed drastically. She never expected that monkeys could be so cruel. Xiao Ming's face turned pale, and he argued, "How can you think so badly of monkeys? This monkey is clearly a monkey mother. This is a male monkey. Have you ever seen a male monkey give birth to little monkeys?"
Xiao Feng sneered. In fact, some people are just like these monkeys pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy, but the reality is extremely cruel. They are not worthy of sympathy.
Xiao Ming's face turned ashen, and he couldn't utter a word in retort.
He knew Xiao Feng's last sentence was a veiled jab at him. Xiao Ming, let's go play on the other side. Sumuyu walked over, rescuing him from the situation.
Alright, Sister Su, let's go. Xiao Ming glanced at Xiao
Feng and left with her.
Xiao Feng and Sun Xian also went to play elsewhere.
Xiao Feng, I'm hungry. I want to eat grilled sausages. After playing for most of the day, Sun Xian patted her stomach and said pitifully,
wait a moment, I'll go buy some for you. Thank you. A happy smile spread across Sun Xian's face.
Xiao Feng ran off to buy something, and Sun Xian, who had just been too tired to sit on a chair, stood up.
The smile
on her face faded as she turned her gaze to Sumuyu, who was walking towards her. I didn't expect the daughter of the Song family from Jiangcheng to come to an ordinary high school.
Sumuyu stopped and looked at Song Xian. Miss Song, you came to Tongfang High School just for Xiao Feng, right? So you know me.
Song Xian fearlessly met Sumuyu's gaze. I thought Miss Su was aloof and proud, and didn't even know who I was.
How do you know Xiao Feng? Sumuyu questioned.
That's my business, it has nothing to do with Miss Su.
Song Xian replied with a smile. I have no other intentions, I'm just curious. If there are no accidents, you two will never have any intersection in this lifetime, Sumuyu said.
But you gave up the opportunity to attend a prestigious high school for him.
Did you know him early on? Or did you know he had something special about him?
Sumuyu, Song Xian said, you're quite a nice person, beautiful, and a top student. But you don't seem to have much emotion in your heart. You weigh the pros and cons of everything, even considering benefits before
dealing with people. Not everyone is like you, and besides, if you say we will never have any intersection in this lifetime, then aren't you the same? You are the recognized princess of Jiangcheng, with looks, abilities, and knowledge that are all outstanding. Why would you get involved with Xiao Feng?
Because his brother saved my life and gave me a blood transfusion.
That's how we met. What about you? Sumuyu asked. You mean Xiao Ming saved your life? Song Xian couldn't help but laugh. Sumuyu, I always thought you were a smart person. But on this matter, you seem to be confused. What do you mean? Sumuyu frowned slightly. I'm not
familiar with Xiao Ming, but I can tell from his gaze that he's not an ordinary person, even sinister. A person like that, who values his own life, wouldn't actively save others and give blood transfusions.
Song Xian said.
I won't allow you to speak ill of Xiao Ming, and it seems you haven't directly answered my question.
Sumuyu's brow furrowed.
Xiao Ming saved your life, and Xiao Feng saved mine.
Song Xian said, my relationship
with him is not mixed with any interests, just pure friendship, or rather, feelings.
Feelings? Sumuyu's brows tightened even more, and she struggled to open her mouth. Do you like him? Yes, I like him, Song Xian admitted generously. But the difference in status between you two is too great. How could your family possibly agree? Sumuyu's expression was somewhat complicated.
She didn't understand why she felt this way. Clearly, she despised Xiao Feng. But when she saw a girl of similar family background, status, and look say she liked him, she felt very uncomfortable. That's my business, no need for you to worry.
Song Xian smiled lightly. Miss Su, instead of worrying about me here, you might as well care about yourself.
Song Xian said, seeing you so anxious and uncertain now, it's hard for me to believe you're the famous Sumuyu.
Sumuyu
opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but Song Xian turned to face Xiao Feng, who was walking over. Xiao Feng held several grilled sausages in water, then fed them to Song Xian's mouth.
Ah, it smells so good. Song Xian opened her mouth and took a bite, her expression satisfied.
Watching the two of them drift further away, Sumuyu felt as if something had struck her heart. She suddenly envied the two people in front
of her, realizing that even a 2-yuan starch sausage by the roadside could be enjoyed so happily.
True feelings are not about material things, but about being with the person you like. Everyone has their own future, but where is hers?
Or rather, where is her home? Sister Su, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for ages.
Let's go watch the Sea Lion show, it's the last performance.
Xiao Ming ran over, and upon seeing Su Muyu's unusual expression, he abruptly stopped. Sister Su, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? No, I'm just a bit tired. Let's go back. Sumuyu forced a smile.
She lowered her head and after a moment, looked up and took
out a safety pendant.
It was hand-woven, simple red silk threads intricately intertwined.
Sister Su, is this handmade? It's so beautiful. Xiao Ming curiously looked at the safety knot in her hand. Sumuyu's heart
sank. 3 years ago, after she was injured and fell into a coma, she woke up to find this thing with her. She had always thought it was left for her by Xiao Ming to encourage her, so she had kept it close, yet the Xiao Ming in front of her knew nothing about it.
I'm a bit tired. Sumuyu tightly grasped the safety knot in her hand. I want to go back, let's come another day.
After saying this, she turned and left, her figure somewhat
desolate.
Xiao Ming held the 2 Sea Lion show tickets in his hand, lost in thought for a long time. When he saw Xiao Feng's departing back in the distance, he seemed to understand something.
Xiao Feng, it's you again. It's you. Why are you so haunting?
Mom and Dad were wrong, they shouldn't have brought you into this world.
Sister was wrong too, she shouldn't have agreed to your return. Sumu you were wrong as well. You should be mine.
Xiaoming's face twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead, looking quite terrifying. He clenched his fists tightly, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. But, Xiaofeng, you won't be
proud for long. Aren't you going to participate in the physics competition? Aren't you going to be recommended to Tsinghua and Kyoto University? If you get ruined by someone, can you still go? Ha ha ha. After Xiaofeng and Sun Xian left the zoo, they waved goodbye. Just as Xiaofeng was about to leave, he received a call from Lin Feng. Xiaofeng, I went to Qing Niuguan and met the master. Lin Feng's tone was filled with uncontainable excitement. He gave me a pharmacopoeia to study carefully. Many of the classic formulas in it are lost treasures. Even my grandfather praised it highly. Then congratulations, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Xiaofeng, why don't you come to our clinic? I'll treat you to a meal. I want to thank you properly. Lin Feng's tone still held uncontainable excitement. Seeing that it was still early, Xiaofeng agreed. The Lin family's clinic was a two-story small building. The exterior was designed in an ancient style, with a plaque at the entrance reading Lin's traditional Chinese medicine. Below it, there were brief introductions to various classic formulas written in small seal script. The Lin family had been in the medical profession for generations and was well known in Jiangcheng, especially Lin Feng's grandfather, who was called the King of Medicine, renowned for his mastery of classic formulas. Lin Feng was also extremely talented and was destined to take over the Lin family clinic. Xiaofeng, the master is truly remarkable. After talking with him for an afternoon, I felt like I had opened a new world. Lin Feng's emotions were still high, as the insights of the Taoist priest on medical theory and destiny were things he had never heard before. Wait, did the master take you as a disciple? Xiaofeng asked in surprise. The Taoist priest doesn't take disciples. He himself is just a nominal disciple, and this guy got accepted right away? Well, not really. My master only taught me some medical skills and theories, and he doesn't allow me to call him master, but I truly recognize him as my master from the bottom of my heart, Lin Feng said with a somewhat awkward smile. He doesn't take disciples, Xiaofeng chuckled. It doesn't matter, in my heart, I acknowledge him as my master, Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. I used to be such a frog at the bottom of a well. Xiaofeng, thank you for introducing me to my master. Yes, the old Lin Feng was quite accomplished. He started learning medicine at 6, became proficient in identifying all kinds of herbs by 10, and read through medical classics by 12. By 16, he was able to practice medicine independently. And after graduating from the provincial Chinese Medicine University, he inherited his family's business, applying the Lin family's classic prescriptions to the fullest. So he had a certain pride about him, but after meeting the Taoist priest, that pride completely vanished without a trace. He dragged Xiaofeng along, chattering endlessly about the medical texts his master had given him, unable to stop. Dr. Lin, are you there? A woman burst in, holding a child, her cries piercing. Dr. Lin, my child is unconscious. He had been taking your family's Bao-Xian pills. Today we ran out of medicine and he suddenly fell unconscious. Dr. Lin, please help. Don't panic, my grandfather isn't here right now. I'll handle it, Lin Feng said, standing up abruptly and turning to grab the silver needles. Little Dr. Lin, my child just needs the medicine to get better. Please get me your pharmacy's special Bao-Xian pills, the woman cried out. I'm begging you, hurry. But I need to check the child's condition first. Lin Feng was taken aback by the scene. No need to check. It was the same last time. Lives are at stake, Dr. Lin. I'm begging you, hurry and get the medicine. My child has a heart condition. The woman was heartbroken. Your medicine works particularly well. I'm begging you, please hurry. Just a moment, I'll get the medicine. Lin Feng rushed inside to fetch it. The Bao-Xian pills made from the Lin family's classic prescriptions are particularly effective for treating heart disease. Especially for congenital heart disease, when an attack occurs, it can be life-threatening. Taking 2 pills and placing one at the root of the tongue shows immediate results. Moreover, given the child's urgent condition, it was better to use the medicine to save a life first and then diagnose slowly. As he came out with the medicine, a flash of insight struck Xiaofeng. He blurted out, Lin Feng, have you done the 4 examinations of traditional Chinese medicine? Ha! Lin Feng was taken aback. Xiaofeng rushed over and said in a deep voice, first check the child's condition before deciding whether to give the medicine. How can you be sure it's a heart problem? What if your medicine isn't suitable? Xiaofeng remembered that in his previous life, the Lin family's clinic had encountered a medical dispute. It all started when a woman rushed in, crying with a child in her arms. The situation was urgent, so Lin Feng directly took out the medicine to save the child. But unexpectedly, the child the woman was holding had already died. It was a corpse. The outcome was predictable. The Lin family clinic was accused, and the woman insisted that Lin Feng had caused the child's death. The incident escalated, and some unscrupulous media sensationalized it, claiming the Lin family had killed someone. The Lin family had to pay hundreds of thousands, and their reputation was severely damaged. After that, Lin Feng was deeply affected and fell into despair. He, who was once expected to inherit the family's traditional Chinese Medicine practice, changed careers, and a highly talented traditional Chinese doctor faded away. Now that Xiao Feng had encountered this situation, he couldn't let the tragedy repeat itself. Little Dr. Lin, my child's condition is extremely critical. Please, just give me the medicine. The woman knelt on the ground with a thud. She held the child in one arm and grabbed Lin Feng with the other. He has been taking your medicine. If you don't give him the medicine now, it will be too late. Wait, Lin Feng reacted, supporting the woman. I need to check the child first. At the very least, I need to do the basic examinations. Otherwise, I won't be able to assess your child's current condition, and using the medicine rashly could lead to serious consequences. My child is about to lose their life. Can't you at least use some medicine first? The woman screamed frantically. Aren't you doctors supposed to save lives? Medicine, give me medicine. The hysterical screams made Lin Feng feel something was wrong. He said in a deep voice, if you're really anxious, put the child down and let me take a look. If you keep this up, the child will only be in more danger. The woman fell silent, standing up and clutching the child as she tried to leave. Stop her, this woman is not right, Xiao Feng shouted. Stop. Leave the child here. Lin Feng also realized something was off and rushed to block the woman. Several masters and apprentices from the Chinese medicine clinic rushed over as well. Let me go, let me leave. This hospital won't treat me, I'll go somewhere else. The woman's eyes were bloodshot, her appearance terrifying. Let me see the child. Lin Feng reached out his hand. No, the woman held the child tightly. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a few people stepped forward to restrain the woman. He sensed that the woman's mental state was not right and that she might harm the child. Let me go, someone help, they're stealing my child, stealing my child. The woman screamed and struggled desperately on the ground. Fortunately, there were enough people to pin her down. Only then did Lin Feng take the child from her arms, noticing that the child was wrapped tightly, with their face completely covered. He lifted the cloth, reached in, and felt the body stiff and cold, devoid of any warmth. In that moment, Lin Feng felt his hands and feet turn icy. Lin Feng, how is it? Xiao Feng asked. The child is dead, Lin Feng said, his gaze vacant and stuttering. I've called the police. Xiao Feng raised the phone in his hand. Lin Feng steadied himself, placing the child's body down, observing the infant's corpse, pale and blue, likely dead for at least a day. The police arrived at the scene, accompanied by a forensic expert. The woman, in a state of mental breakdown, clawed and kicked at the police, ultimately being restrained and placed in a police car. The child's body was also taken away, and a police officer began to inquire about the situation. Lin Feng sat in a chair, answering questions, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been lost. Preliminary investigation shows that this woman has used drugs. The cause of the child's death needs to be determined by an autopsy, the police said. You need to come with us to make a statement. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Be especially careful. With those running clinics, some medical disputes can lead to people doing anything for money, the police officer added as a reminder. Lin Feng nodded, gratefully saying to Xiao Feng, I'm going to make a statement now. Thank you so much for your reminder today. Go ahead, I need to head back too. Just treat me next time, Xiao Feng smiled slightly. Sure, definitely. Lin Feng nodded. The next morning, when he arrived at class, Sun Xian handed Xiao Feng a bag. This is for you. Sun Xian's cheeks were flushed, as if she had mustered a lot of courage to make this decision. What is this? Xiao Feng asked curiously, reaching to open the bag. Don't open it yet, it's a scarf I knitted. Look at it when you get home. Sun Xian's head nearly buried itself in the desk. It was her first attempt at knitting a scarf, and it turned out quite ugly, but it was made by her own hands. Oh, I see? Then I'll look at it when I get home. Xiao Feng smiled as he put the item away. I really like it. You say you like it without even looking? Sun Xian felt a surge of joy in her heart. If you gave it to me, I would like it, Xiao Feng said seriously. Hearing his words, Sun Xian was truly overjoyed. Then Xiao Feng said, I have something for you too. He took out a piece knot made of red string. The red threads were tightly interwoven, with a yellow thread woven into a blessing character in the center. A small piece of peach wood hung below. Wow, Xiao Feng, did you make this? Sun Xian exclaimed in surprise as she took the piece knot. She held it in her hands, turning it over and over, unable to put it down. Yes, I learned it when I was back home doing handicrafts with my grandmother, Xiao Feng said with a smile. This piece of wood is peach wood. I got this from my master at the Taoist temple. It's said to ward off evil, ensure safety, and bring good luck. Do you like it? I love it, I really love it. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Sun Xian tightly hugged the peace charm to her chest, her eyes filled with joy. Seeing Sun Xian so happy made Xiao Feng's heart feel lighter. It seemed that a certain empathy had been reached between them. Sun Xian, you may not know, but you are a ray of light in my once dark life. Thank you for taking care of me when I was most helpless. In this life, if we can be together, I will give you everything I have. Xiao Feng's phone rang, and he quickly got up to answer it. Just as he left, Su Dachui, with his slightly mischievous chubby face, leaned in. Song classmate, are you two together? Ha? What are you talking about? We just exchanged small gifts, Sun Xian pouted. But Su Dachui's words made her extremely happy inside. Exchanging small gifts is something only couples do, and they're all handmade towels and braided ropes. Su Dachui chuckled. Alright, no more talking. Sun Xian put on a stern face but secretly delightedly tucked the peace charm away. It's gone up, Xiao Feng. Has really gone up. The call was from Li Yongyuan, who was almost shouting frantically on the other end. What has gone up? Xiao Feng was somewhat confused. The stock, the one you mentioned, Zhang Yuan chip, has hit the limit up for 2 consecutive days yesterday and the day before. Li Yongyuan was incredibly excited. We bought in at the very bottom. And Zhang Yuan chip announced that they have developed a chip suitable for mid to high-end mobile phones and have achieved mass production. The stock market will see a big surge in the future. We're going to get rich this time. Oh, I thought it was something else. Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Feng, I'm so excited right now, I need to call Zhang Xiang. We should get together tonight, you must come. Li Yongyuan was so excited he was rambling. Sure, see you tonight. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. The stock surge was expected, and for the next half month, it would soar wildly. But then there would be a wave of decline. After all, money in the stock market isn't easy to come by. He had already instructed Li Mingyu to lay out surrounding industries and when the time was right to sell all the stocks and shift to those industries. After school in the afternoon, Xiao Feng met with Wu Zitsong, Li Yongyuan, and others at a hotel. Impressive. I told you following the younger brother to invest would be absolutely right, Wu Zitsong said, completely in awe. Yeah, Xiao Feng, you're simply amazing. Li Yongyuan was still excited. I've been playing the stock market for a few years. I haven't lost much, but I haven't made big profits either. The returns you've brought me these past few days match the total I made in the stock market over the past few years. Tell me the truth, how did you know this stock would surge? How did you know they succeeded in developing the chip? Intuition. Xiao Feng simply replied with those 2 words. Intuition? I don't believe it. You must have insider information. Zhang Xiang clearly didn't believe it and pondered hard. Then, as if realizing something, he said with certainty, Xiao Feng, you must have traveled through time. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Although it was a joke, it was not one to be taken lightly. He quickly said, actually, this company had news before that they had stockpiled a lot of raw materials for chip production, and they have laid out surrounding industries, acquiring several semiconductor companies. From some clues, it's not hard to see what they are planning. Is there such news? How come I didn't notice? Li Yongyuan was somewhat surprised, then shook his head and said, forget it, let's not dig into those news. After all, Xiao Feng is the professional. With him, we all have meat to eat. The first battle was a success. In half a month, we will withdraw our funds and invest in the surrounding industries. Rest assured, within a month, your principal will double. Ha, then we really should raise a glass to Xiao Feng. The few of them laughed heartily. Just as they were eating, there was a knock on the door of the private room. It was Chen Xiao, whom they had met last time, holding a bottle of wine and showing a surprised expression. Gentlemen, what a coincidence. Oh, Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Wu Zitsong stood up. The owner of this hotel is my cousin. He said he saw you having dinner with Mr. Wu, young Master Zhang, and Mr. Li, so I came to take a look. Chen Xiao was also quite adept at socializing. He poured a glass of wine. I came to toast you all. You're too polite, Mr. Chen. Xiao Feng stood up and said, I just finalized some investments with these brothers, so we came to celebrate. Ha, Brother Zhao's investments must be extraordinary. Brother Xiao, I'm quite familiar with your father. We've had a relationship for over 10 years. Chen Xiao laughed heartily. We're signing a contract today. I have a marketing project that relies on him. You mean Xiao Yuan, huh? Xiao Feng was taken aback. The last time he met Chen Xiao, his father had hidden away, so he hadn't seen the other party, which made Chen Xiao's words today a bit puzzling. Yes, Chen Xiao chuckled. We'll be even closer in the future. Brother Xiao, you're truly impressive. At such a young age, you already have your own career. Sigh, my son is about your age. If he had even a tenth of your ability, I'd have to burn incense for my ancestors. How did you know I'm his son? Xiao Feng's expression was somewhat strange. He told me and even showed me your family photo. Chen Xiao paused, noticing Xiao Feng's expression seemed a bit off. He said I was his son and then you signed a contract with him? Xiao Feng felt a bit speechless. Yes, well, a son can't just randomly claim someone, right? Chen Xiao asked cautiously. He didn't randomly claim it. In terms of blood relation, I am his son. Xiao Feng shook his head. But Mr. Chen, you may not know, I've severed my parental relationship with him. Ha? Severed your parental relationship? This, Chen Xiao was completely dumbfounded. No wonder Xiao Feng had hidden away when he came out. It turned out to be for this reason. Now this situation was a bit awkward. He didn't know why the relationship between the Xiao father and son had become so strained, but since Xiao Feng said so, it meant they had reached a point of irreconcilable differences. That bastard Xiao Yuanhe was truly shameless. He confidently claimed Xiao Feng was his son and could introduce big shots to him. And the result? The other party didn't even care about this so-called father. Yes, my family has some issues that are quite complicated, Xiao Feng said, so I have no relationship with him. Mr. Chen, please don't let him deceive you again in the future. This situation is quite troublesome. Chen Xiao's face showed an awkward smile. Old Chen, it's fine, as long as the matter is clear, that's good. Wu Zitsong said with a smile, but you must keep your eyes open in the future. Brother Xiao is not an ordinary person. There are quite a few people who try to swindle by using his name. Yes, Mr. Wu is right. Chen Xiao quickly poured a glass of wine and raised it. This glass, I apologize to Brother Xiao, I'm truly sorry. He downed the wine in one go, then went around to toast everyone in the room before awkwardly retreating. Xiao Feng, the Xiao family is being a bit unreasonable. Zhang Ziong had looked into Xiao Feng's family situation. He said indignantly, they treat you like this, and now they're using your name to do business. Is there such a person? Ha, it's fine, just block this path for him. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. He had no intention of indulging the Xiao family, since they had no shame. They shouldn't blame him for being rude. If Xiao Yuanhe continued like this, he guaranteed that he could successfully ruin the Xiao family's broken company. After Chen Xiao left, he awkwardly wanted to slap himself. He cursed as he walked. Xiao Yuanhe, you actually dared to deceive me, you bastard. Can your character still be trusted? Furious, he arrived at the private room where Zhao's father was already waiting. Mr. Chen, you're here. Look, I've prepared the contract for you. Take a look, and if there are no issues, let's sign. It's. Seeing Chen Xiao enter, Xiao Yuanhe quickly stood up, handing over a contract with both hands. Chen Xiao suppressed his inner anger, took the contract, and sneered, Old Xiao, do you remember you said your son would introduce me to General Wu? Do you still recall that? Of course I remember. Don't worry, Old Chen, this is a small matter. I'll have him contact General Wu right away, Zhao's father said, his heart racing as he forced down his unease. I just saw Xiao Feng come over with General Wu. Why don't you give him a call? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. At this point, was this guy still pretending? Let's see if I can expose you. He's here? Zhao's father was taken aback. Yes, give him a call. Chen Xiao placed the contract on the table. He's having an important discussion with General Wu today. We can do it another day, Zhao's father said, his eyes darting. No need for another day, just have your son come to our private room. I want to see if you can even invite him. Chen Xiao sneered. Mr. Chen, let's sign the contract first and we can discuss the other matters later. Xiao Yuanhe, how long are you going to keep pretending? Chen Xiao was furious, slamming his palm on the table. I've already found out that Xiao Feng has long severed ties with you. Do you know how awkward it was for me to toast him in his private room when I mentioned these matters? Mr. Chen, please don't be angry, let me explain, Zhao's father said, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He hadn't expected things to be exposed so quickly. He only intended to use Xiao Feng's influence to make things easier for himself. But he didn't expect it to backfire, and the other party would find out so soon that he and Xiao Feng had already cut ties. What's there to explain? Xiao Yuanhe, you're really something, huh? Now you've fallen to the point of using your son's name to attract investment? Chen Xiao laughed in anger. Forget the contract, you don't need to come looking for me again. Mr. Chen, we were doing just fine before, Zhao's father said anxiously. Doing fine? Xiao Yuanhe, don't you feel the slightest bit embarrassed saying that? Chen Xiao pointed at him. What's the difference between you and a con artist now? I must have been blind to trust you. I'm telling you now, there's no door to cooperation. Don't bother me again, Chen Xiao said as he turned to leave, leaving Zhao's father standing there helplessly. And by the way, Xiao Feng is very talented. Honestly, if my son had even a tenth of his ability, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Chen Xiao added before leaving, I've seen your younger son too. He's full of schemes, pretending to be weak. A person like that isn't even a man, and you still pin your hopes on him? That's just hilarious. You. Zhao's father glared at Chen Xiao, furious at the way he spoke about Xiao Ming. Chen Xiao didn't say anything more, slamming the door heavily behind him as he left. He sat down in a chair, feeling powerless and filled with anger. Xiao Feng and the others had almost finished eating and were chatting casually. Zhang Ziong, flipping through his phone, suddenly came across a video and couldn't help but be taken aback. Xiao Feng, look, you're trending in the city. Where? Let me see. Xiao Feng's heart sank as he picked up his phone. Sure enough, the trending topic was about the top scorer of the citywide exam, Xiao Feng, peeping at a girl while she was showering. A single mother sought justice for her daughter but ended up being detained. The phrases top scorer, theft, and single mother immediately grabbed people's attention. Opening a video, he saw Zhao Mengmeng standing in front of the camera, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Xiao Feng, my mom has been detained, and I've been expelled. I'm begging you, please let me go. I was wrong, I shouldn't have exposed you. You have the school backing you, the education bureau backing you, while we ordinary people have to endure the unfairness. Her heartfelt performance, combined with the makeup she had applied, made her appear pitiful, weak, and helpless. The comments section was already in an uproar, with all the clueless keyboard warriors chiming in. How outrageous. Just because you have good grades, you can do whatever you want? Peeping at a girl showering, and the school covering it up, even using connections to have her mother detained? At Jiangcheng Police, give the girl justice. At does it even help? It's simply a den of snakes and rats. Nowadays, as long as you have good grades, character doesn't matter. What is the meaning of education? The heat was rising at a visible speed, quickly dominating the local news. Well, here it comes, Xiaofeng said excitedly, slapping the table. Xiaofeng, what's going on? Li Yuan's expression was serious. If this matter isn't handled well, it could affect you. Yeah, you still have competitions to participate in. It's not good to have issues at this critical moment. Wu Zitsong also became serious. Someone is throwing dirt on me, Xiaofeng said. I might as well use this opportunity to expose the person behind it. Xiaofeng, I know someone in the public opinion department. Let's tone down this heat first, Zhang Xian said. No need, brother Zhang, I need a favor. I'm going to face online bullying in the next few days, and I'm worried it will affect my grandmother. Xiaofeng said, can you arrange a place for me to stay, so my grandmother can stay there for a few days? It must be quiet. Don't worry, I have a villa in the wellness area, just let Grandma Wu go there, and I'll take her over. Later, Zhang Xiang said. Alright, let the situation ferment for a few days, and I need to hire a lawyer. Xiaofeng pondered for a moment. Let's cut through the chaos and go for a fast-track lawsuit. Leave it to me, I'll introduce you to a lawyer, Li Yongyuan said. I know some friends in the media, I'll have them check it out. The video was released by Chengjiang Cultural Media, and I'll get back to you. I know people in the court. If you want to go through litigation, I'll have my friends find a way to use the fast track, Wu Zitsong said. Otherwise, it will delay your competition. Thank you all. The teacher has contacted me. I need to head back to school to handle this. Okay, keep in touch. The few nodded and got up to leave. Just as they stepped out, a figure rushed over and slapped Xiaofeng across the face. At the same time, a sharp scream rang out. Xiaofeng, you trash! How could you do such a thing? Xiaofeng was caught off guard, almost unable to react. He quickly dodged but still felt the other person's nails scrape against his cheek. Several blood streaks appeared on his face, stinging painfully. When he looked up, he realized the person was his mother. Her face was ashen, her expression twisted with rage, and her chest heaved, clearly furious. Just moments ago, she had been out shopping with a few other ladies, discussing their son's academic achievements. She had been boasting about her eldest son, Xiaofeng, being the top scorer in the citywide exam, and her second son being in the top 30. However, before she could finish her bragging, she had come across the video of Xiaofeng peeping at a girl showering. The competition among women is itself a battlefield, and several mothers began to speak about this matter in a sarcastic tone. Just as they exited the mall, they happened to see Xiaofeng coming out of the hotel next door, leading to the scene that just unfolded. What are you doing? Are you okay, brother? Zhang Xiang and the others quickly stopped him. I'm fine, just a small injury. Xiaofeng wiped his face. There was no blood, but his skin was scraped. He coldly looked at Zhao's mother, who now seemed completely unhinged, like a madwoman. Trash, worthless, I shouldn't have given birth to you. I must be insane to take pride in you. Zhao's mother vented her twisted emotions, appearing quite unstable. Tsk, the Qin family's daughter, who always prides herself on her good upbringing and scholarly background, actually has such a side. You've truly opened my eyes. Xiaofeng sneered. Look at you now. What's the difference between you and a madwoman? In truth, Xiaofeng felt no affection for his mother. Even though he once longed to fit in, he always sensed a strong hatred from her towards him. Hatred for someone is something that cannot be concealed. That feeling of disgust, the desire to die immediately, is unmistakable. Xiaofeng didn't understand why she harbored such intense hatred for him, but his impression of this mother was even less than that of his sisters, Xiaoyan and Xiaoyu. Shut up, you worthless freak. How could I have given birth to a son like you? Zhao's mother screamed, somewhat hysterically. How could you commit such an ugly act? You've ruined my reputation. Then go die, Xiaofeng said dismissively. If you die, wouldn't that be the end of it? You wouldn't have to look at me with disdain, nor would you have to endure the gazes of those around you. You shut up. Zhao's mother's face turned pale. Having a son like me must be a stain on your life, right? Xiaofeng sneered. You, who consider yourself so noble, have a son who has done such disgraceful things. Isn't this a failure of your education? Xiaofeng. Zhao's mother seemed increasingly unhinged. Xiaofeng's words struck a nerve, almost as if he were digging into her heart. Alright, brother Xiao, let's go, Wu Zitsong said, noticing that Zhao's mother seemed a bit unstable. Fearing that Xiaofeng might continue speaking and truly provoke her to death, he hurriedly urged Xiaofeng to leave. Zhao's mother collapsed onto the ground, pressing her hand against her chest, breathing like a wild beast gone mad, unable to respond for a long time. What's wrong with you? Zhao's father came out, surprised to see his wife's condition, and quickly supported her. Die, that bastard deserves to die, Zhao's mother roared. Calm down, don't get agitated, you can't let your condition worsen.
Zhao's father quickly called 120. Hello, my wife is unwell. She has stress-induced bipolar disorder.
Yes, we're on Nandu Road.
Meanwhile, someone secretly recorded this scene. When Xiaofeng arrived at school, he was taken to the principal's office by Su Xiao. The school leaders were present and the situation online had escalated significantly. Xiaofeng, you don't need to feel pressured, the innocent will clear their name, Li Jin said seriously. If there's pressure, the school will bear it. You should focus on your studies and prepare for the competition.
Thank you, principal.
These matters don't affect me, Xiaofeng replied. The school doesn't need to do anything for me, I can handle my own affairs. Xiaofeng, this is not just your own matter, the director of education spoke up.
Your personal reputation is closely tied to the school.
Although Tongfang High School is not a key institution, we must ensure fairness and justice for every student.
Thank you, Director Huang. I understand.
I have already contacted a lawyer regarding the lawsuit against Chengjiang Cultural Media and Zhao Mengmeng, Xiaofeng said.
I won't let these
matters affect my reputation, nor will they affect the school's reputation.
The innocent will clear their name. Alright, Xiaofeng, we will first
negotiate with Chengjiang Media, demanding they release a clarification video and apologize.
This is clearly a malicious hype incident. Li Jin stood up. Thank you, principal and leaders, for your concern. I won't let you down.
Xiaofeng stood up and bowed deeply to the few people.
Principal.
Director Huang, it's bad news, someone has sent reads to the school. At that moment, the security guard rushed in.
Who sent them? Director Huang frowned.
A lot of people, about 30 or 40. The guard panted, all of these are for Xiaofeng.
Go take a look.
Li Jin's brow furrowed, he knew
how serious online violence could become once it escalated.
A row of reeds was placed at the school gate, attracting countless students to watch. The morning banners bore Xiaofeng's name, with glaring words like voyeur, pervert, and scum. The delivery company staff were still waiting for
Xiaofeng to sign. I demand you show me the sender's information. Xiaofeng approached the delivery person.
I can't provide that, I just deliver.
You just need to sign.
The delivery person, pulling a small truck loaded with reeds, took out a form for Xiaofeng to sign. First, sending a package requires real name registration. Second, I'm currently being subjected to online violence and I need to collect this evidence to sue the perpetrators. Xiaofeng said, if you can't provide the sender's information, I will sue your delivery company.
I'm just a delivery guy, why are you making it hard for me?
The delivery person was unhappy.
Alright, so it's a joint transport within the city? I'll have my lawyer contact you.
Xiaofeng said directly.
Hey, you, fine, I'll contact the station master.
The delivery person, seeing Xiaofeng was difficult, said helplessly.
Principal Li, please keep these wreaths safe.
I've already contacted a lawyer who will help me with a fast lawsuit.
Xiaofeng said. Okay, Xiaofeng, if you need anything, just contact me directly.
Director Huang, please get in touch with the person in charge of Chengjiang Cultural Media. We need to meet and discuss.
Li Jin nodded. Alright, everyone disperse and go to class. What's there to see?
Director Huang put on a stern face, driving away the students at the
scene.
Also, there might be a lot of trouble in the next few days, so I won't be coming to school to avoid causing any inconvenience.
Xiaofeng said. Alright, study well at home. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll have a teacher come to help you.
Li Jin thought for a moment and
said, thank you, principal.
Xiaofeng smiled slightly and then returned to the classroom to pack his things. It was now break time, and as Xiaofeng returned to pack, everyone's gaze fell on him. The scene that had unfolded at school a few days ago had already spread,
but no one expected the
situation to escalate, so whispers inevitably filled the classroom. Sun Xian was not in the classroom and Xiaofeng felt a bit regretful. He had wanted to say goodbye to her. He probably wouldn't see her for the next 2 or 3 days, so he organized the materials he needed to review. Then he thought for a moment and placed a book on Sun Xian's desk. After that, he left with his study materials.
Xiaofeng, wait a moment.
Just as he was
about to go downstairs, Sun Xian rushed down.
She was still holding her phone, clearly having just made a call.
You're here. I wanted to tell you that I won't be coming to school these days.
Xiaofeng smiled and said,
did the principal suspend your classes? I'm going to talk to the principal now. Sun Xian said as she pulled Xiaofeng to find the principal.
No, I might have continuous troubles coming up these days which could disrupt the school's order.
Xiaofeng stopped her. So I voluntarily proposed to review at home for a few days. It's fine, it will pass soon. But the situation online is still escalating. How can Zhao Mengmeng do this? She's really willing to do anything for fame. Sun Xian's tears were welling up in her eyes. Hey, don't cry.
Xiaofeng panicked and quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe her tears.
I promise, in 3 to 5 days, things will settle down.
I told you before, someone has been trying to target me. This time, it's a perfect opportunity to expose the person behind it.
What do you plan to do? Sun Xian asked anxiously. Directly sue them.
Don't worry, I've already hired a lawyer, collected relevant evidence, and will go through
the expedited litigation process.
Xiaofeng reassured her, it won't affect my competition. But the litigation process takes too long, and public
opinion is very unfavorable for you. Sun Xian calmed down a bit, thinking about how to help Xiaofeng. Public opinion can't affect the fairness of the law.
Besides, Zhao Mengmeng is just a publicity stunt. I will also collect evidence and turn the public opinion around at the right time. Xiaofeng said, while I'm away these few days, focus on your studies.
If there are any parts of physics you don't understand, leave them blank for now. I'll explain them to you when I return to school. Xiaofeng.
Sun Xian raised her head. Online violence is terrifying, and the place you
live might not be safe.
How about this? Come back home with me and stay at my place for a while.
Stay at your house? The words cohabitation
instantly flooded Xiaofeng's mind. His gaze also became ambiguous.
Where are you thinking? Staying at my house doesn't mean what you think it does. Sun Xian's face turned bright red.
She seemed to feel that it was somewhat inappropriate for a girl to invite a boy to stay at her home.
I wasn't thinking anything. You must be the one overthinking it, right?
Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with mischief.
Xiaofeng, what time is it, and you're still joking with me? Sun Xian stomped her foot in frustration. Alright, no more jokes.
You don't need to worry about me, I'll handle these matters. Xiaofeng said with a smile, the keyboard warriors are just a bit foolish, they're not all bad. When they realize their IQ is being rubbed in the dirt, they'll only become angrier and attack those who lead the narrative. We'll see.
After Xiaofeng left, Sun Xian bit her lip and picked up her phone to call her grandfather. Grandpa, Xiaofeng is in trouble, we need to help him. I already know about the situation. A voice came from the other end of the line. It was Song Yunming. I'll have your uncle pull some strings to expedite the court process, so it will be accepted within 3 days and a hearing will be scheduled as soon as possible. But in the end, the result is beyond anyone's control. It depends on whether this kid has the means to handle it. I believe in him. Song Xian said just one sentence before hanging up the phone.
When she returned home, her grandmother had already been picked up by Zhang Xiang. Xiaofeng called his grandmother, casually making up a reason to keep her at ease for a few days. The lawyer introduced by Li Yongyuan also called, chatted for a while, and then added him on WeChat. Professionals are indeed different. They had contacted him at noon, and by now, they had already organized the relevant evidence and drafted a lawyer's letter. Following lawyer Wang's instructions, Xiaofeng opened the WeChat mini-program People's Court Online Services and uploaded the evidence he had prepared early in the morning, clearly writing down the cause of the incident. Next, it was just a matter of waiting. When he woke up, it was already evening. Xiaofeng opened his phone and saw dozens of missed calls and hundreds of text messages. Most of these messages were insults and threats, indicating that his personal information had been leaked. It didn't matter. He quickly removed the SIM card and replaced it with a new number he had prepared earlier, rejecting all friend requests on WeChat. He was too familiar with the tactics of online violence. He had experienced it in his previous life. After all, the Xiao family had 2 sons. Xiao Ming was glamorous and a genius in investments. Meanwhile, he himself was a drug addict, a reckless driver, and had assaulted a traffic police officer. He was practically a cautionary tale. Xiao Ming even deliberately exposed these matters online. The online violence he suffered in his previous life was far worse than this. However, just after changing my SIM card, Song Xian forwarded a video on WeChat. Xiaofeng, look, you have more dirt on you. I opened the video, and wasn't this the incident from when I met with Zhao's mother at noon? Someone had filmed it. In the video, Zhao's mother looked furious, filled with righteous indignation, and was exasperated with me. Along with my harsh words, it was taken out of context and posted online, and the news about my severing ties with my parents also spread across the internet. Thus, a new wave of online harassment came crashing down. What the hell? How can someone talk to their own mother like that? Scum is born that way. Haha, what good is good grades for such a person? They'll just be a disaster in society. As expected, trash. Even their own biological parents are disappointed enough to cut ties with them. Meanwhile, news about me beating my brother and cheating on exams was also spreading wildly online. The storm of criticism came in waves, with some even suggesting that I should be tortured to death. I replied with a message, who filmed this? It's too much. They made me look so bad. Do they even know how to frame a shot? Song Xian responded with a string of ellipses. Then she sent a facepalm emoji. What time is it, and you still care about how you look on camera? Aren't you worried at all? There's nothing to worry about. Don't worry, I'm eating well and sleeping well now. Just that I probably can't stay here anymore. Those keyboard warriors are probably going to throw bricks at my house. I replied, I'll pack my things first and find a hotel to stay for a few days. Then hurry up, message me if you need anything. Song Xian replied. I really couldn't stay here anymore. I stretched lazily, then started packing a few clothes along with my study materials into my backpack, turned around, and left. I found a 5-star hotel to stay in, not for any other reason, but because 5-star hotels won't casually leak customer information. One cannot underestimate the power of doxing. If I stayed in a budget hotel, my information would probably be leaked in no time.
Just after checking in, Jo Jun's call came through. Little brother, what's going on with you? Joga, that woman wants to become an internet celebrity, teaming up with a media company to hype this up, I said. It's nothing serious, let them make a fuss for a few days. Are you really okay? Do you want to come stay at my place for a few days? Jo Jun was worried. I'm really fine, thanks Joga, but in a few days, I might need your help to issue a statement about the investigation into Jia Mengmeng and her mother, I said with a smile. These are all small matters, don't worry, Jo Jun said. Do you need anything? Speaking of which, I do. Need to borrow something from you, Joga, I thought for a moment. I'll send you a message on WeChat in a bit. Okay, send it to me, Jo Jun replied directly. After hanging up, I sent my requests to Jo Jun. When he received the message, he was a bit surprised. Brother, I really don't have these things, but I can try to borrow them. That's great, thanks Joga, I replied. No problem, once I borrow them, I'll have someone deliver them to you, Jo Jun answered casually. I lay on the bed in the 5-star hotel and registered a short video account for myself. I posted a short video. Update, I am Xiao Feng, everything online is slander. Please follow my account, and I will clarify at the appropriate time. After posting the update, I rejected all messages and then picked up my papers to start practicing questions. While I was fighting with the green tea bitches, I couldn't let my grades drop. After finishing most of the papers, I picked up my phone and saw that, wow, my account had gained 30,000 followers in less than an hour. At this rate, I could directly start live streaming to beg for money in the future. Just as I was about to put down my phone, a trending live stream popped up. The ID was called Helpless Dream Meng, and when Xiao Feng clicked to take a look, he was taken aback. Wasn't this Xiao Meng? Zhao Mengmeng was live streaming, wearing a somewhat haggard makeup and dressed in plain clothes. Her previously dyed red hair was now black and straightened, completely transforming her from the image of a little delinquent into that of a well-behaved girl. In the live stream, she was passionately recounting Xiao Feng's misdeeds. Xiao Feng is a jerk, he's a bully at school. He associates with people from the streets, intimidating classmates, and many outstanding students have been forced to drop out because of him. He has even peeped at girls while they were showering, and it's not just once that he's done it in the bathroom. But because he has good grades, the teachers and school leaders cover for him, so he becomes more and more unscrupulous. As Zhao Mengmeng spoke, she occasionally wiped away tears, her pitiful image and tearful accusations instant. But this kind of situation was already considered small for him. A person who had lived through death was not afraid of online harassment. In the morning, he had the hotel send over breakfast, then put on a mask and went out for a stroll. Behind the hotel was a wetland park, adjacent to a river. He walked along the river for a while, and there were many people exercising in the park in the morning. As Xiao Feng jogged along the riverside track, he suddenly heard cries for help ahead. Someone has fallen into the water. The morning exercisers quickly gathered towards the scene, and Xiao Feng hurried over as well. He saw a young mother frantically diving into the water, reaching for a little boy in the river. It was clear that they were mother and son, and this mother couldn't swim. She struggled desperately, managing to grab the child and lifting him above the water with all her might. This spot was in a section of the river with a strong current, and the more she struggled, the further she was swept away from the shore. Hey, is there anyone who can swim? Quick, save them. Call 119, hurry. A group of people on the shore were anxiously shouting, but no one knew how to swim. Without a second thought, Xiao Feng took off his shirt, pushed through the crowd, and dove into the water. Whether in his previous life or this one, he had always placed great importance on fitness, especially swimming. If he were to compete, he would at least place second. He swam to the center of the river, reached out to support the panicking mother, and with his other hand, he paddled through the water, slowly making his way back to the shore. The more someone couldn't swim, the more panicked they became in the water. Especially when someone went in to rescue them, they would cling to that person like a lifeline. The mother was no different. She held onto her child with one hand and tightly grasped Xiao Feng's arm with the other, affecting his ability to swim. The rushing, icy river water poured into his mouth, and even Xiao Feng, who was a good swimmer, swallowed several mouthfuls. Fortunately, as they neared the shore, someone extended a rescue pole, and Xiao Feng reached out to grab it. A group of people on the bank pulled all three of them up together. Sitting down on the shore, Xiao Feng wiped the water from his face. He had indeed expended quite a bit of energy. If his swimming skills weren't solid, he wouldn't have dared to jump into the river to save someone. The mother and child were fine, just a bit frightened, and had swallowed some water. The mother held her child and cried heart-wrenchingly, even forgetting to thank her savior. Xiao Feng was at the center of online harassment, so he didn't want to get involved further. He picked up his clothes and quietly left. After returning to the hotel to change, he realized he had forgotten to take out his phone while saving them. That second-hand Xiaomi phone had accompanied him for several years, and it was time to get a new one. Holding his clothes tightly, wearing his mask and sunglasses, he ran to the nearest mall and found the Xiaomi counter, picking out a Redmi with good cost performance. Just as he finished paying and was about to leave the phone store, he heard Xiao Qian's voice. Xiao Feng? Turning around, it was indeed Xiao Qian. She strode up angrily and grabbed him. Xiao Feng, do you know you made mom sick and hospitalized? And what's going on? Online? How could you do such a thing? Don't avoid it, clarify your issues. Let go. Xiao Feng shook off Xiao Qian's grip. He really doubted whether he was just unlucky, running into members of the Xiao family everywhere. Moreover, with his sunglasses and mask covering him so thoroughly, how did Xiao Qian recognize him? You better give me an explanation. Xiao Qian said through gritted teeth. I used to think you were wrong, feeling indebted to you. But you turned out to be such a person, and you made mom sick. She got sick because she has stress-induced manic depressive syndrome. Is it my fault she has a problem? Xiao Feng frowned tightly. Besides, do I need to explain myself to you? Who are you? It's all over the internet. And besides, would that girl publicly accuse you without regard for her own reputation? Xiao Qian said angrily. Do you know why I look down on your Xiao family? It's because whenever it involves my matters, you never care about what the truth is. Xiao Feng showed no concealment of his disdain for her. You only stand on your moral high ground to criticize me. This prejudice will never change. If you are truly guiltless, why are you wrapping yourself up so tightly? Xiao Qian was somewhat angered by the retort. You should stand up and clarify your innocence. By doing this, you can only say that you have a guilty conscience. Ha, the Xiao family is indeed different. You excel at being indifferent to matters that don't concern you. Xiao Feng was truly amused by the anger. Do you know, Xiao Qian, that I sent grandma somewhere else, and the place we live in now has its windows smashed and doors splattered with paint? Those who engage in online bullying are no different from thugs, so do you think I should stand up now and accept their insults? Accept their online bullying? Then if you don't actively solve the problem, are you just going to let things develop to whatever extent? Xiao Qian was taken aback. She had never experienced online bullying and had no idea how terrifying it could be. How do you know I haven't actively tried to solve the problem? But solving problems requires brains, not just going out to be insulted. Xiao Feng said coldly, you'd better pray you don't have to experience these things. Because if you do, I guarantee you won't be able to withstand the pressure and will end up committing suicide the next day. Also, if you haven't suffered yourself, don't stand on your moral high ground pointing fingers at others. Xiao Qian calmed herself down. You should come back with me. Why should I go back with you? Xiao Feng truly thought this woman was out of her mind. You made mom so angry that she was hospitalized. Shouldn't you go see her and apologize? Xiao Qian said angrily. No matter what, she is still your mother. She carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. This kindness is something you need to repay for a lifetime. Is that so? Then why don't you ask me why I confronted her? Xiao Feng pulled down his mask, revealing the obvious scars on his face. He pointed at the scratches on his face, his tone somewhat sharp. When I was bullied online, she didn't try to find out the truth. Instead, she immediately attacked me personally, insulted me, hit me, and said I embarrassed her. Yes, I was born from her after 10 months of pregnancy, but her disdain for me is not hidden at all. Everything I owe your Xiao family, I have already repaid. My not reporting her to the police immediately was my mercy. And you'd better disappear from my sight, otherwise, I won't mind making you unemployed right now. Xiao Feng had the ability to make her lose her job. It was just a matter of a phone call. Xiao Qian deflated like a punctured ball, looking at Xiao Feng with disappointment. Why have you become like this now? Very disappointed, right? I'm no longer the Xiao Feng who lets your Xiao family manipulate me and carefully tries to please you. Xiao Feng smiled. I've started to learn how to fight back. You can no longer summon me at will. Put away that tone of yours, you don't deserve it. In this world, the only person who can teach me a lesson is Grandma. Xiao Feng glanced at her indifferently. Then he put on his mask and turned to leave. Besides stamping her feet in anger, Xiao Qian really had no other way to respond. Xiao Qian, what's wrong? At that moment, Xia Yan walked over carrying some things. I saw Xiao Feng. I told him to go home, and his attitude was extremely rude, Xiao Qian said angrily. What did you say? Xiao Yan asked. I just told him to go home and apologize to mom. She's so angry that she's in the hospital, Xiao Qian said angrily. As a son, he shouldn't be arguing with his mother no matter what. Isn't this also his disappointment with us as family? Xiao Yan's expression was complicated as she murmured. Have you ever thought, what if he really is wronged in all of this? Impossible, that girl looks so pitiful. How could she possibly use her own innocence to frame Xiao Feng? Xiao Qian said decisively. Before the truth comes out, it's best not to jump to conclusions. Have you forgotten how many misunderstandings we've had about him before? Xiao Yan said softly. Xiao Qian fell silent. Yes, hadn't there been enough misunderstandings about Xiao Feng in the past? This was also why Xiao Feng resented his family now. He received no love at home at all. As soon as Xiao Feng returned to the hotel, Zhou Jun contacted him, saying that the items he wanted had been sent over. A police officer drove a patrol car specifically to deliver the items to Xiao Feng, which were a set of very discreet filming equipment. Moreover, these devices could connect directly to a phone via Bluetooth, allowing real-time playback of recorded footage. Xiao Feng, here's the manual. It's very simple and easy to understand. We don't have these devices in our department. Director Zhou had to go to the headquarters to borrow them, the officer said. I understand, please thank Director Zhou for me, Xiaofeng replied, knowing how significant this favor was. These were professional recording devices and a set would cost tens of thousands. Not everyone could borrow them. Zhou Jun must have made countless promises and used a lot of connections to get them. After a brief exchange, Xiaofeng sent the officer away and began to read the manual. He had just gotten halfway through when he heard a knock on the door. Thinking it was the waiter, he opened the door. However, the moment he opened it, he was taken aback. Standing before him was Sumuyu, dressed in a pure white long dress. Xiaofeng's mind was still on the manual, and he momentarily couldn't react. It was Sumuyu who spoke first. What, aren't you going to invite me in to sit? What are you doing here? Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment before he finally reacted. This long dress was the one she wore the first time she visited the Su family. Back then, she was like a fairy, untouched by the world, in her flowing white dress. The ethereal white dress and long hair instantly made her an unforgettable white moonlight in Xiaofeng's heart. However, when he saw the dress again, his heart was as still as a dry well, not stirring a single ripple. Xiaofeng, are you trying to avoid this? Such a big incident happened, do you think you can just run away? Sumuyu looked at Xiaofeng sideways. How did you know I was staying here? Xiaofeng asked after regaining his composure. This hotel belongs to my family. If you're not staying at home, you must be at a hotel. My family owns 5 hotels, so it's easy to find your name, Sumuyu said as she walked in uninvited. Why are you checking up on me? Xiaofeng frowned, feeling somewhat perplexed. No other reason, just came to see you and ask about your situation, Sumuyu replied in a flat tone. This has nothing to do with you, Xiaofeng said lightly. Sumuyu did not respond to Xiaofeng, she merely glanced up at him. Is what's being said online true? It is true, I'm just a pervert, a shameless scoundrel, Xiaofeng laughed. Have you clarified everything? If you have, then you can leave, I have things to do. Xiaofeng, can you talk to me normally? Sumuyu frowned. I'm concerned about you. Concerned about me? Xiao Feng's expression was somewhat comical. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. Miss Su, do you even know what you're saying? I just feel that you wouldn't do something like that, Sumuyu said softly. You've been wronged, right? It doesn't matter, I don't need your concern. I can handle my own affairs, Xiaofeng replied. But I still want to thank you for your concern. However, please don't do this again in the future. You should direct your concern towards your brother Xiaoming. He needs it more than I do. Sumuyu was a bit angry. She was actually trying to be nice to Xiaofeng. However, Xiaofeng's response was always stiff, which made her very upset. She steadied herself and said, Xiaofeng, I can help you. Don't, please. Don't help me. Xiaofeng directly refused her. I said I can handle it myself. I just ask that you let me be quiet for a few days and not drag me out at every turn. Do you 5-star hotels not protect your customers' privacy at all? I want to file a complaint against you. You, Sumuyu was really taken aback. She took a moment to calm down and said, this room is too small. I'll upgrade you to a suite. Indeed, a room over 40 square meters in a 5-star hotel didn't seem very big to Sumuyu. Let's not. Xiaoming knows about my situation here, right? Xiaofeng asked. He knows. He was right there when I checked your information, Sumuyu replied. Then I need to leave quickly. Xiaofeng turned around to pack his things. What do you mean by that? Sumuyu frowned. Xiaoming is your brother, he's not a beast. Let's make a bet, Miss Su, Xiaofeng said while packing. If I don't leave, this place will be besieged by netizens. What do you mean? Are you saying Xiaoming will leak your information? Sumuyu was slightly taken aback, then shook her head. Impossible, he's not that kind of person. Hee, Miss Su, you are the jewel of the Su family, the apple of everyone's eye. No one has ever competed with you. Xiaofeng laughed. So you really have no idea how treacherous this world can be. How about this? Let's make a bet. Xiaofeng simply stuffed his clothes and study materials into his bag and changed his shoes. What kind of bet? Sumuyu asked. Just bet whether the news of my stay here will leak out within half an hour. You know I'm currently being cyberbullied. If the news leaks, a lot of bored people will come here looking for me. I don't believe Xiaoming would do that. Sumuyu shook her head. Then we'll just wait and see. Xiaofeng slung his bag over his shoulder. Where are you going? Sumuyu chased after him. To another hotel. Miss Su, please don't follow me. Xiaofeng stopped, looking exasperated. I just want to help you, I mean no harm. Sumuyu stopped. Why are you so resistant to help from others? It's not that I'm resistant, but in this world, the only person who can help you is yourself. Moreover, to help others, you must first help yourself. Xiaofeng looked at Sumuyu, the image of her despairing leap from a building flashing in his mind. He felt a bit regretful. She was originally a favored daughter of heaven with a smooth path ahead. She broke free from the shackles of a marriage alliance and achieved her own success. Yet in the end, she fell victim to Xiaoming's treachery, and the once pampered girl met her downfall. Xiaofeng stepped back. Don't come any closer, or I will be rude to you, because I don't trust you.
Sumuyu stopped in her tracks, watching as Xiaofeng took a few steps back, then quickly turned and disappeared from her sight. Her hands tightly fiddled with the safety knot in her grasp, her heart in turmoil. After a while, she decided to stay and see if the news of Xiaofeng's presence here would leak out. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, netizens began to show up one after another, causing a commotion. Some were pestering the front desk, and others even organized a disturbance at the hotel. Their only demand was for the hotel to hand over the great demon Xiaofeng. "Miss Su, what should we do now?" the hotel manager came over to ask. The hotel was under the Su group, and since Su Muyu was present, she was the highest authority in the hotel. The manager had to come to her for her opinion, call the police and request that the ringleaders of the disturbance be punished according to public security regulations. Sumuyu clenched her fists tightly, dropped a sentence, and turned to leave. The news had indeed leaked. Aside from her, only Xiaoming knew about Xiaofeng being here. She was unwilling to believe that the news was leaked by Xiaoming. If it really was him, then she would have to face the reality of her relationship with Xiaoming. But before she could step out, she received a call from Xiaoming. "Sister Su, I'm sorry," Xiaoming said with a choked voice. "I was worried about my brother, so I wanted to come and see. But I didn't expect that I would also be under scrutiny, so the news of my brother being here got out. What should we do now?" Su Muyu stopped in her tracks. "This isn't your fault, I will handle it." After hanging up, she felt noticeably relieved. The fact that Xiaoming had called her meant he wasn't as self-serving as she had thought. After leaving the hotel, Xiaofeng called Sun Xian. "Xiaofeng, where are you? How are you doing?" Upon receiving Xiaofeng's call, Sun Xian immediately panicked. "Why couldn't I reach you? I was so worried. I changed my SIM card. The information got leaked. If I hadn't changed it, my phone would have been bombarded with calls," Xiaofeng said helplessly. "I need you to help me with something." "What do you need?" Sun Xian asked eagerly. "I need you to help me book a hotel room with your ID. My ID has been flagged," Xiaofeng said. "No problem. Where are you? I'll come pick you up," Sun Xian immediately replied. "No need to pick me up, just help me register a room key at a hotel," Xiaofeng said. "Send me the location, and I'll go there." "Then let's go with the Junlan Hotel at Shuanyue Bay," Sun Xian said without hesitation. "Wow, that's the most upscale hotel in Jiangcheng." Xiaofeng was taken aback. The room rate was several thousand a night. "The more upscale, the safer, right? It's run by my relatives. I'll have them give you the best price," Sun Xian stammered. "All right, I'll take a taxi over." Now, Xiaofeng hung up, put on his mask, and hailed a cab to the hotel. Sun Xian immediately arranged for the hotel. The Junlan Hotel was actually part of the Song family's business, located in the Shuanyue Bay resort area, next to Qilin Lake. To avoid suspicion, she registered the room under her own ID. By the time Xiaofeng arrived, she was already waiting in the hotel. "Xiaofeng, here's your room key." She handed him a keycard. "Room 888. On the top floor." Xiaofeng's hand trembled violently as he took the keycard. "Miss, that's the presidential suite. Isn't it several tens of thousands a night? Are you trying to get your relatives some business?" Indeed, the presidential suite at the Junlan Hotel was a whopping 320 square meters. It had a complete set of facilities including a living room, bedroom, study, and dining room. It was said that the presidential suite was last opened when an international star stayed there. "Ha! It's not that expensive. With a discount, my dad has already made arrangements. My relatives said that if the room is empty, it's better to have someone stay there to attract some attention," Sun Ziyan explained. "What exactly does your dad do?" Xiao Feng was even more suspicious. She had said her family was in finance, but he hadn't probed further. Do financiers have relatives who run hotels? And it's the Junlan Hotel? They lend money at high interest. He knows a lot of people, Song Ziyan lied without batting an eye. "Alright then." Xiao Feng nodded and followed her to the room. In his 2 lifetimes, Xiao Feng had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel. The Italian imported sofa, the chandelier worth millions, and the exquisite decorations all exuded opulence. Xiao Feng stared at Song Ziyan, noticing how familiar she was with the place, as if it were her own home. "Song Ziyan," he spoke up. "Ha, what is it?" Song Ziyan, who was pouring water, turned to ask. "Is your true identity that of a wealthy young lady? Did you come to this ordinary high school just to experience life?" Xiao Feng took a while to respond. "Is this hotel owned by your family?" What are you talking about? My dad is a loan shark." Song Ziyan's face turned pale with fear. Could her identity be exposed? "Ha, that's how it's written in novels." Xiao Feng laughed heartily. Only then did Song Ziyan breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that this jerk was just teasing her. She shot him a glare. "Are you still in the mood to laugh? Do you know what they are saying about us? Yeah, let them jump around for a couple of days. I'll make them shut up soon." Xiao Feng looked indifferent. "You really don't care at all, do you? You know, I watched Xiao Mingming's live stream last night." Song Ziyan poured a glass of water and handed it to Xiao Feng. "Her pitiful act is just too disgusting.
And now she's just using this hot topic to hype herself up and gain followers. How can those onlookers not see through it? That's normal. Xiao Feng chuckled. After all, her hype is too successful, and women tend to attract more sympathy and attention. There are just too many bad influences. In this society, we need to put an end to this nonsense sooner or later, Sun Xian said, exasperated. Alright, do you have any questions you don't understand? If you do, I can explain them to you on the spot. We probably won't have time to deal with that green tea in the next couple of days. Xiao Feng said. I do, wait a moment, let me find it. Sun Xian rummaged through her WeChat photos and began to study with Xiao Feng. During this time, waiters came in and out, delivering fruits, coffee, and snacks repeatedly. Finally, Sun Xian grew impatient. Can you stop coming in so frequently? Can't you see we're having a lesson? If you need anything, just call us, alright? Sorry, miss, we'll be more mindful. The waiter smiled politely, then bowed and left. At last, after finishing several major questions, they looked at the time and realized it was already noon. Alright, let's stop here for today. Xiao Feng said, you have to go back to school in the afternoon, so hurry up and eat something before you go. Okay, I'll have the hotel send some food. Sun Xian pressed the call button on the landline and ordered 2 meals. To Xiao Feng's surprise, the meal in the presidential suite was actually a Western feast. French oysters, Wellington steak, truffle pasta, and pumpkin soup. Moreover, the chef's skills were top-notch. Unlike some second-rate Western restaurants, a head waiter personally delivered the meal and then left. As soon as she stepped out, the manager of the housekeeping department hurried over and asked, how is it? Are the people inside satisfied? They didn't say, but they should be satisfied, right? What's up, manager? Who are those 2 inside? The waiter asked curiously. The manager had them take turns serving tea and snacks all morning, and she was quite curious. Don't you know? That girl is a young lady. How are you even a head waiter? The manager looked speechless. Young lady? Which young lady? Oh my god, it can't be Miss Song, right? The head waiter gasped, covering her mouth. Of course, Mr. Song called to ask me to pay attention. The manager said, if the service is bad for this lady, both you and I will be out of a job. Oh my god, who is that guy? He can stay in the same room with the young lady for an entire morning. No wonder Mr. Song is anxious. The head waiter was ignited with gossip. I don't know, but given the situation, he's probably the future son-in-law. Ugh, can't say that. Stop gossiping and get back to work. Sun Xian cut a large portion of her steak and gave it to Xiao Feng, leaving only a small bite of pasta for herself before she began to eat contentedly. Her appetite wasn't big, and her Western dining etiquette was impeccable. Every move was composed. She was nothing like those socialites and internet celebrities who deliberately learned Western dining etiquette with clumsy movements. Do you often eat Western food? Xiao Feng couldn't help but ask. Not too often. My aunt runs a Western restaurant, so I go there often, which makes it seem like I'm quite familiar with it. Sun Xian forked a piece of steak and put it in her mouth. Once your matters are settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Why do I feel like your relatives are all quite impressive? I really suspect you're the daughter of a wealthy family, Xiao Feng said, somewhat puzzled. Cough, cough, I wish, but I really don't have that kind of luck. Alright, hurry up and eat. I still have to go back to school after I'm done. Sun Xian coughed lightly to mask her nervousness, then grabbed the knife and forked the remaining large piece of steak, taking a big bite. This scene left Xiao Feng stunned. How could it be so different from her earlier image? After hastily finishing her meal, Sun Xian left in a hurry. If she stayed with Xiao Feng any longer, she was afraid she would slip up. Xiao Feng wasn't idle either. He picked up the equipment borrowed from Zhou Jun and started studying it, then glanced at his short video account. Goodness, it hadn't been long since he last checked, and he had already gained 150,000 followers. Moreover, the blocked messages had piled up to 999 plus, probably amounting to tens of thousands. Of course, he didn't need to look. Most of those messages were likely insults, and he couldn't be bothered to read them, so he cleared the messages directly. Now he was living in a presidential suite, eating Western meals, enjoying life, and no one could affect his mood. Changjiang Cultural Media Company. A Bentley pulled up at the company's entrance, and the security guard carefully opened the door. Soon after, Zhao Mengmeng walked down from it. In just 2 days, her image had undergone a tremendous change. Wearing sunglasses, draped in mink, and carrying an LV bag worth several tens of thousands. She also wore a necklace, sprayed on expensive perfume, and had luxurious lipstick on, with gemstone rings on her fingers that could almost blind someone. Now she was a hot figure in Changjiang culture, gaining nearly 1 million followers in just a few days. Moreover, her current topic was trending, and her follower count was skyrocketing. With 2 live broadcasts every day, relying on sympathy, playing the victim, and receiving tips along with sales, her revenue was in the tens of millions. Hey, Sister Mengmeng is here, quick, the elevator. As soon as she entered the company, a group of people rushed around to serve her. Even the elevator buttons were pressed for her. Zhao Mengmeng thoroughly enjoyed her current life. She was even feeling a bit giddy. It was time to start the live broadcast. She needed to take off all these shiny accessories and put on a messy makeup. Only then could she attract more tips. Sister Meng, President Zhang is looking for you. Just as she sat down, someone came over. Zhao Meng got up and went to Zhang Liang's office. President Zhang, you called for me? Zhao Meng felt grateful towards Zhang Liang, because in these past few days she had finally seen what a wealthy life was like, going in and out of high-end places, riding luxury cars, carrying designer bags, and using luxury goods. She had already fallen deep into it. Now, whatever Zhang Liang asked her to do, she would do it without hesitation. Xiao Feng is going to sue us. Zhang Liang pointed to 2 legal letters on the table. He's going to sue us? Zhao Meng's voice immediately rose. She panicked and picked up one of the legal letters addressed to her, glanced at it a few times, and then said in a flustered manner, "What should we do, President Zhang? Is he really going to sue us?" "Don't panic." Zhang Liang smiled slightly. "Our company has legal counsel, and the lawyer team is relatively strong. Xiao Feng is just a high school student. What kind of waves can he make? You just need to focus on live streaming and playing the victim, leave the rest to me." "That's good." Zhao Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "However, we can use him to create some hype and push the heat to a higher level." Zhang Liang chuckled. "How exactly do we operate this?" Zhao Meng asked, excited. "Bring him out to discuss the coordination matters, find a way to provoke him, and make him say something harsh." Zhang Liang said, "We will install surveillance in the office to record his words. Then we can edit it later, and it will turn into Xiao Feng coming to threaten you." "Good idea." Zhao Meng's eyes lit up. "At that time, more people will pay attention, and Xiao Feng will definitely be doomed this time. Right? Or we can ask him to cooperate and give him some benefits, and the hype will remain high." Zhang Liang said, "Now let's contact Xiao Feng and ask him to come to our company. If we can successfully create a buzz this time, you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life." "Okay, I'll follow President Liang's lead." Zhao Meng's eyes sparkled. In the afternoon, Xiao Feng received a message from the principal, saying that Zhao Meng wanted to meet him at the company. He knew exactly what these people were up to. Moreover, this matter had been stirring for several days, and it was time to settle it. When he arrived at Zhao Meng's company, Zhang Liang personally came to greet him. "Xiao Feng, I'm Zhang Liang, the owner of Changjiang Media. Did you invite me to the company?" Xiao Feng asked. "That's right, we need to have a good talk." Zhang Liang smiled slightly. "But before we discuss, I need to ensure that you can't record audio or video. You have to hand over your phone." Xiao Feng handed over his phone. And Zhang Liang added, "I need to make sure you don't have a recording pen on you, so I'll have someone search you. I've given you my phone. If you make any other unreasonable demands, then there's nothing to talk about." Xiao Feng said. "Xiao Feng, why are you being so arrogant? Right now, you're the one begging us. If the heat doesn't die down, you'll never be able to hold your head up in life." Zhao Meng's tone was domineering. "Say less." Zhang Liang frowned. Zhao Meng was being too reckless. Had she forgotten everything he had instructed her? Zhao Meng had no choice but to obediently close her mouth. Zhang Liang smiled and said, "All right, Xiao Feng, I trust you. Let's go to the office to talk." Only then did Xiao Feng put down his phone and follow Zhang Liang into the office. After inviting Xiao Feng to sit down, Zhang Liang smiled and said, "Xiao Feng, your situation has become quite serious now. You wouldn't want the situation to keep escalating, would you? You should have a good talk with Meng. So, what do you want?" Xiao Feng sat down, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a bag on the table. Although the bag was casually placed there, his experience told him it contained a camera. The camera was well hidden and perfectly positioned to capture his angle. Zhang Liang and Zhao Meng were indeed up to no good. "Xiao Feng." Zhao Meng took a moment to gather her emotions and said with a pitiful look, "Please let my mom and me go. I promise I won't oppose you again. Your mom is in rehab for drug use, and the prosecutor's office is suing her for defamation." "What does that have to do with me? I'm just a high school student. Can I influence the court's decision?" Xiao Feng sneered inwardly. Using this tactic against him? Who does she think she is? "Xiao Feng, if you don't agree to me, the online harassment will continue. You won't be able to go to school or participate in competitions. Your life will be ruined." Zhao Meng said the harshest words in the most pitiful tone. "You don't want your life to end up like this, do you? Opposing me won't end well for you." Zhang Liang was eagerly anticipating Xiao Feng's reaction. Normally, after being harassed online for a few days, hearing such words would surely make him furious, right? However, to his disappointment, Xiao Feng's expression remained calm, and he didn't even glance at Zhao Meng. "Zhao Meng, if you're going to play this game with me, it's pointless." Xiao Feng picked up the bag from the table, and in Zhao Meng's astonished expression, he took out the camera inside. "Zhang Liang, you had Zhao Meng provoke me, and then I would threaten her? Are you guys editing videos, taking things out of context to chase more trending topics?" Xiao Feng placed the camera on the table and shook his head with a smile. "That trick is too old, it's boring." "Xiao Feng, you're quite clever." Zhao Meng's expression gradually turned sinister. But cleverness is useless. All I have to do is say a few bad things about you during my livestream, and you'll be drowned in online criticism. So, what did you call me here for today? Xiaofeng ignored Zhao Mengmeng and glanced at Zhang Liang. Ah, Xiaofeng, you're not bad. Zhang Liang laughed heartily as he moved to sit across from Xiaofeng, realizing his previous tactic had failed. The reason I called you here today is actually for a collaboration. As you can see, Mengmeng's popularity has been soaring these past few days. She sold tens of millions in merchandise. Just a few days ago, she was still a broke high school student. But now look at her, wearing designer brands, driving luxury cars. Don't you want to be like her? Of course, who wouldn't want to? Xiaofeng nodded. As long as you collaborate with me, I guarantee that within 3 days, you can be just like her. Zhang Liang was pleased with Xiaofeng's response. After all, high school students are still kids. How could they resist the temptation of money? So tell me, how do I make money? Xiaofeng cooperatively nodded. Traffic, your own traffic is money, and I can turn that into cash. Zhang Liang pointed at Zhao Mengmeng. Utilize the attention on Zhao Mengmeng as a female figure. Shoot a few videos where you threaten her, and once they hit the internet, you'll be trending immediately. So I would have to continue being the bad guy? Xiaofeng sneered. I'm clearly being wrong. Zhao Mengmeng and her mother took money from others to frame me, aiming to ruin my reputation and prevent me from participating in the physics competition. They even want me expelled from school, unable to take the college entrance exam. If I don't clear my name, do I have to help you guys smear my own reputation? Black or red, it's still red. After monetizing the traffic, I can give you an extra 30%. What are you studying for? Zhang Liang said proudly. Is it to work hard for over a decade, then continue working for others after graduation? Listen to me, I guarantee you can earn in 6 months what you would never earn in a lifetime of working. Isn't that good? Suddenly, Zhang Liang's phone rang. It was his assistant calling. He was in high spirits and hung up the phone. In our situation, only collaboration is a win-win. Before he finished speaking, the phone rang again. He impatiently picked it up and shouted, whatever it is, talk about it later. With a snap, he hung up and smiled at Xiaofeng again. So, what do you think? Have you considered it? So you're admitting to colluding with Zhao Mengmeng to frame me? Xiaofeng asked. How is that framing? This is a script, it's publicity. Zhang Liang shrugged. As media people, we have to seize any hot topic and then monetize the traffic. You have to believe I'm a professional. Zhang Liang boasted. I've successfully hyped many topics before. Hyped? You self-media types will say anything for traffic. Spreading any rumor? Xiaofeng sneered, pointing at Zhao Mengmeng. Her mother gambles, does drugs, borrows money at high interest. Driven to desperation by debt collectors, she, a student, dyes her hair, hangs out in bars, deceiving bar patrons for money, stealing from others for money. They framed me, trying to ruin my life. You know the truth but refuse to clarify, instead turning her into a pitiful victim. Do you have any bottom line? Laughed. Haha, what bottom line? It's all about making money, there's no shame in going too far. What about you? Have you thought it through? Zhang Liang laughed heartily. I've thought it through. I won't collaborate with people like you. I've already instructed my lawyer to send you a letter. Just wait for the court summons. Xiaofeng, are you serious? We have a professional legal team and my connections are not something a high school student like you can compete with. Zhang Liang's expression darkened, and he directly threatened, if you don't think of yourself, you should at least think of your family. I heard you grew up in the countryside with your grandmother who relied on a few acres of land to support your education. If she gets implicated because of this, won't your conscience hurt? Are you threatening me? Xiaofeng sneered, pointing at Zhang Liang. You've made a big mistake. You can exploit and frame me without limits, but you cannot use my grandmother to threaten me because she is my only family. You and Zhao Mengmeng both deserve to go to jail. Xiaofeng, what do you have to oppose us? Zhao Mengmeng scoffed. I have nearly 2 million fans. Now, as long as I act pitiful on my phone and say you threatened me, do you think someone won't come looking for trouble with you? Oh, threaten me? Your fans sympathize with you and support you. What do you think fans are to you? A gun in your hand? Ah, those fools believe whatever I say. They deserve to be used as my pawns. Zhao Mengmeng grew more pleased with herself as she spoke. I now drive a Bentley, carry an LV bag, and wear luxury goods, all thanks to them. Aren't they fools? Bang, bang, bang. There was a hurried knock on the office door, accompanied by the anxious voice of the assistant, President Zhang. Please come out. There's an urgent matter. Hurry up and open the door. What's all the noise? What urgent matter? Can't you handle it yourselves? What do I pay you for? Zhang Liang was interrupted and quite displeased. He reached out to pull the door open. The assistant rushed in, flustered. Live stream. Xiaofeng is live streaming. Live stream? Zhang Liang was taken aback. Impossible, he doesn't even have a phone. How could he possibly be live streaming? It's true, look quickly, this is his live stream room. The number of viewers has already surpassed 300,000. Just now, the scene from the office was all streamed live. The assistant trembled as he took out his phone. Indeed, a video titled Xiaofeng Wants to Clarify was live streaming. and the scene in the live stream was unmistakably their office. At that moment, the live stream room exploded. Zhao Mengmeng, go die. Changjiang Cultural Media, go die. Framing innocent people, and he's still the top student in the city. Are you trying to ruin his life? How could a child raised by a drug addict have good character? I feel like my brain is being rubbed against the ground again. I won't believe those who seek sympathy online anymore. Ha! Zhao Mengmeng is from our Tongfang High School, smoking, drinking, and hanging out in bars every day. Those fools believe her just because she sheds a couple of tears online? We demand the internet information office to thoroughly investigate Changjiang Media and give the public an explanation.
The overwhelming flood of messages nearly crashed the live
stream room.
Xiaofeng turned to look at Zhang Liang and Zhao Mengmeng.
The live stream camera just happened to capture the pale faces of the two.
Sorry, professional equipment, no filters on, your faces don't look too good. You should definitely go see a doctor later, Xiaofeng chuckled.
The equipment borrowed from Zhou Jun was more professional than he had imagined.
It had built-in live streaming capabilities, and the tiny button-sized camera had over 100 million pixels. The pores on their faces were captured clearly, and their expressions were as pale as paper.
Xiaofeng, you. Zhang Liang pointed at Xiaofeng, feeling like he was about to have a heart attack. As someone who relied on hot topics to attract attention, he knew how severe the backlash would be this time. He was finished, and so was the company. Moreover, judging by Xiaofeng's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of letting them off the hook. Zhang, President Zhang, what should we do? Zhao Mengmeng panicked.
She had just been clearly live-streamed
using the internet users' faces.
Her persona collapsed in an instant, and from now on, she would become a rat in the street, everyone shouting to beat her. In these past few days, the online violence against Xiaofeng had been severe, and she was left in a state of utter embarrassment.
We are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. At that moment, several police officers walked in. One of them presented an arrest warrant. Zhang
Liang, head of Changjiang Cultural Media Company, is suspected of repeatedly exploiting online hot topics for hype and creating conflicts that incite
opposition. This has seriously violated public order, and we will arrest you according to the law. You have the wrong person. I am a legitimate businessman. I am a legitimate businessman.
Zhang Liang began to scream, but two police officers stepped forward and twisted his arms.
With a click, a
pair of handcuffs was fastened around his wrists.
Legitimate businessman? Not long ago, someone paid you to speak ill of the financial market, right? Those people are foreign forces. This is a spy crime.
The leading officer spoke sternly. You better clarify your issues without actual evidence.
We will issue an arrest warrant directly? Xiaofeng, it's you.
Zhang Liang looked at Xiaofeng in terror. At this moment, Xiaofeng had already turned off the live stream and smiled. Yeah, I had my friend check, and I didn't expect you to be so easy to investigate.
You're just a high school student. How could I believe that? Zhang Liang shouted.
Thank you, you really can treat me like a high school student, Xiaofeng chuckled.
Zhang Liang was dragged out amidst his unwilling screams. The company suspended operations, and all personnel awaited investigation. Of course, with the boss gone, there was no point in operating.
Zhao Mengmeng, Zhang Liang went in before you. Just wait, it will be your turn soon. Xiaofeng
turned his head.
Xiaofeng, I was wrong. Give me a chance. I will do whatever you want. Zhao Mengmeng panicked. You should be grateful. You haven't been at the company long. The previous matters have nothing to do with you. Xiaofeng said coldly, and the act of slandering and framing me is just like what your mother did, constituting defamation. Don't worry, at most you'll be locked up for 3 to 5 years. You're an adult. You have to pay for your actions. After Xiaofeng finished speaking, he stepped away, completely ignoring Zhao Mengmeng's screams behind him.
Once outside,
Xiaofeng let out a long sigh. Although the past few days had been short, they had been quite torturous for him. He turned back to let Zhou Jun interrogate who had instigated Zhang Liang to do this, following the clues to see if they could uncover the mastermind behind it. If they could, this time they might be able to send Xiaoming in, but this kid was always cautious in his actions, so he couldn't hold out too much hope. The public opinion reversed, and the internet suddenly exploded. A public account of Zhangqing's current affairs spread the news of Xiaofeng saving a drowning boy yesterday morning, and he was quickly recognized. The online discourse flipped again, and Xiaofeng's account saw a surge in followers. I said, Xiaofeng doesn't look like a bad person. Those people must be slapping their faces now, right? What if this drowning was also a stunt for publicity? Publicity? He was just doing a good deed, okay? In the face of doubts about publicity, another piece of surveillance footage was released showing Xiaofeng at the hospital when he saved the boy who was hit by glass. He saved a life and even voluntarily donated blood, and after donating, he looked weak on his feet. His fans began to retort, who uses their own blood for publicity? If someone does, I'll accept it. Exactly, our Xiaofeng has top-notch character. But he shouldn't have made his mother so upset. Some haters were still unconvinced, and they dug up a video of Xiaofeng making his mother so angry that she was hospitalized. Who would treat their own mother like that? His character is still questionable. In response to those clinging To Xiaofeng's flaws, some netizens taught them a lesson. Zhang Liang said Xiaofeng grew up with his grandmother. Did his parents ever take care of him? Yes, his mother looks mentally unstable, and when her own child is in trouble, instead of resolving it immediately, she hits him and blames him. How would you face such a relative? A group of online trolls was completely silenced and vanished. That afternoon, Xiaofeng recorded a video and posted it on a short video platform. Hello everyone, I am Xiaofeng, the original party involved in this peeping incident. I sincerely apologize for taking up so many public resources. I will provide a brief explanation regarding the next steps of this matter. First, I have contacted a lawyer to sue Zhang Liang, the head of Chengjiang Cultural Media, and Zhao Mengmeng, who falsely accused me. Secondly, for those who have cyberbullied me, the 32 people who sent wreaths to the school, I will sue them for coordinated cyberbullying and defamation. The lawyer's letter and court summons will be delivered soon, so those who sent me wreaths, please pay attention to receive them. I believe that everything in this world has its truth and essence. My actions serve as a warning to those who vent their frustrations online without understanding the truth. The internet is not a lawless place, cherish it as you go. This matter should come to a conclusion. After posting this update, I will deactivate this video account and return to a normal life. Thank you all. With a slight bow, Xiaofeng turned off his phone. After this video was sent out, it would be shared by others, and he immediately deactivated the account. This matter was over, and he wasn't making money off fan economy. As for becoming an internet celebrity, that was not his ambition. He just wanted to return to a normal life. He was destined to become a member of the Xiao family elite, with a longer path ahead of him. As for Xiao Ming, he would see what could be uncovered later. But this guy was very cautious. Xiaofeng was looking for an opportunity to take him down directly. At the very least, he needed to give him a life sentence. Otherwise, Xiaofeng wouldn't act lightly. A lifelong enemy was not so easy to deal with. In the hospital, Zhao's mother had returned to normal and would be discharged that afternoon. Xiaofeng's matter has been resolved. That mother and daughter falsely accused him. Zhao's father advised, "You need to stay calm in the future and not act impulsively over everything." Heh, am I impulsive? Zhao's mother's anger flared up and she shouted, "He has never let me rest easy since he was a child. Why can't he be as understanding as Mingming? Why can't he be as kind and obedient as Mingming? But he didn't grow up with us, so it's understandable that he isn't close to us," Zhao's father said. "Shut up, I won't allow you to speak for him," Zhao's mother retorted angrily. "He is still our child." Zhao's father finally managed to say after a long pause, "Child? He is not, he doesn't deserve it." Zhao's mother's eyes widened, and she said sternly, "I only have Mingming as my child. Xiao Yuanhe." Her voice gradually became hoarse as she tightly grasped Zhao's father's hand, her nails digging in. "We only have one child, one." Zhao's father fell silent. Seeing her like this, he didn't dare to provoke her further and quickly said, "Mingming came to see you, don't act like this." Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother's expression froze for a moment. She quickly released Zhao's father's hand and took out a mirror to fix her makeup. In front of Xiao Ming, she had to maintain her image. She would always be that gentle and understanding mother. Her crazed side could not be seen by Xiao Ming. The villas of Sun Yunming and Zheng Hongji began construction on the same day. There were only 88 villas in Nanshan, and Hongji Real Estate was developing this project merely to break even. In terms of materials, design, and landscape presentation, it was top-notch in the industry. Hongji Real Estate developed this project not for anything else but to gain recognition in the industry. As the creative consultant for these two villas, Xiaofeng was also invited to the site. The opening ceremony was lively, and the two old men were very happy. "Xiaofeng, how do you find the environment here?" Zhang Zion led Xiaofeng around the community. Junlin Banshan, overlooking the river. "A great place." Xiaofeng stood on the viewing platform at a high point in the community. The mountains below and the river stretched out before his eyes. Nanshan Villa truly deserved to be the pinnacle of villas in Jiangcheng. Standing on the viewing platform, one couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition. "Why don't you get a unit here too?" Zhang Hongji laughed heartily as he and Sun Yunming walked over from behind. "I can't afford it. The cheapest here must be over 300 million, right?" Xiaofeng smiled wryly. The money from the stock market hadn't come through yet, but based on current investments, he had at least made tens of millions, though he was still far from his goal. "Don't worry, if you want to buy, I'll give you the lowest price." Zhang Hongji chuckled, "Or I could just give you a unit outright." "Give me? Are you joking, old Zhang?" Xiaofeng laughed. "I'm not joking, I'm serious." Zhang Hongji said earnestly, "As long as you're willing, I'll give you a unit right away." "There must be conditions." Xiaofeng looked at the old man warily. This old man was too shrewd. Would he really give away a villa for free? He didn't believe it. There had to be strings attached. "I have a granddaughter 3 years older than you, studying abroad, and she's coming back soon," Zhang Hongji said meaningfully. "If you can get along with her, I'll give you the villa." "Wow, is there such a good deal?" Xiaofeng's first reaction was that the old man's granddaughter must be very ugly.
Was she so unattractive that he needed to offer a villa worth hundreds of millions as a dowry? Old Zhang, stop joking. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziong was shocked. Grandpa, my cousin is studying in France and there are suitors lined up all the way to Paris. Are you really going to match her with Xiaofeng? Then won't I have to call Xiaofeng brother-in-law in the future? Shut up. You need to have some ambition. I shouldn't have to work at my age without retiring. Zheng Hongji glared at Zhang Ziong. Then he smiled and said, so, Xiaofeng? Think about it. Think about what? Sun Yunming was displeased. You're trying to tie Xiaofeng down by pushing your own granddaughter out? Have some self-respect. Hey, I don't have a granddaughter, otherwise, I'd hand over the company. Old Zhang chuckled, looking at Song Yunming with mischief. I can't be bothered with you. Xiaofeng, don't listen to him. His granddaughter is several years older than you. Song Yunming huffed. A girl 3 years older. That's like holding a gold brick. Zhang Ziong chimed in just in time. Right, a girl 3 years older, holding a gold brick. Zhang Hongji laughed heartily. I have a granddaughter too. Song Yunming couldn't let Zhang Hongji outshine him. He pulled Xiaofeng to his side. She's the same age as you and quite pretty. I'll introduce you to her later. Old Song, no thanks. I'm just a country bumpkin. I wouldn't dare to think about it. Let's just take it as a joke. Xiaofeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Xiaofeng, this old man has ulterior motives. He wants to tie you to the Zhang family and make you their lifelong laborer. Song Yunming pulled Xiaofeng away. Come on, let's go check out my house over here. He took Xiaofeng away without giving him a chance to respond, leaving only Zhang Hongji and his grandson behind. This old man, he doesn't even dare to reveal his granddaughter's identity. What's wrong with me introducing my granddaughter to Xiaofeng? Zhang Hongji felt a bit aggrieved. Grandpa, what's going on? Are you really going to introduce my cousin to Xiaofeng? Zhang Ziong asked, puzzled. I'm serious, but Old Song has the advantage. His granddaughter has a very good relationship with Xiaofeng. Zhang Hongji sighed. Someone like Xiaofeng, once he grows, will definitely be a great asset to the Song family. Then why does Song Xian want to hide her identity? Zhang Ziong asked. This old man is cunning. He wants to assess Xiaofeng. After all, the Song family is involved in usury and has a large enterprise. Zhang Hongji shook his head. He is wary of Xiaofeng's abilities, fearing that Xiaofeng might discover Song Xian's identity too early. Who knows, in the future, the Song family might end up with the surname Xiao. So this old man both likes and guards against Xiaofeng, right? Zhang Ziong understood. Exactly. If I were in his shoes, I would be just as conflicted. After all, the eldest daughter of the Song family is likely to be married off, which would help the Song family take a step further. Zhang Hongji laughed heartily. So until he confirms Xiaofeng's abilities and ambitions, he won't make any hasty decisions. I see now. No wonder Song Xian has been concealing her identity. Zhang Ziong suddenly realized. Song girl probably doesn't have that much thought. It's all the old man's scare tactics. He told her that Xiaofeng resents the rich, which frightened her into interacting with Xiaofeng as an ordinary person. Zhang Hongji chuckled. Let's go check out the construction site. Song Yunming's villa had already held a groundbreaking ceremony, and the workers had moved in to start the basic plumbing and electrical work. Bai Wei was on-site directing operations, running between two construction sites. Although it was tiring, she was genuinely happy. Because of the design of these two villas, she had become a top designer in the industry. Moreover, she could potentially become a partner at Jingyan Design, a senior partner and chief designer, with year-end bonuses beckoning her. She observed on-site, noting down some flaws to address later. After all, the design of these two villas had caused a stir in the entire design community of Jiangcheng, and she was determined to pursue perfection. Sister Bai, are you busy? Xiaofeng walked in. Yes, there are many issues on the first day of construction, and I need to coordinate on-site, Bai Wei replied with a smile. Right, once the project progresses, it will be fine, Xiaofeng nodded. While they were talking, Shao Qian, wearing a hard hat and holding a pile of documents, rushed over. Teacher Bai, here are the blueprints you requested. What are you doing here? Bai Wei was also surprised. Hadn't Shao Qian been transferred to logistics? Xiaofeng didn't particularly like this sister of his. Why was she so bothersome? Little Li is sick today, and since I was your assistant before, I was borrowed for a day, Shao Qian said nervously. You can go back now, Bai Wei said bluntly as she took the blueprints from her hand. Teacher Bai, Shao Qian's tone suddenly turned pitiful. Everyone in the company is out on fieldwork, there's no one to help. If I leave, no one will help you take notes. I can take notes myself. I came up from being an intern. Do you think just because I've been using a mouse for a few years, I can't hold a pen? Bai Wei's tone was cold. No, that's not what I meant. Shao Qian shook her hands repeatedly. I'm just worried about you working too hard. No need for that. Just manage your logistics. Well, at the company, Bai Wei said indifferently. Shao Qian felt helpless. She looked at Xiaofeng, hoping he would say a few words for her. However, Xiaofeng was busy communicating some details with the workers, treating her like air. Shao Qian felt a sharp pang in her heart. In that moment, she felt extremely frustrated and helpless. She was his sister, they shared blood ties. Why wouldn't he say a word when she needed help the most? If only Xiao Feng would say something. Bai Wei would definitely take it seriously. Seeing that Xiao Feng remained silent, she had no choice but to leave quietly. Xiao Feng, I received an invitation from the City Design Institute to participate in the design of the new district's urban planning, Bai Wei said. This design is for the landmark building, the Twin Towers, in the new district center. If our design proposal is adopted, then the future Twin Towers will be built according to our plan. I want to invite you to take on this challenge together. Are you talking about the area near Dong District Huanyu Village? Xiao Feng recalled, in his previous life, it was a landmark building in Jiangqing's new district. The Lanting Twin Towers, one tall and one short, complemented each other and were the landmarks of Jiangqing's new district. Moreover, it is the core place of the entire Jiangqing new district, said to have been repeatedly surveyed by a well-known feng shui master from the country. However, due to some design conflicts with feng shui, the final draft has been delayed for a long time. Therefore, they invited famous designers from society to participate in the design. Bai Wei is a major in architectural engineering and holds a first-class construction engineer qualification certificate, so she is also among those invited. So, are you interested? It's said that the Architectural Institute has been unable to finalize the design due to some feng shui issues. Bai Wei smiled and said, I want to invite you to design together. If it gets approved, your name will be on it. Sure, send me your qualifications and I'll take a closer look when I get back. Xiao Feng nodded. He was also a bit excited. After all, this was a landmark building. Just think about it, the design of a landmark building in the core area of the new district coming from your hands. It was indeed something to be very proud of. After staying at the construction site for a while, Xiao Feng was about to leave. Just as he exited the community, Shao Qian, who had been waiting on the side, called out to him, Xiao Feng, didn't you see me? I saw you. Xiao Feng stopped and said, but I didn't want to acknowledge you. Xiao Feng. Xiao Qian's eyes turned slightly red. She had genuinely felt very wrong just now. Her work was not going smoothly, and design was her dream. She felt she shouldn't be stuck in the logistics department like this. What made her even more heartbroken was Xiao Feng's attitude, cold and completely lacking empathy. If you had just said a word earlier, Teacher Bai would have taken me seriously. Why did you turn a blind eye? Are you joking? Xiao Feng glanced at her. Why should I speak up for you? I'm your sister, we are blood relatives. Shouldn't we help each other? Shao Qian was very angry. Why are you so cold-blooded? Don't you have any warmth in your heart? Don't talk about blood relations. When I was being cyberbullied, your Xiao family either attacked me on sight or looked down on me with accusations. Xiao Feng sneered. You all think I'm a terrible person. Has anyone ever thought I was wronged? Has anyone ever stood up for me? I looked for you, but at that time, I didn't understand the situation. Shao Qian was left speechless. Oh really? Not understanding the situation, yet you arrogantly accused me? Xiao Feng spread his hands. Don't talk to me about sibling affection, we don't have that. And the severance proof has your parents' signatures. What's that got to do with anything? You feel wronged? Why did you come to me to complain? Is it because I have the ability not to help you? Don't you feel ashamed? Whose path isn't walked by themselves? Xiao Feng. Shao Qian was completely furious. You don't have to humiliate me like this. I'll resign when I get back. If I were you, I would have resigned long ago instead of shamelessly hanging around here. Xiao Feng sneered and turned to leave. It was really laughable. How well you're doing, or what kind of situation you're in has nothing to do with me. What's the point of deliberately coming to tell me this? Do you expect me to empathize with your joys and sorrows? The next day, Saturday, he had arranged to go to the Taoist temple with Sun Xian. The Taoist priest's name was Su Ruo, with the secular name Zheng Huaigu. Since the Song family secretly provided support, the temple had been completely renovated. Even the incense offerings had become prosperous. After Xiao Feng arrived, he mingled with the children, while Sun Xian went to the statue to draw lots. The main hall of the temple enshrined the three pure ones. Sun Xian lit incense, bowed, and then sought a divination. Miss, what are you seeking? The Taoist priest asked kindly. I'm seeking. Sun Xian felt a bit embarrassed. She originally wanted to say she was seeking a romantic partner, and the person she had in mind was naturally Xiao Feng, who was outside playing with the children. But the Taoist priest was Xiao Feng's master, so she couldn't bring herself to say it. Hee, what you seek can remain in your heart. Saying it out loud will make it ineffective. Taoist priest chuckled and gestured for Sun Xian to draw a lot. Sun Xian clasped her hands together, left hand covering the right, internally forming the Ziwu gesture, while externally presenting the Taiji diagram. This was a Taoist gesture of respect, used when seeking divine guidance, taught to her by Xiao Feng. She had previously been unaware of this, only knowing the Buddhist gesture of hands together, but that was a different tradition. After the prayer, she drew a lot. Then she handed it to the Taoist priest, who glanced at it and gently shook his head. It's a bad lot. Sun Xian felt extremely disheartened. Did this mean an unfavorable omen? It's okay, let's try again. The Taoist priest smiled slightly. Alright, thank you, Taoist priest. Sun Xian's face lit up with joy as she drew another lot. Bad lot again. The Taoist priest casually tossed the lot aside. Taoist priest, why are they all bad? Lots? Does that mean my wish can't come true? Sun Xian was on the verge of tears. It's alright. The Taoist priest took the lot tube from her hands and pulled out a good lot, handing it to Sun Xian. I will change your fate. Can it be done like this? Sun Xian was stunned. Why not? The Taoist priest said with a smile. Taoist methods emphasize nature and also spontaneity. You come to my temple to draw lots, seeking direction, thoughts, and wishes. If you draw a bad lot, I can only advise you to let go and not dwell on it rather than solving the problem. Then what are you? Seeking from the divine? Moreover, if I don't help you, how am I different from those fat-headed, big-eared bald monks? But Sun Xian wanted to say something more. Don't worry, you and Xiao Feng will have a bright future. The Taoist priest gave her a reassuring expression. Ah, Taoist priest, do you know what I'm wishing for? Sun Xian was taken aback. What you seek in your heart is nothing but love, and your destined partner is right before you. The Taoist priest pointed outside. Outside the main hall, Xiao Feng was seriously sweeping the ground with a broom. Sun Xian's secret was exposed, and her face instantly turned red. Then she felt a bit anxious. I drew a bad lot twice, but I have already changed your fate. So don't worry. The Taoist priest made an okay gesture. Thank you, Taoist priest. Sun Xian ran off with a beaming smile. The Taoist priest watched her run away with a smile, then sat down again, picking up his phone to binge-watch a show. The thunder magic in this movie is too fake. Real thunder magic isn't like this. Sun Xian went to distribute stationery and snacks to the children. The temple had benefactors and was thriving, and these children were also placed in school. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, was wandering around the newly renovated temple. However, he unexpectedly ran into Su Muyu. Su Muyu seemed somewhat distracted, responding absent-mindedly while constantly sending messages on her phone, as if something was going on. Xiao Feng? Upon seeing Xiao Feng, her expression brightened and she put down her phone. What are you doing here? Are you here to offer incense too? What do I need to report to you for? What are you doing here? Xiao Feng was a bit puzzled. She noticed the surprise in her expression. What did that mean? Where had the rebellious demeanor of this woman from her past life gone? Please revert to that. I'm not used to this. I accompanied Xiaoming to bury a little kitten the day before yesterday, passed by here, so I came to play today, Su Muyu said. I still have to confirm the design plan for the new twin towers in the afternoon. I specially invited an architect today. If our design wins the bid, it will greatly help Su's layout for the new district's development. She shared her recent status with Xiao Feng, seeming like an old friend who hadn't been seen in a long time. You don't have to tell me what you're busy with, right? Xiao Feng felt a bit bewildered. Had she changed her nature? I just wanted to simply chat with you. Su Muyu suddenly stopped, not knowing why she felt this way. Seeing Xiao Feng made her want to share her work and even her life. What was happening to her? Are you bidding for the Twin Tower design project? Xiao Feng asked. Is the architect you invited surnamed Lu? Lu Qinghe, a very famous architect. He remembered that in his previous life the Su group had also invited this architect and submitted design drafts. But who would have thought that all of this renowned architect's designs were suspected of plagiarism, even being accused by his students of stealing their original design drafts? The outcome for the Su group was predictable. They were directly kicked out, and afterward they hardly benefited from the billions in bonuses from the new district's construction. Yes, the design master Lu Qinghe, a national first-class architect, has designed many bridges and landmark projects. I invited him over, Su Muyu said. Master Lu, quite impressive, Xiao Feng said, stretching out his thumb, not hiding his sarcasm at all. Xiao Feng, do you think there's a problem? Su Muyu frowned, recalling the last incident with the participation of Wang. So, she mentioned this to Xiao Feng to hear his opinion. Sister Su, I've already bought the incense, let's go offer it today. At that moment, Xiao Ming came over, cheerfully with some incense burners. Brother? Upon seeing Xiao Feng, a hint of resentment flickered in Xiao Ming's eyes. But he still asked in a surprised tone, how did you know we were coming here? Were you trying to create a chance encounter with Sister Su? Xiao Feng's mouth twitched. Couldn't this brat just act like a normal passerby? The temple was his home. What did it have to do with Su Muyu? But annoyingly, seeing Su Muyu's suspicious expression, it seemed she believed him a little. Not wanting to deal with these two any longer, Xiao Feng turned to leave. Brother, why are you ignoring me? If you don't want to see me, I'll leave and give you and Sister Su some alone time, Xiao Ming pouted, looking aggrieved. Xiao Ming? Xiao Feng turned around, unable to hold back any longer. Is it so hard for us to just act like normal passersby? Why do you have to force me to slap you? Xiao Ming was startled, shrinking his head, afraid that Xiao Feng would slap him. After all, Xiao Feng hadn't been lenient with him before, but thinking of Su Muyu behind him, he regained some confidence. Brother, don't be like this.
You've been bullied online these days, we're all very worried. About you. Mentioning this, Xiaofeng glanced at him. Then I really thank you, those who bullied me online have been dealt with by the law. He leaned closer to Xiao Ming, but the mastermind hasn't shown up yet. However, with the police's methods, they should be able to get something out of Zhang Liang. That Xiao Ming, who could it be? It wouldn't be you, would it? Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all, Xiao Ming said, looking confused. Xiaofeng, everyone is very concerned about you. Xiao Ming has worried about you more than once. Please don't be like this, okay? Sumu Yu frowned. He cares about me? Did you verify what I asked you to last time? Xiaofeng sneered. Xiao Ming is concerned about you. He followed you to the hotel, but he didn't expect the Xiao family to be under the public scrutiny, so your business at that hotel got leaked, Sumu Yu said. This really isn't his fault. Clueless, Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Brother, don't go yet. The peeping incident isn't your fault, but you made Mom so angry that she ended up in the hospital. You should go see her, Xiao Ming called out to Xiaofeng again. After all, she carried us for 10 months and gave birth. It was quite hard for her. She just misunderstood. Misunderstood? Xiaofeng pointed at the visible claw marks on his face. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have been disfigured by now. Such a big deal can be explained away with just a misunderstanding? How about I hit you once and then tell you it's a misunderstanding, okay? If hitting me once will relieve your anger, then you can. Hit me, Xiao Ming said, catching a glimpse of Su Ruodao coming from a distance. So, he closed his eyes, pretending to be ready for Xiaofeng to make a move. Su Muyu, can you see this? It's what he asked for. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow and then kicked Xiao Ming. Thud. Xiao Ming fell to the ground. This kick was not held back at all, and Xiao Ming screamed in agony, rolling a few times on the ground. Before he could struggle to get up, Xiaofeng punched him in the face again. Bang, blood gushed out. He let out a wail like a slaughtered pig. Sumu Yu, who was nearby, was taken aback and quickly stopped Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, stop it. Only then did Xiaofeng come to a halt, shaking his slightly numb hand. That punch had been quite heavy, and his hand was tingling. Sumu Yu helped Xiao Ming up, only to see him covered in blood, holding his nose with a contorted expression. Xiaofeng, why wasn't he following the usual rules? The Taoist had already come over. Why did he still dare to act? To hit someone in front of his master? Did he not understand what it meant to respect one's teacher in the Tao? He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Taoist, my brother didn't mean to hit me. He was just in a bad mood. I'm fine as long as my brother feels better. On the surface, he was saying nice things, but secretly, he was reporting. However, the Taoist glanced at Xiao Ming and then exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened. This left Xiao Ming utterly confused. He cautiously said, Taoist, please, don't be angry. My brother really didn't mean it. I'm not angry, the Taoist replied, looking bewildered. Why would I be angry? But, Xiao Ming's face twisted and convulsed. My brother acted out in the Taoist temple's sacred place. Oh, is that what you're talking about? The Taoist said with a smile. It's fine, that's because you made him angry. If he didn't beat you up to vent his frustration, it would ruin his Tao heart. If the Tao heart is unstable, nothing will be done well, so by beating you up, he released that pent-up anger, and now he's clear-headed. Isn't that good? Xiao Ming stared blankly at the Taoist, feeling as if thunder was rolling above his head. What kind of nonsense logic is this? So he was supposed to take this beating? Young man, one must be reasonable in life. Just now, I heard it was you who asked him to act, right? The Taoist patted Xiao Ming on the shoulder. You're a smart, understanding, and kind child. Taking a beating to help someone else clear their mind is also a merit. Infinite longevity and blessings. The Taoist stretched his voice and then swayed away. Xiao Ming's entire face was twitching, and he was roaring inside. Is there a normal person here? Running to my master to report me? What were you thinking? Xiaofeng found it amusing. The Taoist was known for being protective, and having lived for many years, Xiao Ming's little tricks were almost written on his face. Did he really think everyone would fall for that? Giving Xiao Ming a look of disbelief, Xiaofeng turned to leave. Sister Su, I. Xiao Ming squeezed out a voice full of grievance. You should go wash your hands in the restroom over there. We're going back, Sumu sighed. Okay, sister, don't blame my brother. Xiao Ming wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Sumu. Xiao Ming, since you know he doesn't like you, why not keep your distance? Xiao Ming was stunned, looking at Sumu in disbelief, while she had already turned to leave. The back courtyard of the Taoist temple was where the children lived. Just as Sumu was about to leave, she heard a familiar voice. Alright, that's it, next time I'll bring more. For you all, everyone gets a share. Soon, Sun Xian came out from the back courtyard, waving goodbye to the children. She turned around and met Su Muyu's gaze, both of them momentarily stunned, locking eyes. What are you doing here? Did you come with Xiaofeng? Su Muyu asked. Yes, we come here to help whenever we have time, Sun Xian said. Sister, goodbye. A child waved at Sun Xian. Goodbye. Sun Xian's eyes curved into a smile. Sweet as can be. These children?
Sumu stared blankly at the kids in the backyard. They are all orphans, taken in by the Taoist priest. Sun Xian asked curiously, what are you doing here? I was passing by. Sumu felt a bit downcast. You and Xiao Feng have such a good relationship. Sun Xian ignored her and was about to look for Xiao Fengchen, but suddenly, Sumuyu's expression changed. She called out to Sun Xian, wait a moment. What is it? Sun Xian turned back, puzzled. Can I see the safety knot hanging from your waist? Sumuyu's heart raced. Her eyes were fixed on the red safety knot hanging from Sun Xian's waist. It was almost identical to hers. The difference was that the center was adorned with a yellow thread forming the character Fu, and there was a piece of wood hanging below it, engraved with words. This? Sun Xian took off the safety knot and waved it in front of her. Who gave this to you? Sumuyu was already certain that this safety knot was made by the same person as hers. What made her jealous was that Sun Xian's was more exquisite and thoughtful than hers. Xiao Feng gave it to me. Is there a problem? Sun Xian was somewhat baffled. Xiao Feng gave it to you? Sumuyu's expression changed slightly, and she blurted out, how is that possible? Her hand tightened around her own safety knot, as if something inside her had collapsed in that moment. Ever since the car accident 3 years ago, when she got this safety knot, she had regarded it as her faith and courage. Whenever she lost confidence, she would take it out to look at it. Whether it was being a genius, a top student, or the princess of Jiancheng, all these titles came with a price. Her family's expectations were too high, and she was just a girl. Whenever she was on the verge of breaking down, she would take out this safety knot to look at, and this safety knot would give her confidence. At that moment, today, she learned that this safety knot was made by Xiao Feng. Yet, the identical safety knot, even the one in Sun Xian's hand, was more exquisite than hers. How is it impossible? When Xiao Feng and Grandma were in the countryside, life was tough, and Grandma would weave safety knots and other handmade items to sell. Sun Xian said, this is handmade, it's not the same as mass-produced items bought from the roadside. After she finished speaking, she put away the safety knot and turned to skip away. Sumuyu took out her own safety knot, holding it tightly in her hand. The doubts in her heart were magnified once again. After returning home, Xiao Feng organized the materials given by Wei. He then analyzed the location of the twin towers and the surrounding feng shui, incorporating some design concepts he had studied before his rebirth. The twin towers were in the core area of the new district, but directly to the east was a mountain. Additionally, the roads on both sides of the mountain formed a side-kill, which was extremely bad in terms of feng shui. Therefore, the Design Institute had not finalized the draft for a long time and eventually invited several feng shui masters to coordinate together, which finally led to its completion. Of course, this caused the project to be delayed for several years, resulting in significant losses. After sending out the materials, it was already 4 in the afternoon. At that moment, he received a call from Lin Feng, asking him to come out and chat. Just as he was about to leave, he heard voices and laughter coming from the yard. Stepping outside, he saw Xiaoyan bringing a large pile of things to visit Grandma again. Xiao Feng was used to it, after all, she came here every few days. Moreover, she was particularly nice to Grandma, treating it as a way to keep her company, as long as she didn't provoke him. Xiao Feng, come back for dinner tonight. I bought a lot of vegetables and a holy star grouper, Xiaoyan called out when she saw him. Grandma, my friend asked me to go out, so you don't have to wait for me to eat tonight. Xiao Feng ignored her, greeted his grandmother, and left. Xiaoyan sighed, lowering her head to tidy up her things. Grandma, Xiao Feng, he still won't forgive me. Yen, if it were you, having suffered so much injustice for no reason, would you forgive? Easily? Grandma Wu sighed. And don't think about him coming home for a family reunion. Your mother has never liked him. Can't you see that at all? Xiaoyan was at a loss for words. Yes, if it were her, how could she easily forgive her family? These days, she had seriously learned about Xiao Feng's past. If it were her, being called a disaster since birth and exiled to the countryside to live with her grandmother, growing up without her parents' love or her sister's care, what would she do? If she returned home full of hope, eager to integrate into the family that originally belonged to her, only to be targeted and falsely accused. If it were her, treating her family with caution, afraid even to speak too harshly, only to receive cold disdain in return, how could she easily forgive? Yen, there is no hatred without reason in this world. Grandma Wu sighed, so don't complain about anything, only sincerity can bring sincerity. Xiaoyan silently nodded. Yes, she was wrong, so she could only use sincerity to exchange for sincerity. Even if she faced Xiao Feng's disdain, she would not complain. Lin's traditional Chinese medicine. This time, Grandpa Lin personally came to meet Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, thank you for what you did last time. If it weren't for your timely reminder, our Lin family would have gotten into big trouble. Grandpa Lin, over 70, had white hair and wore a Zhongshan suit, exuding a certain nonchalance. He was known as the King of Medicine. In Jiancheng, a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family with an extraordinary mastery of classical prescriptions, he was very polite, to Xiao Feng now, knowing that this old man had a bit of pride. Even the mayor of Jiangchang had to make an appointment to see him. No need to be polite, Grandpa Lin. I just noticed that something was off with that woman. In traditional Chinese medicine, we speak of inheritance. I couldn't just stand by and watch it be trampled. Xiao Feng smiled. Alright, my Lin family will remember your kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Grandpa Lin nodded. Thank you, Grandpa Lin. Xiao Feng's expression became serious. Although the Lin family was just a traditional Chinese medicine family, Grandpa Lin's weight in the field was considerable. The Lin family belonged to the classical prescription school among the 12 schools of traditional Chinese medicine, which all share the same roots. Not only in Jiangcheng but also in places like Yanjing, Jinling, and Modu, they had their connections. This promise was not light. Just then, a disciple of Grandpa Lin came over. Grandpa Lin, someone is here seeking medical help. At this hour, the clinic is closed. Tell them to come back another day, Grandpa Lin said. I told them, but this person said they were sent by Miss Su and insisted that you must go out to see them. The Lin family had a good relationship with the Su family, and hearing it was introduced by Su Muyu, Grandpa Lin turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, go take a look. Okay, Grandpa. Xiao Feng, wait outside for a moment. I'll see this patient. And then go eat. Lin Feng turned around. Xiao Feng nodded, turned to bid farewell to Grandpa Lin, and then went out with Lin Feng. My son has a very good relationship with Miss Su Muyu, like siblings. She sent me to find Grandpa Lin, you should mention it to him. Inside the consultation room, Zhao's mother was sitting, emphasizing her identity to a disciple of the clinic. The disciple was just an apprentice and helplessly explained, my senior brother has already gone to inform him, but Grandpa Lin requires an appointment. He only sees 30 patients a day, that's the rule. It doesn't matter who comes. But the woman in front of me doesn't seem like someone who would make a fuss, yet she refuses to leave. What, has Lin Lao even lost respect for Miss Su now? Zhao's mother said with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Should I call Miss Su right now? I'm sorry, my grandfather is old and sees 30 patients a day. He has already taken a break. Lin Feng stepped forward. Madam, I'm here to diagnose you. You can't let your grandfather come out. Zhao's mother banged on the table. However, she saw Xiao Feng coming out with Lin Feng and stood up abruptly. What are you doing here? Xiao Feng frowned, feeling somewhat speechless. In this life and the last, it seems he is tied to the Xiao family, right? It appears that unless he changes cities, he can't escape these people from the Xiao family. Lin Feng, I'll wait for you outside. Xiao Feng ignored Zhao's mother and turned to leave. Stop, Xiao Feng, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear? Zhao's mother stood up with a start. Just because you're talking to me doesn't mean I have to respond. Who do you think you are? Xiao Feng turned and glanced at her. He had just had a confrontation with every member of the Xiao family, but he had never clashed with her. Moreover, among the Xiao family, she was the one he disliked the most. Her hatred for him was almost unmasked. In the last life, she had exploited him like a leech. She hated herself because her gaze towards him lacked the tenderness a mother should have for her child. Instead, it was filled with endless disgust. Xiao Feng, how could I have given birth to someone like you? Zhao's mother gritted her teeth in hatred. A bastard, right? Xiao Feng laughed, completing her sentence. You. Zhao's mother trembled with anger, her throat roaring. Do you even consider me your real mother? No, you don't deserve it, Xiao Feng sneered. Don't bring up the fact that you're my biological mother in the future. We've severed ties for so long, do you have no memory at all? Should I show you the blood letter? Xiao Feng. Zhao's mother almost screamed. She was gasping for breath, clearly on the verge of a breakdown. Don't get agitated, Xiao Feng, you should say less for now. Madam, where do you feel unwell? Let me take a look. Lin Feng was taken aback. Although he didn't know what had happened between this mother and son, seeing her in this state, he quickly helped her sit down. Then he reached out to check her pulse, but just resting his hand on her wrist, Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly. Strange, her pulse is like it's stress-induced bipolar disorder, said to be a condition left over from childbirth. Xiao Feng shrugged and then walked out. Lin Feng quickly took out needles and inserted them at several acupoints, including Baihui, Sidu, and Shinmen, then gently manipulated the needle tips. These acupoints could calm the wind, clear the mind, and boost yang energy. Zhao's mother's breathing gradually stabilized and her gaze became clearer. However, her forehead was drenched in cold sweat and she felt utterly weak. Madam, with your condition, you should avoid getting too emotionally agitated in the future, Lin Feng said as he removed the needles. Restlessness is caused by emotional distress, and depression is a result of emotional injury. Usually, practicing Tai Chi or 5 animal frolics can help with your condition. It took a long time for Zhao's mother to recover. She no longer looked at Xiao Feng but quietly thanked Lin Feng. No need for thanks, Miss Su is my friend, and you are also. Xiao. Lin Feng paused at this point. In the future, pay more attention to managing your emotions. Mentioning Xiao Feng, Zhao's mother's eyes filled with hatred again, and Lin Feng frowned. What kind of deep-seated grudge did this mother and son have that made her hate her own child so much? I came to find your grandfather, Xiao's mother steadied herself. My grandfather isn't seeing patients today, and his appointments are booked for half a month later, Lin Fong said. Miss Su introduced me to you. You're his grandson, and if you can help me get better so quickly, he must be able to cure me completely, Zhao's mother persisted. Lin Fong frowned slightly. My medical skills were passed down from my grandfather. I can't claim to have his full level, but I do have about 70% of it. Moreover, your illness, if you don't manage your emotions well, it's useless even if my grandfather were here, let alone a deity. Are you really not giving any face to the Su family? Zhao's mother found it hard to believe. Her illness had been flaring up more frequently lately, and the Lin family, being a traditional Chinese medicine family, might have methods to treat it. So she came with a try-it-and-see attitude, knowing it would be hard to get an appointment with Lin Lao. She mentioned Su Muyu. But what she didn't expect was that Su Muyu's reputation didn't hold much weight here. Auntie, you need to understand something. We have a good relationship with the Su family, and I am also friends with Miss Su. Lin Fong's expression was somewhat displeased. But it's merely a matter of acquaintance. The Lin family is not a vassal of the Su family. Don't think that just because you came, even if the head of the Su family came personally, my grandfather might not see him, so you should go back. Prescribe her a calming soup and let her go home. Lin Fong turned to a staff member and said, okay. The staff member turned to get the medicine. I have things to attend to, so I won't keep you company. Also, pay attention to managing your own emotions, otherwise, even a deity would find it hard to save you. Lin Fong glanced at her and left with that remark. Zhao's mother sat there in a daze, gritting her teeth in anger, yet feeling utterly helpless. Xiao Feng, is that really your biological mother? Lin Fong asked uncertainly. In a restaurant. In terms of blood relation, yes, Xiao Feng shrugged helplessly. But our relationship, you saw it just now. I did see it, and I was a bit shocked, Lin Fong said, somewhat speechless. But looking at her condition, it seems quite abnormal. Definitely abnormal. It's bipolar disorder, Xiao Feng said. And she thinks it's all my fault. That has nothing to do with you, it should be caused by postpartum depression, Lin Fong pondered. She must have suffered a great shock, which harmed her emotions. It doesn't matter to me, it has nothing to do with me, Xiao Feng didn't want to discuss it. Yes, but if her condition continues to develop unchecked, it might lead to another situation, Lin Fong said seriously. What situation? Xiao Feng was slightly taken aback. The emergence of a new personality, Lin Fong said. In other words, schizophrenia, which has a huge uncontrollability. Xiao Feng paused for a moment. A second personality? Yes, what I'm curious about is what kind of shock she experienced. That made her condition so severe, Lin Fong asked. My brother and I are twins. According to the Xiao family, I absorbed too much nutrition during pregnancy, which led to my brother's developmental issues. Xiao Feng thought for a moment and said, on the day we were born, my brother was sent to intensive care and was rescued. And at that time, she thought he had died, which left her with a hidden illness. Things aren't that simple because your brother didn't die, Lin Fong shook his head. And even if your brother was sent to intensive care, he would be back in at most half a month. Half a month wouldn't allow her condition to develop to such a terrifying extent. The only way to cause such a serious situation is if she truly lost a child. Moreover, the medical texts my master gave me mention the concept of mysterious veins, which means a person's pulse resembles the rings of a tree. All the information about a person from birth can be diagnosed from their pulse. What illnesses they've had, how many children they've had. Even life and death can be seen from the mysterious veins. I just checked her pulse and found that there are signs of losing a child in her condition. She is suffering from sadness affecting her lungs, overthinking harming her spleen, and grief affecting her heart, which indicates an imbalance of yin and yang within her. Xiao Feng's mind buzzed and he felt a chilling sensation. According to Lin Fong, unless one of the brothers had died, it wouldn't cause such immense sorrow in Zhao's mother that it led to stress-induced manic depression. However, he was fine, and Xiao Ming was merely weak. So what exactly caused her to become like this? Why was her condition showing signs of worsening? What had happened back then? Why did she loathe herself so much? Everything seemed to have become a mystery. Xiao Feng? Seeing Xiao Feng lost in thought, Lin Fong called out to him, are you okay? I'm fine, just lost in some thoughts. Xiao Feng shook his head, regaining his composure. I only learned a bit about pulse diagnosis, so I might not be accurate. Anyway, let's not talk about that for now. What do you want to eat? This Western restaurant is quite nice. Lin Fong handed over the menu. French? I can't understand it. Do you have a Chinese menu? Xiao Feng said helplessly. Sorry, sir, we don't have a Chinese menu here. A waitress said, holding herself with an air of superiority. Indeed, this French restaurant was very upscale. Reservations were required, and the diners were all from high society. Thus, the waitstaff had developed a condescending attitude. She looked at Lin Fong and Xiao Feng, one a student, and Lin Fong hadn't changed clothes after coming out, wearing a white Tai Chi outfit. Their attire was even less valuable than her uniform. They didn't look like people from the upper class at all, so her tone was naturally haughty, even tinged with disdain. Forget the menu, I'll have the pan-seared sole, French snails, and… Before Lin Fong could finish his order, the waitress interrupted him very politely. Sorry, sir, we don't have Chinese dish names here, you must order in French. Are you saying that if we don't understand French, we can't eat here? Xiao Feng was somewhat displeased. Everyone who dines here is from high society and generally understands French, the waitress said with a professional smile, delivering the most contemptuous words. If you really can't manage, please turn right out the door. The food stall over there doesn't require a French menu. What's your attitude? Lin Fong was furious. This was indeed his first time at this restaurant, using a high-end dining card from one of his patients. But he hadn't expected the staff to be so overbearing. Our service attitude is based on standards. If there are any shortcomings, please file a complaint. Complaint, huh? Fine, I'll complain about you right now, Lin Fong shouted. Where's your manager? Sorry, our manager only attends to high-end clients. Cardholders generally won't be dealt with directly, the waitress said, neither soft nor hard. Xiao Feng stared at the waitress, finding it laughable. You must be the manager's relative, right? Otherwise, how could you dare to serve customers with such an attitude? Just a waitress. Spending too long in a high-end place makes you automatically assume superiority? Please place your order, or if you're not dining, please leave. We have limited seating, the waitress said. Xiao Feng. At that moment, a surprised voice came from Sun Xian. She was holding on to a very elegant woman. This woman had a noble demeanor and bore some resemblance to her. It was easy to see that this woman was her mother. You're here to eat too? Sun Xian saw Xiao Feng, released her mother, and ran excitedly to him. Yes, is this your mom? Xiao Feng smiled. Yes, Mom, this is Xiao Feng, my classmate. Sun Xian winked at her mother. Hello, I'm Xian's mother, Sun's mother said with a gentle smile. Hello, Auntie, I'm Xiao Feng, a classmate of Sun Xian. Xiao Feng quickly greeted politely. He was still puzzled. Didn't Sun Xian say her family was in the lending business? Looking at her mother's demeanor, she didn't seem like someone from a loan company at all. She looked more like the matriarch of a wealthy family. Xiao Feng, this is my aunt's restaurant. You should have told me in advance if you were coming to eat, so I could reserve a table, Sun Xian said with a smile. Forget about reserving a table. Your aunt's restaurant has such high standards, Xiao Feng said somewhat helplessly. We don't understand French. We can't even order food. That's not true. There's a Chinese menu here, Sun Xian said, taken aback. See, it was this esteemed waiter who told us. Xiao Feng pointed to the waiter. She told us this place caters to high society and people like us probably wouldn't be served. Who said that? Sun Xian's expression changed as she looked at the waiter. Sun Xian often frequented this restaurant and this waiter was indeed someone with connections. But no matter how arrogant she was, she shouldn't be at the point of not recognizing the boss's niece. Miss Sun, this is all a misunderstanding, she stammered. I will order for the two gentlemen right away. No need, you should go serve those noble guests. Xiao Feng was not one to repay kindness with resentment. Go settle your salary with the finance department, you won't need to come to work tomorrow. Sun's mother glanced at the waiter and frowned. This is the third time this month you've been complained about by customers. Our restaurant prioritizes customer service. Since you can't serve, then find another job. The waiter showed a pleading expression, but Sun's mother had no intention of giving her a chance. Leave immediately. Also, tell manager Lee of this restaurant that if he continues to casually place his relatives here, he should resign. The waiter was taken aback. Her uncle was the manager of this restaurant, which was why she dared to act this way. She wasn't afraid of complaints, but she never expected to hit a brick wall this time. She didn't dare to argue and could only bow an apology before leaving in disgrace. Mom, I'm having dinner with my classmate, Sun Xian said with a giggle as she sought her mother's approval. Go ahead, I'll go find your aunt. Sun's mother smiled lightly and turned to leave. Hello, I'm Sun Xian, a friend of Xiao Feng. Sun Xian sat next to Xiao Feng and said to Lin Feng. I'm Lin Feng, the heir of the Lin family traditional medicine. Lin Feng quickly handed over a business card. Lin family traditional medicine? Wow, the heir of the medicine king? Sun Xian exclaimed as she took the card. That's my grandfather, Lin Feng said with a smile. Oh, you're Lin Lao's grandson? He has treated me before, Sun Xian said. Really? Then we are quite fated, Lin Feng asked in surprise. Xiao Feng, I'm familiar with this place, let me recommend some dishes for you, Sun Xian said. Today, I'm treating you, as an apology for the waiter earlier. No, today is on me, Lin Feng quickly said. I can get a discount that breaks the bank. Sun Xian giggled. Right, her aunt's restaurant can give a discount. Xiao Feng laughed. And her family is in lending, so they aren't short on money for this meal. Since that was the case, Lin Feng didn't argue anymore. Ringing the bell, he called the waiter, and Sun Xian instructed, the usual, you know what to do. Okay, miss, please wait a moment. The waiter smiled and nodded. Sun Xian, tell me the truth, is your family really in lending? Xiaofeng wondered, your relatives are in such high-end businesses?
Yes, they started with lending, and then some of my relatives changed careers, Song Xian said seriously.
Well, that's hard to believe, Xiaofeng said helplessly. He could clearly feel that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The dishes arrived quickly, and as they ate and chatted, the group, all around the same age, found plenty to talk about.
When they had nearly finished eating, a woman in the restaurant hurriedly grabbed her
bag and headed for the door. Auntie, where are you going? Song Xian quickly approached her. This was her aunt, Song Li, who appeared to be in a
rush, as if something urgent was happening. Xian, I can't stay with you today, your cousin is in trouble, he's at the hospital, and a group of doctors
are at a loss, Song Li said anxiously. What happened? Song Xian was taken aback.
They say he was overly frightened and now he has a high fever that won't go down, he's talking nonsense, and he's even reached the point of shock.
Song Li wiped her tears in distress.
The hospital's consultations haven't found a cause, I'm trying to urgently contact experts from Yanjing.
Auntie, please don't panic, I'm Song Xian's classmate, and this is my friend, the heir of Lin's traditional medicine. Xiaofeng introduced Lin Fong. Maybe we can help. Lin Fong? You're that little medicine king? Lin Lao's grandson? Song Li exclaimed with joy.
Yes, please don't worry, tell me about his condition, maybe I can take a look.
Lin Fong nodded.
Coming from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and being a medical genius, he was particularly interested in difficult and complicated cases, especially after recently receiving teachings from a Taoist master. His skills had advanced rapidly.
It was a perfect opportunity. How could he not go?
Dr. Lin, the thing is, this child of mine isn't studying properly and insists on being some kind of adventure streamer.
Song Li
had a worried expression. The night before last, he went to Fenghan Gorge to live stream with his classmates. After he came back, he slept for
a whole day and night. We thought he was just tired and didn't pay much attention.
Who knew that he started running a high fever and talking nonsense yesterday, so we rushed him to the hospital, and it just got worse.
Now the experts' consultations haven't provided any answers. What should we do? Fenghan Gorge is a place you can just wander into?
Lin Fong was taken aback. That place is famous for being haunted, and not far from there was a mass grave during the Republic of China period.
Dr. Lin, are you saying he was possessed? Song Li was shocked. No, traditional Chinese medicine doesn't have the concept of possession.
Lin Fong waved his hand, but places like funeral homes and cemeteries, due to the many deceased, can cultivate negative energy. Traditional Chinese medicine believes that frequently staying in places with heavy negative energy can lead
to an imbalance of yin and yang in the body.
And since he went there in the middle of the night, the consequences would be even more severe. This
situation should be due to a panic disorder.
Auntie, let's go take a look. No matter how good the doctor is, they can't do anything without seeing
the patient, Xiaofeng said. Alright, let's hurry, thank you all. Song Li didn't dare to delay, quickly leading everyone to the car and heading to the hospital. Runli Hospital, one of the top private hospitals in Zhengcheng.
Moreover, it had private wards, and at that moment, a 15 or
16-year-old boy was lying on the hospital bed. He was Song Xian's cousin, Duan Wei.
Now he lay on the bed, the air conditioning in the room set to the highest temperature, causing anyone who entered to break into a sweat. Yet he was wrapped in a thick blanket, his complexion pale and shivering. Meanwhile, the attending physician and several experts were discussing treatment plans. Upon seeing Song Li arrive, the attending physician hurried over. Ms. Song, your son's condition has changed. I recommend you transfer him to another hospital immediately.
Transfer? Transfer where? What's wrong with him now? Song Li was startled.
You should go see for yourself, the attending physician said helplessly. Song Li rushed over.
What's wrong? It's Mom. Don't come over. Duan Wei suddenly roared.
He sat up abruptly, wrapped in a blanket, shrinking into the corner of the wall. At the same time, he screamed, Don't touch me, don't touch me.
I'm your mom, what's wrong with you? Song Li quickly stopped in her tracks. Wei,
I'm your cousin, don't be afraid. Song Xian grabbed her aunt, her face full of anxiety. However, Duan Wei suddenly knelt on the bed with a thud. His voice changing, Master, I'm just a singer, please spare me.
How about I sing a song for you?
After saying that, he pulled out a long operatic
tone, Sun Xian. Without entering the garden, how can one know the spring colors are so beautiful?
It turns out, the vibrant colors bloom everywhere, yet all this is left to broken walls and ruins.
The long operatic tone surprisingly sang out the twists and sorrows of the Republican era's melodies. You, don't scare Mom.
Song Li was so frightened she started to cry, her voice trembling. What's going on?
Xiaofeng, my cousin, is possessed? Song Xian also turned pale with fear.
Yes, a high school freshman, usually unstudious, just loves to live stream adventures.
Spending a night in the famous ghost gully and suddenly he can sing? Isn't this being possessed by a ghost? What is Xiaofeng singing? Lin Fong also looked confused. Kunku, Peony Pavilion. Xiaofeng listened and said, not bad at all. Alright, you find a way to hold him down, I need to use the needles.
Lin Fong carried silver needles with him, quickly taking out the needle bag and laying it on the table.
What's his condition? Xiao Feng asked, somewhat dumbfounded. External evil, internal damp heat, plus being frightened, and the imbalance of yin and yang leading to wind fright
syndrome. Lin Fong took out the silver needles. You hold him, I'll use the needles.
Okay. Xiao Feng rubbed his hands together. Wait, who are you? The attending physician felt like he was encountering a disruption. After all, there were several experts standing here, and he was also a renowned internist. What's up with these two young people? Do they think they can disregard them? Lin Fong, my grandfather is Lin Tianfang. Lin Fong raised his head with a hint of pride. Heir of the Jingfang school? An expert looked at Lin Fong in surprise. That's right, Lin Fong said, no time to waste, hurry and help. Xiao Feng seized the opportunity, lunging forward and pinning Duan Wei down. Quick, go help, the attending physician hurriedly instructed his assistant.
A group of people rushed in, using all their strength to hold Duan Wei down.
However, this kid was surprisingly
strong. He struggled and screamed, looking just like a respectable woman being assaulted by a group of big men.
They simply couldn't hold him down.
Even if they managed to pin him, he was still thrashing about, making it impossible to use the needles.
Do you have chopsticks, red ones? Xiao Feng
suddenly thought of something and turned to shout.
I'll go find them. A nurse quickly ran out.
Moments later, a pair of red chopsticks was brought over. Xiao Feng took the chopsticks, had someone hold Duan Wei's hand, and then pinched his middle finger.
With that pinch, Duan Wei surprisingly quieted down. Lin Fong quickly used the needles, targeting points like Yin Tang, He Gu, and Tai Chong.
After a few needles, Duan Wei immediately broke out in a cold sweat and collapsed onto the bed with a thud.
Alright, let go. Lin Fong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to ask, Xiao Feng, how did you think of using chopsticks to pinch the middle finger? It's mentioned in the texts my master gave me as a way to
exorcise evil. Xiao Feng explained his condition is due to external evil and being frightened. And staying in a cold place for a night can cause dampness in the body. Using chopsticks to pinch the middle finger can, to some extent, dispel the evil and stabilize the yin energy.
It also helps to regulate the internal yin and yang, so I thought I'd give it a try. Damn, why is what you learned different from mine?
Lin Fong was dumbfounded.
No way, my master is hiding things. You read proper medical texts, while I read some Taoist classics. Can they be the same? Xiao Feng smiled. Riley, Dr. Lin, my son is okay, right? Song Li asked cautiously.
Let me check. Lin Fong quickly extended his hand to take his pulse, and after a moment said, he's fine, the fever is starting to subside.
Thank God.
Song Li relaxed, nearly collapsing to the ground, and Song Xian hurried to support her. After a moment, Duan Wei finally woke up, looking bewildered at the people in the room.
Mom, what are you all doing? Why are there so many people in here? Wei, you're awake?
You scared your mom to death just now. Song Li wiped her tears.
Duan Wei, don't you know what happened just now? Song Xian asked curiously.
I don't know. Duan Wei shook his head in confusion.
It's okay, I recorded it for you, I'll help you remember.
It's slowly later, Song Xian said through gritted teeth. If you dare to not study hard and run around again, just wait and see how I deal with you.
Duan Wei shrank his head in fear, not daring to make a sound.
I'll prescribe some traditional medicine. You can send someone to the Lin's traditional Chinese medicine clinic to get the medicine. Just drink it for a few days to calm down, Lin Fong said, seeing that he was indeed fine, and
quickly wrote a prescription. Was he really possessed just now? Song Li asked cautiously.
Of course not. His condition was caused by an imbalance of yin and yang leading to hallucinations, Lin Fong explained. It's like in Yunnan, after eating poisonous mushrooms, even a poor student can perform at the level of a top student. The song he sang must have been heard somewhere before. After getting sick, the hallucinations left a particularly
deep impression, so he sang it out. Thank you, Dr. Lin, and thank you, Xiao Feng. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do today.
Song Li expressed her deep gratitude.
It's nothing, Auntie, it's what we should do, Xiao Feng smiled. It's getting late, I'll have someone take you back, Song Li said. You are always welcome to visit us.
No need, we can go back ourselves. Let the child rest well. Lin Fong waved his hand and
went out with Xiao Feng.
Wow, Master has quite a few good texts. Lin Fong's eyes lit up as he stepped outside. Looks like I need to get some other
things besides medical books in the future. If you can handle it, just go ahead and ask for it. Xiao Feng laughed. You might as well learn to draw talismans too. I've heard talisman water can cure diseases. Really? That's impressive. By the way, Xiao Feng, what's the background of Master? How old is he this year? Lin Fong asked curiously.
I don't know that. I only know his secular surname is Zhang Huaigu, but I don't know where he learned from. Xiao Feng shook his head, and his appearance has always been like this, hardly changed.
His secular surname is Zhan?
Lin Fong stroked his chin, and it seems the rules of the youth view are Zheni.
But where did he learn from?
Don't get too hung up on that. There are many Zhengi sects with the surname Zhang, Xiao Feng said. Juanjin Yu Wang Temple, Longhu Shangqing Palace, Tianzhi Mansion. Since Master doesn't say, there must
be a reason.
Right, I'll go to the temple tomorrow and ask him to teach me more, Lin Fong nodded. 2 days later, Friday. At the Ministry of Urban Construction, in the Design Institute, Bai Wei was waiting in the conference room. The landmark building she designed had already been submitted, and today was the day for the results to be announced. The landmark proposal she designed following Xiao Feng's ideas had successfully made the shortlist. Today's review would select a final result from the top 30 works. Thinking about the possibility of her work becoming a landmark building made her a bit excited. Number 33 Bai Wei, please come to the office, a staff member called out. Bai Wei was delighted and quickly got up to enter the office. Inside, several experts from the Design Institute were seated, and they had already evaluated the top 30 works, ultimately selecting 3 proposals, one of which was Bai Wei's. The over 60-year-old director of the Design Institute, Huang Tao, adjusted his reading glasses and looked at Bai Wei's design drawings. Ms. Bai, are you the gold medal designer from Jingyan Decoration? Do you also hold a first-class construction engineer certificate? Yes, Teacher Huang, my major is architectural engineering, Bai Wei replied. We really like the design proposal you created, but there are some areas that need your explanation. Huang Tao looked up. The proposal is well designed by me, but the design concept was provided by someone else. If you want to know more, Teacher Huang, you need to ask him to come over, Bai Wei smiled. Is it that person named Xiao Feng? Huang Tao noticed the signature on the design draft. Yes, Bai Wei nodded. Alright, please have him come over, Huang Tao nodded. Bai Wei bowed and stepped out, quickly dialing Xiao Feng's number, urging him to come over. Xiao Feng knew the purpose of her call, so he took a leave and rushed to the Design Institute. As soon as he got out of the car, he ran into Sumuyu, who was also getting out of a vehicle. She walked in with a man in his 40s carrying a briefcase. Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? Sumuyu was taken aback. What are you here for? I'm here for the same reason, Xiao Feng replied. Did you also participate in the design bid for the Twin Towers? Sumuyu frowned. Yes, I participated. I provided the ideas, and others did the design. Xiao Feng nodded. Miss Su, are high school students this capable now? The bald man accompanying Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh. Do you even know what architectural design is? How dare you boast about coming up with ideas? And who might this be? Xiao Feng looked at the man. This is the nationally renowned architectural designer Lu Qinghe, whom I invited from Jinling, Sumuyu said. Our Su family wants to participate in the design bid and secure the Twin Towers project. So it's Teacher Lu. Miss Su has a good eye. Teacher Lu is a well-known architectural designer in the country, Xiao Feng flattered. Many of his landmark and bridge designs are benchmarks in the industry. You invited Teacher Lu to take charge. This design proposal is definitely his. Young man, you sure know how to talk. Lu Qinghe was flattered by Xiao Feng's compliment. He held his briefcase. Time is tight. I missed the submission deadline for the call for proposals, but once my design proposal is out, everything else can take a back seat. Right, what Teacher Lu said is correct. Please, Teacher Lu, go ahead. Xiao Feng stepped back politely, allowing him to enter first. He didn't bother to argue because if he debated with a fool, he would end up looking foolish himself. This confidently crafted work was a copy of several landmark designs. Moreover, it would be recognized on the spot, causing a significant uproar, and in the end, the Su family would be left in disgrace. If Xiao Feng from the previous life had known, he would have rushed to remind Sumuyu, but this time, he wouldn't do such a foolish thing. He was more than happy to see Sumuyu bump into walls a few more times. Seeing Xiao Feng unusually not retorting, Sumuyu found it somewhat unbelievable. As Lu Qinghe had already entered, she didn't say anything further and hurriedly followed him inside. Xiao Feng, Teacher Huang from the Design Institute has some questions that need to be clarified with you. Bai Wei quickly approached Xiao Feng as he entered. Let's go in. Xiao Feng nodded, knowing what Huang Tao wanted to ask. After all, in his previous life, this landmark building had stumped many people, needing to balance aesthetics and feng shui. Although his approach perfectly solved this issue, some details still needed clarification. Upon reaching the office, they found Lu Qinghe already there. As a renowned architectural designer in the country, he even enjoyed a subsidy from the State Council. Lu Qinghe's presence was taken very seriously by the Design Institute, and they immediately began to study his design proposal on site. Lu Qinghe sat there steadily, exuding confidence. It was over an hour later, after the professional survey and review by the Design Institute, that everything was finally confirmed. Huang Tao adjusted his glasses and looked up. Engineer Lu, we have just had a preliminary discussion about your proposal. How did it go? Lu Qinghe sat up straight. Are there any areas that need adjustment? Not really, but Engineer Lu, your proposal is not quite suitable for our project. Why? What's wrong with my proposal? Lu Qinghe exploded. Engineer Lu, don't get agitated. The proposal is quite good, but it doesn't match our actual situation. A young designer stood up and smiled. The reason we are soliciting proposals from the public this time is, it's because some aspects are difficult to balance, and we want to gather ideas and leverage everyone's strengths.
Shut up. You're not qualified to speak to me. Lu Qinghe pointed at the young designer and questioned Huang Tao. You're the chief engineer of the Design Institute, right? That's right. This proposal is my responsibility. Huang Tao nodded. My proposal was developed after on-site investigations and several sleepless nights. It meets all the requirements you solicited. On what basis do you say it's unsuitable? Engineer Lu, Huang Tao said with a smile. Charlie just mentioned that this situation is somewhat different from the past. The proposal is indeed good, but for this landmark building, it's a bit lacking. Where is it lacking? Pointed out. Lu Qinghe slammed the table. First of all, your proposal has a rounded tower body, narrower at the top and wider at the bottom. And the two buildings are staggered, which is for aesthetic purposes. An impatient Xiaofeng spoke up. Moreover, the curves and layout will create a scissors kill. This landmark building itself is already facing a side-shaped conflict due to the mountain directly to the east. It's hard to resolve, and you have two conflicts clashing. What are you trying to achieve? Who are you? When did it become your turn to speak? Lu Qinghe was furious. He recognized Xiaofeng. You're just a high school student. Do you have the right to sit here and point fingers at me? Xiaofeng, can you not cause trouble? Sumuyu frowned, thinking Xiaofeng was being disruptive. I'm not interested in causing trouble. Teacher Huang asked me to come over to understand some details of my proposal. Xiaofeng said helplessly. As a result, you cut in line and wasted nearly 2 hours of my time. I'm still a student. I need to go back to school, okay? Moreover, this engineer Lu, the design itself has issues. If the Design Institute doesn't adopt it, can he still force people to accept it? Shut up. It's not your place to speak. Get him out of here. Lu Qinghe was practically ready to curse. Engineer Lu, this young man is pointing out the very issues present in your design draft. Huang Tao tapped the table and frowned. But do you know what the bigger problem is? It's that your design draft has at least a dozen instances of plagiarism from domestic and foreign architectural styles. At least 3 of them are from our Zhengqing Design Institute's drafts. As soon as this was said, Lu Qinghe's face immediately fell, and he argued, what nonsense are you talking? What status do I have to plagiarize? We have already compared your design draft with the plagiarized sections, and it will be reported to the National Engineering Institute. Huang Tao said seriously. As for how to handle it, we'll wait for the final resolution from the Engineering Institute. Lu Qinghe, who initially wanted to assert his authority, was completely flustered. He hurriedly walked up to Huang Tao and whispered, Director Huang, this matter doesn't need to alarm the Engineering Institute. How can it not? Every project in our Huaxia is extremely rigorous. Huang Tao said sternly. Moreover, you are also a well-known engineer. You represent not just yourself but also the face of the country. If a work by someone like you is actually built, it would not only be your own face that is lost. Lu Qinghe's expression was somewhat awkward. He still hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. Accustomed to being high and mighty, he said somewhat displeased, it's just a few borrowed ideas, a common occurrence, it shouldn't escalate to this level, right? You still think this is normal? Huang Tao was left speechless. He pointed at Lu Qinghe. You need to get out of here right now. A person like you doesn't deserve to stay in the Design Institute. Leave, or don't make me resort to insults. Lu Qinghe's face turned a bit ugly, but staying here was pointless, so he had no choice but to turn and leave. Teacher Huang, there must be some misunderstanding here, Sumuyu said, her brows furrowed. Lu Qinghe was introduced to her by a senior, and he had come at great expense. The intention was to invite him to bid for the design of the Twin Towers. First, he had a reputation, and second, he represented the strength of their Su family. But unexpectedly, it backfired. This so-called senior architect turned out to be a fraud? What shocked her even more was that the expensive design they had commissioned was actually exposed as plagiarized on the spot. There's no misunderstanding. His design doesn't align with our philosophy and doesn't solve the problem of the scythe formation. Is he going to give me a scissor formation instead? Huang Tao was getting angry as he spoke. Double formation counter? Is this meant to make Jiancheng fall from grace? Old Huang, please don't be angry. This is Xiaofeng. My design philosophy was provided by him, and now he's here to explain some details to you. Bai Wei stepped forward to mediate. Oh, so you're Xiaofeng? A senior in high school? Huang Tao's expression finally softened. He said kindly, that's impressive. Your design philosophy has solved all the problems we face. You're too kind, old Huang. I just happen to know a bit about this area. When Sister Bai contacted me, I just provided a design idea. Xiaofeng smiled. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Sumuyu was stunned. She knew Xiaofeng came to the Design Institute for the competition, but she didn't know his design philosophy had actually been recognized by the institute. Moreover, judging by Huang Tao's demeanor, it was highly likely that Xiaofeng's proposal would be chosen as the final design plan. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingers turning slightly pale. But it was too late to say anything now. She took a deep breath and turned to leave the office. The conversation with Huang Tao lasted over an hour before it finally concluded. The recorder on the side compiled what Xiaofeng had said into a document detailing the philosophy behind the Twin Towers architecture. Brilliant, truly brilliant.
Huang Tao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have thought that the core building scythe formation could be resolved in this way. Not only resolved, but it also maintains the beauty of the architecture. Xiaofeng, you've really helped us a lot. Thank you for your recognition, old Huang. It's mainly Sister Bai's strong design talent. Otherwise, even if I had the concept, I wouldn't be able to create a perfect building, Xiaofeng humbly replied. You're too modest, Xiaofeng. You don't know how much this has troubled us for a long time, old Huang sighed. The national level new district planning must be based on the principles of. These things aren't entirely superstitious, they provide better meanings for social development. Alright, thank you. We'll work overtime today and notify you once the plan is confirmed. Thank you, old Huang. We'll take our leave now, Bai Wei nodded. Once outside, Bai Wei could no longer contain her joy. Xiaofeng, this time our plan should be set in stone. The Twin Towers are 2 office buildings, the face of the new district. With this work, I'll have confidence wherever I go in the future. Congratulations, Sister Bai, Xiaofeng smiled slightly. And congratulations to you too, you truly are my lucky star. Bai Wei said with a smile, are you free? I'll treat you to a meal. Just as Xiaofeng was about to respond, someone shouted from the doorway, Xiaofeng, are you done? Sumuyu, she hadn't left yet, and was standing right at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Well, I'll treat you another day. You go ahead and get busy. Bai Wei smiled lightly, then left with her bag. As the 2 women brushed past each other, they exchanged a glance. Sumuyu had the figure and looks that were unbeatable, yet, at 19, she lacked the mature charm that Bai Wei possessed. What do you want now? Xiaofeng walked to the door helplessly. So you like mature women? Sumuyu's tone was laced with jealousy. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Jia and I are business partners, Xiaofeng said, watching her warily. Besides, what kind of women I like has nothing to do with you, right? Sumuyu frowned, realizing her tone might have been a bit out of line. She changed the subject. Have you been participating in the bidding for the new district Twin Towers? Yeah, Bai Jia contacted me a long time ago, and I gave her some design ideas. What's wrong? Xiaofeng asked. Why didn't you tell me you understood this stuff? Sumuyu was so angry her teeth were itching. Don't you know the new district construction involves a market worth hundreds of billions? Our Su family needs to swallow a large portion of that share. If the design bidding fails, how will the situation improve in the future? Xiaofeng was somewhat speechless. Even if the bidding fails, it won't affect your project's performance, and besides, what does that have to do with me? Sumuyu glared at Xiaofeng. At that moment, she was far from the image of a princess from Jiangchang. It seemed like she was throwing a little tantrum in front of a boy she cared about. Of course, Xiaofeng wouldn't indulge her little temper. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll be leaving. I'm busy. Stop right there, Sumuyu called out to him, then ran in front of him. I have something I want to clarify with you. If you want to ask, hurry up. Xiaofeng glanced at his watch. I'll give you 5 minutes. Are you really that unwilling to talk to me now? Sumuyu frowned. The old Xiaofeng wasn't like this. Although they hadn't met many times, he would definitely listen to her. Even if she asked for the stars in the sky, Xiaofeng would find a way to get them. But now, Xiaofeng seemed like a completely different person. He was opposing her at every turn and avoiding her, as if he saw her as a natural disaster. Do you want to hear the truth? Xiaofeng glanced at her. Yes, Sumuyu nodded heavily. The truth is, I really don't want to deal with you. Xiaofeng decided to speak his mind. Because you're arrogant and not very smart. You're so self-righteous and never care about others' feelings. More importantly, we're not from the same world. The gap between us is too wide, and there's no need for us to get too close. And what else? Sumuyu stared at Xiaofeng. You haven't mentioned the most important point. Of course, the most important point is that you're Xiaoming's good sister. He likes you so much and hates me. Xiaofeng laughed. If we get too close, your good brother will not only get jealous and angry but will also find a way to frame me. So even for self-preservation, I want to keep my distance from you. Do you understand? As expected, Sumuyu sneered, then said, Xiaoming isn't as you think, and I believe there's a misunderstanding between you 2 brothers. Trust me, no one understands him better than I do. Xiaofeng smiled. Sumuyu isn't a bad person at heart. It was normal for her to look down on him in the past. First, the gap between them was too wide. Second, Xiaoming was like the protagonist, while he was just a villainous male supporting character. But in this life, he instinctively wanted to keep his distance from Sumuyu, yet she would occasionally cling to him, leaving Xiaofeng quite speechless. Xiaofeng, the misunderstanding between you 2 will definitely be clarified, Sumuyu said, her gaze dropping as she softly added, but you need to change your current demeanor. What's wrong with me now? Xiaofeng found it somewhat amusing. I'm doing just fine. As long as Xiaoming doesn't come to disturb me, no one can affect me. Why do you think I'm not doing well? Because you lack family affection. Don't you long for that? Sumuyu asked. Yeah, you're right about that. I really don't long for it. Those so-called family ties are of no concern to me, Xiaofeng sneered. Time's up, I'm leaving. Xiaofeng. Sumuyu stepped forward, blocking his path, and then she took out a safety knot. In the midst of Xiaofeng's puzzled gaze, she raised the safety knot in her hand.
Xiaofeng, have you seen this before? Xiaofeng thought to himself that of course he had seen it, after all, it was his own thing. Seeing Su Muyu's eager expression, he nodded. I've seen it. You really have seen it? Su Muyu's face showed a mix of surprise and joy. Of course, it's a safety knot, they're everywhere. Oh, by the way, I used to make these with my grandmother, Xiaofeng said. We even sold them at the market in town. What's up? Have you seen the one in my hand? Su Muyu's breath hitched, seemingly not expecting Xiaofeng to respond that way. I made this one, Xiaofeng said. Maybe someone bought it. Anyway, it's not worth much. Why are you keeping this? This safety knot is very important to me. Su Muyu looked directly at Xiaofeng. After I had a car accident back then, I was supposed to pass out. But in the haze, someone saved me. He told me to hold on, that it would pass. She held up the safety knot in her hand. I always thought this safety knot was left for me by that kind person who saved me. Wasn't the person who saved you your good brother Xiaoming? Just ask him, and you'll know. Xiaofeng said. He has never seen this thing. Su Muyu frowned. It doesn't matter, what's important is that he is your good brother, Xiaofeng shrugged. As long as he can meet your emotional needs, that's enough. You don't need to be hung up on whose safety knot this is. It might just be something an inconsequential passerby dropped. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You can think about it slowly. Xiaofeng turned around and left without looking back, leaving Su Muyu standing there in a daze. Not important? But this safety knot means a lot to me. How many times, when I couldn't hold on anymore, did it encourage me? It would tell me to hold on, that it would pass. It is the belief that supports me to keep going. Xiaofeng, you must be hiding something from me. There must be something. Why won't you tell me the truth? She tightly clutched the safety knot in her hand, watching Xiaofeng leave without looking back, a hint of sadness surging within her. She didn't even know why she cared so much about Xiaofeng, whom she had once hated, but she knew that she and he were drifting further apart. When Xiaofeng returned to school, he was called away by the homeroom teacher. In the office, Su Xiao placed a pile of leave requests in front of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, look at this. In less than 2 months, you've taken leave more than 10 times. Su Xiao said angrily, your grades are good, but now you're in your 3rd year of high school, right at the sprinting stage. And the physics competition is in 2 weeks. This is related to your future and prospects. Can you please pay a bit more attention? Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly. He had indeed taken quite a few leaves recently. Teacher Su, I'm sorry, I've had a lot going on lately. But don't worry, I won't delay my studies. And I've already prepared for the physics competition, so I'll definitely get a recommendation, trust me. It's good that you have confidence, but this concerns your future, so you mustn't take it lightly, Su Xiao advised earnestly. No, thank you for your concern, Teacher Su. You can rest assured, I'll be fine. Alright, you can go to the classroom now. Su Xiao sighed in relief. In fact, Xiaofeng's grades were fine, but she was worried that this kid might be overly proud due to his youth. After all, the physics competition was just around the corner, and there could be no mistakes at this critical moment. Xiaofeng's phone rang, and when he opened it, he saw a message from Wu Zitsong. Bro, I have a new supermarket opening, you must come by this afternoon. Teacher Su, Xiaofeng cautiously began. If you have something to say, it's best if you've realized your mistake, Su Xiao replied. I need to ask for leave this afternoon. Xiaofeng. Su Xiao nearly choked on her water. So this kid hadn't taken her words to heart at all. She was angry, but she still approved Xiaofeng's leave request. Teacher Su, if I get a recommendation in half a month, does that mean I won't have to come to school all the time? Xiaofeng asked with a grin. If you can get a recommendation to Jingda or Qingda, you won't need to ask me for leave, and you won't even have to come to class. Su Xiao shot him a glance. Alright, you can count on me. Just for that, I'll definitely succeed in getting a recommendation. Thank you, Teacher Su. Xiaofeng chuckled and ran off with the leave slip. The new supermarket opened by Wu Zitsong was a commercial complex. The supermarket was on the lower level, while the upper level combined dining, shopping, and entertainment. Although it wasn't the largest, it filled the gap of having no large commercial establishments in the northern district. Xiao brother, what do you think of my place? Wu Zitsong was in high spirits. Pretty good, both in terms of location and the target customer base, it fits the situation in the northern district. Xiaofeng gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Wu, you're just the type who's naturally suited for investment. You flatter me, brother. I've just built up some connections in Jiangxing over the years, so I can seize opportunities a bit earlier, Wu Zitsong sighed. When it comes to investment, it's really you. That money from the stock market must have multiplied several times by now, right? At least 3 times. Xiaofeng held up 3 fingers. Alright, it's still you, brother. Wu Zitsong nodded repeatedly, grinning from ear to ear. Just remember me when there are opportunities to make money in the future. Don't worry, I won't forget. You, brother Wu. By the way, how's your health? Xiaofeng asked. I've already gone for a checkup, quit smoking and drinking recently, and corrected my eating habits, Wu Zitsong said with a smile. The checkup said there's not much of a problem. Then brother Wu, take care, Xiaofeng nodded. Come on, brother, let's go to the office. After showing Xiaofeng around outside, Wu Zitsong was about to head back to the mall. Xiaofeng. Just then, a voice called out from Xiao Yuanhe.
Xiao Feng frowned and turned to look, and sure enough, he saw Xiao Yuanhe standing aside, seemingly deliberately looking for him.
He hadn't wanted to pay him any mind, but then he thought it might be better to just lay everything out clearly this time. Wouldn't it be better to make him give up any thoughts of bothering him in the future? With that in mind, he said to Wu Zizong, "Brother Wu, you go in first. I need to handle something and we'll be back soon."
"Alright, brother, if you need anything, just contact me."
Wu Zizong glanced at Xiao Yuanhe and then went into the mall. "What do you want?"
Xiao Feng looked at his father, not hiding his inner
disgust at all. "Let's find a place to sit down and have a good talk."
Zhao's father looked at Xiao Feng for a moment, then sighed. Xiao Feng instinctively wanted to refuse, but he continued, "Don't you want to know what happened
after you were born?"
Xiao Feng's brows furrowed. Yes, this was something he desperately wanted to know.
After pondering for a moment, he nodded. "There's a cafe in the mall." Zhao's father nodded and went to the cafe with him.
It had just opened today, and there weren't many people inside, so the two found a quiet corner to sit down. After ordering a cup of coffee, Zhao's father took a sip, put down the cup, and smiled. "It seems like we've never sat
together like this to drink coffee.
I think it's better if we talk about serious matters." Xiao Feng stirred the cup in his hands and said coldly, "Just tell me the reason."
"What do you want to know?" Zhao's father's voice was heavy. "What happened to me? What exactly happened after I was born 18 years ago?" Xiao Feng asked.
"You should know these things," Zhao's father said. "Your brother was weak after he was born and spent about 10 days in the
intensive care unit. And you were full-term and strong, so we thought you took too much nutrition."
"Stop telling me these unhelpful lies to deceive me." Xiao Feng's voice was icy. "These are just excuses you made up.
Not to
mention, just the hatred your wife has for me is enough to show that things are not that simple." Zhao's father fell silent, and after a moment, he smiled. "What truth or not truth is no longer important.
We are a family. You
have grown up, and Xiao Ming has grown up too.
Let the past be the past, and in the future, we can live happily together as a family. Isn't that good?"
"No, I used to have fantasies about you, thinking we were a family and that
you would eventually accept me."
Xiao Feng sneered, "But later I found out that wasn't the case. Your wife hates me to the point of wishing I were dead. This is not the kind of emotion a mother should have towards her son, so
I came here today to clarify the truth."
"What you know is the truth. I mainly came to talk to you."
"No need."
Xiao Feng shook his head. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I can't be bothered to investigate."
"You want me to go back? That's impossible. After I finally escaped from that sea of suffering, you want me to turn back and dive in again?"
He stood up, staring directly at Zhao's father. "Moreover, your nonsense about me taking too much nutrition might have fooled my past self, but now those words are simply a joke to me.
Your wife's illness didn't become serious overnight, and one of the two sons she gave birth to should have been dead, right? Who told you that?"
Zhao's father's face changed dramatically, and he angrily said, "Xiao Feng, whether you want to admit it or not, you are our son. Your life was given to you by us, your blood runs through our veins." His voice was somewhat low, a bit hysterical, filled with suppressed rage. The Xiao Feng before him was once his obedient son. Moreover, he was the one who had driven him out of the house, yet now he desperately wanted to win Xiao Feng back. But it was already too late. Xiao Feng had grown up quickly, and it wouldn't be long before he surpassed the family business that took him decades to build.
"So what?"
"I gave you 300,000, Xiao Feng shrugged, "just because. You couldn't hold back that shiver at the time and made 40,000. You didn't earn as much as I did."
"What more do you want, Xiao Feng?"
Zhao's father's eyes turned red. He was truly provoked by this statement.
His son actually dared to say such rebellious words to him, which he could not allow.
"You still haven't answered my question, nor have you resolved the doubts in my heart."
Xiao Feng said coldly, "Tell me, am I your biological son?"
"You
are, whether you believe it or not, you will always be my blood." Zhao's father laughed, a bit crazily. "Even if you are unwilling, this is an ironclad fact."
Xiao Feng stared at Zhao's father, and after a long while, he shook his head in disappointment. "Xiao Yuanhe, if you had told me the truth, I would have thought more highly of you. But now it seems, I was overthinking."
"So you are still as shameless as before, huh?" Since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss."
He reached out and placed 20 yuan on the table, waving to the waiter. "Check, please." "Sir, your total is 50 yuan, the waiter rushed over to say. "I have a voucher, 20 yuan plus a 5 yuan voucher is just right. As for the other cup, whoever ordered it can pay for it," Xiao Feng said. Zhao's father's face twisted slightly. He understood that Xiao Feng was humiliating him. When Xiao Feng reached the service counter, he scanned his voucher, then turned to glance at Zhao's father. "If you don't say, I'll check myself. I believe that one day the truth will come to light."
"Xiao Yuanhe, you better pray that I really am your son, otherwise
I will not only destroy the Xiao family with my own hands but also send you to prison myself." Xiao Yuanhe shivered, looking at Xiao Feng in shock, a deep unease taking hold of his heart. After leaving the cafe, Xiao Feng felt
a bit chaotic inside. Just now, he had tricked Xiao Yuanhe, but he hadn't seen anything in Xiao Yuanhe's expression.
Lin Feng's remark about Zhao's mother having the appearance of losing a child made him highly suspicious of
whether he was truly their biological son.
Her hatred for him was too obvious and intense. No mother would hate her son so much.
But if they weren't his biological parents, then who were his real parents? Why had he ended up as their son by some twist of fate? What had happened back then?
All the mysteries were waiting for him to unravel.
Since Xiao Yuanhao wouldn't speak, he would force him to open up. Xiao Feng.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind him,
and he saw Xiao Yan standing there. Weren't you with Grandma all this time? What are you doing here? Xiao Feng asked.
I came to see you.
Xiao Yan's expression was a bit unnatural. Did you come to see me, or have you been following me? Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of a cold smile.
Xiao Yan's acting was too poor, so poor that he could see through her tricks at a glance.
I just wanted to talk to you, Xiao Yan sighed. I know.
You hate me now, even despise me, but Grandma said that only sincerity can earn sincerity.
So I believe that one day I can move you.
You should focus on the Xiao family's company instead. Xiao Feng lifted his chin.
Why? Xiao Yan was taken aback.
Because the Xiao family is going bankrupt. Xiao Feng coldly dropped the bombshell.
Xiao Feng, what are you planning to do? Xiao Yan was shocked. Are you going to take action against the family company? Why would you do this?
Xiao Yan was genuinely startled. She knew Xiao Feng harbored resentment, but she hadn't expected it to be this intense.
He was actually going to take action against the family company? Although Xiao Feng was just a high school student now, she believed he had the capability to do so. Because after leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Feng was no longer the same.
Because Xiao Yuanhai is hiding something from me, Xiao Feng said coldly. Since he won't tell me the truth, I will make the Xiao family disappear from Jiangcheng.
What is it, Xiao Feng? Can you tell your sister?
If you don't want me to accidentally hurt you, then you should leave the Xiao family.
Too, Xiao Feng said. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Feng, and after a moment, as if she had made a decision, she nodded and said, all right, I will leave the Xiao family. I will go home immediately, resign from all positions in the Xiao group, and then move out of the Xiao family. You want to cut ties with the Xiao family?
Xiao Feng was slightly taken aback. He had originally thought that Xiao Yan would defend the Xiao family, but it seemed he had overestimated her. Ever since she tore up that photo last time, Xiao Yan had changed completely. She was no longer the capable white-collar worker in a sharp uniform dominating the workplace, but had become a somewhat indecisive girl,
plagued by uncertainty.
She was 10 years older than him and had taken on the role of the eldest sister in the family. Xiao Feng didn't understand why she had such a drastic change all of a sudden, but he still couldn't accept her. Yes, I believe you must have your reasons for doing this, so I will cut ties with the Xiao family.
Xiao Yan's expression was serious, not joking at all. Don't joke around. Your parents, your younger siblings, can you really abandon them?
Xiao Feng laughed. You've lived with them for 28 years, while I've only spent half a year with you.
Can't you tell which is more important? Xiao Feng, I can tell very clearly. I've missed many opportunities before, so I don't want to continue making mistakes.
Xiao Yan shook her head. I will cut ties with them, but you have to tell me the reason. I can help you.
You don't need to know the reason, this is my own matter, and it's something I must do. Xiao Feng's expression turned somewhat cold. Alright, I won't ask for the reason.
I will go home immediately and move out of the Xiao family.
Xiao Yan nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Yan.
Xiao Feng called out to her, his expression somewhat confused. Why have you changed like this? This is what the Xiao family owed you before, and it's also what I owe you. Xiao Yan said softly, I know you won't forgive me
right away,
but I can wait, even if it takes my whole life. I believe that day will come.
Let me ask you something. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment. In which hospital were Xiao Ming and I born? What were you doing at that time?
Xiao Feng wanted to uncover the truth. If he knew which hospital he was born in, he could find out if any of the children born to Zhao's mother had died prematurely.
If not, then he had been overthinking.
But if there were, then he would have to reassess his identity. The year you were born, I was 10, and my sister was 8, because you and Xiao Ming were in a
breech position. A cesarean section was required, and it was very difficult. Xiao Yan said, so Dad took Mom to the Yanjing Gynecology Hospital.
What happened? We don't know. We only know that Mom fell seriously ill, and Xiao Ming was on a ventilator in the intensive care unit, only discharged after more than 10 days.
Yanjing Gynecology Hospital. Xiao Feng repeated the name of the hospital with a complex expression. So it wasn't.
In Jiangcheng, with his current abilities, he wasn't yet able to access the hospital records to clarify what happened back then.
But that was
fine. He would take it slow. The truth would eventually come to light.
Xiao Feng, why are you asking these things?
Xiao Yan was puzzled.
It's nothing. Xiao Feng gently shook his head and said lightly, Xiao Yan, do you really want to cut ties with the Xiao family?
Yes, Xiao Feng, I often
have nightmares, dreaming of things I can't distinguish between dreams and illusions.
Xiao Yan's expression was pained as she murmured, even
these could possibly be things that will happen in the future. What did you dream about? Xiao Feng was somewhat confused. Xiao Yan shook her head and didn't speak.
I want to leave the Xiao family to clarify these matters and do my utmost to make it up to you because you are my brother.
Xiao Yan.
Xiao Feng frowned, then raised his head to look directly into her eyes.
Have you ever thought, what if I'm not your brother?
Xiao Yan was taken aback, looking at Xiao Feng in confusion, not understanding why he would suddenly say such a thing.
What if I was just picked up by them on the roadside? No, that's impossible.
You and Xiao Ming are twins, we share the same
father and mother. Xiao Feng, what's wrong with you? Why are you asking such questions? Xiao Yan was a bit anxious. She thought
Xiao Feng was trying to sever ties with her by saying this. I'll move out of the Xiao family now. I'll compensate you.
Please, don't think like that, okay?
Xiao Feng shook his head and said nothing more. He turned to leave, and as she watched his departing figure, tears streamed down Xiao Yan's face.
Why is this happening? Why?
At the Xiao family, Xiao Yan packed all her clothes into a large suitcase, then glanced at the place she had lived for over 20 years. Gritting her teeth, she picked up the
suitcase and was about to leave. Where are you going, Yan Yan?
Just then, Xiao Mother and Xiao Qian returned together.
Seeing Xiao Yan with her suitcase, looking as if she was going far away, both were taken aback. Mom, you came back just in time. I was going to tell you that I'm moving out for a while. Xiao Yan looked up at her mother. Sister, where are you moving to? To the company?
Xiao Qian was a bit confused. She thought that due to the recent business pressure at the company, Xiao Yan would be staying there to help increase the business volume.
No.
Xiao Yan gently shook her head. I've decided to resign from all positions at
the company. What are you doing? Are you crazy?
Xiao Mother was shocked. You were doing so well at the company, why resign?
Yeah, sister, the company's performance is not as good as before. Dad is out running business. Why would you resign now?
Xiao Qian was also a bit anxious.
I went to find Xiao Feng today. Do you know what he asked me? Xiao Yan raised her head, a hint of sorrow in her gaze. You went to find that ungrateful child? What did you go to him for? Xiao Mother was taken aback, then her expression turned fierce.
Her eyes were bloodshot, even the whites of her eyes were filled with blood vessels, and her voice
became low and growled. You are not allowed to go find him on your own in the future.
Xiao Yan quietly looked at Xiao Mother and, suddenly, she smiled.
It was a somewhat sad smile. What are you laughing at? Xiao Mother shouted angrily. What did you go to him for? Are you begging him to come home?
I tell you, as long as I'm here, I won't allow him to come back.
He is a disaster. He
has brought so much calamity to our family, and he almost harmed your brother.
I'm laughing because Xiao Feng was right.
Xiao Yan took a deep breath. In our eyes, you are a gentle and refined mother. But when it comes to Xiao Feng, your disdain and even hatred for him are completely unmasked.
I don't.
Xiao Mother was taken aback, still unwilling to admit her prejudice against Xiao Feng. It's his own fault. He brought disaster to our family.
A disaster, is it? Xiao Yan suddenly raised her voice. He is 18 this year.
He grew up in the countryside with his grandmother. His parents, his sister, the closest people to him, have never given him a shred of warmth. And you have not once failed to instill in us the idea that he is a disaster, leading us to have a great prejudice against him. Have you ever thought he is also your son, the one you carried for 10 months and gave birth to? When he was born, he knew nothing about this world.
Why do you place all the blame on him? You dare to speak to me like this? You're shouting at me? Xiao Mother found it hard to believe. I'm not shouting at you, I'm just stating a fact. Xiao Yan choked up. Do you know what he said today? He said, Xiao Yan, have you ever thought about what if I'm not your brother? Did he really say that? Xiao Qian couldn't help but feel moved. He has already given up on our family, on all the relatives in this home, in despair. Xiao Yan's eyes turned slightly red. He is my brother, why should we exclude him? Why? Is this your reason for wanting to run away from home, even resigning from your job? Xiao Mu's voice rose. That's not the most important thing. What's important is that I've been having nightmares these days. I dreamt of a dismembered, broken body. I dream of our house on fire, engulfed in flames. I don't know what these things signify, but I'm really going crazy. I only know that to seek redemption, it must start with Xiao Feng. Xiao Yan no longer paid attention to them and quickly left with her suitcase. Sister, wait for me. Xiao Qian hurriedly chased after her. Shen, while I'm not home, take good care of Mom. Xiao Yan stopped. Why, sister? Why do we have to separate when we were a perfectly fine family? Xiao Qian cried. Yes, Xiao Feng doesn't understand either why he is also a part of this family, yet in the end, he can't be with us. Xiao Yan murmured. Until now, I can truly empathize with the pain Xiao Feng has experienced. Sister. Xiao Qian's eyes were misty with tears. Alright, Xian, I'm leaving. I've already found a place to stay, and next, I need to find a job. You've graduated for quite a while, it's time to have your own life plan, you can't keep going on like this. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, hugged Xiao Qian, then pushed her suitcase and resolutely left. Staring blankly as Xiao Yan left home, Xiao Qian felt a bit lost. She suddenly realized that her home had been gradually falling apart without her noticing. After staying in Wu Zizong's office for a while, Xiao Feng left. He wouldn't attend the lunch gathering. After all, a student should look like a student, and he needed to rush back to school. He had to prepare everything for the competition in half a month and challenge it in the best condition. As he exited the mall, a man approached him unsteadily, stumbling and bumping into Xiao Feng's shoulder. Xiao Feng was knocked back 2 steps, and the man quickly straightened up, bowing to Xiao Feng, saying, I'm sorry. It's fine, Xiao Feng smiled and turned to leave. The man hurriedly left as well, but Xiao Feng suddenly felt something damp on the arm he had brushed against. He extended his hand to take a look, his expression changing slightly as he saw some blood on the man's arm. Recalling what had happened during the same period in his previous life, his expression hardened and he turned to chase after the man. The northern district was not a strategic direction for the city, so there were many urban villages. The man turned into a village and disappeared. Xiaofeng searched for a long time but found no one. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp blade pressed against his back. At the same time, a low voice sounded, "Don't move." Xiaofeng raised his hands, indicating he had no weapons. "Don't be impulsive, I mean no harm. You're not one of Li Bao's people?" The man remained vigilant. "Of course not." Xiaofeng slowly turned around. He saw the man wearing a coat and a hat, with one arm injured, the wound gaping and bleeding profusely. "Why are you following me?" Seeing that Xiaofeng was just a high school student, the man's expression relaxed a bit. "I saw you were injured, so I came to check on you." Xiaofeng looked directly into the man's eyes. Memories of events that had occurred during the same time in his previous life flashed through his mind. Li Bao, the local tyrant of the West City, known as Brother Bao in the underworld, monopolized nearly 60% of the sand and gravel business in Jiangcheng. Moreover, most of the second-hand cars on the market came from his auto trade city. Some bathhouses and clubs in the West District all had his shares. He was a heinous gangster. He even extended his reach to the university town, engaging in campus loans, using various schemes to deceive some girls. Then, he blackmailed them with photos, forcing some naive girls to accompany him for drinks or even to provide sexual services. At that time, a freshman girl applied for a student aid grant but was tricked by this group into taking out a nude loan. Later, because she couldn't repay it, she was driven to jump off a building. Her brother, who was a soldier, returned from the army to seek justice for his sister. However, Li Bao's influence was enormous, and eventually, the brother took extreme measures, sacrificing his own life to ensure Li Bao would be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Xiaofeng still remembered that this brother was an excellent scout, and his photo even made headlines. This man in front of him was undoubtedly that person. "It has nothing to do with you. If you keep following me, I won't be polite," the man said coldly, giving Xiaofeng a warning glance before turning to leave. "Su Xian," Xiaofeng called out to him, "you won't get revenge this way." "How do you know my name is Su Xian?" The man stopped abruptly, staring intently at Xiaofeng. "Not only do I know your name is Su Xian, but I also know your sister was forced to jump off a building by that group in West City," Xiaofeng said. "You earned a second-class merit in the army, going deep behind enemy lines to dismantle drug dens for drug traffickers on the border. Someone like you shouldn't go to such extremes, nor should you have such an end. The one who jumped was my cousin. I was left alone since I was little. My aunt raised me." Su Xian's eyes were bloodshot. "Li Bao forced her to jump, then found someone to take the blame, and he can continue to walk free? If this world can't give my sister justice, then I'll get it for her with my own hands. Justice must be sought, but not this way," Xiaofeng said. "Even if you've left the military, your every action still represents the honor of your unit. I know you've bought materials and made bombs, and you've tried to seek justice numerous times without success, only to be beaten by his men. But do you know what tonight's outcome will be? I die, and he dies." Su Xian looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Since he decided to go to extremes, he had been a lone wolf. He traveled to several places, bought ammonium nitrate to make bombs, planning to die with the other party tonight. But he didn't expect to meet such a strange high school student. You die, he becomes permanently disabled, and his influence remains. He will still walk free and harm more people, Xiaofeng said in a deep voice, "so you won't change anything. If you trust me, I can help you get revenge and uproot them." "Why should I trust you?" Su Xian stared at Xiaofeng. "Just because I know your outcome." Xiaofeng looked directly into his eyes. Yes, Xiaofeng knew his outcome, and the only way to gain his trust was to make him believe in his own strength. Xiaofeng helped Su Xian because he should be a hero. There are many ways for a hero to fall, but not in that way. Moreover, Xiaofeng had his own thoughts. In this new life, many things had deviated from their original trajectory, but he didn't know if he would face the problem of Xiaoming's kidnapping, so he needed to be strong enough to have enough confidence to face the future. Su Xian was a good candidate, an excellent scout, with 18 months of special forces training. If Su Xian could be used by him, he could deal with future uncertainties. Su Xian stared into Xiaofeng's eyes, and from the other's gaze, he read some information. The fierce look in his eyes gradually faded, and he lowered his head. "First, tell me how you'll help me? First, get your injuries treated. You've caused trouble for Li Bao repeatedly, and your skills are extraordinary, so he's already on guard," Xiaofeng said. "Moreover, Li Bao's influence is intricate and mostly involves illegal businesses, and he has lives in his hands. Collecting evidence is the best approach. You're saying this will take a long time, and I can't wait." Su Xian shook his head. "It won't take long because he has a drug production site. Whether it's the river sand business or the flesh trade at the club, it no longer satisfies his appetite. Maybe he has a protective umbrella, but if it involves this, no one can save him." "Drug production site?" Su Xian's gaze sharpened. He pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "Go change your clothes. I'll give you a business card. Look for Lin Fong at Lin's traditional medicine and tell him I sent you." Xiaofeng looked at the wound on his arm, his brow slightly furrowed. You need to heal before seeking revenge. Who exactly are you? Sun Xian looked at Xiaofeng, his expression somewhat puzzled. Xiaofeng, a senior high school student. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. As soon as they parted, Xiaofeng received a call from Li Mingyu. Xiaofeng, I've pulled out part of the money we invested earlier to invest elsewhere. What about your share? How much is it now? Xiaofeng suddenly remembered that Zhang Ziang and the others had pooled over 120 million for Li Mingyu to invest. The principal has already multiplied tenfold or more. Your 15 million is now 160 million, Li Mingyu said with a laugh. That's about right. The stock market might be a bit volatile recently, so let's pull out first, Xiaofeng decided decisively. Alright, I'll pull out first. If there are any good investment directions next, let me know, Li Mingyu said excitedly. For the first time managing funds and achieving tenfold returns, he had gained some fame in the financial circle of Jiangcheng. Recently, many people had also extended olive branches to him, but working for others can't compare to being your own boss, especially with someone like Xiaofeng, who seems to have a cheat code for success. His future would be even brighter. Xiaofeng, there's a gathering tonight, want to join? Just as he was about to head back, Zhang Ziang called. What kind of gathering? Xiaofeng asked. A cocktail party with many people from the investment world. How could such an occasion be without you? Zhang Ziang laughed. I've saved you an invitation, you must come. Tonight. Alright then, I'll drop by tonight, Xiaofeng said. By the way, my driver's license has come through, it's time to pick a car. Sounds good. I'll contact my buddy, whatever car you want, he can get it, Zhang Ziang said excitedly. That evening, at the banquet hall of the Nandu Grand Hotel, Xiaofeng arrived as promised. The banquet was lavishly decorated, and there were quite a few people. Such gatherings are all about expanding networks and discussing business. Zhang Ziang brought Xiaofeng around and introduced him to many people. Although they were surprised that a high school student like Xiaofeng could be at such an event, he was brought by the young master of Hongji Real Estate. So, everyone who met Xiaofeng raised their glasses politely and handed over their business cards. Xiaofeng, are there any investments that interest you? After a round, Zhang Ziang eagerly asked. You brought me here just to help you look for worthy investment projects? Xiaofeng said, amused. Exactly. I have a few promising projects, initiated by Mr. Li and Mr. Zhou just now. One is an internet barter platform, similar to second-hand trading. The other is home massage services. I'm quite optimistic about these two. What do you think? Well, Xiaofeng said seriously, the internet development has actually reached a bottleneck. The major players holding traffic are almost monopolizing the market. Online shopping, short video entertainment, ride-hailing, and food delivery have basically taken shape. Finding new opportunities within this is not easy. I'm not optimistic about these two projects, especially the home massage one. It's bound to skirt the law. You should weigh it carefully. I see, understood. Zhang Ziang felt a bit disappointed, then he chuckled. The money I invested in your company has multiplied my returns tenfold. Now I have money in hand but nowhere to invest it. Do you understand how uncomfortable that feels? I understand, but soon there will be a new investment direction, I'll tell you. Next week, Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Really? Then I'll wait for you. Zhang Ziang's eyes lit up. He needed to weigh whether investing in someone else's project would lead to losses. But as long as it was proposed by Xiaofeng, it was a sure way to make money. After chatting for a while, he spotted an acquaintance and went over to greet them. Xiaofeng sat down and picked up a glass of champagne. Sister Xiang, this is my younger brother Xiaoming. I brought him here to see the world today. Ha, my dear brother, he's in his senior year of high school. You must take good care of him in the future. A familiar voice came over, and looking up, indeed, Sumuyu appeared with Xiao Ming at the venue. She was holding a glass and chatting with a woman in her 40s who was only about 5 feet tall but weighed around 200 pounds. From her slightly flattering expression, it was clear that this short and stout woman held an extraordinary status. Xian Zhao Zhao, a prominent figure in Jiangcheng, a definite wealthy woman. Although her name sounded nice, she was notoriously known as the Black Widow of Jiangcheng. It was said that she had buried 3 husbands. Despite being just a short and stout woman, no one dared to provoke her in Jiangcheng circles. This was solely because her surname was Xiang, and the secretary of the Jiang Province Provincial Committee also shared that surname. Sister Xiang, you really are beautiful. Your skin is so good. Xiaoming showered her with compliments, his mouth particularly sweet. He had the wealthy woman beaming with joy, holding his hand, and reluctant to let go. This brother really knows how to talk. I have something to do today, but you must come to my house as a guest another day. Definitely, sister. Xiaofeng felt a chill run down his spine watching this. Was Xiaoming planning to take the route of living off a rich woman? TSK, could that little frame withstand the whims of this wealthy woman? After all, she was the Black Widow who had lost 3 husbands. The wealthy woman seemed to have something to attend to. After chatting for a moment, she reluctantly released Xiaoming's hand and left. Xiaoming, Sister Xiang is someone who can hold her own in Jiangcheng. You should build a good relationship with her. If I'm not in Jiangcheng and you need something, you can find her, Sumuyu said. You're an adult now, it's not bad to expand your network in such occasions. I know, thank you, Sister Su. I will definitely not let
You down? Xiao Ming replied sweetly. Sumu Yu nodded and then led him to look around elsewhere. Xiao Feng had tried his best to turn his head away, not wanting the couple to see him, but sharp-eyed Xiao Ming, seeking trouble, called out, "Brother, why are you here too?" Sumu Yu followed Xiao Ming's gaze and looked at Xiao Feng, her eyes instantly filled with a hint of joy. Xiao Feng, she walked up to him, "You came too?" "A friend brought me," Xiao Feng said helplessly. "Miss Su, is this bringing your brother to see the world and expand his network?" "Brother, I'm an adult now, I should take on some family responsibilities," Xiao Ming said with a serious face. "Do you know? Sister Yan has already moved out, the house has suddenly become so quiet." Xiao Feng frowned. Xiao Yan really meant what she said, wanting to cut ties with the Xiao family? Why would she do that? Was it for herself? That seemed unrealistic. Perhaps due to having been beaten a few times before, Xiao Ming no longer dared to provoke Xiao Feng. After all, in such a setting, if Xiao Feng truly lost control and gave him a beating, it would be over. "Xiao Feng, are you going to participate in the physics competition?" Sumu Yu asked with concern. "Yes, it's in half a month," Xiao Feng nodded gently. "I was also recommended to Jing University last year for my physics specialty, so I understand a bit about the direction of the competition questions." Sumu Yu said, "I'll organize some information and send it to you tomorrow, it might be helpful for you." "Thank you, but that's not necessary." Xiao Feng didn't even need to look up to feel Xiao Ming's somewhat resentful gaze. "Xiao Feng, I just want to help you, I have no other intentions." Sumu Yu was slightly taken aback. Xiao Feng's rejection of her goodwill was quite evident. He hadn't been like this before, and Xiao Ming had once given her a diary that belonged to Xiao Feng. It clearly stated that the person he liked was her, so why was he acting this way now? Was he trying to gain her attention in this manner? That didn't seem right. "Brother, Sister Su wants to help you, and I also want to wish you good luck in advance for your exams." Xiao Ming spoke up. "That way, Mom and Dad will be very proud." "What does my good exam result have to do with them?" Xiao Feng looked at him as if he were an idiot. Xiao Ming opened his mouth, unable to argue back. "Alright, you guys have fun, I'm leaving." Xiao Feng glanced at Xiao Ming. "Not bad this time, you didn't make me hit you. I hope you can keep it up next time." Xiao Ming's expression twitched a bit, but he ultimately managed to force a harmless smile. "Brother, take it easy." Xiao Feng couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave, but Sumu Yu hurriedly chased after him. Xiao Ming's face twisted. Sumu Yu was clearly becoming more and more concerned about Xiao Feng. "Xiao Feng, your competition is in half a month, right?" "Hee, just wait." "Xiao Feng, wait a moment." Sumu Yu chased him out of the hotel. She ran a little to catch up with Xiao Feng, slightly out of breath. "What do you want?" Xiao Feng took a step back, creating distance between them, looking at her with some wariness. What was wrong with this woman? She was a top student, the belle of the physics department at Jing University, and came from a wealthy family. They were supposed to be drifting further apart, so why was she suddenly clinging to him? "I have some things I want to consult you about," Sumu Yu said. "You want to consult about investment, right?" Xiao Feng guessed her intention. Su's father had an illegitimate daughter. If she didn't work hard, she would likely lose her inheritance rights. This was also why she returned early before the holiday. She wanted to prove herself, but whether it was regarding the ownership of the design for the Twin Towers or the competition, she had not succeeded. Rumors had already spread in the circle that the renowned princess of the Shanghai Circle, Sumu Yu, was merely a superficial vase. This had given her a significant sense of crisis. So, she came to this banquet to see if there were any suitable projects. "Yes, I encountered a few good projects at the banquet earlier, but I'm uncertain. I want to ask for your help to take a look." Sumu Yu rarely lowered her proud head. "So humble? This isn't like you," Xiao Feng laughed, "but it's not impossible. The consultation fee is 5 million. Xiao Feng. Sumu Yu immediately got angry. "Are you really that short on money?" "Not particularly short on money, but Miss Su, you know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Xiao Feng shrugged. "Besides, who wouldn't want more money? So in your eyes, we aren't even friends?" Sumu Yu was somewhat angry. It wasn't that she lacked the 5 million, it was more that she felt a bit heartbroken. They clearly knew each other, and she had learned from other sources that Xiao Feng treated his friends very well. More importantly, his investment insight was extremely accurate. Yet she was only asking him for advice, and he wanted 5 million? "Miss Su, what's wrong with you? You usually don't like making friends." Xiao Feng looked at Sumu Yu with some exasperation. Yes, Sumu Yu had always been a lone wolf, hardly making friends. Even among people in the circle, very few knew much about her. Moreover, with her being so close to Xiao Ming, that little bitch probably said countless bad things about her behind her back. But now her behavior is a bit puzzling for Xiao Feng. This is a different matter. Sumu Yu took a deep breath. "Xiao Feng, Mr. Su from Juxing Network is preparing a website called Eldest. It's similar to a second-hand trading platform that evaluates idle items and then puts them up for sale. This platform has big data algorithms that can accurately push items to customers who can then exchange their idle items. I think this platform has a lot of potential and is quite interesting. It fits the market for young people today, and I plan to invest." "Go ahead and invest," Xiao Feng said casually.
but I always feel something is off, yet I can't quite put my finger on it. Can you analyze it for me? Su Muyu looked at Xiao Feng expectantly. Consultation fee 5 million. Xiao Feng gestured with his hand to indicate money. Are you blinded by money? Su Muyu got angry again. She took out a checkbook from her bag, quickly wrote a check and tossed it to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was speechless. Why are you still using checks? Isn't a direct transfer better? Stop talking nonsense. Su Group's checks are valid at any bank in Jiangcheng. Su Muyu's expression turned serious. Perhaps feeling that since she had spent money, Xiao Feng should provide the corresponding service, she returned to her cold demeanor. All right. Xiao Feng put away the check. If he was taking the consultation fee, he should do the job. As for this Yule platform, I don't have high hopes. Zhang Ziyang asked me about it before, and I think the current traffic is dominated by short videos, penguins, delivery services, and ride-hailing platforms. Platforms like Quanquan and Xianyu are also mainstream. The concept proposed by Yule is essentially a huge pie, and it's just a trap for investors like you. Why are you so sure? Su Muyu was a bit unconvinced. She didn't expect the project she was optimistic about to be dismissed by Xiao Feng as worthless. Did Mr. Su tell you this? Xiao Feng smiled. Probably something like big data algorithms, precise targeting, and idle item evaluation. The profit model is also similar to direct sales, where customers promote these tricks voluntarily, right? How do you know? Have you met Mr. Su? Su Muyu frowned. Not really, but I know this person. Xiao Feng smiled. Mr. Su from Juxing Network comes from a product-selling background. He knows marketing best. He has sold tea and health products, harvesting one batch after another with his marketing tactics. 3 years ago, when he entered the internet, his slogan was to create the next penguin empire. But 3 years later, Juxing Network's several applications have fewer than 100,000 users, and he has overdrawn too much credibility, leading to failed financing. That's why the concept of Yule came about. Do you understand what I mean? You mean he wants to raise money and run away? Su Muyu's expression became serious. Her reaction was quick. The previous incidents with Thea and the Twin Towers were due to her lack of experience and bad luck. With just a little hint from Xiao Feng, she immediately understood the trickery involved. I didn't say that. Mr. Su is raising money. Blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Just keep it to yourself and don't tell others. Xiao Feng raised the check in his hand. All right, 5 million, 5 minutes. Time's up. Thank you for your consultation fee. Are you leaving just like that? Su Muyu reacted. What else is there? Do you have any other business? Xiao Feng asked. Xiao Feng, I want to relax a bit. Come have a drink with me. Su Muyu felt a bit troubled inside. What do you want to do? Xiao Feng quickly stepped back, protecting his clothes. I'm not selling myself. You can't covet my body. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Muyu laughed in anger. I just want to find someone to talk to. You can find Xiao Ming. He will find a way to cheer you up. Xiao Feng waved his hand. I'm leaving. I've said what I needed to say. You can handle the investment matters yourself. Hey, she wanted to say something more, but Xiao Feng ran off with the check, as if afraid she would change her mind. Su Muyu stomped her feet in frustration, watching Xiao Feng disappear into the night, her expression growing complicated. She took out the safety knot in her hand and held it tightly. She murmured, Xiao Feng, what is your relationship with that person? In her heart, she already had a vague answer, but she was unwilling to face it. She still held onto a glimmer of hope, preferring to deceive herself rather than confront reality. She didn't want to believe that the person who saved her back then was not Xiao Ming. Xiao Feng didn't go back. He went to find Sun Xian. He lived in a house in the suburbs, and his wounds had already been bandaged. After all, he had undergone special forces training, so his physical condition was excellent. Moreover, he had done some simple disguising, looking like he was about to go out. Are you going to stake out? Seeing his appearance, Xiao Feng guessed what he was up to. Yes, since I've decided to collect evidence against Li Bao, I can't just sit around. Sun Xian nodded. If you go now, you'll only alert the snake. Trust me, in 3 days, I'll give you an address to their drug production site. Xiao Feng said, you gather all the evidence and then wait for an opportunity. Li Bao will bring people to the factory, and at that time, we can catch them red-handed. Sun Xian hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded. Although the anger for revenge was hard to suppress, he could only endure for now. After leaving some money and daily necessities for Sun Xian, Xiao Feng went back. The next morning, as soon as Xiao Feng woke up, he heard voices in the yard. Awake? Breakfast will be ready soon. I didn't wake you, did I? Xiao Yan was tying her apron, holding a spatula. No, I wake up at this time. Xiao Feng glanced at her. What are you doing here so early? I've moved out from home and quit my job. I live not far from here now. Xiao Yan said, from now on, I will often come here to help grandma cook and take care of you. Xiao Yan. Xiao Feng frowned. You don't have to do this. You don't owe me anything. You're not my parents. There's no need for you to take on the responsibility of taking care of me. It's me who owes you. Xiao Yan shook her head. I will find a way to make it up to you. What if I'm not your brother? Xiao Feng said this again. No, that's impossible. You are my brother. You are. Xiao Yan became a bit agitated. Xiao Feng, I will do my utmost to make it up to you.
But please don't deny everything about me because of my past mistakes. I am your sister.
Xiao Feng was silent for a moment. Then can you do me a favor?
Sure, you say.
Xiao Yan
Was delighted. This was the first time Xiao Feng had actively asked her for help.
Go with me to the hospital for a paternity test.
Xiao Feng said astonishingly, to determine whether we have a blood relationship, whether we are
really siblings. Xiao Yan's face turned pale at that moment.
Xiao Feng's words shocked her, and she took a long time to react.
I will go find your parents for a paternity test. They definitely won't agree. Grandma is from the
older generation, and the test is best done by grandpa. Besides, I don't want her to know about these things.
So, it can only be you. Xiao Feng, why do you think this way? Xiao Yan panicked, tears streaming down her face.
I know they neglected you too much before, but we really are siblings. Why would you think like this?
The reason I think this way is not just a baseless guess.
Xiao Feng sighed. I told you, your mother's hatred for me runs deep in her bones. They must be hiding something from me, but they won't tell me, so I have to investigate on my own. As long as you do a paternity test with me to confirm whether we are siblings, I can understand what's going on. Xiao Yan's eyes blurred with tears, her whole body trembling as she shook her head vigorously. No, you are my brother, and I am your sister.
Xiao Feng sighed again. This is the first time I've asked you for help. If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll find out my own way. Xiao Feng, please give me some time to think about it, okay? Xiao Yan took a deep breath, trying hard to calm her emotions. Alright, contact me when you've made up your mind.
Xiao Feng nodded gently. Xiao Feng stepped out, glanced at the date, and since he hadn't gone to school today, he directly contacted Zhang Xian, Li Yongyuan, and Wu Zitsong, arranging to meet at a tea house to discuss
matters. Xiao Feng, you really are something. I've made several $100 million this time.
Li Yongyuan had never been this excited. I've never made this much money running a restaurant.
Brother Li, you seem
quite happy, Xiao Feng said with a smile. There must be a reason.
Xiao Feng, you probably don't know Yan Yuan's situation, right? Zhang Xian chuckled. He's from a wealthy family in Yanjing. He didn't want to inherit the
family business, so he made a bet with his dad, going out to start his own venture, aiming to earn $500 million in 5 years. He had been crazily opening restaurants, hoping to list his company as a restaurant stock. But there was quite a gap. You've helped him earn several $100 million this time. How could he not be happy with the task almost completed? So that's how it is. My apologies. Xiao Feng looked at him in surprise, clasping his
hands together. Wasn't this the male lead from a novel?
No, I just wanted to experience life. Li Yongyuan laughed heartily.
Bro, you called us here because you have a new project, right? Wu Zitsong, being an old hand,
guessed almost correctly before Xiao Feng even explained his intentions.
Really? Zhang Xian and Li Yongyuan's eyes lit up. Xiao Feng, do you really have a new project? Otherwise, I wouldn't say that Wu Gu is a veteran in the business world.
Xiao Feng smiled slightly. That's right, I called a few brothers here because I have a new project to invest in. Quick, tell us.
Zhang Xian's eyes brightened. Wu Gu, you've opened a new mall in
the North City. You're quite familiar with the North District, right?
Xiao Feng looked at Wu Zitsong.
Familiar, of course. My mall is in the core area of the North District. I did a lot of research before building it.
Wu Zitsong nodded.
In the northern suburbs, there's a small Li village. It was supposed to be designated as a district, but it didn't succeed. Xiao Feng took a sip of tea and said, I know that place. It's over 30 kilometers from the suburbs, very remote.
Wu Zitsong said, because the leader who proposed the district designation was transferred.
Plus, there are mountains further north, so after discussion, it was deemed unsuitable for vigorous development. And the plan fell through.
Yes, I know about that too.
Zhang Xiang chimed in. My old man also put a lot of thought into that back then. The people of Li village were originally waiting to get rich overnight. Many hastily built color steel houses, waiting for demolition, but it ended up taking over 10 years. My latest idea is to acquire Li village and its surrounding land, totaling 1,600 acres.
Xiao Feng opened a map and marked an area.
Then, leveraging Hongji real estate, we'll release news about building a resort there, developing high-end hotels, golf courses, amusement parks, and other projects, making a big splash. His words left everyone present stunned,
unable to regain their senses for a long time.
Bro, are you serious? Li Yongyuan was the first to react. Shaoli village is over 30 kilometers away from the suburbs.
Moreover, the planning direction is not aimed at developing in this area. If we take it down, it's highly likely we'll be stuck with it. Yeah, I haven't heard any rumors either. Could it be that a committee member will come down directly to plan that area? Zhang Xian was also taken aback. Are you really considering this entire resort area?
That place is deserted.
Of course not.
Xiao Feng smiled slightly. I just want to use your company to spread the word and create an appearance, waiting for others to want the land, then take the opportunity to raise the price.
Hold on a second, brother. Are you saying someone wants that piece of land? Wu Zitsong reacted quickly, swiftly picking up on the information in Xiao Feng's words. I don't know. Xiao Feng wore a mysterious expression, but we can analyze it. Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us, do you have insider information? Zhang Xian was anxious. I really don't have any insider information.
Xiaofeng shrugged, but we can analyze it.
Hurry up and say it.
The few of them gathered around, waiting for Xiaofeng to speak.
Previously, someone from above came to promote the establishment of a new
area, which has already sent out a signal.
Jiangcheng is within the radiation range of the Yanjing economic circle, and the higher-ups will strongly support its economic development.
So in the future, various large manufacturing
industries will be introduced. There are development directions to the east, west, and south, but the north is vacant.
So I believe that in the future, companies will settle in, and it's highly likely they will acquire land
in the north.
The others listened intently, and when Xiaofeng finished speaking, they all looked shocked.
So you think that there will be companies settling in around Shaoli village?
Zhang Xian found it hard to believe.
Exactly, it's highly likely. Xiaofeng nodded.
Not just highly likely, he, as someone who had been reborn, could confirm it would definitely happen.
Within half a month, a large automobile company would announce its settlement and invest heavily in acquiring land in the north of Jiangcheng, investing 20 billion to build an automotive industrial park.
The land Xiaofeng was eyeing was precisely the site for the automotive industry park.
The situation came
suddenly, and no one had caught the opportunity in advance. Now, if they secured this piece of land and turned around to sell it to that car company at 3 times the price, it would be a windfall.
This is quite aggressive. Risky. Zhang Xian roughly estimated. Shaoli village isn't large, but the area you've marked isn't small.
And it's planted with cash crops, estimating it would cost at least 600 or 700 million.
Exactly, at least 750 million. Xiaofeng said, I've calculated it before. Investing 700 million and waiting for someone to take the land? That's stimulating. Li Yongyuan also felt it was a bit risky. Xiaofeng, are you serious?
Zhang Xian pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked,
serious? When have I ever made a mistake? Xiaofeng looked earnest. I'm in.
Wu Zitsong decisively stated, if you guys don't invest, I'll find someone to invest that's 700 million.
What do you mean not investing?
I just made a few hundred million and haven't even warmed it up yet. I'm putting it all in.
Li Yongyuan said, I don't trust others, but can I not trust Xiaofeng?
I didn't say I wouldn't invest, I'm just thinking about how to convince the old man to let me use my company's name for a bit.
Zhang Xian said anxiously, I'm also a loyal supporter of Xiaofeng. That shouldn't be a big problem, right? Xiaofeng smiled, we can use your family's influence to promote it, but we need to be quick. No problem, let's talk about how to invest. Zhang Xian decided, I'll invest 200 million.
I'll put in 150 million. Xiaofeng spread his hands, I don't have as much money as you guys. Then I'll team up with Yang Yuan, each putting in another 200 million, making it 750.
Wu Zitsong said, if we're going to invest, let's do it quickly and seize the opportunity.
Thank you, brothers, for your trust. Please be patient for half a month, this matter will have results soon.
Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Alright, let's wait.
For brother Shia to take us along to make a fortune.
Wu Zitsong chuckled.
After investing with Xiaofeng a few times, he had really made a killing, and he believed that Xiaofeng would never let him buy that piece of wasteland.
For no reason.
Since Xiaofeng dared to invest all his wealth, he would follow suit.
I'll contact my old man right away and borrow the company's name.
Without delay, Zhang Xian quickly picked up his phone and began to reach out to Zhang Hongji.
Zhang Hongji was watering flowers when he received Zhang Xian's call. What did you say? You want to spend 200 million to buy that piece of land in Shaoli village? Are you crazy? Hearing Zhang
Xian's investment suggestion, the old man was immediately furious. That cursed place has already passed the river, north of it is just mountains. The government has already abandoned the northern planning, and besides, it's 30 kilometers from the suburbs. What do you want to buy there for? Waiting for it to lay eggs? Old man, it's not me who wants to buy it, it's Xiaofeng who wants to buy it.
He himself has invested 1.5 billion. Zhang
Xian was scared of being lectured by the old man, so he directly brought up Xiaofeng.
Wait, who said to invest? Xiaofeng? Upon hearing Xiaofeng's name, the old man became interested. What did he say? He didn't say much.
Just that he would invest 7.5 billion to buy Shaoli village and its surrounding 1600 acres of land, Zhang Xian said. He said it was to support the development of the Jiangcheng new district. Naturally, it will also support the real economy. It won't be long before big enterprises settle there. Did he really say that? Zhang Hongji was somewhat puzzled. If anyone else were to say they were spending over 7 billion to invest in that land, he would have blasted them. But he couldn't criticize Xiaofeng. This young man was a natural investor with a unique eye for investment.
Am I kidding you? He's right here, should I let him talk to you? Xiaofeng, you tell my old man.
As Zhang Xian spoke, he handed the phone to Xiaofeng. Old Zhang, the plan was proposed by me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. I, along with Xiang and the others, will invest 7.5 billion
to acquire that land.
But we need to leverage Hongji Real Estate's influence to acquire the land in your name, create a few PPTs, and release news saying we want to develop a resort area there, with golf courses, hotels, and other supporting facilities. It would be best to bring in some equipment and dig a few holes to place there.
Wait a minute, you little brat, are you saying this to raise the price later, right? Zhang Hongji understood Xiao Feng's intention. Still as sharp-eyed as ever, old man, nothing escapes your notice, Xiao Feng laughed. That's right, raise the price. The enterprises that settle in the future will definitely receive government support, and they might not be able to get the land from us at too high a price. But with the resort shell in place, if we blow up the hype, they won't be able to take it at a low price. Alright, I'll return to the company immediately to hold a meeting. You all gather the funds, and I'll talk to the government. Zhang Hongji immediately made the decision. Thank you, old man, we need you to take the lead on this, or we won't seize the opportunity. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. After hanging up, Zhang Hongji stopped watering the flowers and immediately instructed his secretary, notify the company's management of an emergency meeting. Understood, old Zhang. The secretary quickly picked up the phone to take care of it. Zhang Hongji was always quick in his actions, and within 2 hours, all the executives were present. The Shaoli Village Health Resort project was rapidly advancing. The executives and shareholders had become accustomed to the old man's recent seemingly reckless decisions. After all, several investments had appeared risky at first but had ultimately turned out well. The matter was handed over to Zhang Xian to operate, and Xiao Feng comfortably took on the role of a hands-off manager. By the time he returned to school, it was already afternoon and the last class was still an elective. Xiao Feng, do you not need to come to school every day now? Song Xian was a bit sulky. What had this guy been busy with lately? He hadn't been coming to school every day, let alone giving her extra lessons. There have been quite a few trivial matters lately. I will definitely come to class on time tomorrow. Xiao Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he was still a student, and taking leave every day was a bit much. Tomorrow is Saturday, why are you coming? Song Xian huffed. Has it really come to Saturday so soon? Xiao Feng was taken aback, he truly hadn't expected time to pass so quickly. Then I'll give you a makeup class tomorrow. Where shall we meet? No need for a makeup class. You're about to have a physics competition, you should review on your own. Song Xian finally showed a hint of a smile. This guy hadn't forgotten about her after all. I don't need it. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. The closer it gets to the exam, the more you need to relax. Otherwise, if you're too tense, you might not do well. In that case, my cousin Duan Wei has been discharged from the hospital. He said he wants to thank you, so let's invite your friend Lin Fong to dinner tonight? Song Xian suggested. That works. Xiao Feng nodded. I'll contact Lin Fong. That guy might not have time since he has a clinic to attend. Check his schedule, any time is fine. Song Xian replied. Alright, I'll set it up. Xiao Feng contacted Lin Fong and confirmed a time. Around 7 in the evening, Song Xian led Xiao Feng through the streets, searching for the restaurant where they had agreed to meet Duan Wei. However, the place he chose was incredibly hard to find, and they ended up traversing half of Jiangchang. In the end, it was located in a small alley in a village within the city. Duan Wei, if we can't find you soon, we're leaving. Song Xian said angrily as she picked up her phone. Sister, I'm here, I'm right here. Duan Wei waved at them from a small stall. To their surprise, the place he found was a street-side stall. The environment was poor, with a few small tables set up outdoors. It was hard to imagine that, given his family's conditions, he would choose such a place. Moreover, Lin Fong had already arrived ahead of them. Duan Wei, you invited us out, and you chose this place? Song Xian felt a bit incredulous. His family owned several 5-star hotels, and this was how he chose to thank his benefactor? Sister, you don't understand. This little hole in the wall has been around for decades, it's authentic Jiangcheng cuisine. Duan Wei quickly moved chairs for her and Xiao Feng. The food here is way better than that of those 5-star hotels. Eating abalone and lobster every day gets boring, a change of taste is nice too. Song Xian shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to keep quiet. Duan Wei shrank back, not daring to say more. At home, he was fearless, but only this cousin could keep him in check. Besides, she had warned him before coming not to reveal her identity. Her family was in the lending business. This place is nice, I'm not too picky about food. Lin Fong waved his hand casually. Although he could be a bit arrogant, he was also easygoing. Besides, what medical genius didn't have a bit of a bad temper? Xiao Feng, come, sit. Song Xian handed him a stool and kindly wiped it clean for him. Thank you. Xiao Feng was a bit taken aback, this treatment was quite rare for him. Duan Wei stared in disbelief at the scene before him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that his cousin could show such a gentle and virtuous side. Have you ordered? You better pray the food is good today, otherwise, I'll settle the score with you later. Song Xian said fiercely. We've ordered, they're all specialty dishes. If they're not good, you can take it out on me. Duan Wei quickly smiled apologetically. Lin Fong couldn't help but laugh. Truly, one thing conquers another. After chatting with this guy for a while, he realized that Duan Wei was not easy to discipline. His grandparents had always spoiled this grandson. At home, he was practically a little emperor, and no one could manage him. His dad sometimes couldn't hold back and would give him a lesson, only to end up getting beaten by his grandfather afterward. But in front of his cousin, he was always obedient, not even daring to raise his voice. You're recovering quite well, Xiaofeng smiled. Chengge, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you and Lingu, I would have had to explain myself last time. Duan Wei was quite adept at handling situations. His family was in business, perfectly inheriting the family genes. The way he addressed others was very pleasing to hear. By the way, do you really not remember what happened last time? Song Xian asked curiously. I really don't remember at all. I just remember that after I got home, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was in the hospital, surrounded by a room full of people. Duan Wei shook his head. My mom said I looked so bad when I was sick that I couldn't believe it was me. Really? Song Xian smiled mischievously. How about I help you remember? No need, you must be lying to me. You just don't want me to go on an adventure. Duan Wei shook his head like a rattledrum. Lying to you? Song Xian laughed, pulling out her phone and finding a few videos to show Duan Wei. Take a look at this. Since you don't believe me, I'll help you. Remember this. Duan Wei took the phone, and his face immediately turned pale. The person in the video, singing wildly and dramatically, could only be him, and he was singing quite well, with several people unable to hold him back, which made him feel a wave of embarrassment. What was I singing? He finally asked, bewildered. Kunku, Peony Pavilion, a very popular tune during the Republic of China period. Xiaofeng took over the conversation. If I were you, I'd buy some incense and offerings and go to that mass grave to pay my respects, to dispel the bad energy. Am I possessed or something? Duan Wei was genuinely shocked. He hadn't taken others seriously when they said it, but seeing his own situation made him freeze. This was real possession, and he, who never sang a note, was singing a tune? It's not that mystical, Lin Fang comforted him. You must have heard these tunes somewhere. After getting sick, the balance of yin and yang in your body gets disrupted, causing hallucinations, which makes you replay things stored in your mind. It's similar to being poisoned by eating toxic mushrooms, but Xiaofeng has a point. Buy some incense and offerings and go pay your respects to dispel the bad energy. Then I'll go tomorrow, Duan Wei replied with difficulty. Go at noon. With your constitution, it's not suitable for you to go to places with heavy yin energy, so let's drop the idea of live streaming adventures for now. Xiaofeng said, otherwise, something will definitely happen sooner or later. Duan Wei shivered and then looked at Song Xian with a pleading expression. He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Sister, speak. Song Xian took the phone. Can you just delete this video? Duan Wei said in a negotiating tone. It's meaningless to keep it, and it's quite scary to look at. Delete? Song Xian laughed. That's not impossible. Sister, you're really my own sister. Thank you. Duan Wei was overjoyed. But for the final exam, at least make it into the top 20 of the class, Song Xian said fiercely. Otherwise, I'll put this online. Let everyone see what kind of embarrassing moments this so-called adventure streamer has had. Don't, sister. If you do that, how will I survive in this circle? In the future? Duan Wei said with a mournful face. Can you at least let me into the top 30? What's the difference between that and killing me? I don't care, Song Xian huffed. Aunt is almost dead from anger because of you. Can't I deal with you? But I really can't focus on studying. Duan Wei was almost in tears, looking at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, please help me plead my case. Why me? Xiaofeng was somewhat baffled. How could the matters between these siblings involve him? Aren't you my cousin's boyfriend? Duan Wei said with an air of certainty. Shouldn't you be advising him? Duan Wei, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll send out the video immediately. Song Xian shot him a murderous glare. This, Duan classmate, you really shouldn't say such things, we're still students. Xiaofeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I'm sorry, cousin, I didn't know you were still classmates. I misunderstood. Duan Wei bowed in panic. He had already anticipated a storm was about to break, but surprisingly, Song Xian wasn't angry this time. She just glared at him and then changed the subject. Why hasn't the food come yet? I'm getting a bit hungry. Coming right up, I'll go urge them. Duan Wei hurriedly ran to the kitchen to hurry the dishes. Ha, Song Xian, you should be nicer to your cousin in the future. Look how scared you made him. Xiaofeng laughed heartily. You have no idea, he's completely unruly at home. Song Xian's mood lightened. Only I can manage him. My aunt and uncle can't control him at all. The reason he dares to be so unruly is that someone at home must be backing him up, Xiaofeng said. Exactly, his grandparents back him up. He can't be hit or scolded, Song Xian said helplessly. And just right, he's planning to go live from a half-finished construction site with a bunch of friends. He still dares to go? Lin Fang was shocked. With his condition, if he goes to a place with heavy yin energy, his illness could flare up again, and it might be worse than last time. Really? Then I need to talk to him seriously. If he dares to go out recklessly, I won't let him off, Song Xian said, stunned. Soon, the dishes arrived. Herbal pig trotter, stir-fried liver and kidney, aged tofu, steamed beef, and the restaurant's homemade rice wine. The aroma was truly enticing. The pig trotter was stewed to perfection, melting in the mouth, and it was infused with angelica, jujube, and lotus seeds, which had the effect of clearing heat and moistening dryness.
This pig trotter is really delicious, and the kidney and liver are stir-fried so tenderly. Sun Xian was also a foodie. After getting familiar with Xiaofeng, she often ate at street stalls. She felt that the dishes from these stalls had a strong sense of life, which felt really different from what she ate in five-star hotels. Not bad. Food and medicine share the same source. The owner of this little fly-infested restaurant has some skills, Lin Fong praised endlessly. Lin Fong, I suddenly thought of an investment direction. Xiaofeng put down his chopsticks. What you just said about food and medicine sharing the same source reminded me of a complete book on medicinal cuisine I saw at my master's place.
You mean to combine medicine with food, enjoying delicious meals while treating diseases?
Lin Fong said, puzzled. Traditional Chinese medicine has always had the concept
of dietary therapy.
Right, but it's only circulated in a small scope. What if we commercialize dietary therapy, incorporate health preservation into dining, and promote the concept of food and medicine sharing the same source? Xiaofeng said with a smile. Good idea, but I can't cook, Lin Fong shrugged. No worries, I know a friend who works in the restaurant business. I'll invite him out to chat tomorrow, Xiaofeng pondered.
Alright, this idea
sounds good, Lin Fong gave a thumbs up.
Xiaofeng, don't get too caught up in business. You have a competition coming up.
Sun Xian reminded him with some concern. This physics competition is crucial for whether you can get a
recommendation.
Don't worry, I know my limits. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. By the way, this project has great potential. Do you want to mention it to your family and see if they can invest?
My family is in the loan business. My dad probably won't consider something from a different industry.
Sun Xian shook her head. Alright, then if we need funding, we'll have to rely on you, Xiaofeng said.
Sun Xian sipped her rice wine and made an okay gesture to Xiaofeng.
The way she rested her chin on her hand stirred something in Xiaofeng's heart. It reminded him of his past life, lying in the cold morgue, and that woman in black gauze. Elegant and melancholic, she had remained silent throughout, calmly handling Xiaofeng's affairs after his death. Yet to this day, he had never recalled who that woman was. Damn it, he remembered everything clearly, except for that person. The next day, in Shaoli village,
Zhang Ziang and Xiaofeng came here together and established a collection department right away.
Shaoli village had a total of 106 households, and previously, due to rumors of expropriation, every family
hurriedly added extra rooms.
With bare walls and color steel tiles, they managed to increase their homes by several hundred square meters. Some even converted grain collection points into their own houses, adding over 1,000
square meters of construction.
However, nearly 10 years had passed, and the signs of demolition written back then had become dilapidated. Those young brides who had rushed to marry for the sake of demolition now had children in
elementary school, and this place still showed no signs of expropriation.
More importantly, the geographical location of this area was poor, and the land was saline alkali, making it impossible to cultivate. Over the years, the village had suffered significant population loss. As soon as the village chief heard that Hongji real estate was coming to develop, he rushed over with a group of villagers.
Mr. Zhang, we finally waited for you, the village chief said, almost in tears.
Our village still has 106 households, and I brought the roster and property deeds with me.
Your village chief show, right? Zhang Ziang sat down. Since this project is quite urgent for
the company, I hope we can simplify the procedures. I retrieved the government's report from 8 years ago and reviewed the expropriation standards at that time, which was about 700,000 per household based on
square footage.
But since so much time has passed and prices have risen, I propose a 40% increase based on the original expropriation standards.
What do you think? 40% is not enough. It's too little. Before the village chief could speak, a shrewd-looking village accountant shook his head.
Your Hongji group is a big company.
The compensation standard for expropriation should be higher than the local standard, and besides, this land is of high quality in terms of both geographical location and economic crops.
Therefore, the expropriation standard should start at 2 million per household.
Zhang Ziang and Xiaofeng exchanged glances, astonished by the audacity.
Village Chief Zhou, Zhang Ziang placed the contract in his hand down. To be honest, we have more than just this site for developing the resort.
There's also a piece of land in the West District, a bit farther
from the city center, but it's just a matter of building another road. If your village is negotiating with this attitude, then let's not bother.
We'll just take the land from the West District and you can continue to leave this one idle. Xiaofeng, let's go, Zhang Ziang said, standing up to leave. Mr. Zhang, don't.
The village chief was dumbfounded. He had thought that after enduring for 7 or 8 years, they finally had the chance for development in Shaoli village, especially with a big group. Hongji real estate had a good reputation in Jiangchang, known for high standards and prompt payments, never dragging things out. He had initially thought to raise the price a bit, but this young master wasn't falling for that.
Leader, let's be straightforward, Zhang Ziang said. The situation in your village is known throughout Jiangcheng, right? The development direction isn't towards here.
And there are no natural conditions. Investing in this project is a huge risk for us. The standard we're offering is already extremely favorable. If you want to raise the price, then I'm sorry, the land will remain idle.
Zhang
Ziang said, ignoring the village chief chasing after him, and directly got into the car.
Xiaofeng, are we really just leaving like this? After Zhang Ziang got into the car, he asked somewhat reluctantly, "Don't rush, business isn't settled in one go." Xiaofeng smiled slightly and said, "They are more anxious than you. After all, the area around Shaoli village is more desolate than expected. So, you spread the word that according to our compensation standards, the first 10 households will receive compensation for the illegal constructions at a rate of 1,000 yuan per square meter." Xiaofeng continued, "As for the others, any added rough houses in color steel tile houses will be treated as illegal." "Good idea." Zhang Ziang slapped his thigh. "In that case, we won't have to take action. The villagers will force their village leaders to come to us for negotiations. That's human nature." After the demolition news was released back then, these people hurriedly added constructions overnight to increase their area, just to get more compensation during the demolition. But the area of their previous houses is on record at the housing authority, so this counts as illegal, and according to the demolition regulations, there is no compensation at all. "Alright, let's do it your way." Zhang Ziang picked up his phone and gave the orders, then turned to Xiaofeng. "What's next?" "Go back, just wait for them to come to you." Xiaofeng smiled slightly. "Okay, then let's head back. By the way, Xiaofeng, didn't you just get your driver's license?" Zhang Ziang turned around, "Going to look at cars?" "Sure." Xiaofeng nodded. After all, what man wouldn't want a loyal vehicle? First, arrange a car, and then think about housing after the college entrance examination. "Alright, let's go to the 4S dealership." Zhang Ziang pressed the accelerator and drove towards the car city. Porsche Center Jiangchang. The owner of the 4S dealership, Zhou Tao, personally came to greet them. "Ziang, you've been quite busy lately. Haven't seen you around." "Busy making money," Zhang Ziang replied. "Let me introduce my friend, Xiaofeng." Zhang Ziang introduced, "Xiaofeng, this is Zhou Tao, a buddy of mine. If you like any car, just take it." "Hello, Zhou Tao." Zhou Tao quickly handed over his business card and shook hands with Xiaofeng. He asked with some confusion, "Ziang, is this buddy of yours still in high school?" Senior year." Zhang Ziang laughed heartily. "But don't underestimate him. I've been making a fortune with him lately." "Really? Then that's impressive." Zhou Tao laughed heartily. "That's an exaggeration. It's all thanks to friends helping each other." Xiaofeng smiled humbly. "Come on, brother, what car do you want to see? I'm the Porsche agent in Jiangcheng, and since you're Ziang's friend, I'll give you the lowest price." Zhou Tao was also a straightforward person, leading Xiaofeng to the showroom. "Isn't the customization period for Porsche a bit long?" Xiaofeng asked, looking at the brand new Porsche in the showroom. Pretending not to like it would be a lie. As a man, how could one not like cars? They are a man's warhorse. In his previous life, Xiaofeng had put all his thoughts into his family. He didn't even own a car, while Xiao Ming drove luxury cars every day to clubs, indulging in extravagant parties and hiring celebrities. In this rebirth, he couldn't neglect himself, could he? "The period is a bit long, but I have a new car that just arrived, which was customized by a customer, but now they are having financial difficulties." Zhou Tao smiled and said, "So they can't pick it up? You can check the color and options first. If you like it, we can talk." "Alright, let's take a look." Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Zhou Tao led him to a corner of the showroom, where a black Porsche Panamera was parked. "Brother, look at this, black jade metallic paint, Bordeaux red interior, surround sound system, matrix headlights outside, and ambient lighting inside. 21-inch wheels, with an electric rear wing. Not bad, looks like the owner knows how to enjoy a car." Zhang Ziang turned to Xiaofeng. "What do you think? Want to take it for a spin?" "No need to drive it, I'll take this one." Xiaofeng caressed the car's body. He truly liked this vehicle. "Alright, Zhou Tao, name your price." "Just consider it as bringing back a car for your brother," Zhang Ziang said with a smile. Zhou Tao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xiaofeng to be so straightforward. He chuckled, "Since we're brothers, I won't inflate the price. The car, with all the options, costs 1.69 million. I'll give you a direct discount of 100,000. This price was within Xiaofeng's expectations, and he nodded. "Okay, let's swipe the card." "Aren't you considering installment payments, brother?" Zhou Tao asked, somewhat frustrated. Cars are hard to sell these days. Dealers rely on bank installments to earn their commissions. "Installments? Zhou Tao, who do you look down on?" "My brother just made over 100 million in the stock market." Zhang Zian laughed. "Alright, let's get the paperwork done." "Impressive," Zhou Tao said, giving a thumbs up, and called over a female salesperson. "Xiao Tian, help my little brother with the installment." "Hello, sir, I'm Tian Tian. You can just call me Tian Tian." A flawless-looking female salesperson smiled as she handed over her business card. "Do you have your documents with you? I'll help you with the process." "I have them, thank you," Xiaofeng replied, handing over his ID and bank card. "The password is 666, just swipe it." "Alright, sir, please wait a moment." Tian Tian was a bit surprised. Xiaofeng's demeanor certainly didn't resemble that of a high school student. She took the documents, her hand brushing against Xiaofeng's intentionally or not. Xiaofeng calmly withdrew his hand, continuing to chat with Zhang Ziyang as if nothing had happened. Tian Tian was momentarily stunned. This young man really didn't understand the subtleties. She politely nodded and then went to handle the paperwork. It is said that for every luxury, Sports car sold, a salesperson resigns. This is no joke. Zhang Ziong squinted and said, brother, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Tian is quite nice.
Bro, stop joking, Xiao Feng replied, feeling a mix of amusement and
exasperation. Come on, let's go to my office for some tea.
Look at you, Xiao brother, so young yet a master of investment. I need to learn from you, Zhou Tao laughed.
Just as they were about to leave, a few customers entered.
The showroom, Xiao Feng's parents and Xiao Ming.
Mom, this 718 is so beautiful. You promised me you'd buy me one after I graduate.
Xiao Ming's voice, sweet to the point of being grating, echoed, if I order it now, it will be ready just in time for my high school graduation. Sure, as long as you like it, Mom will buy it for you, Zhao's mother said lovingly, looking at her son. Zhao's father had just opened the car door when he looked up and saw Xiao Feng, causing both their expressions to stiffen.
Xiao Feng, what are you doing here?
Zhao's mother asked, her tone somewhat harsh. Ever since the last incident that had upset her, her temper had gradually become strange.
Aside
from maintaining a normal demeanor in front of Xiao Ming, she spoke with a bit of hostility to everyone else.
Is it wrong to look at cars? Is this store owned by your family?
Xiao Feng didn't indulge her. Xiao Feng, is this how
you speak to your mother? Zhao's father's face darkened. No matter what, I am still your family. Are you joking?
Xiao Feng looked at his father, somewhat speechless.
I haven't even had the chance to deal with you yet, and you come here to provoke me? Family? Do you have a misunderstanding about family? I just don't understand. Can't you treat me like a stranger when you see me? Xiao Feng.
Zhao's mother glared, looking as if she were about
to have a breakdown. I really shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have given birth to me, right? Xiao Feng coldly responded. I've heard similar words countless times. Is it interesting? If you hate me so much, you might as well have suffocated me at birth. That way, you wouldn't have to see me now.
You need to understand, I gave you life, you disrespect me, and that is the greatest act of rebellion. Zhao's mother pointed at Xiao Feng, her
tone agitated.
You were born but not raised, that's the fault of your parents.
How dare you talk to me about the grace of birth?
Xiao Feng looked at her with disdain. Besides, whether I'm your son or not is still up for debate.
What did you say? Zhao's mother's face paled slightly, her voice trembling.
Xiao Feng, stop messing around. Just as things were about to spiral out of control, Zhao's father stepped in.
We can talk about this later. He
then turned to comfort Zhao's mother. He's still here, don't get angry, it won't be good for him. We're here to look at cars today, let's talk about other things later, okay? Indeed, as soon as Zhao's mother mentioned Xiao Ming, she suddenly remembered that he was still there. So even though she was furious, she had to put on a wise mother's facade.
Xiao Feng coldly glanced at the family of three before heading to the office with Zhang Ziong and Zhou Tao. A sales representative warmly welcomed the family of three. Are you looking at the 718? This is our entry-level Porsche sports car and it has the best cost-performance ratio. Let me introduce the specifics of the car to you and arrange a test drive. What car did he buy?
Xiao Ming pointed at Xiao Feng's back.
Him?
He's a friend of our boss, just bought a Panamera from our store for 1.69 million.
The sales representative smiled and said, this
young handsome guy is said to still be in high school. He's really impressive at such a young age.
Xiao Ming's face was filled with jealousy and unwillingness.
He turned to his mother and said, Mom, I want to buy a Panamera too.
I can't start lower than my brother. I want to buy it. Is the 718 okay? Zhao's father's expression suddenly became troubled.
The 718 is an entry-level sports car with a minimum price of over 500,000.
Even with options, 600,000 to 700,000 would be about enough.
But the entry-level Panamera is over a million, and with options, it wouldn't come down without at least 1.2 to 1.3 million. In the past, he might have gritted his teeth and gone for it. But now the company was facing difficulties, with orders down nearly 40%. The company was barely maintaining a break-even state, and now with Xiao Yan suddenly resigning, the company was under even greater pressure.
Could they really take out another million to buy a car at this time? Their family's situation was truly becoming unsustainable. Mom, my brother bought a Panamera, I can't start lower than him.
Xiao Ming looked at Zhao's mother with a
pitiful expression, his innocent eyes pleading. I'm not asking for something better than my brother's, but at least the same, right?
Mingning, the company has been facing some difficulties lately, Zhao's father quickly soothed
him. Let's buy a 718 first, and once our company gets back on track, we'll get you a better one. How does that sound? All right then.
Xiao Ming reluctantly glanced at the cars in the showroom, his eyes slightly red.
Since that's the case, I won't buy a car.
I'm only 18, just an adult. Riding a shared bike is fine, especially since the company is having a hard time.
His understanding demeanor was truly heart-wrenching. Moreover, this tactic of retreating to advance was quite effective.
Sure enough, seeing him like that, Zhao's mother was almost in tears. Buy it, our Mingming can't let the disaster outshine him. Let's get the exact same one, this one, we want it.
But
Zhao's father was about to say something, but when his gaze met Zhao's mother's bloodshot eyes, he immediately fell silent. He nodded and said, alright, since Mingming likes it, let's get the same model.
Okay, this way. Please, I'll give you a detailed introduction to the configuration, the sales representative said happily. No need, I just want this one, Xiaoming pointed at the car in the showroom. This was the very car Xiaofeng was about to pick up, and he caressed it, not hiding his fondness at all. Did you hear that? We want this one, Zhao's mother said arrogantly to the sales representative. How much? Get the paperwork ready for us right away. The salesperson said, somewhat awkwardly, ma'am, this car has already been sold and the paperwork is in process. Shall we look at something else? Our cars are customizable and everyone has different preferences. Our store guarantees the fastest delivery to you. Mom, I really like this one, Xiaoming pleaded with a hopeful expression. Alright, just this one, Zhao's mother said indulgently, then turned to the salesperson and said sternly, we want this one, and we can offer a higher price. Ma'am, this car has really been sold, the salesperson said, feeling troubled. Get your boss to come talk to me, Zhao's mother said with an air of superiority. I'll have our manager come out to speak with you, the salesperson said helplessly. Did you not understand what I said? I want your boss to come and talk to me personally, Zhao's mother said, somewhat angrily. The salesperson was at a loss for words. The owner of a luxury car dealership like this one was a notable figure in Jiangcheng. You can't just demand to see him? What's going on? Ma'am, I am the sales manager here. If you have any requests, you can talk to me. A man hurriedly approached. Manager Yi, this lady insists on buying this car, but it has already been sold to a friend of Mr. Zhou, the salesperson whispered. I see. The sales manager suddenly understood and quickly smiled, saying, Ma'am, the car has been sold. We can order a new one for you. We are the authorized Porsche center in Jiangcheng, and we guarantee the fastest delivery. Don't tell me anything else. I want this car, Zhao's mother insisted, pointing at the vehicle without budging. How about this? Let me consult with the boss, the manager said, not daring to offend the customer and decided to ask first. He picked up his phone, stepped aside, and called Zhou Tao. He nodded repeatedly, affirming, and finally said, understood. So, has your boss made a decision? Zhao's mother asked. Ma'am, Mr. Zhou said that the person who bought this car is his friend. The manager's face no longer held the previous respect and compliance. If you really want to buy a car, you can order a new one. If not, I'm afraid I can't help you. What kind of attitude is that? Is your dealership the only one selling cars in Jiangcheng? Zhao's mother's face changed dramatically. Do you believe we won't go somewhere else to pick up a car? In Jiangcheng, we are the only authorized center, but of course, you can go to the provincial capital to pick up a car, the manager replied politely. But the authorized center there is also under Mr. Zhou. I will file a complaint against you. Is this how you treat customers? Zhao's mother's face turned pale with anger. Of course, this is the 400 complaint hotline, you can take note of it, the manager said politely. I believe our headquarters will provide a fair and just solution. Alright, let's go look elsewhere, Zhao's father said, somewhat helpless. Once, Zhao's mother was a gentle and refined woman, but he never expected that incident would hit her so hard. 18 years later, she still hadn't emerged from that shadow. As a result, she had become strong-willed, even unreasonable. The family of 3 left, and only then did the manager return Zhou Tao's call. Brother Xiao, that family has left. The paperwork will be completed soon. Please wait patiently. After receiving the call, Zhou Tao smiled and poured a cup of tea for Xiaofeng. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Xiaofeng smiled, picked up the tea, gently sniffed it, and nodded. This is top-quality Jinshan engine. Mr. Zhou's tea is indeed not something everyone can enjoy. Oh, brother Xiao, you know tea? Zhou Tao said, somewhat surprised. To be honest, Junshan engine isn't as famous as Longjing or Dahongpo. Most people can't taste the difference. How did you figure out this tea? Junshan's silver needle belongs to yellow tea, with a clear and bright tea soup, a refreshing and smooth taste, and the leaves are uniformly yellow and bright, so it's not hard to taste, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Zhou Tao, don't be fooled by my brother. Being a high school student, he's capable of anything. Zhang Ziong said proudly, look, I've already made several 100 million following him, and now we're working on a new project that's expected to yield at least 3 times the profit. Is it really that impressive? Zhou Tao was taken aback and quickly said, then brother, we need to add each other on WeChat. If there are good projects, you have to bring me along. Sure, I'll scan you. Xiao Feng took out his phone and scanned Zhou Tao's WeChat. He smiled and said, Zhou, you're joking. With your business so big, you shouldn't be lacking in projects to invest in. There are projects, but few that make money, Zhou Tao lamented. Last year, when the mask mandate was lifted, I thought I'd go all out, so I acquired land, expanded the scale, and ventured into the used car market. And guess what? I lost everything, and luxury car sales plummeted. I'm almost out of money. The overall environment is tough. It's not just you, Zhou. Especially after the end of the mask mandate, the consumption of bulk commodities like housing and vehicles has been severely impacted. Xiao Feng said with a smile, moreover, people's consumption concepts have changed. Before, they would spend in advance, but now they're saving money desperately. In the past, buying a house would empty 3 generations' wallets. Now people just want to lie flat, enjoying food, drink, and fun whenever they have money, living for the moment. Who can argue with that? Brother, do you think there's still development potential in my line of work? Zhou Tao said, I'm considering whether to shift to selling new energy vehicles. New energy is just a transition, Xiaofeng said. In the future, hydrogen energy will be the market. Joe, just hold on for a few more years, at least wait. Until solid-state batteries are mass-produced. Ha, without good projects, I'll just have to hang in there for now, Zhou Tao laughed heartily. But Joe, in a while there will be a good opportunity to make money. I wonder if you'd like to give it a try? Xiaofeng pondered. What opportunity? Zhou Tao was taken aback. Old Zhou, I suggest that as long as it's a money-making project proposed by Xiaofeng, you should sell your underwear to invest. Zhang Ziang said. I guarantee you won't lose. Alright, just for the sake of this relationship with Ziang, I'll invest everything I have. Zhou Tao slammed the table. I promise, you'll be glad later that this was the best decision you made in recent years. Zhang Ziang excitedly asked, Xiaofeng, what's the investment? Can you give me a hint? It's still early. I'll definitely contact you when the time comes, don't worry. Xiaofeng smiled slightly, planning to make a big move this time. Just then, Zhang Ziang's phone rang. It was his assistant calling. Zhang, the person in charge of Shaoli Village is blocking the company's entrance and says he wants to see you. Just tell him I'm in the West District for research. Let them go back, Zhang Ziang said impatiently. If they want to talk, follow the plan I mentioned before. If they don't agree, they don't need to come. Okay, Zhang, I'll go. Tell them, the assistant said before hanging up. Xiaofeng, the people from Shaoli Village are here. I turned them down as you said. Do you think they'll take the bait? Zhang Ziang asked after hanging up. Don't worry, they're more anxious than you. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Remember to add a clause in the contract that after purchasing the land, Hongji Group can engage in any commercial activities, including but not limited to land transfer and sales. Don't worry, it's all clearly written in the contract. Zhang Ziang chuckled. Mr. Xiao, your car paperwork is ready. Here's the temporary license plate. At that moment, the saleswoman, Tian, knocked and entered, holding the temporary plate and keys. Remember to contact us when you need the official license plate. Alright, thank you. Xiaofeng took the plate and keys, feeling a bit excited inside. The dream car, which he had worked so hard for in his past life but never got to drive, was finally his dream come true this time. You're welcome. Do you need me to explain the functions of the car, Mr. Xiao? Tian looked at Xiaofeng with an eager expression. She had already figured out that this high school student was worth over 100 million. At this age, and looking so handsome, there probably wasn't a girl who could resist the temptation, right? No, thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'll head back now, and we can have dinner together later. Xiaofeng extended his hand to Zhou Tao. Alright, get in touch later. Xiaofeng nodded. The car was already washed, and Zhou Tao had even filled it with a tank of gas. This thing, using 98-octane gasoline, along with maintenance and insurance, could cost nearly 200,000 a year to keep. After parting ways with Zhang Ziang, Xiaofeng was excited to see the car he had been longing for at the entrance. Life had been too hard in his previous life. In this one, he had to make up for all the regrets of the past. Just as he was about to touch the car door to open it, an untimely voice rang out. Xiaofeng. His mother hadn't left. She stepped forward. This car should be given to your brother. We'll pay whatever it costs. Are you joking? Xiaofeng glanced at his mother, feeling that this woman really needed to have her head examined. No matter what, he is still your brother. We are your family too. He likes this car, can't you just let him have it? His mother's tone was somewhat harsh. It was clear she was trying hard to suppress her anger. If you want to shout, go ahead and act like a shrew. There's no need to hold back your temper. Xiaofeng smiled. For your precious son, you're really willing to go all out. You clearly don't want to see me, yet you still have to pretend as if nothing is wrong. Isn't that exhausting? Xiaofeng, do you have no feelings for your family at all? His mother shouted softly. Is it interesting? What do I gain from having feelings for you? To be manipulated by your family? To be treated like a disaster? Xiaofeng was somewhat speechless. We'll pay you an extra 100,000 for your car. His mother stopped with the small talk. So rich, huh? Why not add 1 million? Xiaofeng didn't hide the sarcasm in his tone. You and your husband can afford it. After all, your precious son Xiaoming is the most important. Even if he wants the stars in the sky, I bet you would find a way to get them for him, right? Don't talk to me about anything else. Give me your bank card and I'll transfer the money to you right away. His mother said coldly, an extra 100,000 isn't too little. It's certainly not little. If it were the old me, that 100,000 would have been enough for me to go from elementary school to high school graduation. Xiaofeng murmured, if I had had that 100,000 earlier, my grandmother wouldn't have had to work so hard in the countryside, staying up late doing manual labor to help me pay for school. She wouldn't have had to carry the eggs from her own chickens to borrow money from the neighbors. She wouldn't have had to hesitate to see a doctor, holding on until her heart condition worsened. His mother looked at Xiaofeng in shock. His words struck deep into her heart. She had never cared for Xiaofeng, nor would she have been concerned about how he had lived for the past 18 years. She wouldn't know how much hardship Xiaofeng had endured with his grandmother over the years. And that 100,000 is just pocket change for you and your husband to please your son. Xiaofeng smiled, a somewhat sickly smile. Since the Xiao family was still living so well, then let them bear the brunt of his anger. What are you laughing at? His mother was provoked by Xiao Feng's laughter. I'm laughing because the joys and sorrows between people are not connected. Xiao Feng's smile grew more intense.
Since that's the case, then your Xiao family will have to endure everything that comes next.
What are you going to do?
His mother was startled, she could clearly feel
the resentment emanating from Xiao Feng.
Xiao Feng coldly glanced at her, ignored her, then opened the car door and started the engine.
The car's tail wing opened, and the engine roared, disappearing in just a few seconds.
Meanwhile, Zhao's mother was choking on the exhaust fumes, coughing uncontrollably. She glared at the departing car, her eyes bursting with intense hatred. I want the Xiao family to go bankrupt. On the roadside, Xiao Feng stopped the car and sent a message in the group chat. The group included Zheng Ziong, Wu Zizong, and Li Yongyuan. They weren't exactly top figures in Jiangcheng, but they had a vast network of connections. The Xiao family's planning company wasn't a big firm, and there was no need for Xiao Feng to go to great lengths to deal with them.
Bro, don't be impulsive.
Let's meet and talk about it. Wu Zizong was the first to respond.
Wu Ge, I'm not being impulsive. Today's events have been well thought out, Xiao Feng replied.
As parents, the Xiao family is unworthy. As children, they are also unworthy.
It's not that I can't tolerate them, but they keep provoking me. Moreover, some things, if I don't force them, I will never understand.
Xiao Feng, I will notify all my partners to cut off all dealings with Xiao planning, Li Yongyuan said. Your business is my business, brother.
Alright, since that's the case,
I will also use all my resources to add fuel to the fire, Wu Zizong chimed in. Xiao Feng, digging pits for others is my specialty. Wait for my news, Zheng Ziong sent a voice message. I guarantee that within a month they
won't be able to survive. Thank you.
Xiao Feng sent 2 fist bump emojis. Everyone, use your connections to ensure they can't get any contracts. The final blow will be delivered by me personally, as a way to repay them for
the nurturing grace of these 18 years.
Driving back home, he went straight into the small courtyard.
Oh, Chen, did you buy a car? Grandma Wu, who was chatting with the neighbor while washing vegetables, stood up,
surprised at the sight of the Porsche.
Yes, Grandma. Xiao Feng opened the car door and stepped out, smiling. Come, take a look at the car. Let me see.
Grandma Wu's smile was wide as she walked to the front of the car.
Xiao Feng opened the door and helped her sit inside.
The luxurious interior and comfortable seats made the old lady nod in approval repeatedly.
Good, it's really great. Chen, you've grown up, Grandma Wu said, wiping away her tears. Enjoy.
Yes, from being a helpless infant to now being an adult, even taller than the old lady by more than a head. Who knows the hardships in between? Grandma, when I have a break, I'll drive you around to see the sights. Touring the famous mountains and rivers of China, Xiao Feng said, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Good. Grandma Wu wiped her tears, her face full of comforting smiles.
Oh, Sister Wu, your grandson is really impressive.
The neighbor lady's eyes turned red with envy. Look at this car, it's not cheap, and he's still a student.
Truly amazing.
Auntie, you're overpraising me, Xiao Feng said with a smile, being modest.
Oh, my girl is in her
second year of college this year. When she comes back for summer vacation, I'll introduce you to, the lady said excitedly.
Xiao Feng couldn't help but laugh. It was still too high profile. By the time he graduated, wouldn't the matchmaking aunties be breaking down his door?
Just as he entered the house to grab a drink, Xiaoyan came over with some fruit. She had just found a job at a large planning company, doing her old line of work, and because of her strong business skills, she was directly appointed as a manager in the company's planning department with an annual salary of 500,000. Seeing Xiao Feng's car, she was also a bit surprised. Xiao Feng, I'm really happy
for you. How have you considered what I mentioned before? Xiao Feng glanced at her. Xiao Feng. Xiaoyan lowered her head, her expression pained, struggling. Why must it be this way? I don't ask you to forgive them, nor do I ask you to return to the Xiao family. Can't we just maintain this kind of relationship? It's not that it's bad, but there are some things I need to clarify.
Xiao Feng gently shook his head.
Xiaoyan, do you know? I don't want to live in confusion like this.
But why do you have such doubts?
Just because they treated you poorly? Xiaoyan still didn't understand.
It's not just that they treated me poorly. Xiao Feng sighed softly. If it were you, what would you do? If you suspected you weren't their biological child, would you try to find out the truth? Would you look for ways to trace your origins? But I can have them come over and we can all talk seriously together. Xiaoyan was very puzzled. They won't tell the truth and I don't want to see them. If you've thought it through, then let's do a paternity test. Xiao Feng said, if you haven't thought it through, then I'll look for
other ways. Give me another week, okay? Xiaoyan was silent for a moment. All right.
Xiao Feng stared at her for a moment, then gently nodded. In any case, thank you. You're the only one among them who can remain rational.
I'm your sister. Xiaoyan's eyes reddened slightly. That's only right. Can I hug you? Xiao Feng looked up.
Xiaoyan opened her arms and embraced Xiao Feng, murmuring, Xiao Feng, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I promise I will make up for your past.
All right, I need to go back to school now.
Xiao Feng released her. The competition is coming up. I have to work hard.
I wish you success in advance. Xiaoyan was very happy. She
felt that Xiao Feng was starting to accept her little by little.
However, after she left, the smile on Xiao Feng's face slowly faded. He reached out his hand, and in his palm were a few strands of Xiao Yan's hair. Wait? Sorry. He didn't have the patience to wait. He urgently needed to clarify his relationship with the Xiao family. Since Xiao Yan wanted to make up for past mistakes, then she shouldn't blame him for taking a little advantage of her. Regardless of whether he was a blood relative of the Xiao family, the Xiao family's company had at most 1 month left to live. Within a month, they would receive no orders and would be unable to conduct any business. When the time was right, Xiao Feng would personally deliver a fatal blow, bringing a perfect conclusion to their family's company. He found a testing agency, left his blood sample, and then waited for the results. That evening, Xiao Feng went to meet Su Xian. His physical condition was very strong. Although he had some injuries, he could move freely. He had been keeping watch at the drug factory for the past few days and had already gathered a lot of evidence. Xiao Feng, I have a lot of evidence now. When will it be the right time? Su Xian asked. He flipped through the photos he had taken and the videos on his camera, which included shadows of Brother Bao. The evidence is sufficient. Xiao Feng nodded. Submit it. The police will arrest Li Bao, but it will take a long time to bring him to trial. So do you have a good plan? Su Xian asked. The best plan is for the police to arrive at the drug factory just as Li Bao is there. He will definitely resist, and having him die under the police's stray bullets is the simplest and quickest way. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. But do you know when he will go to the factory? Su Xian was puzzled. Tonight, because he needs to bring clients, he will appear here. Xiao Feng said, you just need to hand over this evidence and this letter to Zhou Jun at the Linchi branch and he will arrange everything. Understood. Su Xian took the letter without hesitation. You trust me that much? Xiao Feng was taken aback. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have gone with you in the first place. Su Xian pointed to his head. I have a good eye for people. You're not an ordinary person. Thank you for your trust. Go prepare, and remember not to expose yourself. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. In the last life, I had followed this major news about the drug lord Li Bao's capture, so I was very clear about his drug production site, and with Su Xian's surveillance these past few days, I had basically figured out the situation. That letter even included a map of the drug factory and the back door. Li Bao couldn't escape. The reason I didn't go looking for Zhou Jun was that after several accurate predictions, I couldn't guarantee that Zhou Jun wouldn't become suspicious. Night, the Xiao family. Xiao Ming still wore that anxious expression. Brothers, Portia is really beautiful. I envy him so much. If only I had a car just like his. Maybe I don't deserve it. After all, I'm quite a bit behind my brother in terms of achievements. Seeing her precious son like this, Zhao's mother felt truly heartbroken. She kept comforting him. Ming, don't worry. We'll go to the store again tomorrow and definitely buy you an identical one. And it will have even better features, with a larger engine. But I just like my brother's car. Xiao Ming still looked pitiful. But brother likes it too. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do. Xiao Yuanhe. Seeing Zhao's father continuously making and receiving calls, Zhao's mother finally got angry. Can't you think of a way? He's your son too. Why can Xiao Feng drive such a good car? Where exactly are we lacking? Zhao's father helplessly said sorry to the other party and hung up the phone. He tiredly replied, we'll go to the store to look at cars again tomorrow. There are so many cars, why must it be Xiao Feng's? Besides, Xiao Feng earned the money to buy that car through his own ability. How can I be blamed for not being fair? Even if it's not fair, it's still a debt owed to Xiao Feng, not his fault. Both were born on the same day. Xiao Feng can meet many people through his own ability and buy a car. Well, what can he do besides competing with Xiao Feng for things? Xiao Yuanhe. Zhao's mother screamed, he's clearly your biological son. How can you say such things? Yes, he is our son, but so is Xiao Feng. Zhao's father could no longer hold back. The company is struggling now. Yan has resigned, and I can't manage everything alone. If he understood anything, he wouldn't be crying and vying for attention at this time. Shut up, Xiao Yuanhe, you've hurt Ming. You need to apologize to him, right now. Zhao's mother shouted. Zhao's father remained silent, his face dark as he looked at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming now appeared frightened, crying as he apologized. I'm sorry, Dad, I was being unreasonable. I shouldn't have acted like this. Ming, don't speak, you apologize, right now. Zhao's mother pulled Zhao's father, engulfed in rage. Just as Zhao's father was about to speak, his phone rang. It was an old client from years ago. Hello, Mr. Zhang. He quickly adjusted his emotions and answered the call. Old Xiao, our marketing budget for this product has been cut, so our previous cooperation is likely to be terminated. I'm sorry. Mr. Zhang, what happened? Zhao's father was taken aback. Mr. Zhang was in the cosmetics business. They had always had a pleasant cooperation, so why suddenly cancel it? Well, the real economy isn't doing well, our products are unsold, and various marketing and discount policies haven't had much effect. Mr. Zhang chuckled, starting to vent his frustrations. It's not easy for us either, so I'm sorry. Seeing that the situation was irretrievable, Zhao's father felt quite helpless, exchanged a few pleasantries with the other party, and then hung up the phone. Xiao Yuanhe, didn't you hear me talking?
Zhao's mother still looked furious, stubbornly demanding that her husband apologize to their son. Zhao's father opened his mouth, about to speak, but at that moment, an important client called. He quickly stepped aside to answer the phone. After a few brief exchanges, his expression changed dramatically. "Mr. Lee, if it's a pricing issue, we can discuss it further. We've been working together for many years, so why suddenly change planners now? I'm sorry, there are some unavoidable factors." "Old Xiao, did you offend someone?" The other party kindly reminded him, "If I continue to work with you, my business will suffer. So you should understand and look for the reason. Who is it? Who is putting pressure on you?" Zhao's father became anxious. "Old Xiao, we've been friends for many years, can you tell me the reason?" "Old Xiao, I can only say this much, and it's not just me, there will be more people terminating contracts with you. You must hold on." With that, the other party hung up. Old Xiao, Old Xiao. Zhao's father anxiously redialed, but the call was disconnected. He stubbornly tried again, only to find he had been blocked. His hands trembled slightly, he truly couldn't understand who was targeting him. What is wrong? Zhao's mother looked at Zhao's father in shock. Although her nerves were somewhat frayed, she could still grasp the situation. Usually, she could be unreasonable, but seeing her husband's grim expression, she managed to stay rational. "Our old clients have all cancelled their contracts with us," Xiao Yuanhe gritted his teeth. "Someone is targeting us, and they must have considerable influence. I don't know if our company can withstand this. Who would target us? We haven't offended anyone." Zhao's mother suddenly stopped, as if realizing something. Her expression turned to shock. Could it be Xiao Feng? Is it him? Zhao's father looked stunned. He seemed to recall the last time he met Xiao Feng and the words he had dropped. He remembered Xiao Feng's indifferent expression and cold tone. "Xiao Yuanhe, you better pray that I am really your son, otherwise, I will not only destroy the Xiao family with my own hands but also send you to prison." He is serious. He is starting to take revenge. Zhao's father sat down weakly in a chair, cradling his head in despair. He knew how powerful Xiao Feng had become. Although he wasn't at the top in Zhangjiang, he was definitely not someone his small company could withstand. Not to mention, just the people he knew covered a large part of Zhangqing's daily life, and the nature of his company was closely related to the daily needs of ordinary people. Xiao Ming looked at his parents blankly, sensing that his good days were likely coming to an end. "Mingming, you should go rest. I need to talk to your dad about some things," Zhao's mother said, fearing their issues would affect Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded, deciding not to cause any trouble, and carefully retreated. "It's Xiao Feng. He is coming after us?" Zhao's mother still wore an expression of disbelief. She couldn't imagine that the baby who was only 50 centimeters long at birth had now grown up, and grown to the point of threatening their family life. "Yes, he has already suspected us," Zhao's father murmured. "He is forcing us to tell him the truth. What do we do now?" Zhao's mother gritted her teeth. "He's just a high school student, he's still a child, how can he threaten us?" "Do you really still see him as just a high school student?" Zhao's father laughed, a bitter smile on his face. "He has changed, he is no longer the Xiao Feng of the past. Don't worry, we still have the Su family. We are clearly Su Muyu's saviors." Zhao's mother murmured, "She won't stand by and do nothing. I'll have Mingming ask her for help, she will definitely assist us. The Su family's business involves high-end fields, and our company simply doesn't have the corresponding operations." Zhao's father sounded somewhat weary. "Moreover, favors are something that, once used, are hard to repay. Are you really willing to gamble away Mingming's future?" Zhao's mother was left speechless. Yes, was she really going to gamble with Xiao Ming's future? Xiao Ming had a good relationship with Su Muyu, and she took good care of him. It wasn't impossible for their relationship to develop into a romantic one in the future. If their son could marry Su Muyu, he would avoid a lot of detours in life. But if they used Su Muyu's favor because of the family business, their current relationship would inevitably be broken. At that time, their feelings would be filled with great uncertainty. What should we do then? Are we just going to let him force us into a corner? Zhao's mother became agitated. "I was too kind back then, we should have sent him away, as far as possible." "Alright, let me think of another way. I'll meet him and see." Zhao's father forced himself to perk up. "At this point, do you still expect him to be merciful? He's just an untrainable wolf." Zhao's mother shouted angrily. "If we had treated him better back then, if we hadn't been so superstitious, he might not have ended up like this." Zhao's father sighed. He felt somewhat guilty, but it was too late to say anything now. Things had reached an irretrievable point. Why should we have treated him well? Zhao's mother's face twisted again. After all these years, he's still alive and well. Those things had no effect on him. It's just that his life is too tough. He should have shared half of his life with Mingming. It's all his fault, he's the root of the problem. Early the next morning, Zhou Jun called, his tone excited. "Xiao Feng, watch the news tonight." "What's up, brother Zhou?" Xiao Feng was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Jun sounded quite thrilled. Did he encounter some good news? "Last night, a tip-off led us to a drug factory." Zhou Jun laughed heartily, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "I never expected there to be such a big drug den in Zhangcheng." "And the drug lord, Li Bao, was shot dead on the spot."
The police arrested nearly 100 people overnight and seized 200 kilograms of drugs. Congratulations, Brother Zhou. This is a significant achievement, I believe. You can definitely move up a step. Xiao Feng smiled. Thanks for the good words, brother. I wanted to share this joy with you first. I have a bunch of things to take care of, and I need to meet with the city bureau leaders. Zhou Jun laughed heartily. Alright, Brother Zhou, you go ahead and get busy. Xiao Feng nodded and then hung up the phone. It seemed that Su Xian had succeeded yesterday. Regardless of whose hand he borrowed, his revenge had been taken. Xiao Feng tidied up and drove out to find Su Xian at that residential house. He saw that Su Xian had already packed his things. It looked like he was planning to leave. Xiao Feng, I was just about to look for you. Su Xian, who had avenged himself, clearly had a sense of relief on his face. Yes, he had been tense all along for the sake of revenge, but now that the revenge was taken, he felt completely relaxed. Congratulations, you got your revenge. Xiao Feng smiled. What are your plans next? I'm going out of town to find a job. Su Xian thought for a moment and said, I have a comrade at the border working for a security company. After so many years in the army, I don't have any other skills, but my physical fitness is still decent. I could work as a guard or something. Su Xian's tone was somewhat self-deprecating. He was already 30 but still had achieved nothing. His life seemed to have reached a dead end. Why don't you stay and help me with some work? Xiao Feng thought for a moment. You? Su Xian was taken aback. Your business is my business. You just need to ask me directly. I also want to establish a security company, Xiao Feng said. Currently, I have a financial company with someone, and in the future, I plan to venture into more fields. So I want to make some preparations in advance. Your military skills are solid, and your expertise is a perfect match. If you have nowhere to go, you can consider this. As for the salary, don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. I'll stay, but I don't want a salary, Su Xian replied immediately. That won't do. Once the security company is established, you will be in charge. I'll give you an annual salary of 500,000, provide you with funds, and give you full authority to manage it, Xiao Feng said. If you have trustworthy comrades, you can introduce them to me. I won't treat them poorly either. An annual salary of 500,000? Su Xian looked at Xiao Feng, doubting whether he had heard correctly. What level of security company offers such a high salary? What I'm planning to establish is not just an ordinary security company, Xiao Feng laughed. Think of it as comparable to Blackwater overseas. In the future, I'm aiming high. Comparable to Blackwater? Are you serious? Su Xian's expression turned serious. What do you plan to do in the future? A grand blueprint, business, technology, military industry, and daily life, Xiao Feng said. So your security company has a heavy responsibility ahead. Understood. Don't worry, the security company I manage will ensure your safety. Su Xian extended his hand. Xiao Feng smiled slightly, reached out, and shook hands with Su Xian. What the future holds, Xiao Feng did not know. After his rebirth, he had already triggered a butterfly effect, and everything was developing towards an unpredictable future. The kidnapping from his previous life was still fresh in his memory. He couldn't guarantee that events that were supposed to happen over a decade later wouldn't occur earlier. But he had to be fully prepared to start over without leaving any regrets. With Su Xian on board, Xiao Feng felt a sense of relief. Su Xian was upright, and he didn't have to worry about his loyalty. With him around, he wouldn't have to fear the issue of kidnapping. Moreover, the previous kidnapping had an air of strangeness about it. Relying solely on Xiaoming, a useless person, could not achieve such seamlessness. As for how that happened, Xiao Feng would investigate later. The key task now was to make money. He didn't drive to school. After all, he was just a high school student, and attracting envy could bring him trouble. Sun Xian had already arrived at school before him. With the college entrance examination approaching, she had been studying quite intensely lately. When Xiao Feng arrived, she was biting the end of her pen, struggling with a problem. Seeing the bloodshot eyes and her gritted teeth, Xiao Feng found it somewhat amusing yet a bit heart-wrenching. Did you not sleep well last night? Xiao Feng, you're here? Sun Xian looked up and was instantly delighted. Then her face fell. I stayed up until 2 last night. Several math problems have me stumped. Let me take a look. Xiao Feng took the notebook from her hand, glanced at it a few times, and then said, the thought process for this problem is correct, but you've overlooked a few points. Xiao Feng picked up a pen and started writing in the notebook, explaining as he went. Sun Xian's furrowed brows finally relaxed. After listening to Xiao Feng for a few sentences, she suddenly understood. I get it. So that's how it is. Ah, how did I not think of that? I'm so stupid. Where are you stupid? For this problem, if you asked the math teacher, she would be baffled. Xiao Feng gently tapped her forehead. You're overextending yourself. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. Xiao Feng, I'm scared, Sun Xian said pitifully. I'm afraid we won't end up at the same school. How could that be? Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Xiao Feng comforted her. If you really don't get in, I'll accompany you to repeat the year. Ah, really? Sun Xian was both surprised and delighted. Really, I mean, if you don't get in, I'll accompany you to repeat the year, Xiao Feng said earnestly. Sun Xian was moved to tears. She instinctively grabbed Xiao Feng's hand and, with red eyes, said, that's not okay. You just wait for me. For a year, I can't let you repeat a year for me. Alright, then it's settled. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Xiaofeng said with a smile, patting her head. It's time for dinner. I've been under a lot of pressure studying these days, so I didn't let grandma bring me food. Let's go to the cafeteria together? Perfect, I didn't let my mom bring me food either. Sun Xian nodded. Then let's eat at the cafeteria. The two went to the school cafeteria together, but having rarely been there, they were completely bewildered upon arrival. It was mealtime, and the only way to describe it was a sea of people. The cafeteria at Tongfang High School actually had decent food, but with thousands of students, even staggered mealtimes were overwhelming. Xiaofeng, over here, Sudachui called out as he squeezed through the crowd. You find a place to sit, I'll go get the food, Xiaofeng told Song Xian. If they didn't secure a seat early, they might not find one at all. Song Xian went to look for a seat while Xiaofeng squeezed in front of Sudachui. After getting 2 servings of food, a few small dishes, and 2 chicken legs, he finally managed to get the food to his mouth. Xiaofeng, I really envy you. You don't have to come to school every day, Sudachui said, his head buried in his food. Alright, you can't stop talking even while eating. Where's your girlfriend? Xiaofeng asked. Hee, she took a leave today, so she's not here, Sudachui chuckled. His girlfriend was, of course, that classmate Zhong. They were quite compatible and their relationship was developing quickly. Congratulations on solving your single status ahead of time, Song Xian said, taking small bites of her food. You two hurry up, Sudachui mumbled. Hurry up? Don't talk nonsense, Song Xian's face turned red. Although there was a thin layer of unspoken understanding between her and Xiaofeng, it couldn't be broken by anyone else. Stealing a glance at Xiaofeng, she was relieved to see he was looking at his phone and hadn't heard. However, the voices of a few girls behind her made Song Xian instantly uneasy. Look, that's Xiaofeng. Wow, he's so handsome. Don't look, no one is allowed to look, he's my idol, mine. Wow, even eating looks so handsome, I'm really infatuated. I'm going to ask for his WeChat, don't fight me for it. Song Xian turned to Xiaofeng and said fiercely, Xiaofeng, what is it? Xiaofeng asked, confused, looking up. Give me your phone, Song Xian waved her hand. Xiaofeng was a bit puzzled but handed over his phone. Song Xian quickly put the phone into her bag and then continued eating as if nothing had happened. Hey, why did you take my phone? Xiaofeng asked in surprise. I'll give it back after we finish eating, don't ask, Song Xian said while digging into her food. Oh, okay, Xiaofeng nodded, lowering his head to eat while he was still pondering when a girl ran over. Xiaofeng, I'm from class 1, my name is Lele. Can I add you on WeChat? The girl shyly looked at Xiaofeng, holding her phone with both hands, eagerly waiting for his response. Xiaofeng suddenly realized that this was the reason she wanted his phone. He smiled wryly and said, sorry, Lele, I didn't bring my phone. That's okay, just tell me your WeChat ID and I'll add you, the girl insisted, standing her ground. I don't remember it, Xiaofeng said, scratching his head, looking troubled. You must remember your phone number, right? The girl pressed on. I don't remember that either, Xiaofeng shrugged. You just don't want to give it, the girl said angrily. I'll give you my phone number, you have to add me on WeChat. It's inconvenient for him, Song Xian finally spoke up. She declared her sovereignty with barely contained frustration. And we are eating right now, and after we finish, we still have to review. Please, this classmate, hurry up and eat. The girl was left bewildered by Song Xian's reprimand. Just as she was at a loss, a friend quickly tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Come back, this one is the girlfriend. I'm sorry. The girl suddenly realized and hurriedly apologized, following her friend back. Only then did Song Xian feel at ease to eat. She gazed at Xiaofeng's face, pondering whether to fatten him up a bit, ideally to make him as plump as Sudachui. That way, he wouldn't attract the attention of other girls. Xiaofeng felt a chill creeping up his neck, completely unaware that he was being schemed against. After finally finishing their meal, the group returned to the classroom together. However, the rumor about the academic powerhouse Xiaofeng having a girlfriend had already spread throughout the school. Of course, when it comes to gossip, the parties involved are often the last to know. Xiaofeng, the acquisition of Xiaoli village has been completed, the contract is signed, and the villagers have started moving out. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, Zhang Ziong called, What's the next step? Surround the land we've acquired as quickly as possible, then bring in heavy machinery to dig. Xiaofeng replied without hesitation. Alright, by this afternoon, most people will have moved out. I'll arrange for the heavy machinery to come in as soon as possible. Zhang Ziong nodded. Is there anything else to pay attention to? Next, just wait for the wealth to come knocking at the door. Xiaofeng chuckled. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Ziong nodded. By the way, I'm planning to establish a security company in my name, and I'll need to tap into your connections to help me with the process. Xiaofeng said. Sure, no problem. Hey, why are you doing this? There's not much profit in it. Zhang Ziong asked curiously, do you have any ideas? Honestly, no. This is purely for self-protection. Xiaofeng laughed. Self-protection? What's going on? Have you gotten into some trouble? Zhang Ziong was taken aback. If there's trouble, just tell me, I'll help you solve it. No trouble, don't worry. Xiaofeng smiled. Zhang Xian's concern was genuine. I just want to have more self-defense capabilities to guard against uncertain factors in the future. Zhang Xiang fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Xiaofeng, sometimes I really can't see through you. You can be terrifyingly calm at times, and it seems like you have everything under control. Regarding the future, if only everything could truly be under control. Xiaofeng forced a bitter smile. Alright, you go prepare, and we'll meet up tonight if nothing comes up. Okay, I'll go get ready. Zhang Xiang hung up the phone. That evening, in a hotel, Zhang Xiang and Li Yangyuan waited for Xiaofeng. Wu Go has something on today, so he didn't come. He said we can handle everything ourselves. Zhang Xiang poured a glass of water for Xiaofeng. Have all the people moved out? Xiaofeng asked. They have moved out. We said that those who finish moving within 3 days would get a moving fee of 5,000 yuan, but the last 10 families didn't. Zhang Xiang chuckled. So everyone is getting more anxious. No wonder you're in real estate, that's a sneaky trick. Li Yangyuan laughed heartily. So, are we just going to wait now? Zhang Xiang asked. Yes, wait. It won't be long before good news comes. Xiaofeng nodded. How much can we make from this? Li Yangyuan asked, a bit eager. If I can make enough to win against my dad, that would be great. Don't worry, combined with the money made from stock trading. Before, this round is already enough for 500 million. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. You don't have to worry about being pulled back to inherit the family fortune. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Your family's status in Yinjing means that as long as you don't start a business, you'll never run out of money. Zhang Xiang said indignantly. But you insist on choosing a path of entrepreneurship. Can't you just lie back and be a rich kid? You don't understand. Li Yangyuan shook his head. In this world, money isn't the only thing that matters. Proving oneself is the most important. Come on, if it weren't for Xiaofeng, you'd be obediently going home to inherit the family fortune by the end of the year. The fact proves that the wealthy fear second-generation entrepreneurs is right. Zhang Xiang chuckled. If you don't start a business, you won't squander. The group burst into laughter, and then Zhang Xiang said, Xiaofeng, you mentioned a good money-making opportunity at Old Joe's. What are you referring to? Can you give me a hint? About the stock market? Don't rush. Things haven't reached that point yet, Xiaofeng said leisurely. But this time, the required funds are quite large. A large amount of funds isn't a problem. Just tell me how much we can earn, Zhang Xiang asked. At least 10 times, Xiaofeng said. Confidently. 10 times. Both of them gasped. If someone else said that, they would definitely think it was bragging. But they had to take Xiaofeng's words seriously. Xiaofeng, can't you tell me in advance? I can hardly wait. Zhang Xiang said with a pleading look. Really want to know? Xiaofeng stroked his chin. Yes, both Zhang Xiang and Li Yangyuan nodded simultaneously. Scott Motors, you know? Xiaofeng said. Who doesn't know that? I have two of them, the leader in electric cars, an American-listed company. Zhang Xiang slapped his thigh. Are their stock prices about to rise? Not likely, the stock price of Scott Motors is already at a high point. Now isn't a good time to buy in, Li Yangyuan said, stunned. This brand, which has disrupted the automotive energy revolution, has excellent sales in the Huaxia market, overshadowing domestic brands. In the past 2 years, domestic brands have risen sharply, managing to reclaim a bit of market share. But the brand influence of their cars remains a giant presence. I'm referring to Scott's stock price, but the playing model is different. Xiaofeng shook his head. We'll talk about the specifics later. Right now, the urgent matter is to secure the land in Shaoli Village. I've already decided that all the money I make from Shaoli Village will be invested entirely. It's up to you whether you want to follow, he said. Of course, who would be a fool not to follow an opportunity to make money? Li Yangyuan chuckled. I'm putting all my money in too, Zhang Xiang immediately agreed. By the way, Xiaofeng, I've already used all my connections to surround the marketing company of the Xiao family, Li Yangyuan said. A few of my suppliers have been working with the Xiao family, but now they've cut off cooperation. If nothing unexpected happens, the Xiao family won't last through this week. A week is already too long. Wu Gu over there is ruthless. His connections will directly pay the penalty to terminate the contract with the Xiao family. Zhang Xiang poured a glass of water. Now Xiao Yuanhe is probably begging everywhere. Thank you both. As long as we force him into a corner, I'll deliver the final blow. Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude. I don't know your situation well, Xiaofeng, but is there really no room for reconciliation between you and them? Li Yangyuan asked, puzzled. When he had a falling out with his father, it had almost reached the point of severing ties. But after these years, he realized that his father's concerns were not without reason. Going out alone to fight for oneself is really not easy. It's just that he couldn't bring himself to go back all these years, and fortunately, with Xiaofeng, he managed to save a bit of face. Otherwise, he would have returned empty-handed. He felt that there were no parents in this world who didn't love their own children. There is no room for reconciliation. Xiaofeng shook his head. My situation is quite special. They almost wish I were dead. Are they really your biological parents? Zhang Xian was taken aback. I don't know, but the answer will be revealed soon. Xiaofeng smiled. If we don't push them a bit, they will never tell the truth. Alright, Xiaofeng, no matter what, as long as it's your decision, my brothers and I support you. I'll go back and stoke the fire. Zhang Ziong slammed the table. Thank you both. Xiaofeng nodded. After finishing dinner with the two, it was still early, just past 8. As soon as Xiaofeng stepped out, a figure suddenly rushed over from the side of the hotel. Xiaofeng, stop. I have something to say to you. Who is it? Zhang Ziong and Li Yongyuan were startled and instinctively blocked the person. The person was none other than Zhao's father, who seemed to have been waiting there for quite a while. He glared at Xiaofeng and shouted, Xiaofeng, you at least share the Xiao surname. You are my son. Are you really going to drive the Xiao family to ruin? Xiaofeng, speak up. Don't hide behind them. Stay away from my brother or I won't be polite, Zhang Ziong warned, pointing at Zhao's father. Get out of the way. I'm talking to my son, this is none of your business. Xiao Yuan's eyes were red and his voice was filled with hostility. Yongyuan, you guys step aside. I can handle my own matters. Xiaofeng patted Li Yongyuan and stopped Zhang Ziong, who was about to intervene. He walked up to his father and said coldly, what do you want? Xiaofeng, even if we have done wrong in the past, we are still family. Zhao's father took a breath. You can't push your family to the brink just because of some past grievances. You think those past grievances are trivial? Xiaofeng found it amusing. How about I break it down with you? Seeing Zhao's father glaring with bloodshot eyes and refusing to back down, Xiaofeng said, let's not even talk about how you didn't raise me. I don't want to go there. Let's start from a little over a month ago. I ranked first in the physics competition, and you wanted me to give my spot to Xiao Ming. Is that something a normal person would do? I spoke back a few times, and you resorted to hitting me. I should have just called the police and reported you for domestic violence back then. Those things were my fault, and I apologize to you. Zhao's father rasped, now that you have the ability, you should support your family, but instead, you are pushing us to our doom? Xiaofeng, the family business is on the brink of collapse. Can you let us go? Xiao Yuanha, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Xiaofeng smiled, but considering that I also share the Xiao surname, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the truth. What truth? Xiao Yuanha looked at Xiaofeng in a daze. Who are my biological parents? Xiaofeng said this through clenched teeth. How did you take me away from my biological parents? Where are they? Xiao Yuanha was shocked, his eyes momentarily lost focus, then he roared in anger, you are my son, my blood. Whether you admit it or not, that's a fact. Even if you become the richest person in the world, you can't escape this fact. Heh, really? Your eyes are wandering, that's a sign of lying. Xiaofeng sneered, no matter how much you deny it, I will uncover the truth. If you tell me the truth and help me find my family, then Xiao Yuanha, I will spare your life. If I find out myself. Xiaofeng paused, leaning closer to him, then I'm sorry, I will send you to hell. Xiaofeng, you ungrateful son. Since I gave you life, I can take it back. Xiao Yuanha lost his reason, roaring as he swung his fist at Xiaofeng. However, the current Xiaofeng was no longer the Xiaofeng who would let himself be manipulated. With a swift punch, he struck Xiao Yuanha in the face and kicked him down to the ground. Then he pounced on him, raising his fists and delivering a flurry of blows to his face. What are you doing? Stop it. The hotel security guard was taken aback and hurried over to break up the fight. Hey, brother, don't be impulsive, take it easy. Zhang Ziong and Li Yongyuan were in sync as they tried to mediate, but they intentionally blocked the security guard's way. After beating his opponent to a pulp, Xiaofeng finally let go and wiped the blood from his hands. Are you okay, Xiaofeng? Zhang Ziong asked with concern. I'm fine. Xiaofeng grabbed a tissue and wiped the blood off his hands. The police have been called, they'll be here soon, don't leave, the hotel manager rushed out to say. It's fine, I'm not leaving. Xiaofeng picked up his phone and called Zhou Jun, explaining the situation. Are you okay, brother? That was impulsive. Zhou Jun chuckled helplessly, if this goes wrong, it could be classified as mutual fighting. I'll talk to the people below and see how we can mediate. Alright, thanks, brother Zhou. Xiaofeng hung up the phone. He thought for a moment, then turned and hid behind a pillar, avoiding the surveillance, and punched himself in the mouth. Great, he broke a cavity and he reached in to grab the tooth. The police arrived quickly and took both parties to the station. Name, gender, tell us why you were fighting? Xiaofeng and Xiao Yuanha were separated. In one interrogation room, an officer was taking notes for Xiaofeng. Officer, I was acting in self-defense. There were witnesses and there's surveillance. He was the one who tried to hit me, Xiaofeng said with an innocent expression. Be honest, what's self-defense? You two were mutually fighting, the young officer said sternly. Even if he struck first, it doesn't justify hitting him so hard. Zhao. Just then, another officer walked in. I'll take over. Okay, Captain. Zhao quickly stood up. You are Xiaofeng? The newcomer was the captain, someone Zhou Jun had briefed. Yes, Captain Li, Xiaofeng nodded. You hit him so hard, he is still your father, after all, Captain Li said, somewhat speechless. He struck first. Xiaofeng's lips twitched, trying to smile but failing. He admitted that this beating was an opportunity for him to vent his long-suppressed grievances. That doesn't justify hitting him so hard, this is called mutual fighting, understand? Captain Lee patiently explained. Now the other party is requesting a medical examination, and if this drags on, you could face detention. Then let's do the examination, Xiaofeng shrugged, indifferent. You little rascal, Captain Lee laughed in frustration. His injuries are serious, compensation is the least of your worries. If he doesn't forgive you, you really will be detained. He won't forgive me, Xiaofeng shook his head. Then let's do the examination, I'm injured. You're injured? Witnesses just said you were the one doing all the hitting. Captain Lee said, somewhat speechless. This kid was only 18, yet he acted like a seasoned veteran. I got hurt during the scuffle, I even lost a tooth. Xiaofeng pulled out his broken cavity and opened his mouth. I demand a medical examination, this should at least count as a minor injury, right? Captain Lee's eyes widened, completely at a loss for words. Goodness, at this rate, the other party might be held administratively responsible. I won't mediate. I demand he be detained for 15 days according to public security regulations. In another interrogation room, the bruised and battered Xiao father roared angrily. Being beaten by his own son? That was unacceptable to him. He didn't want mediation, he wanted to ruin Xiao Feng's life. In half a month, this kid would miss the competition, and his life would be over. We've just learned, the female officer lightly tapped the table, signaling him to be quiet. You were the one who struck first. Moreover, we understand that you are father and son. How did it come to this? He's just an ungrateful son, a worthless thing. Zhao's father was furious. Quiet. The female officer frowned. So now you refuse mediation? I refuse mediation, I want him detained. Zhao's father said coldly, unless he comes to beg me. The female officer rubbed her head in frustration. Alright then, wait a moment. I'll see what they say over there, she said as she walked out, returning 5 minutes later. How is it? Has that ungrateful son realized his mistake? Zhao's father said coldly, if he realizes his mistake, he should come to beg me and agree to all my demands, otherwise, I won't accept mediation. The other party also refuses mediation. The female officer looked at Zhao's father with a strange expression. What? He refuses mediation? Zhao's father genuinely doubted he heard correctly. Is he crazy? Doesn't he still have exams? Is he really willing to miss the opportunity for direct admission? Impossible, you let him come over, and I'll ask him in person. So you know he has exams? The female officer's gaze was somewhat peculiar. Was there some deep-seated hatred between this father and son? From their appearance, they looked like they would love nothing more than to destroy each other. When the son beats the father is determined to ruin the son's life. This family is truly something. I'll talk to him, you let him come over. Zhao's father was getting anxious. Was Xiaofeng really not going to talk to him? Where did this kid get his confidence? Did he really not care about his future at all? No need, he requested to go to the hospital for an injury examination. The female officer replied. Injury examination? I was unilaterally attacked. What injury does he need to examine? Hearing this, Zhao's father was genuinely enraged. Did Xiaofeng still have any shame? He was the one who got hit, yet he was the one asking for an injury examination? I don't know the specifics, but one of his teeth was knocked out during the scuffle. The female officer answered, if the injury examination confirms the injury, it will constitute a minor injury. According to the regulations, losing one tooth or having 2 loose teeth will result in a minor injury, which typically incurs a fine of 1,000 yuan plus a maximum of 15 days detention. He was the one who attacked me, he hit me. Zhao's father became agitated. You both were fighting each other. The female officer patiently explained, so it doesn't matter who hit whom, you need to seek the understanding of the person who was more seriously injured, otherwise, we can only proceed according to the regulations. Zhao's father was shocked, he never imagined the situation would take such a drastic turn. He had already thought about how to deal with Xiaofeng, he even fantasized about Xiaofeng coming to him, crying and begging. But how could things have turned around so dramatically? Was this a joke? Where is he? I want to see him. Only then did Zhao's father panic. He went to the hospital for an injury examination, and he clearly stated that he doesn't want to see you. The female officer said somewhat helplessly, I want to find a lawyer, I demand to call my family. Zhao's father shouted. Of course, that's your right. The female officer nodded. After the injury examination and taking the statement, it was already past 10 when they returned. Li Yangyuan and Zhang Xiang accompanied Xiaofeng back. The injury examination results are out, it's a minor injury. Although it doesn't meet the sentencing criteria, the other party at least has to be detained for a few days. Zhang Xiang wanted to laugh. Xiaofeng, you really have your ways, your methods are quite something. I only use my methods on my adversaries. Xiaofeng smiled. Then we should be glad you're our friend. Li Yangyuan laughed heartily. I asked my lawyer friend, if he hires a lawyer, the maximum detention will be a week or even 3 to 5 days. It's fine, letting him stay in there for a while isn't bad. Xiaofeng said, at least he won't bother me for the next few days. And there's even more exciting stuff coming up. If he just goes in like this, who will watch the show later? Ha ha. Alright, let's get you home first, contact me if anything comes up. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. The result of this incident was that Zhao's father was detained for 3 days and had to pay a compensation of 3,000 yuan. The already precarious Xiao family was now in an even worse situation. Orders had sharply decreased, clients were canceling their partnerships and employees were resigning one after another. Xiao Qian found Xiaoyan. She had been struggling to find a job recently and was really at her wit's end. Sister, please come back and help. The company really can't hold on any longer. That bastard Xiao Feng got dad detained. If you don't come back soon, it will really be over. In the cafe, Xiaoyan saved the proposal and closed her laptop. Seeing Xiao Qian really wiping her tears, she sighed and handed her a tissue. Sister, say something. Xiao Qian took the tissue. What do we do now? Xian, do you believe in cause and effect? Xiao Yan suddenly asked. What are you talking about, sister? Xiao Qian was a bit confused. I've been having nightmares, dreaming of some vague fragments. Xiao Yan murmured. At first, I didn't know what they represented or what they meant. I thought it was just the pressure from work, but later I went to Qing Niuguan and found Xiao Feng's master, who finally cleared my confusion. Xiao Qian looked at Xiao Yan blankly. She didn't quite understand what Xiao Yan was saying. Those are all things that will really happen in the future. Xiao Yan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. If there is no change, those things will become reality. Don't blame Xiao Feng. The reason he is cold to us is that he has truly suffered, both emotionally and physically. As Xiao Yan spoke, tears fell. She had already seen the future. She clearly saw the dismembered corpse, which belonged to Xiao Feng, and the person who set fire to their home was Xiao Ming. Although she couldn't understand the reasons, she had grasped the outcome. She felt heartache for Xiao Feng, and now she finally understood why he was so indifferent to his family. What shocked her even more was that her brother Xiao Ming, whom the family had always spoiled, was like a demon. Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Xiao Qian's expression was puzzled. She truly couldn't grasp the meaning behind Xiao Yan's words. You wouldn't understand. Xiao Yan shook her head and took a deep breath. If mom and dad don't make any changes, then what awaits them will only be very serious consequences. I don't know how to explain these things, so I can only keep my distance from you and the Xiao family. Sister. Xiao Qian's voice trembled. She suddenly realized that this family had already fallen apart. Alright, you should go back. I need to work, and you need to work hard too. Xiao Yan said, it's been a while since graduation, it's time to get serious or your classmates will leave you behind. I understand, sister. I will work hard, I'm looking for a job. Xiao Qian nodded, her expression gradually becoming more complex. For the first time, she realized how painful it was to be ignored and neglected. After seeing Xiao Qian off, Xiao Yan closed her laptop and looked at Xiao Qian's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. She couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if the scenes from her dreams became reality. From that moment on, she truly understood why Xiao Feng harbored such hostility towards everyone in the Xiao family. How much pain must he have felt at the moment his hands and feet were severed? She wanted to change this outcome but didn't know where to start. All she could do was silently stay by Xiao Feng's side and support him. In the afternoon after school, Xiao Feng returned home. Xiao Yan was also there. She had her hair tied up and was wearing an apron, helping her grandmother cook. Back already? Seeing Xiao Feng return, she happily approached him and took the book from his hands. Wash your hands and wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon. I'm helping grandma, it won't take long. Xiao Yan's enthusiasm seemed to have become something Xiao Feng was used to. However, he still couldn't accept it for the time being. He watched as Xiao Yan turned to leave and called out to her. What's wrong? Xiao Yan turned her head to ask. You know about the Xiao family's situation, right? Xiao Feng inquired. I know, Dad has been detained. I visited him at the detention center this morning. Xiao Yan's tone was surprisingly calm. There was no agitation, no shouting for Xiao Feng to find a way to get her father out. It was as if it were something completely unrelated to her, a calmness that was a bit frightening. I sent him in. Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Yan in astonishment. He even began to doubt her indifference. Was she still the same Xiao Yan? I know too, you don't have to worry about me. Do what you think you should do. Xiao Yan smiled somewhat forcefully. When did your relationship with the Xiao family deteriorate to this point? You don't even care that your dad is locked up? Xiao Feng asked. I said I would cut ties with the Xiao family. Xiao Yan lowered her head. Since I said it, I will do it. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Xiao Feng shook his head. Was Xiao Yan really that clear-headed? That seemed a bit too rare. Xiao Feng, I didn't understand you before. Xiao Yan's nose tinged with emotion. I thought you were cold-blooded, heartless, and had no sense of family affection. But now, I've seen the essence of some things. I sought out your master, and the Taoist told me that everything has its cause and effect. Without experiencing others' suffering, do not advise others to be good. If you truly want to seek my forgiveness, you must sincerely feel the pain you have endured. You sought out your master? Xiao Feng frowned. Yes, and I have integrated the dreams I'd had these days into reality, so I decided to cut ties with the Xiao family. From now on, I will unconditionally stand by your side and support you. Xiao Feng fell silent. He didn't know what Xiao Yan had truly
Understood, but from her expression, she seemed genuinely remorseful.
Forgiveness? Sorry, I can't forgive you for now, but at least I don't dislike you at the moment. You go cook, I'm a bit hungry. Xiaofeng took a deep breath.
Okay, wait a moment, it will be ready soon, Xiaoyan said happily as Xiaofeng said he was hungry. This was a request for her to make something to eat, and no matter what, it was a good start.
She quickly turned and ran to the
kitchen, quietly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Dinner was plentiful, with Grandma Wu and her grandchildren chatting and laughing, feeling very happy.
The old lady's husband passed away early and she didn't
get along with her daughter-in-law. Since Xiao Yuanhe got married, she had been living alone in the countryside.
Fortunately, Xiaofeng accompanied her, becoming her emotional support. Now, it was a rare opportunity to enjoy family
happiness. Just as they were eating and laughing, there was a knock at the door.
I'll go open the door. Xiaoyan quickly stood up and ran to the door. The moment she opened it, she was momentarily stunned to see that it was
none other than Su Muyu standing at the entrance. Miss Su, what brings you here?
I'm here to find Xiaofeng. Su Muyu looked inside at Xiaofeng.
What do you need?
Xiaofeng looked up at Su Muyu.
Can we go outside to talk?
Su Muyu didn't enter, looking at Xiaofeng with an expectant expression. I'm eating. Xiaofeng shook his head.
Miss, why not join us for a meal? Grandma Wu warmly invited. I've already eaten, thank you, Grandma. I'll
just wait for Xiaofeng here for a bit.
You all eat? Su Muyu replied. Not eating?
Fine. Xiaofeng wouldn't indulge her, gnawing on ribs and sipping the stewed chicken soup. Su Muyu indeed hadn't had dinner, and she had been on a diet lately, eating boiled vegetables every day.
Smelling the delicious aroma and watching Xiaofeng eat heartily, she couldn't help but salivate a bit.
She looked at Xiaofeng eagerly, hoping he would invite her again. She promised that if Xiaofeng spoke up, she would definitely not hold back. However, Xiaofeng seemed to have guessed her inner thoughts, letting her gaze longingly without saying a word.
Grandma, this rib dish is really delicious. I want to eat it again next time.
And this steamed bun is so fragrant. With the watermelon jam you made, I could eat 3.
Su Muyu looked on eagerly, and eventually, her stomach betrayed her with a growl. She simply turned
her head away, refusing to look. Xiaofeng took nearly 40 minutes to finish his meal, double the usual time. He usually rushed through his meals, finishing in 20 minutes. Indeed, he was doing it on purpose.
After finishing,
he finally stood up, let out a satisfied burp, and looked at Su Muyu. If you have something to say, just say it. Let's go for a walk. I want to talk to you alone. Su Muyu finally turned back. However, the look she gave
Xiaofeng was somewhat resentful. 10 minutes.
Xiaofeng glanced at his watch, meeting her slightly annoyed gaze. Starting now.
Xiaofeng, what are you, a big boss? Are you that busy? Su Muyu was a bit angry. I'm not a big
boss, but I'm busy studying. Xiaofeng shrugged. I'm not like you, a Peking University genius. I still have exams. Su Muyu was left speechless, and just when she felt helpless, Grandma Wu chimed in with a smile. Half an hour.
You can't come back in less than half an hour. Grandma.
Xiaofeng was at a loss, wondering why this old lady was causing trouble.
Thank you, Grandma.
Su Muyu flashed a victorious smile, looking at Xiaofeng with pride. Are
you ready? Let's go.
Xiaofeng followed her out helplessly.
Grandma, why create opportunities for those two?
Xiaoyan asked, puzzled. This girl, her eyes when she looks at Sun Xian are complicated, Grandma Wu said. That
kind of confused love is unmistakable.
Give her a chance, let her say what she needs to say and clarify things.
Isn't that good? Alright, I understand. Xiaoyan looked as if she had just realized something. Outside, there was a small park.
Originally, Su Muyu intended to go to the park, but Xiaofeng refused, taking her to a nearby snack street instead. At this time, there weren't many people, but many vendors had already set up their stalls. The smell of barbecued food wafted through the air, making Su Muyu, who was already very hungry, feel even more ravenous. If you have something to say, just say it. Xiaofeng ignored her resentful gaze and said nonchalantly.
Su Mu.
You held back her growling stomach and calmed her emotions. Then she said,
have you completely fallen out with your family? Do you know what you're doing right now?
Yes, I'm forcing the Xiao family step by step into a corner.
That's my plan.
Xiaofeng looked indifferent. Sending Xia Yuanhe to the detention center was also my doing. Xiaofeng, he is your father, and the people of the Xiao family are your relatives.
Su Muyu frowned. Even if they
have done wrong in the past, you can't treat them like this.
Are you joking?
Xiaofeng stopped, seriously assessing Su Muyu. First, I need to clarify some things. If I don't force them, they will never bow their heads. Secondly, my grievances with the Xiao family are not for an outsider like you to comment on. I'm not familiar with you, and we aren't friends, so you don't have the right. You. Su Muyu was stunned. Xiaofeng's words were
utterly devoid of any sentiment.
She thought her relationship with Xiaofeng had eased recently, but now it seemed it was just her one-sided wishful thinking.
The last time I helped you was because of the consulting fee. You don't think that because of this, we are friends now, do you?
Xiaofeng saw right through Su Muyu's thoughts.
I think our relationship shouldn't be like this. Su Muyu steadied her mind. What kind of relationship should we have, Miss
Su? Tell me, Xiaofeng pressed.
Friends? No. Best friends of the opposite sex? Not that either. Older sister? That's exclusive to Xiaoming.
We've only met a few times at the Xiao family, there's really no deep bond between
us. But I always feel that our relationship shouldn't be this unfamiliar. Su Muyu sighed. Do you know you've pushed the Xiao family to the brink?
I know, that's my goal, Xiaofeng nodded gently.
Today, Xiaoming came to me, did you know?
Seeing him cry so sadly, it really weighs on my heart. Then just help him out, after all, your family has plenty of money.
Just take out a few tens of millions for them, and it'll be fine, right? Helping
people isn't that simple. The Su family's money didn't come from the wind. Su Muyu frowned.
So you can bear to watch your good brother lose his previous life? Xiaofeng laughed. Yes, the one suffering the most these days is probably Xiaoming. Although the Xiao family isn't exactly wealthy, they provided him with a lifestyle akin to that of a rich second generation.
Now that Zhao's father is in detention and the family business is on the verge of bankruptcy, he can no longer live that extravagant life, which is why he came to Su Muyu. I will use the Su family's resources to help them through this tough time, Su Muyu said.
I know, but it doesn't matter, they won't make it through, Xiaofeng smiled. Are you going to use your own strength to fight against the Su family? Su Muyu's tone grew sharp.
I wouldn't dare, Xiaofeng shook his head lightly.
But you're not the head of the Su family yet. Moreover, their company focuses on operations. Your Su family doesn't have that kind of need. You all are your own company's planning team. The help you can provide them is really limited. Oh, by the way, you could also
invest, throw in a few tens of millions.
Xiaofeng, I'm not joking.
If you continue to act against the Xiao family, I will take action. Su Muyu stared directly into Xiaofeng's eyes.
Is it because of your good brother, Xiao Ming? Xiaofeng smiled. Yes, it's because of him.
He's so innocent, I won't let anyone hurt him, Su Muyu said emphatically.
Then we will become rivals.
I can tell you clearly, the Xiao family, I've made up my mind, not even
Jesus can save them. Xiaofeng's tone was strong.
You really have confidence. In Jiang City, not many dare to confront the Su family like this, Su Muyu sighed.
We could have been friends. Being friends is out of the question. I don't have that fortune. But Su Muyu, are you really sure you want to go all out to protect your good brother? Xiaofeng's expression held a hint of amusement. Are you really sure he is the one who saved you 3 years ago? What exactly are you trying to say? Su Muyu's expression changed slightly. The truth. So what truth? Su Muyu became serious.
The person who saved you 3 years ago wasn't him, Xiaofeng said earnestly.
Then, who was it? Do you have any evidence? Su Muyu's expression was somewhat shaken.
The evidence is simple. Go find Xiaoming and check if his blood type is AB, Xiaofeng said casually.
If you have actual evidence, then present it.
If you don't, please don't slander Xiaoming. Su Muyu clenched her fists tightly.
I think you've already verified some things, haven't you?
Xiaofeng pulled the safety knot from her wrist.
Give it back to me, Su Muyu's expression changed drastically.
This thing was left for a girl I saved from a car accident 3 years ago. Xiaofeng held up the safety knot in his hand. At that time, she was seriously injured, covered in blood, and even on the brink of death, and her will to survive was not strong. I cannot afford to lose blood because every time I lose too much, I fall seriously ill. But for that girl, I donated 500 cc of blood for her.
Xiaofeng's tone was
heavy. This peace knot was woven by my own hands, symbolizing health and safety. I gave this peace knot to her and told her to hold on, that everything would pass.
No, it's impossible. Su Muyu's face changed dramatically.
Her whole body trembling as she looked at Xiaofeng, disbelief written all over her face.
Yes, it's impossible. Xiaofeng smiled. Su Muyu, you actually always knew that the person who saved you was not Xiaoming, right?
Because you started to doubt early on. It's just that Xiaoming disguised himself too well. He is sensible, obedient, and has a pair of eyes that can make women fall for him at a glance, even evoking their protective instincts.
So you would rather keep deceiving yourself than face the truth.
Xiaofeng, stop talking, just shut up. Su Muyu trembled, her voice hoarse as she pulled at him.
Look, the famous princess of Jiancheng is just someone who,
in order to escape, keeps convincing herself to accept the illusion before her and refuses to seek the truth.
Xiaofeng grinned.
If you want to live in confusion, then why do you keep testing my words, trying to uncover the
truth? Isn't it good to be content with the status quo?
Xiaofeng, please return the peace knot to me. I beg you, it's very important to me.
Su Muyu's expression was pained.
Yes, every word from Xiaofeng struck deep into her
heart.
She was torn. On one hand, she wanted to uncover the truth, and on the other, she was unwilling to believe that the obedient and sensible little brother had been deceiving her all along.
She didn't even have the courage to find out everything, and she couldn't believe that the person who risked everything to save her was actually Xiaofeng. It's just a peace knot, they're everywhere on the street.
Xiaofeng did not hide his disdain.
But this one is different. Su Muyu growled, give it back to me.
Xiaofeng tossed the peace knot back, saying lightly, I've said what I needed to say. If you don't want to believe it, then just consider it a random lie I made up.
Since
you've decided to unconditionally stand with the Xiao family, then don't come looking for me again.
Because the next time we meet, we will be enemies.
The Su family in Jiangcheng is powerful, but I, a barefoot person, am not afraid of those who wear shoes.
Xiaofeng. Su Muyu's tears streamed down her face. Do we really have to do this? Yes, we really have to. Xiaofeng sneered. Sumuyu, do you know? You really resemble a heartless woman. I'm brothers with Xiaoming. You can only choose one, right? Since you've already been ambiguous with Xiaoming, why do you still provoke me?
Xiaofeng sneered again. Indeed, in 2 lifetimes, Sumuyu remained the same.
In her previous life,
She was a physics expert, an academician of the Academy of Sciences, and could be said to have had a smooth journey in life. But in terms of relationships, she was a complete mess.
in her previous life, Xiaofeng
Was not someone who had to have her. Instead, while she rejected Xiaofeng, she kept giving him hope. And when Xiaofeng expressed his strong affection, she ruthlessly shattered his hopes. This back and forth crushed Xiaofeng's
confidence and love.
This is also why, in this life, Xiaofeng felt no sympathy for her at all. Because she was not worthy of sympathy, her attitude had always wavered between herself and Xiaoming.
On one hand, she couldn't let go of Xiaoming's seemingly pure and innocent gaze.
On the other hand, she had feelings for the ambitious and capable Xiaofeng. I considered both of you as friends.
Sumuyu's explanation sounded weak and powerless. No need to explain, I was just bored and made up such a story to deceive you. Xiaofeng smiled. You mustn't believe it. You made it up?
Sumuyu was taken aback, her eyes blurred with tears as she looked at Xiaofeng.
Yes. Just consider it my fabrication. Don't I always like to use such means to gain your attention, to elicit your sympathy? Have you forgotten? That's just who I am.
Xiaofeng chuckled self-deprecatingly, glancing at the time. Half
an hour had passed and he needed to go back. Xiaofeng, wait.
Sumuyu opened her arms, blocking his way, gazing intently at him.
Do we really have to reach this point?
Yes, we have to reach this point because the Xiao family
must perish.
Since you've chosen to stand with the Xiao family, we will be enemies from now on, Xiaofeng said coldly. After finishing his words, he resolutely walked past her. In that moment when they brushed past each other, Sumuyu felt as if her world had collapsed. A blurry moment flashed in her mind like a broken, old film reel.
She saw the sunset atop a high building in a city. She was wearing a light blue dress, sitting at the edge of the rooftop.
The wind brushed against her face, lifting a strand of hair from her forehead. Then, she spread her arms and decisively fell from the rooftop. Her life vanished completely from the world, like a wilting flower.
Below the
high building, gasps, screams, and sirens mingled chaotically. A man desperately pushed his way to the front of the crowd, kneeling before her, trying to piece together her already scattered body. His desperate howls and broken cries were pitiful and helpless. At that moment, she remained with an unextinguished obsession. She looked at the man, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. She vaguely remembered saying, "So, the person who loves me the most
in this world is you. I was so foolish. If I could start over, I would never miss you. I definitely wouldn't."
A gentle breeze pulled her back to reality, abruptly halting that shattered memory.
She couldn't clearly see the
face of the broken man, but that figure overlapped with the departing silhouette of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng didn't even look back. Sumuyu, this path is one you chose for yourself, so don't blame me when the time comes.
After
silently shedding tears for a long time, Sumuyu finally sniffed and prepared to leave.
Miss Su.
From behind, Xiaoyan's voice came through. You don't have to be so polite with me, just call me Sumuyu.
Sumuyu looked at Xiaoyan in surprise.
She didn't understand why, despite the poor relationship between Xiaofeng and Xiaoyan in the past, they could now sit at the same table for a meal.
Alright, Muyu, let's talk, Xiaoyan sighed. Sumuyu
hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded.
Xiaofeng's actions are so excessive. Don't you try to stop him at all?
In the small park, Sumuyu and Xiaoyan walked side by side.
Why should I stop him? Xiaoyan replied calmly.
Everything has its cause and effect. Xiaofeng's actions must have his reasons, and some things are beyond my ability to change.
Sumuyu never expected Xiaoyan would say such a thing. She felt that the current Xiaoyan was different from before.
She was more capable, more mature, and her gaze held a hint of insight into the world. You didn't like Xiaofeng before, and he didn't like you either, but now your relationship is good.
Can you tell me why?
In the past, I owed him, and the Xiao family owed him, Xiaoyan said.
Now I want to find a way to make it up to him.
And there are no shortcuts to gaining his approval, only sincerity can exchange for sincerity.
But his actions are too excessive. Sumuyu was somewhat angry at Xiaofeng's attitude. Excessive?
Xiaoyan murmured, once a person has experienced life and death, everything else becomes less significant. My master told me, do not advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Xiaofeng has gone through some things that anyone else would not easily forgive. Sumuyu fell silent, recalling the fleeting moment that had crossed her mind earlier, her expression growing increasingly perplexed. I seem to have had some dreams, but I can't clearly say whether those dreams are just dreams or the future, because I can always empathize.
That is not a dream.
Xiaoyan looked up at Sumuyu. That is our conclusion.
Our conclusion? Sumuyu's pupils suddenly dilated. Was her conclusion to leap from a tall building?
No, that was impossible. She was Sumuyu.
Setting aside her good family background, she still had a bright future ahead. She had ideals, grand ambitions. How could she possibly have such an ending? There are many things that simply cannot be explained. Xiaoyan sighed. I have had the same experience as you.
Maybe you have just gone through this now, but as time goes by, those fragments that seem like watching a fire from across the river will gradually become clearer.
At that time, you will understand the essence and truth of things. Sumuyu's expression grew even more confused. She understood even less now.
She gritted her teeth. Xiaoyan, I want to ask you something. Was the person who saved me 3 years ago really Xiao Ming?
I don't know.
He was indeed at the location of your accident at that time. Xiaoyan shook her head. But I can't say whether the person who saved you was him.
Some things can be easily clarified, but you are unwilling to investigate, because there are some things you are not willing to accept.
Sumuyu fell silent again. Yes, there were some things she was unwilling to accept. What she couldn't accept was that the sensible and obedient younger brother had deceived her for 3 years.
Her expression grew even more perplexed.
2 days passed in a blur, and there were less than 5 days left until the competition. The closer it got to the competition, the more relaxed
Xiao Feng became.
Until the homeroom teacher, Su Xiao, cornered him outside the classroom, her face cold. Xiao Feng, you are getting more and more excessive. The competition is in 5 days, and you are still taking leave or
even skipping classes? Teacher Su.
Xiao Feng forced a bitter smile. I really have more important things to do, and the difficulty of this physics exam is simply unimaginable.
So for this exam, I really don't want to stick to the old ways, so let me relax a bit these days. You. Su Xiao was both angry and amused by Xiao Feng.
She then sighed and said, alright, it's normal for a genius like you to have your own ideas.
But this exam is related to
your future, you should still pay some attention. Don't worry, Teacher Su, I am confident. Even if this exam doesn't go well, I can still take the college entrance examination. Xiao Feng said with a smile, so you really don't
need to worry about me.
Seeing Zhang Ziang's call on his phone, Xiao Feng helplessly said, Teacher Su, my friend is looking for me. It should be something urgent.
I'll write you a leave note. Go ahead.
Su Xiao's lips twitched. She really couldn't do anything about Xiao Feng, so she waved her hand, letting him leave. After all, they had already come this far, let him do as he wished. Moreover, Xiao Feng had always been steady, he wouldn't joke about his future, so let him go.
Xiao Feng, you are amazing.
Our side, Shaoli Village, just surrounded the area with iron sheets, and the machinery has just arrived, and there's already major news.
Zhang Ziang couldn't contain his excitement. Guess which company is coming here to acquire land?
Stop teasing me, just tell me directly. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. Xia, it's Xia Motors, the leading player in the domestic new energy industry, is coming to Jiangqing to build a factory and acquire land. Zhang Ziang exclaimed excitedly, and the land they've chosen is precisely that area around Shaoli Village.
Have they conducted a site visit yet? Xiao Feng asked, stroking his chin.
They've already done a site visit, and that area is indeed the most suitable for building an automotive industrial park in Jiangqing, Zhang Ziang said. Now they've sent their business team to negotiate with
us. What price are they offering?
Xiao Feng asked with a smile. The initial price is 1.3 billion, and they indicated that this is the highest price they can offer, Zhang Ziang said excitedly.
I just want to ask you, how do you feel about this price?
Not great, Xiao Feng gently shook his head. This isn't their bottom line. If you take this price and add another billion, they would still accept it.
Wow, you're tough. Zhang Ziang was taken aback.
Adding another billion means 2.3 billion, which is way beyond their psychological expectation.
Are you sure they can really accept it?
Don't worry, their budget for acquiring land is far beyond this amount, Xiao Feng
laughed. 2.3 billion is already a bargain for them.
You should boldly ask for a price. If it doesn't work out, just leave them hanging for a few days.
They came with a mission and are more eager than you to start construction.
Alright, I'll go with your suggestion. I'll leave them hanging for a few days first.
Zhang Ziang gritted his teeth. Are you sure they can accept 2.3 billion?
Just confidently stick to this quote. As I said, they are more anxious than you. Xiao Feng smiled slightly.
Okay, then I'll quote that, Zhang Ziang decided. There's a gathering tonight, you must come.
Sure,
I'll definitely be there tonight. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Feng smiled.
Zhang Ziang is quite tough when it comes to pricing. He sticks to his guns without budging. Moreover, he remembered that in his previous life, Xia Motors offered 2.8 billion for this piece of land.
Now it's 500 million. Cheaper, so they should definitely be able to accept it.
Besides, this sudden investment in Jiangqing is somewhat of a political task. After all, Jiangqing is within the economic influence of Yinjing, and the higher-ups are definitely supporting it vigorously. They are even more anxious. As the competition drew closer day by day, Xiao Feng symbolically flipped through a few physics books, reviewing important knowledge. He was quite confident about the physics competition. After all, since his rebirth, his memory has improved significantly compared to his previous life. Many difficult problems were relatively easy for him to solve. This time, he must secure a recommendation.
In the evening, Xiao Feng arrived at the agreed banquet location. The theme of this banquet was still networking, attended by upper-class society.
So, Xiao Feng specially changed into a tailored suit, but unfortunately, he was
missing a watch.
He must arrange for one later, but this tailored suit already gave him the appearance of a successful person.
Let me introduce, this is Xiao Feng, my brother, and this is Mr. Li, Zhang Ziang said, pulling Xiao Feng through the banquet. He introduced Xiao Feng to acquaintances. This kid has been thriving in the circle lately. After all, his recent investments have been quite successful. You have quite a good reputation in the circle, Xiao Feng said with a smile after finally having a moment of leisure. Hey, Xiao Feng, you don't know, but Xiang used to be an aimless second generation in the circle. Li Yongyuan laughed heartily. After all, he was not focused on the family business and had no interest in it, only being passionate about antiques and collectibles, which often made Zhang Lao angry. Really? Looking at him now, he already has the demeanor of a future heir of Hongji Group. Xiao Feng assessed Zhang Xiang from head to toe. Ha, isn't this all thanks to you? Zhang Xiang laughed heartily. If you hadn't brought me into investing and helped me make a fortune, no one in this circle would have looked at me twice. You don't know, when I first started investing with you, there were a few self-proclaimed financial experts who looked down on me. Now, when they see me, they treat me with utmost respect. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. The world was indeed so realistic, with Zhang Xiang basking in the halo of being the future heir of Hongji Group. If he were clueless about investments and business, people in the circle would certainly look down on him. But with Zhang Xiang's recent investment successes, those same people were now flocking to him for connections. Just a short while ago, several groups had already come over to toast and exchange business cards. Hey, Xiao Feng. Look over there. Zhang Xiang suddenly patted Xiao Feng's shoulder, signaling him to look to the side. Sumu Yu, dressed in an evening gown, was raising her glass in a toast. Her exceptional demeanor and extraordinary eloquence made her stand out even more. Isn't that Sumu Yu? What's the matter? Xiao Feng asked, puzzled. Isn't she your goddess? Zhang Xiang teased with a wink. Stop it, she's definitely not, Xiao Feng replied, feeling both amused and helpless. When did this rumor start circulating? When had he and Sumu Yu ever been entangled in such unclear relations? Really not? Zhang Xiang chuckled. I heard she's been inquiring about your whereabouts lately. Inquiring about my whereabouts? What does she want? Xiao Feng was somewhat baffled. Because you're a genius in investing. Whatever you invest in, she follows suit. Sumu Yu has it tough, Li Yongyuan said helplessly. She has too many expectations placed on her by her parents. But I know her, someone like her is only suited to stay in the lab and conduct experiments. That's her battlefield. Xiao Feng chuckled, possessing the mind of a top student, yet his emotions were a mess. Moreover, wanting too much, Sumu Yu was destined for a bad ending. In fact, many things in this world are hard to have both ways. If you want something, you have to give up something else. But Sumu Yu didn't understand this. As if sensing something, Sumu Yu's gaze met Xiao Feng's through the crowd. She apologized to the people around her and walked over, holding a glass of red wine. Zhang Xiang and Li Yongyuan wisely moved to another table. Xiao Feng, Sumu Yu's voice regained its former arrogance and indifference, just like in the past. What insights does Miss Su have? Xiao Feng glanced sideways at Sumu Yu. Their conversation that afternoon had completely shattered their relationship. Xiao Feng had said that since she chose to stand with the Xiao family, they were enemies. And Sumu Yu remembered that conversation. This place is not where you should be, Sumu Yu said coldly. So you want to kick me out? Xiao Feng smirked. For her white moonlight, Xiao Ming, she really was trying hard. He couldn't understand how someone could exist in this world fully aware that everything about Xiao Ming was fake, yet still unwilling to admit it. Should I call security, or will you leave on your own? Sumu Yu's stance was already very clear. Miss Su, Xiao Feng is someone I brought in. Zhang Xiang sensed something was off and quickly approached. I know, but the Su family is one of the hosts of this banquet, Sumu Yu replied indifferently. As the host, I should have no problem asking someone to leave, right? Reason? Xiao Feng chuckled. There should be a reason for the host to ask someone to leave, right? Sumu Yu, don't need a reason to do things, Sumu Yu said coolly. Xiao Feng, if you want to stay, you know what to do. You understand what I mean. You're using this to force me to compromise with the Xiao family? Xiao Feng found it amusing. Childish. He gently set down his glass. I'm leaving. This kind of gathering has no nutritional value. Xiao Feng. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and turned to Sumu Yu, saying, Miss Su, it's true that the event is organized by the Su family, but you don't have to be like this, do you? This is a matter between Xiao Feng and me, and it has nothing to do with you, Sumu Yu said in a deep voice. It may not concern me, but Xiao Feng is my buddy, and I brought him here. Since he's leaving, I'm leaving too. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Moreover, from now on, no one from Hongji Group will participate in any events organized by the Su family. You're not in a position to threaten me. Sumu Yu didn't take Zhang Xiang too seriously. After all, there was quite a gap between Hongji Group and the Su family. Fine, I'll leave too. From now on, Li Yongyuan, won't get involved in any matters of the Su family. Li Yongyuan downed his drink in one gulp and then stood up. Please do, Sumu Yu said expressionlessly. The Dahan dynasty, restaurant business, she really didn't take it to heart. Since that's the case, I have to return home to Yanjing, Li Yongyuan smiled. I also need to complain to my old man, saying I was bullied by the Su family in Zhangcheng. Who's your grandfather? Sumu Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Li Jingji. Li Yongyuan's voice was not loud, but it was firm. Old Li? The Li family from Yanjing Hongyuan?
God, the general manager Li of the Dahan dynasty actually
has this background. The banquet hall erupted in a commotion. Your old Li's grandson? At that moment, Su's father hurried over. His expression was a mix of shock and joy. If Li Yongyuan's identity was verified, it would be a monumental event. Is there any chance of this being a fake?
Li Yongyuan said as he took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and dialed a long-lost number.
Dad, can't hold on any longer? Finally remembered to call me.
A stern yet warm voice came from the other end of the line. I wanted to tell you that the bet we made 5 years ago, I won. I achieved my goal, Li Yongyuan said proudly.
Good boy. The other party laughed and scolded. So you're calling now to end our bet early?
No, I was bullied in Jiangcheng by the Su family.
Li Yongyuan glanced at Su's father, whose face was slightly trembling. The Su family? A nouveau riche dares to bully my son?
The other party fell silent for a moment, then became somewhat angry.
It's bullying my brother, Li Yongyuan said. Anyone you call brother must have a good relationship with you. Alright, I understand. The second son of the Su family has been trying to make connections in Yanjing recently.
They just want a piece of the pie in the new plan. I'll help him with that.
What about you? When are you coming back? I'll be back in a while, honestly. Returning home to inherit the family business, Li Yongyuan said weakly. Alright, I'll hang up. The other party ended the call.
Xiaofeng looked at Li Yongyuan with slightly red eyes. Goodness, he thought this guy was just a
rich second generation from Yanjing coming out to start a business out of spite against his father? Who would have thought he was actually from a prestigious family? The Li family of Yanjing Hongyuan, though not well known, represented both civilian and military industries. Intelligent robots, commercial drones. Adding a Beidou system to a drone and attaching a few miniature bombs is no joke, especially the intelligent robots, which are said to have already been equipped by certain military forces.
These things are just a bunch of metal lumps carrying 6-barreled Gatling guns without breaking a sweat.
Moreover, the third-generation bionic robots are already in development.
Young Master Li, you've actually been struggling alone in Jiangcheng for so many years, Su's father said with a flattering smile. You truly come from a distinguished background, I really admire you.
Xiaofeng, let's go. Since
the Su family is so unwelcome to us, let those who want to stay do so. Li Yongyuan didn't give Su's father a good look.
All right.
Xiaofeng nodded, and together with Zhang Ziyan, the three of them set off. Young Master Li, wait.
Su's father exclaimed anxiously.
The Su family had been in Yanjing for several months, keeping an eye on some projects related to the country's new development plans, but they had been struggling to find a way in. The status of the Hongyuan Li family needed no further explanation. But who would have thought that the heir of such a prominent family was actually hiding in Jiangcheng running a restaurant? They had just let a deity slip away for
nothing.
While the Su family members anxiously chased after them, Xiaofeng and the others left without looking back. Once they got into the car, Li Yongyuan let out a long sigh, as if he had just laid down an immense weight from his heart.
What's wrong? Did you finally let go of a big stone in your heart? Zhang Ziyan said half-jokingly. You, don't think too much. If you don't go back, who will take over your family's vast estate? You've won, you've earned this breath of relief.
It's time to go home, Xiaofeng laughed.
But Li Gu, you really hit it well. The Hongyuan Li family in Yanjing is a tech giant and a military-industrial partner.
I heard that during wartime, your family
can switch production lines to make airplanes? Those are just rumors, exaggerated.
But it's true that our family provides drones for the military and participates in the development of war robots, Li Yongyuan said with a bitter smile. I had a falling out with my dad before, and out of spite, I left home to start a business in Jiangcheng. No one knew about this except for Ziyan. We were classmates in college.
I see, you really can keep a secret. Xiaofeng marveled.
If it were someone else, with such connections at home, they would have used them long ago. I originally wanted to keep it hidden, but today the Su family annoyed me, Li Yongyuan said coldly.
Although our family isn't from Jiangcheng, we still have some connections in Yanjing.
If the Su family wants to get a piece of the pie from future macro control, they can only dream.
Thank you, Li Gu. I'll remember the favor you did for me
today and will definitely repay you later, Xiaofeng said gratefully.
Alright, you've saved my life before, so there's no need to be so polite.
Li Yongyuan smiled slightly, then asked in confusion, by the way, what's going on?
Between you and Su Muyu? How did you two cross paths? It's a bit complicated.
My younger brother, Xiao Ming, is Su Muyu's white moonlight, Xiaofeng explained. With the situation between the Xiao family and me, Xiao Ming
will definitely seek her out.
I see, I didn't expect the famous Su Muyu to be such a love-struck person, Zhang Ziyan muttered to himself.
And instead of liking a strong man like you, she prefers someone like Xiao Ming? What's she thinking?
I couldn't help it, I didn't want to go too far, but today she brought it up first, so she can't blame me, Xiaofeng said, stroking his chin.
Xiaofeng, have you thought about how to retaliate against her? Zhang Ziyan asked.
I have. In a few days, we'll sell the land in Shaoli village, and we'll gather the funds as quickly as possible, Xiaofeng said.
Then you'll buy Scott Motors stock? Li Yongyuan asked.
No, not buy, we're going
To short it, Xiaofeng said, shocking them. You're going to short Scott? Zhang Ziang slammed on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side of the road. He looked at Xiaofeng in disbelief. Are you serious? Serious? Xiaofeng nodded. That requires a huge amount of capital. Li Yongyuan exclaimed. Are you sure their stock will drop? Within half a month it will definitely fall, Xiaofeng said. Scott Motors is a foreign brand that has opened up a lot of technology. Their sales are impressive, but that's precisely the crisis itself. Both domestic competitors and consumers are watching them closely. If there's even a slight problem, it will be magnified infinitely. And once public opinion forms a storm, it will create a butterfly effect, causing their stock price to plummet. Damn, if what you say is true, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Yongyuan gritted his teeth. One big score can save us 10 years of detours. Right, I already have a target, Huaxin Securities, which holds a large amount of Scott stocks. We'll borrow heavily and negotiate the related fees. Then we sell off, wait for the stock price to plummet, and buy back in. After one wave, we'll definitely make a fortune. But how does this relate to your retaliation against the Su family? Zhang Ziang asked. Isn't Su Muyu trying to show off? Isn't she keeping an eye on my movements? Xiaofeng chuckled. I'll have Mingyu leak the news that we're going to buy a large amount of Scott stocks. Then Su Muyu will have the company's broker buy in? By then, they'll be left with nothing? The two suddenly realized. Insidious, too insidious. Ha ha. The three burst into laughter simultaneously. Su Muyu, when you stand against me, you should have considered the consequences. Xiaofeng thought to himself. Besides, you started this first, don't blame me for being underhanded. And I hope this incident serves as a lesson for you, to wake you up from that damned love-struck mindset. In the banquet hall, Su's father wore a grim expression. After Li Yongyuan and the others left, his phone had hardly stopped ringing. The second son of the Su family, his brother, continuously relayed several pieces of unfavorable news for the Su family. It was basically confirmed that the Su family's plan in Yanjing had completely failed, and they had also made an enemy. That enemy was the Hong Yuan Li family. Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't know Xiaofeng's friend had such an identity. Su Muyu felt very regretful. Tell me, what was your reason for targeting Xiaofeng? Su's father suddenly turned around, staring at Su Muyu. Seeing her father's stern expression, Su Muyu lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty. Because Xiao Ming again with Xiao Ming? Su's father exploded in anger. What exactly attracts you to him? To the point where you're so anxious about him? I'll find someone to break his legs and throw him into the river. So you'll never see him again. Dad, he's my savior. Su Muyu was taken aback, feeling a bit panicked. She knew her father always meant what he said, and this matter indeed had a significant impact on the Su family. Because of a word from Li Yongyuan's family, their path in Yanjing had almost been blocked. Savior? He saved your life, and you want to be led by the nose for the rest of your life? Just mentioning this made Su's father furious. Haven't you done enough for the Xiao family over the years? Especially recently, you've been using the Su family's resources to revitalize the Xiao family. You are Su Muyu, the legitimate daughter of the Su family. You should be considering the future of the Su family, not these trivial matters. Do you know how disappointed you make me? Su Muyu lowered her head, not daring to say another word. Seeing her like this, Su's father felt a bit of pity. Once, I thought you were the most outstanding, but now it seems not. You're bound by emotions and can't break free. I will work hard. Su Muyu's heart sank further. Her father's words represented his extreme disappointment in her. Don't forget, you have an older sister. If you can't carry the banner of the Su family, I can only let your sister take over. Su's father's words shocked Su Muyu. She couldn't believe it. Her sister, born of a maid, was to replace her? If you don't want this to happen, then quickly find a way to prove your own abilities. I will. Su Muyu nodded heavily. Also, I really don't like that Xiao Ming. His eyes are too deceptive. Su's father said sternly. Moreover, the Xiao family has been using the guise of a savior to demand excessively over the years. In the future, keep your distance from the Xiao family. They will drag you down. But Dad, Su Muyu wanted to retort. But Su's father looked over with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and she had to close her mouth. She silently nodded. I understand, Dad. I will keep my distance from Xiao Ming in the future. Su's father was very satisfied and said, Xiaofeng is much more capable than Xiao Ming. I have already had someone look into some of his matters. The land of Hongji Real Estate and Xingchen Capital's investments in the stock market are both industry-shaking. What kind of madness has the Xiao family fallen into? To reject such a genius at their doorstep? I have already had someone keep an eye on Xiaofeng. I will know about his future investment moves, Su Muyu said. Su's father frowned and remained silent. Dad, is there anything wrong with what I did? Su Muyu was slightly taken aback. You could have been friends with him, and he would have informed you of any new investment moves. But you didn't. You chose a different way. Don't you think there's something wrong with your choice? Su Muyu was stunned. Yes, she could have been friends with Xiaofeng. She paused and said, I just received news that Xiaofeng is going to heavily invest in Scott. Heavily invest in Scott? It's at a high point now. Has he gone mad? Sue's father was taken aback. This is the news I received, father. Should we consider joining in? Sue's father closed his eyes, quickly weighing the options. The Su Group had no shortage of financial companies, and recently, several stocks that Xiaofeng's Xingqian Capital had invested in had indeed multiplied several times. Moreover, Xiaofeng himself was a prodigy. His judgment should not be wrong. But anyone who understands finance knows that this stock is currently at a high point, and those who enter the market now will likely not make a profit. With a slight misstep, they could lose everything. What do you think? Sue's father looked at Su Muyu. I don't know. Su Muyu shook her head. Her expertise was not in this, whether it was family business or financial analysis. Her skills were average. She was more suited for research, the kind of work that kept her in a physics lab for a week without stepping outside. And she now missed the quantum communication research she participated in before leaving school. You are going to be in charge of the Su family in the future, so sometimes you must learn to make choices. Sue's father stared at her. I think we should invest. Su Muyu pondered for a moment. Then let's invest. No need to hesitate. As for the amount, you can decide. Sue's father glanced at Su Muyu. This is your last chance. If you don't succeed, you won't be staying in Jiangcheng. You can go back to your Jing University. I understand. Su Muyu was silent for a moment, then gently nodded. The next day after school, Su Xiao did not see Xiaofeng in the classroom again. Calling his phone went unanswered, making her stomp her feet in frustration. But there was nothing she could do. School was over, and she decided to visit Xiaofeng's home. The physics competition was the day after tomorrow. Did Xiaofeng not feel any sense of crisis at all? Su teacher. Just as she reached the school gate, a voice called out. A Mercedes E-Class stopped beside Su Xiao, and a well-dressed young man got out. The young man was wearing a shirt, a green submariner watch, and had sprayed on some cologne. It was clear he had dressed up, and he was none other than Su Zhao's suitor, Gao Yang. He was in a sharp suit, wearing a green submariner on his wrist, and even had hair gel in his hair. It was evident he had put in a lot of effort to look good. Gao Yang, what are you doing here? Su Xiao was taken aback. I came specifically to find you. Gao Yang ran over and smiled. How about you honor me tonight and have dinner together? Also, I have 2 tickets for a play. After dinner, we can go watch it? Gao Yang's family was well off. They owned a company and were very attentive to Su Xiao, often visiting the school. However, Su Xiao always declined his invitations, citing a busy work schedule. Today. Su Xiao was about to refuse. Teacher. Su, school is already over, and today is Friday. You have no classes. Gao Yang interrupted her. If you really have something to do, I can accompany you to finish it, and we can go afterward. We have plenty of time. Gao Yang. I'm really sorry, but I have to visit a student's home today, Su Xiao said apologetically. And please don't come looking for me anymore. I teach graduating seniors. This is the most important year in their lives, so I have to be responsible for them. Teacher Su, you are already quite responsible, Gao Yang said, somewhat displeased. Besides, if you're responsible for them, who is responsible for you? For these students, are you neglecting your own life? Gao Yang was a bit angry. He had pursued girls before. At most, he had to ask 2 or 3 times, and he usually succeeded in getting a date. But Su Xiao was an exception. He had run to the school at least 7 or 8 times, right? Yet every time, Su Xiao had various reasons to refuse, which seemed a bit disrespectful. I'm sorry, my students are my life. Su Xiao frowned. Please don't come looking for me again. We are not suitable. Gao Yang was taken aback. Was she directly refusing him? Su Xiao, do you mean that we are impossible? Yes, I already hinted at it last time. If you think I wasn't clear enough, let me formally tell you now, we are not suitable. Su Xiao nodded gently. Gao Yang was so angry he laughed. He placed the flowers he was holding on the car's hood. Su Xiao, just tell me, what kind of person are you looking for? My family conditions are decent, right? Is it that? I don't match you or what? Gao Yang pointed at his Mercedes E-Class. This car costs over 500,000. How many years of your salary is that? Gao Yang, Su Xiao frowned. Your family conditions and the price of your car have nothing to do with me. I currently have no plans to date anyone, so please speak more respectfully. How about this? If you agree to date me, I'll give you this car, Gao Yang said, seeing that she was unyielding and directly switching to his money mode. Su Xiao looked at Gao Yang coldly, her gaze filled with disdain. She hated people who thought they were impressive just because they had money. Just as she was about to turn away, a Porsche roared in and came to a steady stop right in front of her. The black metallic paint and the optional 21-inch wheels made Gao Yang, who usually enjoyed looking at luxury cars, instantly envious. He had been eyeing this car for a long time, but given his family's situation, owning a Mercedes E-Class was already quite luxurious. $1 million Porsche was something he could only admire from afar. Just as he was staring at the black metallic Porsche, swallowing hard, the car window slowly rolled down. Xiaofeng took off his sunglasses and waved at Su Xiao. Teacher Su, are you going home? Xiaofeng? Su Xiao was surprised and quickly walked over. I was just about to visit your home. You actually came to school? Where did this car come from? The car is mine. Visiting your home? Perfect. I was actually going to school to talk to you about something. Come on, let's go to my place, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Su Xiao nodded, no longer paying attention to Gao Yang. If that annoying guy dared to come to school again, she would have the security escort him away. She opened the car door and calmly got in. Xiaofeng stepped on the gas, and the car roared to life. Then with a beautiful drift, it sped away. Gao Yang, left at the scene, was left with nothing but disappointment. As he watched the Porsche drive away and glanced at his own car, he immediately felt dejected. Teacher Su, is there something you need from me? Xiaofeng asked while driving. I need to find a place to sit down and have a good talk with you, Su Xiao said, somewhat angrily. Alright, there's a cafe up ahead. Let's sit there and talk. Xiaofeng quickly nodded and parked the car. Moments later, the two sat in the cafe, with Xiaofeng sitting obediently in front of Su Xiao, waiting for her reprimand. So you do remember to come back to school? The competition is the day after tomorrow. Are you really not worried at all? Su Xiao glared at Xiaofeng, trying to assert her authority as a teacher. But she had always been lenient with her students, and after a long pause, her stern tone didn't come out. Instead, it felt somewhat gentle. Teacher Su, I came back to admit my mistake, didn't I? Plus, I helped you out at the entrance, so you should thank me no matter what, Xiaofeng said. With a grin, showing no fear. Be serious, I'm trying to teach you a lesson, so stop laughing. Su Xiao tapped the table. Okay, I'll be serious, Xiaofeng said earnestly. Teacher Su, I sincerely apologize, I shouldn't be running around at this time. Xiaofeng. Seeing that he was somewhat serious, Su Xiao's anger subsided a bit. The teacher is also doing this for your own good. Although this physics competition is organized at the city level, it is actually a unified selection for the entire province. Su Xiao's mood softened slightly. This is related to your future, you need to take it seriously. Teacher Su, I've actually been taking it seriously all along, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Look, there are only 2 days left, at most 5 days, and the results will be out. Saying anything now is meaningless. Instead of making me nervous every day, it would be better to let me relax a bit. Su Xiao stared at Xiaofeng, unable to understand this student. Finally, she sighed. Alright, I was too anxious, I'm more worried than you are. The teacher is also doing this for my good. Xiaofeng returned to his playful demeanor. Teacher Su, how about I treat you to a meal? Consider it an early thank you dinner. A thank you dinner? Where did that come from? Su Xiao glared at him, about to agree, but her phone rang at that moment. Looking at the caller ID, she froze for a moment, feeling somewhat at a loss. What's wrong, Teacher Su? Seeing her expression seemed off, Xiaofeng asked with concern, is something the matter? It's nothing, Xiaofeng, you can go back, I'll head home by myself in a bit. Su Xiao shook her head. The teacher still has some things to deal with. Alright, Teacher Su, are you really okay? If there's something, just tell me, I'll find a way to help you, Xiaofeng asked. Really, it's nothing. Su Xiao forced a smile, but her heart was extremely complicated. There were too many things weighing on her mind, but no one to confide in, and some issues would be so much easier to resolve if they could. Then I'll leave first, you must tell me if you need anything, Xiaofeng urged, not feeling reassured. Alright, hurry back. Su Xiao waved her hand. Watching Xiaofeng leave, she hesitated before answering the call. I'm outside your cafe, come out and meet me, a voice came from the phone. Su Xiao looked out the floor-to-ceiling window and saw a luxury car with the window rolled down, revealing a familiar yet strange face waving at her. That person was none other than her father, Su Muyu's father. Just as Xiaofeng was about to head home, he received a call from the identification center and drove to pick up the results. Once back home, he locked the door and solemnly opened 2 identification results. One was the paternity test between him and Xiaoyan. The other was the paternity test from the blood he had gotten on his hands when he last fought with Su's father. The results of the 2 assessments have come out, and looking at the glaring words on that paper, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. No wonder it turned out this way for me. Xiao Yuanhe, you'd better have a legitimate reason, otherwise, I'll make sure you spend your life in prison. Closing his eyes, tears fell down in large drops. The results of the kinship and paternity tests had been revealed. Just as he had suspected, he had no blood relation to the Xiao family. So where did he come from? Where did Xiao Yuanhe get him from? They brought him to the Xiao family but disregarded him completely, even hoping for his death. What was the purpose of that? Touching his wrist, the spot that only showed marks when he lost blood throbbed faintly. The invisible pressure weighed down on Xiaofeng, making it hard for him to breathe. He clenched his fists tightly, determined to figure everything out on his own. Feeling troubled, Xiaofeng drove to his master's place. The sky had darkened, and the children were already asleep, but his master was still in front of the hall, flipping through a classic text. You're here? It seemed his master had already guessed Xiaofeng would come. He put down the book and smiled slightly. Master, have you been waiting for me? Xiaofeng looked at his master in surprise. Yes, but not entirely. His master shook his head gently. You are conflicted inside. Even if you understand all the outcomes, you still don't know where to go from here. There are too many secrets in this world. Even if you were to start over, you would discover many shocking things along the way, right? Yes, so what should I do? Xiaofeng looked up at his master. From his master's tone, it seemed he knew some of his secrets. Xiaofeng was not surprised. Whether in his past life or now, his master was always a mysterious presence. Moreover, his eyes seemed to see through everything in the world. Actually, all choices lie within you, just follow your own thoughts and do what you want without worrying too much, his master said with a faint smile. Just seek the path in your heart. But, what is the path? Xiao Feng asked. His master did not answer. He gently broke a branch off a tree. Then he swiftly waved his right hand. When he presented the branch in front of Xiao Feng was astonished to find a fly at the end of the branch, its wings broken, disturbing the Taoist's tranquility, killing it. This is the Tao. If you've been wronged, beat the other party up, make them suffer. This is also the Tao. Freeing yourself from inner constraints, being unrestrained, pursuing your nature, this is the Tao. The sun and moon shine without anyone lighting them, the stars align without anyone arranging them, beasts are born without anyone creating them, water flows without anyone pushing it, plants grow without anyone planting them, and so on. All things are like this. So, do you understand? Xiao Feng remained silent. He understood. Yet it felt like he didn't. 8 words vaguely appeared in his mind, neither born nor extinguished, formless and without shape. There's someone waiting for you inside, go take a look. His master smiled slightly, stood up, and wobbled away. Someone is waiting for me? Xiao Feng was taken aback and hurried into the main hall, only to see Sun Xian kneeling in front of the statue, silently praying. Sun Xian, what are you doing here? Xiao Feng called out. Xiao Feng, you're here? Sun Xian turned around in surprise. I came here this afternoon to pray for you, wishing you good results in the competition. Then the master said you would come later, so I waited here for you. You really came. Thank you, you are so good to me. Xiao Feng felt deeply moved. Don't mention it. Sun Xian's bright eyes and white teeth sparkled as she smiled sweetly. Shall we go to the bamboo forest behind the temple to release sky lanterns? The Taoist said making wishes at night is especially effective. Sun Xian raised the item she was holding. It was a sky lantern she had prepared early in the morning. Okay. Xiao Feng nodded, then took her hand, and together they went to the bamboo forest. Behind the Taoist temple, there is a large bamboo forest, and beyond that, an open area. It is now past 10 o'clock at night, and the weather today is particularly clear. Moreover, the temple is located in the suburbs, where the air quality is much better. The sky is dotted with stars, and a galaxy stretches across the night sky, making the entire sky appear extremely bright. Wow, it's so beautiful, Sun Xian said, her eyes fixed on the night sky without blinking. Xiao Feng took the Kongming lantern from her hands and set it up. After lighting the lantern, it gradually floated up as the flames burned. You can make a wish now. Sun Xian turned to Xiao Feng, her hands clasped together. Xiao Feng also raised his hands, and the two of them closed their eyes slightly, making wishes towards the lantern in the night sky. After making their wishes, Sun Xian released her hands, happily watching the lantern rise slowly into the sky, then pulled Xiao Feng down to sit beside her. In the night, the two sat shoulder to shoulder. What did you wish for just now? Xiao Feng asked. How can I tell you my wish? If I say it, it won't come true, Sun Xian giggled. Let me guess? Xiao Feng rested his chin on his hand. It must be related to me. How do you know it's related to you? Sun Xian's pretty face immediately turned red. Fortunately, the darkness concealed her expression, otherwise, she would really want to find a place to hide. Just a guess, Xiao Feng laughed, hesitating for a moment before reaching out to hold Sun Xian's hand. Sun Xian trembled slightly, then allowed Xiao Feng to hold her warm little hand. The two nestled together, and Sun Xian felt sweet inside. She suddenly blurted out, Xiao Feng, do you have something to say to me? Yes, in this situation, isn't it the perfect time to confess? I do. Xiao Feng thought for a moment and nodded gently. Sun Xian's eyes sparkled as she waited for Xiao Feng's next words. However, at that moment, a heavy voice interrupted them. Miss Sun, you really made us look for you. Xiao Feng turned around sharply, only to see 5 burly men standing behind them who had appeared out of nowhere. These men were holding clubs, looking quite menacing. It suddenly dawned on Xiao Feng that when he first arrived, he had seen a van parked by the roadside. He had been lost in thought at the time and hadn't paid attention, but he never expected these people were after Sun Xian. Who are you? Xiao Feng quickly shielded Sun Xian behind him, watching the men warily. Don't ask so many questions, the leader of the men sneered, stepping forward with a baseball bat in hand. Miss Sun, it's rare for you to be alone, come with us. Who are you? Sun Xian frowned, a scene from 10 years ago flashing before her eyes. Who were they? Enemies? Competitors? Or kidnappers seeking ransom? The Song family had been investigating her kidnapping when she was 8, but they had not uncovered any useful information. They had thought the matter was behind them, but it seemed the other party had never given up. Given their persistence, it was likely that things were not so simple. Come with us and you'll understand everything. Let's go, or we might get rough. Who are you? Leave immediately, or I will call the police, Xiao Feng said, pulling Sun Xian's hand. Sun Xian's palms were sweaty, and she was quite nervous. Xiao Feng squeezed her hand tightly, signaling her not to be afraid. This has nothing to do with you, kid, don't meddle. The leader's voice was low and threatening. Some people you can't afford to provoke. Hand over Sun Xian. All right, Xiao Feng nodded. Sun Xian looked at Xiao Feng in disbelief. She couldn't believe he would hand her over. The leader waved his hand, and two subordinates stepped forward. They were holding ropes, ready to tie up Sun Xian. However, at that moment, the hand that had been behind Xiao Feng suddenly reached out. In that hand, there was now a brick. Bang! Accompanied by a scream, one of the big men fell to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Feng kicked fiercely between the legs of another big man. Another scream erupted as the second big man knelt on the ground, clutching his legs. Run! Xiao Feng pulled Sun Xian and desperately ran towards the temple. Don't let them escape. The leading big man was taken aback and chased after them with all his might. Sun Xian, who are they? Xiao Feng asked while running. I don't know. My dad lends money. He might have gotten involved with some people, Sun Xian panted as she ran. Xiao Feng was speechless. He felt that Sun Xian's family was definitely not as simple as she claimed. But at this moment, did she still want to hide the truth from him? Run fast, we'll be safe once we get to the temple, Xiao Feng urged as he pulled her along. The two ran for their lives, with several big men chasing them relentlessly. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's physical fitness hadn't declined, and he dragged Sun Xian along at a decent pace. They finally reached the entrance of the temple, where the master was already waiting. Master! Xiao Feng gasped for breath. Someone is chasing us. Go inside, the Taoist priest said calmly, waving his hand without a hint of panic. Xiao Feng nodded and pulled Sun Xian inside. Just as they entered, the few big men chased in after them. Gentlemen, this is a place of Taoist purity, you really shouldn't go in. Otherwise, the three pure ones will be angry. The Taoist priest hunched over, extending a hand to block the entrance. Get out of the way, you filthy Taoist, the leading big man said with a stern face. They had been eyeing Sun Xian for a long time and had not had the chance to act. Today, they finally saw her alone, and this opportunity was not to be missed. After all, the people behind them had offered too much. As long as they took her away, they could retire overseas. The sea of suffering is boundless, turning back is the shore. The Taoist priest shook his head. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. The big man who had been kicked in the groin gritted his teeth. He swore he would kick back. Benefactor, I understand some profound principles and can share them with you, but if you can't take it in, I also know a bit about martial arts. The Taoist priest smiled slightly. If we were to discuss principles, we could sit down together, have tea, and talk heart to heart. But if you can't understand the reasoning, I can only show you my skills. Seeking death. The big man could no longer hold back and stepped forward to attack. However, at that moment, the hunched Taoist priest straightened his body, and in a flash, he lunged at the several big men. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of screams erupted as several figures flew backward. The vicious kidnappers lay on the ground, moaning in pain. The leading kidnapper even had several ribs broken. They hadn't even seen how the old priest had struck. They just felt a hit, and then they were sent flying. Old priest, you are seeking death. The leading big man struggled painfully, trembling as he pulled out a gun from his waist. Benefactor, are you planning to go down this path to the end? The Taoist priest said calmly. The big man had been beaten too badly. His hands trembled violently, and after several attempts, he couldn't lift the gun. Finally, his vision went dark and he collapsed to the ground. Only then did the Taoist priest release his hands, revealing that his fingers were folded in the palm, forming the hand seal of the Taoist five thunder finger. The police were called, and they quickly arrived at the scene. Sun Xian was taken away by her family, a convoy of more than a dozen luxury cars. Several kidnappers were also taken away by the police, while Sun Xian clung to her mother, crying for a long time. Among those who came to the temple were high-ranking police officials and several top leaders from Jiangchang. It was then that Xiao Feng realized that Sun Xian's identity was not simple. Sun's mother kept comforting her, saying something, but Sun Xian kept her head down, silent. She seemed somewhat reluctant, but ultimately, after her mother's persistent persuasion, she silently nodded. Sun's mother let out a sigh of relief, hugged her, and was about to leave when Sun Xian spoke up. Wait for me. She turned and ran to Xiao Feng's side, her voice a bit choked. Xiao Feng. You're not coming to school tomorrow, right? Xiao Feng realized something. Looking at her family, it was clear they were not an ordinary family. And with such a big incident happening, they definitely wouldn't let her continue at Tongfang High School. Yes, my mom wants me to go to my uncle's school, but my student status will still be at Tongfang High School. Sun Xian's eyes turned slightly red. I won't be able to see you again until the college entrance examination. It's okay, we'll meet after the exam. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Even though he had guessed, he still felt a bit reluctant inside. Xiao, you don't have anything you want to ask me? Sun Xian looked at Xiao Feng cautiously. No, if you wanted to tell me, you would have done so long ago. Since you're not saying anything, it must mean the time isn't right. Xiao Feng shook his head. Then you don't blame me? Tears welled up in Sun Xian's eyes. I don't blame you. Xiao Feng smiled, handing her a tissue, and said, somewhat confused, Sun Xian, have we met before? We met 10 years ago. Sun Xian's tears streamed down her face. The scene back then is exactly the same as now. You met me, took me away, and then I lived with you and Grandma for a while. Do you really not remember anything from back then? You are? Yeah? Xiao Feng suddenly understood. Memories sealed for 10 years flooded into his mind. The dirty-faced little girl overlapped with Sun Xian. Yes, it's me, I am Arya. Sun Xian smiled.
But the tears kept falling. That earthy and unforgettable name was given to her by Xiaofeng 10 years ago.
To think it was you hid it from me so painfully.
Xiaofeng was stunned for a long time.
The memories of 2 lifetimes overlapped, and he finally understood Sun Xian's identity.
In his previous life, he had little interaction with Sun Xian, but he could feel her concern for him.
No wonder he always felt that Sun Xian's gaze towards
him held some special affection. It turned out to be for this reason.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Sun Xian shook her head. I remember you were taken away by your family back then. It might have been to protect you, and we didn't know your identity.
Xiaofeng quickly wiped away her tears. Then he looked around and finally smiled. You've grown up and become more beautiful. I didn't recognize you after all this time.
But who exactly are you?
Sun Yunming, he is my grandfather.
Sun Xian said somewhat nervously. That old man is your grandfather? Then aren't you the little princess of Huaya Bank? Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. Oh my, when Sun Xian
said her family was in lending, it turned out to mean this.
Yes, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Sun Xian felt a bit guilty. Alright, it's fine, I understand. You should go back now. Xiaofeng gave a bitter smile. We'll keep in touch by phone. Sun Xian gently nodded and then left reluctantly with her mother.
The next day, Sun Yunming sought out Xiaofeng. Old man, you hid it from me so painfully. Xiaofeng said somewhat resentfully.
Sun Xian and I are classmates, and we're so close. You didn't let me know you were her grandfather? Kid, don't be so resentful. You didn't ask me either, Sun Yunming huffed. Besides, now you know, right? Yes, I know. Xiao.
Feng was speechless. You should have told me earlier. Maybe what happened last night wouldn't have happened.
Are you not afraid of getting yourself into trouble? That organization has been watching our Song family for over 10 years. Sun Yunming sighed. Is this little trouble really trouble? Xiaofeng didn't care at all. Old man, Ziyan, is about to leave Jiangcheng, right? How come you're so sharp? Nothing escapes your notice? Sun Yunming
sighed, nodding. That's right. For her safety, she might go abroad to study. Afraid she won't agree, so you have to keep her steady for now.
In fact, in Jiangcheng, there's nothing she can't part with. If we must say, it's you.
Xiaofeng fell silent, reminiscing about the time he spent with Sun Xian 10 years ago. It wasn't a long period, just half a month, but it was very happy. I'm here today mainly to thank you for saving her once again, Sun Yunming said. You have a debt of gratitude to our Song family, so if you have any requests, just bring them up.
Can you let her stay? Xiaofeng asked.
Kid, our family's situation is more complicated than you think. Sun Yunming shook his head. Sending her abroad to study is also to protect her.
And you, right now, haven't grown strong enough, have you? Xiaofeng remained silent. Yes, he hadn't grown strong enough yet. Perhaps he couldn't fully protect Sun Xian.
So sending her abroad might be the safest method for now. And you also know, you and her are worlds apart. Even if you've surpassed ordinary people now, you're still far from the Song family's standards for a son-in-law. You don't have to hit me with such harsh words, old man. Xiaofeng shook his head. I will work hard. I believe you will work hard. So, 3 years' time, Sun Yunming said, she will return to the country in 3 years.
So in these 3 years, I need to grow to meet the Song family's standards for a son-in-law?
Xiaofeng wasn't foolish. He understood the implication in Sun Yunming's words. Exactly, Sun Yunming nodded. She is the little princess of the Song family, enjoying a life that ordinary people do not have since birth. But at the same time, she will also be bound by the family's various rules. In families like ours, we don't talk about kinship or feelings. Everything is prioritized by family interests. Are you willing to let her enter into a marriage alliance? Xiaofeng clenched his fists. Reluctantly, so your appearance has opened my eyes. Sun Yunming laid it all out. I have high hopes for you, but still, you need to grow strong enough. I will. Xiaofeng paused for a moment. In 3 years, I will meet your standards for a son-in-law. If 3 years later, Sun Xian still remembers Xiaofeng, I will take her away from the Song family in style. Not bad, no wonder that girl has her eyes on you. Sun Yunming was very satisfied. But you must know, 3 years isn't too long, but it's also long enough. 3 years is long because it consists of over 1,000 days and nights. 3 years isn't long, just a stone's throw away, but many things may happen in these 3 years. I understand. Xiaofeng's expression was somewhat bitter. If in these 3 years, I don't show extraordinary strength, we might miss our chance. So, work hard. Sun Yunming patted Xiaofeng's shoulder. I have high hopes for you, and because you saved her twice, you are a benefactor to the Song family. If you need anything now, feel free to ask. Since that's the case, I do have a small favor to ask of you. Xiaofeng hesitated. Go ahead. Sun Yunming looked at Xiaofeng with appreciation. This kid was tough, able to quickly recover from a low mood and make requests. His psychological resilience was strong enough. I want to borrow some money from you. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and said, how much? Sun Yunming picked up his tea. This amount. Xiaofeng held up a finger. 100 million? Sun Yunming glanced at him. For this amount, I won't even ask for interest. 1 billion, Xiaofeng said astonishingly. But Sun Yunming spat out all the tea in his mouth.
His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at Xiaofeng, roaring, "How much?"
100 billion, Xiaofeng said seriously.
"Don't say you don't have the money, you can come up with it. Are you crazy?"
Sun Xian slammed the cup in his hand down on the table.
"Why do you need to borrow so much? Do you know how much 100 billion is?"
"I know, but for you bankers, this amount is nothing,"
Xiaofeng replied innocently. "Besides, it was you who asked me to make a request. I can't lend that much."
Sun Xian glared at Xiaofeng.
"Then, how about 50 billion? Xiaofeng sighed. "You can consider this money as a loan.
From you, at your bank's loan interest rate.
Or it can be treated as an investment. I'll give you dividends later."
You won't be using your money for nothing, and I guarantee you'll earn even more by then.
First, tell me what you want to do?
Sun Xian struggled to suppress the urge to hit someone.
"I can't say." Xiaofeng shook his head.
It's better to keep a low profile with such matters.
"Do you have anything to use as collateral?" Sun Xian
stared at Xiaofeng, as if trying to see through him.
"I have nothing to pledge. How about you assess how much my flesh is worth?"
Xiaofeng said seriously.
"You want to borrow 100 billion without any collateral?" Sun Xian
glared at Xiaofeng fiercely.
"Are you joking with me?"
"Old Sun," Xiaofeng laughed.
"You know me. Since I came to you to borrow money, it means I have a solid way to make money. I won't be borrowing this money for free. For a month, I'll return you 10 billion in interest. Earning 10 billion in a month, this deal is a win-win. What do you think?" Sun Xian was tempted.
He stroked his chin, looking seriously at Xiaofeng, weighing all the pros
and cons. He even considered the possibility of this kid running away.
But looking at his innocent expression, he couldn't help but start to waver.
"All right, let's sign a contract."
"I'll lend you 100 billion, Sun Xian
said after a moment of thought.
"For a month, I won't ask for more than 10 billion in interest as long as the principal is returned on time."
"What kind of contract?"
Xiaofeng didn't rush to agree. This old man was sharper
than anyone when it came to calculations. Besides, who offers no interest? He must have other conditions.
"If you can't pay back the principal in a month, you will work for the Song family for 20 years after you graduate to
repay the debt," Sun Xian said. "Are you joking with me?"
Xiaofeng was at a loss for words.
100 billion just to buy 20 years of his life?
This old man must be a loan shark, ruthless.
"You were the one who started joking first," Sun Xian glared at Xiaofeng.
"You have nothing to pledge, so trading your 20 years of youth in exchange is already quite reasonable."
All right, it is indeed quite reasonable," Xiaofeng thought for a moment and seemed to agree.
After all, he had nothing to pledge, so he finally nodded. "Okay, I agree."
"Good." Sun Xian looked like he had succeeded in his scheme. "Once the contract is signed, you can't back out. I want to see what you plan to do." "Don't worry, old man. If I didn't have the confidence to double the profits, I wouldn't dare to be so arrogant."
"Just wait and see," Xiaofeng said confidently. At the detention center, Zhao's mother, Xiaoming, and Xiao Qian were anxiously waiting. Today was the day Zhao's father was released from the detention center. At 10 in the morning, the heavy door slowly opened and Zhao's father walked out. He had lost quite a bit of weight in just a few days, and he had gotten a buzz cut, neatly carrying a briefcase.
"Dad!"
Xiaoming rushed forward, tears streaming down his face. "You've suffered these past few days." Old Zhao's mother had lost her usual sharpness. She stepped forward and hugged Zhao's father. He forced a smile and comforted his wife and son before the family finally left.
"How's the company at home?" Zhao's father asked in the car. "The company is fine. You don't need to worry."
"Miss Su used some connections from the Su family to protect the core business," said Zhao's mother.
"Yes, Dad, you don't need to worry.
I've grown up and I will help the family in the future," Xiaoming
said maturely. Good. Zhao's father nodded repeatedly. "Dad, stop for a moment.
"You guys go home first, Sister Su has asked me out," Xiaoming said excitedly after receiving a text message.
"Mingming, good luck," Zhao's mother said happily.
Her son was getting closer to the daughter of the Su family, which meant he had a chance. If her son really got together with the Su family's daughter, then the Xiao family would soar to new heights as well. After getting out of the car, Xiaoming took a taxi to the agreed location.
In a cafe, Su Muyu was stirring her coffee.
She seemed to have been waiting for a while.
"Sister Su, sorry to keep you waiting," Xiaoming said as he ran over happily. "Shall we go watch a movie today?"
"I have to go to Sushire Financial to oversee some matters in the next few days, so I might not have time to accompany you," Su Muyu said with a forced smile.
"I came to find you today because there are some things I want to clarify in person." "What do you want to ask me, sister?"
Xiaoming was taken aback. He noticed that Su Muyu's expression seemed a bit off.
3 years ago, was it really you who saved me?"
Su Muyu looked up, her cold gaze sweeping over Xiaoming's face. Xiaoming's pupils slightly contracted. He hadn't expected Su Muyu to ask this out of the blue. But his reaction was quick, and he hurriedly said, "It
was me, Sister Su. I took you to the hospital and even donated blood for you. Our blood types are the same.
I was weak at the time, and it took me half a month to recover after the transfusion."
Xiaoming continued, rolling up his sleeves and rambling about what happened back then. He spoke as if those events had truly occurred.
Sumuyu's gaze remained fixed on his eyes until his voice became somewhat unnatural and gradually weaker.
Xiaoming, you
have always been a well-behaved and sensible child, so I don't want you to lie to me, Sumuyu said, lowering her head and continuing to stir her now cold coffee.
Tell me the truth and I won't blame you. Sister Su. Xiao
Ming's expression was filled with sorrow. He seemed on the verge of tears.
What's wrong with you today? Why do you doubt me?
I know I can't compare to my brother. He's too outstanding, but he shouldn't ruin my relationship
with Sister Su.
This has nothing to do with him, Sumuyu said, her breathing a bit rapid. I just want to clarify some things for myself. Xiaoming, please don't overthink it. I'm not overthinking it. Xiaoming wiped his tears.
If my brother said something about me and you believed it, then I might as well leave. At worst, I won't bother Sister Su anymore.
It's nothing for me to suffer a little, really. Xiaoming's tearful appearance was quite
exaggerated. But surprisingly, Sumuyu fell for it.
Seeing Xiaoming like this, she quickly said, Mingming, don't be like this.
I didn't mean anything.
I'm just a bit confused.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please don't be like
this. As she spoke, she handed him a tissue and even wiped his tears away.
Sister, I'm not angry with you. It's precisely because you care about me that you have doubts.
I also want to thank you for helping me these days, Xiao.
Ming began to smile.
Xiaoming, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Sumuyu steadied herself and made up her mind. Sister, go ahead. Xiaoming looked at her in confusion. Previously, I used some resources from the Su
family to help your family's company. But some elders in the family are extremely dissatisfied with this.
They always believe that profit comes first and think that what I did harmed the family's interests.
So, I might not be able to help you anymore. Sister, Xiaoming's face changed dramatically.
If it weren't for the Su family extending the Xiao family's life, the Xiao family would have declared bankruptcy long ago.
What would happen to the family business if Sumuyu withdrew all the resources from the Su family now?
I'm sorry, Mingming, it's my fault.
Sumuyu felt really upset.
She stood up gently, not wanting Xiaoming to see the tears at the corners of her eyes.
I've been under a lot of pressure these days too.
I need to go back first. After saying that, she left without looking back, leaving Xiaoming standing there in a daze. His face gradually twisted, and he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in hatred. Xiaofeng, it's because of you. It must be because of you.
Why do you have to compete with me over everything? Why? If you won't let me have it easy, I won't let you have it easy either. Just wait for me.
Xiaoming angrily picked up his phone and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, his expression instantly turned sweet and adorable. Even his voice became soft and gentle. Sister Xiang, what are you
doing? I miss you a bit. I learned to make a new cake today. Can I come over to make it for you later?
Ah, sure, come pick me up.
I'm at the cafe on Xinhua Road. The expression on Xiaoming's face was extremely gentle, as if
he were sweetly talking to a new girlfriend.
But who would have thought that the other party was a 40-year-old woman weighing 200 pounds?
The next day, Xiaofeng was to participate in a competition.
Early in the morning, Sun Xian sent a video. Xiaofeng, have you had breakfast?
I can't come to cheer for you today. You must do your best.
I have, don't worry, I'll head to the exam venue soon. Xiaofeng said with a smile. What about you? Have you had breakfast? Not yet, I haven't gotten out of bed.
Sun Xian's voice was a bit lazy, as if she had just woken up. I dreamed about you last night.
Really? You dreamed about me after just one day? Missing me? Xiaofeng teased. Not at all. Sun Xian's face turned red. You should get ready. I need to get up too. Call me as soon as the exam is over.
Got it, I'll call you right after I leave the exam room.
Xiaofeng replied. Okay, hurry up, bye. Sun Xian waved her hand and ended the video call. Xiaofeng, let me give you a ride? Xiao Yan walked in.
No need, I can go by myself, you still have to work. Xiaofeng said lightly. I took a day off today.
Just to cheer for you.
Xiao Yan looked at Xiaofeng with a complex expression. I sincerely hope for your success. Xiaofeng didn't say anything more. Xiao Yan was indeed quite considerate of him. It was just that he felt a bit
reluctant to tell her about the proof of their non-blood relationship. If she knew that there was such a rift with her family because of an outsider like him, would she regret it? Let me drive. Xiao Yan reached out to take Xiao Feng's bag. If you really care about me, then help me with a favor.
Xiaofeng thought for a moment.
Sure, just say it, I'll help with anything. Xiao Yan was delighted.
Drive my car, take the shortest route to the exam venue, and give me your car keys, I'll drive your car. Xiaofeng looked directly into her eyes.
Why?
Xiao Yan was taken aback. She couldn't quite understand Xiaofeng's actions.
Don't ask why. If you really consider me your brother, and care about me, just do as I say.
Xiaofeng handed her his keys.
Okay.
Xiao Yan nodded, no longer asking questions, took Xiaofeng's keys and handed her own car keys to him. Then she slung her bag over her shoulder, drove Xiaofeng's car out while Xiaofeng drove out in her BMW 5 Series. The exam was at 9 in the morning, and leaving at 8 meant they had already missed the morning rush hour, so there would be no traffic. Moreover, with a journey of over 30 minutes, Xiaofeng set off an hour early, giving him plenty of time. The reason he did this was that he feared any unexpected incidents might occur. Because in this world, there are always some people who do
Not wish for you to do too well.
Sure enough, not long after Xiaoyan drove out in Xiaofeng's car, she was blocked on the road by several broken-down vehicles. I'm sorry, really sorry, our car broke down, and we've already called for a tow truck. Several burly men emerged from the vehicles. The leader of the group held a bottle of special potion in his hand. However, when he saw that the person in the car was Xiaoyan, his expression slightly froze. You guys, move the car aside quickly, I have something to do, Xiaoyan said anxiously. This was a task Xiaofeng had entrusted to her, and she had to complete it no matter what. Sorry, we'll move it right away, the big man waved his hand, and the others behind him stepped back. In a car near the exam site, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth in anger. Bastard, Xiaofeng is too cunning. I knew he would pull a stunt like this. Luckily, I was prepared too. He must be driving my sister's car, hurry and find it. In the back seat of the car, Xiang Jiao waved her hand, and a bodyguard picked up his phone, starting to execute another plan. After everything was arranged, her facial features squeezed together in a smile. Ming, this time I helped you out by causing your brother to have an accident during the exam. How are you going to thank me? Sister, another day I'll spend the whole day with you. I'll cook for you, take you shopping, and watch movies. Xiaoming forced a smile, suppressing the tremor in his heart. But today we have serious business. We must intercept Xiaofeng and prevent him from going to the exam. Don't worry, I can handle this little matter, Xiang Jiao said nonchalantly. A BMW 5 Series weaved through the crowd when suddenly a Mercedes accelerated and crashed into the BMW. Bang! The rear of the 5 Series crumpled, and both vehicles came to a stop. What's wrong with you? Can you even drive? I just bought this Mercedes for over 500,000. Get out and pay for the damages. The owner of the Mercedes cursed as he got out, banging on the car window. Moreover, 3 burly men emerged from behind the car, surrounding Xiaoyan's 5 Series. These men had fierce expressions, looking quite menacing, and judging by their demeanor, it seemed that someone was bound to get hurt today. However, when the window rolled down, it revealed Su Xian's seemingly harmless face. Buddy, you rear-ended, so you have to take full responsibility. Who the hell are you? The Mercedes owner was taken aback. Wasn't the driver supposed to be a high school student? When did he turn into an adult? Who are you looking for? Su Xian countered. Stop the nonsense, where's the driver? The Mercedes owner asked aggressively. Oh, so you guys have a plan and a purpose, huh? Su Xian couldn't help but laugh as he opened the car door and slowly stepped out. I'm asking you a question. Where did that high school student go? The Mercedes owner pointed at Su Xian. His breath reeked of alcohol, likely still hungover. You can tell the police about it, drunk driving and rear-ending, the insurance probably won't cover it. Su Xian raised his phone, indicating that he had already called the police. Go to hell, are you looking for death? I'm asking you where that high school student is. One of the burly men couldn't help but get furious and pushed Su Xian. He pushed hard, intending to make Su Xian stumble. But Su Xian stood firm, not moving an inch. Buddy, tough guy, huh? Want to have a little practice with us? Seeing the situation was off, several burly men surrounded him. These men were all around 1.8 to 1.9 meters tall, each with a robust build. Every one of them had tattoos, deliberately showing off their inked arms. In comparison, Sun Xian, who was only a little over 1.70 meters, seemed somewhat lacking. Friend, handling an accident is one thing, but let's not escalate it to personal attacks, Sun Xian said with a smile. Damn it, I'm making a personal attack. What are you going to do about it? One of the hot-tempered men swung his fist, ready to strike. Sun Xian quickly executed a joint lock, seizing the opponent's wrist, pressing it down while raising an eyebrow. Don't be impulsive. Go to hell, do you dare to make a move? The burly man roared in anger, ready to retaliate. However, Sun Xian twisted his hand, and with a crack, the opponent's arm was dislocated, causing him to howl in pain and retreat. You dare to make a move? Brothers, get him. The remaining few saw the situation was not in their favor and rushed over. Who is Sun Xian? He is someone who has single-handedly infiltrated a drug dealer's lair. 18 months of special forces training, taking down several armed drug dealers with a dagger. The few burly men in front of him looked fierce, but they were merely intimidating to ordinary people. Crack! Another man's arm was dislocated, and then with an elbow strike he knocked one back, followed by a knee thrust to another's chest. In less than 2 minutes, several tall and strong men were kneeling on the ground, howling in pain. Xiaofeng certainly had to go for the exam, but he had long anticipated that Xiao Ming would try to trip him up. He called a courier to take him to the exam site on an electric bike, then removed his helmet, thanked the courier, and walked calmly into the examination room. After the exam, Xiaofeng felt he had performed well. Since it was a test for guaranteed admission, the difficulty level was naturally high. However, Xiaofeng was relatively confident the results would be out in 3 days and he could go home and sleep soundly. In the conference room of Xingqian capital, Zhang Zian and others had gathered. He handed Xiaofeng a document. Xiaofeng, that piece of land has been sold. Xia Automobile acquired the land in Shali village for 2.8 billion. Our previous investments have nearly tripled. Exciting, truly exciting, Li Yangyuan exclaimed. In a few months, when I go home, you'll let me return with my head held high, haha. Li Yangyuan was extremely excited. 5 years ago, when he had a falling out with his father and left, he had made a harsh statement. His family had assumed that without the Li family, he was nothing, and it turned out they were right. Before meeting Xiao Feng, he had been struggling in a quagmire. On the surface, he seemed prosperous, but in reality, he had very little money. With a 5-year bet looming, he was about to lose, but unexpectedly, he met Xiao Feng and found a way out of his predicament.
Ha, if we keep playing this hand, you can be even more arrogant when you go home. Xiao Feng laughed heartily.
Xiao Feng, this plan is quite thrilling. Even the usually steady Wu Zitsong rubbed his hands together. I can put in 2.5 billion.
Yon Yuan and I can contribute 2 billion, plus your 500 million.
That makes 5 billion, Zhang Ziong roughly estimated before saying gloomily, but CK Automobile is a giant. With our little bit of funding, it might be a bit difficult to short sell them.
No worries, I borrowed some money. Xiao Feng smiled and said, with this borrowed money, it's enough. Who did you borrow from? Zhang Ziong asked curiously.
I borrowed a bit from old Song, Xiao Feng replied.
Song Yunming?
That old man has money, how much?
Did you borrow? 500 million? 1 billion?
Just because you saved his granddaughter, he should lend you 1 billion interest-free, Li Yangyuan laughed. 10 billion, Xiao Feng held up a finger.
What? Wu Zitsong, who was drinking water, nearly choked.
10 billion, to be repaid interest-free within a month, Xiao Feng confirmed.
Damn. Zhang Ziong swore, this is truly the treatment of the Song family's son-in-law. That old man Song Yunming is usually very stingy.
When we went to apply for a loan, even mortgaging the headquarters of Hongji Group couldn't get us that much money.
You just open your mouth and it's 100 billion? And interest-free? Zhang Ziong's eyes turned
red as he spoke. To be honest, Xiao Feng, I'm jealous. His money isn't that easy to get, Xiao Feng said somewhat helplessly. I signed a 20-year contract.
A contract? What does that mean? Wu Zitsong asked. If I can't
pay it back within a month, I'll be bound to the Song Group for 20 years after I graduate. Xiao Feng held up 2 fingers.
Wow, that old man is ruthless. The others were all taken aback. Xiao Feng was truly walking a tightrope. If things went wrong, he might lose his entire life to this. So, this time we can only succeed, we cannot fail.
Xiao Feng smiled as he looked at Li Mingyu, who had been focused on flipping through stocks. Mingyu, what do
you think? If CK Motors stock plummets within half a month, this wave will be completely fine.
Li Mingyu was studying the plan Xiao Feng had provided, and he was in a state of complete excitement.
150 billion. In funds, leveraging a market value of $600 billion? This was a sum that many people would never have the chance to touch in their lifetime.
Don't worry, their stock will definitely drop within 3 days, Xiao
Feng smiled slightly. 3 days later, at the Guangdong Auto Show, as a leader in electric vehicles, CK Motors was bound to attract a lot of attention. However, the problems that arose at the auto show plunged CK Motors into a huge public relations crisis.
By then, the stock price would plummet, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 3 days later, don't worry, I'll handle it, absolutely stable. Li Mingyu rubbed his fists in anticipation.
Zhongjiang Capital Group.
This was a financial company under the Su family, and now the best team in the company had gathered in the conference room. The computers were all set up, and Su Muyu was presiding over this major
investment in the public meeting room. President Su, CK Motors stock is currently at a high position.
If we invest 1 billion to buy stocks, we will be taking on a huge risk.
Li Yang, the president of Zhongjiang Capital, was sweating profusely.
He had been in the investment industry for 15 years and graduated from a double first-class university's finance department. He had a keen perception of the stock market and believed that CK Motors was
already at a high point.
Even if there was some upward space, it would definitely not be significant.
1 billion was almost 2/3 of Zhongjiang Capital's funds on the books.
If there were any problems with the investment,
Zhongjiang Capital would be in serious danger.
But there was no way around it. This was Su Muyu's decision. He had previously called to consult Su Xian, Su's father, but the answer was that everyone in the company would fully cooperate with Su Muyu. However, looking at today's stock market situation, he felt that this approach was very risky.
Invest, put all 1 billion in. Su Muyu remained very calm about this.
She believed that Xiao Feng wouldn't be wrong, and she had learned through special channels that Xingqian Capital was making a significant move to acquire shares in CK Motors. The scale of the investment was astonishing.
Miss Su, 1 billion is 2/3 of our company's funds.
If we invest it all, once the stock market fluctuates, even a slight drop would be something we can't afford.
Li Yang explained, we can first invest 100 million to test the waters. If there are any problems, we can withdraw safely. But if the company puts in 1 billion, any slight disturbance will put us in a difficult position. Did President Su tell you to fully cooperate with me? Su Muyu's expression was emotionless.
Li Yang was momentarily speechless. But Miss Su, I am the head of the company. If something goes wrong, all the responsibility falls on me. I'll tell you now, if any problems arise, I take full responsibility, and it has nothing
to do with any of you.
Su Muyu gently lifted her head, her expression cold. Li Yang was left speechless, and seeing that it was already past 10 in the morning, he helplessly said, "Then everyone, let's go with Miss Su's wishes." The group of operators exchanged glances. They had all been with the company for a long time, at least 5 years under Li Yang. They were well aware of the risks in the stock market, and it was clear that this young lady from the Su family was acting recklessly. Didn't President Li want to find a way to advise her? "Everyone, let's begin," Sumuyu said, her brows slightly furrowed. "Although Zhongjiang Capital is under President Li's management, the Su Group holds 60% of the shares, and I have been newly appointed to oversee Zhongjiang's new venture capital. If any of you have concerns, you can discuss them with me privately, but today you must follow my instructions and heavily invest in CK Automobile stock. Listen to President Su." Li Yang felt frustrated but couldn't express it, so he could only maintain a stern face and leave with a parting remark. With the matter already settled, the others no longer hesitated and began to buy CK Automobile stock on a large scale. At Xingqian Capital, Xiaofeng sat in the conference room, sipping coffee. The competition was over and he could finally relax. If all went well, good news would arrive in 3 days, so he decided to stay at the company and win this battle alongside Li Mingyu. "Xiaofeng, Zhongjiang Capital has started buying CK stock on a large scale," Li Mingyu rushed in. "They took the bait so easily?" Xiaofeng smiled slightly. "Alright then, let's release some smokescreens to create the illusion that we are also buying CK stock on a large scale." "That's already been done." Li Mingyu chuckled. "If we win this battle, we will replace Zhongjiang Capital's position in Zhongcheng." "Exactly, that's the effect we want." Xiaofeng set down his coffee. "We mustn't go easy on them this time, we need to make it so they can't lift their heads." However, Zhongjiang Capital's actions seem a bit unusual. Li Yang has been in finance for nearly 20 years, he can't possibly be unaware of the risks involved, Li Mingyu said. "It's not that. He doesn't see it, but the Su Group holds 60% of the shares in Zhongjiang Capital," Xiaofeng replied. "All his investments are constrained by others. Even if he has rich experience, he can't withstand a foolish boss." Xiaofeng pondered. He would need to recruit Li Yang later. In his previous life, Li Yang was a very successful investor. Moreover, he had worked at Zhongjiang Group for over a decade without any say, which was unfair to him. "Xiaozong, Li Zong." At that moment, an assistant walked in. "There are people outside who want to see both of you." "Who is it?" Li Mingyu asked. "An applicant. She doesn't quite meet our hiring requirements, but she says she knows both of you and refuses to leave, insisting on meeting you," the assistant replied. "A woman? Last name Xiao?" Xiaofeng had a rough idea. "Yes, her name is Xiao Qian," the assistant confirmed. Li Mingyu couldn't help but look at Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, I still have to focus on trading, you go meet her." Li Mingyu was now unencumbered, fully devoted to his career, and with a net worth of several tens of millions, he felt ashamed of his previous sycophantic behavior. He and Xiao Qian were no longer on the same level, so he didn't have time to meet her. "I don't have time either," Xiaofeng shrugged at the assistant. "Since she doesn't meet the hiring requirements, just let her go. Both Li Zong and I are very busy. Not everyone can just come in to see us." "Understood, then I'll ask her to leave." The assistant nodded. "If she doesn't leave, then have security escort her out," Xiaofeng said. "Understood." The assistant nodded and stepped out. With Xiaofeng's words, she had a clear understanding in her heart. After all, this failed applicant kept insisting that she was friends with their boss, Li Mingyu. Moreover, the major shareholder, Xiaofeng, was her brother. If this were true, she really didn't dare to offend this deity lightly. But judging by the attitudes of Xiaofeng and Li Mingyu, it seemed they knew each other, but their relationship wasn't that close. After spending the whole morning at the company, Xiaofeng was about to leave. Li Mingyu also went downstairs to eat, and the two chatted while eating. "Xiaofeng, Li Mingyu?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Looking up, it was Xiao Qian, who had been waiting downstairs for them. "Xiaofeng, I have to hurry back to work after lunch, this operation is crucial for our company." Li Mingyu glanced at Xiao Qian, ignoring her like a stranger. He directly picked up his car keys, unlocked the door, and drove away in his newly bought Mercedes S-Class. Xiao Qian was greatly impacted. She found it hard to accept that Li Mingyu, who used to cater to her every whim, now looked at her as if she were a stranger. Xiaofeng couldn't be bothered with her either and opened his Porsche, ready to get in. "Xiaofeng, wait a minute." Xiao Qian stepped forward to block him, not letting him leave. "Get out of the way." Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. He had no good feelings towards Xiao Qian. After all, during that half year at the Xiao family, she was the one who was most confrontational with him. Plus, she had a bit of a princess complex. As if the world wouldn't turn without her. "I have something to ask you." Xiao Qian didn't move. "Do you know what you're doing? The family business is about to collapse, do you realize that?" "I know, how could I not know what I'm doing?" Xiaofeng nodded slightly. "Did Xiao Yuan send you here?" "Dad just got out of the detention center. He's been very depressed, and now nearly 80% of our clients have stopped cooperating with us. We've even mortgaged our cars and houses. Are you trying to push us to the brink?" Xiao Qian was furious. "That's right, I want to push you to the brink. Don't you know?" Xiaofeng said with a strange expression. "But it's quite unexpected that you can come out to look for a job, but your experience is really lacking. If you want to join our company, it's not impossible, but the only position suitable for you is as a cleaning lady.
Can you do that? Xiao Feng.
Shao Qian was about to explode with anger. You don't have to insult me like this. I will not work as a cleaner in your company.
Oh, that's fine. You have some backbone. You can leave now.
Xiao Feng waved his hand.
The family is in chaos right now. Do you really? What does that have to do with me?
Xiao Feng interrupted her, unable to hold back. To some extent, even if your family were to die out, I wouldn't shed a single tear.
Xiao Feng, how can you be so cold-blooded?
Shao Qian looked at Xiao Feng in disbelief. She couldn't imagine that he could say such things. I have already done a genetic test with Xiao Yan and a paternity test with Xiao Yuanhe.
Xiao Feng
said coldly, I finally understand why this family has never been able to accommodate me, because I am not Xiao Yuanhe's son. So you all shouldn't try to use family ties to move me.
If Xiao Yuanhe doesn't tell me the reason, it will lead to even more severe retaliation from me. What did you say?
Shao Qian's eyes widened, and she was completely stunned.
Xiao Feng had no blood relation to the Xiao family?
I said, I have no blood relation to your
Xiao family, so don't try to use family ties to sway me. Xiao Feng sneered, isn't the Xiao family still not bankrupt?
Take this time to reunite with your family.
Because soon, your Xiao family might not be able to gather for a reunion dinner.
Pushing Shao Qian aside, Xiao Feng started the car and drove away. Shao Qian was in shock, unable to believe that her 18-year-old brother was not biologically related to her. He and Xiao Ming were clearly
twins. How could this be?
No, she needed to find out what was going on. As soon as Xiao Feng arrived home, Xiao Yan hurried over. With Grandma Wu not at home, she had no reservations. Her eyes were red. Xiao Feng, have you
confirmed it? Did Xiao Qian tell you?
Xiao Feng was not surprised. This matter couldn't be kept secret. Xiao Qian was someone without strong opinions. In a situation like this, she would likely ask Xiao Yan for clarification. Xiao Feng didn't waste time and directly pulled out a photo on his phone, pointing to a paternity test. This is the paternity test between you and me. We have no blood relation. This one is the paternity test between Xiao Yuanhe and me. We also have no blood relation.
So, who am I?
Xiao Feng stared at Xiao Qian. The reason I'm targeting the Xiao family and Xiao Yuanhe is because of this. I've already reported it to the police. Someone will verify it with
him. If Xiao Yuanhe doesn't tell me the truth, I'll personally send him to prison.
Xiao Yan remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she nodded while crying. I understand, I get it, but Xiao Feng, they are at least
your parents on paper. Give me a chance, I'll go back and communicate with them, find out the truth, and locate your real family, okay?
If they can clarify, that would be best, but I have no patience. I've already given them a
chance. Xiao Feng's expression was serious. I understand, I will do my utmost. Xiao Yan nodded heavily. 3 days.
Xiao Feng said, if you find out the truth in these 3 days, I can guarantee he won't go to jail.
3 days is enough.
Xiao Yan nodded. If he can think clearly, he will tell you the truth. If he can't, then no one can help. Xiao Feng nodded gently. After all, Xiao Yan was relatively understanding.
But he knew Xiao Yuanhe wouldn't listen.
The only concern was Grandma. However, since he got married, he had left Grandma alone in their hometown for nearly 20 years.
He believed she wouldn't be too heartbroken over such an unfilial son. Once outside, Xiao Feng called Wu Zitsong. Brother Wu, have you taken care of the matter I entrusted to you?
I was just about to call you, little brother. Wu Zitsong replied, I've arranged for someone to take over the marketing for Wucheng health products. And I'll subcontract it to Zhao's planning. It involves 10 million in marketing expenses, but our contract specifies the responsible party. If there are any issues with the product, the marketing party will bear 50%
of the responsibility. Alright, thank you for that.
Please have someone deliver this contract to Xiao Yuanhe. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. Understood, I've already arranged for someone to meet them. The contract will be signed
this afternoon, Wu Zitsong said.
After hanging up, Xiao Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He had said that he would deliver the final blow to the Xiao family before they died. This Wucheng Health Products company dealt in various health products. They loved to hold meetings, hire celebrities for endorsements, and send warmth and eggs to elderly people. Moreover, their model was a combination of online and offline sales. If there were issues with the products, their marketing model would also be illegal. Recently, there had been cases of people dying suddenly after using their products, and tests had revealed banned substances. The Xiao family had been driven to a dead end. They would pour all their energy into this marketing plan. Once the products had issues, they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility, and the contract's liability clause would lead them to complete bankruptcy. Zhongjiang Capital, seeing the slight rise in the stock of CK Motors, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sumuyu also felt relieved. She firmly believed that Xiao Feng was right. She pondered for a moment and said, let's buy more shares of CK.
Miss Su. Li Yang was genuinely surprised, and he hurriedly said, we're already at a solid high position. The reason CK Auto stock can rise is because of tomorrow's Guangdong Auto Show, and they announced a long time ago that they would unveil their brand new coupe at the show. But if something goes wrong at the auto show, or if the newly released car doesn't meet the public's expectations, their stock will drop. Now that Zhongjiang Capital is temporarily
Under my control. This is a decision made by the senior management of the Su Group, so you just need to execute all my decisions. Miss Su, you are indeed the investor and the largest shareholder, but Zhongjiang Capital is an established financial company. Li Yang's expression darkened. There's my hard work in this, as well as that of many employees, so I cannot allow any issues to arise. Mr. Li. Sumu Yu slightly furrowed her brows. You are a veteran in the industry, a notable figure in the investment world. But times have changed. Your ideas only exist in the past. The future still belongs to the younger generation. Since you think my approach is problematic, why don't you take a break at home for a while? Li Yang's expression changed drastically, and even some of his subordinates were taken aback. Zhongjiang Capital had developed to this point, and Li Yang had made significant contributions. What did this young lady from the Su family want now? Or was she planning to kick out the veterans just as the company was preparing to go public? Wasn't this akin to killing the donkey after the grind? Then Miss Su, may I ask if my taking a break is your idea or President Su's? Li Yang calmed his inner emotions. Does it make a difference? Sumu Yu's tone remained flat. If Mr. Li feels tired, then taking a year or so off wouldn't be a problem. A year or so? Li Yang laughed in anger, becoming even more certain of his thoughts. Fine, then I'll go take a break. Miss Su, please. He turned around and left in a huff, returning to his office to pack his things, then left a resignation letter on his desk. Mr. Li, are you resigning? Mr. Li, what will we do if you leave? Several of Li Yang's subordinates blocked the office door. They had been with him for over a decade. Originally, following Li Yang, they all had hope of seeing the company go public. But now that the company was in the planning stages for an IPO, Li Yang was dismissed, which was bad news for everyone. Moreover, the new person in charge, President Su, clearly seemed to be a novice in finance. With someone like that taking over Zhongjiang Capital, what hope did they have left? Everyone. Li Yang straightened up. I'm getting older and I've been feeling overwhelmed with work lately. So I want to resign and take a break for a while. You all stay at the company and work hard. Zhongjiang Capital cannot do without you, and I believe President Su will not treat everyone unfairly. Mr. Li, where will you go after? Resigning? I'll go with you. Right, if we're leaving, we should all leave together. The crowd was agitated. These employees were the core members of Zhongjiang Capital, and if they really left, the company would likely fall into paralysis. Is Mr. Li really resigning? Sumu Yu's cold voice came through. President Su, I've already placed my resignation letter on the desk. I'm tired after all these years and want to take a break. I ask for your approval. Li Yang said solemnly. He held on to a final hope, hoping that by resigning he could force this President Su to wake up a little. However, what he didn't expect was for Sumu Yu to nod directly and say, "Alright, I approve." Sumu Yu. Li Yang raised his head, his tone heavy. Even though I've resigned, I still want to remind you of one thing. Skoda's stock is already at a high point, and it's only because of the new products at the auto show that their shares have risen. If any unexpected events occur during the auto show, or if the new products fail to meet user expectations, the stock will plummet. Right now, all the companies are selling off Skoda's stock. I've been with Zhongjiang for over a decade, and I don't want to watch the company go down in flames. I will consider Mr. Li's suggestion, thank you. Sumu Yu turned around and glanced at everyone present. Is there anyone else who wants to resign? I'll approve it all at once. All the employees at the door clenched their fists, but no one dared to act out. After all, the Su Group holds 60% of Zhongjiang Capital shares. She came here not for anything else but to push out the old guard. If not, everyone go back to work and don't gather here, Sumu Yu said. Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Sumu Yu and Li Yang. Mr. Li, I'm not here to seize power or force you out. After successfully managing Skoda's stock this time, I will leave Zhongjiang Capital. Sumu Yu said, at that time, I will personally invite you back to take charge of Zhongjiang Capital's work. No need. Li Yang smiled bitterly. Tell President Su that even if I leave Zhongjiang Capital, I won't starve. But you, why do you think this time managing Skoda's stock will succeed? Just because I believe in one person. Sumu Yu murmured. Li Yang said nothing. He left behind two words, foolish, and then angrily walked away. Zhongjiang Capital has made a large purchase of Skoda's stock and the person in charge, Li Yang, has resigned? When Xiao Feng learned this news, he was somewhat stunned. Li Yang was the backbone of Zhongjiang Capital. In the previous life, this person became a legendary figure in the investment world with his keen insight. He really began to doubt whether Sumu Yu was doing this on purpose. He hadn't even used any means, and Sumu Yu was already fooled to the point of being crippled. This woman, has she directly dismissed the lifeline of her own company? Xiao Feng, do you think this way of playing is a bit inappropriate? Zhang Zion felt a bit of sympathy. This battle for Sumu Yu was related to her status in the Su family. Her actions were indeed a bit frightening. Is this woman really leaving herself no way out? I can't help it. I just wanted to teach her a lesson, but I didn't expect her to be so foolish, Xiao Feng said with a wry smile. Forget it, this academic overachiever is only suited to stay in the lab doing data. She really can't handle the business world.
Li Yongyuan shook his head, helplessly. Since she's making such a big move, why don't we borrow some from her?
Xiaofeng smiled and casually sent Su Muyu a message to meet.
To his surprise, she replied instantly, suggesting a cafe downstairs from Zhongzheng capital, where they met. Are you here to make peace?
Su Muyu looked at Xiaofeng, a confident smile appearing on her face. Men really do say one thing and mean another. Just before, they were
saying that seeing each other again would make them enemies. Now he turns around and asks to meet? How do you plan to apologize? Should I lower my stance?
She is Su Muyu. Forgiving you so easily would make her lose face.
It's not about making peace. I heard you made a large purchase of Skoda's stock? Xiaofeng asked. Su Muyu's expression immediately turned displeased. Wasn't he here to make peace? She replied stiffly, yes, so what?
It's like this, Skoda's stock is currently at a high price. Buying in now carries great risk, Xiaofeng said with
a smile. No need for your reminder. Our financial company has experienced financial talents.
Su Muyu maintained a stern face.
Yes, but everyone makes mistakes sometimes. How about this, you lend me the stocks you have and I'll return them to you in a month. Xiaofeng put
down the coffee in his hand, and when I return your stocks, I'll give you an additional 10% of the amount. How about that?
What do you want, Xiaofeng?
Su Muyu looked at Xiaofeng warily. I have other uses for the CK stocks, Xiaofeng kindly suggested. Even if you don't lend them to me, you should consider selling a bit because the stock price is really too high right now.
What do you mean, Xiaofeng?
Su Muyu stared at him, unable to grasp what Xiaofeng was really after. I'm just trying to give you some good advice. The stock market isn't something you can play with like that, Xiaofeng said seriously.
You advise me to sell and then you plan to buy into CK stocks? Su Muyu sneered. What are you really up to?
I truly have no ulterior motives, Xiaofeng said helplessly. People should trust each other
more. I targeted you last time, so you've been looking for a chance to get back at me, right? Su Muyu wasn't falling for it. All right.
You're right, Xiaofeng said, looking disappointed. You've seen through me, but you might want to consider what I said.
Lend me your CK
stocks for a month, and I'll return them to you with a 10% rebate.
You can forget about it.
Su Muyu grabbed her phone and called the team at Zhongzheng Capital. Add another 100 million to CK stocks, immediately.
Xiaofeng was overjoyed inside, but he couldn't hide the deep disappointment on his face. Miss Su, why bother?
Xiaofeng, our relationship shouldn't be this tense, Su Muyu sighed.
Oh, then what kind of relationship should we have? Xiaofeng laughed, then stood up and sighed. All right, I've said what I needed to say. What you do next is up to you. I have to go. But Miss Su, you're not suited for the business world. Go back to your lab at Jingda. That's where you belong.
Su Muyu remained silent for a long time before finally looking up, but Xiaofeng had already left.
Watching Xiaofeng leave,
calmly, she let out a soft sigh, settled the bill, and walked out. Mingyu, it started. Sell all the stocks.
After leaving the cafe,
Xiaofeng sent a message, as the auto show was the next day. Just as he stepped out of the cafe, a familiar voice called out, President Zhou. Don't worry, we have a knack for marketing. This time, the marketing for Wagong Health Company is in our hands. It will definitely explode. I'll go back and plan the proposal right away to ensure it goes viral.
Zhao's father nodded and bowed as he saw an executive off to the car, holding a contract worth millions.
Waving goodbye, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face.
This contract had come at just the right time.
He had been nearly driven to bankruptcy by Xiaofeng, and the Su family had recently withdrawn their support for their company. Just when bankruptcy seemed imminent, a famous health product company had come through with a deal.
This marketing plan had to be executed. Well, only then could the company be revived.
However, when he turned around, he happened to lock eyes with Xiaofeng.
Xiaofeng? Zhao's father's face immediately turned ugly.
That's right, it's me, Xiaofeng nodded, glancing at the contract in his hand, and couldn't help but mock. Congratulations, you managed to get a contract. That's not easy. Xiaofeng, don't think that just because you know a few people, you can dominate everything, Zhao's father said coldly. You're just a high school student, you're not a match for me.
True, I am a bit inexperienced. Xiao Yuanhe, has Xiaoyan contacted you? Don't you plan to give me an explanation? Explanation? What explanation do you want?
Xiao Yuanhe sneered. You're my son, even if you turn to ashes.
So you intend to hold on until the end?
Xiaofeng glanced at his father.
To be honest, if I were you, I wouldn't do something so foolish. Xiaofeng. Zhao's father was furious. I am your biological father, whether you acknowledge it or not. I am. You show no respect for your elders. Do you even understand what filial piety means? Don't talk to me about that. Do you even deserve to discuss filial piety?
Xiaofeng sneered. Grandma is over 70, living alone in the countryside, and just because your wife looks down on her for being a rural person, you haven't cared for your own mother for nearly 20 years.
Talking about filial piety? What do you even count as? You? Xiao Yuanhe was enraged, raising his hand as if to strike. Come on, hit me, right
here. Xiaofeng pointed to his own face. If you don't, you're the grandson. Xiao Yuanhe was so furious he felt like his lungs would explode, but he had no way to deal with Xiaofeng. He didn't dare to hit him. After all, he had just come out of detention.
if he slapped this kid. With his connections and means, he would probably end up back inside for a few days. The contract had just come through, and if he went back in, the family business would really be finished. Fine, you've grown up, your wings have hardened. Let me tell you, Xiao Feng, even if you fly to the sky, I am still your father. Xiao Yuanha angrily threw down a sentence and turned to get in the car and leave. Watching his car drive away, Xiao Feng grinned. Alright, next, the Xiao family should prepare for bankruptcy. I want to see how long you can struggle. Xiao Feng, come to school quickly, there's something big. On the phone, Su Zhao's voice was a bit urgent, filled with uncontainable excitement. Okay, I'm on my way. Hearing her tone, Xiao Feng had a rough idea of what was going on. It must be about the physics competition. The results had come out quickly. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly drove to the school. At the school, in the principal's office, Li Zhen had a joyful expression. Xiao Feng, the competition results are out. You placed second in the province. The admissions offices from Qingda and Jingda have already called. Congratulations, you've been accepted by both schools in advance. Now it's up to you to make your choice. Jingda, Xiao Feng answered without hesitation. Are you sure? Li Zhen smiled. Even though you ranked second, the feedback from above is that your comprehensive knowledge is extremely strong, and your thinking is highly expansive. Indeed, the physics department at Jingda is quite suitable for you. Confirmed, I choose Jingda, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Alright, then I'll reply to the admissions office. Good luck. You are the first student from Tongfang High School to be directly admitted to Jingda. You must bring glory to your alma mater. Li Zhen encouraged. I will definitely not let Principal Li's expectations down. Xiao Feng nodded. After leaving the principal's office, Su Xiao came up to him. Xiao Feng, congratulations. Thank you, Teacher Su. Now you can finally rest easy, right? Xiao Feng laughed heartily. Rest easy, completely at ease. Su Xiao truly felt a weight lifted off her heart. She smiled and said, the school has decided to give you a 30,000 yuan bonus. We will hold a school-wide commendation meeting later. Prepare for it and give a speech on stage. I can encourage my classmates, but as for the bonus, just donate it to the school's underprivileged students on my behalf. Xiao Feng said. Okay, as you wish. Su Xiao was genuinely happy for Xiao Feng, but thinking that this might be the last class she would teach, she couldn't help but feel a bit sad. What's wrong, Teacher Su? Xiao Feng noticed her mood was off. Nothing, I'm just too happy for you. Su Xiao smiled and said, go back to the classroom and take a look. You must come when we take graduation photos. Okay. Xiao Feng nodded. Xiao Feng, that's amazing, you've been directly admitted to Jingda. Congratulations. It's an honor to be in the same class as a top student. As soon as he entered the classroom, his classmates erupted in excitement. Xiao Feng shook hands and hugged his classmates, but when he saw the empty seat where Song Xian usually sat, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Song Xian might be going abroad, but he still wanted to make one last effort. Perhaps others may speak lightly of him now, but after shorting the stock of CK, he had a certain confidence to talk to Song Yunming. He could protect Song Xian and also meet the requirements of the Song family. Xiao Feng, there's only a month left until the college entrance examination. Everyone is planning to have a meal with Teacher Su after the exam, just as a thank you banquet. You must come, Su Dachui said. I will definitely be there. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment and said, I noticed something was off with Teacher Su's expression. Has she encountered some trouble recently? You don't know? Su Dachui said in surprise. I haven't been to school much lately, so I really don't know. What's going on? Xiao Feng replied, slightly taken aback. Teacher Su used to live in a single-parent family. Her biological parents have found her, and it's said that her father is a wealthy man, Su Dachui whispered. So we might be her last batch of students. Her dad wants her to return to the family business. I see, then congratulations to Teacher Su, Xiao Feng said, suddenly enlightened. It's not that simple. Su Dachui sighed. It's said that she is an illegitimate child, and her mother comes from an ordinary family, so her parents couldn't be together back then. Later, her dad remarried and had a younger sister, who was about 6 or 7 years younger than her. She will definitely face difficulties when she goes back home. Is there such a thing? Xiao Feng was genuinely surprised. He hadn't interacted much with Teacher Su in his previous life. He only knew she was a gentle and patient teacher, but he didn't expect her background to be so complicated. Yes, Teacher Su is in a very difficult position now. She doesn't want to go back, but her mother can't keep bearing the unjustified blame. Su Dachui's words weighed heavily on Xiao Feng's heart. It seemed he needed to have a good talk with Teacher Su. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Su Muyu had just arrived at the company, opened her computer in the office, and hadn't even caught her breath. Suddenly, an employee rushed over. Not good, General Manager Su, something has happened. What happened? Su Muyu's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. CK Motors has had an incident at the International Auto Show. They claim to have cars equipped with the latest L3 level autonomous driving, but suddenly crashed without being started. And it crashed into a crowd, resulting in 1 death and over 10 injuries, and the Battery caught fire upon impact. What? How's the stock? Sumuyu stood up abruptly, her face filled with disbelief. It's plummeting, and there's a trend of hitting the limit down. Currently, it's advised that we sell all the stocks we hold. If we sell now, our losses will be catastrophic. Sumuyu's face turned pale as she murmured, "No, don't sell now, let's wait a bit longer." Xiaofeng had clearly bought a large amount of CK Motors stock, and he had even purchased more than she did. The stock would definitely rebound. If she sold now, her operation would fail. Still waiting? The employee could hardly believe his ears. Has Sumuyu gone mad? The stock of CK Motors was in the red, and this incident had just begun to ferment. It could continue to hit the limit down, evaporating market value, and their money would evaporate along with it. Follow my instructions. Wait. Sumuyu gritted her teeth, grabbed her bag, and quickly left. Xiaofeng had also bought a large amount of CK stock. Why hadn't he sent any news yet? She needed to see what Xiaofeng was doing. At that moment, Xiaofeng had met up with Li Yang at a high-end cafe. You are Xiaofeng? Li Yang looked at Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat incredulous. He knew that the largest shareholder of the recently rising Xingqian capital was Xiaofeng. Moreover, the young boss of that financial company, Li Mingyu, had an exceptionally keen sense for the stock market. Even he, a seasoned financial expert with over a decade in the industry, felt inferior. But he had heard through the grapevine that Li Mingyu's investment guidance came from Xiaofeng. Today, the other party took the initiative to invite him out to meet, and he readily agreed. However, he never expected that this Xiaofeng was actually a high school student. Yes, hello, Mr. Li. Xiaofeng nodded politely. Incredible, truly incredible. Li Yang was momentarily taken aback. Xingqian Capital is a company with great potential, but to think that the real mastermind behind it is a high school student? I must be getting old. You are the senior. I can only be considered a bit clever. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Is it because of you that Sumuyu insists on investing in CK Motors? Li Yang finally understood. You're pushing her into the fire pit. I didn't make her invest. I was actually trying to persuade her to sell her stocks. Xiaofeng laughed. But she is the young lady of the Su family, wealthy and willful. She didn't listen to a word I said, and look, CK Motors has had an incident today. If she cuts her losses now, she can avoid greater losses, Li Yang said with some regret. She won't. Xiaofeng shook his head. This is an opportunity for her to prove herself. She doesn't want to lose it for nothing. In the future, CK's stock will plummet. She has invested nearly 1.2 billion, and at the minimum loss, that's already 30%. Li Yang said, does she really think there's a chance for CK's stock to rise again? Ha, people have a gambler's mentality. Xiaofeng took a sip of coffee. Sumuyu doesn't understand finance, nor is she a deity, so she will invest recklessly, trying to recover her losses. I can't believe there are such foolish people. Li Yang looked skeptical. Then let's take a gamble. Xiaofeng picked up his phone, called Sumuyu, then pressed the speakerphone and placed it on the table. Miss Su, CK's stock has had an incident, and you hold quite a bit. You should cut your losses quickly while it's just starting. Xiaofeng. Sumuyu's tone was a bit urgent. What exactly is going on? Aren't you holding a lot of CK stock? What are you planning to do now? I sold it. I've already sold everything, Xiaofeng replied calmly. Since we know each other, I advise you to sell quickly too. Don't be like retail investors, chasing losses and selling high that will lead to significant losses. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and after a while, Sumuyu seemed to understand. CK has applied for the latest L3 driving technology, so this was an accident. It won't be long before it rebounds. Thank you for reminding me. A few brief words, and the call was hung up. Xiaofeng shrugged. You see, Mr. Li, I wasn't wrong, was I? Li Yang was silent for a while, and after a long time, he finally smiled bitterly. I've truly never seen such a foolish person. She's not foolish, she just subconsciously wants to oppose me to prove herself, Xiaofeng said helplessly. I don't know when I offended her so deeply. Well, Mr. Xiao, you've completely extinguished my thoughts of returning to Zhongjiang capital. Li Yang shook his head. With such foolish people in charge, even a genius can't save it. Then, hasn't Mr. Li thought about starting anew? Xiaofeng said with a smile. You want to poach me? Li Yang glanced at Xiaofeng and then laughed. Mr. Xiao, I know you're exceptional, simply an investment genius. But I just resigned, and I still have psychological shadows regarding work. I'm different from the Su family. I won't limit Mr. Li. If Mr. Li agrees, I will leave 20% of the company's shares to you and 10% to your team. Xiaofeng said sincerely. Moreover, all investments, I will only suggest the specific execution will depend on Mr. Li himself, and I will give Mr. Li the greatest freedom. Li Yang remained silent. He was 35 this year, and to be honest, he had previously invested all his energy into Zhongjiang capital. He believed that once the company went public, he would inevitably become a senior figure, but he never expected that a college dropout like Sumuyu could directly negate all his efforts. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, it really can't compare to a good birth. Of course, Mr. Li can think it over. If you agree, I will establish a new company and invest 50 million.
Seeing him silent, Xiaofeng continued, moreover, your former subordinates have followed you for so long, and
now they are in Zhengzheng, which is meaningless.
If they can transfer to you, I will invest another 10 million to celebrate their early
success. Mr. Xiao, are you serious? Li Yang was taken aback.
He was a person who valued loyalty. His old subordinates had followed him for so long, yet in the end, they gained nothing. The pursuit of profit and capital made him deeply resentful, but he never expected that a high
school student like Xiaofeng would have such vision. Serious. Xiaofeng said earnestly, consider it an early year-end bonus for you. I agree. Li Yang nodded heavily, stood up, and solemnly extended his hand.
Let's get to know each other again, Li Yang.
Xiaofeng, it's a great honor. Xiaofeng nodded and shook hands with Li Yang.
The incident with CK Motors continued to escalate, with 3 consecutive
days of limit-down trading, evaporating hundreds of billions in market value.
Su Muyu's eyes were sunken, and she stared intently at the green data on the computer screen, her whole being in a state of madness. The nearly 1.2 billion she invested was a total loss.
Even the trader
was numb. After reporting the data, this subordinate hesitated about whether to submit his resignation letter when Su Muyu spoke up.
What's the movement of Xinchen Capital? Them?
They sold all their stocks the day before the International Auto Show.
This subordinate, with a
responsible attitude, added, and most of their stocks were borrowed. So,
what did you say? The stocks they held were borrowed. Su
Muyu's eyes widened suddenly. Connecting this with Xiaofeng's previous attitudes, she finally understood and shouted, they are shorting.
Shorting. As it stands, yes.
The subordinate nodded, his expression somewhat complex. This young lady from the Su family finally reacted.
Why didn't anyone tell me?
Su Muyu clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. They kept it too tightly under wraps, and besides, Miss Su, have you really been able to take in others' opinions these past few days? The subordinate said helplessly.
He took out his resignation letter from his pocket. This is my resignation letter. Please approve it, Miss Su.
After saying that, he stepped out.
Staring at the
resignation letter, Su Muyu was overwhelmed by a deep sense of powerlessness.
Hello, Miss Su.
As the voice from outside came, the office
door opened.
It was her father who had arrived. He walked into the office, and the accompanying person closed the door.
Su Muyu truly didn't
know how to face her father. She softly called out, Dad.
Why did it come to this? Su's father looked at Su Muyu with a questioning tone.
It's my fault for not understanding the situation. All the responsibility lies with me. Su Muyu lowered her voice.
Very good, being able to take on all the responsibility proactively. Su's father smiled. This is your last chance, but you missed it. I understand. Su Mu. You nodded. I accept all the punishment. Now you have 2 paths in front of you, it's up to you to choose. Su's father said, first, return
to Jingda to continue your experiments, but the Su family will not provide you with any support,
because what you are researching is too far-fetched and cannot bring profits to the Su family in the short term.
She had already anticipated this outcome, but Su Muyu still felt
a wave of disappointment inside.
Yes, the quantum communication research she was involved in was a product of an era.
Without substantial funding and research investment, there would be no results. The Su family is not in the charity business, they seek profit, and they would not invest in such a thankless experiment. Second, Su's father paused, a marriage alliance with the eldest son of the Chu family in Yanjing is the best choice. You want me to marry a fool?
Su Muyu's lips twitched, a hint of mockery in her voice.
Is our family really in such dire need of this marriage? I finally understand why my mother married you for 20 years and ultimately went abroad to seek her first love. Living in such a family must be suffocating, right?
Su Muyu's words were somewhat rebellious, and she was prepared for her father's
reprimand. But unexpectedly, Su's father did not get angry.
Your mother and I have no emotional foundation.
We married purely for profit. It's
not wrong for her to seek her first love, and I have someone I like as well.
If you choose the first path, then I can rightfully bring
your sister home and train her as the future heir. Su Muyu fell silent. This was the price she had to pay for her failure, and she had no words left. That sister, whom she had only met a few times, would now replace her in the Su family, and the white moonlight of her father's youth would finally come to the Su family, becoming the mistress of the house. She suddenly felt like an abandoned pawn.
Don't blame me. There are no feelings in the family. This is the price of your failure. Su's father sighed. I understand, I don't blame you. Su Muyu took
a deep breath, raised her head, and made up her mind. I choose the first path and will return to Jingda to continue my experiments.
This is what I excel at. After everything that has happened, I understand that I am not suited for the business world. Are you sure? Even
though he already knew Su Muyu's choice, Su's father still felt a pang of reluctance.
After all, she was his daughter. Once she made such a choice, it would be no different from being abandoned. I am sure
I will return to Jingda in a few days, and from now on, whatever I do and whatever path I take will have nothing to do with the Su family. Tears slowly fell from Su Muyu's eyes. She understood that from now on, she
Would be like someone who had been abandoned, no longer possessing an enviable family background or resources. Alright, I understand. Su. Father nodded gently, looking at Su Muyu with affection. But Muyu, you must remember one thing. You, Su Muyu, will always be the daughter of Su Jinye. I understand, I will remember.
Su Muyu's tears streamed down her face.
In a standalone villa, Song Xian was dialing
Xiao Feng's number, but it had not connected after several attempts.
Xiao Feng, why aren't you answering my calls? I'm angry. Song Xian sent
a fierce expression to Xiao Feng on WeChat. Seeing that Xiao Feng did not reply, she continued to ramble. I heard you ranked second in the
provincial competition and have been admitted to Jingda? I'm really happy for you.
In less than a month, the college entrance examination
will be here, and I don't know if I can catch up to you. Hey, say something?
As she watched, her messages to Xiao Feng seem to vanish into
thin air, Song Xian felt a surge of anger.
She angrily tossed her phone aside, plotting how to teach Xiao Feng a lesson the next time they
met. Just then, the doorbell rang.
In this villa, apart from the nanny and the tutor, she hardly saw anyone else, and she was initially too
annoyed to care.
But the doorbell kept ringing, disturbing her peace.
Finally, she helplessly stood up.
Coming, stop ringing.
Who is it?
When she opened the door, a familiar smiling face came into view.
Who else could it be but Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng? Song Xian almost doubted her own eyes.
Ever since the kidnapping incident, she had felt almost like a prisoner at home. She had almost lost contact with the
outside world.
Despite multiple protests, it had no effect at all. She never dreamed that Xiao Feng would actually come to see her.
What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?
Xiao Feng said with a half smile.
Wow, is it really you, Xiao Feng? Are you real? Let me pinch you to see if it's an illusion.
Song Xian reached out and pinched Xiao Feng's face. It was soft. Yes, he was real.
She grabbed Xiao Feng's hand, crying and laughing. Why did you come? I really thought I wouldn't see you until after the college entrance exam. I got a
recommendation, so I won't have to go to school anymore. That's why I came to see you, Xiao Feng said softly.
It was only after I pestered your grandfather that he agreed. Woo, I really miss you so much.
Song Xian's eyes were red. If it weren't for the nanny watching closely, she might have hugged Xiao Feng and cried.
Alright, let's go inside first. I brought you a lot of snacks.
The treats Xiao Feng brought were all her favorites.
Thank you, Xiao Feng, you're so nice. How are the classmates?
Song Xian quickly invited Xiao Feng in, pulling him
along and asking about everything. They're all good, and everyone misses you a lot.
Xiao Feng responded as Song Xian asked about this and that, about classmates, about teachers. A few days apart felt like centuries to her. I really miss my classmates, and I miss Teacher Su. I want to go out for a walk. Staying here is driving me crazy.
Song Xian complained. Have they found out who was behind this? Xiao Feng asked.
I don't know, but my dad has pulled a lot of strings, including my uncle who has connections in the police system.
It should be a group of forces from abroad, Song Xian said, feeling a bit frustrated. When can I live like a normal person, just a regular life? It's okay, it will be soon. I will protect you, Xiao Feng said seriously. Really?
Song Xian was delighted. She looked up at Xiao Feng and said,
Then I want to go out now. I want to go shopping. Really want to go? Xiao Feng asked. Yes, Song Xian nodded earnestly. I miss the
stinky tofu and spicy hot pot at the snack street, and I want to go watch a movie.
Let's go, I'll take you.
Seeing the nanny busy with housework, Xiao Feng quickly glanced out the floor-to-ceiling window and then found a corner that was unguarded. There were 3 bodyguards
watching over Song Xian because of the kidnapping incident, and the family was indeed scared.
So they were on high alert, and Song Xian felt like she was in prison.
How do we get out? Song Xian asked excitedly.
Follow me, Xiao Feng said, pulling her out the door, chatting as they walked to the backyard. The bodyguards didn't follow. The backyard wall was high enough. With no one around, Xiao Feng led her to the
corner of the wall and then squatted down. Quick, step on my shoulders and climb over. Ha! Song Xian was taken aback, standing aside a bit at a loss. Is this really okay?
Just trust me, Xiao Feng said with a slight smile. I'll take you out to have some fun, to relax a
bit. All right. Song Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded as if she had made up her mind.
She took off her shoes and carefully stepped
onto Xiao Feng's shoulders. Are you steady? Xiao Feng asked. I'm steady.
Song Xian felt a bit scared but also excited.
Okay, I'm standing
up. Xiao Feng carefully stood up. At 1.85 m, the wall was less than 3 meters high.
Once standing, Song Xian easily climbed onto the top of the wall. What about you? Song Xian perched on the wall, feeling both nervous and excited.
Xiao Feng took a few steps back, then ran forward, leaping up and grabbing the top of the wall with both hands. With a strong push, he climbed over.
He jumped down
from the wall and extended his hands. Come down, I'll catch you.
Okay. Song Xian felt a thrill as she whispered, I've gained some weight recently. Are you sure you can catch me?
I'm sure, come down, Xiao Feng said, opening his arms and nodding seriously.
Then I'm coming. Sun Xian lightly bit her lip and carefully climbed down from the wall. Xiaofeng opened his arms and embraced her. The princess Carrie, soft, jade and warm fragrance in his arms, was very close. Their eyes met, and Sun Xian shyly dared not look at Xiaofeng. He set her down on the ground, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Oh no, I left my shoes inside." As soon as Sun Xian landed, she realized she was barefoot. "Then I'll go back in and get them." Xiaofeng scratched his head. Just then, a bodyguard's shout echoed from the villa's yard, "Miss is missing. Hurry, go find her, notify Old Song." Chaos erupted inside, and Sun Xian grabbed Xiaofeng's arm. "There's no time, we need to go." Saying this, without waiting for a response, she lifted her skirt barefoot and quickly ran away, pulling Xiaofeng along. In the garden, the princess was barefoot, holding her skirt and tightly grasping the hand of the most important person in her life, pursuing her happiness. Everything felt like a scene from a fairy tale. "The miss is over there, hurry." The bodyguards had spotted Sun Xian and Xiaofeng, and several of them rushed towards them. "Xiaofeng, run! I don't want to go back," Sun Xian exclaimed in panic, pulling Xiaofeng to run faster. Fortunately, Xiaofeng's car was parked not far outside. They quickly got in, started the engine, and sped away. "Where's the miss? Quick, chase after them." The nanny ran over, slapping her thigh as she watched the car disappear. "We can't catch up, Wang Ma, let's just call Old Song," the bodyguard said helplessly. Xian left with Xiaofeng? Upon hearing this news, Song Yunming didn't seem surprised. "Yes, Old Song, we've already sent a car to chase them. It's our negligence," the bodyguard said, somewhat frightened. "Forget it, just send a car to follow from a distance. Don't disturb them," Song Yunming said after a moment's thought. "Understood." The bodyguard finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Dad, that girl is too outrageous in the company," Song's father complained. "It's all your fault for spoiling her too much. How dangerous is it outside now? That Xiaofeng is too much, actually taking my daughter away." "Alright, being with Xiaofeng is safe for now. Our most important task is to negotiate well with that foreign group. If they dare to touch my granddaughter, I won't hold back." A fierce look appeared on Song Lao's face. "As long as they surface, everything will be negotiable. Your elder brother has already contacted the police high-ups, and I'm having someone reach out to Heishui. If they dare to touch Xian, I'll make them pay." "Then, is Xian still going abroad?" Song's father asked. "Why send her abroad? Look at the current situation, can they still be separated?" Song Lao sighed helplessly. "A girl can't be kept at home, and with that Xiaofeng, I let him meet Xian to keep her company. But he's gone too far, actually taking my granddaughter away? That's just too much." Xiaofeng drove to the pedestrian street in the center of Jiangcheng, parked the car, and Song Xian got out from the passenger seat. She stretched lazily, greedily inhaling the outside air. "It feels so good, this is the taste of freedom." "Xiaofeng, where are we going?" "Shopping, eating, watching a movie, but you can't walk around barefoot. Let's go buy you some shoes first," Xiaofeng said with a smile. "Okay." Song Xian nodded, and they arrived at a shoe store where Xiaofeng picked out a pair of sneakers for her. "It's more comfortable to wear shoes while shopping, try these on." Xiaofeng helped her sit down, then squatted down to put the shoes on Song Xian. She happily sat there, watching Xiaofeng's profile gradually becoming entranced. "Alright, get up and give it a try." After putting on her shoes, Xiaofeng stood up and unexpectedly locked eyes with Song Xian. "What are you looking at me for?" Xiaofeng asked with a smile. "I just want to look at you a bit more." Song Xian blushed and quickly stood up. She walked around, jumped a few times, and felt that they fit just right. "They fit perfectly, I'll take this pair." "Great, let's go." Xiaofeng took her to the checkout. "Xiaofeng, I want to eat oden, grilled gluten, and spicy red oil soup. The food I've been eating at home has been so bland lately." Song Xian tugged at Xiaofeng pitifully. "Your family's chef is quite good. Have you gotten tired of it?" Xiaofeng asked with a laugh. "Eating the same thing every day, I need a change of taste." "Come on, let's go." Song Xian giggled, pulling Xiaofeng towards the snack street on the basement level of the mall. "Alright, I'll indulge you today." Xiaofeng playfully pinched her nose. After a while time, Song Xian rubbed her full belly and let out a loud burp, looking quite unrefined yet thoroughly satisfied. "By the way, if your old man finds out I've taken you away, will he be very angry?" Xiaofeng asked. "They want to send me abroad, but I don't want to go." "Xiaofeng, promise me, if they really try to send me away, you'll help me elope, okay?" Song Xian said, clinging to Xiaofeng with a pitiful look. Xiaofeng, who was drinking water, almost spat it out, coughing hard. "Not to that extent, not to that extent. I'm working hard on it. I'll find a way to keep you in the country." "That's good." Song Xian finally smiled brightly. "I don't want to go abroad. I can't bear to leave you, or teacher Sue, or my classmates." "Don't worry, I'll convince them," Xiaofeng said seriously. "Xiaofeng, you're so nice." "Thank you." Song Xian giggled. "You haven't fallen behind in your studies these days, have you?" Xiaofeng asked. "No, my dad hired a private tutor who comes to teach me every day, but I still think you teach better," Song Xian said with a smile. "I'll have them fire the tutor and let you teach me instead."
Xiaofeng smiled wryly. That tutor he had never met was just inexplicably losing their job.
Xiaofeng, I heard something happened with teacher Su? What's wrong with her? Sun Xian asked while sipping her milk tea. I'm not too sure about the
details, but I heard her biological father came looking for her and he's from a wealthy family, Xiaofeng replied.
Next time I see her, I'll find out more.
Sun Xian nodded, then her attention was caught by a claw machine nearby. I want that one.
That one? It's a bit tricky.
Xiaofeng scratched his head and then exchanged 30 yuan for her. You play first, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Sun Xian took the coins
and started trying to grab a toy. Xiaofeng ran to the front desk of the indoor games, found a staff member, took out 200 yuan,
and pointed at Sun Xian. Friend, can you help me out?
The staff member understood, took the money and went to the machine, claiming there
was a problem with it and adjusted the claw. Xiaofeng, I can't grab anything. Sun Xian pouted.
Don't worry, try again, Xiaofeng
smiled slightly. Okay. Sun Xian bit her lip and tried again, this time successfully grabbing a cute toy. Wow, I got it. I really got it. This is the first time I've ever grabbed a toy. Sun Xian jumped up happily, hugging the toy tightly. Try again, you might get another.
Surprise, Xiaofeng encouraged.
Okay, I'll try again. Sun Xian nodded excitedly, inserted 2 more coins, and manipulated the controls. This time, she succeeded again.
After grabbing 5 or 6 toys in a row, she finally hugged her toys, satisfied, and left with Xiaofeng. They played almost everything in the mall, claw machines, dance machines, and even the little train.
Tired from playing, Sun Xian hugged the doll
she had caught and sat in the chair.
Xiaofeng, what are we doing next? Are you tired?
Xiaofeng asked with a smile.
A little tired. But I can hold on, Sun Xian said seriously.
Being with Xiaofeng, she could endure anything.
Then let's go watch a movie, there's a good
one that just came out, Xiaofeng suggested after thinking for a moment.
Okay, I'll follow your lead, Sun Xian nodded. I'll go buy
some popcorn, you rest for a bit, Xiaofeng smiled slightly. On his way to buy popcorn, he passed a cafe and unexpectedly saw Su Muyu sitting
with Xiao Ming. Ming, I'm going back to Yanjing in a few days.
You need to work hard and try to get into a school in Yanjing. Then we can see each other often, Su Muyu said, her expression somewhat haggard from not sleeping well these past few days.
Sister Su, I will work hard.
Why are you leaving so suddenly?
Xiao Ming asked, confused. I really can't bear to part with you.
I can't bear to part with you either, but there are some uncontrollable factors, so I have to leave, Su Muyu forced a smile.
But don't worry, once I'm in Yanjing, I'll call you often. Sister, wait for me in Yanjing.
I will definitely get into a university there and then we can be together again, Xiao Ming said happily.
How is your family, now? Su Muyu asked.
It's okay. Although sister withdrew her investment in the Su family, fortunately, dad is well liked and has landed a big contract, so everyone in the company is busy with that, Xiao Ming replied, a hint of resentment in
his tone. So the family business is fine for now. I'm sorry, Ming.
There are some things I really can't control, Su Muyu felt even
more guilty inside. Sister, it's fine.
I don't blame you, Xiao Ming said with a smile.
We can still be as happy as we were before, right? Thank you, Ming.
At this time, you're the only one who still treats me like before, Su Muyu smiled, though her smile was a bit bitter. Yes, having lost the halo of the Su family, she had fallen from grace. She was no longer the famous princess of the Su family in Jiangchang, but a discarded pawn without family support. Perhaps her path would be harder in the future, but she believed she could get through it.
Sister, what's wrong? Did something happen?
Xiao Ming asked, puzzled.
He still didn't know what had happened in Su Muyu's family, but just then, he received a message on his phone.
It was from Zhao's mother, and after reading the content, Xiao Ming's expression changed completely.
What's wrong, Ming? Seeing his strange expression, Su Muyu asked in confusion. Sister, Uncle Su sent an invitation for me and my family to his daughter's homecoming banquet. What is going on?
Xiao Ming looked up, shocked.
There are some things you might not know. My dad
has an illegitimate daughter who is older than me, and now she's coming home, Su Muyu said with a hint of self-mockery.
How could this happen?
Xiao Ming was stunned. This was something he had never imagined.
Yeah, I never thought something like this would happen to me, Su. Muyu smiled weakly. So from now on, you.
Xiao Ming struggled to speak.
Does that mean you'll lose the support of the Su family? Is that very important to you?
Su Muyu's smile froze slightly.
No, it's not important. No matter what, you are still my sister Su. I'm just
worried about you, that's why I asked, Xiao Ming hurriedly replied.
I have lost the support of the Su family, so from now on, I will have to rely on myself. Su Muyu sighed softly.
Xiao Ming's expression changed, and he forced a smile.
It's okay, Sister Su. Even if you rely on yourself, you can still live well. Thank you, Xiao Ming.
After all these things happened, friends who were once very close in our circle have
all distanced themselves from me.
Su Muyu smiled with relief. Only you still treat me the same as before.
You will always be my sister.
Su. Xiao Ming stood up. Sister Su, I have to go back. I still need to review tonight.
Sumuyu stared at Xiaoming. My dad invited you to my sister's homecoming banquet, right? Can you stay with me tonight and not go? Sumuyu felt really upset inside. She knew that all the flowers and applause tonight belonged to that sister. She felt like a person who had been abandoned and only Xiaoming could bring her some comfort. Sister, I won't go, but I really need to review for the exam tomorrow. I'll accompany you tomorrow, okay? Xiaoming hesitated. Before saying, Sumuyu fell silent, her heart gradually sinking. Before she could respond, Xiaoming picked up his phone and hurriedly left. She stared blankly at Xiaoming's back, unable to speak for a long time. For the first time in her life, she felt that Xiaoming seemed so unfamiliar. After a long while, she picked up her phone, looking at her father's familiar yet strange number. Gritting her teeth, she dialed. It rang once before being answered, and her father's voice was unusually gentle. What's wrong? Encountered a problem? If things are not going well outside, just come home. The Su family will always be your home. No, Dad, I just want to ask you for a favor, to verify something. Sumuyu's tone was firm. Okay, go ahead. Su father agreed without hesitation. I want to know what blood type Xiaoming has. Sumuyu said, I want to clarify whether the person who saved me 3 years ago is really me. He has type B blood. Su father replied. He is type B? Dad, have you checked him? Sumuyu asked in shock. You are my precious daughter. How could I not check on someone close to you? Especially a lifesaver? Su father said, the reason I didn't tell you was to see when you would discover the problem on your own. People need to grow, and the process of growth requires paying a price. In the past, you always avoided problems. The comforting thing is that you can finally face the problem now. Congratulations, this is your first step, and I am very pleased. Dad, I'm sorry. I disappointed you. Tears streamed down Sumuyu's face. It turned out that her father had such high expectations for her, yet she had never realized it. It was she who had completely disappointed her father, which was why there was the homecoming banquet for Su Xiao. She didn't blame others, she really didn't blame others. Alright, take good care of yourself in Yanjing. Face what you need to face, and don't avoid it. I understand, thank you, Dad. I'll hang up now. Sumuyu's voice choked as she hung up the phone, tears flowing uncontrollably. However, when she lifted her head, she saw a familiar figure leaving beside her. It was Xiaofeng, holding popcorn, walking towards Sun Xian not far away. Both of them wore happy smiles, chatting and laughing as they passed by the floor-to-ceiling window in front of her. She quickly turned her head away. Right now, she had no idea how to face Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng had spent the whole day having fun with Sun Xian, and after going out at night, they had eaten grilled fish and strolled through the night market until it was dark when Sun Xian finally seemed truly tired. Just then, Song Yunming called to ask if she had had enough fun. If she had, he would come to pick her up. Only then did Sun Xian stop. She sat on a stone stool at the edge of the snack street, allowing Xiaofeng to massage her legs. Xiaofeng, can you come again tomorrow? She looked at Xiaofeng with a pitiful expression. Tomorrow might not work. If I take you away again, your grandpa will definitely break my legs. Xiaofeng said with a bitter smile. Ah, does that mean I have to go back to living a hard life again? Tears were about to fall from Song Xian's eyes. Just hold on for another month and it will be fine after the college entrance examination. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and said, I will convince the old man to let you stay in the country. Okay, I believe you. Only then did Sun Xian nod happily. Had enough fun? At that moment, a Bentley stopped by the roadside, and Song Lao got out of the car. Grandpa, you came in person? Song Xian knew she was in the wrong, and she lowered her head, not daring to look into Song Yunming's eyes. You girl, you are really too much, Song Yunming scolded Song Xian. The family is strict with you for your own good. It's true that a girl grows up and can't be kept, no matter how much your own people care for you. It can't compare to a few sweet words from this guy. The old man was really angry, thinking that Song Xian would come home after playing for a while, but this crazy girl played all day long. If he hadn't called today, would she have stayed out overnight with this guy? Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Song Xian pouted. I don't want to go to Europe. I want to stay in the country. Gat. In the car, it's not your turn to argue, Song Yunming said, blowing his beard and glaring. I won't. If you don't agree today, I won't go back, Song Xian said stubbornly. You girl, dare to talk back to me? You don't listen to your grandpa's words anymore? The old man was furious. Xian, just go back with grandpa first. I'll handle the rest, okay? Xiaofeng spoke up. Song Xian was taken aback, although she was extremely reluctant. She still got into the car with the driver. This made Song Yunming even angrier. Alright, so my words aren't as effective as yours, huh? No, you are her grandpa, you are an elder. Your words definitely carry more weight than mine, Xiaofeng said, with a smile. This is getting more and more outrageous. You actually ran off with my granddaughter? Song Yunming was getting angrier. Don't you see what time it is? Running around with her? My fault, I'm sorry, Song Lao. Xiaofeng kept apologizing, but I also took safety measures. I believe you have done the same, right? Don't try to be clever in front of me, Song Yunming snorted. You still have less then a month to pay back the money you borrowed from me. If I can't pay it back by then, don't worry, it won't take a month.
I'll pay you back with interest, Xiaofeng said confidently. That's more like it, but I actually hope you can't pay it back. Song Yunming
glanced at Xiaofeng. Then you can rightfully marry into the Song family, wouldn't that be good?
Xiaofeng was stunned. No wonder. This old man lent him so much money so readily. It turns out he had this idea in mind. The old fox is indeed cunning.
What, am I making things difficult for you? Song Yunming was furious.
No, really not, but I will definitely pay back this money, Xiaofeng chuckled. But Song
Lao, can I discuss something with you? What is it? Go ahead. Song Yunming waved his hand. Now he was completely out of temper. The Song family plans to send Xian to Europe for studies, right? Xiaofeng asked thoughtfully. That is indeed the case. Why? Song Yunming glanced at Xiaofeng. Can you not let her go abroad? Xiaofeng asked cautiously. Reason?
Song Yunming sat on a stone stool.
She doesn't want
to go, and besides, the customs and living habits abroad are different from those in the country. She definitely won't adapt if she goes.
Xiaofeng
smiled and said, I know you are also concerned for her safety, but I believe the Song family has already taken care of this matter.
Haven't they?
The matter is being discussed. It's not difficult to resolve, Song Yunming sighed, but in the future, no one can guarantee
that there won't be any danger at all. It mainly depends on whether you can be reliable or not. I need time to prove myself, you know? How about this, Song Lao, set me a short-term goal.
Xiaofeng's eyes darted around. If I reach the goal, you let Ziyan stay in the country
to study. How does that sound? That's not impossible, Song Yunming pondered. Did you say last time that you'd return me 10% interest on the money I lent you, right?
Yes, 10 billion in interest, Xiaofeng nodded. I don't believe you can earn that much in a month. So, let's set this goal. If you really can return me 10% interest, I'll let Ziyan stay.
How about that?
Deal, it's a promise, Xiaofeng said, delighted. The old man was practically giving him a free pass. With the stock of CK plummeting, he would pull out at the
lowest point.
By then, he should have at least 30 to 40% profit, pay back the old man's money, and returning him 10%.
Wouldn't be a problem.
But you better take this seriously. This is your last chance, Song Yunming said, invigorated.
Seeing Xiaofeng so confident, he couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful. I won't let you down, Song Lao. Xiaofeng nodded slightly. All right, let's go. Time to head back. Song Yunming waved his hand and got into the car. Song Xian rolled down the window and waved reluctantly at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, goodbye. See you another day. Xiaofeng smiled slightly and waved back.
As the car drove away, Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he received a call from Su Xiao.
Teacher Su, I was just about to talk to you. Xiaofeng answered the call with a smile.
Xiaofeng, Su Xiao hesitated as if she wanted to say something but held back.
What's wrong, Teacher Su? Just say it, Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. You've heard about my situation, right?
Tonight, my dad is throwing a banquet for me, Su Xiao said, her tone a bit irritated. That's a good thing, needing family, Xiaofeng replied cheerfully. Not that simple, Su Xiao said, feeling a bit down.
From what my
mom said, my dad arranged for a few wealthy second-generation heirs to meet me.
Is this a blind date? Xiaofeng was taken aback.
Yes, but I don't want to think about that right now, so I was hoping you could help me, Su Xiao hesitated.
No problem, Teacher Su. Just tell me
what you need, Xiaofeng said casually.
But
Su Xiao hesitated, finding it hard to voice her request.
What is it?
Xiaofeng said with
a wry smile.
You're not the type to be shy, Teacher Su. I want you to accompany me tonight as my date, so I can easily refuse them, Su Xiao finally managed to say after a long pause.
Xiaofeng was stunned. What kind of cliché plot was this? Did Su Xiao want him to pretend to be her boyfriend? Or to meet relatives at home? Was that appropriate? Don't overthink it. I'm going alone and don't know anyone.
There, so I'm feeling uncertain, Su Xiao said irritably.
That's why I want someone to accompany me.
And you're my best student. Is there a
problem taking you to a banquet?
All right, Teacher Su, where do we meet?
Xiaofeng asked. At 8:30, I'll send you the location.
Su Xiao finally seemed to relax. It was just past 7, so there was still time.
Xiaofeng quickly went back, changed into formal attire, and put on a recently bought green submariner watch.
Looking in the mirror, he thought, wow, he looked quite like a successful person. After saying goodbye to his grandmother, he drove out. When he arrived at the hotel entrance, he called Su Xiao. Moments later, she walked out of the hotel in an elegant evening gown. Teacher Su, you. Xiaofeng was stunned, looking at Su Xiao in her white evening dress.
In a white
off-shoulder long dress, her collarbone subtly visible, the skirt's arc from high to low perfectly accentuated her elegant figure.
Su Xiao, who usually dressed simply, had transformed into a graceful princess?
This contrast left Xiaofeng stunned for a moment.
What's wrong? Su Xiao asked, puzzled by Xiaofeng's dazed expression. Teacher Su, if I saw you on the street, I definitely wouldn't dare to recognize you.
Xiaofeng finally snapped back to reality. Your aura is truly natural, you look just like a wealthy heiress.
Stop joking, Su Xiao said, feeling a bit shy. Come on, let's go inside. Alright, Teacher Su. Xiaofeng nodded and walked in with Su Xiao. The banquet was arranged very warmly, with the venue filled with flowers, and the elegant sound of a violin made one feel relaxed and happy. Teacher Su, congratulations. Xiaofeng walked alongside her. By the way, I don't know much about your situation, but I'm really happy that you can reunite with your family. Thank you, Su Xiao smiled. Actually, I prefer being at school with all of you. What, don't your family support you in becoming a teacher? Xiaofeng asked. Not really, some family business might need me to get familiar with it, Su Xiao said helplessly. That's still good, Teacher Su. You're both beautiful and smart, with a high education, so you can definitely manage the family business well, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Stop it, Su Xiao shot him a glance. Hello, Sister Su. At that moment, a voice that made one's scalp tingle rang out. Xiao Ming, dressed in formal attire, approached. I'm Xiao Ming, invited by Uncle Su to attend your homecoming banquet. With a self-satisfied smile, Xiao Ming politely extended his hand, while Zhao's mother followed closely behind him. Both of them focused on Su Xiao, not noticing Xiaofeng, who had entered with her. Zhao's mother also wore a smile. Xiao, I know your dad. This is my son, Xiao Ming. I heard you used to be a teacher? Hello, yes, my job is a teacher, Su Xiao nodded politely. In fact, there were too many unfamiliar faces at the banquet. Most of these people came for the Su family's reputation. Among them were many who had forced their way in to cling to the Su family, and she responded to them all politely. That's wonderful. My Mingming ranked in the top 30 in the last citywide exam, Zhao's mother said, her face beaming with joy. She affectionately patted Xiao Ming's head. Mainly, we, as parents, are busy with work and lack care for him. Otherwise, he would have more room for improvement. Xiao, if you have time, you must help us teach Mingming. I've heard you're an excellent teacher. Su Xiao frowned. She was not Sumuyu, who had a short circuit in her brain. This mother and son duo felt too fake, and the strong sense of purpose they exuded made her extremely uncomfortable. Mingming, quickly get Sister Su's contact information. We should keep in touch more often. Before she could respond, Zhao's mother turned to Xiao Ming. Okay, Sister Su, let's add each other on WeChat. Xiao Ming took out his phone. Why do you call everyone sister? Xiaofeng scoffed. Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? The mother and son duo finally noticed Xiaofeng, and their expressions changed slightly. Do you know each other? This is my student, I invited him, Su Xiao said, not recognizing the mother and son. She only knew that Xiaofeng's family was not good to him, and they always sought him out through the principal. I know him, but not well, Xiaofeng grinned. Xiao Ming, what happened to your previous sister? Did you turn to someone else? Because she had no use? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Ming's expression changed. Xiao, the character of the person next to you isn't great, you need to be careful. Zhao's mother said coldly. If it weren't for today's occasion, she would have already lashed out. I know better than anyone about the character of my own student. Sorry, I have to excuse myself. Su Zhao's expression changed slightly, and she ignored the mother and son, leaving with Xiaofeng. Immediately, a group of well-dressed people approached, most of whom were Su Zhao's friends and family. Seeing Su Xiao abandon the crowd to personally welcome Xiaofeng, everyone felt curious. Xiao, who is this? He's quite a handsome young man, looks like a successful person. Could he be your boyfriend? A group of people surrounded Xiaofeng, casting curious glances. Let me introduce, this is my student, Xiaofeng. He is the most outstanding among the students I have taught. Su Xiao smiled as she introduced Xiaofeng. He recently participated in the city physics competition, winning first place in the city and second in the province, and he has already been granted early admission to Jing University. A wave of exclamations arose from the crowd. Wow! Xiao's student is actually this impressive? That must mean she teaches well. This kid is great. Hello everyone, I am Xiaofeng, a shareholder of Xingqian Capital. If you have any investment needs in the future, feel free to consult me. Xiaofeng greeted everyone with a smile. Here, he had no need to be low-key, as the more outstanding he was, the more face Su Xiao would have. You are the behind-the-scenes boss of Xingqian Capital? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Your company is a rising star in finance. The way your company operated before was quite eye-opening. So impressive at such a young age. Amazing, Mr. Xiao, let's exchange contact information. Those in the finance industry immediately recognized Xiaofeng's Xingqian Capital. Several people rushed over to greet Xiaofeng and get closer, then exchanged contact information. Su Xiao was beaming. Bringing Xiaofeng today was truly the right choice. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming and his mother were left to the side, and Zhao's mother's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. The banquet continued, and since it was Su Zhao's first time back home, her family took her around to meet relatives and get familiar with faces. Xiaofeng sat in a corner, and just as he was starting to feel a bit bored, a middle-aged man walked over. He was Su's father, who smiled and said, Xiaofeng, hello. Hello. Xiaofeng quickly stood up. I am Su Zhao's father. Su's father said, I've heard of you before, but this is our first conversation. Hello, Uncle Su. Xiaofeng
Suddenly realized, so this was Su Zhao's father, but this person looked somewhat familiar.
Have we met somewhere? I feel like Uncle Su looks familiar. We have met. My name is Su Xian.
At the last banquet, you left with Li Xiao and we didn't have a chance to get to know each other,
Su's father said with a smile. Su Xian, you are the president of Su Group? You are also Su Muyu's father? Xiao Feng was taken aback.
The amount of information was overwhelming and he couldn't react for a moment. No wonder he looked familiar. Su's father often appeared in the media, and he had hurriedly met him last time when Su Muyu had kicked him out.
That's right, I am Su Xian of Su Group, and Su Muyu is my daughter. You know her too.
Su's father stared at Xiao Feng and sighed helplessly. She really took a big fall under your guidance. Moreover, our company, Zhongjiang Capital, also suffered heavy losses.
This, Xiao Feng's expression became somewhat awkward. The flood
washed away the Dragon King Temple. I didn't know we had this connection before.
But Uncle Su, your daughter really isn't suited for business. I'm just filtering risks for you in advance,
Xiao Feng said. Otherwise, have you thought about what the consequences would be if
you really handed Su Group over to her? Father Su glared at Xiao Feng. So should I thank you?
Well, there's no need for thanks. If it were Teacher Su managing Jiang Capital, the outcome would have been very different, Xiao Feng said with an awkward smile.
Alright, some things can't be entirely blamed on you, Father Su sighed. There might be some misunderstanding between you and Mu Yu, and she is someone who
tends to be emotional, so sometimes even if she knows she's about to step into a pit, she will jump in without hesitation.
I'm relieved to hear you think that way, Uncle Su.
I'm really not targeting anyone, Xiao Feng said, letting out a sigh of relief.
On the contrary, your
daughter has made things difficult for me time and again for her white moonlight.
As the legitimate daughter of a prominent family, and even
a future successor, her actions are truly unwise.
The issues you mentioned do exist, and you're right, she isn't suited for business, let
alone leading the family. Father Su paused. She is more suited to stay in the lab, but I have high hopes for her, and you know, in families like ours, idealism is simply not an option. So if she wants to choose her own path, she will have to rely on herself.
Xiao Feng nodded
gently. Su Muyu really lacked common sense, especially when it came to emotions. She was almost clueless. But her field was research. God is fair. If he opens a window for you, he will definitely close a door as well.
As the head of the Su family, Father Su was undoubtedly a competent helmsman.
Su Xiao is also my daughter, and my relationship with her mother is quite complicated, Father Su said.
When I was young, I couldn't,
but now I have the ability. Your relationship with Su Xiao is quite good, and I will entrust the future of the Su family to her. So if she needs help in the future, I hope you can lend her a hand. Uncle Su, please rest assured, if Teacher Su needs help, I will do my utmost to assist her. But I'm just a high school student, my abilities are limited, Xiao Feng nodded.
You're not just an ordinary high school student, Father Su smiled, gazing at Xiao Feng.
After all, not just any high school student would dare to short sell CK.
That,
Xiao Feng scratched his head awkwardly.
Did you see through it, Uncle Su? I realized it too late,
otherwise, I wouldn't have let Muyu run wild. Father Su sighed helplessly. It's because you have too many business matters that you overlook this, Xiao Feng said somewhat
shyly.
Alright, I can still afford this little loss.
Young man, keep it up, I have high hopes for you. Father Su patted Xiao Feng on the
shoulder and then took his red wine to another area. The banquet was light-hearted and cheerful, with people coming and going, raising their glasses. Only Xiao Ming and her son sat in a corner, almost ignored by everyone. They had attended Su family's gatherings before. But when Su Muyu was present, their status was completely different from now. Su Muyu would introduce her closest friends to them, and at the banquet, they were almost like half-hosts. However, now that Su Muyu was gone, they were left out in the cold. Even when they encountered people they had interacted with before, the other party would merely nod slightly and then quickly leave, not giving them a chance to converse. Watching Xiao Feng receive so much attention, even Father Su looking at him differently, Xiao Ming felt her teeth almost grinding to dust. She couldn't understand why the gap between people could be so vast. Xiao Feng, what did my dad say to you just now? During a lull, Su Xiao quietly asked Xiao Feng. Nothing much, just chatted a bit, Xiao Feng smiled. Teacher Su, you are the heir of the Su family now. The burden on your shoulders is quite heavy, so you must work hard. I'd rather go to school and face you unruly bunch, Su Xiao said somewhat helplessly. Ha, we've been quite obedient, Xiao Feng chuckled. By the way, you at least have to take our class with you, right? It wouldn't do to switch teachers at this point. Definitely not, I know you little rascals too well. If I don't take you, you'll make the new teacher cry. Su Xiao shot Xiao Feng a glare. That's good, I knew it. You have to take our graduating class out, Xiao Feng said with a smile. What? About Sun Xian? How has she been lately? Su Xiao asked with concern. I secretly took her out today, we played all day. Don't worry, she's in a good mood and has a big appetite, Xiao Feng replied. That's good to hear. Su Xiao felt relieved upon hearing this. Around 10 o'clock. In the evening, the banquet ended. After seeing off the guests, Su Xiao planned to return to school. After all, she was still responsible
for the graduating class, and her returning home to work at the company depended on her being able to send this group of students off to graduation. Xiaofeng was waiting for her at the door, and when he saw her change into her clothes, he approached her. Teacher Su, let me drive you back to school. Alright, thank you for your trouble, Su Xiao nodded. Xiaofeng ran off to the parking lot to get the car, and as Su Xiao turned around, she saw Sumuyu standing not far away, watching her. She had been outside the hotel all day but had never mustered the courage to go inside. Is it you? Su Xiao was slightly taken aback. She had met Sumuyu a long time ago. Sumuyu's mother had a marriage of convenience with Su Xiao's father, and there was no affection between them. When Sumuyu was 10, her mother divorced and went abroad to seek her own love, never to return. Su Xiao's mother also lived alone with her, and both of their original families were lacking in some way. They were half-sisters, but more often than not, they shared a bond of mutual understanding. Long time no see. The corners of Sumuyu's lips curled up as she forced a smile, but she never called her sister. Long time no see. Su Xiao gently nodded in response. Looking at Su Muyu before her, she smiled lightly. You've grown taller and are much prettier now. You too. Sumuyu slowly stepped forward, gazing at Su Xiao. You must be the star of the evening. You must be very happy, right? Not really. Su Xiao shook her head lightly. What I pursue isn't these things. Compared to the young lady of the Su family, I'd rather be a teacher because being with children means I don't have to worry so much. They are more innocent than anyone else. In any case, congratulations, now you are the young lady and princess of the Su family. Su Muyu's tone couldn't hide her disappointment, and I have already become a thing of the past. If you want, I can give all this back to you, as long as you can convince father. Su Xiao's voice was low. I didn't come today to fight for these things. Su Muyu took a deep breath and then revealed a hint of a relieved smile. My expertise isn't in inheriting the Su family business. I'm more suited to stay in the lab and do my research. Before, my father had too many expectations of me, and those expectations felt like a heavy burden, pressing down on me and making it hard to breathe. And now, Su Xiao gazed at Su Muyu. Now, I feel like I've put down those burdens, completely let go. I feel quite relaxed because I'm going back to Jingda to continue my dream. Su Muyu opened her arms as if embracing freedom. But I can see that you're actually not happy, Su Xiao said. Su Muyu froze, slowly lowering her arms and casting her eyes down. I'm not unhappy. Because these things aren't my expertise. I just. At this point, Su Muyu paused, unsure of how to continue. She could go back to continue her research, which should have been a happy thing for her. But for some reason, she just couldn't feel happy. Moreover, watching something that originally belonged to her being taken away by someone else left her with a sense of loss. She couldn't quite articulate why she felt this way. You just feel unwilling, right? Su Xiao voiced her hesitation. Maybe a little, but there's nothing I can do about it because I really didn't do well enough. Su Muyu sighed. I am your sister. Su Xiao sighed. In the past 20 years, we had no connection. But you need to know, I didn't take everything from you, so I hope you won't resent me. I would prefer for the two of us to get along like ordinary sisters. I don't blame you, really, I only blame myself. Su Muyu paused here, as she saw Xiaofeng's car approaching. Teacher Su. Let's go back, Xiaofeng said, rolling down the window and waving at Su Xiao. Xiaofeng, you come down first. Su Xiao waved at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was a bit puzzled, but he still turned off the engine and got out. What's wrong, Teacher Su? Seeing Su Muyu beside him, Xiaofeng had an inkling. You can talk to Xiaofeng, I know you two are acquainted. Su Xiao dropped a line. Xiaofeng, I'll wait for you in the car. I don't have anything to talk about with her, Teacher Su, Xiaofeng said, feeling helpless and unsure of what Su Xiao meant. But she has something to say to you. Su Xiao shot Xiaofeng a glare and walked to the car. If there's something, just say it, Xiaofeng said, helplessly, looking at Su Muyu. In just a few days, Su Muyu had lost a lot of weight. Her eyes were bloodshot and dark circles were faintly visible. She no longer had that lofty demeanor from before. Instead, she looked a bit disheveled. Xiaofeng didn't feel sorry for her, as this was all her own doing. He just didn't understand what this woman wanted to say to him now. Xiaofeng, I'm going back to Jingda. I heard you got admitted to Jingda too. Congratulations. We'll meet at Jingda in 3 months. Su Muyu smiled slightly at Xiaofeng. For the first time in her life, she spoke to Xiaofeng so calmly. Thank you. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll leave. I still need to take teacher Su home, Xiaofeng said dismissively. Su Muyu glared at Xiaofeng, holding back her anger. She took a deep breath. Just 5 minutes of your time, can't you spare that? Of course I can spare it. Go ahead, Xiaofeng said patiently, starting the timer. Don't you have anything to say to me? Su Muyu stared at him, filled with resentment. She finally realized that the issue with CK's stock must have been false information released by Xiaofeng. She had misunderstood and thought he was going to buy in large quantities, which led to Zhongjiang Capital losing everything. Although she didn't blame Xiaofeng, she still felt resentment. No, if you're waiting for me to apologize, you can stop waiting. Xiaofeng shook his head. I did remind you about CK, it was you who didn't believe me. Su Muyu was at a loss for words. Was that really a reminder?
It felt more like adding fuel to the fire. But it was useless to say anything now, she could only swallow her anger. After a moment of silence, she said, "Forget it, I don't want to bring this up again. I can only say my understanding was insufficient. I don't blame you." Xiaofeng looked at Su Muyu in surprise. No matter the past or present, this Miss Su had always been high and mighty. She never admitted her mistakes, even when she knew she was wrong. What was different this time? It seemed that many things had changed after her rebirth. "Xiaofeng, thank you for helping me understand many things." Su Muyu raised her eyes to look at Xiaofeng. "For example?" Xiaofeng said half-jokingly, realizing that you're not cut out for business? "Not just that." Su Muyu shook her head. "You made me realize my shortcomings, made me see that most of my halo actually depends on the Su family. You made me aware that I am almost completely confused when it comes to emotions. That's really not easy." Xiaofeng looked at Su Muyu with some sympathy. "I figured it out, the person who saved me back then was not Xiao Ming." Su Muyu stared directly at Xiaofeng. "Yeah, it definitely wasn't him. That kind of weakling, who gets exhausted and drenched in sweat after running a few steps, how could he possibly draw his own blood to save someone?" Xiaofeng said mockingly. "You told me the truth, but I was unwilling to believe it." Su Muyu sighed lightly. She slowly took out the safety knot and placed it in her palm, looking directly at Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, thank you for your safety knot. You're overthinking it. This thing isn't a gift from me." Xiaofeng shook his head. "You should go back to Jingda. If you've really figured it out, then learn to be a bit smarter. It's best not to let yourself fall into an irretrievable situation again." Irretrievable. Su Muyu's pupils slightly constricted. The image of someone jumping from a tall building and shattering into pieces resurfaced in her mind. All the events floated through her mind, but each one appeared extremely blurry. She only remembered that evening when the setting sun was blood red and the man kneeling on the ground crying like a child. Although she hadn't clarified the truth, she vaguely connected that man with the Xiaofeng in front of her. Xiaofeng realized he might have said too much. He sighed and said, "Su Muyu, you are an excellent person. It's just that you're not suited to inherit the family business, and not all of your halo comes from the family. But life is full of twists and turns. No one knows what the future holds. Just do what you need to do, and don't get caught up in meaningless whirlpools. You'll have a good life in the future." Su Muyu pondered over Xiao Feng's words, feeling somewhat enlightened yet confused. She raised her head in bewilderment. "I don't quite understand." "You'll understand in the future. Alright, 5 minutes are up, I have to go." Xiaofeng checked the time. "Can't you talk to me a little longer?" Su Muyu felt a bit frustrated. "Teacher Su is still waiting for me." Xiaofeng shrugged. "If you really want someone to talk to, just find Xiao Ming." Mentioning Xiao Ming, Su Muyu's expression dimmed. She lowered her head, and when she raised it again, her gaze toward Xiaofeng had changed. Her eyes were somewhat fiery and gentle, as if looking at her beloved. "Alright, I understand. Xiaofeng, one last request. You say it, I'll try to fulfill it." Xiaofeng nodded. He actually felt quite relaxed because Su Muyu was finally leaving Jiangcheng. Although they might meet again in the future at Jingda, at least the next few months would be much quieter for him. "Can I hug you?" Su Muyu tilted her head, a slight smile on her face. "What kind of request is that?" Xiaofeng was taken aback and quickly stepped back, looking at Su Muyu warily. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing, I just suddenly want to know you a bit more." Su Muyu smiled. "At least we can still be friends in the future." "No way, don't even think about it." Xiaofeng took 2 steps back, jokingly. If this got out, how would he face people in the future? He didn't want any relationship with her that exceeded that of ordinary acquaintances, either mentally or physically. Moreover, it was better for Su Muyu to keep her distance, as her indifference in the previous life still left Xiaofeng feeling cold to this day. "It's fine, I'm leaving. Goodbye." Xiaofeng waved his hand and turned to get into the car. Watching Xiaofeng drive away without looking back, Su Muyu felt conflicted inside, unable to calm down for a long time. The endless nutrient liquid exploded on the internet in just a few days. This so-called Life Gold Nutrient Liquids advertisement went viral with its brainwashing slogans. The online and offline marketing swept the entire health supplement market. The marketing company behind this health product was orchestrated by Zhao's father and his marketing team. A successful marketing campaign pulled the Xiao family's company back from the brink of bankruptcy. Seizing this opportunity, Su's father immediately decided to secure the agency rights for this health product in Jiangcheng, planning to ambitiously enter the health industry. Today, in the bustling city square at the center of the city, Zhao's father rented a venue for offline marketing. The large square was set up with a stage. Nearly 1,000 boxes of health products displayed on site, along with hot air balloons and various banners. The offline sales attracted thousands of people eager to buy. Zhao's father was beaming. Not long ago, he was still struggling for the survival of the company, and who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he had secured the agency rights for Endless Health in Jiangcheng. Moreover, the daily turnover reached millions, something that would have been unimaginable in the past. Today's event offered a buy 3 get 1 free promotion.
And purchasing 3 courses would come with various grand gifts. The recent bombardment of marketing had successfully brainwashed the public, with even young people joining the queue to buy. The supply on site is running low. Immediately notify the manufacturer to send more. Seeing the bustling scene of thousands of people vying to purchase, Zhao's father anticipated the shortage and quickly contacted the manufacturer. By the way, is your health product really as miraculous as you say? An old man who had purchased 3 courses of health products asked. He received a refrigerator and a large television, and there was a photographer taking promotional photos. However, he felt somewhat puzzled about the items in his hands. Don't worry, sir, our endless golden liquid can unleash the potential of the human body, suitable for all ages. Zhao's father began to persuade. Children will develop their brains after taking it. For the elderly, it forms a protective layer on the body's organs, preventing cardiovascular diseases. At your age, it's just right. Moreover, our product is developed by a medical team from Europe and America, internationally certified. Look at this certification, all in English. Alright, I have a heart condition. Can this medicine cure it? The old man believed him. Don't worry, it can cure, a staff member assured him. If you don't believe it, you can try it right now. As Zhao's father spoke, another call came in, and he stepped aside to take the call. The old man had been in line for half a day and indeed felt discomfort in his heart, so he didn't hesitate and opened a box of health products, drinking a cup on the spot. How is it, sir? Do you feel any better? A staff member asked. It seems like there's no effect, the old man replied, puzzled. Just wait a bit, the effect isn't immediate, someone said. It seems my heartbeat has quickened a bit, the old man said, rubbing his chest, his expression growing more confused. Congratulations, sir, this health product is already taking effect. You should go home and throw away all your other medicines, just drink this from now on, it cures all ailments, the host proclaimed confidently. Is it really okay? I feel like my heartbeat is stronger, the old man said, a bit anxious. Don't worry, this is a sign of effectiveness. Our product is internationally certified. You can recommend it to those around you, the host assured, patting his chest. Alright, I'll go home and have my partner throw away the medicines. Seeing the host's confident demeanor, the old man believed him. He held the health product and started to walk back, but after just a few steps, he felt his heart pounding violently. Then his vision went black, and he collapsed onto the concrete floor. Oh no, someone has fainted. Quick, call 120, hurry. That old man just drank the infinite golden liquid. Could there be a problem with it? The crowd of onlookers suddenly became a bit flustered. After all, they had all witnessed the old man drinking the health product just moments ago. Now that he was lying on the ground, how could they say it had nothing to do with their product? Everyone, don't panic. This old man has heatstroke. Quickly call an ambulance. Zhao's father was taken aback and hurriedly put down his phone to run over. However, the old man was convulsing on the ground, even foaming at the mouth, which made him anxious. Regardless of whether it was the health product's fault, it was undeniable that he had consumed something sold by him. If this old man really died here, no matter how many mouths he had, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The incident with the infinite golden liquid quickly went viral online, and the old man, due to a heart condition, could not hold on until the ambulance arrived and lost his breath. The angry family members surrounded Zhao's family's planning company, plunging them into turmoil. When Zhao's father came out of the police station, it was already dark. Upon returning home, Zhao's mother rushed to greet him. What happened? The man is gone, and the family is fixated on our product's issues. This time it seems we're in trouble. Zhao's father's tone was heavy. Our goods were sourced from the manufacturer. Even if there is a problem, it's the manufacturer's fault. What does that have to do with us? Zhao's mother retorted angrily. There's no way around it. We handled the marketing, and according to the contract, we are liable for 50%. Zhao's father's voice carried a deep weariness. Moreover, just before the incident, I had specifically secured the agency rights for this health product. So now that a life has been lost, most of the responsibility falls on us. What do we do? How will the company operate in the future? Zhao's mother's voice trembled. I don't know, and this health product has been sent for inspection by the relevant authorities. There are dopamine components in it. Zhao's father sat down wearily and said, moreover, several consumers have started a joint lawsuit. Our company will be investigated for participating in false advertising. The company might not be able to continue. So, does that mean we will go bankrupt? Zhao's mother's face turned pale. The situation at home was very grim. It was already a troublesome time, and if the company went bankrupt, the Xiao family would truly be finished. Let's not tell Mingning about this. For now, he has the college entrance exam in a little over a month, and this matter will affect his studies. Zhao's father steadied himself. I'll think of a way to delay things as much as possible. We have to hold on until after his exams. Old Xiao, don't you find it strange? Zhao's mother gritted her teeth. Xiao Feng used his connections to put the company in trouble. But this endless order came at just the right time? Why? Is someone setting us up? Zhao's father's expression changed slightly, and he blurted out, Who Who is targeting us? Just then, the doorbell rang, and through the door's surveillance, they saw that it was Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, it's him, this little brat knows. He isn't our biological son, he's getting revenge on us. Zhao's father suddenly stood up from the sofa, angrily saying, this matter was orchestrated by him. He knew long ago that this product would have issues. This ungrateful wolf daring to frame us, how dare he come to see us? Zhao's mother stormed out of the house, with Zhao's father closely following. The person standing at the door was indeed Xiao Feng. Seeing the couple rush out in anger, he smiled and said, hello, did you receive the gift I sent you? Xiao Feng, it really was your scheme. We are your family, why would you do this? Zhao's father looked furious, his hands trembling with agitation. Xiao Yuan, huh, is it interesting to say these things now? I've warned you several times, but you didn't listen, so don't blame me. Xiao Feng smiled slightly. What exactly do you want? You have money and connections now, why do you want to go against us? Zhao's mother shrieked. I just want the truth. Xiao Feng's tone was calm. Who are my biological parents? What methods did you use to take me away from them? Xiao Yuanhe was stunned, and, after a while, he finally reacted. He gritted his teeth and said, no matter how many times you ask, the result is the same. You are my son. My biological son. Xiao Yuanhe, you don't really think that my methods can only make your family's company go bankrupt, do you? Xiao Feng sneered. What else do you want to do? Zhao's mother questioned sharply. Your company's products have been found to contain dopamine. This drug is essentially a cardiotonic. Xiao Feng presented an inspection report. The health supplement company claims that this miracle drug protects the heart, but it actually just contains this ingredient. However, if used improperly, it can cause arrhythmia. The elderly person who passed away today took this, leading to cardiac arrest. Moreover, there are no less than 10 patients whose kidney functions have been compromised due to your products. As the planner and marketer, you will go to jail. You. Zhao's father trembled, pointing at Xiao Feng, unable to speak. And I have already reported to the police, accusing you of child trafficking. Do you really want to go down with us? Zhao's father's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. You're thinking too much. Xiao Feng sneered, go down with you? Do you have that qualification? Xiao Yuanhe, I'll give you one last chance. Don't force me to send you to jail. You are my son, I want to see what you can do. To me. Xiao Yuanhe roared in anger. Fine, I've given you the opportunity. It's your fault for not seizing it, so just wait. Xiao Feng's expression gradually turned cold. Of course, before you get arrested, there are many good shows waiting for you. What do you want to do? Zhao's mother suddenly realized something was wrong. Do you really think your good son Xiaoming has bing excelling all these years? Xiao Feng laughed. The grades obtained through various cheating methods. What do you think will happen if the truth comes out? You're talking nonsense. How dare you slander Mingming? I won't let this go. Zhao's mother shrieked. Real gold fears no fire. Xiao Feng sneered. If he is truly innocent, then my slander would be useless. The city will soon conduct a unified mock exam. This is the last unified test before the college entrance examination. Guess what methods your son will use to cheat this time? You're talking nonsense. Xiao Feng, if you target Mingming, I will fight you to the death. Zhao's mother's eyes were red, ready to confront Xiao Feng. Zhao's father held her tightly, calming her down, and angrily shouted, aren't you going to leave? Look at what you've done to your mother. Just a madwoman. My biological mother is not like this. Xiao Feng laughed, giving the couple a warning glance before turning to leave calmly. Xiao Feng, if you dare to touch Mingming, I will take your life. Take your life. Zhao's mother breathed heavily, on the verge of a breakdown. No one could touch her precious son. Her son was the best. Don't get agitated. Xiao Feng is just deliberately provoking you, making your condition unstable. Zhao's father quickly comforted her. Our Mingming is the best. How could he possibly cheat? So Xiao Feng is slandering Mingming. He dares to slander my son. Zhao's mother's emotions calmed down a bit. That's right, slander. He sees that our Mingming is excellent, so he deliberately says this. We can't fall for it. We must not fall for it. After gasping for breath for a long time, Zhao's mother finally felt a bit better and slowly stood up. Zhao's father, now too preoccupied with other matters, helped her back home. On the way back, Sun Xian drove the car and asked, Boss, should we head back? Let's go back first, Xiao Feng replied, glancing at the time. It was indeed getting late. Also, make sure to contact the psychiatric hospital for me when you have time. No problem, Sun Xian nodded. Aren't you curious about why I'm contacting a psychiatric hospital? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. It's best not to pry into the boss's affairs. That's what makes a qualified driver. Sun Xian replied with a slight smile. Ha ha. Xiao Feng laughed heartily. You're quite dedicated. My life is in your hands. How can I not be dedicated? Sun Xian chuckled. I've already recruited over a dozen retired comrades. The security company will be established soon. What should we name it? You can decide that, Xiao Feng pondered. Just remember, don't be afraid to spend money, but the people must be reliable. It's all a matter of life and death. Don't worry, Sun Xian nodded. I have a comrade who is a military doctor. He retired due to special circumstances and is now in the psychology department. He's currently at the psychiatric hospital in Jiangcheng. Should I reach out to him? Sure, I want to consult about some matters, Xiaofeng said, stroking his chin. Since the Xiao family isn't cooperating, I'll have to take them down one by one. If someone is mentally ill, they should be in a psychiatric hospital. That might not be easy. I know who you're talking about, but her treatment situation has always been stable. Getting her admitted might be difficult. Don't worry, I have my ways, Xiao. Feng smiled slightly. His revenge was about to begin. Since they ruthlessly took me away from my biological parents back then and now refuse to tell me who they are, then you all can go to hell together. The next day, at Yanqi High School, which is the school of Sun Xian's uncle, who is a board member there. Ever since the kidnapping incident, her family arranged for her to study here. However, it was heard that the kidnapping was planned by a base in northern Myanmar, and the Song family had already sent people to negotiate. If the negotiations go well, great. If not, sorry, there are plenty of forces abroad willing to take risks. Xiao Feng. After school, Song Xian spotted Xiao Feng from a distance and waved at him, happily running over. School's out? How are you finding it here? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. Not very used to it, our school is better. I still miss Teacher Su and my classmates, Song Xian said, holding Xiao Feng's hand. With the college entrance exams approaching, let's plan to go out for a meal with the classmates after the exams, Xiao Feng said with a slight smile. Okay, Song. Xian nodded, then pouted. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Xiao Feng looked around. I'm not familiar with this place. Do you have any recommendations? The school cafeteria. The food here is much better than at Tongfang High School, Song Xian said, taking out her meal card. I'm not a student here. Can I get in? Xiao Feng asked. You can, I'll take you in, Song Xian said, pulling Xiao Feng as they ran to the security checkpoint. The security checkpoint of the private elite school had guards in their 20s full of energy. When they saw Song Xian approaching, a young guard quickly ran out. Miss Song, how can I help you? I'm taking my friend to the cafeteria. He's from another school. Song Xian pointed at Xiao Feng. No problem, Miss Song doesn't need to come all the way to say such small matters, the guard smiled. Of course, the niece of a board member is treated like a daughter here. If they were to stop someone from entering just for this, he wouldn't need to work here anymore. Thank you, Xiao Feng, let's go. Song Xian politely thanked him and then pulled Xiao Feng inside. Captain, the young lady brought someone in. Their relationship seems special. Should we report this to the higher-ups? The guard reported back to the captain at the security checkpoint. Ha, you don't understand this, do you? This young man is called Xiao Feng, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will be the future son-in-law of the Song family. The captain laughed heartily. Really? No way. The young security guards' eyes lit up, instantly becoming curious. This guy looks pretty ordinary. How could he catch old Song's eye? Ordinary? He's already been accepted by Jing University, ranked first in the city's mock exam and second in the provincial physics competition, the captain said with envy. I wonder whose child he is, so outstanding. The cafeteria at Yanqi High School is clean and bright, quite upscale. After all, it's a private elite school, much better than Tongfang High School. Moreover, the cafeteria serves the same food to both students and staff, with no special treatment for the leaders. Even the school leaders don't get any privileges. More importantly, the cafeteria offers a wide variety of dishes, with a halal window in addition to the regular one, providing an extremely rich selection. Of course, it's a bit pricey, but for those with average family conditions, there are also affordable options. Small portions, 4 dishes and a soup placed on a tray, along with 2 servings of rice. How is it? Much better than the food at Tongfang High School, right? Song Xian handed Xiao Feng a pair of chopsticks. It's definitely much better, but it's also quite expensive. Xiao Feng nodded. There are affordable options, but those who can study at this school usually don't come from poor families, Song Xian said, genuinely hungry. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of braised pork to put in her mouth. The chef at this school is quite skilled. Even Song Xian, who usually avoids fatty meat, could enjoy large pieces of pork belly. Xiao Feng, you have to try this. My favorite is their braised pork, Song Xian said, her mouth full, not caring about her image. Okay, Xiao Feng nodded, picking up a piece of braised pork to taste. It melted in his mouth, soft and delicious. It's good. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. This braised pork must be at least of state banquet quality. He picked up a piece for Song Xian, and the two enjoyed their meal heartily. Brother, what are you doing here? And Song classmate, hello. At that moment, Xiao Ming's voice, laced with sarcasm, rang out. He was holding a tray, and a flash of resentment towards Xiao Feng crossed his eyes. Xiao Feng immediately felt that the braised pork on his plate had lost its appeal. Oh right, he had forgotten that Xiao Ming was still studying at Yanqi High School. Song Xian glanced at him and continued eating, completely ignoring Xiao Ming. Moreover, she had never liked this Xiao Ming, who was adored by many classmates. She found him too fake. On her first day transferring here, he had already come to cozy up to her from 2 floors away. Such a person had too heavy a heart, and Song Xian genuinely disliked him. What's more, her eyes were only on Xiao Feng, and the relationship between Xiao Feng And Xiaoming was like fire and water. Just for that reason, Xiaoming's image in Song Xian's eyes had dropped to a very low point. Song, classmate, I heard you like steamed wild vegetables, so I brought some for you. I personally bought them at the market. Xiaoming raised the tray in his hand. Inside the tray were 2 lunchboxes, pink in color, heart-shaped, with a thoughtful note attached. From now on, I'll take care of your lunch. Just tell me what you want to eat and you won't have to queue up yourself. Xiaofeng looked at Xiaoming with some speechlessness. This guy was indeed just like in the previous life, particularly good at ingratiating himself. He had seen Song Xian a few times before, but since she was studying at Tongfang High School, he hadn't paid much attention to her. But now, Song Xian's identity had spread. She was the little princess of the Song family. Moreover, she was the niece of a school board member, so here he was, seizing the opportunity to build connections. Unfortunately, not everyone would fall for his tricks. I like steamed wild vegetables, but it depends on who steams them. I particularly like the one steamed by Grandma Wu. As for yours? Song Xian glanced at the lunchbox. Please take it away and feed it to the pigs. I can't afford to enjoy it. Xiaoming's smile instantly froze. It's currently after school, and there are many students in the cafeteria. Song Xian didn't hold back her voice, which attracted a lot of attention from her classmates. Seeing everyone looking over, Xiaoming felt quite embarrassed. With his handsome appearance and those eyes that could instantly evoke a protective instinct in girls, he usually had no trouble striking up conversations with female classmates. But unexpectedly, this time, he was at a loss in front of Song Xian. This is something I made, why don't you give it a try? It's really delicious, Xiaoming said, unwilling to back down. Now that he had lost Su Muyu's support, he desperately needed to find a new target. Song Xian was undoubtedly the best choice, but it seemed that she didn't have a very good impression of him. Are you annoying? Before Song Xian could speak, Xiaofeng was already getting impatient. What? Xiaoming was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. We're eating, so please don't disturb us here. You're affecting our mood and appetite, you know? Xiaofeng showed no mercy. Xiaoming's face turned from white to green, but he still had to suppress his inner anger and forced a smile. Can I sit down and eat? It's been a while since we last met. Right, it's been a while since we last met. Don't make me slap you when we do meet, okay? Xiaofeng replied. But I don't mean anything else, I just want to sit down and eat with you. Xiaoming started to sound aggrieved again. There are plenty of empty seats nearby, don't come here to bother me, or I'll really hit you in public. Xiaofeng sneered, while I'm not angry, get lost. Seeing that Xiaofeng was genuinely angry, Xiaoming shivered in fear and took several steps back, creating distance between them. After all, Xiaofeng had beaten him more than once, and he had figured out Xiaofeng's temper by now. If provoked, Xiaofeng would really hit him in public. So Xiaoming had to swallow his pride, as a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. As long as Song Xian was studying at this school, he would have plenty of opportunities to get close to her, so there was no need to rush. Thus, he could only force a smile and leave with his plate. Xiaoming. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng called out to him. Brother, is there something? Xiaoming turned around in surprise. Nothing, just a reminder, your family is going bankrupt and your dad might go to jail. Xiaofeng said with a smile, as for your mother, it seems she has a mental illness. Your family probably won't be able to support your extravagant lifestyle anymore, so you should keep that in mind. You're talking nonsense. Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned ugly. If you don't believe me, just think I'm talking nonsense. Xiaofeng smiled slightly, but you know how your exam results came about. Don't worry, the Xiao family will come one by one, no one can escape. Xiaofeng's tone was icy, making Xiaoming shiver in fear. He no longer dared to stay there and turned to run away. Finally gone. You have no idea, Xiaofeng, your brother has been deliberately creating encounters ever since he found out about my identity. Song Xian complained, and he uses such clumsy methods to try to get my attention. What kind of methods does he use? Xiaofeng asked curiously. Just that set of accidental encounters, flattery, and pretending to be weak to gain sympathy. It's so cliché and tacky. Song Xian made a gagging expression. To be honest, she genuinely disliked Xiaoming. Moreover, this guy's pretentiousness in front of her only worsened her impression of him. Ah, that's right, that's his usual trick. Xiaofeng laughed heartily. Xiaoming had used this same tactic in front of Su Muyu before. But Su Muyu was love-struck and fell for his tricks. So did he think that all rich young ladies would fall for it? Unfortunately, Song Xian was not Su Muyu, and his methods were completely ineffective in her eyes. By the way, his grades are decent, as Song Xian asked curiously, but you just said he cheated? Trust me, I'm all too familiar with his methods. Make sure your uncle keeps an eye out during the next exam, Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Is that so? Then I'll remind my uncle that the methods students used to cheat have been upgraded recently, and they seem quite advanced, Song Xian said, her eyes darting. Yes, Xiaofeng was targeting Xiaoming. This guy's grades could only be described as average. The reason he always performed so well was because of cheating. Moreover, his cheating methods were quite sophisticated, involving a specialized team that used special glasses.
or pens to send the exam content outside, or others would solve it and send the answers back through these devices. It seemed that this year, the equipment had been upgraded and the transmission frequency was different. But these things couldn't escape Xiao Feng's notice. That's right, the cheating methods have been upgraded, now it's all high-tech. Your uncle should be careful, Xiao Feng said with a slight smile. After all, the college entrance exam is approaching. If someone gets caught cheating, they mustn't go easy on them. Don't worry, Yanxi. Middle school has a zero-tolerance policy for cheating, Sun Xian said, picking up a piece of braised pork and enjoying it. Xiao Ming stormed out of the school, initially planning how to teach Xiao Feng a lesson, but unexpectedly ran into Su Muyu. Sister Su, are you here to see me? Xiao Ming froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to avoid Su Muyu. For Xiao Ming, everyone he met had to be useful to him. Now, Su Muyu was like a discarded piece, offering him no help, so he didn't want to see her. Yes, there are some things I need to clarify with you. In person, Su Muyu said seriously. What things? Xiao Ming was taken aback. Su Muyu rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Moreover, judging by her demeanor today, she seemed determined to get to the bottom of it. Who saved me 3 years ago, and who was it that gave me a blood transfusion? Su Muyu asked. Don't say it was you. I've checked your blood type, and it's definitely not AB. Xiao Ming was dumbfounded. He had initially planned to brush it off, but seeing Su Muyu pull out a blood type report, he fell silent. Why did you lie to me? Su Muyu's voice trembled slightly, filled with anger. For her, Xiao Ming had always been a well-behaved little brother. But what she couldn't accept was that this seemingly obedient Xiao Ming had deceived her for 3 whole years. The person who saved her was not him. Could she just let it go? No, Su Muyu couldn't swallow this. Listen to me explain, Sister Su. Xiao Ming tried to defend himself. Tell me, why did you lie to me? Su Muyu glared coldly at Xiao Ming, making him swallow his words. Xiao Ming fell silent. He knew Su Muyu's character. In the past, he could find ways to fool her, but the moment she learned the truth, his previous tactics would no longer work. Do we really have to get to the bottom of everything? Xiao Ming tilted his head back and sneered. Is the past so important to you? Seeing Xiao Ming's attitude shift so dramatically, Su Muyu's expression became complex. Anger, disbelief, and a hint of sadness and disappointment flickered across her face. Is this really your true self, Xiao Ming? That's right, this is my true self. Do you know how exhausting it is to pretend to be obedient and understanding in front of you, Su Muyu? Xiao Ming laughed heartily. Then, a cloud of gloom settled on his face. That's right, the person who saved me wasn't you, I just happened to pass by. Then who is he? Why did you impersonate him? Su Muyu was furious. Who is he? I don't know. As for why I impersonated him, you're Su Muyu. Who wouldn't want to get to know you? Xiao Ming did not hide the sarcasm on his face at all. Especially a woman like you, with just a little coaxing, you can be easily fooled, and then you can provide me with a lot of conveniences. Only a fool wouldn't do such a thing, right, Xiao Ming? Su Muyu's eyes turned red as she murmured, I misjudged you. You didn't just misjudge me, you also misjudged Xiao Feng. Xiao Ming sneered. Xiao Feng is no good either. He secretly took my blood for testing, didn't he? He has been scheming to ruin my relationship with you. Don't you understand what kind of person that is? Shut up. Su Muyu gritted her teeth. Xiao Ming, you deceived me for 3 years? 3 years? Yes, you were willing to be deceived. In fact, over these 3 years, I couldn't possibly be flawless. I don't believe you really didn't notice anything at all? Xiao Ming sneered. You're just foolish. Can you blame others? Do you really think you're someone important? Let me tell you, without the Su family, you're nothing. Every word from Xiao Ming pierced her heart. Su Muyu's tears streamed down her face. She had come to confront Xiao Ming about his deception, but every word he said filled her with extreme anger. Alright, thank you, Xiao Ming, you've taught me a lesson. Su Muyu trembled all over, feeling dizzy and weak. Every word Xiao Ming spoke felt like steel needles stabbing at her heart, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She took a few steps back, slowly turned around, and left. Xiao Ming let out a cold laugh, not taking her seriously at all, because the current Su Muyu was of no help to him. He picked up his phone, his voice suddenly turning exceptionally gentle. Sister Xiang, are you done with your work? Let's go watch a movie tonight. I've already bought the tickets. Okay, let's meet at the usual place. I'll wait for you, moi. After hanging up, his sleeve slipped down, and at that moment, the bluish mark on his arm turned a dark purple, looking sinister. By the lake, Su Muyu sat there hugging her knees, tears streaming down her face. The lake in front of her was as calm as a mirror, reflecting her shadow. Looking at the tranquil water, she suddenly felt an impulse to jump in. At that moment, it seemed as if another world was reflected in the water. In this world, there were no intrigues, no pain, no disputes, like a paradise beyond the mundane. Su Muyu's body moved. She stared intently at the lake, inching closer and closer to the water. Just then, a hand from behind pulled her back in time, saving her from falling into the lake. Miss, when faced with uncertainty, you may ask the spring breeze. If the spring breeze is silent, follow your heart. An elderly voice sounded behind her.
She was startled, and it brought her back to her senses from the haze. Thinking about her earlier actions, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Turning around, she saw a Taoist priest dressed in purple robes with a face like jade and an extraordinary demeanor, clearly a person of great wisdom. Taoist, I don't know what happened just now. I didn't mean to seek an end to my life, but Sumuyu's heart trembled. She truly didn't know what had come over her. It seemed she had fallen into a predicament, as if something in the water was drawing her in. It's not your fault. The Taoist gently shook his head. In ancient times, there were methods to manipulate the heart. You have been enchanted. Sumuyu stood there in a daze, not quite understanding what the Taoist was saying. She looked up to thank him. Thank you, Taoist. If it weren't for you just now, I might. No need to be polite. I am Xian from the Heavenly Masters' residence, traveling the world to seek people. Passing by here is also a fate with you, Mississippi, the Taoist said with a smile. Taoist, who are you looking for? Sumuyu asked, puzzled. My senior brother, who has been missing for decades. Xianqing sighed, then smiled faintly. I am heading north now, young lady, may we meet again by fate. With a gentle nod, the Taoist priest slowly departed, and moments later, he vanished without a trace. Sumuyu stood there in a daze. Everything that had just happened felt like a grand dream, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Xiaofeng, where are you? Come to me, I'll send you my location, hurry up. After sending Sun Xian home, Xiaofeng received a call from Zhang Xiang. What's the matter? Xiaofeng asked, somewhat puzzled. Don't ask, you'll know when you get here. Zhang Xiang mysteriously hung up the phone and then sent a location. Hongyuan, a combined mountain and water courtyard, was the most developed property by their Hongji group, and it was said to be villas, with the smallest townhouses being over 200 square meters, and the larger villas even reaching 500 square meters. What did he want him to do here? With questions in mind, Xiaofeng drove over. This place had been open for nearly 3 years, and the community's landscape was already taking shape, basically wrapping up some finishing work. When Xiaofeng arrived at the sales office, he saw Zhang Xiang sitting there drinking tea. Upon seeing Xiaofeng, he immediately stood up. Xiaofeng, you're here, come over quickly. What for? Xiaofeng asked, feeling a bit bewildered. Just come here first. Zhang Xian pulled him to the model display, pointing at a villa in the center of the property. What do you think of this house? It's in the center of the community, and there's a water feature in front, plus the area is quite large. It's good, what's wrong? Xiaofeng looked around. The location was indeed nice, and the area was not small. Then it's settled. I, Yang Yuan, and Wu Ge discussed it. Each of us contributed a bit of money to buy you a house. Zhang Xiang chuckled. Of course, we got it at the lowest price since it's developed by my company. You're not serious, are you? Giving me a villa? Xiaofeng was taken aback. How could someone as stingy as Zhang Xiang be so generous? Even at their company's internal price, this villa would still cost over 30 million. This was quite a hefty gift. Ha, you've helped us earn so much money, it's only right we show our appreciation. Zhang Xiang grinned. With this short selling of the CK stocks, we should at least make tens of millions. Always having you lead the way. We brothers can't just sit back and do nothing. Look at you, still living in a rented place with Grandma Wu. Isn't it time we get you a villa? That's very thoughtful of you. Thank you all so much. Xiaofeng smiled. The few friends he had made were truly good people. This gift is indeed a bit overwhelming. You mustn't refuse, that would be like slapping our faces. Compared to the money you've helped us earn, this amount really isn't much. Zhang Xiang was afraid Xiaofeng would decline. He took Xiaofeng's ID and waved over a salesperson. Go handle the paperwork. Okay, Mr. Zhang. The salesperson hurried over, took Xiaofeng's ID, and went to process the paperwork. Thank you then. Xiaofeng didn't refuse. Zhang Xiang and Li Yangyuan were sincere, and he had to accept it. By the way, you'll be reporting to Jingda in a few months, right? Is Grandma Wu going with you? Zhang Xiang asked. She should be going with me. Besides, I wouldn't feel at ease leaving her here alone. Xiaofeng smiled. Grandma Wu was getting old, and he truly didn't feel comfortable leaving her by herself. Moreover, he had no intention of letting the Xiao couple off. He would just take Grandma along to Yanjing later. Alright, if she doesn't go, she can stay in this house. We have a 24-hour personal butler to look after her, ensuring nothing will happen. Zhang Xiang said with a smile. Thank you, I'll ask her opinion later. Xiaofeng smiled. At this moment, he should focus entirely on dealing with the Xiao couple. Is the family going bankrupt? Is this true? In the Xiao family, when Xiao Ming learned about the situation at home, he was completely bewildered. When Xiaofeng said this before, he thought it was a lie. But after returning home and pressing his parents for answers, he was stunned to find out that the results matched what Xiaofeng had said. Although the family was only upper middle class, his parents had invested so much in him over the years. His life was not much different from that of some rich second-generation kids. Now that he learned the family was going bankrupt and he had to say goodbye to his previous good life, how could he not panic? Don't be afraid, Mingming, your dad and mom are here. Even if the family business can't hold on, we can make a comeback. Zhao's mother quickly comforted him. The reason we didn't tell you before was that we were afraid it would affect your exam performance. You mustn't feel burdened. You guys, stop lying to me. Xiaofeng has no intention of letting us go. Xiaoming was in despair. He shouted, how can you be so useless? Xiaofeng is just a high school student and you can't even fight back against him? And the family business relied entirely on the Su family for support. Now that you've lost my backing, you can't manage? It's not what you think. This situation is quite special. Don't worry, Mingming, Dad will definitely make a comeback, Zhao's father hurriedly reassured him. In truth, Zhao's father had no confidence at all. But what could he do? He could only keep comforting Xiaoming. What he was most worried about was the health product issue, which had been brewing online for some time. A group of people had jointly filed for compensation against him, and the company had already been shut down and sealed. Making a comeback? It was easier said than done. Yes, you have to believe your dad and mom. We will definitely provide you with the best standard of living. Zhao's mother also quickly comforted him. The most important thing is that our family is happy together. Xiaoming wore a stern face, saying nothing. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hello, we are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We need to understand some matters from you. Is it about the health products again? Just open the door, Zhao's father said weakly. After all, there had been problems with the products, and even lives were lost. He had been frequently summoned by the police in recent days, but there was nothing he could do. Zhao's mother pressed the button to open the door and then opened it. Hello, we are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The leading police officer saluted. I'm Wang Xin from the Criminal Investigation Team. Isn't this matter supposed to be handled by the Anlin Sub-Bureau? Why has it now been transferred to the Municipal Public Security Bureau? Zhao's mother was slightly taken aback. We're not here for the health product issue today, but for another case, Wang Xin said as he walked in, looking at Zhao's father. Are you Xiao Yuanhe? Yes, I am Xiao Yuanhe. Do you have any other matters? Zhao's father stood up in shock. His company had previously been operating legitimately with no tax evasion. Aside from the recent health product issue, he really couldn't think of anything else that would warrant the police's involvement. Your nominal son, Xiaofeng, reported to the police that you abducted him as a baby, stealing him from his biological parents when he was still an infant. Wang Sen's expression was serious. We have already opened an investigation into this matter, so we hope you can come with us to clarify the details. He really went to the police to report me? Zhao's father was stunned and said anxiously, he's talking nonsense. There's no such thing. He is our biological son. Mr. Xiao, this is a paternity test that proves you and Xiaofeng are not biologically related. Wang Xin took out a certificate. Moreover, after we opened the case, we conducted multiple investigations and confirmed that you indeed have no blood relation. We also retrieved the records from the hospital where your wife gave birth, proving that she delivered twins, but one of the children died due to complications during childbirth. So, who is Xiaofeng? Where did he come from? Who are his biological parents? You need to provide answers. Wang Sen's words caused the faces of the three members of the Xiao family to change dramatically, and Zhao's mother turned pale, staggering back a few steps before collapsing weakly into a chair. Zhao's father's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. Mr. Xiao, please come to the police station with Ms. Xiao to clarify this matter, said a police officer. Everything was my doing. She had nothing to do with it. Zhao's father said in a deep voice, she was unaware of this matter, so I can go alone. We will take her back for routine questioning, and if it is confirmed that she has no connection to this, we will return her, Wang Sen replied. She can't go, she has a mental illness and cannot handle stress. I can explain everything. Zhao's father blocked the way in front of Zhao's mother. My wife was pregnant with twins, but due to complications, one child suffocated and died. Zhao's father steadied himself and said softly, she became mentally unstable due to excessive grief at that time. To stabilize her emotions, I brought a child and deceived her into believing our son was not dead, just weak and in critical care. So she was unaware of this matter. All the responsibility lies with me, and I am willing to bear it all. As he spoke, he took out a mental health certificate and some medications from their home. These medications were all psychiatric suppressants. Zhao's mother remained silent. These items were enough to prove that her mental state was indeed problematic, and the police summons would not be too difficult for her. In that case, please come with us. Wang Xin frowned. Dad. Seeing that Zhao's father was about to go with the police, Xiaoming felt a bit scared. It's okay, Mingming, don't be afraid. Dad will clarify everything and it will be fine soon. Zhao's father smiled. Zhao's mother looked at Zhao's father, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent. Zhao's father was taken away by the police, leaving the large villa feeling somewhat empty. What on earth is going on? Xiaoming gritted his teeth and looked at Zhao's mother. Is Xiaofeng really not your biological son? Mingming, don't blame your father and me. We are doing this for your own good. Zhao's mother lowered her gaze, unable to meet Xiao Ming's eyes. Your love was enough for me alone. Why did you have to bring in another Xiao Feng? Xiao Ming shouted angrily. We did this. For your own good, truly for your own good. Mingming, you must believe your mother, we would never harm you, Zhao's mother wept. Who is he? Really? Xiao Ming asked after a long silence. I don't know. When your father brought him back, I truly thought he was my other child. I thought the one who died had been rescued. Zhao's mother couldn't help but cry. It wasn't until later that I learned the truth, but I really don't know who he is. Mingming, you have been weak since childhood, so you must have an older brother. Do you understand? Zhao's mother hesitated to speak. Some truths she couldn't say directly, but she truly placed all her heart on Xiao Ming. Perhaps he didn't understand now, but he would surely comprehend his parents' intentions in the future. The Xiao family could never have imagined that Zhao's father, once taken away, would never return. He was detained and would subsequently be prosecuted for kidnapping and stealing children. When Xiao Qian found Xiao Feng while looking for a job, she appeared somewhat flustered. She rushed forward and questioned Xiao Feng, who was looking at a new house. Xiao Feng, do you have any conscience? You actually sent Dad to the police station. Do you know how difficult things are at home? Now. Xiao Feng apologized to Zhang Ziang and the others accompanying him, then turned around with a cold face and said, if he has a clean conscience, I can't just take him to the police station, can I? He has to bear the consequences of his own actions. Xiao Feng, even if Dad is at fault, we are still family, right? After all these years, don't you have any feelings left? Xiao Qian began to wipe her tears. Please, don't bring family feelings into this with me. I have none, and you Xiao family members don't deserve it either. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. Xiao Yuanhai has been detained and will be prosecuted for kidnapping and stealing children, at least starting with 5 years, right? But I admire him, his mouth is really tough. The police couldn't get any information about my background out of him, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't say anything. I'll make him watch as his wife and son are pushed step by step into the abyss by me. Xiao Feng's tone was icy, devoid of any emotion, and you, Xiao Qian, have nothing to do with me. So please, don't ever use your sister status to pressure me or demand anything from me. Don't force me to take action against you. Do you believe that with one word, I can make it impossible for you to survive? In Jiangcheng? Xiao Qian was stunned. She never expected Xiao Feng to be so ruthless when he was angry. She really couldn't connect this Xiao Feng with the obedient Xiao Feng from before. The old Xiao Feng, no matter how unreasonable she was, would immediately come to apologize and please her as soon as he got angry. However, the current Xiao Feng was no longer the cautious one trying to please her. He had the strength that made her look up to him, and she had no doubt that if she dared to act unreasonable again, Xiao Feng would definitely make her suffer. I just came to talk to you. Can you be a little more forgiving towards Dad? I can apologize to you on his behalf. Xiao Qian's tone softened a bit. Xiao Qian, do you think these matters can be resolved with just a simple apology? Xiao Feng found it hard to believe. He really didn't understand how Xiao Qian's mind worked. He stole me from my biological parents right in front of them, making me separated from them for 18 years. What's the difference between him and a human trafficker? So far, he still refuses to admit it, and you want me to forgive him? Dream on. But the family can't hold on any longer. The family business has gone bankrupt, and the house has been mortgaged. Xiao Qian was on the verge of tears. We have no place to live now. We are renting. Xiao Feng, even if we were wrong, can you not target family like this? Oh, you still have money to rent a house? It seems I haven't been harsh enough. Xiao Feng rested his chin on his hand. You haven't reached the point of being homeless yet, which makes me seem a bit merciful. What do you want to do? Xiao Qian looked at Xiao Feng in shock, genuinely afraid he would go to extremes. What do you think? Xiao Feng sneered. Xiao Qian, although I don't like you, I don't have any deep-seated hatred against you. Don't force me to transfer my hatred for them onto you. Someone like you has no intelligence and no ability. It's best to be a marginal figure. Otherwise, the consequences are something you really can't bear. Don't try to challenge my patience, really. Xiao Feng looked deeply at Xiao Qian. Yes, in the previous life, this woman, apart from mocking him and wronging him a few times, hadn't really done anything that truly hurt him. The ones who truly harmed Xiao Feng were his father, mother, and Xiao Ming. But her abilities were average, and she was spoiled, unlike Xiao Yan, who was capable and clear-headed. She came to find him today, probably under the instruction of certain people, but unfortunately, did she really think Xiao Feng would still fall for this? Xiao Feng warned her and started to walk away. After taking a few steps, he turned back and glanced at her. One last piece of advice: keep your distance from Xiao Ming. Those who get too close to him never end well. Yes, those who got too close to Xiao Ming never ended well. In the previous life, whether it was herself, the Xiao family, or Su Muyu, they all met with tragic fates. That grandson Xiao Ming was simply a calamity. And Xiao Feng truly suspected that this guy could drain others' fortunes, surviving by sucking the blood of others. Xiao Qian's heart trembled slightly. If it were any other time, she would have definitely retorted against Xiao Feng's words. But for some reason, today she found herself unable to argue back. It seemed that Xiao Feng's words were not without reason. Watching Xiao Feng turn and leave, Xiao Qian felt a bit helpless. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Mom, he's still the same as before, not willing to have a proper conversation. Can't you say something nice to him? Came Xiao Mu's somewhat exasperated voice from the other end of the line. Your dad is about to be sued. Aren't you even a little worried? Why wouldn't I be worried? Xiao Qian's expression was anxious. But Xiao Feng has been cold to us, and my sister is completely ignoring us. I can't do anything about it. You're his sister, and he doesn't dislike you as much as he does us. Chen, I know you feel wrong, but our family is falling apart. Can you think of a way to ask for his forgiveness, okay? Xiao Mu spoke, in an unusually humble tone. Mom, don't you think the root of the problem lies with you and Dad? Xiao Qian was somewhat confused. Why doesn't Dad tell him the truth? Don't mention the truth anymore, there is no truth. Xiao Mu's voice suddenly rose, and then she angrily hung up the phone. Xiao Qian stood there holding her phone, dazed, unable to come to her senses for a long time. In the villa, Bai Wei was measuring the house with her assistant. The house that Zhang Ziyang gifted to Xiao Feng was a ready-to-move-in property, with the basic infrastructure completed, and the community was doing some landscaping. It was now ready for decoration, and since it was Xiao Feng's house, Bai Wei personally came to the site to measure, striding to decorate Xiao Feng's place to perfection. Alright, the measurements are done. Bai Wei finished the last record and quickly sketched the floor plan on paper. I'll think it over carefully when I get back. Thank you, Sister Bai. I'm entrusting this house to you, Xiao Feng said with a grin. Feel free to communicate any design ideas with me at any time. The design fee for this house is waived, and the materials and labor will be charged at cost price, Bai Wei said with a smile. You only need to pay a third of the original price to get this villa decorated. Isn't your company losing a lot then? Xiao Feng asked. Decorating for you, even at a loss, is worth it, Bai Wei said seriously. Our manager said we will definitely use the best materials and the most professional renovation team for you. Please thank Manager Li for me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. No need to be polite. If it weren't for you, Mr. Song, and Mr. Zhang, our two big clients, would have left, Bai Wei replied with a light smile. Song Yunming and Zhang Hongji, these two major clients, had indeed greatly enhanced Jingyan's reputation in the industry. The company was not worried about orders at all, while other renovation company salespeople were out on construction sites looking for contracts. They were sitting in the office waiting for clients to come to them. Moreover, they were all high-end clients, and the reason was simple. The two villas decorated for Song Yunming and Zhang Hongji were outstanding, creating a celebrity effect. It's mainly because Sister Bai is so professional and solid. Otherwise, no matter how good the concept is, if we can't produce good renderings, we wouldn't be able to keep these two gods, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Your flattery is really sweet, Bai Wei shot Xiao Feng a glance. Alright, I'll go back and organize things. Let's communicate anytime. Okay, Sister Bai. Xiao Feng nodded and said goodbye to Bai Wei. Xiao Feng, let's have lunch together. At that moment, I received a call from Wu Zitsong. Call Xian and Yang Yuan. Okay, Brother Wu, same place? Xiao Feng asked. Same place. They agreed on a location and met up at noon. I might have to disappear for a while, Wu Zitsong said, a bit melancholic after having a few glasses of red wine. What's wrong, Brother Wu? Li Yang Yuan was taken aback. It's still about my lungs, Wu Zitsong sighed, somewhat depressed. I went for a checkup yesterday, and compared to the previous results, the tumor seems to be getting bigger. Then you need surgery, Xiao Feng was shocked, then quickly added, but don't worry. Brother Wu, the success rate for this kind of surgery is very high. Basically, everything will be fine. Just keep a steady mindset and maintain an optimistic attitude. It will be beneficial for your condition. Yeah, Brother Wu, have you contacted a good doctor? Zhang Ziyang also asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm open-minded about it. Wu Zitsong laughed heartily. I've made arrangements to have the surgery in Yanjing, and I might need to recuperate there for a while. Brother Wu, I'm familiar with Yanjing. I'm heading back there soon, Li Yang Yuan said. If there are any issues, just let me know. Alright, thanks in advance, brother. Wu Zitsong raised his glass. I'm older than you guys, so I'll call you brothers. But seriously, if anything happens, it's really up to you young brothers. I won't say much more. Then thank you, it's all in the wine. The group raised their glasses and clinked them together. Yang Yuan, what will happen to the business here after you go back? After putting down his glass, Zhang Ziyang asked. I'll let someone manage it. Although I'm taking over the family business, I still want to get into the restaurant industry, Li Yang Yuan said with a smile. When I have time, I'll treat it as a side business. I'm not looking to make money, I just enjoy it. Speaking of which, Yang Yuan, I have a new idea to combine food with traditional Chinese medicine, creating medicinal cuisine based on the concept of food and medicine being of the same source. What do you think? Xiao Feng thought of Lin Feng. That sounds good. This trend has been gaining traction online recently, like medicinal cuisine in TCM clinics and milk tea shops incorporating Chinese herbs. Li Yang Yuan's eyes lit up.
People are increasingly focusing on health these days using this approach.
Should definitely work.
Exactly, of course, what we're doing isn't just a gimmick but real medicinal cuisine. Xiaofeng smiled slightly. I know a friend from a family of TCM practitioners, a young medicinal king. I'll arrange for you to meet him and chat.
No problem, Xiaofeng is serious about this, you can count on it,
and you'll need to invest when the time comes, Li Yongyuan said earnestly.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Li Yongyuan really loves the restaurant business. In the afternoon, after school, Xiaofeng arrived at Song
Xian's house.
Of course, he came under the pretense of tutoring, and Song Xian indeed had some questions to ask him.
What made Xiaofeng awkward was that Song Xian's parents were both at home.
Moreover, Song's father and mother sat in the living room with serious expressions,
scrutinizing Xiaofeng from head to toe.
Xiaofeng stood a bit uneasily. Hello, uncle and aunt.
Hello, so you're Xiaofeng, this is
our first meeting. Song's father assessed Xiaofeng, looking at the boy with disapproval.
Was this the kid who took his daughter to climb over the wall? What a rascal.
Yes, uncle, I've met aunt before, Xiaofeng smiled. Song's mother, however, was quite pleased with Xiaofeng, feeling like a mother-in-law who increasingly found her son-in-law more agreeable. She stood up enthusiastically and said, Xiaofeng, sit down.
Xian will be down after changing her clothes.
Saying this, she personally brought out some fruit and poured water for Xiaofeng.
Thank you, aunt.
Xiaofeng finally relaxed a bit and sat down, albeit still feeling a bit awkward.
Seeing that Song's father still had a serious face, Song's mother secretly pinched him and shot him a glare. I heard you've been accepted to Jingda? Song's father's expression finally softened a bit.
Yes, the physics department of Kyoto University has already admitted you early.
Xiaofeng nodded. You run a financial company? I heard you recently poached Ben Yang from Zhongjiang Capital to establish an investment company? Song's father asked seemingly casually. But it was an invisible warning, meaning you better watch yourself. I know your background well.
Yes, uncle, it's just small-scale operations, Xiaofeng said with an awkward smile.
This is not small-scale at all. How long has Xingchen Capital been established?
You've already
made quite a name in the industry. Song's father snorted. I heard you even borrowed 100 billion from the old man to short CK? You really have guts.
Xiaofeng was at a loss for words. Uncle, my business is just starting out and it's all thanks to old Song's
appreciation.
Without his support, I wouldn't have made such a big splash.
I just don't understand. What did you use as collateral? The old man would dare to lend you that much money? Song's father was puzzled.
Really, although he managed the bank, any amount over 30 billion had to be approved by the board and old Song had to give the final nod. As the chairman of Huaya Bank, he had to be cautious with funds. Why
did this kid get to move hundreds of billions so easily?
Uncle Song, I have nothing to use as collateral. It's all due to old Song's kindness, Xiaofeng said humbly.
Kindness? Song's father glared at Xiaofeng. This was definitely blatant bragging. I don't believe it. I
know the old man's temper. He wouldn't lend you that much without collateral.
Song's father thought for a moment but still didn't believe.
It's not entirely without collateral. I signed a contract with old Song. Xiaofeng's eyes darted around.
What contract? Song's
father perked up. He wanted to know what kind of contract was worth 100 billion. Within a month, I have to repay the principal. If I can't, I will work for the Song Group for the next 20 years to pay off the debt, Xiaofeng said.
What? Song's father was stunned, and then his expression soured. 20 years? Working for the Song family to pay off the debt?
That's right, Xiaofeng nodded seriously, his face contorted in a grimace. Uncle Song, so if I really can't repay it, I'll need your help.
This is simply outrageous. Song's father was furious. This is a contract? It was just short of being a marriage proposal for a son-in-law. Moreover, he didn't believe this kid could repay 100 billion in a month.
At that moment, he looked at Xiaofeng with even more disdain.
Xiaofeng, you're here. Fortunately,
at that moment, Song Xian appeared just in time to rescue Xiaofeng. She waved from the second floor. Come to my room, let's study there.
Study where?
We can study in the living room. Your room is too small, Song's father called out.
Dad, it's quieter in the room. Song Xian paused, sensing something was off with her father's mood today.
I'm leaving soon, your mother is at home, so you won't be disturbed.
Study in the living room, not in the room.
Song's father's face darkened. They were both grown-ups. What if something happened in the same
room? No way. His daughter couldn't easily give this kid an advantage. Alright, I'll keep an eye on you. You go do your thing. Song's
mother shot a glare at Song's father and pushed him out. As soon as Song's father left, she turned to Xiaofeng and said, you two should go to the study. The living room really isn't that quiet.
Okay, Mom, Xiaofeng, let's go to my room, Song Xian said with a bright smile, pulling Xiaofeng back to her room.
The pink decor was very youthful, and Xiaofeng spread out the papers, starting to explain some difficult
points to Song Xian.
2 hours flew by, and Song Xian's head was filled with various formulas and laws.
Alright, Xiaofeng, I need to take a break. I can't fit any more in, Song Xian said, shaking her dazed head. Alright, I see you understand quite a bit now, let's leave it at That for today. The college entrance exam is less than a month away, and with your usual grades, you'll be just fine, Xiaofeng said, so don't put too much pressure on yourself, just treat it with a calm mind. I'll listen to you, I'll keep a calm mind. Sun Xian smiled and nodded. To be honest, most students are under a lot of pressure at this time, but after chatting with Xiaofeng, she felt much more relaxed. Stay for dinner tonight, Xiaofeng. At that moment, Sun's mother came in with some fruit. Just as she was about to agree, Xiaofeng's phone rang. It was Zhou Jun. Xiaofeng. Xiao Yuanhe won't say anything but insists on seeing you. Zhou Jun said, he's at the headquarters. Now, if you want to go, I can give you the contact information of the person in charge. Okay, I'll go meet him. Xiaofeng nodded. Auntie, I have some things to do today, but I'll definitely come by another day to try your cooking. After hanging up, Xiaofeng said apologetically, that's fine, I won't keep you today, go take care of your matters. Song's mother nodded gently. After leaving the Song family, Xiaofeng arrived at the city bureau and got in touch with Wang. Senator Zhou Jun had already briefed him early in the morning, and this case was also relatively under the attention of the top brass at the headquarters. So Wang Xin was quite polite to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, the case you filed is also taken seriously by the bureau, and we've investigated some matters. Wang Xin took out a record and handed it to Xiaofeng. However, because it's been too long, and the suspect refuses to cooperate, we currently have no leads on your background. But you can enter your fingerprints and DNA samples into the database. If your biological parents have records, it will match quickly. However, since this system has only been established in recent years, there may not be information on your relatives, so you need to be mentally prepared. I understand, Officer Wang, thank you. Xiaofeng took the record. How much do you know about my information now? We only know that you share the same birthday as Xiaoming and that Xiao Yuanhe likely took you from Yanjing, but he refuses to disclose the specifics, just insisting on seeing you. Wang Xin said somewhat helplessly, such a person is indeed quite rare, you should go meet him and see what he has to say. Alright, thank you, Officer Wang. Xiaofeng nodded in gratitude. In an isolation room, Xiaofeng met his father. He was handcuffed, and a few days had made his hair appear somewhat gray. Zhao's father was nearly 50 and usually managed a company, so he didn't look as old as a laborer. But the days in detention must have been tough. He visibly looked older, with deep-set eyes, clearly having not slept well in a long time. Xiaofeng, you are here? Upon seeing Xiaofeng, his father's gaze revealed a rare hint of affection. I heard you're not cooperating with the police and insist on seeing me? Xiaofeng sat down opposite him. Yes, I want to see you. Zhao's father looked directly at Xiaofeng. A hint of guilt in his eyes. I want to apologize to you in person, to say, I'm sorry. Don't say those useless things. If you really feel sorry for me, just tell me the truth. Tell me about my background, let me find my biological parents. Xiaofeng frowned. He truly didn't want to hear such words anymore. What could a simple apology change? Could it change the fact that he had been neglected and looked down upon in the Xiao family for all these years? Could it change the fact that he had been separated from his biological parents for 18 years? No, nothing could change that. Those who make mistakes will beg for forgiveness at the first opportunity, but why should the harmed forgive them? 18 years of hurt, the pain of separation, how could a simple I'm sorry make up for that? I know, I have hurt you deeply, so I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness now. Xiaofu sniffed, his eyes a little moist. I just wanted to apologize to you in person. You should have had loving parents and relatives, or siblings, but because of my momentary foolishness back then, you were separated for 18 years. You weren't foolish, you were a sinner. Xiaofeng stared coldly at Xiaofu. Even now, you still won't tell the truth? There's nothing for me to say. Back then your mother. Xiaofeng interrupted him. It's Xiaoming's mother. Xiaofu was silent for a moment, then he sighed softly. Yes, it's Xiaoming's mother. Originally, she was pregnant with twins and everything was fine, but one time, she had a car accident when she went out for a checkup. Xiao Yuanhe fell into his memories. She was hit, and she was already 6 months pregnant at the time. Originally, both children in her womb were supposed to be aborted. But she begged the doctors, insisted on keeping the children in her belly no matter what. She knelt, pleaded, her spirit on the verge of collapse. The doctors also did their best, but because of that accident, the 2 healthy children in her womb had to be supported by various medications in the later stages. Xiaofeng stared at Xiao Yuanhe, listening to him continue. For those few months, I practically lived with her at the hospital because she often had abdominal pain, spotting, and the children could miscarry at any time. And as the months grew, if problems occurred and weren't rescued in time, it could result in 3 lives lost. What you're saying doesn't seem to have much to do with me, Xiaofeng interrupted him. No, it does. There's a cause and effect. Xiaofu shook his head gently. During that time, she was like crazy, trying every method to keep the pregnancy, even going to a very famous Shinpa fortune-teller/spiritual medium. That Shinpa told her it was fate, that she was not destined to have these 2 children. And also told her that it was heaven's will, and if she forced it, even if the children survived, their closest relatives would exhaust their blessings and luck because of it.